Chapter 1: Killing Monsters to Explode Entries. Shin Junwoo is so miserable. Not only was his girlfriend stolen, but he was also forced to be a scapegoat. Shu, keep your voice down. If young Master Shin hears this, you'll be in trouble. I asked you to lead away that group of first-level elite ironback lizards, would you dare not go? We are all brothers, why? Songyun City. In the secret realm of Yunyuan. Shin Junwoo was stepped on the ground, his cheek was cut by gravel, bright red blood dripped down his neck, and his humiliated expression gradually turned into excitement. He traveled back through time. Memories surged like a tide, making him certain that he had traveled back to the day of the martial arts college entrance examination. 100 years ago. Spiritual energy revived, global changes occurred, and the wilderness became a forbidden area for humans. The ancient warriors of the Dragon Country guarded with endless blood and finally saw the dawn. The Dragon Kingdom popularized martial arts and delved into the awakening of supernatural powers. Those who are 18 years old and take the martial arts college entrance examination have a chance to awaken extraordinary abilities, and their growth rate is faster than that of martial arts training. Awakening failed. He could only leave school to serve in the military and fight against endless strange beasts. Because Shin Junwoo failed to awaken, his future was bleak and his childhood sweetheart left him. His half-brother despised him because he was a bastard born from a barmaid, and thought he had tarnished the Shin family's reputation, so he trampled on him like a dog. And forced him to be the bait. A tall woman with black fishnet legs, holding an elegant young man's arm in a charming and proud manner, looked down at Shin Junwoo with a haughty look. You piece of trash, why don't you go? You can fight, and you are the best in the school in academic subjects, but you failed to awaken. My dear brother, you is different. Not only can he fight, he has also awakened the power of thunder. As long as brother you gets the spirit pearl of the first-level Ironback Lizard King, he can get admission to the War University. As a member of the Shin family, shouldn't you contribute to the future of the Shin family? Classmate next to me. No one dared to speak, either gloating or afraid of getting into trouble. The martial arts college entrance examination is the most important turning point in life. The school has a rule that those who fail to awaken can still have the opportunity to go to university for further studies if they can get 10 points in the secret realm training. Who would dare to be targeted by Shinyu, the little bully of the Shin family, at this time? My thoughts were brought back. Shin Junwoo's eyelids curled up, revealing a look of resentment and disdain. Dog bitch. Not a thing. Not only did she dump Shin Junwoo in her previous life, she also bullied and insulted him in various ways. What's even more hateful is that when Shin Junwoo rose from the army, she pretended to be pitiful and acted as a traitor for Shinyu, trying to seize all the opportunities and power of Shin Junwoo. He also designed Shin Junwoo to fight with a god-level monster, trying to seize Shin Junwoo's greatest adventure, the divine martial spirit bone, and forced Shin Junwoo to self-destruct. You piece of trash, what are you looking at? The woman Lu Feifei's heart trembled, and she was actually frightened by Shin Junwoo's sudden change in eyes. Didn't you hear what I said? Letting you lure the monster is for your own good. What is your status in the Shin family? As an illegitimate child, how can you compare with brother Yu? If you go and lure the monsters and earn merit, brother Yu will have a reason to acknowledge you as his brother, and you can obtain the Shin family's resources and skills. Otherwise, with your talent, how many days can you survive in the army? Mention the Shin family. Shin Junwoo's murderous intent burst out, his sharp eyes were full of murderous intent, so captivating that Shin Yuqing couldn't help but take 3 steps back in fear. He was inexplicably afraid. After Shin Yu realized what was happening, he felt extremely embarrassed. He cast a fierce look at Shin Junwoo and said, "Little bastard, how dare you not?" The word submission was not uttered yet. Shin Junwoo twisted his body and hit Shin Yu's crotch with one foot, causing Shin Yu to fall down with a dark face and howl in pain. Shin Junwoo sighed secretly. His current physical condition and strength were still too poor. Even this couldn't make him lose everything? Lu Feifei was terrified by this scene. She was too flustered to know how to comfort him, and she angrily scolded Shin Junwoo, "You, brother you. Shin Junwoo, you loser, how dare you? He is your younger brother, Shin." Without waiting for her to finish, Shin Junwoo jumped up with his legs crossed, grabbed Lu Feifei's neck in one step, and lifted her up coldly and domineeringly. The students nearby were shocked and confused. Is this Shin Junwoo? Not only did he almost kill Shin Yu with a kick, but he was also willing to pick up Lu Feifei? He used to dote on Lu Feifei so much. As long as Lu Feifei wants something, she will do her best to get it. Lu Feifei was even more surprised and spoke with all her might. Shin Junwu, what do you want to do? Why don't you let me down quickly, and kneel down and kowtow to brother you to apologize? Do you want me to ignore you for the rest of my life, or even hate you? Shin Junwu was amused. Even after being betrayed, he still thinks he can control him. How mysteriously confident he is. Shin Junwu smiled softly. Silly woman, you are not worthy of calling me by my name. There's a saying on the internet, the first thing you do when you get ashore is to kill the person you love. So, it's up to you to lure the monsters. As soon as the words fell, Shin Junwu turned around suddenly and used the force of the turn to throw Lu Feifei out directly. Then he ran wildly towards the direction where Lu Feifei flew, and kicked her in the butt when Lu Feifei was about to land. Let her take off again and fall directly into the territory of the ironback lizard. Howling of pain. It instantly turned into a series of screams. Shin Yu's younger brothers finally reacted and hurriedly supported Shin Yu to save Lu Feifei. In the ironback lizard territory ahead, there is an ironback lizard king, and there are hundreds of first-level elite lizards guarding the lizard king. Lu Feifei would be torn to pieces soon if she were alone. The secret training in the martial arts college entrance examination is related to one's future. If someone dies, no one will have an easy time. Lu Feifei was in a panic and screamed continuously, which soon attracted the elite lizards in the territory to come out and surround her from all directions. After a while, Lu Feifei met Shin Yu and his group. The plan was disrupted. Shin Yu endured the pain and fought against the elite lizard with his men. He must obtain the Ironback Lizard King's Spirit Pearl to gain admission to the War University. For this purpose, he could only temporarily suppress his hatred for Shin Junwu. Fortunately, there were more than a dozen classmates helping, and they were able to hold out for a while. Fierce fighting continues. Shin Junwu picked up a piece of wild grass and put it in his mouth, then sat on a rock behind the battlefield, waiting coldly. Shin Yu wants the Lizard King's Spirit Pearl, and Shin Junwu also wants it. War University. The top university in Dragon Country. Led by the country, it not only has top supernatural powers and researchers, but also brings together the 5,000-year-old ancient martial arts heritage of the Dragon Kingdom. The admission requirements are both difficult and simple. As long as martial arts high school students from all over the country can obtain a spiritual pearl of a first-level beast king during the secret realm training of the martial arts college entrance examination, they will be eligible for admission. Boom! Suddenly, an iron-backed lizard was knocked to Shin Junwu's feet, and it opened its dense and sharp teeth and bit Shin Junwu's leg. Shin Junwu was so frightened that he jumped up suddenly, and was so angry that he stomped on its head. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the first kill. The God-level entity system has been successfully activated. The host can kill strange beasts, obtain various entries, and improve strength and talent. The sudden mechanical sound surprised Shin Junwu. The fight before his death did not fail, but instead transformed into another form and fell on him? His eyes moved. 2 strips of light appeared on the body of the first-level elite ironback lizard, whose head had just been crushed by Shin Junwu. There were words on the light screens. Iron arms and great strength excellent. Steel armor rare. Then, a system panel appeared in front of Shin Junwu that only he could see, with an explanation on it. System entries are divided into 6 levels: common, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. In theory, the host can add entries infinitely. You can add unlimited items. Why is Shin Junwu still hesitating? He immediately chooses Add. Bite. The host successfully added the entry and obtained the attack and defense capabilities of the ironback lizard. After the system prompts, Shin Junwu immediately felt a power beyond his own, which was the power gained by adding entries, similar to the awakened supernatural powers of humans. It is an attack skill. As soon as he thought about it, his arms began to glow with a faint luster, which was the excellent level entry, Iron Arms in great strength. What a great power! Much more powerful than his first-level warrior power. He has cheats, but Shin Yu still wants to get the first-level Lizard King Spirit Bead. He's dreaming. Chapter 2, Strong Interception. Shin Yu, Lu Feifei and a group of 10 people, plus the help of a dozen classmates. Facing the siege of hundreds of first-level elite lizards, there are still dangers everywhere. Several people were injured. Especially Lu Feifei, her coquettish goddess temperament was gone, and her sexy and seductive black fishnet stockings were also cut by the elite lizard, leaving several bloody wounds. Blood dripping, looking extremely miserable. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. Lu Feifei wanted to call for help, but she only saw Shin Junwo laughing leisurely in the back. She immediately spoke loudly. Shin Junwo, why don't you take action? Something is going to happen to us, and the school won't let you go. Brother Yu is about to get into trouble, and the Shin family will not let you go. You will never be able to return to your roots again in your lifetime. Why don't you take action quickly? Shin Junwo smiled contemptuously. He's about to die, yet he's still so crazy? He still wants to PUA him? Now, he is no longer that innocent fool who longs for family affection. Lu Feifei didn't get a response and was very angry. While resisting the battle, he moved toward Shin Junwo and said breathlessly, Shin Junwo, I order you to take action. If you don't take action, I will never talk to you again in my life. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Shin Junwo smiled. She probably forgot who sent her there to attract monsters. Tired of watching their performances, Shin Junwo wanted to play a trick on her, so he leaned against a big rock and replied slowly, I heard it. I heard it. I heard it. But it didn't move. Not only did he not move, he also kicked an elite lizard that pounced on him towards Lu Feifei, and its dense teeth almost bit Lu Feifei's neck. Lu Feifei narrowly avoided it, but was still scratched by the elite lizard's claws on her face, which she was most proud of. Shin Yu already understood. Shin Junwo now hates Lu Feifei. Shin Yu immediately threatened, Shin Junwo, if you dare to treat Feifei like this, I won't let you go. Just wait. Stupid. Shin Junwo smiled softly, now, it's me who won't let you go. Shin Yu was shocked and turned around in disbelief, you, what did you say? You heard it right. Are you fucking crazy? Who are you, and what is my identity? Just a dog. Shin Junwo was too lazy to talk nonsense. Even though Shin Yu seems to be very arrogant at the moment, the thunder-related talent he awakened is only of the rare level. Supernatural talents are divided into 6 levels. The same system levels as Shin Junwo's god-level entries, common, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Kill any elite lizard and you will get rare items. The so-called genius is nothing in front of him. Puff. Phew. At this moment, the 3 elite lizards seized the opportunity and attacked Lu Feifei at the same time, biting her with their sharp claws and bloody fangs. Finally, Lu Feifei broke down and turned her attitude around and cried for help, Shin. Brother Junwo, save me, save me. Shin Junwo raised his eyebrows and said, of course. If you just curse Shin Yu as a beast, I will save you immediately. In the face of life and death. Lu Feifei didn't hesitate at all, Shin Yu is a beast. So good. Shin Junwo knew that people like her had no feelings, only interests, and asked again, let me ask you, do you really like Shin Yu? Lu Feifei gritted her teeth, but could only agree with Shin Junwo and answer, I don't like it. Shin Junwo was not surprised at all and pressed again, if you don't like him, why are you with him? This question. Shin Yu also wanted to know. Since he transferred to Sangyun Middle School and was in the same class with Shin Junwo, Lu Feifei approached him intentionally or unintentionally. During the martial arts college entrance examination, Shin Junwo failed to awaken, and Lu Feifei immediately threw herself into his arms. Lu Feifei knew Shin Junwo's plan, and also knew that after today, the Shin family would not tolerate her, so she no longer had so many concerns. Spiritual energy is resurrecting, strange beasts are occupying the wilderness, and are constantly squeezing out human living space. I want to live, is that wrong? I want to get more resources, is that wrong? I want to become stronger and achieve better. Is that wrong? If you can awaken extraordinary powers, will I abandon you? Before he finished speaking, the huge tail of an elite lizard hit Lu Feifei's chest hard, causing her to vomit blood and fly backwards. The 3 elite lizards that were besieging her rushed forward, hissing and biting Lu Feifei continuously, treating her as a delicacy. No one could save her except Shin Junwo. But Shin Junwo turned a blind eye and had no intention of rescuing him. His expression was cold. Extremely ruthless. Shin Yu and others who were in danger were horrified. It was the first time they knew that people could be so cruel. After Lu Feifei rolled down repeatedly, she stared at Shin Junwo with disbelief in her eyes. Was he really unwilling to save her? No matter how pleading her eyes were, Shin Junwo remained indifferent. However, at this time, Lu Feifei still didn't think she was wrong. Boom! Boom! At the critical moment, a heroic woman wearing a black warrior leather jacket and leather pants rushed over with swift movements. He slapped the air towards where Lu Feifei was. With one palm strike, the air turned cold. The palm power landed on the ground, instantly building an ice wall to block the 3 elite lizards for Lu Feifei. Hey, it's finally here. Shin Junwo sighed helplessly. Her name is Lin Shuang. Sanyun Middle School, class monitor of Class 8, Grade 3. The top genius of this year's martial arts college entrance examination in Sanyun City has awakened an epic ice-related ability and possesses the powerful skill Ice Escape. Previous life. It was also because of her timely arrival that Shin Junwoo was rescued from the pursuit of hundreds of elite lizards. Unfortunately, she is too chaste. Knowing that Lu Feifei and Shin Yu were persecuting classmates, she also helped Shin Yu hold back the elite lizards, giving Shin Yu the opportunity to kill the Lizard King. As soon as she arrived, hundreds of Songyun students followed suit and joined the battlefield, starting a massive melee. The pressure is greatly reduced. The opportunity has arrived. Shin Yu fought and retreated, whispering to the 8 people around him, "Follow me, let's kill the Lizard King and take the Spirit Pearl." The 9 people quickly disappeared in the melee. Shin Junwoo also disappeared. Without the protection of the elite lizards, Shin Yu and his 9 companions easily entered the territory of the Lizard King. Just like in the previous life. In order to get Shin Yu a place in the War University, the Shin family took advantage of the special features of the space ring to hide contraband weapons into the secret realm. Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Experience. It not only tests students' strength, but also their character and adaptability, so no weapons are allowed, not even a fruit knife. Shin Yu is awesome. Not only did he bring a rare grade long sword, he also brought 4 iron chains. As soon as you enter the Lizard King's territory, the 8 younger brothers worked in groups of 2, using 4 iron chains to control the Lizard King, and infusing Shin Yu's long sword with the power of thunder, achieving a one-hit kill. But the word Ironback of the Ironback Lizard is not just for show, it has very strong defense. Shin Yu used his rare grade long sword to repeatedly chop and stab it, but he was unable to cause fatal damage to it. Instead, he dragged the other 8 people to stumble. Keep pulling. When the iron chain formation became increasingly chaotic and was in danger of being broken by the Lizard King, Shin Yu finally seized the opportunity and stabbed the Lizard King in the abdomen. The lightning-type supernatural power continued to erode the Lizard King's body. One hit was successful. But Shin Yu fell into a dazed state. No matter how the younger brothers shouted, they would not deliver a fatal blow to the Lizard King. Shin Junwo knew what was going on. That was the Lizard King's innate skill, Psychic Attack, which could cause the enemy to become temporarily dazed, or even suffer a mental breakdown and die. In his previous life, Shin Yu was attacked and seriously injured by the Lizard King, and his 8 younger brothers almost died. In the end, it was Lu Feifei who delivered a fatal blow to the Lizard King and successfully killed him. Good opportunity. Shin Junwo, who was waiting in secret, rushed out and jumped onto the back of the Lizard King. Under the strong suppression, he used the skill Iron Arms and Power one after another. The fist containing a faint light first hit the Lizard King's eyes. The Lizard King was injured and used his innate skills. In addition, he was controlled by the iron chain formation and was unable to fight back. His eyeballs were smashed by Shin Junwo's iron back power. His head was flattened in a few hits. You're a loser, you're looking for death. Shin Yu, who finally broke free from the mental attack, was instantly filled with anger and humiliation when he saw that Shin Junwo dared to intercept him right under his nose. The hands holding the knife turned violently. The tip of the long knife pierced Shin Junwo's chest, not caring at all that the person in front of him was his half-brother. Chapter 3, Double Epic Entries. Shin Yu's knife. The 8 little brothers were scared to death. Are you really going to kill them? Shin Junwo didn't seem to have expected this either. He didn't have time to react. He didn't dodge or evade, but just stared at Shin Yu indifferently. Eye contact. Shin Yu didn't hesitate at all. Damn it, little bastard, for not listening to him. If you dare to kick him in the crotch, you deserve to die. With a clang. When the rare long sword pierced Shin Junwo's short sleeves, the tip of the sword made a sound of hitting steel, and the blade could not move forward an inch. Shin Junwo's chest seemed to have turned into a piece of steel. No matter how hard Shin Yu tried, he just couldn't penetrate. You're going to kill me? Are you going to kill me? You actually want to kill me? Shin Junwo smiled secretly, but his face showed a very sad expression. 3 questions in succession. Shin Yu finally woke up. Because of the blood connection, he was so scared that he dropped the knife in his hand to the ground. He was scared. It was time for Shin Junwo to perform. You and I are brothers, and you actually want to kill me? A painful roar was heard. Shin Junwo's momentum suddenly exploded, and he punched him directly on the bridge of his nose, causing his nose to bleed and his face to become dirty. However, one punch is not enough, far from enough. The Shin family's deception and exploitation of Shin Junwo can only be ended by a life and death struggle. Shin Junwo rushed out in one step, and with his skill, iron arms and power, he kept bombarding Shin Yu, knocking him down with one punch. Under the absolute suppression of power, Shin Yu had no power to fight back. He couldn't even use his rare thunder ability, and was pinned to the ground and beaten hard by Shin Junwo, screaming in pain. Shin Junwo, let go of brother Yu. 8 people holding iron chains immediately went to tie up Shin Junwo. But they were too slow. When approaching Shin Junwo, a series of crackling sounds of bones were heard. The 8 people were shocked. Shin Junwo actually broke Shin Yu's limbs? The Shin family is an ancient martial arts family. After the revival of spiritual energy, a large number of people with extraordinary powers awakened, and their power continued to expand. They became one of the major families in the southwest, and they were able to guard the area with the strength of one family. What will happen to the direct descendants if their limbs are broken? We must capture Shin Junwo and give the Shin family an explanation. Will Shin Junwo give them this opportunity? The moment they attacked, he suddenly turned around and kicked the rare long sword on the ground with his toes. With a flip of the wrist, the long sword chopped down. The 4 iron chains broke with a sound, and the knife's power was so powerful that the 8 people were so scared that they dared not move. At school, Shin Junwo has always been kind and never makes enemies. He just laughs it off when being bullied and is often teased as a nerd. Is Shin Junwo a nerd at this moment? He is simply a god of death who kills people like crazy. Kung Fu. His knife skills amazed everyone. He was like a bloody general crawling out from a sea of blood and corpses, and his eyes were enough to make people shudder. Shin Junwo did not hurt them. He turned around calmly and snatched the space ring from Shin Yu. This is a good thing. The internal space is 30 cubic meters, which can store a lot of daily necessities and is very suitable for wilderness adventures. Shin Yu was in great pain and extremely scared. He really felt that Shin Junwo wanted to kill him, and he didn't even dare to say anything harsh. The 8 people were also frightened. He quickly lifted Shin Yu up and fled. Shin Junwo put the space ring on his finger, walked to the front of the Lizard King with a smile, his eyes shining. There are 3 strips of light curtains on the Lizard King's body. Iron arms and strength rare. Mental attack epic. Dragon bloodline epic. A rare item with 2 epic attributes, awesome. Epic talent. Known as a genius among geniuses. Lin Shuang awakened an epic ice power, which caused a sensation. Not only was she directly recruited by the War University, but instructors from several other martial arts universities also came to compete for her. You don't have to experience the painful struggles and life-threatening efforts of your previous life again. The height of growth will not be limited to the human limit of the 9th level martial god realm. System, add. Shin Junwo couldn't wait to add the entry. Byte. Checking the host's entry, the Ironback Lizard King's talent skill, Mental Attack Epic, is a professional entry, and is unlocking the host's extraordinary mental abilities and epic talent. The host's entry, Dragon Bloodline Epic, is detected as belonging to the physical category and is being integrated with the host to change its physical talent. When the host detects the same entry, the system automatically replaces it and obtains the attack ability of the Ironback Lizard King, Iron Arm Strength Rare. After the system prompts, the power of the entries begins to merge. The huge impact of force caused Shin Junwo's body to continue to expand, his spirit to continue to transform, and his body and mind to feel extremely happy. Boom! Boom! Soon after, the Dragon Bloodline was the first to complete the fusion, allowing Shin Junwo's martial arts skills to break through and reach the 2nd-level martial artist realm. When the spiritual supernatural power awakened, Shin Junwo's whole temperament reached a new level, and his eyes were so deep that he could tell life or death at a glance. The Lizard King's innate skill, Spirit Attack, is perfectly mastered. 2nd level of martial arts. 2nd level of supernatural power. This is the current Shin Junwo, the cheater. War College. Can you still keep me out this time? Shin Junwo felt his own strength and walked towards his hiding place with confidence. He retrieved the phone stuck on the tree branch and left. An epic psychic power. Epic Dragon Bloodline Physique Talent. It can make his martial arts and abilities improve rapidly in a short period of time, and make him a core member of the War University. At that time, the Shen family, hee. All you can do is look up in fear. Shen family. Just wait. It's just the beginning. After walking back, Shen Junwo raised his hand and cut open the Lizard King's abdomen with a knife, and used the tip of the knife to pick out a sparkling bead slightly larger than a thumb from its body. That is the Spirit Pearl. The stepping stone to the War University. Influenced by the revival of spiritual energy, the original power condensed by the strange beast is similar to the inner elixir of the monster in the novel. It is the energy for rapid human advancement and the source for people with special abilities to acquire new skills. It is extremely precious. Among the first to third level alien beasts, only the alien beast king can condense the Spirit Pearl. All beasts above the fourth level can condense Spirit Pearls, but the energy, function and value of the Spirit Pearls of ordinary beasts, elite beasts and beast kings are very different. Outside the territory, the battle is nearing its end. The Lizard King was killed, and many elite lizards fled in all directions. Seeing Shen Junwo coming with a knife, Lin Xuan, the class monitor, looked very unhappy, and many classmates looked at him angrily. Shen Junwo didn't bother to pay attention and walked straight past Lin Xuan. It goes without saying that from the accusing look on his face, it was Xinyu who must have come to complain. Shen Junwo, you've gone too far. Lin Xuan, who was handsome and cool, dressed in a black leather jacket and leather pants, couldn't help but said, "Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "Explain what? Are you my mother or my wife? Do I need to explain what I do to you?" Shen Junwo grinned without stopping, "Or rather, you are the police of the Pacific Ocean. You have a wide range of jurisdictions." You? This was the first time Lin Xuan had been confronted like this. She didn't know how to refute for a moment, and her lips were shaking with anger. You know. Even Xinyu didn't dare to talk nonsense in front of her. Lin Xuan, who was furious, grabbed Shen Junwo's shoulder with her backhand and said, "The martial arts college entrance examination is not over yet, and I am still your class monitor. You stole your classmate's Spirit Pearl and severely injured him. Is this something a high school student could do?" Shen Junwo knew it. All his limbs were broken, and he still wanted to use someone else's hand to take the Spirit Pearl back? If you want to play, then play. Shen Junwo turned around suddenly. The fierce look made Lin Xuan's heart tremble. His left hand retracted involuntarily, and he stepped back with unsteady steps, which was very creepy. Team leader Lin, it's a good thing to have a sense of justice. If you don't have any brains and abuse justice, you are just a saint. Shen Junwo raised his finger and poked her heart in a lecturing tone, saying, "Does Xinyu have to follow his words? Use your brain and be more careful in everything. Stop showing off your righteousness all day long, like a fool. You're being used as a tool, and you still think you're great." Listen to Shen Junwo's words. Watching Shen Junwo's actions, everyone present was dumbfounded. Where was the place that could be poked? Shen Junwo also felt something was wrong. Why did his ordinary chest feel soft when poked? Stretch that thing flat? Chapter 4 scared the goddess monitor to tears. Lin Xuan's face turned green. Not even bothering to teach her a lesson, he even dared to poke her? It's just an experience in a secret realm. How can it cause such a huge difference between a person before and after? Without waiting for Lin Xuan to attack, Shen Junwo simply poked her twice, pushing her back, and shouted coldly, "What, you're not convinced? This is a battlefield, not a classroom. In the face of life and death, justice means nothing. As a squad leader and a person with epic talents, he should be able to distinguish right from wrong. Listening to one side and believing it will only harm others and himself. I have a message for you. Please remember, in troubled times, kill the Holy Mother first. In doomsday, kill the living Buddha first." As soon as the words fell, Shen Junwo turned and left, his heart pounding as he tried to comfort himself. My acting skills are so good. No one should have noticed that his finger was poking where it shouldn't be. Yes, no one noticed. No one will definitely notice. However, the more Shen Junwo comforted himself, the clearer the feeling in his fingers became. Over the years, he hadn't noticed that Lin Xuan had such a nice figure? Why hide your proud figure? Are you afraid of jumping around all the time when violence breaks out? That makes sense. That is for sure. But how did she do it? It makes people curious and can't help but imagine. Shen Junwo, who has lived 2 lives, could not imagine that he could use the bone shrinking skill to change the size of that place? Really advanced. Shen Junwo, you are going too far. What qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson? Just as Shin Junwoo was muttering and running away, Lin Shuang's dignity and nobility came into play, and he raised his hand and transformed the ice power in his body into dozens of ice arrows. The coldness of the ice arrow blocked the environment around Shin Junwoo and attacked violently. Many people were sweating. Lin Shuang was angry. It's serious now. The epic first-level peak ice-type supernatural power is not something that anyone can stop. Before they came here, a first-level alien beast king was nailed to the ground by Lin Shuang's move. Why? Shin Junwoo sighed helplessly. Considering that she saved me in her previous life, I will completely shatter her innocent heart today to prevent her from being harmed by her innocent heart in the future. In her previous life, her chaste kindness not only killed her teammates, but also caused her to suffer a great loss of cultivation and ruin her future. Eventually, she became a tool for family marriage. You ask me what qualifications I have? Then you see clearly. Shin Junwoo tightened his wrist holding the knife, and his whole body turned rapidly, spinning backwards. The knife in his hand moves with him. The blade rang with the wind, making a series of sharp sounds of breaking through the air. One knife. Lin Shuang's ice arrows were all shattered, and his epic talent was also destroyed by this knife. Astonishing momentum. Terrifying power. Lin Shuang couldn't believe it. But the fact is undeniable. The blade light she saw in her eyes was as swift as thunder and as powerful as a collapsing mountain. It pierced her soul directly, and she felt the breath of death for the first time. The whole back of the person was wet in an instant. Everyone present covered their mouths in fear. Only Lu Feifei, Xingyu was secretly surprised, and even had some eager anticipation. Because Shin Junwoo's sword did not stop. After cutting through Lin Shuang's ice arrow, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Shuang, with the tip of the sword piercing Lin Shuang's throat. One sword can make you a marquis or kill you instantly. Lin Shuang felt it, but she had no time to fight back or dodge. Her soul seemed to be frozen by Shin Junwoo's sword. The whistling blade flashed like lightning. The whole place was dead silent. But there were only a few split ends of hair, falling in the wind. After seeing the results, except for Lu Feifei and Xingyu, all the students secretly breathed a sigh of relief, their legs weak and they stood trembling. After such a terrifying blow, he actually stopped? Just cut off the few strands of hair that fell on Lin Shuang's neck? Lu Feifei, Xingyu saw clearly that the tip of Shin Junwoo's knife brushed past Lin Shuang's throat. If he just moved forward a little bit, Lin Shuang would be dead. Just a little bit. Damn lunatic, why don't you move forward? Ah. If Lin Shuang is killed, all 100 Shin Junwoos will have to die, all of them will have to die. How many hairs were cut off in the end? Looking at the terrified Lin Shuang with lifeless eyes, Shin Junwoo slowly put away his knife and said seriously, I saw it. This is what qualifies me to preach to you. In the future, use your brain more and be more careful, and don't push the door too hard on the chopping board, you are meddling too much. Epic talent, it's nothing special. I can kill you, countless people can kill you. Some people are not worth it, okay? Finished. Shin Junwoo couldn't help but sigh, what a good man. Is there any other good person in the world who was so sincere to his classmates? Wow. Woo, woo. When Shin Junwoo turned around proudly, a wronged and pitiful crying voice broke the silence behind him. Shin Junwoo shuddered. He turned around in shock and confusion. Who else could it be but Lin Shuang crying? Her crying made Shin Junwoo confused. Hey, I'm a good guy. I am scaring you because I am saving you, why are you crying? I'm poking you for your own good, why don't you understand me? Lin Shuang cried more and became more and more broken. He squatted on the ground, covering his face, sobbing and crying loudly. It was as if he had suffered a great injustice, leaving Shin Junwoo at a loss, and he didn't even know how to comfort her. Lin Shuang in the previous life. Although he is not a peerless genius, he is also a rare genius. Before being killed by the Virgin Heart, she was a member of the famous Wasteland Hunter team, codenamed Cold Frost, and secretly nicknamed Ice Rose. How could such a person cry? She cried so hard, as if Shin Junwoo had taken her body away. Was it really that serious? Lin Shuang's best friend, the class teacher's daughter, the cute little girl Wang Ling, has never seen her cry. But her crying was a good thing. She patted Shin Junwoo with amusement and said, Master Shin, you are really good at hiding, okay, I'll leave it to you. Finished. Wang Ling skipped away. Everyone else was amazed by Shin Junwoo's strength and followed Wang Ling away without saying anything. Hey! Don't go, don't go. Seeing them all running away, Shin Junwoo was really panicked. Don't be afraid, keep going. The cute little girl Wang Ling turned around and made a face. Shin Junwoo was so angry that he wanted to slap her to death, but she was actually gloating? After a long time. Everyone had left, but Lin Xuang was still crying and holding her head, which made Shin Junwoo very uncomfortable. His life. Apart from coaxing Lu Feifei, I have never been gentle to any woman. I really have no experience. Oops. Women are such trouble. Squad leader Lin, if you're really angry, just bite back. Shin Junwoo didn't want to use the same method he used on Lu Feifei, it was disgusting. He simply squatted in front of Lin Xuang and stretched out his arm. Lin Xuang raised her head. After staring at Shin Junwoo for 3 seconds, he grabbed his arm with both hands and bit it hard. Shin Junwoo grimaced in pain. A man's promise is worth 1,000 gold. Once you spit, you have to admit what you said. You can only endure it until the taste of blood fills your mouth. Lin Xuang finally gave in, unable to bear it. Seeing Shin Junwoo grimacing in pain and bleeding from the 2 rows of teeth marks on his arms, Lin Xuang suddenly felt a little guilty. If I'm not mistaken, Shin Junwoo's martial arts skills have already broken through to the 2nd level martial master realm. He is fully capable of killing the Lizard King alone, so there is no need to intercept Shin Yu. In past memories, Shin Junwoo has always been accommodating and respectful to Shin Yu. If there was no reason, she would not have seriously injured Shin Yu. Perhaps she really had wronged Shin Junwoo. Looking at the 2 rows of teeth marks left by his unreasonable behavior, he was afraid that they would leave permanent scars. Lin Xuang felt more and more guilty. After opening her mouth hesitantly, she apologized sincerely, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Shin Junwoo waved his hand and stood up, silly woman, it's normal for you to act stupidly. You? Lin Xuang was so angry that she suddenly stood up. The first half of the sentence sounds okay, but the second half is really off-putting. You shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Let us go. The training is over. Shin Junwoo gave a final reminder, turned around and headed towards the exit of the secret realm. Lin Xuang opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. She followed Shin Junwoo like a wronged young wife. Capture Shin Junwoo. The 2 walked out of the secret realm one after the other, not far apart. Eugene, the vice principal of Tsongyan Middle School, immediately gave orders to the law enforcers of the Genie Bureau who were in charge of the martial arts college entrance examination. Chapter 5. You and I are brothers. The protective forces of the Dragon Kingdom are roughly divided into 3 parts. First, there are a large number of military districts stationed in various places, and they are equipped with modern weapons. Second, the Genie Bureau, responsible for the public security in the city, clearing out strange beasts and mysteries in the city, etc. Third, the Scavenger, the most dangerous profession. All of its members are geniuses who can stand on their own, and they are the first line of defense guarding the forefront of Dragon Country, fighting all the time. At the command, several third-rank military general-level Genie Bureau law enforcers immediately stepped forward with silver bracelets in hand. What are you doing? Why are you arresting people? Lin Xuang took a step forward and stood in front of Shin Junwoo. This time, not only was Shin Junwoo unable to be dealt with, but also the people who witnessed Lin Xuang being bullied were unable to be dealt with. What was going on? After crying, the world changes? Especially Shin Yu, who was lying on a stretcher nearby, had a lot of questions in his mind. Lin Xuang, what are you doing? Get out of the way. The balding vice principal Eugene stepped forward angrily and said, Shin Junwoo is lawless. First he stole the spiritual beads from a classmate, and then he seriously injured a classmate. His series of actions have already constituted a crime, and no one can save him. Lin Xuang was stupid once. He would not be stupid a second time and immediately said, Vice Principal Yu, things are not that simple. Before you order the arrest, shouldn't you listen to Shin Junwoo's self-defense statement? Eugene waved his hands coldly, impatiently putting on the dignity of a vice principal. I am the vice principal of the school, not a police officer, and certainly not an enforcer of the Genie Bureau. It is a fact that Shin Junwoo stole the spirit pearl and seriously injured his classmates, so he should be arrested immediately. As for your self-defense statement, it will naturally be the responsibility of the Genie Bureau's law enforcement officers to investigate. I believe in the fairness and impartiality of the law enforcement officers. This statement Lin Xuan couldn't refute it, so she could only turn around and look at Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo, what's going on? Why don't you tell me? What is there to say? Shin Junwo waved his hand nonchalantly. This guy who's having his period is trying to seduce a widow from the Shin family, hoping to become their son-in-law. Do you think he listens to me or Shin Yu? As soon as these words were spoken, the open space outside the secret realm was suddenly filled with endless chatter. Eugene was shocked. How could Shin Junwo know about something he had just started? Of course. Shin Junwo's words not only embarrassed him, but also made him very angry. He pointed at Shin Junwo in anger. Shin Junwo, what nonsense are you talking about? You, what did you call me just now? Shin Junwo walked forward nonchalantly, looking straight at Eugene. It was because he secretly gave the space ring to Shin Yu that Shin Yu was able to avoid detection by the Genie Bureau. Destined to be an enemy. How could Shin Junwo be polite? Eyes met. Eugene couldn't help but feel panicked. Doesn't Shin Junwo know too much? No, we can't give Shin Junwo a chance. He immediately accused, Shin Junwo, my teacher, is the vice president of the school. Is this how you respect your teachers? Your homeroom teacher, your mother, taught you this? Shin Junwo grinned, his voice gradually rising. This is my attitude towards beasts. You want to throw me directly into the Genie Bureau's jail and use this opportunity to exonerate Shin Yu. You are so bold. Do you really think the admissions instructors at the 5 major universities are all blind bastards? One sentence. The admissions instructors from the 5 universities were all dragged out, making them all very embarrassed. You little bastard. Are you praising us or criticizing us? You? Asshole, so rude. How dare you insult the instructors of the 5 major universities? This principal will never tolerate you. Eugene was increasingly surprised. Seeing that Shin Junwo was difficult to control, he quickly issued another order. Come here, immediately apprehend this extremely rude suspect, to prevent him from escaping and harming the college entrance examination students. You want to take me? Shin Junwo smiled contemptuously. He took a sudden step forward, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Eugene was shocked. What kind of pace is this that he can't even catch? If a person who hides so deeply cannot be killed with one blow, there will be endless troubles. Eugene immediately thought of capturing him himself, and he had to make Shin Junwo shut up first. While he was thinking, Shin Junwo appeared behind Eugene with a skillful step, and kicked Eugene hard in the popliteal fossa behind his knee. The powerful impact made him half kneel on the spot. Eugene was furious. He was a 3rd-rank military general master. Although he had neglected his training, he was not someone that could be bullied by an ordinary high school student. He immediately fought back. But he is a little fat and his movements are really slow. Just as he was about to make a move, he felt a sharp long knife on his neck. The blade was cold and scary. Shin Junwo, don't do this. Several law enforcers in charge of the martial arts college entrance examination were shocked and spoke out immediately. Admissions teachers from the 5 universities? Son Yun's college entrance examination candidates? They were all confused and horrified. Everyone knows that Eugene is obsessed with power, and his fat body reduces his strength, but he is a real 3rd-level military general-level master. How could a college entrance examination candidate hold a knife to his neck? Shin Junwo was so bold. How dare you attack the vice principal in front of the Genie Bureau law enforcers? What a ruthless person. No wonder Shin Yu was beaten like this? What are you panicking about? Killing a filthy thing like him will only dirty my knife. Shin Junwo glanced at him with a half smile, and said slowly, as the saying goes, when you catch a thief, you find the stolen goods. When you catch an adulterer, you find 2. The admissions teachers from the 5 universities are here, as are the students and teachers. Please produce the evidence. Show me the evidence that I stole Shin Yu's spirit pearl and severely injured him, and I will surrender immediately. Hearing this, the paralyzed Shin Yu was panicked, and his 8 younger brothers were even more panicked. They know best what the facts are. Evidence also counts as evidence. I am the most fair person and I always rely on evidence. Shin Junwo turned to look at Shin Yu. Speak in front of the admissions instructors of the 5 universities and the law enforcement officers of the Genie Bureau. Shin Yu was in a dilemma and could only fight to the end. Anyway, neither side has any hard evidence, they just talk, and they can put everything on Shin Junwo's head. Shin Junwo, the fact that I can't move is evidence, and the 8 people from Zhuanglu are witnesses. They all saw with their own eyes that you intercepted them halfway and snatched the spirit pearl. Moreover, you also hid weapons and entered the secret realm. The knife in your hand is the physical evidence. Captain Gung. This man is already blinded by greed. It's fine if he just seriously injured me, but he even dared to kidnap Vice Principal Yu. You absolutely cannot let him hurt anyone else. You must arrest him immediately. See this. Lu Feifei also added fuel to the fire. That's right, he has gone crazy. I just didn't want to be with him anymore, so he threw me out to attract monsters. If the squad leader hadn't saved me, I would have died. Catch him quickly. Captain Gung of the Genie Bureau is a shrewd man. Xin Yu and Eugene were so eager to capture Xin Junwo, so he knew something was wrong. It's someone who can do a favor for the Xin family. However, Xin Junwo moved too quickly and held Eugene hostage in an instant, so he didn't dare to attack directly. Captain Gung, quickly apprehend this criminal. Eugene saw Captain Gung's concerns and said righteously, don't worry about me. Capture the criminal first to prevent him from attacking and hurting others. I am the vice principal of the school and have the responsibility to protect the safety of students. For the safety of my students, it's worth it even if I'm killed by this lunatic. Hurry up and do it. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Xin Junwo knew Eugene's character too well. With a flick of his wrist, the blade immediately cut through Eugene's neck skin. He was so frightened that all his righteousness disappeared, and he screamed in fear, shaking all over. So cruel. Captain Gung didn't dare to act rashly. More importantly, the admissions instructors at the 5 universities are all very smart, and he doesn't dare to openly favor anyone. Take control of the situation again. Xin Junwo sighed deeply and lamented sadly. Boil the beans and make a soup, strain the beans to make the juice. The firewood is burning under the pot, and the beans are crying in the pot. We are of the same origin, why are we so eager to fight each other? As soon as these words came out, many people began to ponder over it secretly, thinking that this poem is very familiar. Xin Yu looked at those suspicious eyes, and felt even more panic in his heart. He spoke again. Captain Gung, this evil thief is so audacious that he actually injured Vice Principal Yu in front of you. He should. Shen Yu. Xin Junwo shouted angrily, interrupting Xin Yu's words. What is the relationship between you and me? You and I are brothers. They are blood brothers. Are you so eager to send me to jail that you won't even give me a chance to defend myself? Chapter 6, Killing on the Spot. A brother. Like thunder. The word brother kept echoing in Xin Yu's ears. As Xin Junwo said, their relationship is already an open secret, so how can he put pressure on Captain Gun? Xin Junwo, you evil villain, how dare you say that? You and brother you are brothers, brothers of blood, and you were so cruel as to break his limbs. How can you have the nerve to call him brothers? Lu Feifei didn't see it with her own eyes, but she believed that Xin Yu was injured by Xin Junwo, a heartless, ruthless, cruel and ruthless criminal like you. Don't even think about using brotherhood to get away with it. Xin Junwo ignored the bitch Lu Feifei. She looked at Xin Yu with deep, sad eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. Xin Yu, do you hate me that much? Do you really want to send me to jail? You seriously injured me. It is a fact that you stole my spirit pearl. It is true that you openly kidnapped Vice Principal Yu. My Xin family does not have a member like you, and I, Xin Yu, do not have such a lawless brother. Xin Yu didn't know what Xin Junwo wanted to do, so he could only turn what everyone saw into reality to convict Xin Junwo. Is what you see true? Xin Junwo smiled to himself and turned his head slightly. Captain Gung, when the Genie Bureau investigates cases, does everything they see constitute ironclad truth? This? Captain Gung hesitated. It seems that Xin Yu and Eugene can't do anything to Xin Junwo. The admissions counselors from the 5 universities nearby had already had several conversations about this matter and had become skeptical and curious about the facts. Moreover, he seemed very interested in Xin Junwo. Very good. I've said it before, everything depends on evidence. Xin Junwo smiled slightly and slowly put away the knife that threatened Eugene. Xin, you can't produce evidence, but I can. While speaking, Xin Junwo slowly took out the cell phone from his trouser pocket with his left hand and deliberately shook it towards Xin Yu a few times. Xin Yu's face changed drastically. Only then did he remember that Xin Junwo had been lurking in the dark, so that he could suddenly appear and intercept at the critical moment. Could it be that Xin Yu recorded the video with his mobile phone? See Xin Yu's expression. Eugene secretly thought that something was wrong. If Shin Junwoo really produced solid evidence, he would not be able to escape the charge of colluding with Shin Yu to frame students. Not only will your future be ruined, but you might even end up crying behind bars. Think of this. Eugene's eyes instantly turned cold. He suddenly turned around, turned his right hand into a claw, and grabbed Shin Junwoo's neck with a grappling force. His left hand grabbed Shin Junwoo's cell phone. No matter what was in Shin Junwoo's phone, he had to destroy it first. No one expected Eugene, the vice principal, to take action again, and everyone was shocked. Shin Junwoo, be careful. Lin Moshwan's heart tightened and she quickly shouted to remind him. Shin Junwoo smiled to himself. The old dog is seeking his own death, how obedient. He suddenly gave up the hijacking, just to give the old dog a chance to strike again. He is so silly and cute. So loyal to the Shin family. How could Shin Junwoo not fulfill his sincere loyalty? The two were very close. Eugene had a detailed plan this time, and his movements were faster and more swift, leaving no chance for Shin Junwoo or anyone else to interfere. However, he underestimated Shin Junwoo. The moment he attacked, Shin Junwoo's second-level psychic ability, the psychic attack skill, rushed straight into Eugene's mind. It's true that Eugene is at the third level. Without any defense, it cannot withstand the second-level mental attack. Just as Shin Junwoo expected. Under the second-level mental attack, Eugene's spirit was damaged, just like Shin Yu's at the beginning, and the attack was abruptly stopped due to the influence of the spirit. The plan succeeded. Shin Junwoo suddenly raised his right hand holding the knife and slashed it. There was only a puff sound. A fat arm flew up into the air, blood splattered all over the sky. A bloody scene. Thrillers everywhere. But Shin Junwoo was not enough, far from enough. After cutting off Eugene's arm with one blow, the back of the rare-grade longsword instantly pressed against his arm, with the blade pointing outward. He took a quick step forward. His arm moved along with the momentum, and the blade did not stop at all, passing through Eugene's neck. The severe pain made Eugene sober up. He covered his neck with his left hand and fell to the ground with his breath cut off. Ah! Murder! Murder, murder! The vice principal of Sanyun Middle School, a master of the third-rank martial general level, died, causing the martial arts high school students who had never seen death to scream and retreat. The look of fear. It's like being watched by a demon, and all I want to do is run away. Lu Feifei, Shin Yu, Lin Shuang and other classmates of Shin Junwoo were all so scared that they stood there in a daze. Is this the nerd who was often bullied? Did they see it wrong? Shin Junwoo, you are so outrageous. Take it now. Captain Gung came to his senses and gave an order angrily. Now, no matter what Shin Junwoo's reasons were, he had reasons to take Shin Junwoo down first. Yes. A group of Genie Bureau law enforcement officers shouted coldly and took action together. From graduation to now. It was the first time they had seen such a ruthless high school student, and they were all shocked. Such people are either heroes or devils. Wait. The admissions instructors from the 5 universities had already understood what was going on, and they all jumped up to protect Shin Junwoo in the middle. 5 of you, what are you doing? Captain Gung was shocked. The admissions instructors from the 5 universities ignored him and all turned to look at Shin Junwoo. Chao Jun, the admissions instructor of Fengyun University, a middle-aged man with a strong beard, was the first to speak. Don't be afraid, Shin boy. As long as you produce evidence, no one can touch you. Furthermore, I can promise you on behalf of Fengyun University that as long as you choose Fengyun University, you will be immediately granted gold medal status. Hearing this, Yi Qianyu, the slim and elegant admissions instructor at Bilyua University, was unhappy. Lao Chao, this is not the way to snatch people. I can do the same as you promised Fengyun University at Bilyua University, and even give more than you did to Shin Junwoo. Qinghan University. Vientiane University. Rising Sun University. The admissions instructors of the other 3 institutions were not to be outdone and offered conditions to recruit Shin Junwoo. Genie Bureau? Sanyun Middle School College Entrance Examination students, teacher? Are you crazy? Are you actually vying for a murderer? Didn't you see that Eugene's body was still warm and bleeding? The most angry one was Shin Yu, who was so angry that his limbs almost reconnected and he stood up, furious and raging. Ah, what are you doing? Shin Junwoo killed the vice principal of my Sanyun Middle School. Didn't you see it? He is my aunt's boyfriend, so he is half a member of the Shin family. The Shin family will not let a murderer go unpunished. Shut up. Shut up. The admissions instructors from the 5 universities shouted angrily at the same time. Chao Jun, the resolute admissions instructor at Fengyun University, glared at Xinyu with a cold, glaring look. The Shin family is powerful, but they are not qualified to dictate the affairs of Fengyun University. Killing people in public is still taken seriously. The polar reversal is puzzling. Lin Xuan came back to her senses and looked at Shin Junwo with an extremely complicated look. Shin Junwo thrust his long sword into the ground. Neither humble nor overbearing, he bowed to the 5 people calmly and said with great heartache, Shin Junwo, thank you 5 mentors for upholding justice. What happened today is truly a family disgrace that should not be aired in public, alas. Hearing this, Chao Jun's face couldn't help but twitch. You calculated everything and controlled the situation perfectly. Why are you pretending to be a wronged rabbit in front of me? You are a fucking wolf, do you really think I can't see it? However, for the sake of talent, Chao Jun could only endure these words, turned around and patted Shin Junwo earnestly. Shin boy, don't be afraid. Eugene attacked you without regard for his status and the law, and intended to destroy the evidence, so you killed him in self-defense. We all saw it. Produce the evidence. Even if the director of the Genie Bureau or the patriarch of the Shin family came in person, I, Fengyun University, will protect you. Hey. Shin Junwo felt uncomfortable and sad, and sighed continuously. Finally, he reluctantly unlocked his phone slowly and handed it to Chao Jun. Chapter 7 Shin Yu's Disgrace. Shin Junwo was in so much pain. One can't help but wonder, was it really Shin Yu who did something cruel and ungrateful that made Shin Junwo so angry and take action? Young Master Shin, so ruthless? The 4 people who were with the elegant Yi Qianyu were all intrigued by Shin Junwo, and they all turned sideways to watch the video. Damn it! Damn it! Shameless! Shameless! As soon as the video started playing, Chao Jun saw Shin Yu using banned weapons without authorization, and he started cursing angrily. Real evidence? Shin Yu was instantly in despair. The 8 people from Zhuanglu were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Using prohibited weapons in the secret realm of the martial arts college entrance examination is enough to make them pay the price. Beast! Shin Yu, you beast, why don't you just die? When the video played the part where Shin Junwo killed the Lizard King and Shin Yu angrily attacked Shin Junwo, Chao Jun and Yi Qianyu cursed at the same time. Almost. The country almost lost a peerless genius who was proficient in both martial arts and supernatural powers because of him. He deserves the death penalty. Gung, come here. Chao Jun was furious and glared at Captain Gung. Captain Gung's heart trembled, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he stepped forward tremblingly. Look carefully for me. Chao Jun angrily shoved the phone into Captain Gung's hands. Look carefully. Yes. Captain Gung knew that he was in trouble and did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. After watching the video completely, Captain Gung's legs went weak and he almost fell down. This is a big deal. He actually wanted to help the Shin family bully and frame a promising genius. Now he is in trouble. Think of this. Captain Gung only had one thing on his mind, to make amends. He immediately glared at Shin Yu and started the video on his mobile phone. Everyone, the matter is clear now. There is video evidence and it cannot be questioned. It was Shin Yu and Zhuanglu and 8 others who used prohibited weapons to surround and kill the first-level Lizard King without authorization, and were attacked by the Lizard King's innate skills and fell into danger. It was classmate Shin Junwo who took action at the critical moment, rescued Shin Yu from the Lizard King, and killed the Lizard King. In order to obtain a first-level Spirit Pearl, Shin Yu disregarded their brotherhood and shamelessly attacked Shin Junwo, causing Shin Junwo to be seriously injured while trying to protect himself. Eugene, instigated by Shin Yu, distorted the facts, framed Shin Junwo, attacked the victim twice, and attempted to destroy evidence. His crimes are heinous and he deserves to be killed. Before he finished speaking, the discussion was ups and downs. You beast, you're such a beast. His blood relative saved him, but he turned against his brother? Shen Yu wanted to kill his brother, but his brother just injured him in anger. And yet, he refused to repent? He even colluded with the vice principal to twist the facts and force a confession out of his brother? The young master of the Shin family is actually such a person? No wonder Shin Junwo was unwilling to directly present the evidence. He didn't want Shin Yu to be ruined. He has a really kind heart. As expected of a top student from Sanyun Middle School. Words are as sharp as knives. killing without affront. The disgusted look and accusatory words were too much for Xinyu to bear. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. See what happened to Xinyu. Lu Feifei didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache, only confusion and regret. How did things turn out like this? Xin Junwo clearly failed to awaken. And Xinyu awakened successfully and became the direct young master of the Xin family. When these two people are put together, even a fool would know what to choose correctly, so why is the result wrong? What is her future? Where is her future? Come on. Immediately arrest Xingyu, Zhuang Lu, and the other 8 and await trial. Captain Gung immediately turned around after giving the order and said respectfully, Student Xin Junwo, could you please send me a copy of the video? As evidence for the trial of Xinyu and the 8 people from Zhuanglu. Don't worry, the Genie Bureau will conduct a strict trial. We will never show leniency just because the suspect has a certain background. The Genie Bureau has no precedent for this. Of course. Xin Junwo nodded and whispered, Captain Gung is not to blame for what happened today. Captain Gung, don't take it to heart. Thank you, Xin. No, thank you, Brother Xin, thank you very much. Hearing this, Captain Gung was overjoyed. It was indeed my fault for not watching what happened today. I almost put Brother Xin in danger. Old Gung, I'm so sorry, brother. Hey. Brother Gung, what are you talking about? You've been deceived by a villain. People always believe in the first intuitive facts they see. You're not negligent. Xin Junwo has lived 2 lives and has an easy grasp of the ways of the world. Brother Xin is such a kind person. Even when he is wronged, he still thinks of others. He has a bright future ahead of him. Captain Gung felt more relieved after hearing this and climbed up the pole. Brother Xin, let's add each other on WeChat. From now on, if you have any problems in Sunyun City, just WeChat me. That's a great feeling. Xin Junwo readily agreed. Captain Gung had previously favored Xinyu, but he was a smooth-talking person and was willing to turn enemies into friends, so Xin Junwo was naturally willing to accept it. The two of them finished talking about the ways of the world. Xiao Jun couldn't wait to pull Xin Junwo in front of him and asked solemnly, Xin boy, answer me honestly, have you awakened your spiritual ability? Moreover, both martial arts and supernatural powers have reached the 2nd level? As soon as these words were spoken, the discussion started again. Wang Yuan, the class teacher who arrived late, hadn't figured out what was going on when he suddenly rushed forward in shock because of Xin Junwo's words. What, martial arts and supernatural powers are both at the 2nd level? Xin Junwo, didn't you fail in the awakening ceremony of the martial arts college entrance examination? How could he possess supernatural powers and even reach the 2nd level? Lin Shuang and the cute little sister Wang Ling came over, staring at him blankly, waiting for an answer. That. Don't look at me like that, I'm not some sexy girl in shorts. Xin Junwo smiled shyly and had already prepared his response lines. Don't give me a playful smile. This matter was too important, and Wang Yuan wanted to find out immediately. Tell me quickly, what's going on? Wang Ban, the matter is actually very simple. Long before the martial arts college entrance exam, I had already awakened my spiritual ability. Xin Junwo smiled and replied, it's naturally impossible to succeed in the martial arts college entrance examination ceremony. What? Good morning, I have already awakened. When Lu Feifei heard the answer, her mind was instantly confused and she sat down weakly. She actually abandoned such a talented boyfriend? She actually cut off her bright and beautiful future and happiness with her own hands? The dazed look on his face as he fell to the ground. He looked straight at Xin Junwo, trying to find new possibilities in his eyes. However, Xin Junwo's bright eyes no longer had her in them. He didn't even glance in her direction. Ah! No! The more Lu Feifei thought about it, the more unwilling she became, and the more uncomfortable she felt. Originally, she should have been standing next to Xin Junwo, enjoying the attention and envy of everyone. Now it's Lin Shuang and Wang Ling. Good boy, what a good boy. According to convention, abilities that automatically awaken before the martial arts college entrance exam are at least epic talents. After receiving the answer, Xiao Jun immediately took out the admission letter from his bag and said, no need to say anything, just sign and enroll now. Lao Chao, are you doing this again? Yi Qianyu's 4 instructors were all upset and immediately pulled Xin Junwo away. Student Xin Junwo hasn't agreed yet, why are you so nervous? Stop it. Get out of here. Xin Junwo must be a student of my Fengyun University. Chao Jun originally came for Lin Xuan, but Shin Junwo's talent and character were better. Especially the mind. Like an old guy who has lived for decades, he is ruthless, meticulous, and decisive in killing. Lin Xuan is simply not comparable. Lin Xuan was scolded and felt dissatisfied in her heart. But at this moment, all the resentment was gone, and only stubborn resistance remained. The fierce competition among the 5 universities made her even more envious. Although she is a genius, she is not treated as well as Shin Junwo. You old fellas are so short-sighted. What happened? Did you forget about my war university? The admissions tutors from the 5 universities were arguing fiercely and making a scene when a strong voice interrupted them. Hearing this familiar voice, the 5 people hurriedly turned around and saw that it was indeed the old monster. His expression suddenly turned bad. Shin Junwo looked in the direction of the voice and saw a hunchbacked old man in tattered clothes, with white hair and beard stuck together by dirt, walking towards him. It's actually him? Shin Junwo recognized him at a glance. He was once the best in the world and was known as the senior master who had the greatest potential to break the limit of human strength. He actually came to the small place called Sanyun City? Chapter 8: The backstage that comes to your door. Mr. Yang. Hello, Mr. Yang. Chao Jun and the other 4 looked unhappy, but they could only bow and greet him obediently. Sensible. The hunched, slovenly old man, Yang Kongshan, smiled faintly. I am here, you old guys can go now. Mr. Yang, you can't bully others like this. Chao Jun was unwilling to accept this and pouted and retorted, you are always in the space department, which is not a good match for Shin Kid. You're the only one who talks too much. Yang Kongshan, hunched over, also jumped up and slammed Chao Jun's head. I am also the best in the world in martial arts, so what's wrong with that? Yes, you are awesome. Chao Jun didn't dare to dodge and repeatedly offered his support. There are also many ancient martial arts masters in Fengyun University. Most importantly, the president of Fengyun University is also a person with spiritual abilities and can give Shin Junwo the best guidance. What's wrong with psychic powers? They're awesome? Yang Kongshan glared at him playfully and said, just let him fight me. You are being unreasonable. Chao Jun rolled his eyes and immediately looked at Shin Junwo. Shin boy, Fengyun University is the best place for you. As long as you agree to go to Fengyun University, I promise that the president of Fengyun University will immediately accept you as a disciple and give you the highest level of resources and the best teachings. You little bastard Chao, you deserve a beating. Yang Kongshan was a little angry, and he was not willing to be outdone. Your promise is useless. I will accept Shin Kid as my apprentice now. What can you use to compete with me? What? This? Upon hearing this, the admissions teachers from the 5 universities and the teachers and students of Sanyun Middle School were all stunned. This old senior actually wants to accept Shin Junwo as his disciple? Chao Jun was the most shocked. He thought Yang Kongshan was here to snatch people from the War University, but he didn't expect that he was here to recruit a disciple. He couldn't believe it and said, Master Yang, you are not kidding, are you? Do you think I'm joking? Yang Kongshan glared at him, and then his expression became a little sad. This old man has a unique skill, but there is no way to pass it on. This kid is smart, mature, decisive, and very good. Although you can't inherit my unique spatial ability, it's good to be able to inherit my unique martial arts skills. Hearing this, Chao Jun and the other 3 all lowered their heads in sadness and remained silent. They were well aware of Senior Yang Kongshan's sacrifices and contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, and they knew that he only had a few years left to live. How hard is it to find someone with spatial abilities? There hasn't been a single disciple in these decades. If he doesn't accept any more disciples, he really has no time. Shin boy, come and become my disciple. Since the old man said so, Chao Jun had no choice but to give up. Of course Shin Junwo agreed. This is a backing that comes right to your doorstep, a talisman that allows the Dragon Kingdom to run rampant. With him around, how dare the Shin family have any bad intentions? But this old man thinks differently from most people and hates red tape. After Shin Junwo looked him over casually, he deliberately said, Old man, who are you? Look at what you are wearing, wow. Greasy. If I take you as my master, will I be the one to support you, or will you? Lin Shuang's brain almost crashed. Without saying anything, she reached out to cover Shin Junwo's mouth. She was so anxious. A great opportunity that comes to your doorstep. If he were to be ruined by his lousy mouth, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Shin Junwo's mind was as clear as a mirror. He kept pushing Lin Shuang's hands away and said, "Old man, you sound very powerful. Show me a lesson." Lin Xuan was almost going crazy with anxiety. "I have never seen such a heartless guy, how can he be stopped? Do you know who he is? You actually asked him to perform a show. Do you think he is a singer or dancer?" The head teacher Wang Yuan was extremely anxious. "I wish I could use a needle to sew Shin Junwa's stinky mouth shut." Ha 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 ha. Boy, that is funny. Then I, an old man, will show you one. Not only was young Kongshan not angry, he even laughed out loud in admiration. As soon as the words fell, young Kongshan drew his hand casually, and large holes were cut into the sky above the secret realm. The sky cracked. Then, he reached in from mid-air. After a few breaths, a terrifying roar came from the crack in the void. Just sound. It made everyone present tremble with fear. Even the teachers of Tsongyan Middle School with the third-level cultivation level and the Genie Bureau law enforcers could not bear it. "Little guy, be good." Yang Kongshan smiled slightly and lightly retracted his 5 fingers. Next second, a dragon covered with golden scales and about 10 feet long emerged from the crack in the void. Unparalleled power. A violent and evil spirit. Teachers and students below the third level were forced to prostrate themselves on the ground. The admissions instructors of the 5 universities were all terribly suppressed and couldn't help but exclaim, "6th level, the Emperor-level exotic beast king golden scale dragon." Shin Junwo was also dumbfounded. This old man is so coquettish. Let him perform. He actually broke through the air and captured a 6th order, Emperor-level exotic beast king golden scale dragon to show off? Boy, how's it going? Yang Kongshan waved his hands proudly. The pressure emanating from the golden scaled dragon disappeared completely. Strong, so strong. Shin Junwo swallowed his saliva, stood up, and gave a thumbs up. "Old man, you have something to offer. Then you will be my master from now on." "Ha, this kid is teachable." Yang Kongshan smiled with joy, and with a snap of his fingers, he wiped out the intelligence of the golden scaled dragon, killing it on the spot. Shin Junwo felt heartbroken. If I kill him, what level of entry will be revealed? Old man, you are wasting resources. Yang Kongshan didn't know what Shin Junwo was thinking. He waved his hand and cut the golden scale dragon's body into several pieces. He sealed the blood and put it into Lin Junwo's space ring. This dragon's bloodline is extraordinary. You should take a small bowl of dragon's blood every day to help you refine your body. By the time the War University opens, your martial arts skills will have reached the 3rd rank military general level. Come on. Shin Junwo sighed secretly. The old man's eyes were indeed sharp, and he could actually see that Shin Junwo had the blood of a dragon. No wonder they took the trouble to capture and kill a level 6 dragon and send it to him. This is a huge profit. But Shin Junwo wanted the old man's treasure more, so he pretended to be dissatisfied and stretched out his hand. "Old man, where is the gift for becoming a disciple?" "Not too much. A dozen or so legendary or mythical treasures will be enough." "What?" Yang Kongshan almost fell down, glared at him angrily. "Do you think legendary and mythical levels are cabbages? If I had these things, I would have sold them and bought some wine. Get out of here." Shin Junwo rolled his eyes. "I don't believe you at all, you old man, you were so bad." In order to trick the baby out, Shin Junwo also took the risk and took out the only 1,000 yuan he had on him. "Want a drink? It's easy. Here you go." When handing over money, Shin Junwo came a little closer, grinning mysteriously and said, "Old man, let me introduce you to a good place. The lady at number 188 at the Tsangshuan Foot Bath Club is very exciting. She can also drink with you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Look at how filial I am, I have even given you the gift of apprenticeship, is it right, old man?" Without waiting for Shin Junwo to finish, Lin Shuang's brain almost crashed again. She suddenly jumped onto Shin Junwo's back and covered his foul mouth with her hands. "Who is Yang Kongshan?" "He is the highly respected guardian god of the Dragon Kingdom, a senior master respected by countless people. How dare you encourage him to go to the foot massage parlor to find a girl? Are you crazy?" However, Yang Kongshan's eyes flickered, and he patted Shin Junwo's shoulder heavily. "Good boy, you are so filial, and you really understand your master, huh? I, old man, will go and experience it now, huh?" The laughter still resonated. Yang Kongshan's body disappeared out of thin air. Shin Junwo was so angry that he threw Lin Shuang down. Lin Shuang was caught off guard and quickly hugged Shin Junwo's neck tightly. Result: not only did he fail to shake her off, he also threw her in front of him and hung her there, with his hands wrapped around a soft, perky body. Wow! Wang Ling, who loved to watch the fun, jumped up excitedly. It's still squad leader Lin who knows how to have fun. I really didn't notice. Not only did she let Shin Junwo hug her, but he also hugged her. But little bitch, you know how to do this, why don't you teach me? Humph! Wang Ling exclaimed. Everyone's attention shifted from the horror of the golden-scaled dragon to Shin Junwo and Lin Shuang. Chapter 9, The Soul of a Soldier. It's embarrassing again. I poked somewhere I shouldn't have poked in the secret realm. Now, in public, he hugged someone where he shouldn't have hugged. What the hell is going on? Shin Junwo quickly let go and opened his arms to explain, I saw it all, it's none of my business. Yes, you jumped on me and hung yourself around my neck. I didn't do anything. That's true. It seemed as if no one wanted her, Lin Shuang, and she couldn't get married. Would Lin Shuang be happy? You, Shin Junwo, are outstanding and noble, and you don't even bother to have anything to do with me, but I still have to have something to do with you. You've been dumped anyway. I have always been single. Thinking of this, Lin Shuang's eyes turned and she fainted on the spot, leaning against Shin Junwo. Hey! Shin Junwo's cultivation in his previous life reached the limit of human beings. Even though his cultivation is shallow now, he can still distinguish between true coma and false coma. I just bumped into you twice, is it really necessary to blame me? You, Lin Shuang, are the goddess of Sangyun Middle School. You are talented and beautiful, self-disciplined, strong and cold beauty. How could she fall into a man's arms? Is this what you should do? Where is the pride of the cold beauty? Oh no, it's broken. Squad leader Lin has exhausted himself in killing the strange beasts and is completely exhausted. Wang Ling's eyes flickered, and he shouted loudly, Master Shin, what are you still standing there for? Send squad leader Lin to the hospital immediately. I'm giving you a big-headed ghost. Shin Junwo blared at him unhappily. Before he could say anything, the naive head teacher Wang Yuan also joined in the commotion. Student Shin Junwo, hurry up and pick up student Lin Shuang, she's going to fall. Hurry, send him to the hospital for a full body checkup. She is the only epic genius in our school besides you. She is the pride of our school and Sangyun City. While speaking, the father and daughter took action directly, pulling Shin Junwo's arm to hug Lin Shuang. Shin Junwo, elegant and handsome. Lin Shuang is beautiful and generous, and she is also very talented. They are a perfect match. Lin Shuang is a much more suitable match for Shin Junwo than that pretentious and spoiled woman Lu Feifei. By doing this, they are also making contributions to the country. Resurrection of spiritual energy. The wilderness becomes a forbidden area. Human beings are dying every moment, the living space is constantly shrinking, and there is an extreme shortage of talented young people. Therefore, the country changed the marriage law and vigorously supported childbirth. As long as you are over 18 years old, you can get married. Dating in junior high school is no longer puppy love, but a contribution. Shin Junwo really wanted to thank him. It's shit if it's not. He rolled his eyes at the kind-hearted father and daughter, then reluctantly picked up Lin Shuang and walked towards the ambulance outside the field. I really hugged her. Lin Shuang's heart thumped. But she immediately felt a sense of extreme security, which completely overwhelmed her nervousness, anxiety, and shyness. What's even more surprising is, it was her first time to have such close contact with a man. Not only did she not feel any resistance, she also felt a bit of anticipation. After the ambulance started, Shin Junwo then spoke, stop pretending. Lin Shuang was startled and stood up in panic. How to face it if I wake up at this time? After all, she has no experience. I can only continue to pretend to be unconscious. Shin Junwo didn't have time to make trouble with her. He turned his eyes and slowly leaned down. You still want to pretend, right? Feel Shin Junwo's breath gradually approaching. Lin Shuang clenched her fists tightly, muttering to herself, what should I do? What should I do? He's going to kiss me, what should I do? Should I let him kiss me? Oh no. I'm so nervous, it's my first kiss. If I let him get it like this, will he think that I am not reserved and not a good woman? So embarrassing. Humph. Mommy is right, all men are pigs. When he is around people, he pretends to be very upright, but the next moment he treats them like this. He is so mean. Ah! Itch. Just as Lin Xuang was shyly fantasizing, her armpit was suddenly poked by 2 fingers, making her scream in pain. My body jumped up reflexively. Her cheeks turned red instantly, she felt embarrassed and didn't dare to look at Xin Junwu. What are you thinking about? Lin Xuang, you are the daughter of the Lin family in Beijing, what are you thinking about? Xin Junwu didn't know that she was blushing because she was being sentimental. Since it's embarrassing. Xin Junwu didn't stay and just opened the car door and jumped out. Lin Xuang was stunned for a moment. The feeling of being disliked comes back to me again. She was so angry that she cursed for the first time, Xin Junwu, you bastard. You don't understand romance, you don't understand women, you deserve to be dumped. Lin Xuang was so angry. She was almost mentally prepared, but Xin Junwu just wanted to poke her armpit? Is she that bad? Even lying down can't make Xin Junwu fall in love? The more Lin Xuang thought about it, the angrier she became, the more unwilling she became, and the more she wanted to compete with Xin Junwu. His gaze suddenly changed. The carriage was empty. Lin Xuang slightly unzipped her leather jacket, then immediately reached in with one hand and pulled out a long strip of cloth. The ordinary soldier's black leather jacket immediately swelled up. Then she jumped out of the ambulance. Yunyuan's secret realm is located on the edge of Sangyun City. After jumping out of the car, Xin Junwu did not return to the city, but ran towards the wilderness outside the city. A month later, War University opens. The people they face are no longer first-level warriors or newly awakened psychics, but elites and geniuses from all over the country. To be hunted. It is not even a second-level strange beast in the Yunyuan secret realm. Xin Junwu had superb martial arts experience from his previous life, and he also unlocked his psychic powers with the help of the God-level entry system, but it was still far from enough. He must become stronger and have more means to compete with the geniuses of the Battlefield University and remain invincible forever. Stop. The gates outside the city were sealed and locked, and the soldiers stationed there saluted solemnly, then said solemnly, "You kid, don't you know that the wilderness is a restricted area for humans? Go home quickly, don't hang around outside the city, strange beasts may appear here at any time." Xin Junwu was a soldier in his previous life and respected soldiers the most. He immediately returned a standard military salute and then said with a smile, "Brothers, I am a student of Songyun Middle School, and the martial arts college entrance examination has ended. I want to go out of town and hunt exotic beasts to prepare for the martial arts university exam." Xiao Lai, the square-faced, righteous old squad leader, was stunned for a moment before giving a stern warning. "Little kid, you've learned the military salute very well, and it's very standard, but you can't go into the wilderness. Now that you've awakened your special abilities and have the opportunity to go to university for further studies, you should cherish it even more. Go back." Xin Junwu heard the envy in his tone. This is what a soldier is. No superpowers. I will defend my country with my flesh and blood until my death. Squad leader, something bad has happened. There was a second-level wild boar king leading a large number of strange beasts, hundreds of them. At this moment, the observer in the lookout tower discovered the enemy situation and reported it immediately. Notify battalion headquarters and sound the alarm. All squads enter battle order. After giving the order, the old squad leader Xiao Lai patted Xin Junwu's shoulder heavily and said, "Little kid, fighting is not your responsibility yet, go back quickly. When you succeed in your studies and become a truly powerful person, we old brothers will celebrate for you in heaven. Go." Listen to these words. Xin Junwu's nose felt sore. They are always ready to sacrifice themselves for the country. Based on past life memories. After the martial arts college entrance examination, Sangyun City was hit by a wave of rare beasts, and the battalion responsible for guarding the area was almost wiped out. It seems that this wave of wild boar monsters is just the appetizer. Why aren't you leaving yet? Xiao Lai strode forward and suddenly turned back, leave behind useful bodies. We, the soldiers, haven't been killed yet, it's not your turn yet. Chapter 10, Fighting the Wild Boar Monster. Squad leader, you are wrong. Xin Junwu strode forward. Now that he is here, there is no reason to retreat. I was wrong? Xiao Lai was stunned for a moment, and almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he gave a serious warning. The wild boar monsters will be here soon, they are not weaklings in the martial arts college entrance examination secret realm. I know. Xin Junwu responded seriously, protecting the Dragon Kingdom is not just a soldier's duty. Soldiers are human beings too. Soldiers are also parents, wives, children, and relatives. Soldiers should not die in vain. Soldiers also have the right to live. Shin Junwo's words were sonorous and powerful. The soldiers in Xiao Lai's class were deeply touched. If you can live, who doesn't want to live? Who doesn't want a wife and children and a warm bed? But their mission is to hold this first line of defense and not let any strange beast pass through. While he's distracted, Shin Junwo took a step forward from Xiao Lai's side, stretched out his hand to Xiao Lai's shoulder, and the sniper rifle slung over his body fell into Shin Junwo's hand. He jumped onto the position in one step and aimed his gun. Boy, you! Xiao Lai came to his senses and immediately tried to grab the sniper rifle. Just as he was about to touch Shin Junwo gently pulled the trigger. A muffled sound. Bullets flew through the air at high speed. 1,000 meters away, an elite wild boar that was running wildly let out a painful roar, fell on its front hooves, and rolled over. I got it! I got it! One shot hit the pig's brain. What an accurate shot! The other sniper on the position was stunned and shouted excitedly. Xiao Lai also saw it. The hand that wanted to grab the sniper rifle retracted involuntarily, and his head was buzzing. Is this a high school student? His shooting skills are more accurate than his, like a sharpshooter who has practiced for decades. The alien beast's attack speed is extremely fast. Thick leather armor. Tenacious vitality. It is difficult to kill with one shot with ordinary weapons, so Shin Junwo seized the opportunity at a long distance and kept shooting. Kill an elite wild boar with one shot. 100% hit rate. Only then did Xiao Lai believe that Shin Junwo was not a reckless, arrogant, and ignorant high school student, and he temporarily allowed him to join the battle. What's even stranger is, Xiao Lai felt very safe with this little guy around. It seems like there is a general who has fought many battles and has the military spirit to lead the soldiers to turn the tide of the battle. The distance keeps shortening. The soldiers in each position are already in position to kill. Under the bombardment of modern weapons, although this group of wild boar monsters suffered devastating blows, the surviving wild boar monsters continued to charge forward fearlessly. What's even more terrifying is, this wave of wild boar monsters successfully attracted firepower, and more and larger numbers of wild boar monsters rushed forward from the rear. Where are the death squad? Seeing that the battle situation was not good, Xiao Lai shouted, stood up, and suddenly drew the standard straight knife from his waist. Exist! 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 Dozens of warriors drew their swords and faced the wild boar monster's charge. This is what a soldier is. This is how soldiers fight. After the weapons of mass destruction, what follows is a head-on confrontation between the military suicide squad and the alien beasts. Those strange beasts approaching the position. Only the most ancient way can be used to kill. It is almost impossible for soldiers who take this step to survive. Good, very good. Xiao Lai smiled with relief and suddenly turned around. You guys, pull this kid down. Squad leader. I, Shin Junwo, am not a flower in the classroom. When it comes to killing monsters, you may not be as good as me. Shin Junwo grinned, suddenly jumped into the air, did a 365-degree flip in the air, and landed steadily. The rare long sword in the space ring was immediately grasped in his hand. A second-level wild boar immediately pounced on Shin Junwo. You beast! How dare you touch him? Xiao Lai was both angry and frightened, and with cold sweat pouring down his face, he threw the knife in his hand to save him. This is the future of the country. The hope of the people. Guardians of the future. How could something happen in front of him? However, Xiao Lai had no idea what kind of person Shin Junwo was, let alone his strength. The moment he threw the knife, Shin Junwo also took action. Shin Junwo was seen strolling leisurely, his eyes looking straight ahead, as if he didn't notice the second-level wild boar that pounced in front of him. The soldiers in the trenches broke out in a cold sweat. Shin Junwo suddenly turned around and slashed to the side with his long sword. With a puff, blood spurted out and a pig's head rolled to the ground. Next second, Shin Junwo took a sudden step forward, and his figure instantly appeared under a second-level wild boar that jumped high. He held the long sword high in his hand. The second-level wild boar was gutted with a single knife and died instantly. 2 second-level wild boars were killed by Shin Junwo almost in an instant, and the result was horrifying. Fuck you. Who is this kid? What kind of steps did you use just now? It's so strange. Is it Lingbo Weibo? Xiao Lai swallowed his saliva and asked, is there such an ancient martial art as Lingbo Weibo in the world? Squad leader, I don't know if he has Lingbo Weibo, but I know he is very strong, very strong. A soldier from the death squad said admiringly, look at him, his steps are strange, and his swordsmanship is like divine intervention. It's truly amazing. Every time he struck out with his sword, there was no unnecessary movement, and he was able to kill with one strike, going straight to the vital point of the second-level wild boar. Another Suicide Squad soldier exclaimed in admiration, he's not bragging. When it comes to killing monsters, the squad leader is not as good as him, and we are even worse than him. Damn it! How can we, the veterans, let a little kid outsmart us? Fight me and kill me. Xiao Lai's worries were unnecessary. At a command, he led his team to follow Shin Junwo's footsteps and attack. Kill one monster with one sword. One strange thing, one entry. Shin Junwo frowned, what the hell was this? These second-level wild boars not only drop ordinary items, but also some weird ones. Eat and be lazy normal. Belly as big as an ox common. Feral blast normal. It's a pig indeed. It can be seen that the attributes and skills of the items dropped by killing monsters are closely related to race and bloodline. There is another thing that makes Shin Junwo depressed. He used a sniper rifle to kill monsters, but no attributes were dropped. One was a ranged attacker, the other a close combat one, both were killed by hand, so how could there be a difference? Ordinary wild boars have no good entries. Shin Junwo quickened his pace, going deeper and deeper, locking his mental power on the second-level Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King is the soul and commander of an army of exotic beasts. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. When capturing a thief, capture the leader first. This is an eternal truth. With the beast tide approaching, we should kill this second-level Wild Boar King first so that the soldiers guarding this line of defense can conserve their energy. Perhaps, a few more people can survive. This kid is really messing around. Xiao Lai saw what Shin Junwo was thinking and shouted anxiously, Xiao Wu, Xiao Gang, all of you follow me. Xiao Lai was very worried. What if such a young genius gets into danger? However, his cultivation level was not high. He had been in the army for more than 10 years but had not been able to break through to the third level. He was unable to keep up with Shin Junwo in the face of the obstruction of a large number of second-level wild boars. Second level of martial arts. Second level of supernatural power. Combined with his martial arts experience from his previous life, Shin Junwo is confident that he is invincible among those of the same level. The second-level elite wild boars were killed one after another, and the items that dropped were finally much better looking. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing a second-level elite wild boar with pure blood and extraordinary talent, and obtaining a usable entry. Dragon Elephant Strength Epic. Shin Junwo was stunned. It is recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas that Zhu Zizhen, the pig demon among the 7 monsters of Meishan, possessed enormous brute force that was enough to rival the 10 elephants and 10 dragons. Could the elite wild boar just killed be the descendant of Zhu Zizhen? System, add. Shin Junwo immediately added the entry. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully adding the entry, Dragon Elephant Strength Epic. This entry can be used together with Ironback Strength Rare. The fusion was successful. Start with skills. Shin Junwo used it immediately, holding the long sword tightly with both hands. The left arm is as strong as an iron arm, the right arm is as strong as a dragon and an elephant. The feeling of power that increased several times made Shin Junwo laugh wildly. He jumped up with a knife in both hands and slashed at an elite wild boar in front of him. The blade shines. The force is powerful and heavy. The elite wild boar was unable to dodge and was slashed on the back by Shin Junwo's sword, and the pig's body was instantly broken into 2 pieces. Chapter 11 New Skills. Okay. Well done, well done. The sniper in charge of the killing couldn't help but cheer when he saw Shin Junwo's amazing knife move. Xiao Lai and the others were also quite shocked. Despite being so young, he's already strong enough to lift a tripod. As long as he doesn't die young, even if he doesn't develop supernatural powers, he can become an overlord with his martial arts talent. Squad leader, give me the knife. Shin Junwo felt the power brought by the skill entries and his confidence soared. Brother, go on. A Suicide Squad soldier who was wielding 2 swords threw his other sword towards Shin Junwo. Just when Shin Junwo was about to answer, an elite wild boar seemed to sense the threat from Shin Junwo and suddenly jumped up, knocking the straight knife away. You beast, you're quite clever. Shin Junwo smiled calmly. It's a pity that your grandpa Shin has plenty of tricks. A thought came to my mind. Psychic powers unfold. The straight knife that was knocked away automatically turned around and flew into Shin Junwo's left hand. Flying in the air, controlling objects, spiritual power. Xiao Lai was an experienced veteran with a wide range of knowledge. He recognized Shin Junwo's methods at a glance. That's right. This is one of the ways to use psychic powers. Although Shin Junwo was unable to use his psychic powers to control weapons against the enemy, he was still able to fly in mid-air and control the battlefield. Two swords in hand. Chopping left and right, the combat effectiveness increased dramatically. The distance to the Wild Boar King is getting closer and closer. The Wild Boar King had already discovered Shin Junwo and felt the threat of death. He kept scratching the ground with his claws, ready to give Shin Junwo a fatal blow at any time. The distance was shortened by another 20 meters. The 10 elite wild boars seemed to have received an order and suddenly pounced on Shin Junwo and attacked him with bites. At the same time, the Wild Boar King suddenly exerted force with his front paws, and his huge body weighing over 500 pounds moved suddenly, and the earth made a muffled sound because of his power. I've been waiting for you, you bastard. What kind of person is Shin Junwo? He was once the ultimate warrior of mankind. How many people could compare with him in terms of control over the battlefield, perception of danger, and grasp of opportunities? Mental attack. With a loud shout, he used his supernatural power mental attack and simultaneously locked onto the 10 elite wild boars that were leading the way. Once this move is made, the battlefield fell into a brief calm, and time seemed to be frozen. Shin Junwo seized the opportunity and attacked repeatedly with both swords. Affected by the mental attack, 10 elite wild boars were killed instantly, and Shin Junwo's fighting spirit instantly collided with the Wild Boar King. The plan failed. The Wild Boar King didn't stop either. A ferocious aura burst out, and the long fangs emerging from the corners of his mouth emitted waves of light. Roar! The next second, the Wild Boar King suddenly jumped up, opened his bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. Breathtaking. It is the innate skill of the Beast King, a sonic attack, similar to the Lizard King's mental attack. Xiao Lai and the others, who were far away, felt as if their eardrums were punctured. Their minds were also affected by the sonic attack, and their reactions became slow. Shin Junwo, who was at the center of the sonic attack, felt even worse. But who is Shin Junwo? This iron-blooded soldier, who fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses, has faced countless kinds of strange beasts in his life and has a very detailed understanding of the beast's innate skills. I've been on guard against it for a long time. Not only do we guard against it, but we also prepare a big gift package for it before its death. The toes that had already been inserted into the ground immediately stirred up a large amount of mud, and the splashing mud completely blocked the Wild Boar King's vision. This is the opportunity. Shin Junwo rushed forward with a knife. The moment he met the Wild Boar King, Shin Junwo suddenly bent his knees and slid backward. The Wild Boar King, with his vision obstructed, lost his combat target. Shin Junwo appeared below the Wild Boar King and stabbed his two knives into its throat. The blade turns. The scene of slaughtering pigs and eating meat during the Chinese New Year is presented perfectly. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the second-level Wild Boar King and obtaining the entry. Ironhoof Claw Rare. Roar of the Dragon Elephant Rare. Red Eyes Night Eyes Epic. Shin Junwo was overjoyed, as it was recorded in the chapter on monsters and beasts and the strange tales of gods and demons that the red-eyed pig monster had unusually hard black hair, red eyes, and the ability to see at night. Red Eyes and Night Eyes are the Wild Boar King's strongest innate skills. Unfortunately, it was not night yet, and its innate skills could not be used, and its vision was still blocked by the mud. Visible. Night vision ability can only see through the darkness, not through real objects. System, add. Shin Junwo couldn't wait to add the entry. Bite. Detect the host's entry. Red Eyes Night Eyes Epic can be integrated with psychic abilities. Completing this will grant the psychic skill Psychic Detection. It can see at night and can break through real objects. The host successfully added a new entry, Iron Hoof Claw Rare, and both feet gain Iron Hoof Great Strength. The host successfully added a new entry, Dragon Elephant Roar Rare, which can emit sonic attacks to stun enemies. Really? The king of strange beasts is my true love, screw that woman. Women will only corrode my will and affect the speed at which I draw my sword. The fusion was successful. Shin Junwo slashed and picked with his long sword, and a spirit bead slightly larger than his thumb was picked out. A person with superpowers. Like Lin Shuang, only those who awaken an epic or higher talent can possess a skill. If you want to acquire new skills, you can only absorb the power of the spirit beads to activate them. The conditions for success are still very harsh. Moreover, each time you upgrade a level, you can only activate one skill. Unlike Xinjunwa's god-level entries, they can be added infinitely. Of course. For Xinjunwa, the spirit pearl has only one use: to sell it for money. Many adventurers from the public spontaneously formed mercenary teams to hunt in the wilderness, just to hunt spirit pearls and sell them for money. Have money. Beauty, power, and influence are all within your reach with just a snap of your fingers. Looking back, the wild boar monster had already started to flee in all directions, but the soldier lying in a pool of blood still moved Xinjunwu. It's ironic. The wealthy people in the city drink fine wine from luminescent cups in their high-walled courtyards, and have fun every night with beautiful women by their side. And outside the city, soldiers kept falling in pools of blood, and no one knew their names. With the help of Xinjunwu, just one wave of attack from thousands of wild boar monsters resulted in the death of more than a dozen battle-hardened soldiers. How cruel was that? Looking at the bodies of comrades, no one wanted to celebrate victory. Send, the hero returns triumphantly. Xinjunwu suppressed his inner emotions and walked forward to pick up a corpse. Send, the hero returns triumphantly. Send the hero back in triumph. Send the hero back in triumph. Influenced by Xinjunwu, Xiao Lai and others also followed suit and picked up the bodies of their comrades. With heavy steps, he sent them back to the checkpoint. The soldiers at the checkpoint looked at their comrades who were full of energy just a second ago, and their smiles disappeared the next second, with tears flowing uncontrollably. They are used to seeing death, and their hearts cannot become numb. The eyeballs cannot dry up. Seeing Xinjunwu today, the soldiers of this battalion finally found some comfort. In that prosperous city full of decadence and extravagance, there was at least one person who remembered them. Know that they are fighting and bleeding and sacrificing. Xiao Lai, who had a will of steel, was also saddened by Xinjunwu. After wiping away his tears, he patted Xinjunwu's shoulder heavily and said, "Brother Xin, I remember you said your name is Xinjunwu. Thank you for your help today, thank you for sending our comrades off with honor, and thank you for letting us know that there are still people who remember us. But this is not the place for you to stay, go back." "Yes, of course." Xinjunwu adjusted his mood and agreed seriously. "Well, we're waiting for you to become the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom." Xiao Lai smiled with relief and shouted loudly, "Brothers, salute to the future heroes." With a snap, the steel warriors stood at attention and saluted instantly. Hope also appeared in his eyes. With the birth of such a genius, the soldiers who take over in the future may not suffer such heavy casualties. Xinjunwu laughed awkwardly. The salute seemed a bit heavy, but he still returned the salute solemnly. The ceremony is complete. It's time for Xinjunwu to leave. He turned around and jumped out of the trench, rushing into the wilderness at high speed. "Xinjunwu, you bastard." Xiao Lai was stunned for a moment, then broke down and started cursing. After such a solemn farewell, the little bastard still wants to leave the city? Damn it, even the best actor can't act like you. Co-author. I've been talking for a long time, but it's all just talking to a cow. Old Xiao, live well. Xinjunwu waved as he ran. Although it was just a chance battle, Xinjunwu was deeply attracted by their spirit. Go out of town to hunt. This was Xinjunwu's purpose. The beast tide is approaching. If we can snipe and kill some of the beast kings, we may be able to reduce the scale of the beast tide and save a few lives. This is the only thing Xinjunwu can do for them at the moment. Chapter 12: Decapitation Operation. The former suburbs are now a wilderness. Xinjunwu ran along the hidden path covered with moss, weeds, and bushes. The blood and qi in the body began to churn, providing him with endless power. Like a perpetual motion machine, this is a warrior. The growth rate is not as fast as that of the mutants. But vigorous qi and blood, a solid body, and long-lasting physical strength are the source of fighting power. The ancient martial arts realm is divided into 9 levels: warrior, martial master, military general, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial master, martial saint, and martial god. Initially cultivate qi and blood. Having strong qi and blood and not being afraid of ghosts and monsters is the entry point. After tempering the martial arts energy, one officially steps into the martial arts world and becomes a first-level warrior. Second-level martial artist. Once you reach this level, you can transform your chi into force and let it flow through the meridians throughout your body. To sustain the warriors. If we use game data to describe it, the power of ancient martial arts in this era is the blue buff. The stronger the ancient martial arts power, the higher the endurance. After a great battle, continue to rush. Shin Junwo's mana was too much and he was gradually feeling tired. The second level martial artist level was still too weak, so he had to stop and take some medicine. Fortunately, he became Yang Kongshuan's apprentice and got a 6th level exotic beast king, the golden scaled dragon. Its blood can not only build the body and increase the speed of cultivation, but also restore the internal strength of martial arts. He took out a piece of dragon meat and drank it non-stop. 6th level essence and blood. All the power. Shin Junwo felt very bloated after just a few gulps. Sit cross-legged. The Wuji Tiangang technique acquired in the previous life immediately started to work, absorbing the 6th level essence and blood in the body. This technique is the most advanced one Shin Junwo obtained in his previous life. It is a true legendary technique. Talent, magic weapon, and skills. The tier divisions are the same as those of the god level entries. There are 6 levels: common, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Rumor. Only by acquiring the mythical skills can one have the opportunity to break the limits of human beings and advance to a higher level. As far as Shin Junwo knows, there are no more than 5 volumes of true mythical martial arts, and they are incomplete. Therefore, the focus of human development has shifted to superpowers, hoping that those with superpowers can break the limits of human beings and destroy the endless monsters that threaten humanity in one fell swoop. More than an hour later. As the sky gradually darkened, Shin Junwo's condition fully recovered, and the increase in his martial arts' internal strength completely exceeded his expectations. After drinking it a few times, you can reach the 3rd level of military general. Recalling past life memories. The new skill Spirit Detection is activated immediately. With Shin Junwo as the core, all movements within a 30-meter radius were recorded in his mind, just like a detection radar. Not even a small ant in the soil could escape his surveillance. This ability was not possessed in the previous life. Awesome! Red Leopard King. Blood Moon Wolf King. Red Gold Bear King. You beasts, just wait for death. Shin Junwo avoided the route and immediately set out on his hunting journey. These 3 exotic beast kings are extremely powerful 3rd-level beast kings in the wilderness outside Sunyun City. Several 4th-level mercenary teams have gone to hunt them, but all have returned empty-handed. Spirit Detection can help you avoid danger and move silently. Shin Junwo was confident that he could use his 2nd-level skills to behead the 3rd-level alien beast king and reduce the scale of the beast tide. Half an hour later, Shin Junwo went deep into the wilderness. Entered the territory of the first 2nd-level beast king blood mastiff. Sneak. 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 Shin Junwo smiled. Mental detection is so damn useful. He perfectly avoided those elite blood mastiffs responsible for guarding the beast king. It is an essential skill for killing and robbing. The 2nd-level blood mastiff king, which was mutated from a Tibetan mastiff, was completely unaware of the danger that was approaching and fell asleep with its big tongue hanging out. Mental attack clears the way. The knife fell with a loud swoop. A huge dog head rolled to the side. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing the 2nd-level Blood King and obtaining a new entry. Bloodlust Rare. Hunting Talent Rare. Dark Cloud Cover Epic. Shin Junwo rolled his eyes at the entry screen. What a piece of crap. Are the dark clouds coming? Was he too unlucky to be beheaded by Shin Junwo? Damn dog system. Isn't it my strength that I rely on? Bite. The host is detected to be slandering this system. I am issuing a warning once. This system does have personality. Shin Junwo was so frightened that he almost made a sound. This ghost system is so humane? Bite. The host is slandering again. Shin Junwo quickly admitted his mistake. System dad, godfather, my son was wrong. The system then gave up. Shin Junwo took the spirit pearl and continued to sneak. With experience, the speed has increased a lot, and 1 2nd-level Beast King Spirit Pearl can be produced in half an hour. A total of 7 2nd-level spirit beads were obtained. Including the 2 spirit beads he obtained in the secret realm on the battlefield at the checkpoint, he now has 9 spirit beads on him. Shin Junwoo, who was so poor that he had no money, finally felt the confidence of having wealth and wanted to go back to the Tsangxian Foot Bath Club immediately to tell someone. Give me an extra hour. Add until dawn. After being dumped by Lu Feifei, Shin Junwoo spent the darkest moment of his life at the Tsangxian Foot Bath Club. I am very familiar with the young lady inside. Next, it was the turn of the third-level Beast King. Yeah. What is going on? Shin Junwoo had just sneaked into the territory of the third-level Red Leopard King for a short distance when he was unable to move forward. These third-level Red Leopards seemed very violent. This situation. Either something has happened to the Beast King, or he has sensed a more terrifying presence and his safety is threatened. No whining. Obviously, the problem is not with the Beast King. Something is wrong. Don't act rashly, retreat. Shin Junwoo was confident, but not stupid. He was confident that he could assassinate the third-level Beast King, but he was not sure that he could escape unscathed from the siege of the third-level Beast Group. After finding a secluded place, Shin Junwoo absorbed the blood essence of the golden-scaled dragon for the fourth time to recover. A few times down. Shin Junwoo was very close to the third-rank military general level, and he only needs to spend some time meditating to break through. When you are almost recovered. The territory of the third-level Red Leopard tribe was shaken, and a large number of red leopards began to move away from the territory. Actually gave up the territory voluntarily? This is serious. Suddenly, a terrifying tornado swept in, illuminating the darkness with its light, heading straight for the territory of the Red Leopard clan. Wherever the tornado passed, all the grass and trees died, and all life was swept away by it. There was also an overwhelming pressure hovering within it. Although it is only at the 4th level, its power is no weaker than that of a 5th-level Beast King, and it is enough to sweep across this area. Stormwing Python. It turned out to be an extremely rare dual-attribute beast? This beast was born with wings, possessed a wind attribute talent, and also had an extremely terrifying devouring talent. How could such a ferocious beast with a bloodline surpassing that of other beasts appear outside of Tsungyun City? Shin Junwoo recognized him at a glance. The Stormwing Python is murderous by nature and will devour anything it sees, even strange beasts. No wonder these strange beasts ran away. There are 4 types of superpowers: special, natural, healing, and bestiality. Devouring abilities and spatial abilities belong to the special category. In terms of prospects and combat effectiveness, the special class is unmatched. It is extremely difficult to produce one, and any owner is destined to become the king. The entire Dragon Kingdom. There are only 3 people who have spatial abilities. Oh my god, there are people in the field. It's an Earth-related ability, Earth Escape Technique. Fuck you, don't come here. Don't. Shin Junwoo's spiritual detection suddenly discovered something was happening in the land. Look up. The huge, devouring tornado was sweeping towards his hiding place, and Shin Junwoo was so scared that he had to run away. Chapter 13, Unlucky 8 Lifetimes. Special superpowers, a natural-born king. For example, the Stormwing Python is a ferocious beast with dual supernatural powers, not only possessing the ability to devour, but also the natural ability of wind. It is the king among kings. With its 4th-level combat power, ordinary 5th-level monster kings are no match for it. How could Shin Junwoo not escape? If you are hit by its innate skill, 10 lives will not be enough to compensate. However, how could 2 legs outrun a winged, wind-type beast? Shin Junwoo was so angry. Not only did the decapitation operation fail, but his life was also in danger. He immediately cursed, "You groundhog under the ground, change the direction. I'm in my prime, and countless girls are throwing themselves at me, but I haven't even planted a single seed. Please don't kill me. Get out of the way now, don't go in the same direction as me." In the land, a 4th-level mutant who was carrying a person on his back and running for his life heard it. "You're the groundhog. Your whole family is groundhogs." Of course. He also didn't expect that there was a 2nd-level kid hiding on the escape route he planned. This was an accident. He doesn't want to either. But his physical strength has reached its limit, and his supernatural power is almost at its limit. The only way to survive is to choose the shortest route to escape to Tsungyun City. Seeing that he did not change his route, Shin Junwoo understood instantly. He was fleeing towards Tsungyun City. The Stormwing Python's target was not him, but the woman on his back. Your grandmother's legs. I'm so unlucky. Shin Junwoo was furious. He fled to Sangyun City, and Shin Junwoo also wanted to return to Sangyun City, and he had to return along the same route. Because after the Stormwing Python appeared, the groups of third-level alien beasts in deeper areas were alarmed, and they would die even if they changed their routes. Fuck it. Under the crushing of absolute strength, any means are useless. The Stormwing Python was hiding in the tornado, and Shin Junwoo could sense it with his mental power. It was so huge that it could not be fed at all. Think of a way, you bastard. The fourth-level mutant in the land saw that a second-level little guy was faster than a third-level one. When physical strength and supernatural powers are being consumed at a rapid rate, I can only regard this little guy as a savior. It's like trying anything possible to cure an illness with desperation. I miss your dad's legs. What can Shin Junwoo do? This is the Stormwing Python, which is equivalent to the 5th-level alien beast king. It can fly and run. How can we fight it? You bastard boy, you have such a wide range of interests. If you can think of a way, I'll let you play with my legs. My dad's legs are all hairy, shaved, not soft. The 4th-level psychic smiled bitterly, trying to find joy in the midst of adversity. I lost it. Shin Junwoo widened his eyes. This guy is quite interesting. They are all going to die. Can you actually joke? With this kind of mentality, you will become a great person in the future. If I'm not mistaken, the woman behind him has awakened the top bestial ability, the divine beast phoenix. There is true blood of the phoenix in the body. If the Stormwing Python swallowed her, there might be a chance for it to transform into a dragon, so it chased her relentlessly. Think carefully. You can't escape, you have to find a way to save yourself. Haha, got it. Shin Junwoo suddenly had an idea and finally came up with a solution. You beast, dare to eat your Grandpa Shin will let you eat your fill. Escape quickly. Shin Junwoo suddenly turned around, and while fleeing backwards, he took out the golden-scaled dragon meat from the space ring and threw it into the tornado. Woji! The 4th-level supernatural power of sensing the breath almost scared him out of the ground. There is even the meat of a 6th-order golden-scale dragon. What is this guy's identity? There's hope. There's hope. The Stormwing Python is very powerful and can swallow anything. But its essence is 4th level, and it cannot withstand excessive 6th level flesh and blood power. A paragraph. 2 paragraphs. 3 sections. 4 paragraphs. After feeding it with 6 pieces of golden-scaled dragon flesh and blood, Shin Junwoo gritted his teeth and threw the golden-scaled dragon's 6th-level spirit bead into the tornado. Shin Junwoo almost vomited blood after this shot. This decapitation operation was a huge loss, a huge loss. You groundhog, you've killed me. My 6th-ordered golden-scale dragon spirit bead. Ah. You gotta pay me. Otherwise, I'll smash your asshole so hard you won't even have a place to shit. Shin Junwoo felt heartbroken. For the sake of his life, he had no choice but to risk it. The spirit attached to the 6th-level spirit pearl sensed that the spirit pearl was swallowed into the stomach of the Stormwing Python, and immediately shattered the spirit pearl. Boom! 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 The shattered spirit bead and the huge origin scattered in the belly of the Stormwing Python, causing serious injuries to the Stormwing Python, and the tornado suddenly stopped. Is this possible? The 4th-level mutant emerged in surprise. Only then did Shin Junwoo see his appearance clearly. It is short, fat and round, and burrows in the ground like a giant groundhog. But he has a good appearance, a distinctive face, and a natural nobility. When Shin Junwoo saw the woman on his back, his heart skipped a beat. It's her. One of the 5 major military regions, the Longyuan Army Special Forces Team, the captain of the Fire Phoenix, Feng Sanskrit. One of the future top guardians of the Dragon Nation. Silly boy, what are you standing there for? The short and fat 4th-level psychic shouted. This beast was seriously injured by the captain. Kill it. As soon as the words fell, the short and fat man put the unconscious Feng Fanyu down, and an epic spear appeared out of thin air, stabbing at the Stormwing Python. See this gun? Shin Junwoo knew who he was, the young master of the ancient martial arts sect Shunbing Villa, Zhao Tianyu. Member of the Fire Phoenix Squad. Legend has it that he died in a mission. Could it be this time? You like playing with your legs, boy, why don't you help? Zhao Tianyu shot out his spear like a dragon and roared, this beast killed my brother, he must die. Shin Junwoo's neck shrank. Really brave. I give you a thumbs up. How much physical strength and supernatural power do you have left? He actually went to attack the 4th level Beast King. Shouldn't he have taken the opportunity to run away? If you don't sacrifice, who will? Calling you a groundhog is a compliment to you, you're a moron. However, he had already gone up, and Shin Junwo had no choice but to curse angrily, "You groundhog, you fat bastard, thank you. You mustn't die. If you die, who will compensate me for my 6th level spirit bead?" Ha 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 ha. Chao Tianyu laughed heartily, "Kill this beast, and I'll even sleep with you." Shin Junwo didn't waste any words. Seized the opportunity to chop left and right. The Stormwing Python cannot digest the power of the 6th level spirit bead in a short period of time. It is in a situation where it is about to explode and must use all its strength to absorb and refine the excessive power. Unable to counterattack in time. There is indeed a chance to kill. But it is not easy to kill. The python has thick skin and flesh, and has a devouring talent that allows it to swallow the attacks it receives. Shin Junwo's knife doesn't work either. The army's standard straight swords and rare long swords could not break its defense. Then, seeing that Shin Junwo's weapon was not good enough, Chao Tianyu immediately took out a legendary long sword from his space ring and threw it to Shin Junwo. Cloud-breaking sword? Shin Junwo was shocked. It turned out to be the weapon he received as a reward from the army after he rose to prominence through the integration of the divine martial spirit bone due to a fortuitous encounter in his previous life. Accompany him in battles throughout his life. The real source is actually Chao Tianyu? Dragon elephant power. Iron arms and great strength. With the broken cloud sword in hand and his old friend by his side, Shin Junwo is overflowing with confidence. Jump up. Chop directly at the Stormwing Python's head. Chapter 14. Is this how you treat your wife? In terms of weapons, ordinary, excellent and rare levels are all relatively common and are enough to deal with monsters of the same level. But for someone like Shin Junwo, if he wants to deal damage to high-level monsters, he must use high-level weapons. Epic, legendary, and mythical weapons are not only sharper, but also have their own lethality. For example, the cloud-breaking sword. With the help of the inner strength of martial arts, an extremely cold blade energy will burst out from the blade, and the lethality will increase dramatically. A full-strength attack. The Stormwing Python sensed danger and opened its mouth with all its might to spit out a storm. With a loud bang, Shin Junwo was blown backwards by the storm. The power gap was too fucking big. Go! Chao Tianyu was prepared and raised his hand to point. The earth-based supernatural power condensed into a springboard behind Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo spun around in the air. He suddenly stepped on it with both feet, and using the force to jump up, he slashed at the vital point of the Stormwing Python with a knife. Gravity! Chao Tianyu couldn't help but look up to Shin Junwo. High combat awareness. Excellent grasp of the battle situation. No need to communicate, they automatically cooperate perfectly and immediately use the skill Earth Gravity to assist. This move. It has the power to confine and suppress. The Stormwing Python was imprisoned by his move and could not break free. Shin Junwo's sword swiftly hit the Stormwing Python's vital point, tearing its skin and flesh, and it fell to the ground with a loud bang. The Stormwing Python fell down. Chao Tianyu also fell down. One move of Earth Gravity exhausted all his supernatural powers, leaving him without the strength to fight. Good opportunity, go to hell. Shin Junwo succeeded in his move. After landing, he stabbed the Stormwing Python's injured vital point with a knife. This knife. It will definitely be able to completely break through the Stormwing Python's defense and kill it completely. Just then, the severely injured Stormwing Python was completely enraged. He made a decisive move and gave up on devouring the power of the 6th level spirit bead. Wind Tornado. The power to devour everything is unleashed at the same time, transforming into a gigantic devouring vortex. During the attack, Shin Junwo was unable to evacuate in time and could only insert the cloud-breaking sword into the ground to resist the devouring force. Chao Tianyu still miscalculated. Shin Junwo also underestimated it. I didn't expect it to be so decisive. It was willing to kill the enemy even if it meant being blown up. Kid. Chao Tianyu felt extremely regretful when he saw this scene. He's dead, so he's dead. If this funny little guy, the unconscious captain, died because of his mistake, he would die with regret. But he tried his best to save her, but he couldn't move. There was nothing I could do except watch the little guy being sucked away bit by bit. This time, Shin Junwoo was at his wits' end. The life and death 4th level Beast King was not something he could resist. Ice escape, go! At the critical moment, Shin Junwoo suddenly heard an urgent cry. Next second, behind Shin Junwoo, a half-person high ice shield stood on the ground, alleviating the suction for him. Shin Junwoo turned around. It was indeed Lin Shuang. She came here just to deliver food, and she shouted anxiously, "Stupid woman, who told you to leave the city? Go back. You can come, why can't I?" After Lin Shuang jumped out of the car, she found that Shin Junwoo was walking out of the city, so she followed him. Didn't make it to the battle at the checkpoint. But he saw Shin Junwoo sneaking out of the city. She took advantage of the chaos to run across the checkpoint, but she could not keep up with Shin Junwoo and encountered a strange beast. Fortunately, she had upgraded her martial arts and supernatural powers to the 2nd level during the battle, which allowed her to appear in time. Nonsense, nonsense. Do you know what's in front of you? Shin Junwoo was so anxious that he wanted to bite her to death. You can't save me. Get out, get out. Even if we can't save him, we have to save him. You said I was kind-hearted. How could a kind-hearted person stand by and watch someone die without helping? Lin Shuang felt a terrible breath. But she. What you have made up your mind will not change. You fucking. Shin Junwoo was speechless. Before he could finish his words, the ice escape that was blocking him shattered with a crack. Lin Shuang was well prepared. He once again released the ice escape to block behind Shin Junwoo. The Stormwing Python was angry. Suddenly the vortex expands. Lin Shuang was caught off guard and was sucked up into the air. Shin Junwoo was so angry that he cursed. He grabbed the sword with one hand, kicked off the ice escape with one foot, quickly raised his body, and grabbed Lin Shuang's leg. Pull hard continuously. Finally, he pulled Lin Shuang down and held her slender waist tightly with one hand. Lin Shuang was panicked and hugged Shin Junwoo tightly. Shin Junwoo frowned. What the hell? Why is it so crowded? Why does my chest feel so full? However, there was no time to be distracted. Shin Junwoo immediately used the attribute dropped by the Wild Boar King, Iron Hoof and Giant Claw Rare. 1 foot dug deeply into the ground. Next second, Lin Shuang's ice escape was indeed shattered again. The tip of the knife is stuck in the ground. The soles of your feet are planted in the ground. But it still couldn't resist the suction of the Stormwing Python. Shin Junwoo could already see the Stormwing Python waiting in the vortex with its bloody mouth wide open. You stupid woman, so stupid. I told you to get out, but you insisted on coming. You deserve to die. Shin Junwoo sighed, looked at Lin Shuang and said, when I die, I will be buried with you, this ice rose. It can be said that I will die under the peony flowers, and even as a ghost I will be romantic. You are such a fool, you don't even know what a kiss feels like. Listen to these words. Lin Shuang didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It sounds like praising her. But it also seemed like he was insulting her. You little bastard, you can't die. At this time, a strong wind was howling from the direction of Sangyun City. After a few breaths, several wind blades of nearly 5th order slashed out from the fierce wind, breaking into the vortex and knocking the exhausted Stormwing Python to tumble over and over. The vortex that was created at the cost of one's life was completely broken. The strong wind stopped. A middle-aged man wearing long boots and an ancient-style flying fish suit stood in front of Shin Junwoo and Lin Shuang with a smile on his face. Sangyun City, director of the Genie Bureau, Gu Changfeng. Shin Junwoo recognized him at a glance. A wind-type mutant who was almost at the 5th level. You kid! And you! Gu Changfeng glared at the two of them unhappily, then looked at Chao Tianyu and Feng Fanyu who were lying on the side, and finally he couldn't bear to blame them. His eyes flashed. The wind blade condensed in his hand. Wait! Shin Junwoo was shocked and quickly jumped in front of the Stormwing Python. What do you mean, kid? Gu Changfeng was stunned for a moment. Don't mess around, I want to get rid of this beast. This beast is extremely terrifying. He had a huge amount of power that went out of control, so I hit him hard. Even if he recovered, I would still be no match for him. It's my wife, you can't kill it. Shin Junwoo missed it once and he couldn't miss it a second time. In a panic, a well-pent-up excuse popped up in his mind. What? What? Gu Changfeng and Lin Shuang both opened their mouths wide. Chao Tianyu, who was standing by, was so frightened that he'd bit a mouthful of mud. The 4th level Beast King is your wife? Why don't you say it is your ancestor? What kind of plane? Seeing Gu Changfeng was stunned. Shen Junwo suddenly turned around and took a step forward, stabbing the cloud-breaking knife in his hand directly into the vital point of the storm wing python, and repeatedly turning the handle of the knife. It took a while. The 4th level ferocious Beast King lost his breath. Gu Changfeng? Chao Tianyu? Lin Xuan? Is this how you treat your wife? Stab so hard? Chapter 15, Continuous Abilities. The gazes of the 3 people. It seems like everyone is saying, is this how you treat your wife? Anyone who wants to be your wife will be unlucky for the rest of his life. Shen Junwo shrugged. He wiped the blood off the tip of the knife with shaking hands from excitement. Brother's happiness. You don't understand. It is more important than a wife. I can kill you, but I can never kill you. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing the 4th level Beast King Storm Wing Python and obtaining new entries. Dragon Snake Swimming Epic. Storm Tornado Epic. Devour All Legend. Wonderful, wonderful. As expected of the King of Ferocious Beasts, he actually dropped 2 epic items and 1 legendary item, with an explosion of entries. Awesome. 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 System, add. Shen Junwo suppressed his excitement and added the entry immediately. Bite. Detecting the host's Storm Tornado Epic, which belongs to the attribute type entry, is opening the host's 2nd superpower, the Wind Power. Detecting that the host devours everything legend, which belongs to the attribute type entry, is opening the 3rd superpower for the host, the Devouring Superpower. The host successfully added the entry Dragon Snake Swimming Epic. Gained the ability of the Chordate Storm Wing Python to move around with its body. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the wind ability and obtaining a talent skill called Storm Tornado. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Devouring ability and obtaining 2 innate skills, Devouring Everything and Devouring and Dissolving. This wave is not a loss. Although he lost most of the golden scale dragon meat and a 6th level spirit pearl, he unlocked 2 major superpowers and made a fortune. Especially the move of Devouring Everything. It can increase Shen Junwo's speed of absorbing the Spirit Pearl for cultivation by 10 times, or even dozens of times. An incredible auxiliary training power. After being stunned for a long time, Gu Changfeng suddenly understood and stepped forward with a wicked smile. You kid, you are really a mischievous kid. I rushed all the way from the city to save you. It's not too much for you to show your filial piety by giving me a 4th level spirit bead. Save me? Shen Junwo was stunned for a moment. Of course. Gu Changfeng glared at him fiercely. That bastard Xiao Lai said that if I don't go out of the city to look for you myself, the members of the death squad will quit. Shen Junwo was moved. Being a soldier is indeed the most trustworthy profession. But this 4th level spirit bead must never be given away. He nodded and said, thank you, Director Gu. It's my duty. Ha, you're not bad. Gu Changfeng was satisfied. Shen Junwo smiled and quickly picked up the spirit bead of the 4th level Ferocious Beast King. Only. The moment he picked them out, Shen Junwo put the spirit pearl and the cloud-breaking sword into the space ring. Are you kidding me? Gu Changfeng's face fell. What did Director Gu say? I can't even thank you enough, how dare I play tricks on you? Shen Junwo raised his eyebrows and immediately pointed at Chao Tianyu. You saved me, and I saved him. I'll go get a 4th level spirit bead from him right now for Director Gu. How can a poor student like me get a 4th level spirit bead? You? Gu Changfeng was so angry that he laughed. I want the 4th level Fierce Beast King spirit bead that you just collected, not an ordinary rotten spirit bead. He agreed so readily. So, you are playing word games with me. Why is Director Gu so angry? You said it yourself, you rushed from the city to save me, so it's only natural that I should give you a 4th level spirit bead as a filial piety. Shen Junwo said seriously, I don't have it, kid. That groundhog has it. He can find any attribute you want. I'll give it to you right away. Shameless. Shameless. Lin Shuang couldn't hold it back any longer and burst out laughing. You are so ruthless, you are good enough. Gu Changfeng was a general guarding a region after all, and he had no choice but to admit defeat because he was too embarrassed to talk nonsense with Shin Junwoo. There is this spiritual pearl. It is a good thing that Shin Junwoo's spiritual ability can break through to the 3rd level or even the 4th level in a short period of time. The most important thing is, he can't afford to offend the old man behind Shin Junwoo. He killed the vice principal of Sungyun Middle School without even blinking an eye. He was so decisive. Can't afford to offend. Xiao Tianyu, who was so weak that he couldn't even spit out the dirt, was also left in a state of laughter and tears by Shin Junwoo's actions. You really know how to settle accounts. It would be a shame not to become an accountant. Not long after, a team of Genie Bureau law enforcement officers arrived, used local materials to make 2 stretchers, and put Xiao Tianyu and Feng Fanyu on the stretchers. Prepare to return to the city. Lin Shuang suddenly glanced around and exclaimed, "Director Gu, this is bad. Shin Junwoo is missing again." What? On the stretcher, the half-dead Xiao Tianyu suddenly sat up. Lin Shuang looked at him in surprise. "Are you okay?" I. Xiao Tianyu felt an immediate surge of pain, but his heart ached even more. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "That bastard, He took away my legendary weapon, the Cloud Breaker Blade." Hearing this, Gu Changfeng and Lin Shuang couldn't help but look at each other. No wonder Shin Junwoo ran away silently. It turned out that he wanted to steal the weapons of Shunbing Villa. Brave. Greedy enough. Xiao Tianyu was heartbroken, and his beloved wife wanted to cry but couldn't. Director Gu. Sister Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang has known Xiao Tianyu since childhood. In response, she could only smile bitterly. Now that the things are in Shin Junwoo's hands, can we get them back? That guy. For the sake of the baby, they even dared to encourage old man Yang Kongshin to find a young lady to rub his feet. What wouldn't he do? Gu Changfeng didn't even dare to respond. Pretend not to hear. "Ah. You damned little bastard, how could I have met you?" Seeing their reactions, Xiao Tianyu could not help but understand. This bastard must be from a prominent background. That's his only legendary weapon. I didn't even have time to practice and I was hacked. The other side. Shin Junwoo jumped and sang happily as he returned to the southeast gate of Sungyun City. Reported safety to Shaolai. Shin Junwoo stole a mountain motorcycle from the camp and headed straight for the Slumfuan home. Military mountain bike. The body is light and the horsepower is high. In an era when wilderness cuts off transportation from major cities, this kind of mountain motorcycle is the best tool for crossing the wilderness, and ordinary exotic beasts cannot catch up with it. Even if you encounter a staircase, you can jump over it with the strength of a warrior, which is something that money cannot achieve. When I got home, it was almost dawn. The city still did not sound the beast tide alarm. It seems that the host of the rare level beast tide in the previous life was the Stormwing Python, whose purpose was to hunt down Feng Sanyu, who had the blood of the phoenix. Now that he is dead, there is no dominant king, and there will be no beast tide. It's a mistake in some ways. Walking through the entrance that could only accommodate 2 people, and arriving at a 20 square meter home with only a bed and a simple kitchen, Shin Junwoo's eyes couldn't help but become moist. This is the legacy his mother left him, the home he earned by drinking. However, my mother didn't enjoy it for many days. "Mom, are you okay in heaven? Shin Quan owes you, the Shin family has wronged you, I will recover every penny for you." You are right, not a single good person in the Shin family. I regret it, they really don't deserve it. Shin Junwoo took the black and white portrait from the bedside, gently held it in his arms, and gradually regained his composure. Woke up from a deep sleep. Shin Junwoo immediately took out the spirit bead of the 4th level ferocious beast king Stormwing Python. Wind-related abilities. Devouring superpowers. All of them are obtained from the entries dropped by Stormwing Python. Using its spirit beads to enhance supernatural powers can produce the greatest effect and achieve the fastest improvement. Different departments. A spirit bead with contradictory properties. People with special abilities can actually absorb it, but they can only absorb 10% to 20% of the power at most. Therefore, most people sell their spirit beads and buy spirit beads of the same series and attributes for cultivation. Chapter 16, Promotion to Level 3. Devour Everything. Truly domineering and powerful, Shin Junwoo used the devouring everything skill and transformed himself into a glutton. After a few hours, the essence of the spiritual pearl of the 4th level ferocious beast king Stormwing Python was completely absorbed. Psychic powers. Devouring superpowers. Wind-related abilities have reached the 3rd level. After brazing the golden scaled dragon meat several times at home, Shin Junwoo's martial arts skills successfully broke through to the 3rd level. God level entry system, amazing. During the 100 years of spiritual energy revival, many dual system supernatural beings were born, known as peerless geniuses, and the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom cherished them so much that they were completely hidden away. Not reaching level 6. Not allowed in this world. What level is Shin Junwoo now? Can we spread the news about the 3 types of practitioners with special abilities? After consideration, Shin Junwoo still hid his devouring ability and wind ability. If he reveals even a little bit, he will surely be taken extremely seriously by the Dragon Kingdom. Cultivate and protect with all your strength. But people's hearts are hidden, and there are always people you can't guard against. Not all people in the Dragon Kingdom are righteous and fight for humanity. The major organizations are not a monolithic entity. A gangster. Cult organization. A bloodthirsty person. They all live in places where the light of justice cannot reach. They may stab you in the back at any time when you are fighting against strange beasts. I hid at home for 7 or 8 days. Tired of eating the meat of the 6th order golden scaled dragon, Shin Junwoo couldn't help but mutter, that guy surnamed Chao's injuries have healed a long time ago, he should get out of here. The Fire Phoenix Special Forces, all members of the 4th level strength, have a heavy workload and probably won't have time to stay in Sangyin for long. Just thinking about it. Shin Junwoo's earlobe twitched and he suddenly heard footsteps outside the aisle. A mental scan. It turned out to be Lin Xuang and Wang Ling. Good job. It's only been a few days since we last met, and these two are about to break through to the 3rd level? It's so fucking good to have money. Buy a batch of spirit beads to absorb, and your level will increase quickly. Master Shin, this lady is here to see you. Wang Ling banged on the door and kept talking loudly. Shin Junwoo opened the door unhappily. What are you two doing here? I miss you. Wang Ling pushed Shin Junwoo away and walked straight into the narrow hut, looking around curiously. The family background is indeed as the legend says. The Shin family really never asked about his life? I miss you so much. Before Shin Junwoo finished saying the word big-headed ghost, his eyes suddenly became dull. He stared straight at Lin Xuang, who was still outside the door, unable to take his eyes off her. Half an hour later. Shin Junwoo even rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Hey. Is this polite of you? Wang Ling knew that Shin Junwoo would be stunned, so she pulled Shin Junwoo in. Well. That. Shin Junwoo finally came back to his senses and said rather awkwardly, You are Lin Xuan? If it's not me, who else could it be? Lin Xuan glared at him angrily, then walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. Oh my god. You really are good at shrinking bones. Shin Junwoo pinched his thigh hard, and the prophecy came true. Lin Xuan was still dressed simply today, wearing slim jeans and a simple white plaid shirt with the corners tied at her waist. Legs are longer than life. The buttons of the white plaid shirt are quite tight, and women would be envious when they see it. Bigger than big bubble gum. What's the bone shrinking skill? Lin Xuan didn't understand what Shin Junwoo meant. Well. Shin Junwoo was stunned for a moment, then he flexed his palms and gestured in front of his chest a few times. That's it, that one. You rascal, shameless. Lin Xuan finally understood what Shin Junwoo meant. I'm just curious. Shin Junwoo chuckled and said, You could fly by plane before, but now even a truck would flip over. The difference between before and after is so huge that everyone is curious. If you don't know how to shrink bones, then with your skills, you can open a beauty salon and go public in minutes. You still say? Lin Xuan's face turned blue and her teeth were grinding from clenching their teeth. Wang Ling was so amused that he laughed out loud. It was so funny. Why didn't Ti realize that Shin Junwoo was so funny before? I know he's so fun. I snatched him from Lu Feifei long ago. Wang Ling, are you still laughing? Lin Xuan was so angry that she tried to cover Wang Ling's mouth. But Wang Ling had a low sense of humor and was heartless. He deliberately waited while pulling it. Is it 3 pounds? Puff. Puff. Shin Junwoo rolled his eyes and broke down on the spot. What a 3-gene weight. I think so. Look again and I'll pop your eyes out. Lin Xuan was so ashamed that she made an eye-poking gesture in hatred. Decided not to hide anymore. She knew this day would come, But she didn't expect Shin Junwoo and Wang Ling to be so bad? A gesture. Away. What happened is that you could take a plane before, but now even a truck is about to overturn. How did you come up with this word? Well, let's not talk about that anymore, let's get down to business. Wang Ling stuck out her tongue and said fearfully, "We are here to inform you that the rules of War University have been changed for this opening. Those who have been granted admission must register at the War University on their own." Shin Junwoo widened his eyes. The War University, located in South China, was established at the very edge of South China. It is bordered by the sea to the east and the Shirwan Mountains to the west. It is one of the places where the Dragon Kingdom suffers the most from attacks by strange beasts. It is a fortress that can defend against both sea and land monsters. The word war in War University. This doesn't mean that an institution established to train war talents is a practical university that fights with strange beasts all the time. It is more than 1,000 kilometers from Tsangyun City to the War University. How many cities do we have to pass through? How much wilderness do we have to cross? In the past, when universities opened, students were either picked up by someone from the university or escorted by people from the local genie bureau or the garrison troops. Students were never allowed to cross the wilderness on their own. It wasn't like this in the previous life. After arriving at the school, you will take an exam and then be officially enrolled. Also, the War University has relaxed its admission requirements. Students whose supernatural talents reach the excellent level and who have earned 10 points in the Secret Realm training can enter the War University. Wang Ling continued, "Our school has a total of 300 students who have been qualified for admission, and the school plans to have you lead a team to register at the War University. In addition, in order to ensure a smooth arrival, the school distributed all the spirit beads in the warehouse to this class of students for free, allowing them to reach the second level of cultivation." Shin Junwoo did not respond. With his understanding of the situation, he easily saw through the intention of the leaders of the War University, which was to let these students undergo brutal actual combat tests. More than 1,000 kilometers through the wilderness. It is indeed the best experience. What percentage of people are likely to survive? Oh, there's one more thing. Lin Shuang suddenly thought, someone from the Shin family has come. It's Shin Yu's aunt. You know, she and Eugene are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Come on. Let's go. Back to school. Shin Junwoo didn't even take the Shin family seriously, let alone a widow who got married and her husband died. The entrance examination to cross the wilderness is the most important thing. Walk out of the room. Shin Junwoo suddenly paused for 3 seconds. Then he walked back to the room and put some of his mother's belongings into the space ring. You're not coming back? Lin Shuang and Wang Ling were both stunned. Sad place, why come back? Shin Junwoo waved his hand and took a leisurely step. My home is the whole world. Wherever I am, there is my home, and there is my mother's soul. I have a knife that can kill demons. I have a knife that can solve all problems. I have a knife that can bring order. If humanity is about to come to an end, I will be that ray of light before millions of people. I will thrust my sword into the abyss, build mountains, dig rivers, establish cities. I will vanquish demons, subdue monsters, command the gods, and create the world. Chapter 17 The Arrogant Shin Family. Do in this life what you didn't do in your previous life. Make up for the regrets left in the previous life and this life. Anyway, he is alone, so what's wrong with him having the ambition to change the world and establish order? Fight to your heart's content. Live a carefree life. Lin Shuang and Wang Ling were both dumbfounded. Shin Junwoo is usually taciturn, but does he actually have such a grand ambition hidden in his heart? What does it mean to have the world in mind? That's it. What is a hero in troubled times? That's it. What does it mean? A great man with a lofty spirit. That's it. Traveling in silence all the way. After walking through the narrow alleys for more than 10 minutes, we finally arrived at the wide and clean avenue. Across the avenue. It is a wealthy area with towering and magnificent buildings. On one side are dilapidated buildings that may collapse at any time. Crowded with people. On one side are bright and glorious buildings constructed of the finest steel, capable of withstanding a magnitude 10 earthquake. Dressed smartly. Luxury cars coming in and out. The sharp contrast highlights the reality and cruelty of the times. If common people want to rise up and live in the mansion across the street, there is only one way: to fight with their lives and blood. Squeak. At this moment, a team of magnificent and luxurious civilian armored vehicles came speeding and stopped in front of Shin Junwoo. With a clang, both doors opened at the same time, and 4 people got out of the car. They were all on guard and would not allow anyone to approach. Then, in a car opposite Shin Junwoo, the door slowly opened, and an elegant woman wearing red high heels and a cheongsam got out leisurely. After looking at the slum layout in front of him with disgust and disdain, he finally set his eyes on Shin Junwoo. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He showed no disdain at all. After a long time, seeing Shin Junwoo motionless, the noble woman said in a cold and displeased voice, "Are you mute? Don't you know how to call for help?" "Oh." Shin Junwoo nodded stupidly. "You thief, what are you doing here?" You? The noble woman was so angry that she was shaking. "How dare you? What did you call me? Didn't you ask me to call someone? In my heart, you are only worthy of the 3 words thief bitch." Shin Junwoo answered proudly. She was none other than Shin Yu's aunt, the widow that Eugene hooked up with, Shin Xian. A woman who can't stand even one night of loneliness, often goes to high-end clubs, and brings home men who are 1.8 meters tall and have big abdominal muscles. Outrageous! Outrageous! Shin Xian was furious. "Someone, slap him in the face, slap him in the face. You dare!" Lin Shuang's face was cold and beautiful, and she scolded him. Shin Junwoo was already a student at the War University and a disciple of Senior Yang Kongxian. Hearing this, the Shin family bodyguard who was about to step forward stopped. Shin Xian glared at Lin Shuang, domineering. "You, a little girl, can't even take charge of my Shin family's affairs. Yang Kongxian is not qualified to attend the War University." The Shin family still likes to think highly of themselves. Influenced by the Shin family's family style, the women in the Shin family are all stupid. Shin Junwoo didn't want to waste time in front of the idiot, so he turned around and left. "Don't leave." Shin Xian was humiliated and even more angry. After receiving the order, Shin Xian's 4 elite bodyguards strode forward and stopped Shin Junwoo together. Shin Xian sneered and walked forward. "Shin Junwoo, did my aunt let you go? You have been admitted to the War University and have become a disciple of a master, but you are still a member of the Shin family and must obey the orders of the Shin family. This is your obligation. You want to die, don't you?" Shin Junwoo turned around angrily, with murderous intent in his eyes. You are so outrageous." Shin Xian felt a chill all over her body, but she didn't want to lose her dignity, so she immediately accused, "Shin Junwoo, I am your aunt, your elder." "Ha ha ha ha. So, the one who's menstruating is also considered my elder." Shin Junwoo laughed out loud, his tone suddenly cold. "But I still killed him." Hearing this, Shin Xian finally got scared and took a few steps back. The rumors were true. The cowardly Shin Junwoo of the past no longer existed and had transformed into a killing god. "I'm afraid of it." Shin Xian was still unwilling to show weakness, and spoke again arrogantly. "I came here this time to pass on the old man's message. You have proven your talent and ability and are qualified to return to the Shin family. However, you disregarded our brotherhood and severely injured Yuer, so you must accept the punishment." Shin Junwoo smiled contemptuously, and then? The old man hired a high-level therapist to reattach Yuer's limbs. "On the way to the War University this time, you must obey Yuer's instructions in everything." Shin Xian continued arrogantly. "Also, give your 6th rank spirit bead to Yuer as compensation. From now on, you will be a member of the Shin family and can enjoy the Shin family's resources and skills." Ha 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 ha. After listening patiently, Shin Junwoo couldn't help but burst into laughter. There is arrogance. There is sadness. There is also indifference. Lin Shuang and Wang Ling felt pain in their ears. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Was it Shin Yu who disregarded the brotherhood first and actually blamed Shin Junwoo? Humph, don't forget your last name is Shin. Shin Xian was dumb, but she could also hear Shin Junwoo smile. In the world of the strong, only those with connections and backing can go far. The Shin family is very powerful? Shin Junwoo suppressed his anger and asked, "Is the Shin family really noble and honorable?" Shin Junwoo, don't be shameless. What is your mother's occupation? Do I need to remind you? Shin Xian was a little impatient. With your status, being recognized by the old man and officially included in the Shin family tree is a blessing you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. You are a piece of shit. Shin Junwoo was angry, completely angry. The rare long sword in the space ring was instantly in his hand, and with a flip of his wrist, the long sword flew out of his hand. The blade passed by the left side of Xinxian's waist, then turned to her lower back, and finally returned to Xin Junwo's hand from her waist to her right hand. The long sword circled around Xinxian and returned. Xinxian's cheongsam was torn at the waist, and the lower half immediately fell to the ground. The knife came out as fast as lightning. None of the bodyguards could react in time. Next second, not only did passers-by stop to watch, but even the bodyguards stared at Xinxian. So sexy. What a fun thing to do. It's actually a sexy mesh. Is it really comfortable to wear? Ah. Xinxian, who had come back to her senses from the breath of death, screamed in shock and anger. There was horror in his eyes. She felt that Xin Junwo actually wanted to chop her in half right here. How dare he do this to her? After screaming for a while, Xinxian realized that she had been seen, and quickly ran to the car to avoid it, shouting an order, "Kill him, kill this little beast for me." "Mr. Xin, what is this?" The bodyguards turned around in horror. Can a student of the War University, a disciple of Yang Kongxian, be killed? You really want to die? Don't harm us. How dare you disobey orders? Kill him immediately, and I will bear all the consequences. Xinxian had never suffered such a great humiliation and could not stand it. Kill him immediately. This is family law and has nothing to do with others. What a big tone. The Xin family's family rules can actually replace the national law. I want to see what kind of person the Xin family is that dares to replace the national law. At this time, an angry, highly authoritative male voice sounded behind the bodyguards. Chapter 18, Xinxian Seeking Death. This sound. Xin Junwo is familiar with it. There must be nothing good about him coming here. Xin Junwo was in no mood to talk nonsense with the idiots from the Xin family, so he turned around and left. However, when Xin Junwo turned around, he immediately saw two people he didn't want to see. This posture. It's blocking his way. The majestic voice strode into the crowd and said teasingly, "Look. I am right. This guy is born in the year of the monkey. He will definitely run away when he hears my voice." Xin Junwo couldn't leave, so he turned around with an awkward smile and said, "Excuse me, who are you?" Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment. "Don't you recognize Gu Changfeng, the director of the Sanyun City's Genie Bureau? I just saved your life a few days ago. Do you have the memory of a fish, only 7 seconds? You little bastard, stop pretending you don't know me." Gu Changfeng glared at him angrily. "Just pretending not to know him means you can deny your debt? What debt do you owe?" Xin Junwo spread his hands and said, "Do I owe you 3 anything? How come I don't know?" "You're such a money grubber, you idiot." Chao Tianyu, who was standing behind Xin Junwo, kicked him on the butt in frustration. "I gave you the cloud-breaking blade, isn't that enough? You bastard, for a knife, you hid at home for several days without going out, not even buying food. You are really awesome." Ouch, ouch. My memory is so terrible. It turns out it was Director Gu, Captain Feng, and you, a groundhog. After hearing this, Xin Junwo suddenly realized something and slapped his forehead. "It's all because it was too dark that night. I didn't see your faces clearly. It's really not my fault." Lin Shuang's brain snapped and froze. Who is this? When someone said they gave him the cloud-breaking sword, he immediately changed his attitude and recognized it. How shameless. If not sent. Would he pretend he had never met her? So what? Are those heroic words just now true? You fucking. Chao Tianyu was also speechless. I give up. Gu Changfeng was also convinced. His gentle eyes instantly became serious, and he looked straight at Xinxian in the car. Gu Changfeng, director of the Genie Bureau of Sanyun City, Xin Junwo's elder brother. Who are you? Are you the one who ordered my brother Xin to be punished according to the family rules? Xinxian's heart trembled. How come Xin Junwo, a high school student who has just started to make a name for himself, is on friendly terms with a bureau-level figure in the Genie Bureau? And me too. I should introduce myself, too. Chao Tianyu patted his big belly and stepped forward with a smile. Fresh graduate of War University, heir of Xinbing Villa, Chao Tianyu. A member of the Fire Phoenix team, a special forces team of the Longyuan army. His rank is not high, just captain. I almost forgot, Xin Junwo was the only one who dares to call me a groundhog. Xinxian's lips trembled and her whole body shook. What is the identity of the heir of Xinbing Villa? Even the old man of the Shin family has to give in. I should also introduce myself. My name is Feng Fanyu, and I'm from Shangjing. Feng Fanyu stepped forward with a cold face, a recent graduate of the War University, captain of the Longyuan Army Special Forces Team, the Fire Phoenix, with the rank of Major. Feng, Miss Feng. Xin Xian was completely confused this time. The daughter of the Feng family, one of the extraordinary families in Dragon Country. A famous genius of the War University, possessing the bloodline of the mythical beast Phoenix. I almost forgot. Feng Fanyu waved her hand. My life was saved by Xin Junwu. As soon as these words were spoken, Xin Qian felt completely powerless and collapsed on the seat. Their words were very clear: to touch Xin Junwu would be to make enemies with the Divine Weapon Villa, the Genie Bureau, and the Feng family. Is this still the illegitimate child? Even the Shin family can't match such a network of relationships. Director Gu. Someone intended to murder a student at the War University, a disciple of Senior Yang Kongxian, and cut off the backbone of the future of our dragon nation. What crime is this? Feng Fanyu was a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. He spoke coldly. It's treason. Gu Changfeng didn't hesitate at all. I will give the order right now, and have the patrol team come and arrest the criminal and put him on trial. Thank you, Director Gu. Xin Junwu smiled and bowed, then immediately added insult to injury. However, I heard that the violators of the Martial Arts College entrance examination secret realm, the criminals who intended to kill, were not punished. Instead, he was admitted to the War University? Ah, is that true? Gu Changfeng was shocked. He really didn't know. Brother Shin, I will investigate immediately. Gu Changfeng did not dare to be careless and immediately walked aside to make a phone call to inquire. It's over, it's over. It's all over, it's all over. Xin Xian's mood at this moment was extremely complicated. How could something that was suppressed with great difficulty be ruined? Gu Changfeng intervened. Does Xin Yu still have a future? That's all. Everything is gone, it's completely over. Xin Junwu, no. Junwu, you can't do this, you can't do this. I am your aunt, Xin Yu is your brother, you can't do this to us. Xin Xian finally broke down, and with a completely different attitude, she stood up and pleaded, Auntie was wrong, Auntie was really wrong. You are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with a weak woman like Auntie. It is Auntie who is narrow-minded and shallow-minded. Please forgive Auntie. Shut up. Lin Xuan couldn't stand it anymore, so she stepped forward and slapped Xin Xian in the face. Then, fearing that Xin Junwu would soften his heart, he quickly persuaded him, Xin Junwu, don't return to such a heartless and ungrateful family, and don't let them morally kidnap you. They will kill you. They are not worthy of being your relatives. Xin Junwu was stunned for a moment. When did those with the heart of a saint finally realize this? Not bad. Xin Junwu smiled with relief, feeling quite moved. Some places have grown up, and people have grown up too. You guy? Lin Shuang stamped her feet in anger and anxiety. I'm not kidding you. I know. Xin Junwu said solemnly, you now have a broad mind, which is very good. You still say that? Lin Shuang stomped her feet in anger. She was sure that what Xin Junwu wanted to express was not the literal meaning. Rogue plus bastard. Okay, I won't say anymore. Xin Junwu quickly admitted his mistake and turned to look at Xin Xian. Listen carefully, I, Xin Junwu, only have a mother, no father, and no relatives. The name Xin Junwu was given to me by my mother, it has nothing to do with your Xin family. Finished. Xin Junwu walked to a secluded place. Feng Fanyu, Chao Tianyu didn't come for the cloud-breaking sword, there must be something else. Lin Xuan. Wang Ling was very tactful and did not follow. The three stood facing each other. Feng Fanyu stared at Xin Junwu for a while before speaking. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. You have reached the 3rd level in such a short time. We didn't find the wrong person. The hat is too high. Xin Junwu could see that Feng Fanyu's cultivation had reached the point where he could break through to the 5th level at any time. Captain, this guy is a bit of a dog. He can't stand praise and likes to push his luck. Chao Tianyu patted Xin Junwu on the shoulder. Let's just be frank and don't beat around the bush with him. Xin Junwu rolled his eyes at him. The two have known each other for a short time, but they hit it off very well and both like this mode of conversation. Okay, then I'll be frank. Feng Fanyu said solemnly, we were ordered to hunt down a wanted criminal, but we were tricked and attacked by the storm wing python. 3 of our team members were killed, and the others are still missing. Therefore, we would like to ask you to temporarily join the Fire Phoenix squad to help us complete our mission and apprehend the criminal. Chapter 19 Song Yun Genius. Shin Junwoo was stunned for a moment. Generally speaking, most of the students who enter university have a second-level cultivation level. 3 years of completion. Most people's cultivation can reach the 4th level. Therefore, those who generally enter the wilderness to carry out missions are at least at the 4th level of cultivation. Why, are you scared? Fong Fanyu raised his eyebrows. Captain Fong used the method of provoking him. Shin Junwoo smiled faintly. Logically, I have no choice but to refuse. But my cultivation is a bit low, and I still need to participate in the actual combat assessment of the War University, so I don't have time. I have already arranged this. The War University has agreed to second you and exempted you from the actual combat assessment. All you need to do is arrive on time. Fong Fanyu smiled slightly. Now, you can do it without hesitation? Logically, I should. Shin Junwoo nodded, but my cultivation is too low and I am timid. Fong Fanyu was stunned for a moment. Are you timid? You are just a level 2 monster, yet you dare to go to the wilderness alone and sneak into the territory of level 3 monsters. Is this what you call cowardice? She didn't see it with her own eyes, but Chao Tianyu kept talking about it all day long. My ears are getting calluses from listening so much. Chao Tianyu sighed secretly, thinking that the captain was still naive, and immediately said, Captain, this guy thinks there is no benefit. Fong Fanyu suddenly understood. He solemnly promised, Shin Junwoo, as long as you agree, I will give you all the spiritual beads I have obtained along the way. With your talent. After completing this mission, perhaps you can reach the 4th level of cultivation. By then, you might have the opportunity to participate in the selection of Wasteland Hunter at school. Hey, what's with the spiritual beads? Captain Fong is just being polite. I am a person who values loyalty the most. As a dragon, we should be prepared to sacrifice our lives for our country at any time. Shin Junwoo was secretly delighted, his emotions instantly rising to the occasion. Besides, this groundhog and I hit it off right away, so I have no choice but to join. Chao Tianyu rolled his eyes and said with a wicked smile, since it's my duty, let's forget about the Lingzhu. No. Shin Junwoo laughed hurriedly. The main reason is that my cultivation is too low, and I am afraid that I will hold you back. It doesn't matter if I die. If anything were to happen to Captain Fong, this beautiful and gifted lady, it would be a loss for the country and the people, and I would be guilty of a great sin. Fong Fanyu could see it. This guy's mouth is not only foul, but also quite hypocritical. Chattering away. I don't know when, but he led the person into the ditch. Stop talking nonsense. The Fire Phoenix temporary team is missing you as the last one. Time is running out, go say goodbye to your 2 girlfriends, and we'll be leaving now. Chao Tianyu is actually also greedy for money. Like him, Shin Junwoo was a gentleman who loves money but gets it in a proper way. Bah! How is this bastard like me? I dare not steal other people's legendary weapons. When Lin Shuang learned that Shin Junwoo was going to carry out an extremely dangerous mission, her eyes almost turned red. Her fingers couldn't help but grab the corner of Shin Junwoo's clothes. She is a disciple of a noble family. I have been influenced by it since childhood. He knew the dangers of the wilderness, and was even more aware of the risk factors involved in the missions carried out by the military's special forces. Don't worry. Good people don't live long, but evil deeds last for thousands of years. How could a bad guy like me die? Shin Junwoo comforted her softly. Remember what I once said, on the way to the War University, don't be naive. Save if you can. If you can't save them, run away. Ensure your own safety first, then you can save more people. In this world, people are dying every moment, and you can't save them all. Yeah, I get it. Lin Shuang nodded heavily, becoming hesitant, wanting to say something but not daring to. Come back alive. I'll be waiting for you at the War University. When you come back, I'll give you a surprise. In the end, Lin Shuang gritted his teeth and said something ambiguous. The words fell. Lin Shuang's face flushed instantly, and she immediately grabbed Wang Ling and ran away. Don't worry. I don't know why your heart has suddenly become so big, but you can't bear to die. Shin Junwoo responded with a loud laugh. Lin Shuang stumbled and almost fell. Sure enough, he is a gangster and a bad guy. Chao Tianyu understood what Shin Junwo meant and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Brother, that's great. What's so high? Let's go. Feng Fanyu also heard Shin Junwo's teasing, snorted coldly, turned around and walked towards the parking lot. Chao Tianyu and Shin Junwo followed behind and whispered, "You little bastard, clean your stinky mouth. Our captain is not Sister Lin Xuan. She hates men who boast the most. Don't tease girls in front of her." Of course Shin Junwo knew. Half of Feng Fanyu's life was dedicated to fighting against strange beasts. The other half is devoted to power. But the power she holds is not what she wants, but what the family needs. Otherwise, with her talent and strength, she could definitely participate in the selection of Wasteland Hunter instead of joining the military camp. Speaking of which, she is pathetic. She was used as a pawn in the family's struggle for power, and was asked to like someone she extremely hated. Fortunately, she successfully turned down the engagement through her own efforts. But she was also forced to swear that she would never marry in her life. Half an hour later, the three of them got in a car and arrived outside the city, at the southeastern pass where Xiao Lai and others were stationed. At the checkpoint, there were 3 military vehicles waiting, each with a driver. There were a few people standing scattered in front of the car, without a word to each other, looking extremely unfamiliar. One of the young men. He was in his early 20s, with a scar on his face. He was arrogant and stood out from the crowd while smoking. The other 2 were fine, they were relatively young and had pride written all over their faces. Also, the impromptu team also had a girl with a good figure and sweet looks, who exuded the scent of life. He should be a rare healer. Let me introduce myself. These 4 are all geniuses from the ancient martial arts families in Sangyun City. Che Jinlei, a 4th-level warrior and a 4th-level thunder-type mutant. Shui Bei, a 4th-level gold-type mutant. Du Nan, a 4th-level wood-type mutant. The last girl is Yen Jingjing, the daughter of the Yen family, and a 4th-level healer. Feng Fanyu got out of the car and pointed at everyone one by one. This is Shin Junwo, a freshman at War University and a 3rd-level psychic. For the rest of the trip, I hope everyone can quickly get used to each other and form a fighting force. Level 3? Hearing this, the 4 of them were shocked. The arrogant Che Jinlei said with disdain, "Captain Feng, you actually made us wait for 2 days just for a mere 3rd-level high school student?" Feng Fanyu did not answer. Shin Junwo knew what Feng Fanyu meant. These 4 people were all famous geniuses in Sunyun City. They were eccentric and arrogant. You have to get their approval before you can work as a team. Shin Junwo was too lazy to pay attention. In his eyes, these geniuses in their early 20s are all little brats. Walk straight towards the first car. The first car is luxurious and comfortable to sit in. When he opened the back door, Shin Junwo was shocked. There was someone else in the car? It's a woman. A person who is very beautiful and has a great figure, but has no cultivation and no special abilities. Looks a little familiar. I couldn't remember where I had seen it before. Shin Junwo turned around in confusion. "Captain Feng, what kind of plane are you using?" Chapter 20: The Magic of Devouring Superpowers. Reborn. Shin Junwo has a very casual personality. He does whatever makes him happy and whatever makes him happy. But when it comes to tasks, never be careless. The wilderness is full of murderous intentions. Feng Fanyu, a top-level beast transformation mutant at the peak of the 4th level, will die if he is not careful. Taking a woman with no cultivation to carry out a mission, is this a joke? Well, the order from above is to escort her to Tiannan City. Chao Tianyu quickly explained, "It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders." You can all understand that, right? I don't understand. Shin Junwo got furious on the spot, but he quickly remembered her identity and didn't say anything else. Given their current positions, they really can't refuse. Shin Junwo was forced to agree, and said worriedly, "Although Sangyun City is only about 300 kilometers away from Tiannan City, there is a remote place called Burial of Gods. This is a place that must be passed through. Birds do not fly over here and strange beasts do not exist. Anyone who attempts to pass through the Burial of Gods Gorge will either die without a burial place or become insane, worse than death. Are you sure you want to go? Because this is a Jedi." Traffic between Sangyun City and many cities was completely cut off. Of course. You can take a detour or send an airplane to pick you up. But the dangers of the wilderness are not limited to strange beasts, but also the bad environment. The most terrifying. In fact, it's not the strange beast, it's the environment. After the revival of spiritual energy, the geographical location is changing every moment. If you are not careful, you will lose your way and be trapped forever. Not to mention the unobservable mysterious force in the environment. As for flying, it looks like a sunny and clear sky, but who knows how many extremely powerful flying beasts are hidden there, as well as thunders that can tear everything apart, void cracks, strong winds, etc. If Dragon Country's technology was not sufficiently advanced, there would be no way for cities to communicate with each other. I have to go. Feng Fanyu said solemnly. The wanted criminal disappeared in the Burial God Gorge. The Beast King's Storm Wing Python also emerged from there. Why? Chao Tianyu sighed and said, the things in the hands of the criminal are of vital importance to Longhua and must be taken back. So important? Xin Junwu frowned, then why not let the Wasteland Hunter take action? This matter is not allowed to be leaked. Feng Fanyu said solemnly again, the Wasteland Hunters are all top-tier experts, and their every move is being watched. Xin Junwu understood what he meant. This trip has to go. After some thought, Xin Junwu said solemnly, in this case, I will command this operation. I tell you to move, and you move. I tell you to stop, and you stop. Feng Fanyu hasn't spoken yet. Che Jinlei was instantly dissatisfied, threw away the cigarette but then stomped it out with his foot. Boy, you are a level 3, have you ever been out of the wilderness? You actually want to replace Captain Fang's power. Who gave you the courage to say such a thing? Do all lightning-type psychics like to get angry so much? Xin Junwu smiled bitterly. Brother, I know you have a good family background and good talent, but the 4th level is just the starting point of your life. You still dare to lecture me? Che Jinlei's face turned cold. If you're so awesome, take my palm thunder first. Raise your palm. A flash of lightning instantly appeared above Xin Junwu's head. Xin Junwu smiled softly, without dodging or evading, allowing the lightning to invade his body from above his head. See this. Feng Fanyu and Chao Tianyu were both shocked. I never expected Xin Junwu to be so arrogant that he didn't even dodge. They wanted to stop it, but it was too late. There was a continuous crackling sound. Feng Fanyu and Chao Tianyu couldn't even bear to look at her. With the 4th level versus the 3rd level, Xin Junwu would be burned to ashes if he didn't die, and I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to continue the mission. After a moment, everyone heard the groan of someone stretching. Look up. Xin Junwu was surprisingly unharmed and even stretched out comfortably, looking extremely comfortable. Great, great. Xin Junwu stretched his muscles and came forward excitedly. Brother, come on, give it a few more times. Your palm thunder is so comfortable. The technique is much better than that of the ladies in the foot massage parlor. The massage is really comfortable. I want a few more times. Hearing this, Che Jinlei's mouth twitched and he almost vomited blood. You use my first skill for massage and compare it with those second-rate massage girls? Feng Fanyu and Chao Tianyu couldn't help but look at each other, their faces full of confusion. How is this possible? Even if they didn't fight back, they would be seriously injured. Brother, don't be stingy. Xin Junwu spoke again, there won't be any major battles in the next few hours. Come on, a few more. I'll make it happen for you. Che Jinlei could not tolerate such provocation, and he had never seen anyone seeking death like this. No longer holding back. The palm thunder was fully activated and bombarded continuously by Xin Junwu. Result. Xin Junwu spread out his hands, looking very happy, and made some unbearable hum and ah sounds. If you don't know, you'd wonder what he is doing. More than a dozen times in a row. The arrogant driver Jean Lei was defeated, got into the car in frustration, and took out a cigarette and lit it in frustration. Woji! You son of a bitch, what a pervert! Chao Tianyu came to his senses and rushed to Xin Junwu, constantly pulling at his clothes and pants. I want to see if Xin Junwu has hidden some treasure that can protect him from lightning in his clothes. Result. Not even a hair. Chao Tianyu looked at him depressedly. You kid, you are not a lightning rod. You're the lightning rod. This is called ability. Do you think I'm like you, only knowing how to dig holes in the ground? Xin Junwu glared. He was able to remain unscathed, not even a hair was tangled, all thanks to his third ability, devouring ability. This ability. It is worthy of being one of the special abilities. No one can compare to him in terms of swallowing, refining, and swallowing to unload force. Not only did Che Jinlei's palm thunder fail to hurt Shin Junwoo, it also tempered his body considerably, making his physique much stronger. So amazing. Feng's Sanskrit was also incomprehensible. But one good thing, he slowly stepped forward and said, "Shin Junwoo, are you sure?" "It's okay." Shin Junwoo smiled confidently, "Follow my instructions, there is a 50% chance of passing the burial of God's Gorge. As for whether you believe it or not, that is your business." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Feng Fanyu immediately made a decision, "You take the lead car to lead the way and give orders. Little brother, come here." Everyone saw Shin Junwoo's ability, and Lulu, the beauty in the first car, quickly patted the seat next to her. "It's safe with a level 4, invulnerable guy around." "Well." Shin Junwoo was stunned for a moment. "Well, I like young girls, not young women." After saying that, Shin Junwoo sat in the passenger seat of the first car and immediately picked up the intercom on the seat. "Let's go. If attacked by a strange beast, you can only fight it off. No one else is allowed to stop until the lead car stops." Crossing the wilderness. The most important thing is speed. Among all martial arts in the world, the only invincible one is speed, and it has a wide range of applications. Chapter 21 Thrilling Road. The convoy set sail. Looking at the handsome and delicate face in the passenger seat, which had a commander-like temperament, Lulu felt a little uncomfortable. Reject her? Saying she is a young woman means very clearly that she has been touched by other men and they despise her. Does he know himself and his own business? How does a high school graduate know her? Moreover, are you confident that you can pass the burial of God's Gorge? What a strange boy. Gradually, Lulu was a little fascinated by what she saw. It seemed as if I was attracted by a certain aura from Shin Junwoo. The more I looked, the more I couldn't see through him, and the more I looked, the more I wanted to understand him. It's totally off the mark. After more than 10 minutes, the convoy completely entered the wilderness area. The roar of the engine quickly alarmed the nearby low-level exotic beasts, and they all headed towards this relatively intact avenue. But it is difficult for strange beasts below level 3 to cause damage to chariots. The only thing to worry about. The strange beast was ready to die, blocking the road with its body and forcing the chariot to stop. The driver seemed to be on a mission. He had a pretty good mental state and continued to move forward, bypassing the strange beasts that blocked his way. "Hey, little brother, say something." Lulu felt it was very boring and wanted to test it out, so she took the initiative to speak. "You have just graduated from high school and you are already at the 3rd level, you have great talent." "I'm not small." Shin Junwoo interrupted her coldly, "You've never seen one this big in your life." Lulu was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled and replied nonchalantly, "I didn't realize you knew so much. You must have had quite a few girlfriends in high school." "Don't be so frivolous, it's disgusting." Shin Junwoo warned coldly, "I am not one of those old men whose bodies are half buried in the ground. I don't want a woman like you." "You, who are you?" Lulu was shocked. "What else do you know? You don't need to care who I am." "I don't care about your business." Shin Junwoo replied coldly, "The only thing is, don't bother me. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you down to feed the wild beasts." Hearing this, the driver was obviously unhappy, but he finally endured it. Without Feng Fanyu's team, they would not be able to complete the task. Lulu was very angry. But she is a weak woman, how dare she say a word in the wilderness? She just didn't understand why Shin Junwoo hated her so much. She had had several men, so were they really that unbearable? Where does pure white come from in this era? The convoy successfully passed through the territory outside Sungyun City and below the 3rd level. The strange weather began to change. The scorching sun suddenly turned into fog, visibility was less than 10 meters, and the car was forced to slow down. "Don't slow down, step on the accelerator with all your strength." Shin Junwoo's face changed and he immediately gave the order. "You want a car accident?" The driver of the lead car did not want to obey. "Fool, this is not an ordinary fog. It is a kind of poisonous mist that is enough to make a 4th-level warrior feel dazed." Shin Junwoo shouted angrily, "Close your eyes and drive blindly. Turn the direction according to my instructions, immediately." The driver of the lead car was shocked and had no choice but to believe it. "Follow up. Stay close to the car in front, and the distance between you and the car should not exceed 10 meters. Shin Junwoo gave the order through the intercom and immediately directed, "Turn left, half a circle, return to the center." Turn right, back to normal. Turn right 1.5 circles, slowly return to the right direction. A fast and furious show. The vehicles behind responded quickly based on Shin Junwo's words and visibility, and followed closely. Feng Fanyu et al. Looking through the car window, I saw many fourth-level, snapping turtles on the road. If the direction is slightly deviated, the car will be run over by the huge snake turtle. Even if the car does not overturn, the tires will be punctured by the spikes on the snake turtle's shell. The situation is very dangerous. Good boy, you really have some skills. Jean Lei, the arrogant man, understood what was going on and was quite impressed. Look at this reaction speed. The detection range of psychic abilities can reach up to 100 meters. That's right. After Shin Junwo was promoted to the 3rd level, the distance of his spiritual detection was greatly improved, reaching 100 meters away. Moreover, he also condensed a 3rd spiritual skill, called Spiritual Realm. The area within a radius of 100 meters with Shin Junwo as the center belongs to the spiritual realm. Within the scope of the field, all living beings will be oppressed by his spirit. It can cause mental confusion, slow reaction, etc. It is a rather abnormal group attack auxiliary skill. 5 minutes later, the convoy escaped from the fog without any danger. However, the crisis has not been resolved. A group of 4th-level bison monsters appeared on the road ahead. But it is huge, weighing over 1 ton, and has huge sharp horns. The road is blocked. Shin Junwo made a decisive move. Don't stop, charge forward, and the combatants will come. Lead the way. Feng Fanyu, Chao Tianyu, She Jinlei, Shuebei, and Dunan, 5 people came quickly from the rear and stood on the roof of the lead car. Feng Fanyu, She Jinlei, and Shuebei attacked, breaking the ox's legs and rendering it incapable of movement. Shin Junwo sat in the car, commanding. Dunan, use the wood-type ability Entangle to clear the obstacles and move the blocking buffalo monster away. Chao Tianyu, be ready to use your earth-based abilities to build roads and bridges to ensure vehicles don't overturn and can move forward smoothly. Dunan was shocked. This was definitely the first time Shin Junwo met him, but he actually knew what skills he had? No one had any objection. If arranged properly, it is a perfect solution. The bison monster was huge in size, and therefore moved clumsily. With the joint efforts of Feng Fanyu, She Jinlei, and Shuebei, who were good at attacking, the bull's legs were constantly chopped off. After he fell, Dunan quickly attacked with his special ability and moved him away. With the cooperation of Chao Tianyu, the team's speed was slowed down, but it was still smooth. When you are about to pass the level, the earth suddenly shook with continuous rumbling sounds. Shin Junwo looked up and his scalp felt numb. A 3-ton 4th-level bison king, leading more than 34th-level elite bison, charged towards the convoy. Charge forward with force. The plan is useless. Behind the convoy, there are ordinary bison monsters chasing, and the situation is not good. Shin Junwo, what should we do? Feng Fanyu asked anxiously. After witnessing Shin Junwo's command and reaction abilities, she had already regarded Shin Junwo as the commander of this temporary team. If it were her, she would never do better than Shin Junwo along the way. Just do it. Shin Junwo twisted his body and jumped from the car window to the front of the car. It's still the same action plan as before. The only difference is that after I give the order, Feng Fanyu, She Jinlei, and Shuebei, the 3 of you, will immediately use your ultimate moves to deal with these beasts. Are you sure? She Jinlei was a little skeptical. With Feng Fanyu's cultivation level, even if he exerted his full strength, it would still take time for him to defeat the 4th-level Bison King. How could he and Shuebei possibly deal with dozens of 4th-level elite bison? Ha, brother is a miracle. Shin Junwo laughed confidently and raised his hands high. So, I can create a miracle that will allow you to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Chapter 22. This is called life. A thrilling moment of life and death. Everyone stared at the 4th-level Bison King in front of them. The chariot is moving forward. The Bison King, the elite bison, is sprinting, quickly closing the distance. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. After entering 100 meters, Feng Fanyu was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Why hadn't he given the order yet? If you lose the distance advantage, you lose the initiative. The chariot will be destroyed. 3 seconds later. The elite bison in the back finally came within 100 meters of Shin Junwo and shouted, "Go! Kill!" At the same time, Shin Junwo's 3rd skill, Spiritual Field, is released instantly, covering Phoenix flame. Heavenly thunder descends. Golden light slashes shadow. Fengfanyu, Che Jinlei, and Shuebei all used their 4th level skills at the same time. Only. They all attacked with all their might, but without any confidence. The 4th level alien beast belongs to the intermediate level of alien beasts. It has its own innate skills and is not easy to kill. However, when they launched their attack skills, they suddenly discovered that the Buffalo King and the Elite Buffalo were in the wrong state and did not launch a counterattack against them? The speed is slowed down. Response was delayed. Like being attacked by something. Boom. 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 The next second, the attacks of Fengfanyu, Che Jinlei, and Shuebei perfectly landed on the target and caused devastating damage. All 3 of them were dumbfounded. I couldn't help but look at Shin Junwoo. In this case, it must be hard control of mental abilities. Can the 3rd level achieve this? Dunan was even more shocked. As a wood-type mutant, he takes the control route, but his control ability is not much better than Shin Junwoo's. Kill, kill, kill. The move was successful. Fengfanyu, Che Jinlei, and Shuebei shouted loudly and flew out together, giving these beasts a fatal attack. Chao Tianyu and Dunan cooperated in time. After 10 breaths, the road was opened. But everyone's expressions became extremely nervous. Because suddenly there were dense, high-pitched, and terrifying wolf howls all around the wilderness. Stop the car, we can't leave. Shin Junwoo sighed without any surprise. Why can't you leave? Go! Go! Don't stop! Lulu was frightened by the howling of the wolves and rushed in fear. The wolves haven't come yet, hurry up and drive. You idiot, you know nothing. Shin Junwoo turned and glared at him. Do you really think that what we experienced was a normal attack by a strange beast? As soon as these words were spoken, even Fengfanyu was confused, isn't it? Don't look at me like that, I'm not kidding. Shin Junwoo waved his hand. Brother, have a cigarette. Che Jinlei didn't say anything. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, took out a cigarette and threw it at Shin Junwoo, then snapped his fingers and lit the cigarette in the air with lightning. So handsome. Shin Junwoo gave a thumbs up and then waited motionlessly. Lighted Huazi. It automatically flew into Shin Junwoo's mouth and was picked up. It's already this late, and you two are still competing to see who's cooler? Fengfanyu was almost mad. Shin Junwoo, what's going on? What's going on? Shin Junwoo blew out a smoke ring and said calmly, shouldn't I be the one asking you? Ask me? Fengfanyu wants to know clearly, she will ask. Shin Jun didn't say anything. He took out the cloud-breaking knife and ripped open their bellies one by one to take out the spirit pearls. When Shin Junwoo came in front of the Bison King, he found that the Bison King was still breathing. This made him very happy, and he cut off its neck with one knife. With a swish of the knife. The system prompts, congratulations to the host for killing the 4th level Bison King and obtaining a new entry. Bullish Rare. Death Wrestle Rare. Bull Demon's Powerful Fist Epic. Shin Junwoo was overjoyed. He had actually discovered a martial arts skill that could be directly applied to martial arts. He quickly said, System, add the Bull Demon Fist. Bite. The host successfully added a new entry, Bull Demon's Powerful Fist Epic. This entry is a martial arts skill. When the host uses it, it can unleash the impact force of a 4th level Bison King. This entry is amazing, thumbs up. Shin Junwoo became more confident. You little money grubber, stop digging for spirit beads. Chao Tianyu walked toward Shin Junwoo and whispered, with the wolves around, the situation will become increasingly dangerous. Look, the team's morale is low and they're almost discouraged. Let's think of a solution. This is where we are buried. Shin Junwoo turned his wrist and quickly removed the Buffalo King's large leg. He threw it to Fengfanyu. Captain Feng, light a fire and roast the leg. Asshole, I'm talking to you. Chao Tianyu was furious. The wolves could attack at any moment, and you still have the mood to barbecue? No way. Shin Junwoo patted Chao Tianyu. I understand, the wolf pack is under control. The reason they haven't attacked yet is to intimidate us, exhaust our spirit, and then attack us in one fell swoop. The beautiful therapist, Yan Jingjing, suddenly understood and stepped forward. Clever. Shin Junwoo gave her a thumbs up and said, eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink. Perhaps. This will be our last meal. Poor me, I'm still a virgin. Groundhog, you big fat guy, have you ever had that experience? How did it feel? Tell me about it. Chao Tianyu's face instantly fell and his forehead was filled with black lines. What a beast. At this time, you still think about women? According to your idea, if a woman is willing, shouldn't you have sex with her? Hey, what are you all standing there for? Shin Junwo took a quick look and said, Move, everyone, move. Do you really want to die? Do you really want to die? Everyone regained their spirits and began to move the daily necessities that were in the car out of the way. Feng Fanyu also obediently made a fire and grilled the meat. After digging out all the 4th level spirit beads, Shin Junwo walked to the fire and sat down, taking out a piece of golden scale dragon to suck blood. You still have some? Chao Tianyu's eyes flashed with gold, and he immediately came over. Little bastard, give me a bite. Why? Shin Junwo rolled his eyes. You're such a beast, what's the reason? Chao Tianyu immediately started to criticize, where's my legendary cloud-breaking blade? Didn't you send me off already? Shin Junwo answered seriously, I am a person who pays great attention to rules. I follow the rules one by one. If you want the flesh and blood of the golden scaled dragon, sure, just pay for it. For the sake of my teammates, I'll give you 10,000 yuan per pound. Chao Tianyu was furious. I secretly told myself, I will endure it. But after enduring for a long time, he still refused to accept it. You are such a money grubber. You said it yourself, this is where we are buried, what good is money? You don't understand. This is called life. Shin Junwo explained seriously, as long as you are not dead, no matter where you are, it is life. Sleeping is life. Adventure is life. Since it is life, it must have corresponding value. There has to be monetary value, emotional value. You rich people, those born with silver spoons in their mouths, do you know what life is? You're awesome. If I don't die, I will definitely kowtow to you. Chao Tianyu really wanted to kowtow to this bastard. The tenacity of mind. Even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you, you remain calm. Because of his words, the tension of the team members was greatly relieved. Hooligan talk. Bullshit language. In fact, they are all aimed at relieving people's mental stress, increasing their confidence and stimulating their desire to survive. A natural-born leader. I really underestimated his bad mouth. It seems unrelated, but it actually covers everything. Chapter 23 Appearing behind the scenes. Throughout his life, Chao Tianyu has seen many talented and strong-willed geniuses. Compared with Shin Junwo, he is so weak. He and Feng Fanyu have entered the wilderness many times to fight against strange beasts. He can be considered an elite who has experienced many battles. However, his temperament cannot be compared with Shin Junwo. Open-minded and cheerful. Bold and calm. Life and death cannot overwhelm me, and fear has nothing to fear. 10,000 per pound, I want 10 pounds. Che Jinlei said coldly, give me your phone and I'll transfer the money immediately. Brother, I'm sorry. Each person is limited to 1 kilogram, and we will not sell more than that. Shin Junwo shook his head. What a joke. He doesn't have much golden scaled dragon meat left, how could he be willing to sell it? The reason why he agreed to Chao Tianyu was that he wanted them to use the flesh and blood of the golden scaled dragon to restore their physical strength and skills so that they could cope with the upcoming fierce battle. The flesh and blood of the Buffalo King actually has the same effect, but the effect is much worse. There is nothing much to say about Che Jinlei. Transfer money one by one. The driver also bought one. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of messages in Shin Junwo's WeChat. In this era where life is as fragile as paper, the assets of countless people have shrunk by 99%, and even their lifetime wealth has been destroyed. Tens of thousands of yuan is a considerable amount of money. He can be called a millionaire. I wanted to. Seeing that everyone was buying, Lulu wanted to join in the fun. Buy an egg. Shin Junwo glared at him, you are a burden, don't you know? You? Lulu couldn't buy it even if she spent money, and her chest heaved with anger. You're a hammer. If it weren't for you, would we need chariots? Shin Junwo criticized him bluntly, we should travel light and stealthily. Even if someone wants to plot against us, it won't be so easy to be surrounded. He. Lulu was so angry that she threw her hands up and got into the car. Chao Tianyu was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously in a low voice, hey, Brother Shin, do you know what this woman does? Why do you hate her so much? With your rogue character, it's not possible. Shin Junwo smiled and stretched out his hand. What's the meaning? Chao Tianyu was puzzled. Give me money. Shin Junwo rolled his eyes and said, buying information doesn't cost money, does it? You are an animal, not a human being. Chao Tianyu had already added Shin Junwo's WeChat and gritted his teeth to transfer 10,000 yuan. You are rich but unkind. Shin Junwo laughed in counterattack, then whispered, her name is Lulu, and she is a socialite who is specially trained. This time she went to Tiannan City because the financial sponsor behind her wanted to push her in front of the screen and make her a star. As for the effect, you know it. Chao Tianyu's face turned green. I don't know shit. This $10,000 is such a fucking loss. He thought that this woman was the lover of some adult. Result. What a loss. What a profiteer. Can this cheat him out of 10,000 yuan? Ouch. Awuh, awuh. At this moment, the wolves suddenly howled. Get off. Bring water and break out. Shin Junwo's face changed and he shouted loudly. What did you say? Abandon the car. Lulu's face changed drastically and she was extremely reluctant. You can stay here with the chariot. While Shin Junwo was speaking, he immediately climbed onto the car and put all the water in the car into the space ring. The wilderness is full of strange beasts and you will never starve to death. But you will die of thirst. Due to the revival of spiritual energy and the pollution of strange beasts, the water resources in the wilderness are completely unusable. They are either filled with dirty bacteria or are poisonous. Abandon the car. Feng Fanyu blared fiercely and made the final decision. The wolves attacked. If you don't abandon the car, you will be bitten all the time. Abandoning the car and relying on the territorial awareness of other strange beasts, perhaps you can survive in the cracks. Che Jinlei and I led the way, and Chao Tianyu followed behind. Xuebei and Dunan fought on the left and right flanks, while Shin Junwo coordinated and provided support in the middle. The three drivers protected Lulu and Yan Qingqing in the center. Gather quickly. Feng Fanyu immediately deployed his troops. War. On the verge of breaking out. The wolves are all level 4, and are a ferocious and swift species. The situation is very bad. Fortunately, the wolves' defenses are not high. Feng Fanyu took the lead. Even with the large number of wolves, she could not stop her beast transformation phoenix. Every time she attacked, a phoenix shadow appeared. It is also accompanied by the cry of a phoenix. It can have a great deterrent effect on strange beasts. Shin Junwo did not take action. If you get the chance, cut open the dead wolf's belly and collect the spirit pearl. This can't go on like this. There are too many wolves, and they are chasing us relentlessly, hoping to wear us out. After several failed attempts to break out, Feng Fanyu said loudly, we must find and kill the Wolf King before we can break out. Hey, this guy. It's not good to be too good. Shin Junwo sighed deeply, who else can be competent for this kind of mission besides me? You. Everyone looked at Shin Junwo. It seems like you are saying, if you don't know your realm, how can you kill the 4th level Wolf King? I'm leaving. Shin Junwo did not explain. He glanced to the left front and jumped out of the camp. With a rare grade longsword in his left hand and a legendary grade cloud-breaking sword in his right hand, he chopped and slashed with both swords, and the 4th level wolves were killed one after another. The combat power is terrifying. Amazing power. The steps are exquisite. Everyone was shocked. You told me this is level 3? Is there such a strong 3rd level? This damn pervert. It's only been a few days, and you become so powerful? Chao Tianyu had seen how powerful Shin Junwo was, and he was even more brutal at this moment. Just then, he was suddenly startled. Captain, something is wrong. Shin Junwo rushed out. Why did the wolves pay any attention to him? He went to kill the Wolf King. Aren't wolves supposed to warmly welcome guests? Why are they rushing towards us in such large numbers? Phoenix Sanskrit has been discovered. His face looked bad. It was clear that these wolves had a target. Shin Junwo was not wrong in his guess. There was a mastermind behind all these events. The target is none other than her. At this time, in the direction that Shin Junwo was advancing, a huge red-eyed Wolf King slowly appeared. Sitting diagonally on the Wolf King's back was a girl dressed in red and holding a bone flute. How could there be someone on the Wolf King's back? Lulu, who was protected in the center, let out an incredible cry. The strange beasts feed on humans. Naturally hostile. Fight until death. This scene was beyond the ordinary people's cognition. Even Che Jinlei and the other three were shocked. But Feng Sanskrit, Chao Tianyu was not surprised. The girl with the bone flute waved lightly, and the wolves that were blocking Shin Junwu's steps immediately retreated. Then she looked at Shin Junwu and said, "Hello, Mr. Shin. Senior Yang Kongshuan's vision is indeed extraordinary. Not only are you incredibly talented, but you also possess an unimaginable understanding of the wilderness. I admire you. The little sister is so cute. But when you sit on the Wolf King's back, it's not so cute anymore, it's really scary." Shin Junwu smiled slightly, and suddenly drew his sword and stood up. "I only have one thing to say, Feng Fanyu, I'm here to protect you. Why is Mr. Shin so stubborn? When the fog descended, I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it and insisted on helping them break out of the fog." The girl with the bone flute said helplessly, "Senior Yang Kongshin is very strong, so strong that I dare not touch you at all, but you don't have many years left to live. Why would you make enemies over a woman who is destined to have no feelings? As long as you are willing to leave, I guarantee that Mr. Shin will be safe and sound and leave safely." Chapter 24 Beast Soul Hall. "Actually, I want to leave," Shin Junwu answered honestly. "Why don't you leave?" The girl with the bone flute was quite surprised. "I have a bad habit. I like pure and beautiful girls, and I like challenging my limits even more." Shin Junwu grinned. "As you said, Feng Fanyu is destined to have no feelings, so I want to challenge her even more. It must feel great to conquer a woman who has no feelings. It's called a hobby. You like riding wolves, and I like riding phoenixes." Hearing this, Feng Fanyu's face turned green. When he said riding a phoenix, he was referring to himself. "You little bastard, you've been flirting with Miss Lin and now you're trying to hook up with her? What a courage! Your hobby isn't very good. She's a rose with thorns. Even if old man Yang Kongshin protects you, you don't stand a chance." The girl with the bone flute looked increasingly serious. "That's why it's called a challenge." Shin Junwu's blade flashed and he took a step forward immediately. "Stubborn." The girl with the bone flute had a cold expression on her face. She slowly jumped off the wolf's back and patted it gently. "Xiaohong, go." Ouch. The fourth-level Wolf King let out a long howl and immediately pounced toward Shin Junwu. Extreme speed impact. Jump up. The Wolf King's front paws seemed to cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The speed is so fast that it is hard to keep up. It appeared above Shin Junwu's head in an instant. Feng Fanyu was angry at Shin Junwu's debauchery, but she also didn't want him to get into trouble, so she immediately shouted, "Tianyu, go save him." Chao Tianyu was also worried. But when he was about to burrow underground, several elite wolves attacked him fiercely, leaving him no chance to escape. Next second, Shin Junwu was knocked to the ground by the Wolf King. However, Shin Junwu's double swords blocked the Wolf King's front paws, and he was safe for the time being. "Hold on, little bastard," Chao Tianyu said anxiously. "Brother, I will free my hands and come to save you immediately. You must not die. Otherwise, old Master Yang Kongshin is probably going to tear down my divine weapon villa. Please." "Die?" Shin Junwu sneered disdainfully. If he had died like this, he would not have left the camp and let out the Wolf King and the mastermind. Now, the Wolf King seemed ferocious and pressed Shin Junwu to the ground, but he didn't even catch a single hair of Shin Junwu. No matter how it bites or grabs, Shin Junwu could dodge perfectly, as if he had legs on his back, allowing him to move quickly and dodge even when being suppressed. This move is called Dragon Snake Step Epic. This is an entry obtained after killing the Stormwing Python. Like a snake, it can use its spine to generate power to move its body. Show weakness to the enemy. The Wolf King and the girl with the bone flute were both bewitched. Shin Junwu quickly seized the opportunity, swung his body suddenly, and instantly passed through the Wolf King's abdomen and appeared behind its butt. Before I got up, Shin Junwu thrust his long knife backwards suddenly, and the tip of the knife instantly pierced the Wolf King's butt, causing the Wolf King to scream and howl in pain. Next second, Shin Junwu soared into the air and slashed down with his cloud-breaking sword. A loud bang of the knife. The back half of the Wolf King's body was cut into two parts by a single knife, and he was deader than dead. No. The girl with the bone flute was caught off guard. After a heartbroken cry, she spat out a mouthful of blood, puff, puff. The Wolf King died. The wolves became wild and some even attacked the girl with the bone flute. The girl with the bone flute was shocked. She quickly retreated and blew the bone flute, but it didn't work. There were still some wolves with ferocious eyes who wanted to tear her apart. Without the Wolf King's leadership, the unruly elite wolves all had their own ideas and immediately evacuated the battlefield with some ordinary wolves. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing the 4th level Wolf King and obtaining new entries. Extraordinary sense of smell rare. Extraordinary hearing rare. Epic hunt. Reign of Kings epic. Shin Junwoo was stunned. The first 3 terms were easy to understand. The 4th king rules, what the hell? A skill that can control wolves? If so, that's perverted. Shin Junwoo immediately said, system, add. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully adding the entry and obtaining the 4th level Wolf King sense of smell, hearing, hunting ability, and the Wolf King's ability to rule over the wolf pack. Damn, it's true. Shin Junwoo was so happy that he wanted to try it out immediately, but he couldn't. People want to live long. Not only do you need to have a trump card, but you also need to be cautious. The entry was added successfully. Shin Junwoo's eyes flashed and immediately locked onto the girl with the bone flute. The Wolf King was killed. As the master, she was implicated in the backlash, and this was a perfect opportunity to capture her. Shin Junwoo. I underestimated you. The girl with the bone flute sensed Shin Junwoo's murderous intent and immediately became furious. Make fists with both hands. Twisting of the neck. A ferocious giant wolf emitting sacred starlight slowly appeared behind the girl with the bone flute. It is the girl's beast transformation ability, Sirius. As soon as Sirius appears, the wolves felt the pressure and immediately scattered and fled. Sirius meteorite. The girl with the bone flute roared. The wolf howled towards the sky, and then launched an extremely dense and powerful starlight attack, covering Shin Junwoo, Feng Fanyu, and others. Indiscriminate attack. As everyone was resisting, a strange fog quickly enveloped them, and visibility was instantly reduced to only 3 meters. Cover your mouth and nose. Shin Junwoo roared and hurried back to the camp, using mental detection to guard against sneak attacks. After a long time, there were no sneak attackers. The strange fog gradually disappeared, and everyone breathed deeply and gasped. But there was an accident, Lulu. She was an ordinary person. She held her breath for too short a time and inhaled too much poisonous mist, which caused her to hallucinate and dance gracefully in the field. You're not to mention. This woman is truly professional. The beautiful figure and seductive dance make people stare at it intently. Especially Chao Tianyu. Damn, I actually drooled. As everyone was fascinated, Lulu became even more absorbed and tore off her shawl, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Immediately following, the movements became bolder and more seductive, and she even started taking off her clothes. I'll go. Chao Tianyu seemed to notice that he was drooling, so he rushed over and hugged Lulu to prevent her from stripping him naked. Then, he quickly asked Shin Junwoo for help. Little bastard, what should I do? That's it. Shin Junwoo smiled slightly. When the poisonous fog slowly dissipates, she will wake up from the hallucination. What? Chao Tianyu blushed. I'm just going to hold her like this? Isn't this what you wanted? Shin Junwoo didn't even want to expose him. Look at your drool. Chao Tianyu blared at Shin Junwoo with an awkward laugh. You're the only one who understands me? Shin Junwoo, let's talk. Feng Fanyu was not in the mood to care about anything else and looked at Shin Junwoo solemnly. Shin Junwoo trembled with fear. He retreated repeatedly and explained, Captain Feng, Miss Feng, I was wrong. Those words I just said were meant to confuse the girl with the bone flute. I didn't have that intention. Please believe me. Hearing this, Feng Fanyu suddenly felt uncomfortable, disappointed, and lost. This thought also scared her. After shaking off his negative emotions, he said solemnly, That's not what I meant. I wanted to tell you about the Beast Soul Hall. Chapter 25, Teasing the Fire Phoenix. This was an action taken by the Beast Soul Hall against her. Things are getting more complicated. The road ahead becomes increasingly dangerous. She needed to have a good talk with Shin Junwoo. Oh. Shin Junwoo breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Feng Fanyu would hit him. This woman. Not only did he awaken the mythical beast Phoenix, but he also inherited the Phoenix's fiery temper. He is usually a man of few words. It's very scary when he is really angry. He really wants to hit people and beat them to death. The two walked aside. Feng Fanyu didn't say anything, but just stared at Shin Junwo strangely. Shin Junwo got goosebumps from being stared at. He suddenly took a step back and clasped his hands together. Hey, you don't have any thoughts about me? You want to take advantage of me. What did you say? The corners of Feng Fanyu's mouth trembled. Well, my idea is actually nothing. I know I'm handsome and charming, and I'm very attractive to women like you. Shin Junwo was still afraid, shrinking his neck and said, but I'm not that casual, I like to warm up slowly. Why don't you just die? Feng Fan clenched his fists in anger. But she finally held it in, not wanting to argue, and said bluntly, given your education and experience, it seems impossible that you know about the Beast Soul Hall. Look, you look down on others. Shin Junwo knew she would ask this, and said with a smile, have you forgotten who my master is? Feng Fanyu was stunned for a moment. If it was Senior Yang Kongxian who said that, then it wouldn't be surprising. Only. Feng Fanyu's intuition was different. He always felt something was strange, but he couldn't figure it out. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. He immediately said, judging from today's situation, we were attacked by the Storm Pterosaur because we fell into the trap set by the members of the Beast Soul Hall. In other words, the criminal we need to hunt down has already formed an alliance with the Beast Soul Hall. Perhaps, it is a joint action of two major forces. Shin Junwo nodded, very likely. Beast Soul Hall. After the revival of Dragon Kingdom's spiritual energy, 3 major cult organizations were born. It has a long history. It can be traced back hundreds of years and has always been a cancer that Longwo wanted to eradicate. The master of this hall is extremely powerful and appears and disappears mysteriously. Their identities are a mystery, but their strength is terrifying. Shin Junwo didn't know much about him. All we know is that this person has awakened the ability to transform into a beast, and has developed the ability to control strange beasts with this ability. He is also recruiting and capturing people with beast abilities all over the country. Feng Sanskrit is one of their targets. After thinking for a while, Shin Junwo said solemnly, I know your mission is a military secret and I shouldn't know it. But I want to ask, do you have to complete the task? Feng Fanyu said without hesitation, it must be done, the lost items must be recovered. So, I want you to help me. In the last sentence, Feng Sanskrit was almost a prayer. Shin Junwo's abilities were too strong, and his methods were so sophisticated that she had never seen them before. Especially his ability to kill the Wolf King and withstand She Jinlei's Palm Thunder, she was completely unable to see through it. This is a fatal operation. Shin Junwo's eyes turned, is there any benefit in helping you? You say. Feng Fanyu solemnly promised, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. I can do it. It's definitely possible, and it's easy. Shin Junwo grinned wickedly and lowered his voice a little, I will help you complete the task, and you let me kiss you. Crunch! The sound of teeth gnashing was heard, and Feng Fanyu was instantly petrified. Just kidding. No, don't be angry. Just a joke. Shin Junwo's hair stood on end and he ran away immediately. He was really joking and teasing her on purpose. Feng Fanyu has endured too much and the mental pressure is too great, which is not beneficial to his practice. A top talent like her. After graduating from university in 3 years, one should be able to break through to the 5th level of the Martial King realm. But she has been stuck at the 4th level of Martial Master realm and cannot break through. The cultivation level exceeds the 3rd level. It is not possible to achieve a breakthrough by relying on the Spirit Pearl, it requires an understanding of the realm. Martial arts. Superpowers, all the same. If she doesn't relax and put aside the pressure from her family, she will never be able to break through. After a long time, Feng Fanyu then walked back and said calmly and coldly, from this moment on, until we cross the God Burial Gorge, everything will be under Shin Junwo's command. This time, no one objected. Yan Qingqing, a therapist with low combat effectiveness, excitedly gave Shin Junwo a thumbs up. Ahem, since you have no objections, I will give the order. Shin Junwo cleared his throat, returned to the main road and set up camp here. Everyone was puzzled. Because of Shin Junwo's previous excellent performance, he did not ask openly, but just looked at Feng Fanyu. Feng Fanyu didn't answer. The first one walked back to the main road and personally arranged the camp defenses. Since the strongest people have done this, what other opinions do they have? They immediately got busy. Brother, don't bother with that. Shin Junwo stopped Che Jinlei and said, your mission is to strike me with lightning. Let's begin. Come again? Che Jinlei's face twitched. Don't you think he's embarrassed enough? Want to rub his dignity into the ground? Brother, don't be so stingy. We are not only teammates now, but also grasshoppers on the same rope, sharing life and death. Shin Junwo said seriously, as I become stronger, the strength of the entire team will also increase. What the hell? Che Jinlei exclaimed, you mean, you can use the power of thunder to practice? What else? Shin Junwo rolled his eyes at her as if she were a fool. Do you think I'm a masochist? You pervert. Che Jinlei was completely convinced. Such a cool guy. Shin Junwo cursed back and continued, beautiful Qingqing, please heal us every 10 minutes. Good. Yan Qingqing agreed with a slight blush on her cheeks. Healing techniques can restore a certain amount of mental and physical strength to the person being treated while providing treatment. This shows. Shin Junwo was well aware of the abilities of various special powers, and does not seem like a high school graduate. Night gradually falls. Because of the previous battle, no strange beasts dared to approach the base, and the people from the Beast Soul Hall did not launch a counterattack. Che Jinlei's lightning ability was exhausted. Although Shin Junwo's martial arts skills failed to break through the 4th level, he had tempered his physique and meridians severely. Especially the meridians. Shin Junwo used the power of devouring everything to temper and expand it. His current martial arts power is more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the 3rd level in his previous life, and his endurance has been greatly improved. It was midnight. The starlight in the sky is blocked by dark clouds, and it looks like it will rain. It's sneaking time. Shin Junwo knocked on the car doors one by one. Don't sleep anymore, pack up your things, abandon the car and get on the road. Are you crazy? Lulu's sweet dream was disturbed, and she was immediately irritable. It's pitch dark, how can I get anywhere? Let me explain this to you one last time. With powerful enemies watching and strange beasts blocking the road, continuing to move forward as a convoy is a dead end. We must abandon the vehicles and continue on foot. Is that clear? Shin Junwo suppressed his anger and warned. That. She was right, it was too dark and there was a chance of rain, so wouldn't the hike be too difficult? Yan Qingqing is a woman and feels a little sympathetic towards Lulu. She didn't know why, but Shin Junwo was very nice to her and Feng Fanyu, always smiling, but he was as cold as iron to Lulu. Like an enemy. Hey, you can't see it, but I can. Shin Junwo's attitude suddenly changed. If you are afraid, I can carry you on my back for free. Lulu was furious. They are both women, and she is much prettier than Yan Qingqing. Why can't she be a little gentler? Just because she is an ordinary person. Just because you are a burden to the team, you despise and hate it? Chapter 26 Arrival at the God Burial Gorge. Yan Qingqing blushed instantly. I feel like the group's favorite. Che Jinlei, Shuebei, and Dunan took good care of her, and Feng Fanyu also took good care of her. Shin Junwo was even willing to carry her on his back, which was great. Qingqing, don't believe him. Chao Tianyu approached with a wicked smile. This bastard is not a good person, he wants to take advantage of you and touch your butt. You're a groundhog, a fat bastard, and a damn thief. Shin Junwo was furious and kicked him on the butt. Don't think I didn't see you flirting with Lulu. Alright. Feng Fanyu thinks highly of Shin Junwo. He is good in every way except his bad mouth, which is very annoying. He interrupted their playfulness and said solemnly, Shin Junwo, stealth at night is a good way to get rid of the enemy, but it has significant limitations. Are you sure? Certainly. Shin Junwo waved his hand lightly, and spiritual detection was immediately used. Immediately. The mental power was divided into several channels and transmitted into the minds of Feng Fanyu, Chao Tianyu, Che Jinlei, and others. Everyone was shocked. Is this okay? Psychic powers can actually be used like this? Set off. Shin Junwo did not explain. This was an ability derived from spiritual detection after he had absorbed 3 spiritual beads specifically for this mission. Call it spiritual sharing. Under the sharing of mind, they can see everything Shin Junwo sees, and the night is like day, passing silently. The next day. A thick fog suddenly appeared in the convoy camp left behind by Shin Junwo and others. wider coverage and lower visibility. At the same time, there were wolves howling. Sitting on the top of the mountain, a young girl holding a bone flute stood with a cold expression. Behind her stood 3 young men, all of whom had the ferocious and bloodthirsty aura of strange beasts. No, something's wrong. After a long time, a thin young man who was chanting non-stop shouted in surprise, "There is no one in the camp." What? The girl with the bone flute was angry. When the bone flute sounded, the wolves immediately rushed into the camp, but they did not catch any targets. What a Shinjunwo, what a trick! No wonder you were accepted as the successor by Senior Yang Kongxian because of your psychic powers. You are indeed capable. I underestimated you again. But you can't escape. Phoenix Girl is destined to join the Beast Soul Hall, definitely. The Bone Flute Girl's anger quickly turned into interest. An interest in becoming an enemy and fighting against Shinjunwo. The other side. Shinjunwo and his group, using the cover of night as a cover, sneaked in and were very close to the burial of God's Gorge, only about 10 kilometers away. At this distance, the surrounding environment becomes strange, and there are often terrifying sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling. In the jungle. On the road. There is a kind of icy and dark aura that makes people's souls tremble. Brother Junwo, I'm scared. Yan Qingqing followed Shinjunwo and couldn't help but grab Shinjunwo's arm. All the way here. Yan Qingqing is very convinced of Shinjunwo and is very attached to him. Even though she is 3 years older than Shinjunwo, she is willing to call him brother. He is clearly a high school graduate. But she gave her a feeling of knowing everything and being omnipotent. Her experience far exceeded Feng Fanyu's, and she completely became the backbone of the team. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Shinjunwo patted her arm lightly. Looking back, I found that Lulu wanted to drill into Chao Tianyu's belly, making Chao Tianyu drool with pleasure. Stop. At this time, Feng Fanyu found something on the side of the road and hurried over. After careful confirmation, Feng Fanyu smiled for the first time and said quickly, "It's Xiaoyao, she's still alive." Very good. Chao Tianyu walked over in surprise. After looking carefully, he said, "Captain, the secret signal Xiaoyao left points forward." Good. Feng Fanyu nodded, but her worry resurfaced. God Burial Gorge is just ahead. Could she have already entered? Xiaoyao is good at tracking. Chao Tianyu's joy turned into worry. If she finds the whereabouts of the wanted criminal, I'm afraid she will really go to the burial of God's Gorge, but full speed ahead. Shinjunwo gave the order immediately. There is almost no danger within 10 kilometers around the burial god stream. Because no strange beast dares to stay or live there. En route. Feng Fanyu discovered the marks left by the team members, all pointing to the burial of God's Gorge. Upon arrival, everyone stopped in their tracks, and some even took a few steps back. An inexplicable sense of death enveloped their hearts, lingering. They even didn't dare to look up at the entrance of the burial of God's Gorge. Shinjunwo didn't care. When he came here in his previous life, it was 10 years later. The entrance to the burial of God's Gorge was the same as in his previous life, with no difference at all. This stream seems to have been cut by an immortal sword, dividing a towering mountain into two. Entrance shape. It looks like a huge tombstone with a passage dug out from the center, appearing hideous, gloomy and bloody. No life, no plants. It can be described as the entrance to a ghost town. No. I don't want to go anymore, I want to go back, send me back quickly. Lulu took a quick look and immediately broke down in tears. Shut up. Chao Tianyu quickly covered her mouth to prevent her from making any sound. Feng Fanyu's face was solemn. A hidden mark at the entrance indicated that her team had entered the God Burial Gorge. Shinjunwo, I want to go in. Feng Fanyu came in front of Shinjunwo with a serious expression. Can. My master once said that the only way to pass the God Burial Gorge is to go fast and never look back. Shinjunwo warned everyone in a pretentious manner, remember, not only must you be quick, but you must not look back. No matter what voice you hear or what call you hear, you must not look back. Because if you look back, you will die, you will die, you will die. 3 sounds will lead to death. Everyone present was trembling all over. When people are on the road and something unusual happens behind them, they will uncontrollably look back to determine whether there is any danger behind them. This is instinct, and even more so human nature. You can't just not look back. I'm giving you one last warning. Shin Junwo glanced at everyone and said, "Don't look back, or you will die." Aha! Everyone looked at each other and finally nodded heavily. One more thing, remember. Shin Junwo continued to warn, "You must obey my commands. If I tell you to run, you must run. If I tell you to stop, you must stop. If I tell you to crawl, you must lie down immediately. Even if there's a knife in front of you, or an endless sea of fire, you must lie down immediately. Do you understand?" Aha! Everyone responded in unison. Eat and drink water in 3 minutes. Shin Junwo's tone softened, then, throw away everything that will affect the action. Lulu was forced to calm down. I had to force dry food and water into my mouth. 3 minutes later. Everyone was ready, leaving everything behind except their weapons. 3, 2, 1, run. Shin Junwo pulled Yenqingqing, counted to 3, and then rushed into the burial of God's Gorge in one step. Chapter 27 Extremely Horrible. Rush quickly. The howling of the wind in my ears, coupled with the whistling sound in the mountain stream, made me feel like I was in a world of monsters and ghosts. Cold. Gloomy. Dark. In the mountain stream, on the uneven rock walls on both sides, the peripheral vision passed by, and it seemed as if there were countless ghost faces and skulls embedded in the rock walls. It gives people a visual horror shock. My legs couldn't help but feel weak. A few minutes later. Everyone felt all kinds of strange roars and wails echoing from behind. Terror struck my heart. I want to look back and see clearly, so I can feel at ease. Don't look back. Shin Junwo immediately shouted. Everyone was awakened at this and continued to run bravely. Just then, Shin Junwo suddenly sensed something and shouted in panic, "Get out of the way, quick!" Between roars, Shin Junwo took a step to the left and suddenly pulled Yenqingqing into his arms. Next second, a gust of wind roared down from above the mountain stream, and the violent sound of breaking through the air resounded, causing a brief roar in everyone's ears. Ah! A wailing sound rang out. The last driver was unable to escape and had to watch helplessly as the terrible gale hit him. A wailing sound. Rumble and stand up. The driver, who was unable to avoid it, instantly turned into a bloody mist and was swept away by the strong wind. A living person. In an instant, the body disappeared, as if it had never been in this world, without leaving a trace. Out of the corner of their eyes, everyone saw not only the manner of his death, but also the ghostly face in the rock wall behind him, the skeleton coming to life and struggling to break free. Don't look back. Shin Junwo shouted fiercely, and used his mental power to twist their heads abruptly. Keep running. This is the God Burial Abyss. A dangerous place that is said to be able to bury even gods. In the previous life, there was a martial saint who died while exploring the burial god abyss. Can you imagine how dangerous it is? Rush, continue. Everyone's perception became increasingly strange. Some heard cries for help, some heard brutal fighting, and some heard wails from hell. It seemed as if countless lives were buried in the mountain stream and turned into ghosts of the dead. No, I won't. Feng Fanyu followed Shin Junwo's steps closely, revealing a confused, sad, and doubtful tone. She actually heard Xiaoyao's cry for help? "Captain, save me, save me. Captain, please save me, I'm about to be swallowed by them. Captain, I'm in pain and I don't want to die. Captain, I'm right behind you, look back at me, look at me. It hurts. It hurts so much." Cries for help. Wailing sounds. It was so real, so true, that Feng Fanyu's face gradually turned pale and his mood gradually collapsed. She couldn't leave her team behind. She couldn't leave Xiaoyao behind. She wants to go back, she wants to go back to save Xiaoyao, even if it means death. Driven by a strong sense of justice, responsibility, and guilt, Feng Fanyu slowed down and began to look back. Ah! At just one glance, Feng Fanyu saw countless ferocious ghost faces. Countless skeleton armies instantly overwhelmed her, biting her madly and making her feel excruciating pain. The whole person is sinking, unable to break free or climb out. A time of extreme crisis. A big hand suddenly stretched out and pulled her out of the engulfing bite. Thoughts turned back. The person she saw was Shin Junwo, who was glaring at her with squinting eyes. With the other hand, he grabbed her wrist and ran wildly. Only then did Feng Fanyu understand that if he looked back in the God Burial Abyss, he would see a horrifying illusion that was enough to cause one to sink into eternal damnation. If Shin Junwo had not grabbed her in time and pulled her out of the illusion, she would have collapsed and died. Get down! At this moment, Shinjunwa's earlobe twitched suddenly. It was the Wolf King's hearing and sense of smell that sensed a new wave of danger approaching. When shouting angrily, Shinjunwa pushed Yen Qingqing to the ground. Just as he was about to lie down, he suddenly realized that Feng Fanyu had not yet fully recovered from the illusion of looking back. As a last resort, Shinjunwa suddenly pulled her down with force and then quickly threw her to the ground. Next second, a mass of terrifying black things swept in from the mountain stream ahead, so dense that there was no place to hide. The only way to avoid it is to lie down. In the back, a driver didn't have time to react and was taken away instantly. Those who climbed down in time. I felt a dark mass of something whizzing past my head, making an extremely sharp and piercing sound. Peripheral vision perception. It was a bat, a kind of bat that had never been seen before, with extremely sharp legs. Che Jinlei, who was a little behind Shinjunwa, felt a smell of blood. He raised his eyes slightly and saw that Shinjunwa's back was being scratched by the bats whizzing past. Feng Fanyu was knocked down by Shinjunwa and pressed under him. Therefore, his back is higher than that of ordinary people, which is why he was scratched by the bat's claws. Feng Fanyu also saw it. Tears rolled down uncontrollably. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the one protecting others, sacrificing for others and blocking harm. But this time, someone else was protecting her. It was a man I had known for only 2 days. The dense bat claws were so numerous that it was impossible to estimate their number. With such huge and dense damage, Shinjunwa didn't even say a word? 1 minute later, the swarm of bats finally passed. Shinjunwa struggled several times before finally getting up. Malagobi. What a terrifying dark bat monster. It obtained armor attributes from the ironback lizard, and even steel armor rare can't resist it? Fortunately, the steel armor did help a little, and only caused some minor injuries. Qingqing, hurry! Feng Fanyu stood up and called out anxiously. Yen Qingqing didn't dare to delay and immediately used the healing technique to treat, remove the poison and stop the bleeding. After healing, Shinjunwa tore off the backless clothes and gave some instructions while standing shirtless. Keep going. Remember to obey the orders and don't look back. Perhaps because they had no way to advance or retreat and no choice, everyone's fear was greatly reduced. The next journey. Although we occasionally encounter the terrible gale, we managed to avoid it in time. 2 hours later, the team has already gone deep into the God Burial Abyss, and the environment has unexpectedly become warm. Not only are there plants growing in the stream, but they are also very lush, and the spiritual energy is also extremely strong. This situation, different from what Shinjunwa saw in his previous life. When he came here, the God Burial Abyss was lifeless. It seems, in the past 10 years, huge things have happened. Perhaps, the criminal that Feng Fanyu and others were chasing had really entered the God Burial Abyss. Slow down and be careful. The current situation is different from that of the previous life. Shinjunwa can only move slowly, step by step, and fully turn on the spiritual detection. There are 2 levels of spiritual detection. One is night vision, which allows you to see at night. One is a deeper detection that can penetrate the obstruction of objects and can see clearly 30 meters underground. What? This. After walking for about half an hour, Shinjunwa's spiritual power penetrated a layer of rock wall and discovered that there was a secret realm full of vitality. This secret realm is different from the martial arts college entrance examination secret realm of Sangyun Middle School. It is a natural secret place. In other words, it is a relic from ancient times. The secret realm of Sangyun Middle School's martial arts college entrance examination was created by powerful humans using extraordinary weapons and raising exotic beasts according to the environment. Natural secret realm. A fate that defies destiny. It can be encountered by chance but not sought after. The divine martial spirit bone that allowed Shinjunwa to rise to prominence was obtained from an extremely secret natural secret realm. Why don't you leave? Feng Fanyu noticed that Shinjunwa's expression was not right and asked in a low voice, is there something wrong? Chapter 28, Fortune and Honor are seeked in danger. Shinjunwa never imagined that there was a natural secret place in the burial of God's Gorge? Previous life. No news at all. Shinjunwa didn't want to miss such a chance, so he pointed to the rock wall and said, there is a natural secret place in this rock wall. What? When these words were spoken, everyone except the silly Lulu was extremely shocked. I have confirmed that this is indeed a natural secret realm. However, my spiritual detection range is limited, and I don't know what dangers are hidden there. Shin Junwoo continued, it's a fate that defies destiny. I must take this risk. Those who don't want to take the risk can stay or go forward on their own. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. A naturally secret place with unknown dangers. Staying or moving forward is equally dangerous and unknown. There is no Shin Junwoo. They have no confidence that they can get out of this hellhole. Wealth and honor are sought in danger, so take risks. Chao Tianyu immediately stated, if the wanted criminal is ahead, who knows what kind of trap is waiting. Good. Feng Fanyu then said, if the secret realm here can greatly increase our cultivation, we can complete the mission better. Agree. Agree. Che Jinlei and the other three also expressed their opinions immediately. As for Lulu and the last driver, they were not qualified to make the decision. Good. Shin Junwoo immediately used his hand to draw a line on the rock wall. Groundhog, it's up to you. Fuck you. You order me around and you even scold me. Chao Tianyu rolled his eyes, but walked forward with a smile on his face. Break the wall and dig the ground. He is professional. Once the earth escape technique was used, the soil on the rock wall of the mountain stream was continuously dug out. It was the first time that Feng Fanyu saw Chao Tianyu perform, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, and she couldn't suppress it. Shin Junwoo's description is very apt. It really looks like a giant groundhog. Not long. A passage appeared that was barely wide enough for people to pass through. Chao Tianyu did not rush in after getting through, but retreated and let Shin Junwoo go first. It's not that he's afraid of danger. The secret realm was discovered by Shin Junwoo, so he should be the first to enter and the first to collect resources. This is called the rule. Shin Junwoo entered. After reaching out and touching the light curtain of the secret realm, he was immediately pulled into it. A scene that catches the eye. The whole place feels like being in a paradise, with towering trees full of vitality, beautiful flowers, small bridges, flowing water, pavilions and towers everywhere. It seems to be a small world where immortals live. There is no end in sight. The sky seemed very close. It's actually quite far away and quite magical. While waiting for everyone, Shin Junwoo breathed in the rich spiritual energy and felt that his martial arts could break through to the 4th level at any time. How wonderful! The richness of spiritual energy far exceeds that of the secret realm where Shin Junwoo obtained the divine martial spirit bone. Lulu was the last one to enter. The beautiful environment broke through her fear, and her love for flowers was aroused. She immediately rushed towards those beautiful flowers. Shin Junwoo was shocked. He took a step forward, pulled him back, and threw him heavily to the ground. What are you doing? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Why are you so fierce? Lulu got up angrily and said, what's the danger here? I can't even pick a flower? Really? Shin Junwoo snorted coldly, picked up a stone and threw it towards the beautiful flower. Result. The stone suddenly shattered in the air. The horrific scene frightened Lulu so much that she collapsed on the ground, not daring to speak. See? Shin Junwoo said coldly, except for the small path in front of us, there are mysterious forces guarding all around. If you touch it, you will die. Finished. Shin Junwoo used spiritual detection to sense the mysterious power and walked forward slowly. Shin Junwoo was feeling quite frustrated at this moment. It feels like entering a treasure trove but coming back empty-handed. That mysterious power was too terrifying. Any warrior of level 6 or 7 would die if he touched it. It is the most terrifying secret place Shin Junwoo has ever seen in his life. Follow the trail. The crowd walked across the covered bridge, past a bamboo forest, crossed a garden, and came to a courtyard that looked like a farmhouse. At this point, the road is blocked. There is a stone table and several stone benches in the yard. Besides, there was only a willow tree and a dry well. However, this courtyard is not protected by any mysterious power. Why? Take a break, take a break. Chao Tianyu sat down on the stone bench in great depression. After entering a treasure mountain, he could only watch. Who wouldn't be confused? Ah! As soon as Chao Tianyu's butt landed on the stone, he stood up with a scream. The stone bench was turned into ashes on the spot when someone sat on it. Chao Tianyu fell down unexpectedly, and his hand fell on the stone table, turning it into ashes. Shin Junwoo was shocked. How many tens of thousands of years has it taken for the stone to decay to this extent? In surprise. Shin Junwo tried to push open the hut. Sure enough, the hut turned into ashes when it was touched. Perhaps, the time has not come for the secret realm to be revealed yet. Feng Fanyu sighed in disappointment. This proves that we are not destined to be together. Let's go. But Shin Junwo didn't want to leave and was unwilling to do so. He activated his mental detection at full power and explored under the courtyard. He didn't believe that his excitement would be in vain. 30 meters. 50 meters. 80 meters. 100 meters. Even though they had reached their limit, Shin Junwo was still unwilling to give up and was determined to explore a little further even at the risk of his life. But it is not easy to break through the limit. He overused his mental strength and sweat covered his forehead. Finally, with Shin Junwo's unremitting persistence, the limit of mental power was broken and the detection distance suddenly increased to 130 meters. The situation 30 meters below was finally revealed. Fuck! Shin Junwo was furious. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "Break this mental attack." A mental attack breaks out. After a burst of invisible mental power collision, everyone's eyes flashed with incredible expressions. The stone tables, stone benches, and thatched huts that had just disappeared have all been restored. And they were all entangled by the willow branches beside the dry well, and hung high in the air. Damn it, what's going on? Chao Tianyu was shocked. Wasn't he walking out just now? Illusion. This willow tree has developed intelligence and possesses extraordinary spiritual power. We have fallen into its spiritual illusion. Shin Junwo was also entangled in the air by the branches, however, its grade is not high, only level 5. The grass and trees have become spirits. They must be willow trees that are at least 1,000 years old. Feng Fanyu exclaimed in surprise and immediately counterattacked, Phoenix Flame, burn. Once this move is made, the willow branches were burned immediately, but their branches had a certain degree of fire resistance and could not be burned off in a short time. At the same time, the willow tree continued to entangle Feng Fanyu and directly hit Feng Fanyu's mind with its mental power. Spiritual realm, open. Shin Junwo couldn't let Feng Fanyu get into trouble, so he used his spiritual field to protect Feng Fanyu from Willow's spiritual attack. If anything happens to her, the entire team will be wiped out. On level, Shin Junwo was far inferior to Lu Shu, but his domain skills are very tenacious and can buy some time for Feng Fanyu. The spirit is blocked. Willow was angry. The willow branches wrapped around Shin Junwo suddenly grew sharp thorns, which pierced into Shin Junwo's body fiercely, randomly, and frantically sucking Shin Junwo's vitality and mental strength. The intense stinging pain and the agony of having his vitality drained away made Shin Junwo wail continuously. Brother Junwo. Shin Junwo, Shin Junwo. Yan Xingqing, Chao Tianyu, Che Jinlei, and others were terrified. But they were controlled and could not help. A lifetime of adventure. Shin Junwo had never seen such a terrifying plant elf. It actually had the ability to absorb people's vitality and mental strength. Beyond cognition. Shin Junwo is not without any solution, and he will not sit and wait for death. Doesn't it want to suck itself dry? Then he could also absorb its vitality and mental strength, devour its supernatural powers, and instantly perform the devour everything technique. Chapter 29. People should not be too greedy. Then swallowing. Shin Junwo is the ancestor. Once the skilled devour everything was used, Shin Junwo turned into a glutton on the spot. Not only was the willow tree unable to devour Shin Junwo's vitality and mental strength, but it was instead devoured by Shin Junwo. The speed is faster and more violent than it. It is impossible to resist it, let alone cut it off. In horror, the willow tree decided to throw Shin Junwo out, and the entangled willow branches began to loosen. Snort! How could Shin Junwo give it this opportunity? After the entanglement loosened a little, Shin Junwo suddenly grabbed the willow branches, not giving them a chance to separate from him. When using thunder to refine the body, the devouring ability displayed by Shin Junwo was very subtle, and Feng Fanyu and others could not detect it. But now I am using my full strength, so they will naturally notice it. There is a risk of the third superpower being leaked. How can I let Lu Shu have it easy? A tree tried to kill him, and it had to pay the price. Can't be cut off. I can't get rid of it. Coupled with the counterattack of Feng Fanyu and others, the situation of this spiritual 5th order king level willow tree is very bad. Especially Feng Fanyu and Che Jinlei. A phoenix flame and a thunder power can both cause considerable damage to the willow tree. One gains while the other loses. Shin Junwoo was so excited that he laughed continuously at this moment. The vitality of the wood element is extremely strong. Shin Junwoo's martial arts is about to break through the 4th level. By absorbing its huge vitality, his internal strength grows very rapidly. The spiritual power of the willow tree also provides a source of advancement for Shin Junwoo's spiritual abilities. Boom! 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 Not long after, Shin Junwoo's martial arts took the lead in breaking through to the 4th level of Martial Master. The so-called Wuzong. It also means master. It means that a person's internal strength, experience, and martial arts skills have reached a first-class level, and he can open a school to recruit disciples and teach martial arts. You can even create your own martial arts. Not long after, Shin Junwoo's spiritual ability broke through to the 4th level immediately. This moment, Shin Junwoo's mental power increased greatly, his mental attacks became stronger, and the range of his mental field became larger. Grass and trees should move with the wind, die. Shin Junwoo's cultivation level increased greatly, and he instantly obtained the legendary cloud-breaking sword. He grabbed the willow branch and swung it, with the tip of the sword piercing the willow trunk. The willow tree distributes too much power. Unable to resist Shin Junwoo's sudden outburst, the tree trunk was pierced by a knife, causing severe injuries. However, Shin Junwoo's methods go far beyond this. The cloud-breaking sword that was inserted into the tree trunk was not pulled out. Instead, it used the power of the blade to break the wound and once again devour the vitality and spiritual power of the willow tree. The willow tree trembled violently and its branches flew everywhere. Good opportunity. Feng Fanyu and She Jinlei seized the opportunity to explode and finally broke free from control. Finally free. The two of them instantly got their epic weapons, swung them continuously to cut off the branches of the willow tree, and rescued Chao Tianyu and others. The situation that Lu should have been controlling was reversed and he became the target of siege. How dare a mere plant try to eat a human? Chao Tianyu landed freely. He used the Earth gravity move to suppress Willow's movements with all his strength. The Fire Phoenix temporary team consists of 7 people in total. At this time, the 7 people worked together and finally demonstrated the combat effectiveness and coordination that a special team should have, causing a devastating blow to the 5th level King level Willow. It's time to end it. Shin Junwoo did not dare to be greedy. Seeing that Lu Shu had reached the end of his strength, he suddenly shook the cloud-breaking sword. With a loud bang, the trunk of the King level willow tree snapped at the location where the cloud-breaking blade was vibrating. Next second, in the tree trunk under the blade, there is a heart-like crystal, emitting bursts of green light. Willow heart? The essence of life condensed from millennia-old plants is a life wonder that transcends the realm of spirit beads and can only be born from the spirits of plants and trees. Feng Sanyu and Chao Tianyu exclaimed at the same time. Shin Junwoo was also shocked. Judging from the size and height of this willow tree, it should be far less than 1,000 years old. How could such a strange creature of life be born? There is a ghost. There is definitely a ghost. Using his spirit to detect, he immediately peered down at the roots of the willow tree. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Turn out to be. That was not a dry well, but a spiritual spring that produced the earth spirit liquid. What's even more shocking is, there is a skull in the spiritual spring, emitting waves of spiritual power. This bone is similar to the divine martial spirit bone that Shin Junwoo once obtained. It is a magical thing that can be integrated into the body to change physique and talent. Shin Junwoo had inquired from many sources. The formation of spiritual bones requires perfect factors of time, place, and people. Its owner must have been an invincible figure who had reached the 9th level in his lifetime, and it was only with the baptism of endless spiritual power that it was finally formed. Willow tree transformed into a spirit. The reason why he possessed the willow heart and this spiritual power was discovered, and it was all because of this spiritual spring. After Shin Junwoo put away the willow heart, his mental power randomly flowed into the spiritual spring, absorbing all the earth spirit liquid and spirit skull in it. What is this? Everyone was horrified when they saw the spirit skull. The spirit skull, a spiritual bone formed after the death of an invincible super-level 9th level creature, is worth more than a mythical weapon. Shin Junwoo did not hide it and said slowly, "These springs are the earth spirit liquid, which contains an incomparable amount of vitality. It can improve the speed of cultivation, heal injuries, and cure diseases, but it is a rare opportunity. Each of you fills a bottle, and the rest belongs to me." Chao Tianyu was very happy. How could he have the chance to encounter such a legendary thing? He immediately took out a bottle of mineral water from his space ring, drank it madly, and used it to hold the Earth Spirit liquid. After profit sharing, Shin Junwoo directly put the Spirit Skull into his space ring. To this, the members of the Fire Phoenix team didn't say anything. Instead, Lulu and her driver seemed dissatisfied and kept looking at each other. After a short break, the driver finally couldn't bear it any longer and slowly stood up and said, "Mr. Shin, I have a question for you." "You say?" Shin Junwoo looked up in surprise. "In this operation, you undoubtedly made the greatest contribution and the most contributions. But we are a group, a whole, born and died together, so there should be no distinction between us." The driver said slowly, "The best things we've harvested this time are probably the Willow Heart and the Spirit Skull. Their value is incomparable to the Earth Spirit Fluid. But you, it seems, took it all by yourself without consulting us. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Hearing this, the 6 members of the Fire Phoenix team all looked at him in surprise. Shin Junwoo smiled softly. "You mean I should give you a copy?" No. Mr. Shen misunderstood. "I don't have the qualifications." The driver immediately waved his hand. "What I want to say is, Captain Fong, Mr. Chow and the others also contributed, are you?" Phew! Before he could finish his words, Shin Junwoo suddenly grabbed a knife and chopped off the driver's head with one blow. Blood spurted out. Lulu and Yenqingqing were so scared that they screamed in fear. The others were also shocked by Shin Junwoo's ruthlessness. But Shin Junwoo did not explain. He just took out a piece of white cloth and slowly wiped the blood off the blade. "Shin Junwoo, you..." After a long moment, Lulu trembled and accused, "You killed someone. How dare you kill someone? You actually killed someone right in front of the Longyuan Army Special Forces. How dare you?" "Really?" Shin Junwoo smiled interestingly and turned to look at Fong Fanyu. "Captain Fong, do you think it's wrong for me to kill him?" Chapter 30 Finding Traces. He deserves to die. Fong Fanyu didn't hesitate at all. Although she disagreed, she felt that Shin Junwoo's actions were understandable. "What?" Lulu was furious. "Fong Fanyu, you are a law enforcer. Not only did you not pursue the matter, but you actually protected him? He deserves to die." Let us not talk about Lu Muxin, the issue of the ownership of the spiritual skull. Just because he intended to sow discord between us and Shin Junwoo and take advantage of the situation, he deserves to die. He deserves to be killed. Fong Fanyu answered in a strong and resounding voice. Wilderness quest. It is both dangerous and a coincidence. At times like this, the most taboo thing is internal strife due to uneven distribution of spoils. He just told the truth. Lulu's tone became a little less confident. "Besides, he is doing this for your sake. You think I'm stupid, don't you?" Fong Fanyu's face turned cold and angry. "Without Shin Junwoo, we would have died long ago. Without Shin Junwoo, we would never have been able to discover the secret realm here. According to the distribution of merit, Lu Muxin, the spiritual skull should belong to him. Besides, he is the only one suitable. He is a psychic who can fully utilize the power of the psychic skull. As for Lu Muxin, I think he will take it back and give it to Senior Yang Kongxian to help him prolong his life and heal his injuries." Wow! After hearing this, Shin Junwoo excitedly walked up to Fong Fanyu and said, "Sister Fongwon, you understand me so well. You're the worm in my stomach. I'm starting to like you a little bit." Roll. Fong Fanyu glared at him unhappily and said, "How can you praise others like this? I am a phoenix, not a worm." Just then, the secret realm suddenly shook, accompanied by an extremely terrifying aura and an extremely depressing roar. "Let us go!" Shin Junwoo roared, grabbed Yenqingqing and ran away. Chao Tianyu sighed and finally pulled Lulu back. "Run for your life as fast as possible." Shin Junwoo looked back with some regret. The willow tree didn't even have any entries. I wonder if it's because the willow tree hasn't fully evolved yet and reached the level of a strange beast. Regrets are regrets, but we cannot stop. After the group of 8 returned to the burial of God's Gorge, the passage opened by Chao Tianyu was sealed again due to a vibration. So weird. It gives people a dreamlike feeling. Shin Junwoo felt like it was a dream. He used his mental power to take out Lu Muxin's spiritual skull, and it was right in his hands. "The road ahead is dangerous, please stay for a while." After some thought, Shin Junwoo decided to absorb the spirit skull first. Good. The 6 members of the Phoenix team stood in their respective positions, all facing forward alertly. They all understood. If you look back in the Burial God Gorge, you will immediately fall into an illusion, and no one dares to look back. Shin Junwo sat in a circle. Inject spiritual power into the spirit skull to communicate. The spirit skull is a type of spiritual bone. The way to integrate it is very simple. After communicating with its own power, it will automatically merge with the key parts of the body. A few minutes later, the spiritual skull glowed, as if it recognized Shin Junwo, and began to approach the center of Shin Junwo's eyebrows, slowly entering the fusion process. The process is quite painful. But compared to the pain of fusing the divine martial spirit bone, it was nothing. The Shinwu spiritual bone is a spiritual bone on the spine. The power of fusion spreads throughout the body, as if the whole person was taken apart and then reassembled. Not long. The spiritual skull was completely compatible with Shin Junwo's brow bone, leaving a mark similar to the third eye at the brow. After obtaining the spiritual bones, Shin Junwo's mental power suddenly increased. The fourth spiritual skill is automatically derived. The 6 members of the Fire Phoenix sensed Shin Junwo's mental power, and they were all horrified, with an inexplicable sense of fear arising from deep within their hearts. When we first met, Shin Junwo was only at level 3. It hasn't been long, and we are already not far from the 5th level. If they were to compete with each other using supernatural powers, Fengfanyu might not be able to defeat Shin Junwo. There was also the beheading knife in the secret realm. Only they knew in their hearts that Shin Junwo killed Lulu's driver just to make an example of him. If they covet. If Fengfanyu disagrees with his approach, the blade will probably be pointed at them. Decisive killing. The heart of a hero. With the support of Yang Kongshan behind the scenes, within 3 years, Shin Junwo will surely dominate the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, they are afraid that they can only look up. Keep going. The group didn't mention anything about what happened in the secret realm, which made Shin Junwo feel much more at ease. That knife. No mistake. After walking for about an hour, Fengfanyu once again discovered the secret code mark left by team member Xiaoyao. Fengfanyu and others were extremely excited. Shin Junwo, on the contrary, was in a heavy mood. The group of perverts in the Beast Soul Hall can deal with strange beasts and can even control the Beast King, triggering a large-scale beast tide. They are extremely terrifying. The pride of the Dragon Kingdom. Countless people died at their hands. In particular, most of the members of the Wasteland Hunters, known as the strongest team, died because of the believers of the Beast Soul Hall. Gradually go deeper. The God Burial Abyss in Shin Junwo's memory was gradually overturned, and the situation at this moment was very different from that 10 years later. In addition to the nether bat, a strange beast that likes darkness, humidity, and gloom, there seem to be many flying beasts living in the central area of the God Burial Abyss. The terrain is complex and strange forces are everywhere. Stop. Shin Junwo suddenly spoke, looking up at the mountain stream. What did you find? Fengfanyu asked anxiously. There are traces of climbing on the rock wall. Shin Junwo used all his strength to perform spiritual detection to scan again, and then spoke with certainty. Breakthrough to the 4th level. Shin Junwo's spiritual detection range expanded to 500 meters, and after integrating the spiritual skull, it increased again, reaching a range of 1,000 meters. If the detection range had not been expanded to 1,000 meters, he would not have been able to detect it. What's even more terrifying is, the spiritual detection went up 1,000 meters, but it was still far from the top of the mountain stream. I wonder how high the rock wall of the mountain stream is. Chao Tianyu, Shui Bei, listen to my orders. You two, take Lulu and Yenqingqing and wait here as backup. If you encounter danger, flee the Burial God Gorge immediately. Fengfanyu made a prompt decision. The 4 of us, Shin Junwo, Che Jinlei, and Dunan, will climb up and find out what's going on. Captain, no. Chao Tianyu immediately objected. We are not strong enough, and it will be more dangerous to divide our forces. We must divide our forces. The mountain stream is too high for Lulu to bear and she will die from lack of oxygen. Shin Junwo said solemnly, Dunan's wood ability is the key to climbing the rock wall. If we all go forward together, he will be under too much pressure. Still not working. If it weren't for my earth escape technique, you would have no chance of escaping if you encountered a strong enemy. Chao Tianyu was extremely worried. Well, Che Jinlei and Shui Bei stay here, I'll go up with you. Brother, how could the 2 ladies escape if they were in danger while you were away? Shin Junwo rolled his eyes and said, "The environment on the top of the mountain is complex and there are unknown forces. I'm afraid your earth escape technique will be useless." Shin Junwo is right, you must stay. Feng Fanyu's decision was unquestionable. Dunan, use heavenly wood entanglement to tie us up, and then we can climb up in coordination. Good. The taciturn Dunan stretched out his hand, and 3 wooden vines stretched out from his left hand, wrapping around Shin Junwo, Feng Fanyu, and Che Jinlei respectively. With a stretch of his right hand, 3 wooden vines grew up towards the rock wall and penetrated into it. Wooden Vine Spider-Man. Keep climbing up. Chapter 31, Cooperation between two cults. I have to say, Feng Fanyu still has certain leadership and vision, and is good at selecting people. If it weren't for Dunan, no one can climb up there unless they grow wings. There were 4 people in the group, all of whom had high martial arts skills. They could all find leverage and pull each other up, moving at a very fast speed. Soon, we climbed to 2,000 meters. Shin Junwo used spiritual detection to check and found that after another 1,000 meters, he still hadn't reached the end. Leap up. The air becomes thinner. The cold and gloomy feeling becomes stronger. After 3,000 meters, the rock wall began to freeze. After 4,000 meters, Dunan's wood-based ability found it difficult to break the ice, and the energy consumption was greater. Stop. Shin Junwo said, "Everyone take some medicine and rest for a few minutes, then I'll take the lead." They were all very tired. They all took out their own earth spirit liquid and drank it. Life-saving stuff. This is the perfect time. Watch me perform. After resting, Shin Junwo smiled confidently, pressed his body against the ice, and immediately used the attribute Dragon Snake Swimming, but the Storm Wing Python burst out. He twisted his body and immediately climbed up the wall. The 3 of them widened their eyes. Can a human turn into a snake? Now I understand. It turns out that there was a reason why Shin Junwo used a 3rd-level formation to kill the 4th-level Wolf King. Next second, Shin Junwo shouted softly, and the Wild Boar King's item Iron Hoof Giant Claw was used immediately. Put your hands in. The ice broke immediately. Then, he used his mental power to suddenly lift up the wooden vine and threw them directly into the air. At the same time, Shin Junwo's Dragon Snake Swimming body quickly climbed upstream at an extremely fast speed, pulling the 3 people again at a higher point. The 3 of them couldn't help but curl their lips. What a show! This is the real Canyon of Kings. With this ability, you won't die even if you fall into the abyss. It's amazing. At an altitude of 6,000 meters, the 4 finally reached the top. The top of the mountain was covered in white, as if one was in the clouds. The coldness made even the 4th-level warriors feel irresistible. Roar! The 4 of them had just taken a breath when waves of dragon roars rang out, and the sound waves brought about a violent gust of wind. Shin Junwo was shocked. This aura is so terrifying that it is even more powerful than the ferocious Beast King's Storm Wing Python. Spiritual detection. The dragon's roar was not far away, so Shin Junwo immediately detected it. The picture is transmitted back. Shin Junwo was startled and randomly shared it with Feng Fanyu, Che Jinlei, and Dunan. In the fog ahead, there is an ancient altar with 6 blood-red chains on it, trapping an ice thorn dragon about 10 feet long on the altar. There are 4 people around the altar. They are all 5th-level beast transformation mutants. In front of the altar, there was a young man in a suit and tie with a gloomy face, and under his feet was a beautiful woman whose whole body was covered in frost. It's Xiaoyao, it's Xiaoyao. Feng Fanyu got the picture and became instantly excited. Shin Junwo grabbed her and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. If you rush forward now, you will only be controlled by others. She is still alive, and her role is self-evident." Feng Fanyu calmed down instantly. If Xiaoyao falls into the hands of the enemy, they will definitely be preparing to threaten her. This is the usual practice of the Beast Soul Hall believers. The 4 people around the altar are new believers of the Beast Soul Temple. They are all 5th-level beast transformation psychics. Feng Fanyu's face was solemn. And the man in the suit is the criminal we're hunting this time, the messenger from the Dark Temple, a lunatic who has awakened a shadow beast, known as the Black King. Shin Junwo already understood what was going on. The messenger of the Dark Temple, the Black King, he is a legend. 1. Known as the legendary god of thieves, there is nothing he cannot steal. If Shin Junwo guessed correctly, The Black King did something big and stole a sample of a medicine that the Dragon Kingdom's military was researching, the Tianxing Shui. This thing. It has the effect of strengthening the body and improving supernatural talents. The Black King is legendary, but his talent is only rare. The purpose of stealing the heavenly awakening water is to strengthen one's physique, improve one's talent, and inherit the ability of the Ice Thorn Dragon through the unique blood sacrifice method of the Beast Soul Hall. The Black King in the previous life. Not only does it have the stealth ability of the Shadow Beast, it also has extremely strange spatial abilities. The combination of these two capabilities once caused the Dragon Kingdom to be in dire straits, and countless technologies and research materials were stolen. Final. The leader of the Wasteland Hunters plotted repeatedly and dispatched the strongest Wasteland Hunter team to kill him. There is information from previous lives. Among the rare beasts, the Ice Spinosaurus, the thorns on its back are not only used for defense, but also have the ability to move in space. When the Ice Spinosaurus moves, these thorns form a temporary spatial channel, allowing it to quickly travel through different dimensions and spaces. That being said, it was at this moment that the Black King cooperated with the Beast Soul Palace and successfully deprived the Ice Spinosaurus of its spatial ability. Shinjunwo, the Black King must die. Feng Fanyu looked at Shinjunwo solemnly. If he doesn't die, the Dragon Kingdom will be in endless trouble. Don't worry. Shinjunwo signaled her not to get excited. The 5th level Ice Thorn Dragon was blocked by the altar, but it did not surrender so easily. Although the blood sacrifice method can plunder the souls of alien beasts to enhance the abilities of one's own souls and deprive them of their abilities, it is not easy to succeed. Mr. Black King, it's almost time. The leading Beast Soul Hall believer, Huoji, who possessed the Fire Snake Beast transformation ability, nodded and spoke. For this Ice Thorn Dragon, my Beast Soul Hall not only lost 3 believers, but also offered an extremely rare exotic beast as bait before successfully capturing it. You must remember the sacrifices made by the Beast Soul Hall. The Black King slowly took off his suit and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Brother Huoji. Regardless of whether this succeeds or not, I, the Dark Temple, owe the Beast Soul Temple a big favor. If successful. From now on, if you have any orders from the Beast Soul Hall, no matter how hard it takes, I will get you what you need, brothers. Otherwise, I will be punished by heaven and earth." Ha 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 ha. With Mr. Black King's words, it's a sure thing. Huoji laughed out loud and took the first step. The Beast Soul Fire Snake appeared, and the raging flames of the Fire Snake instantly burned the Ice Thorn Dragon. The other 3 also used their beast souls to use their own strength to destroy the powerful dragon body of the Ice Thorn Dragon. Just as Shinjunwo expected. The Ice Thorn Dragon is not a real dragon, but it has the blood of a divine dragon, and its bloodline is comparable to that of a ferocious beast, and its defense is very strong. Even if imprisoned. It also requires an extremely huge force to hurt it. It is worth mentioning that the altar of this Beast Soul Hall is really magical. It not only has a terrifying confinement power, but also has a certain condensing effect on the beast souls. Otherwise, once the Ice Thorn Dragon's body is gone, its soul will also be scattered. The 4 of them continued to perform. The Black King also took out the newly developed but not yet perfected Tianqing water and prepared it for consumption at any time. Shinjunwo? Feng Fanyu couldn't hold back any longer, and was even more afraid that Xiaoyao couldn't bear it. If you want to save people, you must listen to me. Shinjunwo warned sternly, otherwise, not only will you fail to save people, you will also kill us. To this, Che Jinlei and Du Nan both agreed with Shinjunwo's approach. The opponents are all level 5. They were all at level 4, with a huge difference in strength. If they acted rashly, they would die. Feng Sanskrit also knows. But there are some things she has to do, it's her mission. Even if she knew she would die, she had to give it a try. A quarter of an hour later. When the thorns on the Ice Spinosaurus's back were severely damaged, Shinjunwo's eyes finally lit up. Do it. I'll be responsible for rescuing people, and the 3 of you will stop the 4 people from the Beast Soul Hall. As soon as the words fell, Shinjunwo suddenly rushed out, constantly breaking the ice with his feet, and picking up streams of snowflakes. Chapter 32, Fierce Battle, Fierce Battle. Psychic Powers. Invisible and invisible. It is the best choice to save lives. Shinjunwo took the lead and quickly approached the altar. He immediately used his spiritual power to raise countless snowflakes to block the enemy's sight and take the opportunity to save people. A sudden change occurs. The 4 Huoji people didn't seem surprised and responded calmly. The Black King in front of the altar was calmer. He stood motionless on Xiaoyao, who was frozen to death, and even showed a disdainful smile. Shin Junwo crossed the altar and fell backwards. Use the dragon and snake swimming technique. The snowflakes flew everywhere, leaving no trace. The Black King's eyes widened in shock. His expression, as still as a mountain, finally revealed a hint of surprise, and his demeanor, as steady as an old dog, collapsed. He immediately reached out to grab Xiaoyao and held her hostage. Mind control. Shin Junwo was well prepared. The moment the Black King made his move, he used the new skills he gained after upgrading his psychic powers to the 4th level. This skill, unlike the spiritual realm, it is a single-shot skill. It can also directly attack the enemy's spirit and thinking, and even control the enemy to act according to one's orders. The Black King was caught off guard and was immediately hit. But he was stunned for just a second before breaking free from control in an instant. Shin Junwo was shocked. There is only one possibility for the Black King to escape his mind control in an instant. He is not just a simple psychic. Instead, he was an extremely terrifying 5th-level warrior with an extremely determined mind. Damn it! He actually hid the fact that he was a powerful warrior. What a deep thought. But Shin Junwo is best at dealing with accidents. His mental power suddenly swept out and saved people in the moment when he lost consciousness. Mental force pulling. Xiaoyao was forcibly taken away by Shin Junwo. The Black King lost his footing and was instantly enraged. Shin Junwo, disciple of Senior Yang Kongxian, you are indeed capable, but you shouldn't have come. Anyone who stops me will die. As soon as the words fell, the Black King instantly locked onto Shin Junwo, his feet moving like the wind, stepping on the sky. Just as Shin Junwo hugged Xiaoyao, the Black King kicked Shin Junwo in the back with great force. With a loud bang, Shin Junwo was kicked and rolled out holding Xiaoyao. It hurts so much. Shin Junwo's back was almost broken by the kick, and he screamed in pain. He is a 5th-level warrior. It was at least the middle stage of the 5th stage of the Martial King realm. If Shin Junwo did not have the ability to devour and dissolve, his waist would have been broken. This scene. Not only Feng Fanyu was caught off guard, but even the people in the Beast Soul Palace were caught off guard. They had never expected that the Black King's martial arts skills were so pure. You know it hurts, right? Next, it hurts even more. The Black King was furious. He immediately got a pair of rare swords and slashed at Shin Junwo fiercely. Yeah? Shin Junwo pushed Xiaoyao out and immediately jumped up with his legs crossed. A rare long sword and a legendary cloud-breaking sword immediately appeared in his hand, and he slashed and hacked at the Black King. The Black King is very strong. Shin Junwo was not afraid of him and dared to fight against the 5th level at the 4th level. The two swords collided continuously. Symphony of golden swords. Sparks flew. The intensity and excitement of the battle far exceeded the battle between Feng Fanyu and his 3 companions and Huo Ji and his 4 companions. Good boy, your martial arts talent is so high? The Black King used all his strength but was unable to do anything to Shin Junwo, and was horrified. You're not bad either. Shin Junwo answered with a chuckle, feeling quite bitter inside. If he had not successfully advanced to the 4th level and had the ability to devour and dissolve, he would not have been able to withstand it. This battle is dangerous. I thought that the Black King was the character with the least combat power, and Shin Junwo could quickly kill him and go to help Feng Fanyu and the other 2. As a result, he turned out to be the one with the strongest combat power? Miscalculated. If they can't break the deadlock quickly, the situation will become even worse after Feng Fanyu and the other 2 are defeated. While thinking, Shin Junwo's gaze fell on the altar. Perhaps, the Ice Spinosaurus is the only one that can help him break the deadlock. 3 minutes of confrontation. Shin Junwo was forced to retreat continuously, and gradually felt exhausted and his arms became numb. Ha 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 ha. Level 4, always level 4. No matter how outstanding your talent is, it is impossible to cross the limit and fight an evenly matched battle with a 5th-level warrior. Go to hell. The Black King has noticed that Shin Junwo's condition is getting weaker. During the fierce attack, he suddenly kicked Shin Junwo in the chest. Shin Junwo was unable to dodge and was kicked in the chest. He kept sliding backwards and could only try his best to control himself from falling. The Black King succeeded in one move. He immediately stepped forward and flew up, raising his 2 swords high and slashing down fiercely. The situation is critical. Unstable body. Shin Junwo could only hold up his two swords horizontally to block. Bang! There were two sounds in an instant. Shin Junwo's palms felt numb, and the two swords flew out of his hands. The whole person fell to the ground with a loud bang. Die. Others are afraid of Yang Kongxian, but He Wang is not. As long as today's blood sacrifice is successful, he will be able to obtain this spatial ability, and with the stealth of the Shadow Beast, Yang Kongxian will not be able to kill him. One-step pursuit. The tip of the knife pierced Shin Junwo's heart. Die? At this moment, Shin Junwo showed a smile of success. The Black King was shocked. Glancing back, he discovered that Shin Junwo's two swords were flying rapidly, slashing towards the blood-colored chains of the altar that controlled the Ice Thorn Dragon. No. Only then did the Black King realize that he had fallen into a trap. Shin Junwo was indeed incapable of doing so, but he wanted more to confuse him so that he could use the method of spiritual control of objects to rescue the Ice Thorn Dragon. Feng Fanyu, Che Jinlei, and Du Nan all saw it. He burst out desperately, forcibly holding back the four Huaji members and not giving them a chance to stop him. The Black King is too far away. Unable to stop it anymore, he could only vent his anger on Shin Junwo, and stabbed his two swords into Shin Junwo's heart with incredible force. Only death. Only then can he calm down. The sound of clicking and crackling continued to ring out. The blood-red chains on the altar were cut off one after another. At the same time, the Black King's knife tip stabbed down forcefully. Shin Junwo tried his best to use the dragon snake swimming body to avoid it, but he avoided the vital point. The Black King's two swords pierced his shoulders at the same time, nailing him directly to the ice. Shin Junwo is miserable. But he is not someone who can be bullied at will. The moment the Black King hit him, Shin Junwo's fists exploded and hit the Black King's chest with the Bull Demon Power Fist. Bull Demon's powerful punch is an item dropped by the Buffalo King. It can make Shin Junwo burst out with the terrifying power of the 4th level from the 3rd level. At this moment, Shin Junwo's martial arts had reached the 4th level, and the power he could unleash was even stronger. It was difficult for the Black King to bear it head-on, and he was beaten and flew backwards with blood spitting out of his mouth. Roar! At the same time, the Ice Spinosaurus completely broke free from control, charging up with overwhelming hatred and slamming into the Black King. The Black King was shocked. He twisted his whole body vigorously and finally completed the rotation in the air, crossing his hands in front of his chest. Resist in time. But the attack from the Ice Spinosaurus only made his injuries worse, and he vomited blood again. Shin Junwo withdrew his mental power. He attached his mental power to the Black King's double swords and forcibly pulled them out. This time it was Shin Junwo. It's so miserable. Blood was gushing out of his shoulder. Fortunately, Shin Junwo had the money and drank a lot of Earth Spirit liquid. The unconsumed medicinal effects repaired his injuries in time, making him feel better. The situation finally changed. The Black King was avenged by the Ice Spinosaurus and was unable to take any action. However, Che Jinlei and Du Nan were seriously injured by the people from the Beast Soul Hall. Only Feng Fanyu relied on the power of the Phoenix to hold on and tried his best to protect Che Jinlei and Du Nan. You too. Go kill Shin Junwo and capture the Ice Spinosaurus. Seeing that He Wang was in a bad situation, Ji was furious and asked the two people around him to kill Shin Junwo. Chapter 33 Are you a human? Ruthless person. I only believe in one wise saying, kill you while you are sick. The two beast-like mutants who awakened the Fiery Wolf and the Hellfire Hound immediately evacuated the battlefield and attacked Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo was so cunning. Both of his arms were seriously injured and he had no fighting ability at all. Only by getting rid of Shin Junwo could he regain control of the situation. It's a pity that Shin Junwo is not that easy to deal with. His arms were seriously injured and he indeed had no fighting ability, but he still had special abilities. A thought came to my mind. He used his spiritual power to control objects and wielded 4 long swords to attack the 2 men from a distance. 2 of them belonged to Shin Junwo. The other 2 belonged to the Black King. The mind controls the object, the blade is treacherous, and the trace is unpredictable. The 2 cannot break through for a while. This is the power of psychics. Even if your body is injured and your skills are weakened, as long as you still have mental strength, you can attack the enemy even if you lie still. The situation has temporarily stabilized. On the other side, the more seriously injured Ice Thorn Dragon was not only suppressed by the Black King, but was also forced to retreat toward Shin Junwo. It looks like it can't last long. The situation is unfavorable again. Foam Fanyu was anxious and worried. If she could successfully break through to the 5th level, the situation would definitely not be like this, but she really could not gain any new insights and could not break through. Shin Junwoo was also very angry. If Foam Fanyu had the 5th level of cultivation, he could sweep away all the bastards here by himself. Old Wolf, go help Mr. Black King. The beast-transformed mutant who had awakened the Hellfire Hound suddenly spoke, leave Shin Junwoo to me. Capture the Ice Spinosaurus first and suppress it. If this beast dies, our plan will be in vain. Shin Junwoo's psychic abilities are strange, but they can't hurt me. That makes sense. Old Wolf nodded immediately. He leaped up and swung his fiery wolf claws suddenly, quickly blocking Shin Junwoo's obstruction. See this. Shin Junwoo's eyes moved, and they reminded themselves. The Ice Spinosaurus is very important to them, and even more important to Shin Junwoo. It is not only a factor in breaking the deadlock, but also a trump card to escape with his life. Being besieged by 2 people. The situation of the Ice Spinosaurus was even worse. The thorns on its back were severely damaged, and it didn't even have a chance to escape through the air. As it continues to retreat, getting closer and closer to Shin Junwoo. Moreover, he would turn around and yell at Shin Junwoo from time to time, as if saying, "Brother, can you bring 2 of your knives over to me? I can't stop it, I really can't stop it." Shin Junwoo didn't see it and used all his strength to resist the enemy, preventing him from getting close. Boom! A moment later, the Ice Thorn Dragon was attacked by the Black King and the Old Wolf together, and its huge body slid down in front of Shin Junwoo with a bang. The Ice Dragon's head was right next to Shin Junwoo. What the hell? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Shin Junwoo was furious, and the 2 rare long swords suddenly changed direction and attacked the Black King and Old Wolf. The Ice Spinosaurus gave a grateful look. This person is much more pure and kind. When this Dragon King escapes with his life, he will eat you first. When the Ice Spinosaurus was thinking about how to escape, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its neck and a knife was inserted directly into its neck. A sudden scene. It left both sides dumbfounded. Shin Junwoo not only took back the 2 rare long swords, but also took back the most terrifying legendary Breaking Cloud sword and inserted it into the neck of his teammate Ice Spinosaurus without anyone noticing. Gave it a fatal blow. At this time, Huoji, Lao Lang, and He Wang all felt that Shin Junwoo was not a human being. Although the Ice Spinosaurus is a strange beast, it has the same enemies as Shin Junwoo. In battle, if you suddenly stab someone in the neck, are you a human being? Shin Junwoo ignored it. While they were stunned, he stepped on the Ice Spinosaurus's head, held the cloud-breaking knife tightly in both hands, endured the severe pain in his shoulder, and cut off the Ice Spinosaurus's head fiercely. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 5th level Beast King Ice Spinosaurus and obtaining new entries. Extremely unlucky rare. Spinosaurus Claw Epic. Spinosaurus Roar Epic. Space Travel Epic. Ice Flame Epic. System, except for extremely unlucky, all are added. Shin Junwoo cursed inwardly and spoke anxiously. This damn system actually called him a non-human? As he guessed, killing the Ice Thorn Dragon might give him a chance to obtain the spatial attribute entry, and it turned out to be true. Bite. The host detection entries, Space Travel Epic, and Ice Flame Epic are all attribute entries. The host's bodily functions are detected to be impaired and in danger. Please select an entry to add. Fuck, there are actually restrictions? Shin Junwoo was shocked. Before he could make a choice, Black King, Old Wolf, and the other 2 had come to their senses and attacked him together. Spiritual Realm. Shin Junwoo immediately used his spiritual realm to suppress the enemy, intending to delay time. At the same time, Shin Junwoo replied urgently, System, add Spinosaurus Claw Epic, Spinosaurus Roar Epic, and Space Travel Epic. Bite. Congratulations to the host for adding the attribute entry, Space Travel Epic. The system is opening the spatial ability for the host. Congratulations to the host for adding the Spinosaurus Claw Epic and gaining the power of the Spinosaurus's claws. Congratulations to the host for adding Spinosaurus Roar Epic and gaining Spinosaurus Dragon Roar Attack. The plan succeeded. But his spiritual realm was only at the 4th level, which was not enough to suppress the 3 5th level characters. It could only slow down their attacks and movement speed. It also takes time to unlock new abilities. Shin Junwoo, it's useless. Under pressure, the Black King stepped closer, shouting angrily, You killed my Spinosaurus and ruined my plan. You deserve to die. Sorry, you don't have this chance. Shin Junwo looked back and made a quick decision. Before he finished speaking, Shin Junwo suddenly turned around and rushed out, picked up Xiaoyao and jumped off the top of the mountain. No, no. No, no, no. Seeing Shin Junwo forced into a desperate situation and willing to jump off a cliff to die rather than fall into the hands of the enemy, Feng Fanyu was heartbroken and furious. Phoenix flames instantly replenished the entire body. At this moment, she suddenly realized that nothing in this world is important except power. Family. That power. Without power, everything is fleeting. Without strength, she cannot protect her teammates, her country, or her family. Boom. 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 Under the intense impact of grief, Feng Fanyu's skills and supernatural power exploded, and he unexpectedly broke through to the 5th level of Martial King Realm at the same time. Not good. Feng Fanyu made a breakthrough in the middle of the battle, and the faces of Black King, Old Wolf, and the others changed drastically. Without caring about Shin Junwo jumping off the cliff, he immediately ran over and besieged Feng Fanyu with Hua Ji. You all go to hell. Feng Fanyu went completely crazy. The soul of the mythical beast Phoenix roared continuously, and the Phoenix flames shot all over the field, instantly suppressing the 5 masters. The other side. Shin Junwo jumped off the cliff with a smile on his face. He secretly estimated the distance of his fall and waited for his spatial ability to be activated. But this time, it opened very slowly. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. Time is running out, and if his spatial ability cannot be activated, he will really have to jump off a cliff this time. You will die. Chapter 34, Activating Space Power. 4,000 meters. Shin Junwo couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn system, can you be more reliable? After cursing inwardly, Shin Junwo was suddenly stunned. Is the falling speed too fast? Look down. Xiaoyao, a member of Feng Fanyu's team, is actually pregnant with him? The injured shoulder immediately felt a sharp pain. Damn it, I'm acting too convincingly. Shin Junwo was very depressed. It's not like he's really jumping off a cliff, why would he carry this woman and jump down? This is going to kill me. Others thought they committed suicide for love. 2 people jumped off a cliff, the weight was too heavy and the falling speed was too fast. Shin Junwo didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately activated his wind-based ability skill, Storm Tornado. Use this to support yourself. Slow down your fall. With the protection of the Storm Tornado, the whistling sound in my ears instantly reduced the coldness and even gave me a feeling of warmth. At this time, the dazed Xiaoyao regained some consciousness and slowly opened her eyes. She felt that the man in front of her was so handsome and his embrace was so warm. This kind of warmth was something she had never felt in her life. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the 4th superpower, Spatial Power, and obtaining a talent skill, Spatial Shift. Finally waited for it. Shin Junwo's face immediately became smug. You bastard. Little bastard. You are bullying me and forcing me to jump off a cliff to buy time, right? I want you to die. He immediately used spatial teleportation, climbed up quickly, and killed him with a surprise attack. Continuous movement. With the cooperation of the Storm Tornado, Shin Junwo quickly returned to the top of the mountain. I have to say that the spatial ability is indeed one of the most powerful special abilities. No wonder the Black King tried so hard to obtain it. On top of the mountain, Feng Fanyu continuously used his ultimate moves, forcing 5 people to retreat one after another with his own strength, and he pressed forward fiercely. Shin Junwo really didn't expect this. He jumped off a cliff and came back, and Feng Fanyu actually made a breakthrough? Heroic and beautiful. Heroine. It makes people reluctant to break this beautiful battle. But Shin Junwo could only vent his anger by himself. He secretly left Xiaoyao behind and disappeared with a teleportation. Next second, Shin Junwo, holding the cloud-breaking sword, appeared silently behind the Black King and chopped at his head with one blow. This beast must be cut in half. The blade slashed down. A moment of life and death. The Black King's martial arts instinct was aroused, and he actually sensed the danger, and suddenly turned his head to the right to avoid it. There was a puffing sound. The Black King's head was saved, but his entire left arm was cut off by Shin Junwo and fell to the ground. Ah! You! Blood splattered everywhere. Hua Ji and others were shocked as if by a bolt from the blue, and were frightened to death. A person who jumped off the cliff from the top of the burial god stream actually came back? How is this possible? Not to mention that they were terrified, even Che Jinlei and Dunan, who were seriously injured and lying on the ground, and Feng Fanyu, who was showing his mighty power, could not believe it. But the facts are there. The Black King's severed arm is definitely not an illusion. Run! Huo Ji and the other two were terrified, their defenses completely broken as they let out a loud cry and fled in all directions. At this time, the Black King fell miserably and suddenly turned into a black shadow and drilled into the ice. It is worthy of the reputation that nothing can be stolen. In this situation, he still has the ability to escape? Seeing that the Black King's left arm was left behind and there was a space ring on the finger of his left arm, Shin Junwu was too lazy to waste his mental energy to hunt down a disabled man with a broken arm. Fighting battles one after another. He doesn't have much mental strength left. The murderous intent instantly locked onto Huo Ji, and with the help of Space Shift, he instantly appeared behind Huo Ji and stabbed a knife directly into his heart. The strongest one dies. The next second, Shin Junwu continued to move in space and chopped the old wolf down with another knife. At the same time, Feng Fanyu seized the opportunity, and the phoenix flame pierced the chests of the other two people one after another. So far, the 4 5th-level believers of the Beast Soul Hall were all killed. The battle is over. Feng Fanyu rushed out and hugged Shin Junwu tightly. She really thought Shin Junwu was dead. The joy of regaining what she had lost could not be expressed in words. She just wanted to hug this little man tightly. Well, Shin Junwu was stunned for a moment, then said with some secret pride, "It's a bit hard, but very comfortable and warm." After a long time, Feng Fanyu gradually calmed down, and then felt like she was being pushed. She immediately pushed Shin Junwu away with a red face. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Shin Junwu was also embarrassed and quickly turned sideways. Heart. Can you blame me for this? It's so warm to hug someone on the cold mountaintop. To blame. It's your fault that you are too beautiful and have such a great figure. Team leader. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Xiao Yao, who was thrown aside, was shivering with cold and had to speak out. Xiao Yao. Feng Fanyu quickly ran over and hugged Xiao Yao tightly in his arms. Che Jinlei and Dunan were also shivering from the cold. Shin Junwu did not stop, took off the Black King's space ring, chopped the Ice Thorn Dragon's body into several pieces and put them into the space ring, then immediately used his mental power to pull them together. Then, he took them and jumped into the God Burial Gorge. The sudden cliff jumping scared the 2 men and 2 women so much that they screamed. What an inhuman being! Obviously, their worries were unnecessary. Under the influence of mental power, Shin Junwu led the 4 of them to move through space several times, and soon they appeared in the burial of God's Gorge. However, at the place where they parted, there was no trace of Chao Tianyu, Shuebei, Yan Qingqing, and Lulu. Not good. Feng Fanyu's expression changed. They are not here. Could it be that they are in danger? Don't worry yet. Chao Tianyu's Earth Shield technique is his most effective escape ability besides his spatial ability, and he can escape danger even when in danger. Shin Junwu almost lost his balance and spoke breathlessly. On the contrary, we are all useless except you. Feng Fanyu couldn't help but glance over. Che Jinlei and Dunan were only able to move with difficulty. After Xiao Yao drank the Earth Spirit liquid, she was also able to move with difficulty. As for Shin Junwu, the wound on the shoulder was so large that the entire shoulder was completely pierced and was bleeding. Psychic powers. His spatial ability was almost exhausted, and his physical strength was also rapidly depleted due to his injuries. You could tell from the way he spoke. Crack! 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 At this moment, a sound of human bones turning suddenly came from behind the 5 people. Go, go, go! Shin Junwu's face changed and he immediately urged. The legendary skeleton ghosts actually exist? When I glanced back out of the corner of my eye earlier, it seemed as if some skeleton monsters were about to crawl out from the sides of the mountain stream. Wasn't he at all an illusion? Feng Fanyu heard it. She didn't dare to look, but still glanced back for a moment, and saw a terrifying white skeleton struggling towards her. Feng Fanyu didn't dare to stay. He walked up to Shin Junwu and carried him on his back. Hey, what are you doing? Shin Junwu was horrified. He had always been the one to carry others on his back, and there had never been a time when someone else had to carry him on their back. And, she is a woman. Shut up! If you dare to say anything more, I will throw you to the back. Feng Fanyu was grateful and felt guilty. If she had been able to see things more clearly earlier and break the shackles of her mind sooner, Shin Junwo would not have been seriously injured, and would not have been forced to jump off a cliff to avoid the enemy's blade. The serious injuries to this teen were all caused by her incompetence. Perhaps, this is the only thing she can do for Shin Junwo. Chapter 35 is a white lie. Shin Junwo was a little embarrassed. He always makes these threatening remarks to those who are disobedient, but now it's his turn today? However, it seems to feel pretty good to be carried on the back of a woman. Although there is a slight smell of sweat, the body fragrance is stronger and more intoxicating. It's all about taking some medicine. Shin Junwo did not resist and took out a bottle of mineral water containing earth spirit liquid. After drinking it in big gulps, he immediately threw it to Xiao Yao. This time, if it weren't for the earth spirit liquid, their situation would be even worse. After Xiao Yao finished drinking, it was thrown to Che Jinlei and Du Nan again. Lying on Feng Fanyu's back, Shin Junwo did not just enjoy himself, but held the spirit bead of the 5th level Ice Thorn Dragon in his hand. Used its devouring ability to absorb power, make up for the consumption of spatial ability, and improve the level of spatial ability. This time, although he killed 4 5th level believers of the Beast Soul Hall. But there are more than just 4 believers in the Beast Soul Temple, and the girl with the bone flute is also tracking them. These little bastards are very cunning. Not only can he control strange beasts, but he can also travel and sneak through the wilderness with the power of his own beast soul. Spirit beads with the same attributes. With the addition of the devouring ability, Shin Junwo's spatial ability was quickly replenished and quickly upgraded to the 3rd level. At this time, the situation in the God Burial Gorge suddenly changed, and a large number of skeleton undead appeared in front of them, blocking the way. It should be the group that turned back to pursue Chao Tianyu and others. On everyone's face, a look of despair appeared in an instant. But Feng Fanyu seemed very calm. After a flash of his eyes, he suddenly handed the Black King's space ring to Shin Junwo. She held Shin Junwo's hand for a long time and was reluctant to let go. She also looked at Shin Junwo very tenderly. You. Shin Junwo was a little confused. What was that look? Shin Junwo, I'm glad to meet you, but we met too late. Feng Fanyu interrupted Shin Junwo and said solemnly, Xiao Yao, Jinlei, Dunan, and this space ring, I hand them all over to you. You want? Shin Junwo immediately understood her plan. But just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Feng Fanyu. Really, I'm really happy to know you. If I had known you earlier, I think I would be willing to try to like you. As soon as these words were spoken, all 3 were shocked. Especially Xiao Yao, she is not only a member of Feng Fanyu's team, but also a classmate since high school, and she knows Feng Fanyu very well. He would break people's legs at any time. Never smile at a man. The fact that she could say such words showed that she really liked Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo was even more shocked. Before he could react, Feng Fanyu raised her heels slightly and suddenly kissed Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo's brain suddenly clicked and froze. Feng Fanyu actually kissed him? The famous Fire Phoenix actually kissed him? You guys, go. 3 seconds later, Feng Fanyu let go of Shin Junwo, and 2 tears rolled down her eyes. Skeleton undead. She was originally a dead thing and it was impossible for her to be killed again. She had no choice but to leave her life here and fight for a way out for Shin Junwo and others. Go away, sir. Shin Junwo came back to his senses and pinched her chin. Let's go. Feng Fanyu was not angry, but looked at Shin Junwo pleadingly. She doesn't want to die. I also can't bear to leave Shin Junwo. But she is the only one who still has the strength to fight, and only she can create a way out for everyone. Silly woman, go away. Shin Junwo stared at her solemnly. I'm not dead yet, is it your turn to play the hero? Xiao Yao, Jinlei, Dunan, listen to my orders. Feng Fanyu swung Shin Junwo's hand away and ordered sternly, take him away, quickly. Fuck you. Shin Junwo laughed angrily. Feng Fanyu thought that he was going to compete with her for the spot to stay and be a hero? As long as I'm not dead, no one else can die. A bunch of dead, with only a pile of bones left, still want to kill me? Shin Junwo waved his hand. He recovered a little bit of his mental strength and instantly bound the 4 people, then used the space shift to break through the air and left. 3 times in a row. When the group of 5 appeared, they were already outside the God Burial Abyss, near one end of Tiannan City. After standing, several people looked at Shin Junwoo stupidly, and the atmosphere was quite weird. Shin Junwoo, you bastard. After 10 seconds of silence, Feng Fanyu's cheeks became increasingly hot, and her anger instantly rose. She angrily threw Shin Junwoo to the ground and strangled him fiercely. True Chi. Feng Fanyu was really angry, very angry. You clearly still have spatial abilities, so why are you pretending to be exhausted and powerless? Cough, cough, cough. Shin Junwoo felt uncomfortable being pinched, but he didn't know how to explain it. He can speak. Does he have the ability to devour? Can it quickly absorb spirit beads of the same attributes to make up for the consumption of superpowers, or even improve the level of superpowers? He can speak. I didn't ask you to volunteer to be a hero? He can speak. You silly woman, you are being too sentimental. You son of a bitch, you're kidding me. Tell me, why are you playing tricks on me? Feng Fanyu was so embarrassed and angry. You are happy just by making me look bad and sad, right? Shin Junwoo was also a little anxious. Feng Fanyu is a straight-laced woman who hates being deceived the most. If she doesn't give an explanation for this matter, she's afraid she will hate herself for the rest of her life. Think quickly. Shin Junwoo hugged Feng Fanyu and pulled her into his arms. He whispered softly in her ear, because, I like you. In a word, I like you. Feng Fanyu's heart broke instantly, her body softened instantly, and the hand that was pinching Shin Junwoo's neck couldn't help but loosen. Looking at Feng Fanyu's gentle reaction, Shin Junwoo felt guilty and muttered, "Amatba. I didn't mean it. Bro, this is a white lie. I really can't think of any other reason. If I don't say this, she'll feel cheated and embarrassed, she'll think she's being too sentimental and closing her heart again." Bang! Bang! At this moment, applause suddenly rang out from the edge of the jungle outside the Burial God Gorge. Look up. If it's not Xiao Tianyu, Yan Qingqing and others, then who else could it be? We can't. Feng Fanyu came to his senses and stood up immediately. His expression also became cold, aloof, and lonely. Captain, actually you. Xiao Yao wanted the captain to be happy and quickly started to persuade him. Shin Junwoo was shocked. Damn it, I don't need you to be a matchmaker? Shin Junwoo was so scared that he stood up instantly, grabbed Xiao Yao, and covered her stinky mouth with his hand. What I said before was just an impulse. I hope you don't take it to heart. Feng Fanyu spoke with her back to Shin Junwoo. Therefore, no one noticed Shin Junwoo's behavior of stopping Xiao Yao. Well, when Shin Junwoo was feeling embarrassed, he suddenly discovered that there was a huge ball of earth next to Xiao Tianyu and Xue Bei, which was constantly shaking. He quickly ran forward, blinking and asking, "What is that?" "Skeleton monster." Xiao Tianyu answered somewhat bewilderedly. "What's going on? What good thing happened? What the hell are you talking about?" Shin Junwoo jumped up in shock. You are looking for death." "Why?" Xiao Tianyu sighed and slowly pointed to a tree. Shin Junwoo raised his eyebrows. "It's Lulu." His back was scratched and blood was flowing uncontrollably. His whole body was shaking, his mind was extremely distorted, and his vitality was constantly draining away. No treatment was effective and could stop the bleeding. What's going on? Feng Fanyu was brought back to reality by Lulu's injury, and temporarily forgot about what happened with Shin Junwoo. Chapter 36 Weird Skeleton. After you left, the skeleton monster came. Can't be beaten to death. Can't hurt. We had no choice but to flee, and while fleeing, we encountered the nether bats again. Xiao Tianyu sighed and said slowly, when Lulu was escaping underground, she was caught up by a skeleton monster, who grabbed her back tightly. Final. This skeleton monster followed us out of the God Burial Gorge. Feng Fanyu frowned. You can stay here because the skeleton monsters chasing you don't dare to leave the God Burial Abyss? It should be. Xiao Tianyu nodded. Captain, what should we do now? The skeleton monster's movements are slow, but it embodies mysterious power. It is invincible. The wounds of those injured by it cannot be healed. Its mysterious power also corrodes the internal organs and devours life. Feng does not know Sanskrit. I could only look at Shin Junwoo. Shin Junwoo had never encountered a skeleton monster in his previous life, nor had he heard of any information about the skeleton monster's abilities. But this is a rare research opportunity. There's an open space ahead with a wide view. Let's set up camp first. Shin Junwo said after thinking about it. Outside the burial god gorge, many strange beasts dare not approach, and it is safer than the ordinary wilderness. A team of wounded soldiers needs time to heal and recover their combat effectiveness. No one had any objection. Chao Tianyu controlled the earth dungeon and led the skeleton monster forward. Not walking for a while, Chao Tianyu suddenly sensed that the skeleton monster's agitation was gradually weakening, and finally it stopped moving. Oh! Shin Junwo was startled and took it immediately. Then stepped back. As a result, as they got closer to the god burial abyss, the skeleton monsters in the dungeon began to stir and struggle again. Stay away and it will be quiet soon. This happened several times. Shin Junwo said happily, it seems that there is some power in the burial god gorge that is controlling the skeleton monster. If it moves away from the burial god gorge, the control will be lost. Stop playing. Chao Tianyu looked at Lulu and said with some reluctance, can she be saved? Have no idea. Shin Junwo shook his head. Whether it can be saved or not, we need to study it to know. Settle down. Yan Qingqing treated the wounded, while Shin Junwo and Chao Tianyu released the earth prison and squatted on the ground, carefully examining the motionless skeleton monster. It's fucking amazing. After a person dies, the skeleton left behind by the decay of flesh and blood can actually move and hurt people? Shin Junwo was about to touch it. Chao Tianyu was shocked and tried to stop him, pushing Shin Junwo's hand away. You are crazy. Lulu was scratched and her vitality is constantly draining away. There is no way to treat her. That makes sense. Shin Junwo was frightened for a moment. He retreated far away and slashed down with the legendary cloud-breaking sword. With a click, the cloud-breaking sword vibrated and resounded, but it didn't leave even a mark on the bone. It was incredibly hard. That's amazing. When a rare weapon clashed with the cloud-breaking sword, the blade would be broken and would require a lot of effort to repair, but the skeleton monster's bones were not hurt at all? After fiddling around for a while, I found nothing. Chao Tianyu lost interest and went to visit Lulu in the tent. Shin Junwo fell into deep thought. He used spiritual detection to take a look, but found nothing. It was just a skeleton. Supernatural powers cannot be damaged. Force cannot destroy. Mental power cannot be seen. It's really magical and terrifying. Shin Junwo has been active throughout his life and knows a lot about the secrets behind the revival of spiritual energy, but he has never encountered such a strange thing. Think about it. Shin Junwo was still unwilling to give up. He couldn't sleep well unless he touched the skeleton with his own hands. I took a quick glance and found no one around. Shin Junwo slowly stretched out his hand towards the skeleton's arm, his heart beating rapidly, and he was terrified. But he continued to reach out. Perhaps this is curiosity killing the cat. Soon. Successful touch. Shin Junwo's fingers trembled, not knowing whether it was because of the coldness of the bones or the fear in his heart. Other than that, there's nothing strange. Just as Shin Junwo was feeling disappointed and wanted to retract his fingers, the skeleton suddenly shook and a strange force burst out from it. It's a suction force. A strange suction force that specifically absorbs life force. Shin Junwo was shocked and stopped, but it was too late. The strange suction instantly plundered Shin Junwo's vitality, making him unable to break free. It's terrible. It's terrible. This time it's really terrible. Curiosity killed the cat. In panic, Shin Junwo suddenly thought of the devouring ability. The skills devouring everything and devouring and dissolving were activated simultaneously to counteract this strange suction force. After pulling for several minutes, Shin Junwo's vitality finally stopped fading and he was able to move again. But Shin Junwo's curiosity killed the cat once again emerged. He actually wanted to use the power of devouring everything to devour the strange power in the bones to see what changes would occur. I have to say, Shin Junwo was really brave. He was shocked by his own curious thoughts. After a period of self-determination, he still did it. The devouring ability bursts out with full force. After a while, Shin Junwo successfully absorbed the strange power in the skeleton. The moment the power entered his body, he felt that this power was extremely extraordinary, a power that surpassed the limits of human beings. In terms of quality alone, the power of the ultimate human being, the martial god realm, seems extremely mediocre in front of this power. It's just like Shin Junwo now, looking down at the fish in a pond. What's even more strange is, Although Shinjunwa's devouring ability can plunder this power, it cannot absorb it. It can only be absorbed after being slowly refined bit by bit. About a quarter of an hour later, Shinjunwa finally refined a little bit and absorbed it into his body. An amazing thing happened. Just a little bit of strength actually enhanced Shinjunwa's physique and skills? A trace. 1 point. Although it is a tiny unit, the increase is hundreds or thousands of times. At this time, Chao Tianyu strode over and asked anxiously, "Old Shin, have you found anything?" Lulu can't hold on any longer. Shin Junwo stopped immediately. He looked at Chao Tianyu with a serious look. Chao Tianyu got goosebumps from being looked at like that, and asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like that? You have king want to play with my legs, don't you? Go!" Shin Junwo rolled his eyes and said, "Maybe I can save her." What? Chao Tianyu was shocked and overjoyed. He went to pull Shin Junwo. "What are you waiting for? Go! What are you in such a hurry for?" Shin Junwo waved him away and said solemnly, "Let me ask you, if she harms you in the future, or even harms Divine Weapon Villa, will you still want me to save her?" "How is that possible? What nonsense are you talking about? She is a weak woman, and she wants to harm me? And she wants to harm the Divine Weapon Villa? Do you think that the Divine Weapon Villa belongs to an Ainye?" Chao Tianyu urged nonchalantly, "Stop talking nonsense, since you can save people, just do it." Shin Junwo said seriously, "Cheng Tang's reign lasted 600 years. Su Daji still managed to destroy it. Do you think she used her demonic power or her charm? You're pulling a hammer. When did you become so nagging and blaming others?" The fall of the Tang dynasty was not solely the work of Su Daji. Chao Tianyu said anxiously, "I don't care who she is or what her identity is. I want you to save her, save her." "All right." Shin Junwo sighed and finally agreed. According to the trajectory of his previous life, Chao Tianyu had already died, which means that things in his previous life are not unchangeable. Walk into the tent. Lulu's gaze of survival immediately fell on Shin Junwo. She knows. Only Shin Junwo could possibly save her. "Everyone, get out and stay away." Shin Junwo waved his hand and spoke without allowing any refusal. Words from the humble author. Brothers, the test recommendation is 80,000 words. Data is very important. If you like it, please add it to your bookshelf and follow me for more updates. Test for 7 days. There will be at least 2 updates, and an additional chapter will be added every 50 updates. There will be at least 2 updates, and an additional chapter will be added every 50 updates. Thank you again, friends. Don't get too fat. The better the data, the more updates will be added. The humble author asks for good reviews, good reviews. Chapter 37 Separation. Everyone was confused. But still stay away. In fact, they were all quite curious. Why did Shin Junwo hate Lulu? It was as if she had done something that was hated by God and man. After making sure they are all away, Shin Junwo then approached and slowly squatted in front of her. "Do you know why I hate you, even hate you?" Lulu shook her head repeatedly. She thought about it all the way but couldn't think of it. She even asked Chao Tianyu about Shin Junwo's identity, but it turned out that she had no contact with Shin Junwo's family or friends. "I really can't understand it." "Good, it's better not to know." Shin Junwo smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "Do you know who my master is and what abilities he has?" Lulu nodded repeatedly. Although she is an ordinary person, she has different exposures and not only knows, but also knows it very clearly. "Very good, I'm glad to know." Shin Junwo smiled slightly, his expression suddenly turned cold. "My master and I have the same ability. No matter where you are, if I want to kill you, I only need to stretch out my hand and make a stroke. Even if you escape the wilderness and cross the ocean, I, Shin Junwo, will kill you and you will have no hope of survival." Lulu heard this. His mind was shaken and his eyes were filled with fear. She knows. Shin Junwo was not bragging, he was telling the truth. But she really doesn't understand? Why do you hate her so much that you even want to kill her? Actually, I know you have no choice, and I know you don't want to live your current life, but no one can change your fate. After the intimidation, Shin Junwo's tone gradually softened. "But you can change. You can not only change yourself and others, but you can even change their destiny." Lulu was stunned when she heard this. She is just a small ant. Can she change other people's lives? You think too highly of me. These words will come true in the future. Remember one thing, I saved your life. From now on, your life belongs only to me. If you do anything that goes against your conscience or morality, I will kill you immediately. Shin Junwoo warned solemnly. Good. Lulu opened her mouth weakly to promise. Shin Junwoo said nothing more, pressed his finger on the back of her neck, causing her to pass out. Immediately, he injected devouring abilities into her body, extracting the strange power that was constantly devouring her life force. In this way, she might survive. There isn't much strange power in Lulu's body. In less than 3 minutes, Shin Junwoo pulled her out, her vitality stopped flowing, and her painful state quickly returned to calm. Hope you don't get lost. Shin Junwoo looked at her deeply and strode away. Rest overnight. The next day we set off for Tiannan City. That night, Shin Junwoo plundered all the strange power hidden in the skeleton monster. Lost the weird power. The skeleton monster's skeleton lost all its power and shattered into pieces with a light squeeze. Arrived in Tiannan City. Shin Junwoo only refined 1/10 of the skeleton monster's strange power, and his physique and skills saw a dramatic increase. It can be said to be a complete transformation. I'm afraid that with the strength of the 4th level, he can fight against the 5th level warrior without being at a disadvantage. Tiannan City, Ziguangku. A team of thugs in suits, all of whom were at level 5, with an imposing aura and burly build, were already waiting. Target reached. The leader stepped forward and whispered a few words to Feng Fanyu, then immediately left with Lulu. He behaves in a domineering manner, moves swiftly and decisively. Chao Tianyu's eyes showed reluctance. Shin Junwoo sighed, patted his shoulder heavily and said, "Don't look at it. Even though you joined the army and have the support of the Divine Weapon Villa, it's still not good enough." What? Chao Tianyu looked shocked. He had asked Lulu tentatively, but got no answer. The road ahead is long and arduous. Shin Junwoo smiled but didn't reveal anything. The people behind Lulu are extremely powerful. The plan and the goal are huge, covering a wide range of areas and involving many major forces. Save her. It wasn't because of Chao Tianyu's plea, but because he didn't want to alert the enemy. At the same time, give Lulu a chance to break free from her fate. Perhaps she can also create an opportunity for Shin Junwoo. After a night's rest in Tiannan, Feng Fanyu, Chao Tianyu, Xiaoyao, Che Jinlei, Shuebei, Dunan, Yan Xingqing, and a group of 7 people are ready to continue their journey. They need to escort the awakening water samples and the research materials stolen by the Black King to the officially designated research base for further improvement. We live and die together. The pride and distance between them and Shin Junwoo were no longer as they had been when they first met. As the departure is approaching, I still feel a little reluctant and sad. The wilderness is unforgiving. This farewell may be a farewell forever. Without Shin Junwoo, they actually felt quite afraid of the road ahead. Feng Sanyu was not afraid. But I am quite worried about Shin Junwoo. After thinking it over again and again, she pulled Shin Junwoo aside. Shyly, with a bit of mixed emotions, she said, "When you get to the War University, don't mention anything about me, and don't let your imagination run wild. Little girl from the Lin family, Lin Shuang is more suitable for you. I can see that all she has eyes for is you." Shin Junwoo smiled to himself. This silly woman is so easy to deceive. I said I like you, and you really believed it? However, this scandal really can't be shown off. Feng Fanyu's fiancé is quite extraordinary, and his family is even more extraordinary. Known as the #1 family in the world. Just when Shin Junwoo didn't know how to answer, Feng Fanyu, who had already turned around, suddenly turned around and kissed Shin Junwoo on the lips. This time, it lasted a full 10 seconds and went deeper. 10 seconds later, Feng Fanyu turned around quickly, his expression instantly becoming cold and aloof. "This kiss is the reward you promised me for helping me complete the mission." The words fell. Feng Fanyu quickly led the team away. Shin Junwoo was stunned for a long time, and said with a bit of a laugh, You scumbag. If it's a reward, why are you sticking out your tongue? Oh my god. This is a huge loss. Someone actually stuck out their tongue? Look, this is a master who doesn't get hurt at all. He takes all the advantages and just runs away with a wave of his hand. But Shin Junwoo was able to savor some of it. After taking a deep look in the direction where Feng Fanyu and others left, Shin Junwoo set off immediately. This trip, Shin Junwo's martial arts and spiritual abilities have broken through to the 4th level, and he has also unlocked the 4th ability, spatial ability. Next. On the way to the War University, he continued to hunt strange beasts to obtain spirit beads, and upgraded his wind power, devouring power, and space power to the 4th level. With a strong physique and 4 superpowers, how can the geniuses of this year's War University fight against him? How to compete with him? Psychic powers, stealth. Spatial abilities, hunting. The 2 superpowers work together seamlessly. There is no place they cannot go and no beast they cannot kill. 20 days in a row. Shin Junwo was traveling through the wilderness, and he was too lazy to take action unless it was a 4th level monster king. He only cares about the 4th level alien beast king, the 5th level elite alien beast, and the spirit beads of the 5th level alien beast king. Hunt all the way and reap a lot. The wind power, devouring power, and space power were all successfully promoted to the 4th level, and the skills of each major power were condensed. We're finally here. 3 days later, Shin Junwo stood on the top of a mountain and looked far ahead at a huge ancient city built on a vast plain. This city is called War City. It is a huge economic city located behind the War University, where countless materials circulate and are exchanged. This is an extremely realistic and relaxing entertainment paradise. There are no guards. There is no army, let alone managers. Strength is supreme, money is king. As long as you have the ability, you can get everything you want. As long as you have money, you can experience the life of an emperor. Chapter 38. You all want to step on me? Soldier. Obeying orders is our duty and we must maintain strict discipline. Compared to his previous life, Shin Junwo prefers the casualness and freedom of today, and feels that his rebirth is worthwhile. Go down the mountain quickly. Just arriving at the outskirts of the War City and looking at the streets and shops that had been built independently outside the city, Shin Junwo couldn't help but sigh. The smell of money. A paradise of strength. Hey, did you hear? There are so many tough guys among the freshmen of this War University. As soon as he arrived at the War University, he beat up some of the older students, leaving them with black eyes and swollen faces. He was really ruthless. In a simple tea house on the roadside, a wanderer spoke with emotion. I heard about it, why didn't I hear about it? The War University has changed the rules this time and is now on campus. Universities across the country are showing strong support and have contributed a lot of spirit beads to help these students improve quickly. How can this not be powerful? Another wanderer said rather jealously, unlike us back then, we had to do everything ourselves, so our progress was naturally slow. Don't be jealous. With your and my talents, even if we were to use a large number of spirit beads to feed them, we would still only be mediocre. One of the wanderers was very open-minded and said with a smile, with talent, resources, and fighting all the way, it is not surprising that the cultivation level quickly reached the 4th level. Go to school and take a look. Sophomores are only at level 3, and not many are at level 4. How can they not be proud? After all this talk, you haven't gotten to the point. I heard that senior Yang Kongshan went to Sangyun City and accepted a man named Shin Junwo as his disciple. Why is there no news from him? Yes, I know about this. I saw a live broadcast online, where a female anchor said that senior Yang's disciple was the illegitimate son of the Shin family, and had crippled his own brother in the secret realm of the martial arts college entrance examination. He even caused his aunt to be investigated by the Genie Bureau. He is a ruthless person. The wanderer who spoke first immediately became excited. Oh right, among the new students, Shin Gang, who jumps very high and is very domineering, and is known as the Iron Arm King Kong, is a disciple of the Shin family. He had said many times that if Shin Junwo dared to come to the War University, he would beat Shin Junwo until he crawled out. Shin Junwo couldn't help but stop. The mad dog in the Shin family would bark wildly. Ha 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 ha. I have some of this gossip here too. Fang Xingjian from Shangjing and Xue Qianma from Shanha both vowed to beat Shin Junwo out of the War University. The somewhat jealous and envious wanderer laughed and continued, I heard that these two supernatural talents are both legendary. Shin Junwo slipped and almost fell. Fang Xingjian from Shangjing and Xue Qianma from Shanha, do these two have a grudge against me? You actually want to beat yourself up and get kicked out of the War University? In his previous life, Shin Junwo missed the opportunity to go to college. Therefore, we pay special attention to the talents and achievements of this class of college students, which can be said to be a gathering of all kinds of talented people. Epic talent is actually nothing. Fang Xingjian from Shangjing and Shui Qianma from Shanha are both owners of legendary talents, and their future achievements are expected to be quite high. Everyone wants to control me. You all want to step on me, right? Xin Junwo strode forward, his expression becoming increasingly cold. In that case, I'll play with you guys, have fun. Enter the city. Xin Junwo had a clear goal and headed straight for the War Hotel, the tallest building in the center of the city. War Hotel. There are 188 floors in total. A super hotel that integrates food, accommodation, singing, bathing, casino, shopping, luxury goods, and other entertainment projects. The services are beyond your imagination. It is wonderful, varied, and full of the most beautiful things in the world. I haven't taken a shower in almost a month. Xin Junwo's body is smelly and he needs to be washed and soaked thoroughly. If I go to War University with my current image, which girl would dare to approach me? Give it to me next time. Give it to me next time. I'll definitely give it to you next time. When Xin Junwo was about to enter the hotel, a hunchbacked old man wrapped in a bathrobe escaped from the hotel. And running. While saying something. The hunchbacked old man ran too fast and looked back at the hotel lobby. He accidentally bumped into Xin Junwo's arms. Although his body is hunched and thin, it contains enormous impact force. Xin Junwo only felt a few cracking sounds of his ribs, and 3 of them were broken. Well. The hunchbacked old man looked back, his expression filled with joy as he cried, good disciple, you are finally here. Damn it. Only then did Xin Junwo see clearly that the old man wrapped in the nightgown was none other than his cheap master, who was once the #1 man in the world. The spatial ability user, Yang Kongxian. How come this old man is still so shameless and stays in a hotel without paying? Find him, find him. He is my disciple Xin Junwo, he has money, lots of money. Yang Kongxian turned around and explained to the hotel, then excitedly patted Xin Junwo's chest and disappeared in a flash. Xin Junwo was shocked. The ribs that were just broken actually recovered? This old man? He is really capable. Next second. Countless eyes fell on Xin Junwo. There is surprise, horror, envy, jealousy, and many other emotions. Of course. Some people are happy too. That's the staff of the War Hotel. A voluptuous woman in her 30s wearing a sexy dress, accompanied by several tall and beautiful girls in cheongsams, stared straight at Xin Junwo. All I see are banknotes. Cough, cough, cough. Xin Junwo coughed twice and strode into the hotel. I'll pay my master's bill. That would be great. The charming and graceful woman smiled happily. Senior Yang's bill is not much, only 11.38 million, just accept it in full. What the hell? How much? Before the charming woman finished her words, Xin Junwo's teeth chattered. 10 million. The charming woman was also afraid that Xin Junwo would run away, so she immediately took Xin Junwo's left hand. Another cheongsam woman with a generous personality took Xin Junwo's right hand. Damn it. Damn old man, you beast. Have a drink, find a girl to chat with, sign a bill worth tens of millions, and owe bad debts for so many years. No wonder people are chasing you for debt? Xin Junwo suddenly became suspicious. Could it be that the old man accepted him as his disciple just to pay back a debt? He didn't want to hunt exotic animals to make money. So, he found an apprentice to hunt exotic beasts for him to make money to pay off his debts? 1 to 3 level spirit beads. Only the Beast King can produce it. There are not many of them, and their value is not very high, only about 1,000 to 3,000 yuan each. Take the Beast King Spirit Pearl as an example. The 4th level Beast King Spirit Pearl is worth 100,000, the 5th level is 1 million, the 6th level is 10 million, the 7th level is 100 million, the 8th level is 1 billion, and the 9th level is 10 billion. The damn old guy can get a 6th order Beast King just by scratching the space. But he just doesn't want to. Alright. Xin Junwo could only admit defeat. Who told him to use the dead old man's name to scare people and act as a protective umbrella? With a wave of his hand. 100 spirit beads of 4th order Beast Kings flew out from the space ring, and the colorful light illuminated the hotel lobby, which was particularly beautiful. 100 4th level Beast King spirit beads? How many beasts does he have to kill to obtain the spirit pearl of a 14th rank Beast King? All the pedestrians inside and outside the hotel were frightened by the spiritual pearl that Xin Junwo suddenly showed. 4th level Beast King Spirit Pearl. It is completely different from the 4th level spirit bead. 104th level Beast King Spirit Beads can only be obtained by slaughtering 104th level alien beast tribes. How terrifying is that? A new student. A freshman who hasn't even entered university yet has achieved such a brilliant result? Shen Gang, Fang Xingjian, Shui Qianma and the other two actually wanted to beat such a person so hard that he had to crawl out of the gate of War University. What were they thinking? Where is Shin Junwo? Where is that little bastard? At this moment, outside the crowd at the hotel gate, an urgent and angry voice rang out. Chapter 39, Overbearing and Defeated. This voice sounds familiar to some people. The latest War City celebrity. You can always use 4th level spirit beads for shopping, and if you meet a pretty girl, you can give her 1 or 2 as a reward. Because he awakened the beast transformation ability of the King Kong ape. Provoke him. Roll up your sleeves and get to work. Therefore, he got the nickname, Iron Arm King Kong. Shin Junwo was more familiar with this voice. In order to expand and cultivate outstanding descendants, the Shin family, including the direct and collateral descendants of Shin Quan's generation, acted like beasts and would rob anyone they could. Don't care about the other person's identity or appearance at all. Just be interested. Therefore, according to statistics from insiders, the Shin family is the family with the most illegitimate children in Longhua. What's even more hateful is, these beasts wanted to preserve offspring, but they couldn't control the women in their families and dared not bring their sons and daughters born outside back to the Shin family. Shin Gang is very lucky. He met an aunt who had a conscience and brought him back to the Shin family, where he was raised by the Shin family since childhood. Mr. Shen. The charming woman saw the spirit pearl and looked at Shin Junwoo in surprise. If you find it troublesome, the hotel can handle it for you. Our hotel has the obligation to take care of the safety and mood of our guests. Ha 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 ha. Shin Junwoo burst into laughter. It's just a matter of crushing an ant. It won't waste much time. Finished. Shin Junwoo strode out of the hotel and his eyes met Shin Gang's for an instant. The desire to fight arose instantly. Little bastard, it's you. Shin Gang grinned. I didn't expect that the strange beasts along the way couldn't eat you. But, better. Let me avenge you and my aunt with my own hands. I once said that I would beat you until you crawl out of the War University, and I will keep my word. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing what's best for you. You didn't know how to cherish the chance to go home, so you can only be a bastard for the rest of your life. Who are you calling a bastard? Shin Junwo laughed sadly. What a loyal dog. How does it feel to forget all the grievances you've suffered once you gain power? I called you a bastard. Shin Gang answered quickly, but only realized he had fallen into a trap after he had spoken. The people nearby burst into laughter. It's been an old joke for so many years, but people still fall for it? Ah, what a bastard. I never thought you were so self-aware. Shin Junwo laughed out loud. Since you know that you are a bastard, you are just a dog that obeys orders in the Shin family. Don't bark here. It's embarrassing. You? Shin Gang was so angry that his face was distorted, but he still didn't dare to scold Shin Junwo. His background is no different from Shin Junwo's. Isn't scolding Shin Junwo an insult to his own dignity? Snort! Shin Gang flung his hands in anger, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky. Shin Junwo, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? You have some brains. You know how to challenge first. Shin Junwo couldn't help but smile. In this age where martial arts and superpowers are prevalent, it is normal for martial artists to challenge each other. Even if they are injured, they can still be mercilessly injured by fists and kicks. No severe punishment will be imposed. Unlike Shin Yu and Shin Xian, who are now in prison. If you're a man, accept the challenge and fight fair. Shin Gang immediately provoked. I want to see why you dare to refuse the old man's request? Come on. Shin Junwo disdained to talk nonsense and hooked his finger in contempt. Arrogant. Shin Gang was furious. The beast transformation ability, the skill of King Kong Ape, King Kong Iron Arm was immediately used, and a punch was aimed at Shin Junwo. See his attack and power. Shin Junwo was extremely disgusted. Too slow. Too slow. The momentum is too weak. His martial arts were still at the 3rd level, but his beast transformation ability had been upgraded to the 4th level. This move that combines martial arts with supernatural powers is really quite interesting for ordinary people, but what level has Shin Junwo reached? He doesn't even know what level he has reached now. behind the burial god Gorge. Shin Junwo sneaked all the way and beheaded people. The rest of the time was spent on refining the strange power of the skeleton monster. Although he had only refined 1/3 of it, his martial arts skills and physical fitness were incredibly strong. Using space teleportation to launch a sneak attack, a 5th-level Beast King didn't even have time to react before its head was chopped off. A random knife. The head of the 5th-level Beast King. No other abilities need to be used. Shin Junwo had no interest in dealing with someone of Shin Gang's level, so he casually reached out and grabbed his iron fist. No, impossible. Shin Gang couldn't believe it. He threw a punch with all his strength. How could Shin Junwo catch it so easily? He even squeezed his fist so hard that he couldn't pull it back. Frustrating, so frustrating. Shin Gang couldn't retract his punch, so he immediately swung out with his other hand. Court death. Shin Junwo was so angry at the lack of understanding that he exploded. Gently pinch with 5 fingers. Shin Gang's fist, which was held by Shin Junwo, shattered on the spot. The sound of broken fingers rose and fell along with shrill wails. What is force? That's it. What is scary? That's it. Facing the enemy's attack, he just blocked it with a casual grab. Then he gently pinched the enemy, and he began to wail in agony. The fingers are connected to the heart. The sound of fists breaking and fingers snapping was eerie. If you're willing to be a dog, then be a dog for the rest of your life. Shin Junwo hated the Shin family and everyone in the Shin family. Even Shin Gang, who was also an illegitimate child, had bullied and trampled on him. He was not a good person. As soon as the words fell, Shin Junwo directly threw Shin Gang onto a flagpole in front of the hotel and hung him there. At the same time, the mental force was breathed out, crushing all the bones of Shin Gang's left fingers and feet, making him unable to walk normally for the rest of his life and only able to crawl. Can only be a dog. The shrill wails made people's scalps tingle and their feet involuntarily stepped back. After Shin Gang came to the War University, he made trouble all the time and could be considered a ruthless person, but in front of Shin Junwo, he was not even worthy of carrying Shin Junwo's shoes. This is the real ruthless person. Everyone, don't be afraid. I'm actually quite easy to talk to. I'm not a mad dog. Just leave me alone, eat and drink as I please, live life to the fullest, and kill monsters as hard as I can. Shin Junwo glanced at him and said, also, today's matter is just a personal vendetta between me and the Shin family. If you dare to interfere, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship as classmates and killing you. After saying that, Shin Junwo waved his hand and walked into the hotel. The charming woman's eyes moved. This guy is not only cruel, but also very resourceful and has a deep mind. Spreading the word is a personal vendetta. If the War University intervenes, he will have reason to deal with it severely. Shin Gang is a beast transformation mutant. Although the King Kong AP awakened is not as good as the dragon, tiger, phoenix and other mythical beasts, it is also a high-level beast transformation type. And has epic talents. An intermediate instructor in the Beast Transformation Department of the War University had already accepted Shin Gang into the elite class in advance, so he dared to show off like this. Shin Junwo directly abolished it, with serious consequences. Handsome boy, be decisive. In 1 word, handsome. 3 words, awesome. The charming woman followed Shin Junwo's footsteps with an admiring smile. You look tired and exhausted, so you should take a bath first. Do you need my sister to recommend one to you? With your status and financial resources, you should at least get a high-end VIP suite. This type of room has a lady who can rub your back and apply essential oils. You get the idea. Ha 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 ha. What if I want you? Shin Junwo raised his eyebrows and looked at her playfully. Her energy is hidden exquisitely. Shin Junwo still sensed that he was a 6th-level Martial Emperor realm strong man with extraordinary supernatural powers. He must be of extraordinary status. Chapter 40 Who is teasing whom? Oh. The charming woman stared at Shin Junwo with interest and laughed. It seems to be saying, you have a strong taste. Do you like calves chewing old grass? Oh, what does that mean? Shin Junwo smiled slightly and looked at her teasingly. The world. Apart from Shangjing, the relationship in this war city is the most complicated. Because War City is a huge economic city with no administrator. The top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, the world's aristocratic families, all kinds of people, various gangs, and even cults are mixed in. No one knows anyone's true identity? No one knows who is whose spy. Here, the most common thing is accidents. When a woman in Cheongsam was about to say something, the charming woman stopped her with her eyes and took Shin Junwo's arm in a charming way. You little brat, you are so greedy. However, I like you, a bold, greedy, and handsome boy. I'm not small. Shin Junwo answered seriously. So confident? The charming woman glanced down playfully. It's not confidence, it's really not small. Shin Junwo sighed slightly. He looked like an 18-year-old boy, but he was actually not that young. 2 lives as a human being. Dead look. The charming woman rolled her eyes and took Shin Junwo directly to the elevator and headed to the hotel room floor. Along the way, all kinds of guests, old and young. There are all kinds of beautiful young women in gorgeous clothes, and all flowers are in full bloom. In his previous life, Shin Junwo longed for this place. But he always came and went in a hurry and never really experienced the carefree life and lifestyle here. From the 100th floor up, there are hotel rooms. However, the superior rooms that make you feel at home are only on floors 160 to 180, and are fully equipped with various facilities. Wine room, tea room, karaoke room, sauna room, swimming pool, observation deck, gym, practice room, etc. Whatever villas have, we have here. As for the highest 8 floors, legend has it that this is a place that only hotel shareholders and bigwigs from all walks of life can go to. It is extremely mysterious and is called paradise. All the way to the 180th floor. Oh my god. Shin Junwo suddenly slapped his forehead. It is obvious from the temperament of this woman that she is not an ordinary woman, and she is the one who dares to chase Yang Kongshan to collect debts. How could she be an ordinary person? This old woman is holding a grudge against him and wants to give him a good beating. Number 18001. 180th floor, room 01, the most luxurious suite among the luxury suites on the 160th to 180th floors. In the room, in addition to the luxurious and perfect entertainment facilities, there is also an independent training room with ancient formations, and the spiritual energy is 10 times richer than that of the outside world. Meaning, 1 day of cultivation in this suite is equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. Little brat, how about this apartment? The charming woman opened the door of the room and looked at Shin Junwo with a smile. Really? I really want to trick him this time. A glance. Not only can you see the surging sea, but you can also see the green mountains and clear waters. Good. Shin Junwo was just pretending to be cool, so he has to swallow his pride even if it means breaking his front teeth. So arrogant, worthy of being Senior Yang's disciple. The charming woman smiled playfully and immediately dragged Shin Junwo to the bathroom, pointing at the bathtub while laughing. What's the meaning? Shin Junwo was secretly shocked. Is this for real? Aren't you very confident in yourself? The charming woman smiled slightly and stared at Shin Junwo without any shame. Come on, show it. Show your eggs. Sister May, what are you thinking about? Shin Junwo's face darkened, and he said seriously, I'm not young anymore, I'm already 18 years old. In our place, an 18-year-old man with a 3-year-old son is old enough to go out and help out, he's really not that young anymore. You kid? The charming woman, Lin Yuetong, always felt that Shin Junwo was driving, but she had no evidence. Disrespectful to the elderly. Shin Junwo rolled his eyes and walked into the shower room. I. Lin Yuetong was suddenly speechless and laughed out of anger, pointing at her own face again and again. Co-author. Or maybe she is just being a hooligan and wants to eat young grass. So many years. It was the first time she suffered such a loss, and also the first time someone said she was disrespectful and hateful. But her impression of Shin Junwo suddenly improved several levels. Like teacher, like disciples. Yang Kongshan likes drinking and also likes the company of beautiful women. But it always starts from emotion, ends with etiquette, ends with words, and is hidden by time. The apprentice seems to be playing at a more advanced level. She actually became lustful? After taking a nice hot bath, Mimi came out. 10 sets of clothing of different styles have been delivered to the room and there are dedicated staff waiting. The restaurant's dining table is filled with a variety of high-quality ingredients, and star chefs are standing by, ready to cook at any time. Of course. Wine, flowers and bands are also indispensable. As long as the money is in place, everything will be arranged properly. Everyone, get out. Lin Yuetong waved her hand and stood up with a smile. This young master, I will serve you personally. Okay, Mr. Lin. A group of more than 10 people immediately withdrew respectfully. Shin Junwo was shocked. Could it be that this woman really wanted to test his size? That won't work. Shin Junwo had no choice but to walk to the dining table in his pajamas and sit down. He slowly picked up a glass of red wine and swayed. Boss Lin, let's start the show. You little rascal, you're so pretentious. Lin Yuetong smiled secretly. I'm going to confront Shin Junwo today. I want to see if he feels embarrassed to change clothes in front of me. Go to the chef's station. Lin Yuetong picked up the cooking tools skillfully. War City. Close to the sea and backed by mountains. In addition to the flesh and blood of various high-level exotic beasts, seafood is naturally the most delicious. Shin Junwo was stunned for a moment. What a good wife and mother, and a charming woman. She is indeed more charming than those little girls who only know how to act coquettishly and cutely. Lin Yuetong's movements are graceful, and the various kitchen utensils in her hands seem to be dancing. In a moment, the first famous dish, seared foie gras, is ready. With a small spatula, it landed on Shin Junwo's plate with incredible precision. Little brat, try it. This piece of foie gras was taken from a 6th-order mutant swan and is not expensive. Lin Yuetong smiled confidently. It's only 100,000 yuan, it's nothing to you. Shin Junwo's face twitched. A palm-sized thing costs 100,000? I knew the food at the War Hotel was expensive, but I didn't expect it to be this expensive. No. This money cannot be wasted. If you eat it in one bite, you will lose a lot. His eyes turned. Shin Junwo raised his wrist with a wicked smile. Oh, why is it a bit weak? Shin Gang's iron arm is really powerful. It actually injured my wrist. Ouch. Lin Yuetong rolled her eyes. Little brat, this is how you want to play, right? Okay. Sister will accompany you. Lin Yuetong lifted her long legs and instantly spun to Shin Junwo's side, her beautiful pear-shaped buttocks half sitting on the dining table. Then she bent her sexy waist, picked up the pan-fried goose liver with her mouth, and fed it to Shin Junwo. She wanted to see. Does this little brat dare to take the challenge? Shin Junwo was secretly shocked. The woman was fierce. Really good at having fun. As a 6th-level expert, how could you be willing to do this? Getting closer and closer. If Shin Junwo didn't accept the challenge, he would be defeated instantly. If you take. He seemed a little embarrassed and self-conscious. Just when he was in a dilemma. The door of the room was violently pushed open, and a group of more than 10 people strode in, just in time to see this erotic scene. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Brothers, take a look, what's going on? The leading 4th-order peak beast transformation psychic burst out laughing on the spot. The master is disrespectful to his elders, hooking up with young girls everywhere to drink and eat for free. The disciple is more outstanding. At such a young age, he actually likes this kind of beautiful middle-aged woman? TSK. This master and disciple have such weird tastes. The old ones like the young ones, and the young ones like the old ones. It makes me laugh to death. What did you say? Shin Junwo's expression changed, and murderous intent burst out. Say he can. If you say Yang Kongshin, you must die. What is his identity and what contributions has he made? Then. If he hadn't burned his life and used his spatial ability to kill 7 god-level beast kings in a row, the War University and the War City would have been gone long ago. The Dragon Kingdom will surely become a paradise for strange beasts. Ha 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 ha. Angry, actually angry? The 4th-level peak beast transformation psychic laughed repeatedly and kept provoking. Boy, what can you do to me if you are angry? Beat me or kill me? Shin Gang is a new member of my Qingtian gang. Do you know what kind of existence the Qingtian gang is in War City and War University? P.S. Thank you all for your support. The humble author bows from afar and wishes all the masters great fortune. Please give a good review. Ask for a bookshelf. Please follow me for more updates. Chapter 41 Defeat the Shin Family. Qingtian Gang. Other freshmen didn't know, but Shin Junwo knew. It was founded by a former student, Lu Qingtian. This person was born with supernatural powers and claimed to have the power to hold up the sky. Among the 3 generations of the Shin family, there is a talented disciple named Shin Ling, who is deeply trusted by Lu Qingtian. Now, he manages the gang for Lu Qingtian in the name of deputy gang leader and continues to develop based on the War University. There are many groups like this, war universities and war cities. Not only did the school not stop it, it was quite supportive. Some people have called for unified action, which is much better than a pile of sand. Or get out. Or die. Shin Junwoo tried his best to suppress his murderous intent. A person with the mental capacity of a man in his 40s really doesn't want to kill people at will. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, did you hear that? So domineering and arrogant. The 4th level peak beast transformation psychic laughed wantonly, stretched his neck and continued to provoke. Come. I stretched my neck here. If you have the guts, chop off my head. If you don't chop it off today, you're not a man. If I back down today, I'll be a coward, come on. Shin Junwoo was stunned. Is there really someone in this world who would offer his head for others to chop off? If you want to die, how can Shin Junwoo not help you? He stretched out his hand and grabbed the bone-cutting knife in front of the dining table in an instant. Next second, there was only a pop sound. A bloody object fell to the ground, and the entire room fell into deathly silence. Even Lin Yuetong was frightened. This was a 4th level peak beast transformation mutant, an elite student of the beast transformation department of the War University. How could Shin Junwoo actually chop off his head? Disable and kill people. These are two different concepts, how dare he do that? This is a big deal. It's really big. Even if Yang Kongshan personally came forward, it would take a lot of effort to protect Shin Junwoo. You? After a long time, the members of the War University's Qingtian gang came back to their senses. They pointed at Shin Junwoo in silence, unable to utter a word. Oh, what a pity. I'm not going to have a good time today. Shin Junwoo sighed and walked straight into the room. After changing into a more casual suit, Lin Yuetong and the other members of the Qingtian gang were still standing there stupidly. Shin Junwoo didn't say anything either. He grabbed the man's hair with one hand and pulled his feet with the other, dragging him away. Thriller. Bloody. The horrific scene caused the entire hotel to explode. There are no rules in the war city. People may fight each other at any time due to disputes over personal feelings, and even get injured. However, fatalities are rare. Unlike Shin Junwoo, who killed someone and then dragged the victim away openly. It seemed like it was not a human being, but a strange beast, a wild dog, or a dead pig that was about to be served on the table. On the flagpole. Shin Gang, who had just fainted from the pain, woke up and saw the scene on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. The news spread like wildfire. The crowd of onlookers quickly surrounded the entrance of the war hotel. Shin Junwoo didn't leave. He reached out and grabbed the dead dog Shin Gang, stepped on his head with one foot, and forced him to wake up from the pain and look at it. He had a cigarette in his mouth, blowing out smoke rings as he waited. The Shin family is powerful and arrogant. It has considerable influence in the War University. Then Shin Junwoo, with his new identity, shattered the Shin family's dignity, power, and influence. A few minutes later, 6 old students from the Shin family's side branches who were already rushing to the war hotel arrived. Squeeze into the crowd. He stood up in horror. They knew the man who was beheaded, one of the core members of the Qingtian gang, a 4th level peak beast transformation mutant, Xiong Tianli. He was actually killed? Shin Junwoo, you. Shin Li, who was in the lead, spoke in shock and anger. You're a fucking idiot. Shin Junwoo's mental power surged, and he captured them in an instant and made them kneel on the spot. 6 people from the Shin family. They were all 4th level psychics with rare talents, but they were captured by Shin Junwoo in an instant and forced to kneel down. The dozen or so people who followed Xiong Tianli into Shin Junwoo's room were even more terrified. What kind of strength was this? If you say. Xiong Tianli was beheaded without any preparation, and Shen Li and the other 6 were captured together and forced to kneel down, which is a symbol of strength. A new student. How did he capture and suppress a 4th level senior student at will? Are the freshmen of this year so perverted? Shin Junwoo, you beast, what on earth are you going to do? Shen Li knelt down in humiliation, unable to bear it. His grandfather was the great elder of the Shin family's side branch, a powerful man at the 6th level of the Martial Emperor realm. He was the grandson of the Martial Emperor, so how could he kneel down? Noisy! Shin Junwoo gave him a disdainful look and suddenly raised his hand to make a stroke. A puffing sound was heard. an arm flew up with a shrill wail of pain. It's Shunli. Just because he spoke too much, Shin Junwoo cut off one of his arms. Who else dares to speak? So cruel. Those who were watching the fun didn't dare to say anything. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Half an hour later, an angry shout echoed outside the crowd. The crowd parted to make way. 3 young men with extraordinary aura came in with their hair standing on end in anger. Hundreds of younger brothers followed behind him, each dragging a large sword that gleamed with cold light. Majestic. Very grand. However, Shin Junwoo sneered at this. Except for Shin Ling, who has not yet appeared. These 3 people are the most talented people in this generation of the Shin family, and each of them has reached the peak of the 4th level of cultivation. The person in charge. Shin Quan's eldest son, Shin Yu's elder brother, Shin Fei. Shin Fei saw Xiong Tianli, whose blood had already drained out, and was shocked. Beast, beast. How dare you, how dare you? Don't repeat the same 2 words over and over again. Aren't the offspring of beasts all beasts? Shin Junwoo didn't mind laughing at himself and humiliating himself. You. Outrageous, outrageous. Shin Fei was furious. You abolished Shin Gang, killed students from the War University, and insulted the Shin family. You should pay with your life for any incident, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Come and get it if you can. Shin Junwoo hooked his finger in contempt, but you have to think about the consequences. As soon as the word consequences was spoken, Shin Junwoo kicked Xiong Tianli's head in front of the people from the Qingtian gang. Everyone in the Qingtian gang was shocked. He couldn't stop himself from taking 3 steps back. The 3 Shin Fei brothers were also frightened and did not dare to take action for a while. They still have a certain understanding of the strength of their own family members. Shin Li and his group of 6 were all suppressed by Shin Junwoo's mental power. How could an ordinary 4th level psychic do that? They are no match. Ha 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 ha. The Shin family is a bunch of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. It's ridiculous. Shin Junwoo laughed out loud, his anger rising to the sky. Anyone who dares to interfere in the personal feud between me and the Shin family will die. Ah. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, waves of shrill wails rang out one after another. It was Shin Li's other arm that was cut off, and the other 5 people were not spared either. Shin Junwoo cut off 1 arm each. Shin Junwoo, you? Are you crazy? Shin Fei was frightened to death. What is this? It's just the beginning. Shin Junwoo raised his eyebrows and immediately withdrew his mental strength. From the Nanzhou Shin family, every one of them counts, no matter who they are. Anyone who dares to appear in front of me, Shin Junwoo, must leave 1 hand behind no matter when or where. Now. It's your turn, brothers. Shin Fei, Shin Xian, Shin Ju. Chapter 42, Even the enforcers are of no use. Right now. Shin Junwoo's voice sounded like the judgment of the king of hell. No one dared to disobey. No one can stop it. Murderous intent is everywhere. Directly pointing at Shin Fei, Shin Xian, and Shin Ju. A chill instantly enveloped the hearts of the 3 people. There were hundreds of disciples from the Qingtian gang behind them, but no one dared to help them. He kept taking steps back. Every step back makes them more timid and their morale is completely lost. Shin Junwoo, do you really dare? Shin Fei was horrified, but he didn't want to lose his composure. This is War University. If the family rules can't deal with you, can't the school deal with you? If the school can't punish you, can the law punish you? Ha 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 ha. Afraid, you're afraid. The future head of the Shin family is actually afraid? Shin Junwoo laughed wantonly. I don't know whether the school and the law can deal with me. But I can deal with you immediately. You dare. Shin Fei could only be tough once, hoping to scare Shin Junwoo away. If you dare to move, the school will not forgive you, Brother Ling will not forgive you, and the Qingtian gang will not forgive you either. Noisy. Shin Junwoo burst into murderous intent and took a step forward. Go, everyone. Go together. Shin Fei was shocked and gave orders repeatedly. The younger brothers of the Qingtian gang were scared. Who dared to go up? They joined the Qingtian gang because they didn't want to be bullied and didn't want to face the strange beasts outside the defense line alone, but they didn't join to fight for others. Kill one and kill one. Kill 2 or kill. What if Shin Junwoo takes ruthless action again? We only have 1 life. Once lost, it's gone. Go on. Xin Fei couldn't command the people from the Qingtian gang, so he could only push the two brothers beside him. But they are also afraid. I am afraid of death, afraid of losing my limbs, and don't want to become a disabled person. See this scene. The onlookers were all sighing. These people from the Xin family usually act arrogantly because they have the Qingtian gang as their backing and many family members, but it turns out that they are all wimps. When it really comes to a life or death struggle, don't you even have the courage to fight? A shame. Xin Junwo stretched out his 5 fingers, and his mental power evolved into a spiritual blade that attacked the 3 people. This kind of trash has lost its edge. Xin Junwo didn't need to use any skills to destroy them all. Xin Fei and the other 2 were shocked. Just a casual attack, but its power and sharpness actually surpassed the power of their full strength attack? The trajectory of the power operation is even more unpredictable. How could there be such a powerful 4th level in the world? Don't hurt anyone. When Xin Fei and the other 2 were terrified and unable to resist, a cold shout rang out. Above everyone's head, a storm came roaring majestically. 5th level wind power. Xin Junwo raised his eyebrows. The War University still had to get involved. Xin Fei and the other 2 were overjoyed. Quickly step back to avoid. This aura belongs to Feng Nan, a member of the War University law enforcement team and a 5th level wind-type mutant. You're only at level 5, and you want to stop me? Xin Junwo was angry. The skill mind control rushed straight into Feng Nan's mind. Feng Nan had just landed. He was caught off guard and hit by a single attack of mind control. For a moment, he was unable to control his body, let alone launch an attack. Puff! Puff! The next second, 3 bloody arms flew up. Members of the War University law enforcement team arrived, but still failed to rescue Xin Fei and the other 2, and their arms were cut off in an instant. You? After Feng Nan finally broke free, he pointed at Xin Junwo angrily and said, "Do you know what you are doing? What a hassle." Xin Junwo waved his hands impatiently and said arrogantly, "This is my final warning. Whoever interferes with the personal feud between me and the Xin family must die. Including you, member of the War University's law enforcement team." Okay. Feng Nan was furious and his eyes immediately fell on Xiong Tianli. What about him? What an idiot. Xin Junwo smiled playfully. He broke into my house and put his head in front of me to chop it off. If I don't chop it off, I'm not a man. If it were you, would you chop it off? After explanation, Xin Junwo turned calmly and looked at the dozen or so stunned members of the Qingtian gang. You guys, am I telling the truth? Aha! A group of more than 10 people nodded and answered like puppets. Feng Nan's face was stunned. If someone tells you to chop something, then chop it down. If someone tells you to die, then why don't you just die? However, it's too late to say anything now. Before even reporting to the War University, he had killed a 4th level peak beast transformation mutant and crippled 10 talented senior students of the Xin family of Nanzhou who were studying at the War University. How can you be so troublesome? As a law enforcer of the War University, he had to take care of it and also had to take Yang Kongxian into consideration. After thinking quickly, he said, "Xin Junwo, follow me. No matter what your reason is for killing or injuring others, it violates school regulations and violates the law. Come back to school with me immediately. The school may be able to give you a lighter punishment for Senior Yang's sake." Xin Junwo smiled contemptuously. Just you? Why, you still dare to resist the trial? Feng Nan's expression changed. Resisting trial is an aggravated crime. You need to think it through. Don't make random accusations. War University, I will go there myself. As for what kind of punishment I will receive, it has nothing to do with you. Xin Junwo waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "You don't have the qualifications." Finished. Xin Junwo left straight away. Stop. Feng Nan was furious and issued a warning immediately. This is the first time I have encountered such an arrogant student in 3 years of school. Xin Junwo was too lazy to pay attention. The incident he caused this time was quite a big deal, so he had to spend some time doing something to erase the sin. Presumptuous. Feng Nan was ignored again and had no choice but to take action. Stretch out 5 fingers. A gentle but extremely tenacious storm swept towards Xin Junwo. He refused to listen despite repeated persuasion. Then he had no choice but to take action and forcibly bring Xin Junwo back to school for trial. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Xin Junwo is talented, but he is too arrogant. If the law enforcers from the War University are brought back to school this time, they will definitely suffer the consequences. Even Senior Yang may not be able to save them. However, an eye-catching scene soon appeared. Shin Junwo actually walked out of the storm created by Fong Nan? How is this possible? Fong Nan was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. He didn't sense Shin Junwo using any special abilities, so how did he manage to walk out of the storm unscathed? Shin Junwo was also surprised. He indeed did not use his supernatural powers. He just used the steel armor attribute dropped by the first-level elite Ironback lizard to easily get out. It can be seen how strong his physical body is now. Okay. Senior Yang has truly accepted a good disciple, but he doesn't know how to teach his disciple. He only has talent, but is lawless and reckless, and is no good to his country or his family. Shin Junwo walked out of the crowd of onlookers, and a middle-aged man in his 30s suddenly blocked Shin Junwo's way. Oh. You want to educate me on behalf of my master? Shin Junwo recognized this man at a glance, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Shin Junwo, don't be rude. Fong Nan was shocked and ran forward quickly. This is the junior instructor of the school's beast transformation department, Mr. Jiang Zhong, a 6th-level emperor-level psychic. In the river? Shin Junwo raised his eyebrows and said proudly, Jiang Zhong brand stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets? How dare you, little boy? Today, I will teach you on behalf of Senior Yang, so that you will know what it means to respect your teachers. Jiang Zhong stretched out a hand in anger. A huge bear paw about 3 meters long immediately appeared at the front of the palm. The bear's paw moved with a loud bang. He slapped Shin Junwo directly in the face. Chapter 43, Manifesting Spatial Ability. Level 6, Emperor-level Psychic. The attack is as fast as lightning. Swift as lightning. As powerful as Mount Tai. When such a being takes action personally, ordinary people cannot even see the opponent's movements, let alone dodge or counterattack. However, Jiang Zhong's attack did not hit Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, causing his slap to miss the target and leaving a huge crater on the ground. Bang! At this moment, a crisp, loud slap suddenly sounded. Very loud. Very loud. Very abrupt. So sudden that no one expected it. The eyes of the crowd became weird, horrified and complicated because of the sound of the slap. Because there were 5 very clear finger marks on the left cheek of Jiang Zhong, the arrogant 6th-level emperor-level supernatural being. That is to say, Jiang Zhong was slapped. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhong finally came to his senses. He glanced around but saw no one. He quickly bowed and said, Senior Yang, calm down, calm down. Everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that it was Yang Kongxian who took action. He really dotes on his disciple. There was no response for a long time. Jiang Zhong's mood became quite tense. He couldn't hold back his face any longer and said quickly, Senior Yang, I didn't mean to attack Shin Junwo, it was just that he was too presumptuous. Before he even enrolled in school, he killed an old student and crippled 10 talented old students. He even resisted law enforcement officers. He should be punished both morally and legally. If you don't want to take care of it, then I will take care of it on behalf of the school. Otherwise, if your disciple continues to be so spoiled, he will sooner or later become a serious problem and must be strictly disciplined. After a while, still no response. Jiang Zhong's old face turned red. After all, he is a mentor at the War University, how could he be ignored like this? Bang! Just as Jiang Zhong was about to get angry, another slap was heard. 5 fingerprints appeared on the other side of the face in the river. Senior Yang, you're going too far. Jiang Zhong was furious, his tone rising, I represent the school, and I am your disciple. It's really excellent. Shin Junwo sat in a tea house on the left side of the road and said with a smile, Grandson, you have the wrong person. Here. I, your grandfather, beat you. My old man must have gone into bed with that widow, so how could he care about me? What? Jiang Zhong's expression changed drastically. The whole street was in an uproar, as if a single stone had caused 1,000 ripples of excitement. The sound of discussion was endless and could not be stopped at all. Shin Junwo is a psychic. This has been spread a long time ago. The 2 slaps just now were obviously the power of spatial ability. If Shin Junwo fought Jiang Zhong, what would it represent? Double system. Jiang Zhong stared at Shin Junwo closely, his lips trembling. You are a dual system mutant? Is it strange? Shin Junwo was holding a cup of tea and suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Zhong. Ah. Yes, it's a spatial ability, it's a spatial ability. Seeing it with their own eyes, countless people roared with excitement. How many years? Dragon Country has once again given birth to a person with dual abilities? Psychic abilities, spatial abilities, these are all special abilities. This talent is simply amazing. At this time, in Shin Junwo's room 18001. A hunchbacked old man was lying stupidly on the bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking about. There are surprises. Even more frightened. Even, it feels a bit dreamy. It's as if none of this is real. Jiang Zhong, do you still want to take action? Shin Junwo flicked his fingertips, returned the teacup to the teahouse, and then lit a cigarette as if no one was around. This person. Although he is a junior instructor at the War University, he is also the son-in-law of the Nanzhou Shin family. I had no grudges with Shin Junwo in my previous life. But this time it came so quickly that we became enemies. The matter has become so serious. I wonder how many calls were made to the War University and how many videos were posted online. In the end, why did only Feng Nan come? Some people don't want to cause trouble. Some people are unwilling to offend Yang Kongxian, who was once the number one in the world. So, everyone pretended not to know anything about it. Jiang Zhong came as a tutor, ostensibly to uphold the school rules, but actually to seek justice for the Shin family. Will Shin Junwo give him a hard time? You are so outrageous. Do you think that just because you are a dual-powered person, a peerless genius, you can be arrogant and disrespectful, ignore school rules, ignore the law, and kill people at will? Jiang Zhong was humiliated and became even more furious. Do you think that just because you have talent you can do whatever you want? Wrong, totally wrong. Shin Junwo retorted coldly. First, I have a personal grudge against the Shin family. Second, Shin Gang was seeking his own death by finding the war hotel on his own. It was a great honor that he was not killed. Third, your beastly senior student, Xiong Tianli, broke into my house with the intention of harming me, and then he was so shameless as to put his head in front of me, so I chopped it off. Unreasonable argument. Jiang Zhong was wary of Yang Kongxian and Shin Junwo's talent, so he didn't dare to take action. Even if everything is as you said, if you really have a personal grudge against the Shin family, you can hurt and kill people at will? Ha 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 ha. What's the big deal about hurting or killing people? Shin Junwo sneered, then exploded with rage. Listen carefully, I want the entire Shin family to be buried with my mother. You. Jiang Zhong's heart trembled. Shin Junwo's gaze actually made him feel fear? An 18-year-old boy, not only is he decisive in killing, but he can also be intimidating to him, a 6th-level Emperor-level mutant? What is the Shin family doing? How could such a genius be forced to the point where he wanted to destroy the entire clan? Get out of here right now. Shin Junwo strode forward. His finger directly stabbed Jiang Zhong's chest, his face gloomy and domineering. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you, the son-in-law of the Shin family, first. The fat on Jiang Zhong's face was twitching. Anger lingered in his heart, but he just couldn't vent it. Shin Junwo's eyes were terrifying, looking at him with contempt like a hungry wolf. If he dared to say no, blood would be splattered within 5 steps. The 2 slaps just now made him feel cold inside. If he had been stabbed instead of slapped, would he still be alive? Roll! Shin Junwo shouted loudly. The people in the river were shocked as if struck by lightning and retreated again and again. After taking 3 steps, his feet suddenly went weak and he sat down on the ground, sweating all over, looking extremely embarrassed. Years of majesty. He collapsed in an instant and had no face left. Ha 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 ha. Shin Junwo took a step forward with a satisfied laugh. Just 1 step. Shin Junwo's figure disappeared without a trace. So handsome. The dragon is seen from the head but not the tail. Until Shin Junwo disappeared. Lin Yuatong, who was standing at the hotel gate and watching, finally came to her senses and pinched the arm of a tall Cheongsam girl next to her. She screamed in pain, and only then did she want to believe that what had just happened was real. Cozy kept muttering something, looking forward to something. Next second, Shin Junwo suddenly appeared in room 18001. A hunchbacked old man suddenly grabbed him, pressed him on the bed, and fumbled around to check him. Hey! I don't like men, and I don't like old men even more. Shin Junwo didn't use the power of space just now and suddenly disappeared. It could only be that this cheap master took him away. Turn out to be. This old man has always been here. He looks a bit like a master. Chapter 44. The old man was so happy. Shut up, you bastard. Yang Kongxian glared at him angrily. I don't like men either, and I don't like bad guys and liars like you even more. Hey, what a bad guy, what a liar. Shin Junwo immediately became dissatisfied. You old man, explain yourself clearly. Huh, wasn't I clear enough? While Yang Kongxian was pulling Shin Junwo, he said angrily, why did you lie to me and say that you only have psychic powers? I lied to you. Did you ask me? Shin Junwo was talking nonsense like he was practicing Tai Chi. I didn't say that I only have one special ability. You fucking bastard. Yang Kongxian had already figured it out and stood up suddenly. You are blaming me for being blind when you say that. No, that's not what I meant. Shin Junwo quickly stood up and stepped back. This old man is a tough guy. If what just happened were to be seen by others, my innocence would be gone. Humph. You little bastard, you're making me so mad. Do you know what you would have missed if I hadn't thought you had a good character and was capable of great things, and therefore had a liking for your talent? Yang Kongxian stomped his feet in anger and anxiety. There are only 3 people with spatial abilities in Dragon Country, and no more than 10 in the entire world. Do you know that? Blame me. Shin Junwo rolled his eyes and said, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Even a fool knows that. Before I met you, I didn't even dare to reveal my psychic abilities, let alone my spatial abilities. Oh my. Yang Kongxian pulled Shin Junwo in front of him and grabbed his collar fiercely. So, I'm a loser. I didn't sense your spatial ability. Shin Junwo really wanted to say yes, you are indeed useless. Facing the Beast King of the same level, it takes only a natural lifespan to kill 7 of them? Now, when facing a Beast King of the same level, Shin Junwo can definitely kill them with one sword. They are all little Karamis, so he can kill as many as he can. You bastard. Yang Kongxian let go with both joy and hatred. Damn, his eyes really agree. However, compared with Shin Junwo at this time, he was really far behind. No wonder he could casually throw out hundreds of 4th-level Beast King spirit beads? The terrifyingly strong martial arts body and dual superpowers cooperated to attack and kill. Not to mention the 4th-level Beast King, even the 5th-level Beast King would have to die in the Northwest. I don't know how this kid cultivated himself. Okay. You are already old, why do you act like a child and look so lifeless? Shin Junwo chuckled and extended his hand mysteriously. Old man, come, take a look at what this is. Look at you. Yang Kongxian stomped his feet in dissatisfaction and turned around. If I had known that Shin Junwo had dual superpowers, he would have said he would never leave alone when he was in Sanyun City. He would not agree to let Shin Junwo and Feng Fanyu go on such a crappy mission. What would he do if his beloved disciple was harmed? You can't come back even if you cry to death. Okay. Shin Junwo spread out his palm and threw the thing in his hand towards Yang Kongxian's head. This throw. Aura leaked. Yang Kongxian raised his eyebrows and used the power of space to confine the things thrown by Shin Junwo. Take a closer look. Yang Kongxian's breathing suddenly became rapid. It took a long time for me to catch my breath, and my mouth kept opening and closing, but I couldn't say a single word. That's exciting. That look. Wow, that's even more exciting than seeing a young woman. It's okay. It's okay. Shin Junwo sat down casually, crossing his legs and saying, it's just a 1,000-year-old willow heart. What's so precious about it? You kid. Yang Kongxian finally caught his breath, and with such joy that he couldn't close his mouth, he strode towards Shin Junwo. No, stop. Shin Junwo quickly stopped him. Don't come over, I don't like old men. You boy. It's just a 1,000-year-old willow heart. You're so arrogant. Do you know what this thing does? Yang Kongxian stopped and held the willow heart in his arms as if it were a treasure. Do you know what this thing is worth if it is left outside? Oh, so long-winded. Anyway, as long as I can keep you, old man, from dying, that's enough. Shin Junwo seems open-minded, but he is actually very sad inside. If he takes this willow heart, he can be promoted to the 9th level of Martial God Realm within 10 years. Is there any need to talk about its value? Ha. Yang Kongxian couldn't help but laugh wildly. With this thing, not only will he not die, but he can also recover to his peak level of cultivation in a short period of time. Happy. I am so happy. I really want to hug this human-shaped baby and give him a few big kisses. How can such a unique thing be obtained? This disciple was the right one to be accepted. Yang Kongxian never expected that taking in a disciple on a whim would actually bring him an unprecedented opportunity. Alright. You can continue to have fun here, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. Shin Junwo was too lazy to watch him laugh foolishly. I killed someone and made a mistake. If we don't achieve some results, the school leaders will lose face and future work will be difficult to carry out. Get out of here. When Yang Kongxian heard Shin Junwo was about to leave, he stretched out his hand and grabbed him and restrained him. You have manifested your spatial ability, can you still leave as you please? Do you think that spatial abilities are easy to come by? Anyone can possess dual system abilities? Well. Shin Junwo was stunned for a moment and quickly looked out the window. Really? There was a heroic old man in military uniform, flying in the sky, with a huge eagle flapping its wings around him. There was also a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and carrying a sword on his back, who came riding on the wind. Shin Junwo was very envious. He could have done that before. But the Shin family and that woman Lu Feifei harmed him, framed him, and caused him to die miserably. This time, he would not believe the Shin family's lies. He wanted to cripple every member of the Shin family, make them suffer endless pain and torture, and finally destroy the Shin family in one fell swoop. Let them also have a taste of what poverty is. Get a taste of what it means. Death is actually a kind of relief. A moment. The two of them entered directly through the window, staring at him with four big eyes, as if they were afraid that he would run away. Hey! Don't look at it! Yang Kongxian was a little flustered, breaking the silence and said, no matter how you look at it, he is still my disciple, and has nothing to do with you two old men. You little old man, don't be so angry. Look at you, you're so kind when you're drinking with those girls and chatting. Can't you be nicer to us old comrades and brothers? The middle-aged man with the sword on his back waved his hand and walked solemnly to Shin Junwo. Stinky boy, I am Li Yi, the president of the War University. No. Shin Junwo said with a smile, sword god, Li Yi. As for the other one, Shin Junwo was more familiar with him. Commander-in-Chief of South China, Meng Yingxiong, a 9th-level beast transformation mutant. I'm glad to know. You two, master and disciple, are hiding things so well, and you're not quiet at all. Li Yi said with a complicated expression, psychic power, spatial power, and extremely strong physique, no wonder he is so arrogant. Lao Li, that's enough. Why scare a child? Meng Yingxiong, who was standing by, admired Shin Junwo very much and helped to speak up. On the way here, I personally communicated with Feng Yatu. You have done an excellent job in this mission of hunting down the Black King. Dare to act, be brave and decisive, and be a man of blood. Oh. Shin Junwo raised his eyebrows and said, since General Meng has approved of it, you should at least give me some token of your appreciation. You're such a jerk. How dare you take credit for it? Li Yi immediately got upset and yelled, don't you know what you did? Is that so? Shin Junwo looked at Yang Kongxian with a smile, old man, I don't seem to be welcome here, why don't we go to Fengyun University? Fengyun University promised that if I was willing to go, I would immediately become a gold medal student. Not bad, don't you think? Fengyun University is quite good. Yang Kongxian smiled evilly and continued, in that case, let's go. P.S. Dear parents who provide us with food and clothing, please follow me for updates. Please give a good review. Ask for a bookshelf. It's not easy to write a new book, please support me. Chapter 45 The Privileges of Genius. Li Yi's face turned green. I cursed in my heart. You little bastard, you're a piece of shit. You're trying to put me on the fire, right? Do you really think I can't do without you? Well. It seems that it really doesn't work. Damn it. When the news of the dual system mutant spreads to the other 5 universities, the presidents of the 5 universities will rush over to snatch the person away immediately. You little bastard, you acted recklessly because you were sure that the school would take it very seriously. Meng Yingxiong was also watching with a smile on his face. Li Yi was so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger. He glared at the man and handed him an electronic bracelet that looked like a watch. Here. Principal Li seems very reluctant. Shin Junwo teased with a wicked smile, but did not answer. This electronic bracelet is a symbol of being a student at the War University. Once you input your information and bind it, you are enrolled. The bracelet can locate and call for help. In addition, it has another important function, which is to record the number of monsters killed by students and convert it into credits. At the War University, credits are only living expenses, medical care, weapons, skills, medicinal materials, and the use of training rooms all require credits to pay for. No, not forced. Not forced at all. Lee gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Master Shin, you are so strong and have a powerful backer. Do you need resources from the school? You said so. If I give you resources, weapons, and skills, wouldn't that be an insult to your talent and your powerful backers? Ha 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 ha. Shin Junwoo couldn't help laughing, and then took the bracelet. In Lee's mind, the lives of a few people are not worth mentioning in front of a dual-system mutant. But he is the president of the War University and one of the guardians of South China. Everything must be fair. Not punishing Shin Junwoo is already a special favor. What a joke! Seeing Shin Junwoo wearing the bracelet, Lee's face darkened on the spot. Since you have entered the War University, you must obey the management and abide by the school rules. You may be spared the death penalty this time, but you cannot escape the punishment of life. Shin Junwoo was shocked. Old man, you are so sinister. Actually send him to school first and then settle the score? He was so angry that he wanted to take off the bracelet immediately. Don't pick it. It's too late to pick it off now. You are already a student of the War University. Lee smiled mischievously. Old Meng is a witness. Even if the presidents of the 5 universities come, they can't change it. Okay, stop playing. Old Lee, you too, are already old. Why do you still act like a child? Meng Yingxiang was amused by the old man and the young man. Shin Junwoo, what you did this time is indeed too much. You must make some achievements to calm the anger. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Laoli to be the principal. Everything else is easy to deal with. I don't care about your life and death fight with the Shin family. But you openly killed someone. This cannot be allowed. You must accept the punishment. Lee immediately said, school officially starts in 3 days. If you can reach the top 3 of the war ranking within 3 days, I will not only not punish you, but also reward you handsomely. What? When Yang Kongshan heard this, he immediately retorted unsatisfactorily. Oldly, he is a dual-system psychic. What is dual system? How strong is your combat capability and how great is your potential? Do you need me to remind you? If you let him challenge the war ranking and something unexpected happens to him, you won't even have anywhere to cry. Old man, you're worrying for nothing. Shin Junwoo waved his hand, feeling quite touched. You forgot, I am the one who broke out of the God Burial Gorge. I am not some pretty face, nor am I some useless piece of work from an aristocratic family who only knows how to put on a show. Yang Kongshan was stunned for a moment. With Shin Junwoo's current strength, even a 5th-level alien beast king would suffer a setback, so impacting the war ranking seems to be nothing. Good boy, you have ambition. That's it. Lee made the decision on the spot. If you succeed in getting on the list, the school will not only forgive you, but also immediately grant you the status of gold medal student. It's a deal. Shin Junwoo was delighted and agreed. The conditions proposed by Lee coincided with his ideas. In the War University, there are regular classes, elite classes, and advanced classes. All along, the gold medal students have been selected from advanced classes, and they can only be awarded if their cultivation reaches the 5th level and they meet the required credits. Because once you are awarded the title of gold medal student, you can enjoy all the training resources of the school for free without spending a penny. Young people not only have blood, but also courage. Meng Yingxiang smiled with satisfaction. I will record your contribution for now, and I will commend you when you make great contributions in the future. To this, Shin Junwoo had no objection. After graduating from university, the real road to military service begins. After seeing the two off, after serious thought, Yang Kongshan took off his space ring and placed it heavily in Shin Junwoo's hand. Old man, you. Shin Junwoo's hands trembled in shock. Yang Kongshan's space ring is not an ordinary thing, but a weapon that surpasses the mythical level and is a treasure that has been passed down for thousands of years. It's called Mountain and River Realm. Among them, there is not only endless space, but also the terrifying power of space. Moment of crisis. The mountain and river realm can be combined with the heaven and earth to transform it into a real world, making it impossible for the enemy to find it, thus allowing you to kill the enemy. What nonsense! With the gift of the willow heart from you, it's only a matter of time before I can regain my full power. Why would I need this broken ring? Yang Kongxian said solemnly inside, if I hadn't relied too much on this broken-hearted boy back then, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You remember it. Unless you are in a life-threatening situation, you must not use it. It can only be used as a storage ring. Do you understand? Aha! After being reborn, Shin Junwo understood more clearly the harm of relying on external things to the practice of Taoism. In this life, I have met a wonderful disciple like you. It can be considered a rebirth. Yang Kongxian patted Shin Junwo's arm and said with satisfaction, you should have your own path, so I won't teach you how to do it. In the ring, besides the life experience I have prepared for you, there is also a method for refining the blood orifice, called the art of infinite heaven and earth. Do not let anyone know about it. Shin Junwo's hand trembled again. The infinite art of heaven and earth, one of the 5 secret books of the Dragon Kingdom, which was famous in the previous life and surpassed the mythical level ancient martial arts? This technique is actually in Yang Kongxuan's hands? Legend has it that only by obtaining the secret texts of ancient martial arts that surpass the mythical level can one break the limits of human beings and reach the 9th level of cultivation. It's sent this time. Lu Machine's contribution is totally worth it. He is expected to break human limits in this lifetime. After explaining everything, Yang Kongxian disappeared in a flash. He needed to recover his cultivation to its peak as soon as possible so that he could intimidate the world and protect Shin Junwo. Otherwise, there will always be people who will have the crazy idea of destroying it if they can't get it. Aristocratic family in the world. Ancient martial arts sects are not good things. I don't know how many brilliant talents they have secretly destroyed. Yang Kongxian experienced it personally and understood the cruelty of this world even more clearly. After the battle that cost him his life, his heart is actually dead. But Shin Junwo's talent activated his dead heart, and he would not let his disciples suffer the same injustice and conspiracy as he had suffered. After the blood sacrifice, Shin Junwo's spiritual power successfully controlled the mountain and river realm. Take a look inside. Even a dog would cry if it saw this. In the boundless world of space, there is not a single hair except a notebook and a secret book. Damn old man, is he really poor? It seems that he had already prepared for his own funeral and had given away everything that needed to be given away. Open the notes. After a simple reading, Shin Junwo's understanding of superpowers and his use of spatial superpowers underwent earth-shaking changes. A revelation. A brand new door opened for him. Chapter 46 Bloody Battle Breakthrough. Only then did Shin Junwo realize that he was too conceited. His experience in martial arts is beyond doubt. But his understanding and use of superpowers are still too superficial. After careful study, Shin Junwo now has a clear direction for his use of spatial abilities and subsequent cultivation development. Afterwards, Shin Junwo couldn't wait to open the infinite art of heaven and earth. This method. It explains the extremes of the earth, the sky, and all things, and the ultimate goal is to break the extremes. If one succeeds in breaking through the limit, it means that one has broken the limit of human beings. The limit of human beings, the 9th level of martial arts. Warriors, martial artists, generals, and martial masters of levels 1 to 4 all focus on training their bodies and accumulating strength. As long as you have enough perseverance, you will achieve it sooner or later. It's different when you reach the 5th level, the king of martial arts. The human body is weak, and the dantian and meridians in the body are limited, so they can only accommodate a certain amount of internal force. It is like a small bowl, which will overflow if it is filled with water. No matter how hard you practice, you will never achieve higher results, and it is even more impossible to turn a small bowl into a big one. Want to break through the 5th level? To reach a higher level, one needs to refine the blood and condense the acupoints. The so-called blood refining. It is to temper one's own blood, improve the purity and strength of the blood, thereby sublimating the internal force and evolving the internal force into a higher level of true qi. Only in this way can your strength be greatly increased. The fastest way to refine blood, besides baptizing it with natural treasures such as willow heart, is to hunt. The classes of exotic beasts are roughly divided into ordinary, elite, and beast king. There are also ferocious beasts and divine beasts. The essential difference is the difference in bloodline levels. The first level lizard king that Shin Junwo killed in the martial arts college entrance examination secret realm contained some dragon blood, which was why he could explode with the epic dragon blood. Hunting exotic beasts, taking their blood, and then stimulating oneself with the blood of the exotic beasts is blood refining. Yang Kongxian accepted him as his disciple and casually hunted a 6th level golden scale dragon just to lay a foundation for him and increase his blood refining speed in the future. The so-called condensation of the acupoints. It is to condense one's own acupuncture points, open the acupuncture points, communicate with heaven and earth, and achieve the unity of heaven and man. If you can do this, you can fly in the air. Read it through. Shin Junwo frowned, feeling quite regretful. The inheritance of this infinite art of heaven and earth is incomplete, and the most important subsequent secret chapters have been lost, making it difficult to break the limits of human beings. But Shin Junwo is still far from the limit of human beings. The most urgent task is to temper the blood in battle, refine the blood and remove the hair, and refine the blood into mercury, so that one can break through the 5th level and reach the King of War realm. It's still early. Shin Junwo took action himself and experienced the feeling of being a chef in a star-rated hotel. Then he teleported directly into the void and headed straight for the 10,000 mountains outside the defense line. Keep moving. Shin Junwo landed in a dangerous place dozens of miles south of the War University, which was full of stone forests and had extremely complex terrain. Here, it was regarded as a forbidden area by students of the War University and named Death Sky Gorge. This place belongs to the outer core area of the 100,000 mountains. There are many extremely powerful groups of 5th level exotic beasts guarding it to prevent human strongmen from entering the 100,000 mountains to hunt. Ouch! As soon as Shin Junwo landed, dozens of 5th order blood moon wolves pounced on him. Come on! Shin Junwo roared with a boiling fighting spirit, stretched out his hands, and 2 swords appeared. Before, Shin Junwo was isolated and helpless, so he could only sneak around in secret and hunt the Beast King. This time, behind him is the defense line jointly established by the military and the War University, and he can get support at any time. You can let go and have a great fight. 2 rare long swords, the swords are as fast as the wind and the figure is like a phantom. Within 3 strikes, a 5th level blood moon wolf will fall. There is a realm of mountains and rivers in one's body. Shin Junwo didn't need to waste time on the Lingzhu, he just used his mental power to put the corpse of the strange beast into it. An era of scarce resources. The flesh and blood of exotic beasts are very expensive, especially those above level 5, which are must-haves on the dining tables of aristocratic families. The killing continues. The credit interface on the bracelet is constantly updated and growing. War University has a public notice. Level 4 exotic beast, ordinary level 1 credit, elite level 10 credits, beast king level 100 credits. A 5th level exotic beast, ordinary level is 100 credits, elite level is 1000 credits, and beast king level is 10,000 credits. Level 6 exotic beast, ordinary level 10,000 credits, elite level 100,000 credits, beast king level 1 million credits. There are no credits for levels below level 4. Students cannot deal with 7th level alien beasts, and there is no specific credit value. Shin Junwo, a freshman, directly broke into a group of 5th level exotic beasts to hunt. This is unprecedented, if not unprecedented. It starts at 100 characters and the value grows very fast. Of course, as the noise grew louder and more 5th level blood moon wolves surrounded him, his pressure also increased exponentially. Level 4 and 5 monsters can not only hurt people with their limbs, but also use their innate skills. Just like human superpowers. Shin Junwo not only has to fight head-on, but also has to dodge the innate skills from all sides. The mind is highly concentrated and the breath is highly condensed. But, cool. It was in this battle that Shin Junwo truly rediscovered the military passion he had in his previous life. The more dangerous it is, the stronger the desire to fight. The stronger the fighting spirit, the faster the blood flows, and the faster the promotion. Gradually, Shin Junwo was completely surrounded. Ordinary blood moon wolves continued to attack, using their lives to consume Shin Junwo's strength, while the Wolf King led hundreds of elite wolves to be on high alert. As soon as Shin Junwo was exhausted, they rushed forward and tore him to pieces. This is the habit of wolves. And this is exactly the death oppression that Shin Junwo wants. At this time, Shin Junwo's spiritual abilities had already been used, coordinating with the power of martial arts, and fighting by maneuvering with the help of the terrain. In the stone forest, a blood-red stream began to flow. Shin Junwo glanced at the bracelet and saw that his credits had exceeded 30,000. In other words, he killed at least 300 ordinary 5th order blood moon wolves. No wonder my physical and mental strength declined rapidly. The frustrating thing is that these ordinary level monsters didn't give Shin Junwo any good entries, they were all garbage. Ouch. The 5th level Wolf King couldn't wait any longer, and a wolf howl rang out. Hundreds of elite wolves received the order and immediately pounced down from a huge rock. Ha 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 ha. Come on, you beast. Shin Junwo raised his eyes, rushed out a few steps, and soared into the air with the help of a rock. People are flying. Two swords crossed. The internal force of martial arts and the power of spiritual abilities, the two forces are carried by the double swords and instantly merged, emitting bursts of brilliant light. Cross divine slash. Shin Junwo roared and slashed down with his crossed swords. This move was discovered by Shin Junwo after reading Yang Kongshuan's notes. It is a killing move that perfectly combines the power of martial arts and supernatural spiritual power. The two swords slashed down. A huge cross of blade light cut through the sky, covering the dozens of elite wolves in front of it. There was a loud bang. The 10 elite wolves that were in direct conflict had their bodies chopped apart on the spot, and blood splattered into the sky as they fell. Ouch! The 5th level Wolf King was shocked and furious. Such a talented human being must not be left alive, so he immediately leaped into the air and pounced on Shin Junwo. Both claws stretched forward. Each of them had a blood-red giant claw about 1 meter long appearing. It was the 5th level Wolf King's innate skill, the Blood Moon Wolf Claw, which was ferocious and terrifying. The 5th level Wolf King's move completely seized the opportunity. Shin Junwo, who had used his ultimate move, was currently in a period of weakness. But since Shin Junwo dared to do this, he must have a backup plan prepared. The mental power immediately gathered under the feet, turning into a springboard on the road to fall. He used his feet to jump off the springboard, and not only did he not continue to fall, he also jumped beyond the height of the 5th level Wolf King. Double blade sky slash. Shin Junwo roared and slashed down with both swords side by side. This move. The power utilization method is the same as that of Cross God slash. From a high vantage point, the target is only the single enemy in front. The blade is longer, sharper, and more powerful. A moment. The situation is reversed. The 5th level Wolf King, who had originally taken the initiative, fell into a passive state and could only hold his claws horizontally and use his innate skill Blood Moon Wolf Claw for defense. Boom! 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 A violent impact surged in space. The next second, the 5th level Wolf King lost his air and his body immediately fell down, erupting in roars. The 5th level Wolf King is one move away. But his level was higher than Shin Junwo's, and he quickly took advantage of the force after landing, which still put Shin Junwo under great pressure and forced him to retreat again and again. Ha 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 ha. That's the feeling, well done, you beast, well done. Shin Junwo laughed wildly as he wrestled with the 5th level Wolf King. After retreating 7 or 8 steps, he suddenly stopped on a huge rock and burst out with all his strength. At this moment, Shin Junwo's blood surged, veins popped out all over his body, and his martial arts aura continued to surge and rise, appearing ferocious and terrifying. P.S. Brothers, there are a lot of manuscripts saved. If you can get 20 likes today, I will add another chapter. Begging for support. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 47 System Upgrade. Oppressed. The fear of death. The pleasure of resisting with all his might made Shin Junwo's fighting spirit endless and his determination immortal. This is the pure martial arts way of fighting. In terms of strength and attack, pure martial artists are not as good as martial artists with special abilities. But for a pure martial artist, life is endless and the will to fight is immortal. When you really reach the end of the road, a pure martial artist is very likely to kill a martial artist who also cultivates supernatural powers. Therefore, pure martial artists are all lunatics and maniacs who are not afraid of their lives. Because they have nothing else to rely on, only this body that sweats, bleeds, suffers, and dies can allow them to fight. As long as you don't die, fight to the end. Ha 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 ha. You beast, you must die. Shin Junwo burst out with all his strength, but still couldn't force back the 5th level Wolf King. However, his outburst frightened the Wolf King. Even, I could feel the breath of death from this human. In fear, the 5th level Wolf King roared and immediately summoned elite ferocious wolves to help. You don't stand a chance, you bastard. Shin Junwo smiled grimly, using his last bit of strength to fight, to attack, to break through his limits. Infinite will blessing. At this moment, Shin Junwo seemed to be burning, and the blood in his body was circulating wildly, giving him a faint blood-red glow. Refining blood and removing hair. The state of refining blood into mercury has finally been reached. Boom! Boom! When dozens of elite ferocious wolves came rushing towards him, a shocking aura suddenly burst out from Shin Junwo's body, and the energy rushed out, knocking those elite ferocious wolves to the ground. The 5th level of Martial King Realm was successfully broken through. The internal force transformed and turned into true energy in an instant. Die, you beast! As expected, Shin Junwo broke through and exerted his strength, instantly repelling the 5th level Wolf King. Then he rushed out in one step. A blade of true energy flashed, and the head of the 5th level Wolf King fell into the bloody stream with a plop. Bite! Congratulations to the host for killing the 5th level Crimson Wolf King and obtaining a new entry. Extraordinary hearing epic. Extraordinary sense of smell epic. Hunting rare. Blood Howl of the Night rare. Blood Moon Wolf Soul epic. The system detects that the host's martial arts cultivation has reached the 5th level, and the system automatically upgrades to version 2.0, enabling 3 major functions for the host: attribute panel, entry library, and entry fusion. After the system prompts, the system panel automatically appeared in front of Shin Junwo. Host Shin Junwo. Martial arts, level 5. Dragon Bloodline, epic. Items: Steel Armor, Dragon Snake Swimming, Bull Demon Fist, Super Sense of Smell, Super Hearing, King's Domination, Spinosaurus Roar, Spinosaurus Claw. Abilities: Psychic Powers, epic. Skills: Mental Attack, Mental Detection, Mental Field, and Mental Control. Wind-based supernatural powers, epic level. Skills: Storm Tornado, Endless Wind Blade, Gale Prison, and Wind Feather Wings. Devouring superpowers, legendary level. Skills: Devour Everything, Devour and Dissolve, Devour and Transform into Spirit, Devour and Transform into Barrier. Spatial Power, epic level. Skills: Space Shift, Space Blade, Space Confinement, Space Teleportation. After reading it, Shin Junwo's gaze immediately fell on the entry library and the 2 major interfaces of entry fusion. See the introduction. The term library can store terms. Unlike before, if it was not added, it would automatically disappear after 3 minutes. Term fusion. As the name suggests, it is to integrate some entries to form new entries that are stronger and more suitable for the owner. It can even be integrated with superpowers and transformed into the skills of the superpower user. What surprised Shin Junwo was the ability to fuse entries can actually be applied to others? Just like the entry dropped by this 5th level Wolf King, Blood Moon Wolf Soul epic. If it is applied to others, as long as it is successfully bestowed, they will immediately be able to activate the beast-type supernatural power, which is extremely perverted and terrifying. In other words, Shin Junwo can create a god. But this ability cannot be used lightly. After Shin Junwo thought about it, he immediately said, "System, add an entry, Blood Moon Wolf Soul epic." Bite. The system kindly reminds you that if the host practices martial arts diligently, it is best to unlock only one new ability each time you advance one level. Too many superpowers will affect the host's body and mind, making it difficult to improve martial arts. Does the host want to add the entry, Blood Moon Wolf Soul epic? No addition. Shin Junwo was shocked to find that there were sequelae. No wonder it was impossible to activate both ice and space abilities at the same time on the top of the God Burial Gorge. The Wolf King died. The wolves retreated immediately. After cleaning up the battlefield, Shin Junwo immediately returned to the War City. 3 days is plenty of time. After upgrading your psychic ability to level 5, it will be easier to kill monsters and you won't have to worry about running out of credits. The Jewel Pavilion. This is a building located in the south of War City. Although it is not as big as the War Hotel, it is also a 100-story building and has more people than the War Hotel. The streets in this area are more prosperous, with more merchants, shops, and stalls. As soon as Shin Junwo appeared, many people panicked and gave way. What are you afraid of? A woman who was traveling with them angrily dragged her male companion back. Everyone is covered in blood in this place. Look at you, you're such a coward. Mr. Shin, I'm sorry. The man was shocked and grabbed his female companion, and quickly apologized. My girlfriend doesn't know you, she didn't mean anything else. Shin Junwo smiled and gestured without stopping. The man then breathed a sigh of relief. The woman also reacted and stammered, You said his last name is Shin, then, that. If it's not him, who else could it be? He is a disciple of Senior Yang, a peerless genius with spiritual and spatial abilities. The man said with both fear and admiration, killing people and destroying the 10 geniuses of the Shin family are just symbolic punishments. The school has issued a notice requiring Shin Junwo to reach the top 3 of the war list within 3 days. Seeing how bloodstains he was covered in, he must have just returned from outside the defense line, planning to buy spirit beads to advance to the 5th level, and then rush to the top of the list. The woman's legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Did she really have such a pair of eyes for nothing, as she almost got into trouble with this evil star? Just entered the lobby. A familiar voice came towards him, My little ancestor, you really don't stop for a moment. Are you born in the year of the ox? You don't know how to get tired. Shin Junwo looked up and saw who else it was but Lin Wuotong. With a sly smile, he said, If Sister Mei is willing, we can find out tonight whether I am born in the year of the ox. I just don't know if you can handle farming. You damned boy, you're so bad. Lin Wuotong was stunned for a moment. I'm talking to you seriously, no nonsense. I'm also serious. Shin Junwo said seriously, I like to dig the soil, turn the soil, and grow vegetables at night. What did Sister Mei think of? You. If you are mature and beautiful, don't think about dirty things all the time. It's better to be pure. Lin Wuotong was furious again. It was obviously you, little brat, who was saying those dirty things, and it ended up being her fault. Lin Wuotong glared at him fiercely and said unhappily, You are here to sell spirit beads, right? Come with me. Well. Shin Junwo was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, Aren't you from the War Hotel? Yes. The War Hotel is my family's property, and the Jewel Pavilion is also my family's property. Lin Wuotong raised her eyebrows proudly, Well, it's not a disadvantage to know me. No loss. Shin Junwo nodded heavily, But you want to eat me. Go away. You have the desire but not the courage, so stop being so stubborn. Lin Wuotong rolled her eyes and said, Let's go. I'll take you to sell the spirit beads. I guarantee you'll get the highest price. Chapter 48, Getting Something for Nothing. 13th Sister. Seeing Lin Wuotong return, several staff members hurriedly came over to greet her. This is Shin Junwo, Senior Yang's disciple. Lin Wuotong briefly introduced, at the same time, he is also my bad brother, go to the treasure viewing hall, but... Okay. Mr. Shin, please. Several staff members were shocked and hurried to lead the way. In today's War City, everyone knows the 3 names of Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo felt a little strange. She's Mr. Lin at the hotel, and Sister 13 at the Zugwan Bayakage? But... Shin Junwo didn't think much about it, it was a dual identity. The different names are probably meant to distinguish the functions in different places. Going around in circles. The group took Shin Junwo to a luxurious tea house by the sea. At the back are windows with a view of the sea. The front side is transparent glass, through which you can see the huge circular exhibition hall of the Pearl Pavilion built in the center of the building, so it is called the Treasure Viewing Hall. In the exhibition hall, not only high-level spirit beads, there are also high-level weapons, skills, medicinal materials, and all kinds of strange treasures from heaven and earth, etc. It is worthy of being called the Pearl Pavilion. Shin Junwo waved his hand and immediately took out all the spirit beads he had hunted along the way. 184th level Beast King Spirit Beads. 32 5th level Beast King Spirit Beads. Lin Wuotong was frightened when she saw the number engraved of them. You. These are all you. You, what did you hunt on your way to the War University? Good. Shin Junwo nodded, let's estimate first. You're a pervert, such a pervert. The market price of a 4th-tier Beast King Spirit Pearl is 100,000, and the market price of a 5th-tier Beast King Spirit Pearl is 1 million, for a total of 50 million. Lin Wuotong took a deep breath, her heart pounding as she said, You're my brother. I'll increase the purchase price by 10% and give you 55 million. How about that? This is a good brother. Let's do it. Shin Junwo smiled triumphantly, then threw the corpse of the Blood Moon Wolf in the mountain and river realm into a corner of the hall. 5th level Blood Moon Wolf, you. This time, Lin Wuotong was so frightened that she stood up suddenly. Those staff members who were not good enough at cultivation were frightened by the terrifying wild aura of the Blood Moon Wolf, and their faces turned pale as they kept backing away. In a short while, it piled up into a mountain. Most of the treasure viewing hall was filled with them. Are you human? Lin Yuetong swallowed and looked at Shin Junwoo in disbelief. How long has it been? You actually killed 330 ordinary ferocious wolves, 30 elite ferocious wolves, and a ferocious wolf king. What's even more terrifying is, Shin Junwoo is only at the 4th level of cultivation. Not only can he kill monsters above his level, but he can also kill so many strange beasts in a short time? With such strength and courage, killing a few people is nothing. Ha, you said it yourself, I'm an ox, I don't know how to get tired. Shin Junwoo smirked. For a man, the main thing is endurance, long-lasting happiness, contentment, and money to spend. Damn boy, you are such a pervert. The market price of a 5th-tier ordinary beast spirit bead is equivalent to that of a 4th-tier beast king, 100,000 each. The market price of a 5th-tier elite beast spirit bead is 500,000 each. The price is slightly higher with a corpse, so I'll give you 550,000. Lin Yuetong tried her best to calm down and said slowly, 2 batches totaling 110 million, how about that? Can. Shin Junwoo nodded. Spiritual orbs, no matter the grade, all of them. Space spiritual orbs, if you have any, that would be even better. Spiritual pearls are not as rare as space spiritual pearls, but they are not abundant either. The low-grade ones are in short supply and there is no stock at all. The entire Pearl Pavilion is full of spiritual beads, 10 6th-grade ordinary spirit beads, and 1 6th-grade Beast King spirit bead. Lin Yuetong said with interest, as for the space-type spirit bead, there is only one, a 7th-level Beast King spirit bead. Shin Junwoo was overjoyed. But then I became depressed. The grade was so high that the money he just earned was not enough. Can you guys go out for a moment? Shin Junwoo raised his eyes and said awkwardly, I want to talk to Sister May alone and have a heart-to-heart talk. Okay. Several staff members immediately retreated. Lin Yuetong's eyes moved and she looked at Shin Junwoo warily. Beautiful sister, good sister. Shin Junwoo chuckled, you are naturally beautiful, kind and generous, so let me buy you on credit. Little bastard, now you know how to say honey? Lin Yuetong knew that this little bastard was extremely courageous. Psychiatric Department. Space System. They all belong to special types of superpowers and are extremely rare. Especially the space system, a 7th-level Beast King spirit bead is worth 10 billion. If the 3 space-based ability users today were not at very high levels, this one would not have survived. Beautiful sister, good sister. Just help me once and give me credit. Shin Junwoo chuckled and shook Lin Yuetong's arm. At worst, I can pay the interest with my body. I am strong. Very long-lasting. The range is excellent, and it's twin turbocharged throughout. As soon as these words were spoken, even though Lin Yuetong knew that Shin Junwoo was up to no good, she still choked on his saliva and started coughing. Go away. You little bastard, you just joke around all day, who cares about your body? Lin Yuetong coughed hard and pushed Shin Junwoo away angrily. Although I am a widow, I am not hungry or thirsty. Shin Junwoo glared and suddenly jumped up. Sister May, you want to eat fart? I mean, I'm very strong and have a lot of stamina. I can help you fight and do some rough work. You old woman, you just want to be with the young one. Asshole, what did you say? You said I was an old woman? Lin Yuetong was teased by Shin Junwoo again. The 3 words old woman instantly broke her defense. She was so angry that she immediately rushed over and grabbed Shin Junwoo's neck. Shin Junwoo was caught off guard and was thrown onto the sofa. Both of them are powerful warriors. Suddenly he fell down with such great force that the 2 legs at one end of the sofa shattered instantly and fell down at a rapid speed. With a loud bang, the 2 of them hugged each other due to inertia, and their lips kissed each other. A moment. The tea room was silent. There was only the sound of the heart beating. Lin Yuetong was secretly shocked. Damn it. This little man actually made her heart beat faster? After quickly calming down, Lin Yuetong quickly stood up, her cheeks flushed as she turned around and said, actually, if you want to buy on credit, it's not impossible. What? Shin Junwoo was really shocked and stammered, you can't be really right. You idiot. Shut your stinky mouth. Lin Yuetong turned around abruptly and slapped Shin Junwoo on the back of the head. I asked Senior Yang to collect the debt. Actually, I wanted to ask him to take me to a place. If you are willing to come with me, I will not only give you credit, but also give you a big gift. Chapter 49 Lin Yueton's Identity. Lin Yueton's identity is a place that requires people with spatial abilities to go to a good place? I'm afraid it's easy to get in but difficult to get out. Shin Junwo was very solemn. As you think. In the world, apart from the endless deep sea, there are only the 100,000 mountains, which can only be entered by those with spatial abilities. Lin Yueton said solemnly, because of some old matters, Senior Yang is not willing to help. You are the only one I can ask for help. You really know how to pick a place. Shin Junwo rolled his eyes and said, with your cultivation as a 6th level warrior, even with me by your side, you are just an ant. Lin Yueton knew it very well. Not to mention her, even if an 8th or 9th level being went to the 10,000 mountains, there would most likely be no return. 100,000 mountains. The lair of the strange beasts is full of high-level strange beasts and top strange beast kings. Think about it. Lin Yueton was still unwilling to give up, and immediately said, as long as you agree to help me, I will immediately give you a great gift. I think you have heard of its name, called the Yenshin Dao. What? Shin Junwo was shocked. Yenshin Sword, the weapon of Yanshenkong, a 9th order god-level psychic who died 10 years ago. An invisible weapon that can be activated by mental force, making it completely blend with the sunlight without leaving any trace. Since Yanshenkong's death, this perfect weapon for psychics disappeared, but Lin Yueton was able to get it and even decided to give it away? What is her identity? Has such great energy? Who are you? Shin Junwo's heart was beating fast. Lin Yueton laughed at herself. Lin Yueton is my real name. But I have another name that you should have heard of. Bailey Yu. I lost it. Shin Junwo's body stiffened, then he turned and left. Damn you. The world's number 1 8th level healer, the woman known as the Moon Goddess, is actually her? This woman is not to be messed with. Don't touch it. Little brat, why are you running? Lin Yueton flashed her steps and immediately stood in front of the door. Since you know my true identity, you know that I have the ability to challenge the Shirwan Mountains. At least, I can guarantee your safe return. Shin Junwo opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. Safety is shit. It seems that Bailey Yu, the Moon Goddess in the previous life, disappeared during this period and has not been heard from since. It seems that she died in the Shirwanda Mountains. But this woman is truly a legend. He was adopted by an ancient sect since childhood. After awakening, the sect put all its efforts into training him, and he became the most famous and mysterious healer. After becoming famous, she married Bailey Woody, the head of the Bailey family, the most aristocratic family in the world. Because she had no name, she took the Bailey family's surname and named herself Bailey Yu. It's a pity that Bailey Woody is a martial arts fanatic. He went alone to the 10,000 mountains to challenge the beasts in order to hone his martial arts, but eventually became a short-lived ghost. You want to go find your husband? Shin Junwo pondered for a long time before speaking. You know quite a bit. I didn't go looking for him. He was already dead, and his body had been completely eaten by strange beasts. Lin Yueton sighed. I went to the Shawandishan Mountains just to find a medicinal herb, a precious medicine that can save lives. Oh. Shin Junwo raised his eyebrows. If you're just looking for medicine, there's a chance. You're willing to go? Lin Yueton was overjoyed, grabbed Shin Junwo's hand, and said excitedly, Good brother, as long as you are willing to help me. Whenever you need me in the future, I will be there for you immediately, I promise. Shin Junwo was stunned for a moment. These two words future have some meaning. Little bastard, are you daydreaming again? Lin Yueton glared at him fiercely. What I mean is, as long as you need me, I will come immediately no matter where I am. Anything? Shin Junwo smiled playfully. You? Lin Yueton waved her hands angrily. That smile, that tone, definitely wasn't meant to be literal. Lin Yueton was so anxious that she went crazy. Shin Junwo was still in the mood to tease her, but she was really impatient and stamped her feet angrily. Just tell me, are you willing to help me? Help, help. But your conditions are not enough. Shin Junwo chuckled. 10 ordinary 6th level spiritual beads of the spiritual system, 1 6th level Beast King spiritual bead, a 7th level Beast King spiritual bead of the spatial system, and the Shinyan Dao. Are you crazy? Lin Yueton was shocked. If you calculate it, you will be charged 30 billion for each help. You might as well kill me. The person you want to save is worth more than 30 billion? Shin Junwo said with a grin, as long as you listen to me, I guarantee you'll be able to retrieve the medicine successfully. How about that? You little rascal, you're so cunning. Lin Yuetong finally realized that Shin Junwo was taking the opportunity to blackmail her. Getting something for nothing. Sister, I don't like what you said. Shin Junwo waved his hand, I am playing with your life, isn't my life worth more than 30 billion? Lin Yuetong was stunned for a moment. Shin Junwo was a dual-system psychic and has extraordinary talent in martial arts. Is his value more than 30 billion? As long as Shin Junwo is willing. Any force that can afford 30 billion will rush to snatch him away like crazy. Make a deal. Lin Yuetong made the decision immediately. Readily. But Ling Zhu, you have to give me the weapon first. Shin Junwo immediately extended his hand, I will set off in a month when my cultivation breaks through the 6th level. Besides, you can only go alone. If one more person is involved, or if any information is leaked, the deal will be voided immediately. 100,000 mountains. Having more people is useless. If more people were useful, she wouldn't have died. You kid, you're really good. Even the master of pulling something for nothing is not as good as you. Lin Yuetong thought for a moment and said, I can give you the spiritual pearl and the divine sword right now. If I give you the 7th order space-based Beast King Spirit Pearl now, you won't be able to absorb it. How about I give it to you after we enter the 10 Great Mountains? Can. Shin Junwo agreed immediately. He really couldn't absorb the 7th level Beast King Spirit Bead now. Even if he had the devouring ability, he would explode and die. Get the spirit beads and weapons. Shin Junwo immediately returned to the hotel and meditated in the training room to absorb the energy. I don't dare to absorb the 7th level Beast King Spirit Pearl, but I can still try the 6th level one. The devouring ability already has 4 skills, and with its abnormal physical fitness, it won't be a big problem. After nightfall, all 10 6th level ordinary spiritual beads were absorbed by Shin Junwo. However, Shin Junwo's spiritual ability showed no signs of advancing to the 5th level. This is the change brought about by the spirit skull. It makes Shin Junwo's mental ability dozens of times stronger than that of his peers, and also increases his promotion resources dozens of times. Fine. I got a 6th level spiritual Beast King Spirit Bead for free. The power of devouring everything slowly pulled, and the spiritual power of the 6th level Beast King Spirit Bead slowly overflowed, becoming the source of the promotion of spiritual power. It was bright daylight. Mental strength is increasing. Finally, after completely absorbing the spiritual energy of the 6th level Beast King Spirit Pearl of the Spirit System, he finally broke through to the 5th level. The huge mental fluctuations gave Shin Junwo a surge of confidence. Chapter 50 The Shin family blocks the road again. The next day, Shin Junwo went out to complete his mission as usual. There was a lot of discussion on both sides of the street. There were also people pointing fingers secretly, constantly mentioning the Qingtian gang and Shin Ling's name. Shin family, hey! Lin Yuetong sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, the road ahead was blocked by 30 core members of the Qingtian gang with swords drawn. He comes with bad intentions. These people are all graduates of the War University and are the core members carefully trained by Lu Qingtian. Each of them is at the top of the 4th level and is only one step away from breaking through to the 5th level. Visible. Lu Qingtian was still brooding over the fact that Shin Junwo killed Xiong Tianli. Don't get me wrong. A 5th level gold type mutant came out carrying a large guandao and said, we are only here to ask Mr. Shin to stay for a while. I am the deputy leader of the Qingtian gang, Shin Ling, and I have a personal grudge to settle with Mr. Shin. As for you killing Xiong Tianli, gang leader Lu Qingtian will personally ask Mr. Shin for an explanation after he returns, so there's no need to rush. Shin Junwo ignored him. Didn't stop either. The core members of the Qingtian gang did not stop him and made way for Shin Junwo to pass. Walk through the crowd. Shin Ling, the most gifted disciple of the Shin family, a 5th level thunder type mutant with epic talent, jumped over. There were 2 other people beside him. One is Jiang Zhong, a junior instructor at the War University and a 6th rank emperor level beast transformation mutant. One is a middle-aged man of the Shin family's uncle generation, the 9th in the Shin family, Shin Tianzhou, a 6th level warrior and a 6th level water-based mutant. At the same time, he is also the person in charge of the Shin family in the War City. You 3, come on together. Shin Junwo absorbed the 6th level Beast King Spirit Pearl, which enabled him to break through his mental strength. He was so confident that he did not take the three of them seriously at all. Shin Junwo, you should have made enough trouble. You've already retaliated double for the harm Ayu inflicted on you, so you should be able to calm down now, right? Shin Tianzhuo's face darkened, and he said with great restraint, "Don't forget, your last name is Shin, and you have the blood of my Shin family in you." "Ha, you're wrong. I am a very petty person, and I will never let go of any slight. How can this be any better?" Shin Junwo laughed and responded, "As for why I still have the last name Shin, it is to remind myself not to forget my mother's death and the insults I once suffered." "That's enough, stop messing around. I don't want to argue with you today, nor am I here to fight you. I'm here on the old man's orders." Shin Tianzhuo waved his hands angrily. "Grandpa said that as long as you are willing to admit your mistakes and return to the Shin family, all your mistakes will be forgiven. As long as you are loyal to the Shin family. A few years later, when you graduate from university, the position of head of the Shin family will be yours. Don't do things that will hurt your loved ones and please your enemies, and make others laugh at you." "Bah!" Shin Junwo spat out a mouthful of phlegm on the spot. This is the PUA tactic commonly used by the Shin family, and it is also what the Shin family considers to be the most advantageous condition. In the previous life, after Shin Junwo obtained the divine martial spirit bone and rose to prominence in the army, the Shin family used this condition to lure him back to the Shin family. This excuse was also used for PUA, causing Shin Junwo to continue to give up his rights and resources in the military. You? Shin Tianzhuo was surprised and angry at being rejected. "You bastard." Shin Junwo's momentum surged, and he instantly acquired the legendary cloud-breaking blade, his fighting spirit boiling. "I once said that no matter when or where, as long as the Shin family dares to appear in front of me, they must leave a hand, and you are no exception." After saying that, Shin Junwo stomped his foot on the ground and immediately flew into the air. Martial arts true chi. The spiritual power gathered in the blade at the same time and slashed down towards Shin Tianzhuo from the sky. "How dare you, little boy!" Shin Tianzhuo was furious. He never expected that Shin Junwo would dare to attack him. With a flip of the wrist, a palm strike out, the 6th level Imperial Water ability turned into a giant water ball and blasted towards Shin Junwo. There was a loud bang. A shocking scene appeared. Shin Tianzhuo's huge water ball was actually split in half by Shin Junwo with one knife. After development, the sword energy and power did not diminish, and the attack appeared above Shin Tianzhuo's head in an instant. Shin Tianzhuo was shocked. Even though he didn't use his full strength, no one at level 4 or 5 could break his water ball, right? Shocked, he quickly used the skill River Barrier. A galaxy that seemed to fall from the sky suddenly blocked Shin Junwo's way and swallowed up all of Shin Junwo's sword energy. Next second, Shin Tianzhuo pushed it casually, and the river barrier swept towards Shin Junwo. However, Shin Junwo's figure suddenly disappeared. "A Ling, be careful." Shin Junwo was so vicious that his target who suddenly disappeared must be Shin Ling. Shin Tianzhuo was so scared that he quickly turned around and shouted to remind him. A glance passed by. As he expected, Shin Junwo appeared behind Shin Ling and slashed at Shin Ling with a knife. "How dare you, little bastard!" Zhang Zhong was furious and immediately tried to stop it. Shin Ling is a genius from her wife's lineage. Shin Fei and Shin Yu, who are descendants of the Shin family's patriarch, have both been crippled. He is very likely to be the next patriarch of the Shin family. Must be kept. Spiritual realm. Shin Junwo was well prepared. The third skill, Spiritual Field, was immediately released, suppressing Zhang Zhong and Shin Tianzhuo. "Ah! You little bastard, you deserve to die." In the river, Shin Tianzhuo was suppressed and bound by the spiritual realm, his movement speed was greatly limited, and he was extremely angry. Zhang Zhong did not dare to hold back anymore, and the black bear beast soul in his body exploded, trying to break the suppression of Shin Junwo's spiritual field. Shin Tianzhuo didn't dare to hold back. The 6th level Martial Emperor's true blood and the 6th level water-based supernatural power erupted at the same time. At this moment, both of them were really angry. It was impossible not to be angry. If Shin Junwo's spiritual realm could not be broken in time, Shin Ling would die. To this, Shin Junwo didn't care. Although the spiritual field is strong, it is still unable to suppress Zhang Zhong and Shin Tianzhuo at the same time. A light chuckle. Shin Junwo took a deep breath and immediately used the martial arts term Spinosaurus Roar. Roar! A roaring dragon roar suddenly burst out from Shin Junwo's mouth. Chapter 51, Entry shows power. Spinosaurus roared. It is a martial arts sonic attack. Shin Junwo's martial arts has now broken through to the 5th level of Martial King Realm, and his internal strength has been transformed into true energy due to the blood refining method, so it is most appropriate for him to perform this move. The dragon roar burst out, rushing straight to the most vulnerable ears and brain nerves of others. Shin Ling, who was in front of Shin Junwo, was the worst off. Blood instantly oozed from his ears, and his brain nerves became disordered and in severe pain. In the middle of the river, Shin Tianjiu was not far away and was also at the core of the dragon roar attack. He also suffered severe pain in his ears due to the sonic attack of the Spinosaurus roar, and his spirit was severely damaged. The core members of the Qingtian gang covered their ears and screamed in pain. People on both sides of the road were not spared either, but their location was not within the area of the sonic attack, so it was not a big problem. The entry is powerful. Dragon roar hard control. In the river, Shin Tianjiu wanted to save him but couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as Shin Junwo chopped off Shin Ling's arm with a knife, and the shrill wails continued to his ears. Shin Junwo was not satisfied with having wasted a youngster. Slash with the sword. The sword energy shot out in all directions and attacked Shin Tianjiu and the other two in the river at the same time. The two of them suppressed their minds and resisted at the same time. Looking at Shin Ling falling to the ground miserably, both of them were filled with murderous intent. Shin Junwo is too ruthless and too talented. He is so hostile to the Shin family that the relationship cannot be reconciled. Keeping him will surely lead to the destruction of the Shin family. Can't be used by me. Then you can only die. The Shin family took on the anger of the half-crippled Yang Kongxian. As for the War University, Shin Junwo had already stated that it was a personal grudge, so why blame the Shin family? Make up your mind. The two of them fought back at the same time. The two palms in the river turned into the claws of a giant bear, attacking repeatedly. Shin Tianjiu is even more ruthless. A long river surrounded his body, as if he was holding a river and constantly attacking Shin Junwo. You have the intention to kill. Very good. Shin Junwo smiled softly and kept swinging the cloud-breaking sword in his hand to resist. 1 against 2. Shin Junwo was not afraid at all, and fought with them on equal terms. The exciting battle was a feast for the eyes. Hearing the noise, Lin Yuetong, who rushed over, was stunned. Is Shin Junwo, who just broke through the 5th level, so terrifying? How could one man fight against 2 6th-order warriors alone and not be at a disadvantage? The expressions of the core members of the Qingtian gang were even more interesting. They had never dreamed of this scene. They were all silent and kept backing away. They were afraid that Shin Junwo would direct his anger towards them. What was even more shocking was Jiang Zhong and Shin Tianjiu. The more you fight, the more scheming you become. The longer the war goes, the more murderous the atmosphere becomes. In a head-on battle, Shin Junwo was actually able to remain undefeated? As long as this kind of person doesn't die, no one in the Shin family will have an easy life. Lin Yuetong saw the murderous intent in Jiang Zhong and Shin Tianjiu and immediately said, Jiang Zhong, Shin Tianjiu, why don't you stop? Do you want to kill Shin Junwo? The two turned a deaf ear. Once the killing intent arises, it cannot be stopped. Jiang Zhong, Shin Tianjiu, you are so presumptuous. As expected, the murderous intention was aroused, and Lin Yuetong warned again, Shin Junwo is a disciple of Senior Yang and a student of the War University. You are a peerless genius with dual superpowers, a pillar of humanity's future. Do you want to die? Sister Mei, what are you talking about with that beast? The Shin family is ruthless and ungrateful. It's not surprising that they kill their blood relatives at will. Shin Yu wanted to kill me in the secret realm of the martial arts college entrance examination, and Shin Qian also wanted to kill me when she came to look for me. Shin Junwo laughed out loud and said, now the Shin family's son-in-law Jiang Zhong, the Shin family's 9th master Shin Tianjiu also wants to kill me. What's so strange about that? I'm used to it. I can kill him if I want. Damn it, damn it. In the river, Shin Tianjiu was extremely angry. Shin Junwo deliberately spread the news, which put them in a bad situation and damaged the Shin family's reputation. Don't be so angry. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you too. Shin Junwo smiled secretly and whispered, if you stop now, I really have no excuse to kill you. You want to kill me, and I kill you back, that's only natural, right? The two were shocked. Shin Junwo did all this just to kill them? What a cruel method. What a deep scheming. After forcing them to reveal their murderous intentions, Shin Junwo would not be punished if he killed them both in return. At this time, the two were in a difficult situation. Stopping immediately is equivalent to letting Shin Junwoo go. Yesterday, Shin Junwoo was only at the 4th level. After one night, both his martial arts and psychic abilities reached the 5th level, and he had the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. After a while, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand even one of Shin Junwoo's moves. Would they dare to let Shin Junwoo go? Chapter 52, Counterattack on 2 Level 6. In the river, Shin Tenjio was really scared. Extraordinary talent. He still hates the Shin family so much. If he is allowed to continue, he will become a great disaster to the Shin family. Thinking of this, the two of them immediately looked at each other, and instantly reached a consensus, and their moves became more powerful and ruthless. Shin Junwoo must be killed before anyone comes to intervene. It's all over. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Shin Junwoo knew they would make this choice. Amidst a burst of laughter, Shin Junwoo's cloud-breaking sword flew out of his hand, and he used his mental power to control the sword to attack from a distance. At the same time, Shin Junwoo took a step forward, activated the powerful Bull Demon Fist, and used his fists to fight against the 6th-level strongman. For a while, the rumbling sounds came one after another. It truly demonstrated what hand-to-hand combat was like. Especially the fight between Shin Junwoo and Jiang Zhong. If you hit me, I will hit you back. Humanoid Gundam. They are all very fierce in head-on confrontations and are not afraid of being hurt at all. The power of the spiritual sword is also terrifying and strange. Able to appear in any unimaginable position, Shin Tianjiu was restrained by the spiritual sword and could not free his hands. He could only continue to use his water-based abilities to block Shin Junwoo's sword. In this way, he could work together with Jiang Zhong to kill Shin Junwoo as soon as possible. 3 minutes later, Shin Tianjiu finally seized the opportunity and successfully sealed Shin Junwoo's legendary cloud-breaking sword with his water-based abilities. He looked extremely excited and thrilled. This is legendary. If he had this kind of weapon, even a 7th-level player would dare to fight him. However, before Shin Tianjiu could be happy, the cloud-breaking sword that he had sealed suddenly disappeared. Damn it, the power of space. Shin Tianjiu was furious and turned around immediately after making a decisive move. Really? The cloud-breaking sword had already appeared behind him. Shin Tianjiu immediately struck out with his palm, and his water-based ability turned into a torrent, rushing towards the broken cloud sword with incredible force. With a loud bang, the cloud-breaking sword was knocked away. Ha 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 ha. The little beast's mental strength began to sharpen. Shin Tianjiu was overjoyed. Before he could finish saying the word sharply reduced, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and blood gushed out of his mouth. Look down. His chest was pierced by an invisible blade. You. Shin Tianjiu was unwilling and couldn't believe it. But he could no longer speak. He pointed his finger at Shin Junwoo unwillingly and fell to the ground. Next second, the invisible blade pierced through Shin Tianjiu and hit Jiang Zhong's back. Because of Shin Tianjiu's death, Jiang Zhong reacted in time and activated the skilled Black Bear body protection in time to block the invisible blade. Ha, go to hell. Shin Junwoo laughed loudly, and suddenly raised his hand to grab the cloud-breaking sword that was knocked away. Take a step forward. The cloud-breaking sword slashed horizontally, aiming straight for Jiang Zhong's throat. At the same time, the skill mind control rushed straight into Jiang Zhong's mind. A swish of the knife. With a puff sound, blood spurted out. The head in the river moved and the body fell down. Two powerful 6th-level warriors, one was killed by an invisible blade, and the other was beheaded, completely dead. This is what happens when you become my enemy. Shin Junwoo successfully killed the powerful enemy, casually flicked the bloody blade away, and then walked up to Lin Yuetong with a smile. My beautiful lady, how is it? Have you tarnished the name of Yan Shangkong, the god-level supernatural being? Lin Yuetong was horrified and looked at Shin Junwoo in horror and confusion. Killing Shin Tianjiu can be said to be the result of a sneak attack by the Yan Shandao. The next step was to kill Jiang Zhong head-on, which was a demonstration of his strength. 30 seconds later, the several instructors who rushed over from the War University were all bewildered. They stood there in shock, their whole bodies shivering. They came to rescue Shin Junwoo. What did you see as a result? Two powerful 6th-level warriors were killed in a short period of time? The members of the Qingtian gang standing by were all so frightened that they were silent, and they didn't know where to put the swords in their hands. Dual system psychics are too strong. The moves are strange. Unpredictable abilities. With their cooperation, even the 6th Order strongman couldn't resist it. It was really terrifying. After coming to my senses, several instructors looked miserable. Judging from the notice issued by the principal himself, the principal is extremely partial to Shin Junwoo. But this time, it would have been bad enough if he had killed the 9th master of the Shin family, but he actually killed Jiang Zhong, the junior instructor of the Beast Transformation Department? Recalling Shin Junwoo's deeds, several mentors were horrified. This kid seems to like beheading his teacher? If I remember correctly, during the martial arts college entrance examination in Sangyeon City, Shin Junwoo chopped off the head of a vice principal, who seemed to be related to the Shin family. It can be seen that Shin Junwoo was giving a warning. Anyone who gets involved with the Shin family must die. You guys came at the perfect time. In Jiangzhong, Shin Tianjiu surrounded and killed me in the street. Please, teachers, take charge. Shin Junwoo turned around with an evil smile and walked forward, deliberately stepping on Shunling's face and rubbing the sole of his shoe hard. Chapter 53. Give me an explanation. Several instructors had strange expressions on their faces. It seems to be saying, you fucking killed someone, and you still want us to take charge of it for you? What charge are you making? What do you mean, teachers? You don't understand the truth of the matter, do you? Shin Junwoo smiled playfully. Everyone here is a witness, and they all saw it with their own eyes. Mr. Jiang, Shin Tianjiu ignored my advice and surrounded and killed me in the street. If I didn't have some skills, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to wait for you to come and rescue me. Murdering a student from the War University, what crime? More importantly, I, Shin Junwoo, am not an ordinary student. I am a genius with extraordinary talent and possessing dual superpowers. Can the truth be revealed just because the murderer is dead? They are dead, but the family power behind them is still there and can threaten my safety at any time. Teachers, you must seek justice for your students. Hear these words. Shin Ling, who was in excruciating pain, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cruel, too cruel. Not only did he kill the 9th master of the Shin family, but he also took the opportunity to hold the Shin family accountable. What a cruel mind. The school will investigate and handle this matter. The leading junior instructor's expression changed again and again, and he could only obey Shin Junwoo's words in answer. Jiang Zhong is the mentor. It is wrong for a tutor and others to attack a student, no matter what the reason, and no matter how much one wants to help, it cannot be reversed. Okay, very good. Within 2 days, please give me a satisfactory explanation from the school's judgment hall. Otherwise, the Jiang family and the Shin family will all suffer my revenge. Shin Junwoo refused to give in and kicked Shin Ling far away. Then, he proudly lit a cigarette and walked out of the city, puffing out smoke. Looking at Shin Junwoo's back and several instructors from the War University, Lin Yuetong felt a chill in her heart. Killed someone. The school also needs to give him an explanation for making perfect use of the rules. He is not only decisive in killing, but also mature in mind. The news spread quickly. The instructor of the Beastification Department was killed and held accountable, which made the teachers and students of the entire department lose face. Some people also think that Shin Junwoo is too arrogant and bullying, and does not take the Beastmen seriously at all. Especially the students and disciples in Jiangzhong. If they don't teach Shin Junwoo a lesson, how can they have the face to stay in the War University? After discussion, Jiangzhong's students, the 2 disciples came to the student union to find Jiangzhong's eldest disciple, the captain of the student union law enforcement team, Shiji. After understanding the whole story, Shiji was very angry, but his face was not good either. Master Jiangzhong did take action in the street. Shin Junwoo was suspected of intentional homicide. But he was the one being besieged, and his cultivation was 1 level lower, so it was not an exaggeration to say that he was taking legitimate defensive measures. Big brother, you can't just ignore this. Master was wrong, but Shin Junwoo shouldn't have killed him. If we don't ask Shin Junwoo for an explanation, how are we going to survive in the future? Du Xiong, Jiang Zhong's 3rd disciple, said indignantly, the entire Beast Transformation Department will become a laughingstock. We can't afford to lose this person. Where did Shin Junwoo go? Shiji didn't want to pay attention to them, but since they came to him, he was put on the spot and had to take charge of the situation. Towards the Death Sky Gorge. Du Xiong immediately said they should be hunting exotic beasts to get on the list. Good. Shiji thought for a moment and said, you guys go to the Beast Transformation Department and tell them, we'll also go to the Death Sky Gorge to train. Well. Du Xiong was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? Big brother, that's great. Jin Tu, the second disciple in Jiangzhong, suddenly realized Shin Junwu was punished by the principal. He must rush into the top 3 of the war ranking within 3 days to be exempted from punishment. We can't blame Shin Junwu, but we can force him to admit his mistake. Ah, I see. Du Xiong, who was not very smart, slapped his forehead and said, Shin Junwu has limited time. Let's go and mess with him, force him to admit his mistakes, and force him to give up pursuing the master. It's really smart. That's all I need to know. Shiji glared at him fiercely. Hurry up and call for help, the more the better. The other side. Shin Junwu came to the Death Sky Gorge to hunt again. After both martial arts and psychic abilities reached level 5, facing a group of level 5 beasts was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Even when surrounded by a 5th level flamingo, a 5th level wind chimebird, a 5th level blackwood scorpion, a 5th level black centipede, and a 5th level golden armored lizard, he could still hunt them with ease. The screen is full of entries, and I can't hold back. No matter what the entry was, he would put it into the entry database. Even those entries about extremely bad luck were all put into the entry database. Who knows when it might be useful? Aha! When Shin Junwu was killing vigorously, many hunting teams also came to the Death Sky Gorge. They all have very high cultivation levels. The weakest ones are at the peak of level 4. Each team has at least 3 5th level beings leading them. Moreover, it continued to move closer to Shin Junwu. Chapter 54, Get Out Now and Live. Shin Junwu ignored these old students. They came to the Death Sky Gorge to hunt, which actually relieved the pressure on Shin Junwu, making the hunting faster and easier. But, as time went on, things started to go wrong. The Death Sky Ravine, which was regarded as a forbidden area by the War University, has actually become a hunting paradise? Tens of thousands of old students poured into the Death Sky Ravine and hunted in small teams. There are many team leaders in the late 5th stage, and they all seem to be on the war list. There are even elite teams that have already graduated and joined. So you're here to mess with me. Shin Junwu soon discovered that most of these people were beast-type mutants, and they were trying to steal his targets intentionally or unintentionally. Come on, Junior. Du Xiong and Jin Tu, who had successfully snatched monsters continuously, teased Shin Junwu proudly. Senior is awesome. Shin Junwu responded with a forced smile. He has already seen clearly that those people on the war list do not want to be surpassed by Shin Junwu. The senior students from the Beast Transformation Department came to cause trouble on purpose, hoping to prevent Shin Junwu from completing the punishment task assigned by Li Ding. We are not as good as you, my cultivation level is far behind. Having just been promoted to the 5th rank, he was able to kill a 6th rank warrior. He is indeed a dual-element psychic. Reaching the top 3 of the war ranking within 3 days is nothing more than a piece of cake. Jin Tu sneered and jokingly replied, I believe you don't mind us hunting exotic beasts with you, right? Without a genius like you, we wouldn't dare come to the Death Gorge. Thank you, Junior. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Junior brother, thank you, Junior brother. A group of students from the Beast Transformation Department laughed and joked. Okay, very good. You guys want to play, right? Shin Junwu is not a person who will be bullied. He smiled evilly and said, I will play with you guys until the end. What do you mean, Junior? Jin Tu smiled complacently and pretended to be confused and said, Why do you seem a little unhappy? Without. I'm very happy, really happy. Shin Junwu replied with a forced smile, but I want to remind you seniors, this is the Death Sky Ravine, and there are not only groups of 5th level alien beasts, but also groups of 6th level alien beasts that appear at any time. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend. If you force yourself to show off, the only result will be death. Hearing this, Shiji, Jin Tu, Du Xiong, and other old students of the Beastification Department who were beside Shin Junwu were shocked. This is the truth. Even though they are numerous and powerful, if they really encounter a group of 6th level alien beasts, they will probably suffer heavy casualties. Get out now and live. Otherwise, you will all die. After Shin Junwu saw their intentions, he could not be polite, nor could he swallow his anger. After shouting a warning, Shin Junwu took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Big brother, what does he mean? Jin Tu and Du Xiong immediately looked at Shiji. Never mind him. This person's behavior is too erratic. Not only are the beastly types dissatisfied, but the geniuses on the war ranking are also dissatisfied. Since they all want to suppress him, then continue to advance. Sure, G had a bad feeling, but he didn't pay attention to it. Any stirring up of fire would attract tens of thousands of old men to the Death Gorge to hunt, so they had to seize the opportunity to advance and disrupt Shin Junwo's hunting plan. The other side. Shin Junwo continuously moved through space and came directly to the depths of the Death Sky Gorge, where a group of 6th-level alien beasts were lurking. Those who plot against me will die. Shin Junwo smiled grimly, and the spiritual detection scan was successful, instantly locking onto the 6th-level Green Flame Demon Monkey King. The space shifted in an instant. The 4th skill of spatial ability, spatial confinement, and the 4th skill of mental ability, mind control, were simultaneously applied to the 6th-level Green Flame Demon Monkey King. At the same time, Shin Junwo held the cloud-breaking sword in his hand and slashed at the neck of the 6th-level Green Flame Demon Monkey King with all his strength. Squeak! Chirp! The Green Flame Demon Monkey King discovered it instantly and struggled in anger. But it could not break free from the double attack of spatial confinement and mental control. Especially Shin Junwo's mental control. Although his mental power is only at the 5th level, he can fight against a 6th-level strongman. The 6th-level Beast King cannot break free even if he is suddenly controlled. There was only a puff sound. The 6th-level Beast King was beheaded. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 6th-level Green Flame Demon Monkey King and obtaining new entries. Bad luck rare. Sudden disaster epic. Flying monkeys climb the trees epic. Hunyuan staff technique epic. Demonic ape madness epic. Bloodline of the demonic ape epic. Chapter 55, continuously killing the 6th-level Beast King. Looking at the entries on the demon monkey, Shin Junwo wanted to laugh. The Beast Kings killed by his sneak attack seem to have this kind of extremely unlucky entry. Time is running out. After Shin Junwo put away the useless entries, he immediately ordered, System, add an entry. Hunyuan staff technique epic, demonic ape madness epic, demonic ape bloodline epic. Since the martial arts college entrance examination, Shin Junwo came all the way to the War University and killed hundreds of Beast Kings, but no bloodline entry was dropped. This was the first time. Must be integrated immediately. Bite. The system successfully added the entry and obtained the 6th-level Green Flame Demon Monkey King talent skills, Hunyuan stick technique epic and demon ape madness epic. Bite. The system is adding the bloodline entry demonic ape bloodline epic to the host, changing the body's bloodline strength. Fusion begins. Shin Junwo's body shook repeatedly, and his expression twisted involuntarily. The bloodline entry of the 6th-level Green Flame Demon Monkey King is simply not comparable to the 1st-level Lizard King in the martial arts college entrance examination. They're all epic. One is barely epic. One of them is the best among the epic class, with a completely different blood concentration, and the improvement to his blood and body is very significant. By this time, only then did Shin Junwo understand what it felt like to have an epic talent. My whole mind has been opened up. Very clear-headed and lucid, with a sense of enlightenment and a sense of being fully grasped. I have a new understanding of the skills and martial arts I learned in my previous life. Very amazing. Bite. The bloodline has been integrated. Congratulations to the host for possessing a truly epic martial arts talent. Friendly reminder. The fusion of every 3 epic bloodline entries can be used to purify the bloodline. Please work hard, host. Fusion complete. The power of the bloodline increased greatly, and the physical fitness also increased. The group of Green Flame Demon Monkeys sensed the death of the Monkey King and immediately rioted and attacked. Shin Junwo smiled evilly, collected the corpse of the 6th-level Green Flame Demon Monkey King, and moved away in one step. The next moment, Shin Junwo appeared in the territory of the 6th-level Ice and Snow Blizzard Bear King. Same method. The void moved and arrived in an instant. Using both spatial confinement and mental control, the 6th-level Ice and Snow Blizzard Bear King also fell victim to the murderous attack. Next, the 4 6th-level Beast Kings, the Red Blood Thunder Leopard King, the Wind Demon Wolf King, the Red Flame Tiger King, and the Fiery Lion King, could not escape the fate of being attacked and killed by Shin Junwo. The 6 6th-level Beast Kings were killed, and the entire Death Sky Gorge was in complete chaos. The 6 groups of 6th-level alien beasts could not find the murderer to seek revenge, so they directed their anger towards the advancing senior students of the Beastification Department of the War University and the various hunting teams. What is going on? Quick, send someone to investigate ahead. As the captain of the student union's law enforcement team and a representative of the beastification system, Shurji was suddenly panicked when he sensed a riot of level 6 beasts. Big brother, something terrible has happened. Deep in the Death Sky Ravine, the group of 6 level exotic beasts, including the Jade Flame Monkey, Ice and Snowstorm Bear, Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard, Gale Demon Wolf, Crimson Flame Tiger, and Fiery Lion, suddenly rioted. After investigating, Du Xiong hurried back. The vanguard troops are all dead, all dead. It's Shin Junwoo. It was Shin Junwoo who did it. Jin Tu hurried back, repeatedly extending his bracelet to signal, look at the war list. Shin Junwoo came in first. The points are over 6 million. What? How is that possible? Shurji couldn't believe it and quickly opened the bracelet to check. You won't know until you see it. I was shocked when I saw it. First place on the war list, Shin Junwoo. A total of more than 6 million points, more than 3 million more than the geniuses from the aristocratic families in the top 10 of the war list. The ranking rose so quickly. With such a huge points gap, there is only one possibility. Shin Junwoo killed all the 6th level beast kings, including the Green Flame Demon Monkey, Ice and Snowstorm Bear, Red Blood Thunder Leopard, Gale Demon Wolf, Red Flame Tiger, and Fiery Lion. School regulations. Level 4 Exotic Beast, Ordinary level 1 credit, Elite level 10 credits, Beast King level 100 credits. A 5th level Exotic Beast, Ordinary level is 100 credits, Elite level is 1000 credits, and Beast King level is 10,000 credits. Level 6 Exotic Beast, Ordinary level 10,000 credits, Elite level 100,000 credits, Beast King level 1 million credits. Only a 6th order Beast King could allow Shin Junwoo to soar to the sky and leave the top 10 geniuses from aristocratic families on the war ranking far behind. Hurry, hurry. Quickly signal the school and ask the instructor for help, quick. Shurji understood what was going on and urged again and again in great fear. By this time, only then did he realize how terrifying Shin Junwoo, a freshman at the War University, was. How vicious is the mind. Chapter 56 The one behind the plot, Death. In front of Shin Junwoo, he Shurji, as well as Du Xiong and Jin Tu, these self-proclaimed extraordinary old actors are not even worthy of carrying Shin Junwoo's shoes. Kill decisively and show no mercy. Anyone who dares to be his enemy will die. They are too naive, really too naive. They actually want to use the method of making trouble to force Shin Junwoo to surrender? People don't care at all, let alone get involved with them. Directly use the spatial ability to attack and kill the 6th level Beast King, and cause the 6th level Beast group to riot, thereby launching fatal revenge on them. You don't even have to kill people yourself. This is Shin Junwoo. A large number of old students flocked to the Death Sky Gorge to hunt. In the War School's Academic Affairs Office and Judgment Hall, there are always instructors monitoring the battle situation. The Longyuan army on the battle line also has strong men who monitor the battle situation at all times. When a group of 6th level beasts riots, strong men are dispatched to rescue them immediately. But the horror in my heart lingers. As old students of the Beast Transformation Department, how could they not know the purpose of the hunting team? But they never expected that Shin Junwoo would fight back in such a cruel way? These people. But they are the backbone of the resistance against strange beasts. They are all geniuses with the potential to be promoted to the 6th level. Losing one of them is a huge loss. How dare Shin Junwoo do this? How dare you be so vicious? Actually, Shin Junwoo didn't want to do that. But those who plotted against him behind his back must die. Yang Kongxian was deeply harmed by the schemes of his comrades, which led to his current fate. Shin Junwoo was even more deeply harmed by the schemes of his relatives, and ended up committing suicide. If it weren't for fate, Shin Junwoo cannot be reborn and has no chance of revenge. So, in this life, anyone who dares to plot against Shin Junwoo behind his back must die, no matter who it is. After Longyuan army and the War University instructor arrived at the battlefield and stabilized the situation, Shin Junwoo slowly appeared on the battlefield from the rear. Shin Junwoo, you have such a cruel heart. When Shurji saw Shin Junwoo, he immediately accused him in anger. The Longyuan army and the War University instructors provided timely support, but thousands of veterans were tragically killed by the 6th level beasts. What do you mean, senior? Shin Junwoo stood on the battlefield, casually wielding the cloud-breaking sword to kill any strange beast that dared to approach. Stop pretending. It was you who deliberately attacked and killed the 6th level beast kings of these beasts, causing the beasts to riot. It was you who killed thousands of teachers at the war school. Shiji angrily accused, thousands of people died because of you. You have such a cruel heart. You are not a human being. What you said is unreasonable, senior. Everyone at the War University knows that President Lee has given me the task of getting into the top 3 of the war ranking within 3 days. Shin Junwo did it on purpose, but he wouldn't admit it. Time is so tight, I can't finish it even if I die of exhaustion. Shouldn't I take the risk and kill the 6th level Beast King? But why did you seniors suddenly rush into the Death Gorge, which is known as a forbidden area? Besides, before I left, I warned you that there were not only groups of 5th order alien beasts here, but also groups of 6th order alien beasts that could appear at any time. It's your own arrogance and stubbornness that led to the current consequences. You? Shiji was speechless after the rebuttal. Big brother, stop talking nonsense with him. He deliberately attacked and killed the 6th level Beast King, causing a riot among the 6th level beasts. The school's judgment hall will not let him go, and he must bear the responsibility. Jean too, a bit clever, immediately responded, he's plotting to harm others right after entering school. His excuses are useless. The judgment hall has no place for him, and the school has even less room for him. Shin Junwo smiled grimly. He is about to die, and you are still thinking about punishing him. Does he need to be polite to others? System. Shin Junwo glanced around and sneered as he communicated with the system. Add an entry to Shiji, unexpected disaster epic. Add an entry for Duxiong, unexpected disaster epic. Added the entry caught in the pond epic to the golden map. Byte. Congratulations to the host for not being a good person and successfully adding the unlucky entry to Shiji, Duxiong, and Jean too. The 3 of them will suffer the consequences of the entry within 3 minutes. Please wait and see. Shin Junwo was stunned for a moment. The system seems quite excited. Saying that he is not a son of man, he is not a good person either. Still waiting to see? Of course, Shin Junwo was indeed looking forward to it. He wanted to know how the system entries would bring people unexpected disasters and misfortunes. Roar! Just as we were expecting it, suddenly, above the sky of the 10,000 mountains, an extremely hot air and an extremely cold air began to fight and collide with each other. And it's getting closer. Chapter 57, Bad Luck. The forces of extreme heat and extreme cold continue to collide. The endless pressure it exuded frightened the group of 6th level alien beasts. They abandoned humans on the spot and fled in all directions. Not good. It's the 7th rank Beast King, the Golden Flame Eagle, and the mysterious Ice Bird. Lu Pingyuan, a junior instructor in the Beast Transformation Department and the head of the Judgment Hall, took one look and gave the order in shock, evacuate. Return to school immediately. Before he finished speaking, a ball of red fire and a ball of black ice power arrived in an instant. Let this world be in a state of extreme heat and extreme cold. Sometimes it was so hot that I was sweating profusely, and sometimes it was so cold that I was shivering all over, and frost covered the grass and trees. Such a powerful impact, such a fast speed. Shin Junwo used spiritual detection to scan, but was unable to capture the battle trajectory of the 2 7th level Beast Kings. Golden Flame Eagle, Mysterious Ice Bird. As expected of a top-tier beast with ultimate power, its bloodline is at least legendary. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. A junior instructor in the Department of Natural Sciences saw Shin Junwo in a daze, grabbed him and strode away. Just then, the Golden Flame Eagle and the Black Ice Bird in the sky collided again. Extreme flames and extreme ice spread out in all directions, affecting many students. Shin Junwo was almost affected as well. A cone of black ice passed across his scalp, and he was so cold that he was almost frozen. Ah! At this moment, a person in front of Shin Junwo suddenly let out a hoarse howl of pain, and clenched his legs tightly. Take a look. It turned out that Shiji was hit in the butt by the black ice cone. Not only was there blood flowing out of the black ice cone, but there was also some dirty black and yellow stuff. It was really unlucky. Fuck, no way. Shin Junwo's anus tightened, and it hurt even though he wasn't hit. It is worthy of being a god-level entry system. The epic unexpected disaster is actually like this? TSK. An ice cone pierces the anus, you don't even have to try to know what it feels like. Next second, Juhua was greeted warmly by Shiji, who was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Immediately following, A huge fireball fell from the sky and hit Shurji, who had turned into an ice sculpture. The ice sculpture exploded and flew everywhere. Du Xiong and Jin too, who were not far away, were unable to dodge and were hit by the exploding ice sculpture fragments, and their bodies instantly became a hornet's nest. Shin Junwoo was very scared. Epic unprovoked disaster and poor boy suffering are so terrible? Although it is not a murder entry. But it is more powerful than the killing entry. This result was very good for Shin Junwoo. The three of them were Jiang Zhong's disciples, and their deaths would be considered as eliminating the entire clan. So far, Shin Junwoo's plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife ended perfectly. The battle between the 7th level Beast King, the Golden Flame Eagle, and the Black Ice Red Bird did not last long and moved to other directions. Escape into the war line in a panic. Almost all the teachers and students at the War University were injured and looked in a miserable state. Those who can't come back will never come back. Gradually calm down. Eyes filled with indignation, resentment, and hatred immediately fell on Shin Junwoo. Shin Junwoo jumped to the first place in the war list. Even a fool knows that the riot of the group of 6th level alien beasts happened because Shin Junwoo attacked and killed their Beast King. Lu Pingyuan, a junior instructor in the Beast Transformation Department and also the head of the Judgment Hall, immediately ordered, "Come here, capture Shin Junwoo, immediately." Yes. Upon receiving the order, the members of the law enforcement team under the jurisdiction of the student union immediately surrounded Shin Junwoo. Who dares? Shin Junwoo's face changed and murderous intent burst out. Get it! Lu Pingyuan roared gloomily, his eyes fixed on Shin Junwoo. Old dog, how dare you? Shin Junwoo met his gaze and refuted without hesitation. In Jiangzhong, Shin Tianjiu surrounded and killed me in the street, and you, the Judgment Hall, have not yet given me an explanation. How dare you order me to be arrested? As a mentor of the Judgment Hall, having the power to enforce the law is a great thing, right? How dare you, little boy? Lu Pingyuan said angrily, what did you do on your own? Do you need me to remind you? What did I do? Shin Junwoo grinned and said, did I, Shin Junwoo, kill your ancestors or rape your daughter? Are you going to order me to be arrested without any reason? How can this be possible? Lu Pingyuan was furious. You deliberately attacked and killed the 6th level Beast King, leading a group of 6th level beasts to attack the school students, resulting in the tragic deaths of thousands of senior students. And you still dare to quibble? Oh, I see. Shin Junwoo smiled playfully and deliberately stretched out his voice. So, I took the risk to kill the 6th level Beast King for the school, and I committed a crime, right? That's what you mean. Chapter 58 Helpless. Shin Junwoo said a word. Lu Pingyuan's face instantly turned the color of liver, and many students looked at each other in confusion. This person is Shin Junwoo. Not only does he have the means, he also has the scheming. If risking killing a level 6 Beast King for the school is wrong, then the very meaning of the War University's existence is overturned. Always. The 6th level Beast Kings entrenched outside the war line are the nightmare of the War University. Boring. They will attack. I'm hungry. They will attack. It's winter. They will attack. In a word, as long as the 6th level Beast King is in a bad mood, he will launch a rare level Beast Tide attack, each time causing thousands of casualties. The Beast King hides among the beasts and is extremely difficult to kill. Especially the 6th level Beast King. The junior mentors were no match for him in a head-on fight, let alone killing him. Otherwise, the school would not offer a reward of 1 million points for killing a 6th level Beast King. Shin Junwoo killed 6 6th level Beast Kings in one fell swoop. No one in the history of student deeds at the war school had ever done that. Not only is he innocent, he has also made great contributions. Come on. Shin Junwoo glanced around with pride and reached out his hand. Come, arrest me. Come on. See this. None of the law enforcement team members dared to move. Lu Pingyuan, who held the official position of the Judgment Hall, did not dare to issue any orders. Shin Junwoo's words put him in a difficult position and he was unable to step down. Even though I knew that Shin Junwoo was using someone else's knife to kill someone, I couldn't blame him. Ha 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 ha. Shin Junwoo successfully defended himself and strode forward with laughter. When passing by Lu Pingyuan, Shin Junwoo was still not satisfied, and suddenly stopped and whispered, Lu Pingyuan, don't mess with me. I can kill the 6th level Beast King, and I can kill you too. Anyone who plots against me will die. Finished. Only then did Shin Junwoo leave with a satisfied laugh. Ah. Ah! Shin Junwoo. Lu Pingyuan felt threatened, and his suppressed anger immediately erupted, with waves of momentum. Teacher Lu, do you have any further advice? Shin Junwoo turned around and spoke with a smile. You. Lu Pingyuan opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Shin Junwoo lowered his voice and used his psychic powers to cover it up so that others could not hear it. More importantly, what's the point of him saying Shin Junwoo's threats to him? There is no evidence, it's just his one-sided statement. Not only can he not do anything to Shin Junwoo, but he will also lose face. If everything is alright, I'll leave. Principal Lee promised that if I could reach the top of the war ranking within 3 days, not only would I be exempted from the charges, but I would also be awarded the status of gold medal student. Shin Junwoo deliberately provoked. Gold medal students can use the school's training resources for free. That's right. I heard that the gold medal students of the War University have a higher status than those in the law enforcement team. When carrying out missions outside, I have the privilege of executing students below the gold medal level without prior approval. You must be careful in your actions from now on. As soon as these words were spoken, all the old students present were horrified. They have witnessed Shin Junwoo's strength and cruelty with their own eyes. If they have any evidence in Shin Junwoo's hands in the future, they will have no way to seek justice even if they die. All the instructors heard the threat, but who could do anything? Who dares to offend? Zhang died. The disciples were dissatisfied and called many old students to cause trouble, but they all died tragically. Especially Shiji, no trace of his body was found. The other side. Shin Junwoo arrived at the east gate of the War University, White Tiger Gate, with ease. The gate is like the gate of an ancient city, and above it is a huge stone sculpture of a white tiger, which is lifelike and seems to be alive. His eyes always emanated an extraordinary tiger power that was difficult for people to bear. Previous life. Shin Junwoo was forced to join the army and was later recruited to the war front to join the Longyuan army. He used his military merits to exchange and study in the War University. At that time, he was almost shocked by the white tiger statue. The bracelet is raised. The high-tech on the city gate completes identity authentication and allows smooth entry. The campus was bustling with people. There are many modern facilities, including martial arts training grounds, props for strength training, plum blossom poles for body training, etc. Of course, there are also students from ordinary families who tear off a piece of cloth to set up stalls, sell the spiritual beads and medicinal herbs they have earned, and struggle to make a living. Entering a war university does not necessarily mean success. In the War University, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, using various training rooms, and borrowing epic books and above all require a certain amount of points to pay for. Without money and points, you can't move forward. Hit me hard. If you don't have money to set up a street stall, or to attend a war university, beat him up until he pays you. Shin Junwoo just felt like he was back to his youth, but before he could fully appreciate it, he was interrupted by a commotion. Chapter 59 The second generation of the Feng family. The commotion grew louder. Shin Junwoo couldn't help but sigh. This is the sadness of the times. Even in a war university where there is no tomorrow, there is still the possibility of being bullied and exploited. Those who have no strength and no background are destined to be trampled upon. Even if you have made outstanding contributions and shed blood and sweat to protect humanity, no one will care. When I looked closer, I saw that it wasn't the old man who was collecting protection money. Instead, it was a handsome young man with naturally red hair and an air of nobility, who was showing off with a group of senior students. It looks familiar, but I can't remember its name. Shin Junwoo watched for a while, then squeezed into the crowd and teased, "Little red hair, what's the point of just collecting management fees? We should set up a card to collect head taxes, so that we can make money quickly, what do you think?" Oops. You are so smart, why didn't I think of the name poll tax? The handsome little red-haired boy slapped his head and shouted excitedly, "I heard it all, go back and call some more." Bang! Before the handsome ruffian red hair could finish his words, Shin Junwoo slapped him in the face and knocked him to the ground. Young Master Feng? Young Master Feng? The old man accompanying him was shocked and hurried to support the handsome ruffian red hair. Feng? Shin Junwoo's eyes moved. The surname Feng is rare and of noble status, and only the Feng family in Shangjing is there. He is so bored that he collects protection money. He must be the most dissolute playboy in Beijing, a second-generation rich man who has never worked properly in his life. He is Feng Fanyu's younger brother, Feng Su. You bastard, you're so brave. One of the old students angrily pointed at Shin Junwo and said, Do you know who you hit? Who is it? Shin Junwo smiled jokingly. Fuck him. In this world, no one has dared to hit me, Feng Su. You are the first one. The handsome Feng Su got up with a dazed mind, his anger still lingering. You are good, really good. Congratulations, you have successfully ended your tomorrow. Ha, then I should congratulate you too. From today on, you will have a miserable life, because you have encountered a demon that can make you wish you were dead or alive. He is indeed Feng Fanyu's younger brother, the most famous, useless, least motivated, but most fortunate rich second generation in the entire dragon country. For the sake of Feng Sanskrit. This evil man is Shin Junwo. As soon as the words fell, Shin Junwo struck out with his palm, directly breaking Feng Su's clothes and pants into strips that flew everywhere, leaving only a pair of briefs on his body. The street vendors and Taba students burst out laughing. Such innocent shorts, but with a Mickey Mouse pattern? Asshole, what are you doing? Feng Su was shocked and quickly covered his crotch. Do you know who this young master is? I know. The second-generation ancestor of the Shangjing Feng family, his elder sister Feng Fanyu and his cousin Feng Fantian are both top 10 figures on the war list. Shin Junwo laughed teasingly. If you didn't have this status, I wouldn't bother with you, that's why I congratulated you just now. You, who are you? Feng Su was shocked. It was the first time that his self-introduction number didn't work and he was even tricked. All the old students were so frightened that they dared not move. Knowing Feng Fanyu and Feng Fantian's names and still daring to deal with Feng Su, he must be no simple person. Me. Shin Junwo sighed and said rather unsatisfactorily, It seems that I'm still not famous enough. There are so many people here, but no one knows me? Ah. One of the old students suddenly recalled something and stepped back in horror. Shin Junwo. He is Shin Junwo. What, you are Shin Junwo? Feng Su was also shocked, but he didn't want to lose his momentum. Mr. Shin, you are so bold that you even dared to offend my Feng family? Little fool, I don't know whether I will offend the Feng family or not. However, if your sister knew, she would just thank me and treat me to a meal. Shin Junwo walked forward with a smile and gently pinched Feng Su's cheek. Who knows, you might even have to pay me to be even tougher on you. How about I call you on WeChat? No. Feng Su was startled and asked in fear and suspicion, You really know my sister? More than just knowing each other? Shin Junwo said with nostalgia, If it weren't for your sister, you would not only have lost your clothes and pants, but also your life. The young master of the Feng family actually learned to collect protection fees? It's bad enough that you embarrassed yourself in Beijing, but now you've embarrassed yourself at the War University? Chapter 60, My sister kissed you? Well, I was just joking. Brother Shin, Master Shin, please don't tell my sister. Shin Junwo's words were so convincing that Feng Su couldn't help but believe it. I was just joking, really. Bang! Before Feng Su could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground again. After slapping him again, Shin Junwo was still not satisfied, so he stepped on Feng Su's face and shouted angrily, Little red-haired boy, you were such a beast. Who are these people? They are here to fight on the war line, to fight to the death, and you are actually collecting protection money just for fun? You, a piece of trash, have brought shame to your Feng family. If your sister knew about this, she would kill you, you bastard. After a burst of cursing, Shin Junwo still felt unsatisfied. He immediately untied his belt and whipped Feng Su without thinking. He beat him until he cried for his parents and his body was covered in blood, but he didn't stop. The old students who followed him were so scared that they all ran away. The stall owners nearby and the Taba students were relieved that finally a big shot was willing to speak up for them, the poor students. But, is this okay? The Feng family and the Bailey family are on good terms and are related by marriage. Neither family will sit idly by and watch Feng Su being humiliated. Senior Shin, thank you. A bold and enthusiastic new stall owner whispered a reminder, That's enough, you should leave. Walk? Shin Junwo smiled proudly. Does he need to go? He was eager for the Feng family and the Bailey family to come soon. Asshole. You beast. Feng Su was extremely miserable, crying out in sorrow, Someone please save the baby. Someone please take this evil beast away. It's nice to imagine, but no one can do it. Master Feng, listen carefully. From now on, whenever I'm unhappy, I'll spank you like this. Shin Junwo was tired of beating her, so he stopped, Don't even think about escaping. You know the ability of a space-capable person, you can't escape. You son of a bitch, damned star. How did I meet you? Feng Su was so depressed and aggrieved that he wanted to cry. Don't you know my sister and have a close relationship with her? How the hell do you treat your friend's brother like this? You bastard, act like a human being. Ha, well said. Want to know the reason? I'll tell you. Shin Junwo smiled triumphantly, leaned over to Feng Su's ear and whispered, because your sister kissed me, I have to discipline you strictly. Do you understand, idiot? What? Feng Su suddenly exclaimed, looking at Shin Junwo in disbelief, my sister took the initiative to kiss you, you bastard? How is that possible? This exclamation. Everyone nearby heard it and the onlookers were stunned. The eldest daughter of the Feng family, Feng Fanyu, a top beast transformed person with supernatural powers who possesses the mythical phoenix, actually kissed Shin Junwo on her own initiative? This news is amazing. It has to be on the headlines. It has to be on the headlines. After thinking about it, the onlookers not only believed it, but were also very certain about it. Shin Junwo has a domineering personality and acts brutally. He would cut off people's hands and feet at will, and take their lives without blinking an eye. When he got cruel, he would even kill junior instructors. Although Shin Junwo beat Feng Su to a pulp, leaving him with skin and flesh torn, the injuries were only superficial, and his howls were more powerful than those of a normal person. If there is no extraordinary relationship, would it be dealt with so easily? Shin Junwo was stunned, as if he had caused trouble for Feng Fanyu. I remember that when we parted, Feng Fanyu repeatedly told me not to reveal our relationship at the War University. It's okay now. Not only was it revealed, but it was also revealed completely. Good brother, what a good brother. It's enough to know it, why call it out? Shin Junwo didn't care. His purpose of coming to the War University was to make enemies with the world's aristocratic families and do his best to change the world. But Feng Sanskrit is different. The mission she shoulders and the pressure she bears do not allow her to deviate from the established track. Cheating will lead to failure and big trouble. If not. With her talent for top-notch beast transformation abilities, how could she not have broken through to the 5th level even after graduating from university? Because of Shin Junwo, she broke through the shackles of worldly pressure in the battle, broke through the 5th level in one fell swoop, and accumulated strength over time, becoming invincible at the same level. The promotion speed will be very fast in the future. Therefore, the Feng family will put more pressure on her. The Bailey family will not give up a top beast transformed mutant with the blood of a divine beast. She wants to resist, but it's difficult. Chapter 61 Wearing a Green Hat. Feng Su was not only shocked, but also a little confused. Anyone with a little knowledge has heard about his sister's marriage, so how could Shin Junwo not be afraid? That is the #1 family in the world. Shin Junwo. You are so brave, so brave. At this moment, outside the crowd, a series of questioning shouts were heard. The Feng family didn't arrive, but the Bailey family arrived first and heard news that they shouldn't have heard. The crowd of onlookers didn't dare to stay and all packed up their things and ran away. This kind of excitement is not worth watching. Shin Junwo nonchalantly gave Feng Su a thumbs up and said with a grin, little fool, you really know how to cause trouble for your sister. Awesome. You. Feng Su was stunned and thought to himself, aren't you, a bastard, more troublesome? Shin. Is what you just said true? The angry roar came over in one step, his eyes locked on Shin Junwo, and he roared as if interrogating him, answer me, is this true? The words have been spoken, so naturally there is something. Shin Junwo lit a cigarette slowly and replied fearlessly, your Bailey family should cancel the engagement. Outrageous, outrageous. When will it be your turn as a bastard to meddle in the affairs of the Bailey family? There are some mistakes that cannot be made. If you make them, you will pay with your life, and you made them. The man who came was full of murderous intent and his majesty was inviolable. Just you? Shin Junwo sneered. The person who came was not Bailey Sheiji, who was ranked first on the war list. But he is another genius of the Bailey family, Bailey Xiao, who also possesses psychic abilities and is the younger brother of Feng Fanyu's fiancée Bailey Mu. Go to hell. Bailey Xiao's eyes moved, and he launched a mental attack first. Psychic attack? Shin Junwo smiled contemptuously, showing off his sword in front of Guangong. He was too lazy to do it. He stood there calmly, allowing Bailey Xiao to attack him. Bailey Xiao's mental power used to attack Shin Junwo suddenly rebounded, causing a powerful impact on his own brain, causing him to cover his head and scream in pain. Feng Su was stunned. What was going on? Bailey Xiao was not as famous as Bailey Shaiji. But among the old students and disciples from aristocratic families, he has always been a very powerful existence. His martial arts skills and mental abilities have reached the late 5th level, and he has even fought against 6th level monsters. Such a powerful being suddenly launched an attack, and Shin Junwoo was injured without even mobilizing his mental abilities? The Bailey family is the #1 family in the world. Cut. With this level of skill, you're still cuckolding others? Shin Junwoo grinned and sarcastically said so. As Shin Junwoo's control over the spirit skull deepens, his abilities become more bizarre. Any psychic attacking him will be repelled by the spirit skull. You! Bailey Xiao glared angrily. He wanted to attack again, but the severe pain in his head was too much for him to bear. Before the mental power could touch Shin Junwoo and pose a threat to Shin Junwoo, it was reversed by a strange force and instantly rebounded to hurt himself. I have never heard of such a strange thing. You're still not convinced, huh? Shin Junwoo sneered and suddenly reached out to grab the willow tree beside him. It only takes a few breaths. A green willow leaf hat flew over and was put directly on Bailey Xiao's head. Ah! You beast, you deserve to die. Bailey Xiao was humiliated and ignored the severe pain in his head as he grabbed the green hat on his head. Control! Shin Junwoo uttered a word, and the 4th skill of his psychic power, mind control, was immediately used. Invisible mental force invades. Bailey Xiao's expression instantly became confused. Powerless to resist, as weak as an ant. Shin Junwoo was very satisfied. The spirit skull's ability to increase mental power is indeed not exaggerated. Skills such as mental attack, mental detection, mental field, and mental control have all been enhanced in all aspects, becoming more powerful and having more bizarre properties. Dance! This was the first time Shin Junwoo used mind control to control a human being, and he gave the order with great anticipation. Yes! Bailey Xiao received the order and immediately walked to the willow tree, hugged the trunk and began to perform pole dance. Fuck! Shin Junwoo was stunned for a moment. Bailey Xiao looks serious, but he is actually very reserved. The onlookers who had not yet left and the younger brothers who followed Bailey Xiao were all dumbfounded. That's awesome. Shin Junwoo immediately took out his mobile phone to record the video. Such a wonderful and exciting dance, wouldn't it make the headlines? While jumping, he said he was a green-haired turtle. After Shin Junwoo finished recording a video, he still felt it was not exciting enough, so he started recording a new one. Yes. I am a cuckold, and I am very happy wearing a green hat. I am a cuckold, and I am very happy wearing a green hat. Bailey Xiao was like a puppet, perfectly following Shin Junwoo's orders, dancing and speaking at the same time, without any subjective consciousness of his own. Chapter 62. A genius from an aristocratic family blocks the way. Feng Su trembled all over when he saw this scene. The way he looked at Shin Junwoo was even more stern and fearful than the way he looked at his elder sister Feng Fanyu. This guy is not a human, he is a god. An evil god who dared to poke a big hole in the sky. His courage is unimaginable. If this magical dance is posted on the internet, Bailey Xiao will be dead. The Bailey family will definitely be furious and will never let Shin Junwoo go. Okay. Done. After Shin Junwoo uploaded the video to the internet, he snapped his fingers to end the control and strode away. He is very busy now. There are other important things that need to be dealt with, and I don't have time to deal with these second-generation rich kids. After a while, Bailey Xiao finally came to his senses and angrily pulled off the cuckolded hat on his head. Seeing that the people around him looked at him strangely and that Shin Junwoo was no longer there, he felt something was wrong and immediately asked, "What happened?" The younger brothers looked at each other, and none of them dared to answer. They didn't dare to help while Bailey Xiao was under control, so how could they dare to say anything now? Well, that. Feng Su was embarrassed and couldn't help but laugh when he replied, "Brother Xiao, you just performed a little dance and it was even posted online." You bastard. Bailey Xiao waved his hands in frustration. "I came here to save you, and you actually. Feng Su quickly lowered his head. "I know it's not nice, but I just can't help laughing." A direct disciple of the Bailey family, a genius with psychic powers who dances pole dancing, he even calls himself a cuckold and is very happy wearing a green hat. How can I help but laugh? Feng Su, you are such a piece of shit. Bailey Xiao was so angry that he could only vent his anger on Feng Su and left angrily. You really can't blame me. I'm professionally trained and don't usually laugh. Feng Su muttered, unless I can't help it. The other side. Shin Junwo left and went straight to the war hall. The initiator of the war list, the place of supervision, the place for awarding rewards, and the place for redeeming points. The war school has always been superior to the 5 universities. The fundamental reason is that the resources of the war school far exceed those of the 5 universities. The top 3 players on the war list can choose a 5th level Beast King Spirit Bead every month. Those ranked 4th to 10th on the war list can choose one 5th level Elite Spirit Bead every month. Players ranked 11th to 20th on the war list can choose one ordinary 5th level Spirit Bead every month. Also, the war rankings are revised once a year, which is when new students start school. The person who finally takes first place can choose one 6th level Beast King Spirit Bead, 10 5th level Beast King Spirit Beads, one legendary weapon, and one legendary martial arts book. The second and third place winners can choose one 6th level Elite Spirit Bead, 10 Beast King Spirit Beads, one legendary weapon, and one legendary martial arts book. Those ranked 4th to 10th can choose one ordinary 6th level Spirit Bead, 5 Beast King Spirit Beads, one epic weapon, and one legendary martial arts technique. Choose any 2 words. Generally speaking, it doesn't mean much. However, for Shin Junwo, the effect was extremely significant. The Jewel Pavilion is the largest spirit bead purchasing and selling center in the War City, but it only has one space-type spirit bead, and it is a 7th level Beast King spirit bead that cannot be absorbed. Li Yi forced him to be on the list, giving him the opportunity to make money. Shouldn't he seize it? Well, Shin Junwo came to the war hall and couldn't help but smile. 10 young men and women with extraordinary aura and elegant demeanor stood in front of the war hall. Shin Junwo recognized them at a glance. They were once among the top 10 figures on the war list. First place, Bailey Sheiji. Second place, Dongfang Bingyun. Third place, Nangong Qianyu. Fourth place, Shiman Tianzhua. Fifth place, Beitang Heavy Sword. Sixth place, Feng Qiong. Seventh place, Fong Lin. Eighth place, Lin Zhu. Ninth place, Feng Fantian. 10th place, Su Fei. Shin Junwo dominated the list in one fell swoop, and their rankings moved back a bit. The Su family genius, the plump beauty Su Fulei, was squeezed out of the top 10 of the war list. What do you mean? Shin Junwo leisurely lit a cigarette. Why are you all here? Are you here to compete with me for the battle ranking, or to settle a dispute over what happened between me and Feng Fanyu? Shut up. If you want to show off, I, Feng Fantian, can fight with you anytime. Feng Fantian was furious and shouted, spreading rumors and deliberately creating scandals is not what a real man does. Hey, what do you mean by spreading rumors? You are afraid of the Bailey family, but I, Shin Junwo, am not. Also, you need to understand one thing, it was Feng Fanyu who took advantage of me. Why are you feeling so wronged? When Shin Junwo heard this, he immediately felt unhappy and said depressedly, what are you angry about? You still dare to say that? Feng Fantian was so angry that his palms were on fire. Feng Fanyu took the initiative to kiss Shin Junwo. Whether this was true or not, it was extremely troublesome. He. I've said it, so what's there to hide? Shin Junwo waved his hand nonchalantly. Your Feng family is an extraordinary family after all, and you actually flatter the Bailey family? If Feng Fanyu doesn't want to get married, then don't get married. What can the Bailey family do to your Feng family? Do they even dare to destroy your Feng family? That's enough. Stop ruining Sister Fanyu's reputation. Feng Fantian angrily warned again, Sister Fanyu, who is she? She's a phoenix from heaven, how could she be interested in a chicken like you? Nima. I'm a chicken, she's a phoenix, right? Shin Junwo instantly flew into a rage. Just wait, next time I see Feng Fanyu, I'll make her lie on the bed and call me daddy. Shin Junwo is a stubborn person. You look down on me and think I'm not worthy of Feng Fanyu, fine. Then I'm going to conquer her and see what your Feng family and Bailey family can do? Chapter 63, Kidnapping at the Beast Soul Hall. As soon as Shin Junwo's stubborn words came out, the atmosphere of the whole scene became weird and tense. Dongfang Bingyun, Nangong Qianyu, Shiman Tianzhua, Beidang Chongdao, and other geniuses from aristocratic families all looked at Bailey Sheiji and Feng Fantian with amusement. How many years have passed? How dare someone challenge the Feng family, the best family in Shangjing, and the Bailey family, the best family in the world, at the same time? What is more important is that the language is so crude and disrespectful. Lying on the bed and calling daddy, what fun! Shameless boy. Feng Fantian had to maintain the dignity of the Feng family, and his aura suddenly shook. Wait. Shin Junwoo immediately reached out to stop him. I don't want to fight you, and you are not my opponent. Arrogant. Feng Fantian's fire ability immediately erupted. How dare you spread rumors and cause trouble, but you don't dare to fight me. I don't dare to fight, are you kidding me? I was afraid of hurting you, and I had to spend time trying to coax Feng Fan you. You second-generation rich kids who don't understand romance or women, how could you possibly understand women's troubles? Shin Junwoo waved his hand. If you want a woman to be nice to you and obedient, you must first learn to pamper her. Only then will she be willing to lie in bed and call you daddy. You? Feng Fantian was extremely angry. The fire element power instantly covered his entire body, and the fireball in his palm continued to expand. Stop it. At this moment, He Tianyi, the master of the war hall and the only senior instructor of the special department, appeared in a flash. This person appears. Feng Fantian, who was still furious, immediately dissipated his fire-related abilities and bowed respectfully. Just received the news. The Beast Soul Hall appeared and abducted the 4 students from Tsangyun City, Lin Xuan, Wang Ling, Wang Bo, and Wu Mu, and specifically ordered Shin Junwoo to go into the Shirwan Mountains to rescue them. He Tianyi waved his hand and his eyes fell on Shin Junwoo. What? Lin Ju, who ranked 8th on the war list, was furious and looked at Shin Junwoo with worry and resentment. Brother-in-law, Abba. It should be Senior Lin Ju, can you blame me for this? Shin Junwoo spread his hands in frustration. Before the martial arts college entrance examination, Shin Junwoo had an average relationship with Lin Xuang and Wang Ling. Who knew which perverts in the Beast Soul Hall had captured them as well? If I don't blame you, who should I blame? Lin Ju said anxiously, the Beast Soul Hall specifically asked you to rescue someone. My sister wasn't implicated by you, so who was it? Okay, stop talking. He Tianyi interrupted the two of them. The most urgent thing is to save people. Yes, the most urgent thing is to save people. Shin Junwoo nodded and said enthusiastically, Teacher He, you've arrived just in time. Hurry up and distribute the war ranking rewards so I can go into the Shirwan Mountains to rescue people. No. Before he finished speaking, all the geniuses from the noble families present, except Lin Ju, spoke out in opposition. After opposition, Bailey Sheiji realized that there was something wrong with his words and quickly explained, Teacher He, what I meant is that Shin Junwoo is not eligible for the award. He is a freshman, and according to the rules, he can only participate in the next war ranking. Good. Shin Junwoo was not qualified. The other geniuses from the aristocratic families immediately agreed. After waiting for the senior students to leave school, I made it into the top 10 of the war list and was waiting to win the final prize. But then Shin Junwoo appeared, a Chang Yaojin. Who would be willing to do that? Especially Soufflé, she was squeezed out of the top 10 and the reward gap was huge. Shin Junwoo knew it. But he would not back down and immediately said, regarding this issue, if you are not satisfied, you can go to the principal. It was that old Deng who forced me to be on the list. Therefore, I, Shin Junwoo, will definitely take the reward for being number 1 on the war list. Snort. We don't know whether the principal forced you. Soufflé immediately retorted, but we know that being on the list is a punishment, so you're not eligible for a reward. Ah. Shin Junwoo strode forward angrily, and said vaguely, your name is Su. Shangjing Su family, Su Fule. Su Fu replied coldly. Ah, yes. Shin Junwoo looked her up and down, his expression instantly amused, it's quite comfortable. What did you say, asshole? Su Fu was furious. I didn't expect Shin Junwoo to be so brave? How dare he tease her in front of senior instructor He Tianyi? Well, I'm telling the truth. Besides, I'm praising you. Shin Junwoo couldn't help but smile and answered seriously. Su Fu has a big, chubby face and a chubby body, but the distribution of her flesh is perfect, and she has a slightly plump figure with a protruding front and a curvy back. It forms a sharp contrast with sexy and slim women and is more deadly to men. You still dare to say that? In her life, Su Fu hated it most when people said the word comfortable in front of her. Okay. I won't talk about your problem anymore, let's talk about your problem. You don't acknowledge the list, and you rely on your background to bully me, right? Shin Junwoo glanced at the 10 people and said more domineeringly, today, you either admit that my list is valid. Otherwise, I'll beat you to a pulp. The kind that can't get out of bed for half a year, you choose. Chapter 64 Receive Rewards. When it comes to tyranny, who is afraid of who? The old students from the Beast Transformation Department just wanted to cause trouble and save face for Jiang Zhong, but Shin Junwo buried thousands of people in one fell swoop. Is he a coward? What a big tone. I want to see how you can cripple us all. Bailey Sheiji, who has always been aloof and taciturn, was angry. Okay, I'll grant you your wish. Shin Junwo's fighting spirit erupted. Although the top 10 geniuses from aristocratic families on the war list were all at the peak of level 5, he did not take them seriously. That's enough. Human lives are at stake, and you are still messing around here? Looking at these troublemakers, Tianyi felt both headache and anger. Do you take me seriously? Teacher don't worry. The Beast Soul Hall's target is me. As long as I haven't appeared, Lin Xuan, Wang Ling, and the others will be fine. Rewards will be distributed according to the ranking on the war ranking. I promise to rescue Lin Xuan and the others. Shin Junwo had no choice but to suppress his fighting spirit and change the subject. However, if I don't have this resource, with my current cultivation level, I can't guarantee it. You dare to threaten the school? Souffle refused to be blamed. So what if it's a threat? Shin Junwo frankly admitted, you dare to surround me and threaten me, why can't I threaten the school? If you have the ability, go to the Shirwanda Mountains and save people. The noble families are in cahoots with each other, and when one side is in trouble, all sides come to its aid. Lin Xuan is from the Shangjing Lin family, so you have an obligation to rescue her. Hearing this, even Bailey Sheiji didn't dare to answer casually. The Beast Soul Palace can communicate and control strange beasts. The wilderness is their paradise and they are extremely difficult to deal with. A bunch of cowards. You only know how to suppress your own people in safe places and rely on your background to compete for resources. When it comes time for you to contribute, you all become cowards. Seeing that they didn't dare to agree, Shin Junwo immediately sneered, you are just cowardly rats. I, Shin Junwo, look down on you. Why don't you get out of here right now? That's outrageous. The burly man carrying a large sword on his shoulder, Beitang Zhengdao, was inspired and immediately requested, Instructor I, Beitang Zhengdao, request the order to enter the Shirwan Mountains to rescue you. I, Lin Zhu, request permission to enter the Shirwan Mountains to rescue them. Lin Zhu immediately asked for orders. When his sister was arrested, he took the lead. Despite Shin Junwo's pressure, Beitang Zhengdao still asked for orders, and Bailey Sheiji, Dongfang Bingyun and others had no choice but to ask for orders to fight. It doesn't matter if they lose face. We can't let the family be embarrassed. Okay, ambitious. As such, the rewards for the war ranking will be settled in advance and awarded according to the current ranking on the ranking list. In addition, whoever successfully rescues a new student will receive an additional reward from the school. Tianyi made the decision immediately. As Shin Junwo said, his current cultivation level is too low. If he is not rewarded, he will not only be unable to save people, but will also fall into a trap. Dual system psychics are too rare, so he has to pay attention to them. Suful opened her mouth, but ultimately decided not to object. If she opposed it, the Lin family would definitely hold a grudge against her, and it would be more trouble than it was worth. Everyone, follow me in. Tianyi waved his hand and turned to enter the hall. Shin Junwo followed immediately with golden light in his eyes. The one who finally takes first place in the war ranking. You can choose 1 6th level Beast King Spirit Bead, 10 5th level Beast King Spirit Beads, 1 legendary weapon, and 1 legendary martial arts book. It's sent. Tianyi glared at Shin Junwo unhappily and said helplessly, space beasts are rare. The school has only accumulated 1 6th tier Beast King Spirit Bead and 3 5th tier Beast King Spirit Beads over the years. What? Shin Junwo was shocked and waved his hands in a shameless manner. I don't care, I just want the Space Spirit Pearl. He made a deal with Lin Yuetong. As long as his spatial ability is promoted to the 6th level, he will be able to absorb the 7th level Spatial Beast King Spirit Bead. By then, with the 7th order Zun level spatial ability, he can roam the world. He even dares to set fire to the Bailey family, the world's #1 family. You bastard, it's no use playing rogue. Can I really make it appear out of thin air? Tianyi said gloomily, I can't give you enough space spirit orbs, but I can make the decision and give you a level 6 Spirit Beast King Spirit Orb as compensation. Is that so? Shin Junwo fell into deep thought. His psychic ability has reached the 5th level, and its power is comparable to the 6th level. Even if he absorbed another spiritual level 6 Beast King bead, he would not be able to break through, so it would not be very helpful. Aha! While he was deep in thought, Shin Junwoo's devouring ability suddenly vibrated, as if he had sensed the spiritual bead of the same origin. Forget it. You should leave the 6th rank spiritual Beast King spirit bead to someone else. After Shin Junwoo understood clearly, he said, how about this? You just let me choose any spirit bead in the war hall. Chapter 65 Shin Junwoo's Strength. Okay, go pick it yourself. Tianyi nodded, stretched out his hand to take a 6th level Beast King spirit bead and 3 5th level Beast King spirit beads from the space system, and handed them to Shin Junwoo. Thanks. Shin Junwoo took it with joy and immediately went deeper into the war hall. Keep moving forward with intuition. Shin Junwoo was shocked when he passed by the shelves filled with spirit beads and weapons. It is worthy of being the best university in the world. There are many 7th and 8th level spirit beads, and even 9th level god level spirit beads. The weapon inventory is also quite rich, with many epic and legendary weapons, and even a mythical aura lingering. Not long after, Shin Junwoo stopped in front of the 6th level spirit bead rack, his eyes fixed on an ancient box covered with dust and cobwebs. It turns out that what is contained inside is the same spiritual bead that the devouring ability sensed. Visible. Devouring type psychics are as rare as space type psychics, and no one uses them even if the spirit beads are placed in a dense spider web. Shin Junwoo immediately took it off and threw it into the mountain and river realm. When turning around, Shin Junwoo's eyes were startled and he was attracted by the legendary sword stand. There is a sword on the sword rack, and the sword body is covered with thunder. It turns out to be a legendary spiritual weapon with its own attribute power? Legend. Weapons with inherent attribute powers are as rare as spirit bones. It requires the right time, right place, and right people. It can only be born after being tempered by the power of heaven and earth. Even the legendary level is more precious than the mythical level. Good sword, I want it. Shin Junwoo would not miss out on something good, so he immediately reached out to take it. Not close yet. The thunder attributed spiritual sword roared automatically and emitted the power of thunder to attack Shin Junwoo. Not good. Shiman Tianzua, who was ranked 4th on the battle list, was shocked and immediately said, Teacher I have been waiting for the thunder sword for a year. I can't let Shin Junwoo take it away. Tianyi's eyes moved and he immediately dodged away. Sensing someone coming, Shin Junwoo secretly used his devouring ability to absorb the lightning power emitted by the sword, and quickly grasped it in his hand. Shin Junwoo, put it down. Shiman Tianzua was furious and said, the thunder sword is mine. Put it down immediately. It's yours? Ridiculous. Shin Junwoo rolled his eyes and waved his sword with a smile. Come on, call it and see if it responds. Shin Junwoo, the thunder sword is not suitable for you. Tianyi said helplessly. Shiman Tianzua is a thunder-type psychic, and he has indeed been waiting for this thunder sword for a year. Teacher he's been waiting for the thunder sword for a year. That only proves he's incompetent. Shin Junwoo smiled calmly and directly put the sword into the mountain and river realm without retreating. If I remember correctly, he is currently ranked 5th and has no right to obtain a legendary weapon. You? Shiman Tianzua was extremely angry and had no words to refute. Even if Shin Junwoo had not suddenly made the list, he would not be eligible to obtain the legendary weapon. But he reached a deal with Bailey Sheiji, and Bailey Sheiji obtained it and then transferred it to him. What should he do now? Shin Junwoo, please be polite. Among us, Shiman Tianzua is the only one with lightning abilities. He is the only one suitable for this thunder sword. Please return it and I will take it and pass it on to him. Bailey Sheiji immediately said, if you are willing to give me this favor, I can ignore your rumor mongering. Ha 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 ha. Shin Junwoo was amused. Such a confident sense of superiority, such conceited arrogance. Shin Junwoo, don't go too far. It is not a good thing to offend the Feng family, the Bailey family, and the Shiman family at the same time. Bailey Sheiji was ridiculed and could not suppress his anger. Threatening me again. Bailey Sheiji, listen to me. The number one family in the world is nothing in my eyes. In front of me, you only have a shitty face. Shin Junwoo's face turned cold and he strode towards the bookshelf. In addition to this place, the War University also has a special library called Sangtian Tower. But the levels of the included techniques are not high, at most they are epic. Legendary, mythical, and ancient martial arts secret books are all stored in the War Hall. Okay. Bailey Shaji laughed in anger. The Bailey family has not shown its power for many years, and some people have already forgotten how powerful it is. To this, Tiani was also helpless. He looked up at the building with a complicated expression. Shin Junwoo is such a troublemaker, yet he dares to compete with the noble families of the world. The two old guys upstairs should be very happy. Take a walk around. Shin Junwoo didn't find the technique he wanted, so he turned around and said bluntly, "Teacher, I want the three elements returned to one method." What? Tiani was shocked. The three elements returning to one method is the supreme secret of the War University. Is Shin Junwoo's appetite too big? Chapter 66, Aristocratic Family is a Cancer. Teacher, calm down. Shin Junwoo said calmly, "Let me ask you, is the three elements returning to one method a legendary technique?" Yes. Tiani nodded helplessly. Good. If so, then is there a designated legendary technique for the first place prize on the battle list? Shin Junwoo asked again. No. Tiani answered again. Good. Shin Junwoo grinned. Since it's a legendary technique, and there's no specific requirement, is it okay for me to use the three elements returning to one method? Boy, are you really? Tiani was speechless. The three elements return to one method was created by Liu Sandow, the founder of the War University. He is also the only genius in history who possesses three supernatural powers. The three-element unification method. It is Liu Sandow's spiritual martial arts method that combines three kinds of supernatural powers. Due to his accidental death, the records of the three elements returning to one method have not been complete, so it can only be classified as a legendary spiritual martial arts method. Just when Tiani wanted to refuse, suddenly, he received a divine voice in his mind, and he said in a complex voice, "Someone is waiting for you upstairs. Go up there yourself." Oh. Shin Junwoo raised his eyes. Are the two legendary old Dengs still alive? Go upstairs by the stairs. He saw the sword god Li staring at him fiercely in front of the tea house. In the tea room, there were two old men with white hair and beards and handsome faces, leisurely brewing tea. Sure enough, they are still alive. The two former presidents of the War University and the current guardians of the War Hall are known as the two elders of heaven and earth. Lao Dang, why are you so dissatisfied? Shin Junwoo teased, "You were the one who insisted on putting me on the war list. I followed your wishes and you felt bad for me. Pattern, open up the pattern. You are the president of the War University, one of the top human beings known as the Sword God. Look at you being so stingy and stingy. It's shameful. What did you say, kid?" Li Yi was extremely angry. How brave of you to scold him. Okay. I don't have time for your nonsense. Shin Junwoo rolled his eyes, walked past Li Yi and sat down in front of the coffee table, his eyes confronting the two elders of heaven and earth, and he said bluntly, "I hate the aristocratic families of the world." And you not only dislike it, you hate it. Since we have a common enemy, I will be the knife in your hands and give the people of the world a brand new war university. Of course. The more support you give, the deeper the knife can go. It all depends on your courage. Hearing this, Li Yi was stunned. This kid actually knew the existence of the two elders of heaven and earth, and also knew the purpose of calling him up? Was it Yang Kongxian's instruction? Based on his understanding of Yang Kongxian, he should not encourage his disciples to show off their talents in order to win the favor of the two elders of heaven and earth, right? Ha. What a young man. Kongxian has found a good disciple. Smart, wise, decisive, and with a broad perspective and a sense of justice. Very good. Tianlao laughed with relief and took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Shin Junwoo. You are right, we not only hate the world's aristocratic families, but also hate them. All the noble families in the world are termites and leeches attached to the giant dragon of Dragon Kingdom. They are extremely hateful. Whenever there is a big war, they are always late. After the war, they will definitely demand benefits and rights. They don't care about the overall situation, they don't care about the casualties of ordinary people, but we have to rely on their strength, alas. These selfish people should be killed. In recent years, they have become even more outrageous, not only sending people to take charge of the army, but also sending people to take charge of the 6 major universities, and even allowing their disciples to occupy the top resources of the schools in the country. The old man's emotions were triggered, and he crushed the teacup in anger. If this continues, the cultivation level of those who are truly capable of fighting will become lower and lower, while the cultivation level of those who are afraid of fighting will become higher and higher. What will happen to the Dragon Nation? What about the defense lines in various places? What can the people of all places do? Okay, that's enough. You old men just love to complain and groan. Therefore, you're always hesitant when doing things, and you're always just thinking about it. Whether you want to do it or not is just a useless fantasy. Shin Junwoo was too lazy to listen and interrupted him angrily. In a word, I need your support. You just need me to take the blame. What else is there to say? Why keep on complaining? It's actually very simple to cooperate. The three of you each give me a source of power to protect yourself, and I promise to turn the family upside down. Ha 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 ha. When the two elders of heaven and earth heard the conditions proposed by Shin Junwoo, they burst into laughter. It's great to be young. Full of energy. He is extremely bold and greedy enough. You kid, you are not a human being. Li Yi was so angry that he laughed. How strong is the killing power of the three of us? And what kind of price will we have to pay? Do you know? And he started with 3 questions. You're so bold, why don't you just eat some fart? Chapter 67 Bargaining. Lao Dang, you are the one who wants to eat fart. You want the horse to run, but you don't give it grass to eat. Is there such a thing as that? Shin Junwoo immediately counterattacked. Breaking the constraints of the aristocratic families and the pattern of hegemony is equivalent to offending the aristocratic families of the world to death. Do you think I am stupid? Without enough benefits and enough trump cards, how could I possibly do it? Oh my, so Shin Daddy knew it. Li Yi laughed and teased, since you know this, why are you still so arrogant? I thought you were fearless. How can a young man not have a temper? I am a bit wild, arrogant, and overbearing, but being an enemy of aristocratic families is a completely different matter. Shin Junwoo spread his hands calmly, and said with confidence, Today, I will cripple all the geniuses from the noble families below, as long as I say that I am willing to marry into your family. Not only will the noble families of the world not blame me, they will also bring their peerless beauties, spiritual beads, skills, and weapons for me to choose from. Do you believe it? After hearing this, Li Yi's face instantly fell. As Shin Junwoo said, dual system psychics are qualified. In the eyes of the big bosses of aristocratic families, interests are definitely more important than grudges. Good boy, we all underestimated you. Now that we have come to this, the two of us will agree to your request and make a promise to you. The two of them suddenly stood up, pointed their fingers at the sky and swore, Be brave to do it, be brave to kill. As long as we two old guys are alive, you, kid, will not die. Even if you poke a hole in the sky, we two old guys will support you. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Have a look. The older generation is more courageous and resolute. You, Lao Dang, are far behind. You are always hesitant and indecisive. No wonder you can't achieve anything great. Shin Junwoo's eyes changed and he looked at Li Yi teasingly on purpose. At the same time, he secretly cursed the two elders of heaven and earth in his heart, saying that you two old immortals are not good people either. He was so old that he was about to die, and only then did he have the courage to challenge the constraints of the aristocratic families and their domineering structure. If you have the ability, just go and kill all the heads and ancestors of those aristocratic families yourself. What puppet is being pushed to do things? Do you really think I'm stupid? However, Shin Junwoo likes to be used by them. Shin Junwoo possesses a god-level entry system. As the number of entries increases and his cultivation level improves, his talent will continue to rise, and sooner or later he will no longer be accepted by the world's aristocratic families. Even if he wanted to join one family, there would be other families that would be wary of him and try to harm him. Therefore, Shin Junwoo needs to come to the War University and obtain the support of the two elders of heaven and earth. Li Yi was extremely depressed. The two old guys and the fearless little rascal met each other's eyes, and now it was a perfect match. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't. These two retired principals have suffered a lot from their aristocratic families. The reason he was trying to stay alive was to find a peerless hero who could shake up the aristocratic family and break the vicious pattern of the aristocratic family's bloodsucking, constraints, and hegemony. Now, they found it. Give. Tian Lao stretched out his hand and a notebook written on modern paper and in modern characters flew in front of Shin Junwoo. Shin Junwoo reached out and took it. I was deeply moved and excited. Legend has it that Liu Sandao's three elements returned to one method can perfectly integrate the three supernatural powers, making it the world's #1 spiritual martial art that can unleash 10 times the combat power. 100 years ago. With this unique skill, he overcame all the noble families and ancient martial arts sects in the world, and established the War University against all odds, forging an invincible line of defense for mankind. Never mind, never mind. You kid, take care of yourself. Li thought about it again and again, and finally condensed a sword energy of his own to give to Shin Junwo for protection. The principal is generous, the principal will make a fortune. Shin Junwo happily accepted it. You kid? Li was so angry that his eyes rolled back. He was just fine just now, but now the principal was being generous and making a fortune. The real-life version of Go Lao Lu. Whoever gives you milk is your mother, no question about it. At this, both the elders of heaven and earth laughed. I not only like Shin Junwo's courage, but also his straightforward character, which is great. They separated a part of their original power to save Shin Junwo's life. Although it would consume their foundation and accelerate their death, they were willing to go crazy with Shin Junwo. After each of them separated a part of the original force, they all became much weaker. It's so fake. After Shin Junwo took it, he handed over a bottle of Earth Spirit Liquid. Don't die before your great cause is accomplished. Earth Spirit Liquid? The two old men of heaven and earth are knowledgeable and can recognize a mineral water bottle at a glance. Don't be greedy. This is the last bottle, no more. Shin Junwo quickly retreated, extremely vigilant. He did not lie. After distributing the Earth Spirit Liquid in the dry well to Feng Fanyu and others, he did not get much. There was only one last bottle left. Okay, get out of here. The two elders of heaven and earth excitedly sent Shin Junwo away. With the nourishment of this bottle of Earth Spirit Liquid, they can last for at least 10 years, and perhaps they will have the chance to witness the day when Shin Junwo kills everyone. The future is promising. Chapter 68, Departure to Shuandishan. A War List. Shin Junwo reaped a huge profit and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Wait for Shin Junwo to come downstairs. The geniuses from the 10 great families have already left. Tianyi waited for Shin Junwo in the hall on purpose, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Shin Junwo couldn't stand the dithering of these older generations, and said frustratedly, "Oh my. Teacher, just say what you want to say." All right. The targets of this rescue were not limited to Lin Shuang and the other three. Shangjingfang Xingzhan and Shanheshue Qianma were nearby at the time. After receiving the news, they organized a team of elite freshmen to chase into the Shirwan Mountains. Tianyi spoke earnestly, pleadingly, "So, you have a long and arduous journey ahead of you. Don't act rashly. Be sure to bring all the students who have entered the Shirwan Mountains back safely." Teacher, you are so boring. You just want to say, "Don't kill Bailey Sheiji and the others in the Shirwan Mountains, and bring them all back." Shin Junwo rolled his eyes and spoke bluntly. You. Tianyi was speechless and didn't know what to say. Don't worry. As long as they don't want to kill me, I won't touch them and will protect them. After Shin Junwo made his promise, he suddenly changed the subject and said, "If they seek death, I will help them." The words fell. Shin Junwo directly teleported away through the void and returned to the War Hotel in a short while. Alas, the world will be in turmoil from now on. Tianyi sighed with worry in the direction of Shin Junwo. To be honest, he also looked down upon the practices of the aristocratic families and even hated them. But this dragon kingdom lacks the power of the aristocratic families and cannot withstand the invasion of the beast tide. Return to the hotel. Shin Junwo immediately absorbed the 6th level Beast King Spirit Pearl of the Devouring System, and soon upgraded his devouring ability to the 5th level. Then, he used the 5th level devouring ability to absorb the 3 5th level Space Beast King Spirit Beads and the 6th level Space Beast King Spirit Beads, and successfully upgraded the space ability to the 5th level. After, Shin Junwo forcefully swallowed the 6th level Beast King Spirit Bead obtained from today's hunt, and forcibly upgraded his wind-based ability to the 5th level. Everything is ready. A night passed. After Shin Junwo had a simple breakfast, he set out for the 10,000 mountains. 5th level of martial arts. His psychic powers, wind powers, devouring powers, and spatial powers were all at level 5. He also obtained the 3 elements returning to one method, so he could play with the believers of the Beast Soul Hall. When Shin Junwo arrived at the war line, Lin Ju immediately came to meet him. Besides him, there were Dongfang Bingyun, Nangong Qianyu, Su Fulei, Fong Xiong, and Fong Lin and his sister. Brother-in-law, Ba. Shin Junwo was also puzzled. Why did he call Lin Ju brother-in-law as soon as he saw him? He said awkwardly, you're waiting here, are you going to be on the same team with me? This concerns my little sister's life, so I have to wait for you. Lin Ju didn't mind Shin Junwo's address. If Lin Shuang could really marry Shin Junwo, it would definitely be a great joy for the Lin family. Shin Junwo was arrogant and rude, and bluntly said he looked down on aristocratic families. But Dongfang Bingyun and Nangong Qianyu still took the initiative to find him, hoping to rescue Lin Shuang together with Shin Junwo, which is enough to show the importance of Shin Junwo, a dual-system psychic. Okay. Shin Junwo was not surprised that Dongfang Bingyun, Nangong Qianyu, and the Fong brothers and sisters would appear here. But the soufflé surprised him. After taking a quick look at him, he made a bold guess, it's comfortable. You were squeezed out of the top 10 of the war list by me, but you are willing to act with me? Could it be that the Su family ordered you to use the honey trap on me? Asshole, my name is Suful. Soufflé was so angry that her cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red. Because the Su family did give her such an order. He also told her not to worry about being squeezed out of the top 10 of the war list by Shin Junwo, and to be willing to sacrifice herself when necessary. Blushing. Looks like I guessed it right. Because of the Shin family, Shin Junwo has a deep understanding of the world's aristocratic families. The four great families of Shangjing. Among the Fong family, Lin family, and Su family, the Su family is the most decadent, with its influence shrinking continuously. Among the younger generation, there is only one person, Su Fulei, who is worth mentioning. You're just being sentimental. Even though her thoughts were exposed, Suful was unwilling to admit it and retorted unconvincingly, who do you think you are? Are dual-system psychics really that great? Can you make my Su family please you? I'm here because of Sister Lin Shuang, it has nothing to do with you. Oh. Shin Junwo's eyes turned, and he smiled playfully, if that's what you mean, then I'll use space teleport to leave. You guys can take your time on your journey. You? When Su Fulei heard that Shin Junwo was leaving, she suddenly became anxious. Shin Junwo obtained 3 5th level Space Beast King Spirit Beads and 1 6th level Space Beast King Spirit Bead. His space ability must have broken through to the 5th level. If the records are correct. The distance of the space shift of a 5th level space ability user can reach at least 50 miles. How can they catch up with him? Chapter 69, Being a Hooligan is a Professional. Shin Junwo is leaving. Not to mention Su Fulei, even Dongfang Bingyun and Nangong Qianyu were anxious. Experience the 10,000 mountains, a life or death struggle. Is there any better opportunity to cultivate a relationship than this? They all thought that Shin Junwo was arrogant and domineering, but the old men in the family didn't care, or even didn't care about their thoughts. They only care about whether the dual-system mutants can be used by them? All right. How can you, a grown man with dual powers, get angry with a woman? Where is your pride and demeanor, Shin Junwo? Dongfang Bingyun stepped forward openly and said, Su Fulei has been fighting for a year, with countless scars on her body, and she almost lost her life several times. Finally made it into the top 10 of the war list. You squeeze everyone out as soon as you come in, and you don't even allow them to vent their anger. Is that so? Come to think of it, it seems I was wrong. Shin Junwo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly walked towards Su Fulei. Come on, let me see how badly you're injured. Does it affect your fertility? Shun, June. Woo. Suful's calm mood exploded in an instant. I wish I could eat Shin Junwo alive and skin him alive to see what kind of evil thing he has in his heart. Lin Ju and Fong Qiong couldn't help but look at each other. The first 2 sentences were still reasonable, but the second sentence was instantly inhumane and rubbed the dignity of the Su family on the ground. At the same time, I also understood it. Shin Junwo will not accept any solicitation from any aristocratic family. Hey, don't do it. Your Su family allowed you to get close to me, and even resorted to honey traps at critical moments. Shouldn't I understand this more clearly? Shin Junwo waved his hands and retreated. As the Oriental beauty said, you've got countless scars from fighting for the war rankings. Take off your clothes and you'll see a horrible sight of scars everywhere. Who the hell would dare to eat you? I'll kill you, you bastard. Su Furong was so angry that she stomped her foot on the ground. The earth-based ability earth-piercing nails kept emerging from under Shin Junwo's feet and attacked crazily. Fuck, a female hedgehog. This is not comfortable at all. Shin Junwo screamed and ran away like a child. The angry Su Fu kept chasing after him. To this, Linju, Fong Xiong, Dongfang Bingyun, Nangong Qianyu, and Fong Linking all chased after him helplessly. Only after passing through the death gorge did Su Fulei stop attacking in frustration. She pursued him with all her strength, but Shin Junwo dodged them one by one without any effort, making all her attacks fail. How could he fight back? Although they are in the same realm, there is a huge gap in strength. We traveled for 3 hours straight. Everyone was a little tired, so they found a secluded place to rest. Shin Junwo sat down casually and happened to meet Su Fulei's eyes. It was quite funny and cute to see her aggrieved look of being angry but unable to win. That's comfortable. Shin Junwo thought for a moment and said, I did push you out of the top 10 of the war rankings. Let us do this. I'm giving you a chance to complete your mission. Roll. Su Fulei turned around angrily, not wanting to see Shin Junwo's ugly face. Brother Shin, please give me a chance. When the domineering Dongfang Bingyun heard this, she immediately moved toward Shin Junwo. Okay. In this case, I will give you a chance. Shin Junwo smiled playfully, and suddenly found a cave not far away. He pointed and said, That's a good place. Who of you will follow me first? Dongfang Bingyun, Nangong Qianyu and Fong Lin followed Shin Junwo's gaze and their faces immediately turned red. Who wants to go into the cave with you, little pervert? Dongfang Bingyun, who was more generous, glared at us angrily. What do you think of us women from aristocratic families? Just beauties to sleep with? Hey. Oriental beauty, what are you thinking? How can you belittle yourselves like this? Shin Junwo widened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. I mean, it's quiet there and no one will eavesdrop. You have been ordered to win me over, so you must make an offer and set conditions. If I tell you here, won't it let others know the price and conditions? If your competitors know the bottom price, how can you still compete? Hearing this, Dongfang Bingyun, Nangong Qianyu and Fong Lin were all embarrassed. Is this what Shin Junwo meant? It took a long time. Or are they overthinking it? Are their thoughts not pure anymore? This guy is a professional hooligan. How can you be his opponent? Fong Qiong finally understood what was going on. After a teasing, he said seriously, Shin Junwo, my Fong family is not qualified to win you over, but the Heavenly Sword Pavilion behind our Fong family is qualified and also has the intention to win you over. News came from Tianjin Pavilion. If you are willing to become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the pavilion will use all its resources to purchase spiritual and spatial spirit beads for you. If you fail to acquire them, the elder in the pavilion will personally go overseas to hunt spiritual and spatial spirit beads for you. All the secret books in the pavilion, even the mythical technique Heavenly Sword Art, are available for you to comprehend. Chapter 70, Ambush on the Road. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion is quite powerful. After hearing this, Shin Junwo's eyes fell on Fong Lin intentionally or unintentionally. What are you looking at? Fong Lin felt uncomfortable being looked at and angrily threw his hands away. My Fong family has not yet fallen to the point of selling our daughter. I'm so sorry. Shin Junwo grinned. I, Shin Junwo, am lustful as hell. I can't live without women. You? Fong Lin clenched his fists in anger. Just refuse, why use her as an excuse? Seeing this, Dongfang Bingyun and Nangong Qianyu no longer wanted to recruit him. Except for the Bailey family, the world's #1 family, the Dongfang family, Nangong family, Shiman family, and Beitang family located in the four corners of Longwood do not have any martial arts that surpass the mythical level. Although the martial arts inherited by our family are of mythical level, they are far inferior to the Heavenly Sword Art. What can we use to recruit people? What a pity. Shin Junwo smiled playfully and looked at Su Fulei again. It seems that only the Su family is the most sincere and willing to give. Just wait, you bastard. Su Fulei was furious when she heard Shin Junwo's words. Just wait, sooner or later, I will cut off your rotten tongue, and see how you can still act like a hooligan? You don't have the chance. Shin Junwo smiled evilly. However, there is a chance if we fight with our tongues. Go to hell. Su Fulei couldn't stand it any longer. The fifth skill of Earth-related ability, Earth Collapse, was immediately used. Once this technique is used, Lin Ju, Fong Qiong and others jumped up and dodged in a hurry, fearing that they would fall into the attack range of this move. Shin Junwo didn't care. Her mental power instantly covered the earth to suppress it, preventing the influence of the earth collapse technique on the earth and preventing her from splitting the earth. Open it for me. Suful shouted and slammed her palm to the ground. The earth-based supernatural power continued to fight against Shinjunwa's mental power, and was determined to bury Shinjunwa alive in the earth. Not good. Shinjunwa's expression suddenly became serious. Suddenly, an extremely powerful pangolin emerged from the ground behind Sufulei, opening its bloody mouth and biting Sufulei's buttocks. Judging from its size, that pangolin should be a 6th-level beast king. If you get bitten by it, you be split into 2 pieces in an instant? Life-threatening situation. Shinjunwa didn't bother to get angry with Sufulei. He instantly withdrew his mental power and rushed towards Sufulei in 1 step. Sufulei's attention was entirely on Shinjunwa, and she was completely unaware of the attacker behind her. Seeing Shinjunwa rushing towards her, she turned her wrist and immediately hit Shinjunwa hard in the chest. A line between life and death. Shinjunwa didn't even have time to speak, let alone dodge Sufulei's palm. He could only endure Sufulei's full-strength palm. Boom! There was a loud bang. Shinjunwa was hit in the chest, and Shinjunwa's palm also hit the pangolin that was just 1 step away from biting Sufulei. Shinjunwa was repelled. Immediately, there was a sound of a giant creature retreating behind him. Sufulei suddenly turned around and realized that Shinjunwa was not going to do anything to her, but was saving him. Damn it, damn it! Startled by the sudden change, Lin Ju, Fong Qiong, Fong Lin, Dongfang Bingyun, and Nangong Qianyu, who had stood up to avoid it, finally discovered the sneak-attacking pangolin and immediately attacked. The 5 of them attacked together. The 6th-level Beast King and the pangolin protected by scales were also in a bad situation and were beaten back repeatedly. Don't fight any longer, let's go. Shinjunwa recovered his breath and did not take the opportunity to attack. This is the 10,000 Mountains, home to a myriad of strange and exotic beasts. If a war breaks out, they will inevitably be surrounded and find it difficult to escape. Lin Ju and others all knew this principle. After launching another attack, they immediately followed Shinjunwa to evacuate. Escape at high speed. The pangolin did not chase them, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sufulei looked at the bloodstains on the corners of Shinjunwa's mouth, and her heart became complicated. I couldn't even believe it. A man who doesn't care about others at all, who regards geniuses from aristocratic families as ants, a butcher who kills thousands of people with a single wave of his hand, actually would risk his own life to save her? Ah! Seeing Sufulei looking at him, Shinjunwa's eyes turned and he sat down on the ground groaning in pain. How are you? Sufulei became anxious and hurried forward to support Shinjunwa. It hurts so much. Shinjunwa replied with a painful expression, I think he was seriously injured by you. Then can you please leave? Suful said anxiously and panically. Shinjunwa is the person that the Beast Soul Hall specifically wants to find. If he doesn't show up, they may not be able to find any trace of the Beast Soul Hall. I can walk, but it will only aggravate my injuries. If I encounter followers of the Beast Soul Hall, I'm afraid I won't be able to fully exert my fighting power. Shinjunwa smiled secretly and said with difficulty, if someone can carry it for a distance, the injury should be able to get better. Okay, I'll carry you. Sufulei answered without any hesitation. Although she hated Shinjunwa, she was not someone who would shirk responsibility and would make up for her own mistakes. Chapter 71 Encountering the 7th Order Beast King. Suful's words. This surprised Lin Ju, Fong Qiong, Dongfang Bingyun and others. However, Shinjunwa was not surprised. In his previous life, Shinjunwa and Sufulei had some contact. They were not friends, but they knew each other. It didn't end well for her. Not only did he become a tool for the Su family's marriage, but he also died in a battle against the Beast Tide. He's not a bad person, he's kind. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. It was precisely because he knew that she was not a bad person that Shinjunwa was interested in playing tricks on her. If it were someone like Lu Feifei, an ungrateful person who couldn't be tamed, she wouldn't even bother to say a word. Come up. Not only did Sufulei agree, she also immediately walked over to Shinjunwa and squatted down. Not so good. Shinjunwa was a little embarrassed. He was indeed hit by Sufulei's palm and the corner of his mouth was bleeding, but he had a strong physique and profound skills, so it was not a big problem. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to repay you. Sufulei said solemnly, I'm carrying you because I don't want to delay rescuing Sister Lin Shuang. That's all. Alright then. Since she said so, Shin Junwo should charge some interest. Otherwise, not only did he save her in vain, but he also got slapped in vain. Is Shin Junwo the kind of person who would do business at a loss? Lie on Suful's back. A softness and warmth that touches the heart arises spontaneously. What a perfect woman. It's so damn comfortable, even more comfortable than sleeping on a Simmons mattress. Now, Shin Junwo could somewhat understand Chao Zai's habit. For a woman, the younger she is, the better she is, nor is the sexier and slimmer she is, the more comfortable she is. This kind of fleshy feeling is something that a sexy woman cannot give. Su Fulei carried Shin Junwo on her back and set off without saying a word. Lin Ju, Fang Qian, Dongfang Bingyun and others were all stunned. It seemed that they had not expected that Su Fulei had this side. She usually hates men. What's going on today? Why are you willing to carry Shin Junwo on your back? Is it because Shin Junwo saved her life, or because she didn't want to delay the rescue operation for Lin Xuan? Keep moving forward. The group never found any traces of the Beast Soul Hall, nor any marks left by Fang Xingjian and others, so they could only continue searching. 100,000 mountains. The jungle is full of thorns, and you have to climb over mountains and cross rivers. If you are not careful, you will be chased by a group of strange beasts. It was very tiring to travel alone, but Su Fulei didn't say a word. Even though she was sweating profusely from exhaustion, she had no intention of letting Shin Junwo go. Shin Junwo was surprised and admired by this tenacity. It seems that she also bears the pressure brought by the Su family and is not as glamorous as she seems. Stop. When it was getting dark, Shin Junwo suddenly spoke with a sense of intuition. What's wrong? Su Fu asked. Put me down. After carefully sensing it, Shin Junwo said, I sense a familiar aura of extreme heat and cold in the area ahead. If you don't guess. It was the 7th-rank Beast King, the Golden Flame Eagle, and the mysterious Ice Sparrow, who appeared outside the battle lines yesterday and killed many people. What? Lin Ju was shocked. Are those two beasts still fighting? It's possible. Even among the strange beasts there are natural enemies, and there are fights. Shin Junwo nodded. The extremely hot and extremely cold Golden Flame Eagle and the mysterious Icebird are the kings of the sky and are also a pair of natural enemies. Once a fight breaks out, it will be a fight to the death. Broken. According to the school survey map, the route ahead is where we must pass, and it's also a fairly safe one. Lin Ju was worried about his sister and asked anxiously, if we take a detour, we might alert the herd of strange beasts and get besieged. I'll take the lead. Let's go over and see what's going on first. Shin Junwo thought about it and took the lead. After the psychic ability was promoted to the 5th level, the distance of spiritual detection increased greatly and reached 10 kilometers. The spatial ability was promoted to the 5th level, and the distance of space shift was greatly increased. One shift could cover 80 miles. It's really dangerous. He can even escape from the 7th level Monster King. Even if we take a step back, he still has Li Yi and the original power of the 2 Elders of Heaven and Earth. Even if he encounters a 9th order God level Beast King, he can fight it out in 3 moves. What are you afraid of? Walking and walking. Souffle's expression gradually changed. Lin Ju and others also discovered that Shin Junwo did not look seriously injured or unwell at the moment. Spiritual cohesion. Qi and blood are restrained. The whole person is as reserved as a sheathed sword. Although the sharpness is restrained, the powerful aura is still there. That. Someone lives up to his name, comfortable. Shin Junwo also sensed their suspicious looks, turned around with a smug and teasing smile, and immediately ran forward. Souffle was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she didn't dare to chase after him. There are 2 7th-level Beast Kings confronting each other in front. If you alarm them, you will surely die without a burial place. She still knows this righteousness. Climb over 2 hills in a row. The extreme heat and cold of the Golden Flame Divine Eagle and the mysterious Ice Red Bird were even more intense, and Shin Junwo immediately released the spiritual detection to spy on them. Feedback on mental detection results. Shin Junwo was completely stunned, with an expression of overjoyed joy on his face. The Golden Flame Divine Eagle and the Black Ice Red Bird actually fought to a standstill, and both suffered heavy losses. It seemed that there was very little spiritual power left in their bodies. Chapter 72 God-Given Opportunity. Luck is coming. Opportunities cannot be stopped. Back then, outside the war line, Shin Junwoo was quite envious of these two 7th level beast kings with ultimate power. He didn't expect to meet them again? Moreover, both sides suffered losses and the remaining spiritual power was useless. There was once an ancient saying circulating in the Dragon Kingdom. If heaven does not give you what you want, the road ahead will be long and difficult. If you do not take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences. A godsend opportunity lies before us. There is no reason to be uncertain. Shin Junwoo stopped immediately and turned around to look at them excitedly. Do you dare to do a big deal? What's the meaning? Lin Ju asked doubtfully. Good news, great news. On the plain ahead, the Golden Flame Divine Eagle and the mysterious Ice Crimson Bird fought to a draw, both injured. They are now lying on the ground recovering, evidently their injuries are severe. Shin Junwoo chuckled and said excitedly, I'll deal with one, and you guys work together to deal with one. What, are you crazy? Everyone in the group was so frightened that their hair stood on end. They are all at the 5th level of cultivation, going to hunt the 7th level Beast King? Even if he was seriously injured, they would not be able to provoke him. He would be disabled with just a single hit. How could they do anything? Shin Junwoo, stop joking. Lin Ju didn't dare to take the risk. This is the Shirwan Mountains. If we rashly make a noise, we will be besieged. Ha 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 ha. You don't understand the wisdom of high-level beast kings. Before they descend upon a place, they will definitely drive away the nearby strange beasts. Shin Junwoo laughed and waved his hands, so, as long as we move quickly enough, there will be no strange beasts to besiege us, and even if there are, they will only be beast kings of the same level. The 7th level beast kings are mostly found deep in the 10,000 mountains and will not appear here. In one word, do you want to do it? After hearing what Shin Junwoo said, everyone in the group was interested. The war rankings have been revised, and the competition for the next session will be even more intense. If you can kill a 7th level beast king, you will dominate the rankings for a year and no one will be able to shake you. More importantly, the 7th level beast king's body is full of treasures, and even each of its feathers is extremely tough. This is a God-given opportunity. Are you sure you don't want to take a chance? Shin Junwoo continued to seduce. Good. If you are confident, we will go crazy with you. The 6 people looked at each other and finally reached a consensus. Even Shin Junwoo dared to do that, so there was no reason for them, disciples from aristocratic families with solid foundations, to retreat. Readily. Shin Junwoo smiled with joy, and the power of the 3rd skill of his spatial ability, space teleportation, gathered in his palm. The group of 6 people took out their weapons and were ready to be teleported at any time. Kill! Shin Junwoo shouted coldly and immediately teleported the 6 people to the back of the Golden Flame Eagle. At the same time, he took a step forward, aiming directly at the Shinbing Dankei. Mental attack and spatial confinement were aimed at Shinbing Dankei at the same time, and the cloud-breaking knife in his hand slashed fiercely at Shinbing Dank's back. Both sides launched attacks at almost the same time, but the results were completely different. Lin Ju's side. The 6 people's attack was fierce and covered a wide area, completely enveloping the Golden Flame Eagle in the center of the battlefield, but the Golden Flame Eagle made a timely defense. The damage was not great. Shin Junwoo was on one side. Although he was alone, his control over his methods was too strong and his aggressiveness was unmatched. Although the seriously injured Shinbing Dankei discovered it in time, he was unable to fight back. The mental attack had an extremely strong impact on it. It fought back with all its might, and at the moment it broke through the confinement of space, Shin Junwoo's cloud-breaking blade landed steadily, accurately, and fiercely on the back of the Shinbing Dankei. Blood splattered and screams continued. On top of the serious injuries, there are more serious injuries. Die, you beast. Shin Junwoo's prediction was correct. The 2 7th level beast kings were both injured in the fight, and their combat effectiveness was reduced to only 1/10. Such a good opportunity must be seized upon and the enemy must be beaten to a pulp. The spiritual realm expanded instantly, giving Shinbing Dankei no chance to escape. Ga. The Black Ice Dankei was suppressed by the spiritual realm and could not fly. It could only flap its huge wings to create a strong wind and spit out ice to attack from time to time. Shin Junwoo wielded the cloud-breaking sword in his hand with great force, perfectly resisting the attack of the Black Ice Dankei and entangling it tightly. In comparison, the battle situation of Lin Ju and his 6 companions seemed a little embarrassing. Although the 6 people joined forces to surround the Golden Flame Eagle, they had to constantly avoid the Golden Flame Eagle's counterattacks, which was very dangerous. Now, on a hill outside the plain, 4 young men with noble temperaments were lurking on the top of the mountain, looking down at the battle situation on the plain in horror. Shin Junwoo is a terrifying person. His spatial ability hadn't been unleashed yet, but with the combined power of his spiritual ability and martial arts, his combat power surpassed that of Lin Ju and the other 6, and was terrifying. One of them whispered fearfully, "If this person doesn't die, he will graduate and be born in 3 years. He will be a great threat to our family and no one will be able to control him." Hearing this, the other 3 people who were lurking all had the same feeling. Their eyes gradually became gloomy and filled with murderous intent. Chapter 73. Is there someone behind the scenes? Continue fighting. Shin Junwoo has confirmed that Shin Dan-kei was seriously injured and no longer had the spiritual power to use his innate skills. In other words, it no longer has the strength to drag people to death with it. After finding out the truth, Shin Junwoo no longer needs to hold back. The spiritual realm is folded. Use spatial shifting. For a moment, the whole field was filled with Shin Junwoo's figure. The sword energy of the cloud-breaking sword kept falling on the Shin Dan-kei, forcing it to hide in its giant wings and wait for the opportunity. However, Shin Junwoo would not give it a chance to breathe. While constantly changing positions to attack, use mental power to control the sword. The invisible Yen Shindao suddenly pierced into the back of Shin Dan-kei, which was the wound caused by Shin Junwoo's surprise attack. Next second, Shin Junwoo jumped into the air on the back of the Shin Dan-kei, and swung the Poyan sword down fiercely, hitting the hilt of the Yenshin sword with a loud bang. The powerful impact force sent the Yen Shindao into the body of Shin Dan-kei in one fell swoop. The kill was successful. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 7th level Beast King Shin Dan-kei and obtaining new entries. Nemesis must die epic. Unyielding fight epic. There's no escape epic. The first 3 entries prompted by the system made Shin Junwoo's face twitch. Over the past few days, he has discovered that the number of attributes dropped by the Beast King is related to its level, and the number of attributes dropped depends on the level of the Beast King. But the first few Beast Kings who were attacked and killed were all trash and were just unlucky. Double-Winged Hurricane Epic. Frozen World Epic. Cone of Frost Epic. Ultimate Mysterious Ice Legend. After the last 4 entries appeared, Shin Junwoo felt much better. As he guessed, this Beast King possessing the power of extreme cold was at least a legendary talent. Time is running out. Shin Junwoo did not add any entries. After adding all 7 entries into the entry library, he took a step forward and his figure instantly appeared above the head of the Golden Flame Eagle. A powerful sword strike came down from the sky and hit the back of the Golden Flame Eagle. Gravity suppression. Golden scales entwined. Thousands of arrows. Shin Junwoo joined the battlefield, and Su Fulei, Fong Lin, and Nangong Qianyu immediately used their skills to trap the enemy. Sword of the Sky. Frost Snow Sword. The Sword of Domination. At the same time, Fang Qian, Dongfang Bingyun and Lin Ju, 3 great swordmasters, attacked the Golden Flame Eagle with all their might, creating an opportunity for Shin Junwoo. As soon as Shin Junwoo arrived, the Golden Flame Eagle immediately felt the breath of death. The huge wings shook. The whole body was covered with flames, instantly forming a red shield. Shin Junwoo knew that this was the last strength of the Golden Flame Eagle. He would not give the Golden Flame Eagle any chance, nor would he give others the chance to kill the Golden Flame Eagle. A devastating blow that fell from the sky. It not only carries Shin Junwoo's martial arts true energy, spiritual power, and spatial power, but the 3 powers converge on the blade. Before departure, Shin Junwoo has studied the 3 elements return to 1 method. Although he has not yet mastered it, he can gather the 3 forces into the blade. With the help of the special features of legendary weapons, the attack power and destructive power are forcibly increased. Boom! A knife fell from the sky in an instant, and the tip of the knife collided with the shield of the Golden Flame Eagle, immediately erupting with a powerful impact force. Su Fulei, Lin Ju and others were shocked and retreated repeatedly. As they retreated, Shin Junwoo suddenly did a somersault and stepped hard on the hilt of the Poyan sword with his toes. There was a click. The Golden Flame Eagle's shield was broken with a sound, and the unstoppable cloud-breaking sword pierced through the Golden Flame Eagle's body with a whirring sound, nailing it to the ground. The fight ends with 1 blow. The 7th level Beast King, the Golden Flame Eagle, died on the spot. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 7th level Beast King, the Golden Flame Eagle, and obtaining new entries. Nemesis must die epic. Unyielding fight epic. No escape epic. When the system prompted the first 3 terms, Shin Junwoo almost swore. What the hell? The Golden Flame Divine Eagle and the Black Ice Red Bird have the same personality. No wonder they have to fight to the death? If they don't die, who will die? The stubborn ox really doesn't have a good personality. Condor Wings epic. Burning the Sky and Boiling the Sea epic. Sun Blaze epic. Golden Flame Sky Fire legend. The last 4 entries of the Golden Flame Divine Eagle seem to have similar functions and abilities to those of the mysterious Ice Red Bird, and they are all legendary talents. What a pity. It was a bit regrettable that the 2 7th level Beast Kings did not give Shin Junwoo the bloodline attribute. However, the real regrets are for Su Fulei, Lin Ju, and 6 others. No one expected that Shin Junwoo's attack was so domineering that he could kill the Golden Flame Eagle with one blow. They didn't even have a chance to fight. Wonderful, wonderful. Your methods are truly brilliant. The 2 7th rank Beast Kings were killed without even a chance to escape. It's truly incredible. My blood is boiling with excitement, and I'm yearning for it. At this moment, a discordant and malicious voice sounded. Aha! Lin Ju turned around abruptly, standing alert. Bailey Sheiji, Shiman Tianzhua, Beitang Chongdao, Feng Fan Tian, it's you? What a coincidence! It's us. The person who spoke was Shiman Tianzhua, who said with a teasing look in his eyes, Brother Lin Ju, you don't seem to welcome us very much. We are here to save your sister. What do you mean? Just because you have an illegitimate child as your friend, does that mean you are no longer our friends? Chapter 74, Planning to Rob? Shiman Tianzhua's words made Lin Ju look embarrassed. From what Shiman Tianzhua said, he wanted him to make a choice between the aristocratic family and Shin Junwoo. There is a saying about the strength of the world's aristocratic families. The first in 100 miles, powerful in all directions, and famous among the 8 clans. The number 1 family in 100 miles refers to the number 1 family in the world, and the 4 powerful families refer to the Dongfang family, Nangong family, Shiman family, and Beitang family. The 8 famous families refer to the 4 major families in Xinjiang, the Feng family, the Fang family, the Lin family, and the Su family. As well as the Shanheshui family, Zhanggugao family, Tiannenya family, and Nanzhoushan family. Bailey family. The Dongfang family, the Nangong family, the Shiman family, and the Beitang family all have 9th order god-level powerhouses in charge. There are no such people among the 4 families in Xinjiang and the other 4 families. Brother Lin, a friend who knows you well is the one you can spend your whole life with. Shiman Tianzhua smiled playfully and said meaningfully, by the way, I should congratulate you all for successfully hunting down 2 7th level Beast Kings. How many of you are here? Let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 6 people, just enough for 3 people to share a 7th level Beast King. Congratulations! Hearing this, Lin Ju, Fang Qiong, Fang Lin, Su Fulei, Dongfang Bingyun, and Nangong Qianyu's expressions changed. Shiman Tianzhua counted around and deliberately excluded Shin Junwoo in order to sow discord and encourage the 6 of them to occupy the 2 7th level Beast Kings. If you are willing to do that, then be friends with them. If you don't want to, you will have to collude with Shin Junwoo. Shin Junwoo also followed Shiman Tianzhua's advice. He didn't say anything and just watched Lin Ju and others' choices quietly. Interests are the fundamental test of a person. Brother Shiman, you congratulated the wrong person. The 2 7th rank Beast Kings were both killed by Shin Junwoo. We didn't contribute anything at all, so how could we be qualified to take the spoils? Lin Ju didn't think about it and waved his hand cheerfully. Although the 7th level Beast King is good, it can't deceive a person's conscience. Besides, Shin Junwoo came here to save my sister. If I were to be greedy just for the corpse of the Beast King, would I, Lin Ju, still be a human being? Brother Simon. Do you want friends who are obsessed with profit and don't care about the overall situation? Good. Su Fulei then expressed her position, although my Su family has declined, we have not yet fallen to the point of coveting other people's spoils. Lin Ju and Su Fulei both said so. The Fang siblings, Dongfang Bingyun and Nangong Qianyu would naturally not do anything shameless to backstab someone, nor did they care about Shiman Tianzhua's proposal. Ha 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 ha. You are truly worthy of being geniuses from aristocratic families, with noble character and noble morals, and are qualified to be our friends. Shiman Tianzhua was disappointed, but he didn't care. Since there is no problem with your distribution of interests, I won't meddle in your business. However, I hope you won't interfere in the matter between Shin Junwoo and me. Lin Ju's expression changed. Although he didn't want to offend, he couldn't help, so he immediately said, Brother Shiman, Shin Junwoo is here to save my sister. Before leaving the 100,000 wars, his affairs were my affairs. If you recognize me as your friend, please give me this favor. Brother Lin, why are you in such a hurry? I just want to talk to Shin Junwoo. Shiman Tianzhua smiled calmly and said, Shin Junwoo, we are both in the war university, so it can be considered a fate. I hope you can give me some face regarding the Thunder Sword. As long as you are willing to give up the Thunder Sword, you can make any conditions you want. I, Shiman Tianzhua, will never bargain. Ha 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 ha. The Thunder Sword is of great use to you, and it is also of great use to me, Shin Junwoo. Shin Junwoo laughed and refused, so, you'd better give up this idea. Shin Junwoo, you are so presumptuous. I promised to transfer the Thunder Sword to Shiman Tianzhua, but I never thought you would take it away first. Bailey Shaiji stepped forward coldly, his tone unkind. I tried to persuade you with kind words, but you refused to give me any respect and left me no room for negotiation. That would force me, Bailey Shaiji, to become your enemy. Bah! With your approach, you still want to persuade us with kind words? Shin Junwoo is not someone who cannot tolerate humiliation, but these people are not qualified to let him suffer humiliation, so there is naturally no need to be polite. Okay. Bailey Shaiji was shocked. The aura of the 6th level martial arts true blood and the 6th level emperor level star power spiritual power surged, causing the dark sky to shine with stars. Lin Ju, Su Fulei and others' expressions changed. Bailey Shaiji actually broke through to the 6th level so quickly? This is not good. Bailey Shaiji is the most talented and combat-capable person among them. Although his star power is not as good as the space power, it is also one of the special types. It can use the power of the stars in the sky for its own use and has an extremely long endurance. Ha 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 ha. If you can't reach an agreement, you want to rob it, right? Shin Junwoo laughed loudly without any fear. It seems that you not only want the Thunder Sword, but also the 2 7th level beast kings that I killed? For someone like him, the heir of a noble family, to have such shallow eye sockets is truly ridiculous. Chapter 75. I've always been the only one to take away other people's shares. Shin Junwoo is strong. Bailey Shaiji was arrogant and successfully advanced to the 6th level. Neither side gave in, and a war was imminent. The situation was about to get out of control, and the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Lin Ju. It didn't matter if the two of them fought to the death, but they couldn't delay the action of rescuing his sister. Stop it, both of you. Lin Ju strode forward, standing between the two of them with a solemn expression. Whoever takes action in the 100,000 mountains will be an enemy of me, Lin Ju. He is even an enemy of my Shangjing Lin family. Really? Shiman Tianzhua's expression changed, and he stepped forward coldly. Brother Lin and I haven't sparred for a long time, why not take this opportunity to give it a try? Shiman Tianzhua, don't go too far. Upon seeing this, Fang Qiong, Fang Lin, Dongfang Bingyun, Nangong Qianyu, and Su Fulei immediately stepped forward to intimidate. The 7th level beast king is dead. This moment cannot last long. If a real fight breaks out, everyone present will be in danger. Good. Today, for your sake, I will let Shin Junwoo go. I hope he can really rescue Lin Xuan from the Soul Beast Hall believers. Let's go. Under pressure, Bailey Shaiji had no choice but to retreat. Snort. Shiman Tianzhua snorted coldly and turned around, deliberately making a gesture of wiping his neck towards Shin Junwoo. Okay, you want to play, right? In this reborn life, it has always been me, Shin Junwoo, who has snatched others' share. No one has ever dared to snatch my things. You are in trouble. Shin Junwoo sneered and secretly communicated with the system. Add the epic entry escape is impossible for Bailey Shaiji and Shiman Tianzhua. Bite. The system has successfully added entries for Bailey Shaiji and Shiman Tianzhua. The two of them will eventually be in danger and will not be able to escape. Host, please stay tuned. The system sound rang out. Bailey Shaiji, Shiman Tianzhua was suddenly startled, as if some misfortune had befallen him, but he could not sense it clearly. I continued forward without thinking too much. Lin Ju, Fang Qiong and others were very close to Shin Junwoo at this moment and saw Shin Junwoo's sneer. I don't know why. Do they find Shin Junwoo's sneer creepy? It makes people feel cold and scared. Don't even think about the Beast King's spirit pearl. However, I'm not stingy, and everyone who sees it gets a share. 2 great 7th level Beast Kings, each of you take 100 milliliters of blood, no more. Shinjunwa's mind moved, and he used his mental power to pull the 2 Beast Kings into the air. Hearing this, the 6 people in the group were stunned for a moment, and were indeed a little surprised. They thought that Shinjunwa wouldn't give them even a hair? Martial arts practice. It becomes more difficult to advance your abilities as time goes on. Therefore, the corpse of a 7th rank Zoon level Beast King is quite expensive, especially its blood, which is priced by the drop in all major businesses. A drop of blood from a 7th rank Zoon level Beast King can greatly increase the vitality of a 5th rank warrior, giving him the ability to reach the 6th rank. The blood of the corpses of the 8th level Holy Beast King and the 9th level God level Beast King is even more precious and hard to come by. If there is even one drop, it must be the precious blood inherited from the aristocratic family. Each person takes 100 milliliters. I can't say I'm generous, but I'm definitely not stingy. After taking it, their martial arts will definitely be able to break through the 6th level, which is a good harvest. Everyone benefits. Everyone in the group was in a good mood. He followed Shinjunwa with great enthusiasm, looking for traces of the Beast Soul Hall. The sky gradually darkened, and dark clouds completely obscured the night sky and the stars, plunging the 10,000 mountains into pitch-black darkness. Just when Shinjunwa was about to use the spiritual detection sharing, he suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting in front of him, and the battle seemed to be quite intense. It's Bailey Sheiji and the others. Lin Ju immediately said, it was dark, and they alarmed the herd of strange beasts. Then go and take a look. Shinjunwa was secretly delighted. Did the effect of the entry "it's impossible to fly away even with wings" take effect so quickly? Follow the movement. As expected, Bailey Sheiji, Shiman Tianzua, Beitang Chongdao, and Feng Fantian were besieged by the 5th level mutant beast giant rat. In terms of bloodline, the 5th level giant rats are a group of low-end bloodline exotic beasts with low combat effectiveness, but their numbers are too large, at least more than 30,000. And there are 3 5th level giant rat kings commanding and directing the rear. Bailey Sheiji successfully advanced to the 6th level, but was also trapped and unable to escape. Aren't you going to rescue her? Dongfang Bingyun looked at Shinjunwa with interest. Is it related to me? Did I see anyone being attacked? Shinjunwa looked at Dongfang Bingyun calmly. Are you kidding me? Bailey Sheiji, Shiman Tianzua not only wants his Thunder Sword, but also wants to take away his 7th level Beast King. Will he save the enemy's life? He, Shinjunwa, is not so kind. You are really different. Dongfang Bingyun paused and continued, aren't you in love with Feng Fanyu, and you still want her to lie in bed and call you daddy? If you don't save Bailey Sheiji, Shiman Tianzua, won't you save Feng Fantian? He is Feng Fanyu's cousin, a blood relative. Chapter 76 Taking Advantage of the Fire. Shinjunwa was stunned. At that time, Shinjunwa was traveling through the wilderness, on the verge of life and death, and his life was in danger at any time, but he didn't feel anything. After separation, every time Shinjunwa thought of Feng Fanyu, he couldn't help laughing and missed her farewell kiss. More importantly, he has already boasted about it. If he can't even save Feng Fanyu's blood relatives, how can he conquer Feng Fanyu and make her call him daddy? If he doesn't conquer her, how can he embarrass the Bailey family? Damn it! For her to call me daddy, I will fight for it. Shinjunwa was forced to be a good guy for once. You're awesome. Dongfang Bingyun gave a thumbs up. This excuse was perfect. What's so cool about it? Shinjunwa's eyes moved, and he suddenly smiled evilly. If you, Oriental beauty, are willing to call me daddy, I will give up that violent woman Feng Fanyu. Get out! Dongfang Bingyun was so angry that she kicked Shinjunwa on the butt. I'm serious. Shinjunwa did not dodge, and kept grinning. Not only you, Nangang beauty, Feng beauty, Shufu beauty are willing to call, I am willing to give up Feng Fanyu. If we deal with her, we will offend the Bailey family to death. It's not worth it. Roll. Get rolling. Get out. Dongfang Bingyun, Nangang Qianyu, Feng Lin, and Su Fulei immediately started cursing. This journey. They have a certain understanding of Shinjunwu. He likes to take advantage of others, but he is actually not a bad person. Su Fulei carried him on her back for so long, and he never did anything tricky. He is a good man with a bottom line. Approach quickly. When the 6 of them were about to attack, Shin Junwoo immediately stopped them with his hand, and said loudly from a high place with a smile, "Hey, everyone, you look so excited. It's late at night, and they're actually playing cat and mouse here. What a slick game." Shin Junwoo, shut up. Beitang Zhonggao angrily cursed, "If you want to fight, come on. If you don't want to fight, get out." Hard-hearted. The Beitang family is indeed a family of sword gods, so proud and so tough. Shin Junwoo was not angry. Beitang Zhonggao has this kind of personality, impulsive, passionate, and frank. He is the simplest and most loyal person among this group of people. See this. Lin Ju and others could only sit back and wait to see what Shin Junwoo would do. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. For half an hour, Shin Junwoo still watched motionlessly. He had smoked 7 or 8 cigarettes, but still had no intention of taking action. "Shin Junwoo, what do you want?" Feng Fantian couldn't bear it anymore and spoke helplessly. "That's right. If you have something to say, but you can't bear it, don't force yourself to bear it." Shin Junwoo smiled playfully, "I am not only obsessed with women, but also very realistic. As long as I have money, everything is easy to talk about. Name your price." Bailey Shaiji can still hold on and has the confidence to lead them out. Only. The end result was that they were all too exhausted and were in danger when they were besieged by a herd of beasts. "Readily." Shin Junwoo raised a finger to indicate. 100 million, I'll give it to you. Bailey Shaiji agreed with great pride. "No, no. You misunderstood." Shin Junwoo waved his finger and said, 1 billion per person. "Why the hell don't you just go and rob it?" Beitang cursed loudly with a heavy knife. A 7th level exotic beast king is only worth 100 million, but Shin Junwoo asked for 1 billion? When is the money, now or before the revival of spiritual energy? Can any consortium come up with tens of billions of funds? Smart. Am I not just taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Shin Junwoo grinned, "You don't have to give it to me, and I don't have to save you either. Everything is up to you. I never like to force others." Hearing this, Lin Ju and others rolled their eyes. "You said I was taking advantage of someone else's misfortune, and you also said you don't like to force people. You're such a coward. It's a headache to have an enemy with this kind of person. Okay, we'll give it to you." For the sake of the overall situation, Bailey Shaiji had no choice but to agree. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip to a swift horse. Shin Junwoo laughed loudly and immediately moved away. Next second, Shin Junwoo appeared directly behind the strongest 5th level giant rat king. If the intuition is correct, the strongest 5th level giant rat king is also a spiritual type. No one knows what talents and skills it has, and it has been hiding in the back. Because of its existence, Bailey Shaiji was unable to break out. Every time they tore a hole, giant rats would immediately fill it up, keeping them trapped in the encirclement. The giant rat king had already discovered Shin Junwoo, and as soon as he saw Shin Junwoo, he burrowed into the ground. "Can we go?" Shin Junwoo sneered and instantly used his spiritual field. "As long as you are within the blockade of the spiritual realm, you will be suppressed even if you drill into the earth." Squeak! At this moment, the 5th level giant rat king suddenly changed direction and made a very harsh squeaking sound towards Shin Junwoo. Not good. It's mind control. Shin Junwoo was shocked and quickly withdrew his mental power to stabilize his mind and prevent himself from being controlled. Damn rats. Actually using the tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west? Chapter 77. 4 billion got. Sudden attack. Only then did Shin Junwoo realize the high intelligence of this 5th level giant rat king. It had actually been waiting for him to take the bait? Mind control is a more sophisticated and bizarre form of mental attack than spiritual control and can reach deep into a person's mind. When Shin Junwoo was hit, he felt that his mind and body were instantly separated. He completely lost control of his body and fell into a strange situation of being mentally enslaved and controlled. A time of great crisis. The spiritual skull between Shin Junwoo's eyebrows suddenly vibrated, breaking the mind control of the giant rat king in one fell swoop. Evil beast, die. Shin Junwoo regained control of his body, and instantly took the cloud-breaking sword in his hand, and slashed down with it. With a puff, the little head of the 5th level giant rat king was cut in half by the broken cloud sword, and he died on the spot. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 5th order mutant rat king and obtaining new entries. Rat hole rare. Night Vision Rare. Rat King Rare. Psychic Attack Rare. Mind Control Legend. When the entry appeared, Shin Junwoo was horrified. This dead rat's innate skill was actually legendary? What did you eat that caused the mutation? No wonder he was able to fall into the trap directly. If it weren't for his spiritual skull, Shin Junwoo would have fallen into the gutter this time and become the pet of this stinky rat. I was really lucky this time. If it successfully advances to the 6th level, even the spirit skull may not be able to save Shin Junwoo. Bite. The system has detected the legendary term mind control, which can be directly integrated with the host's mental power to become the 5th mental skill. Do you want to integrate it? Fusion. Shin Junwoo was overjoyed. It is difficult to improve your supernatural powers, and it is even more difficult to condense skills that suit you. It takes a lot of time to comprehend and ponder before you can finally condense them. Bite. The system successfully added the legendary mind control to the host and integrated it into the 5th skill of psychic power. Due to the amplification characteristics of the host's spirit skull, the host's mind control has a 100% success rate against the same level, and an 80% success rate against the higher level. Mind control affects the enemy's thinking, can subtly change the enemy's consciousness, and cause irreversible brain nerve damage. Please use it with caution. Shin Junwoo was frightened when he heard the system prompt. The success rate for the same level is 100%, and the success rate for the higher level is 80%. It's abnormal. That is to say, from now on, Shin Junwoo can kill a 6th level beast king that is 1 level higher than him instantly when facing it head on, and can even control it and counterattack its clan. This group of good guys made a fortune. Successfully killed. Shin Junwoo took a step forward and instantly appeared behind another Rat King. The mind control was so strong that the Rat King didn't even have a chance to resist before his head was chopped off with a knife. The last Rat King was unable to escape the powerful attack of mind control and was killed one after another. The 3 Rat Kings were killed. The rats lost their leader and immediately fled into the ground in defeat. Lin Ju and the others hadn't shown off their skills yet, and they had no battle to fight after just warming up. They were quite shocked in their hearts, thinking that the spatial ability was indeed abnormal. Bailey Shaiji, Shiman Tianzhua, and the other 3 felt a heavy threat. They fought for more than 40 minutes and didn't even touch the Rat King's fur, let alone kill it. And what about Shin Junwoo? In less than 2 minutes, he killed 3 Rat Kings in a row, and during that time he also took time to obtain the Spirit Pearl. The gap in their abilities and characteristics could not be made up at all. It's not that difficult. The battle ended with just 3 strikes. Why are all these geniuses sweating profusely? Shin Junwoo took a step back and looked at Bailey Shaiji and the other 3 with a smile. Face teasing. The 4 of them were unable to utter a word. I won't say any more. Shin Junwoo took out his phone and checked. There were still 2 bars of signal. He immediately called up the payment code. Come on. Pay. Space ability, awesome. Beidang Chongdao gave a thumbs up in admiration and was the first to take out his mobile phone to transfer money. Feng Fantian followed suit with the transfer with an expressionless face. Although $1 billion hurts. But compared to my life, it's nothing. Bailey Shaiji, Shiman Tianzhua was reluctant, but he couldn't go back on his word in public, so he had to give the money. Thank you, boss. Boss, take your time to rest. I'll be waiting for you guys up ahead. If you get sieged again, just give me a shout. I'll be on the battlefield in 5 seconds. With 4 billion in hand, Shin Junwoo put away his phone with a triumphant laugh. However, you have to ask the family for some funds, preferably tens of billions. Only with money can you have confidence. Finished. Shin Junwoo was arrogant and left with a triumphant laugh. Bailey Shaiji was so angry that his back teeth were grinding. When had the Bailey family ever suffered such humiliation? It was always his Bailey family who collected money to save people. And today, a full 1 billion yuan was paid to Shin Junwoo. Every laugh of Shin Junwoo seemed to attack his pride and hurt his dignity. When he turned around in anger, Bailey Shaiji immediately sent out a location and attached an order: kill. Chapter 78, 6th level poisonous bees attack. 4 billion was obtained easily. Shin Junwoo led Lin Ju and his group forward, and couldn't help but look back at them from time to time. What are you looking at, you bastard? Su Fulei saw through Shin Junwoo's thoughts and immediately cursed, let alone 10 billion, we don't even have 100 million. Oh. You are such a bad guy, you actually set your sights on us? The cute Fong Lin finally understood what Shin Junwo meant by looking back from time to time. It's just physical compensation. Shin Junwo chuckled. Shut your stinky mouth. Sufil glared at her fiercely. If you don't take advantage of us, you'll die, right? Just a joke. Shin Junwo rolled his eyes, and with his spiritual detection, he discovered a cave not far ahead. He immediately said, "There's a cave ahead that can shelter us from the wind and rain. Rest up ahead tonight. Take advantage of this opportunity to consume the blood of the two 7th rank beast kings and break through to the 6th rank of the martial arts." Good. The 6 people in the group nodded. The 10,000 mountains were too dangerous, and the route they took avoided the group of 6th level alien beasts, and an accident also occurred. If we encounter believers of the Beast Soul Hall, there will definitely be a fierce battle. Without the 6th level of cultivation, it would be a life or death situation. 6 people practiced together. Shin Junwo was keeping watch at the cave entrance, studying the 3 elements returning to one method. When one's cultivation reaches the 5th level or above, the speed of advancement will be significantly slowed down. Whether it is martial arts or supernatural powers, it will take a long time to comprehend. Therefore, our ancestors developed a method to combine martial arts with supernatural powers, which is called spiritual martial arts. With the continuous improvement of spiritual martial arts, the practice of spiritual martial arts has also become mainstream, and its effect is even greater than that of ancient martial arts. The powerful spiritual martial arts not only allows one to simultaneously unleash martial arts and supernatural powers, but can also unleash an attack force that exceeds one's own limits. Keep studying. Near dawn. Shin Junwo has gained new insights into the use of martial arts chi and supernatural powers. However, the mystery of the 3 elements returning to one method that could unleash 10 times the combat power remained elusive. Shin Junwo has 4 special abilities. So there are 4 kinds of supernatural powers in the body. He could blend martial arts true energy with any kind of supernatural power, but he could not blend supernatural powers with each other, as he was extremely repulsive. At most, it can be injected into the cloud-breaking blade for a brief forced fusion. Aha! When purple air came from the east and the first ray of sunlight shone into the 10,000 mountains, Shin Junwo's earlobe twitched and a sharp buzzing sound approached rapidly. A mental scan. A dark, dense mass of something covered the sky and rolled towards where Shin Junwo and others were. Damn it, damn it. 6th level poisonous horn peak group. Shin Junwo stood up suddenly, his face extremely solemn. How could this terrifying insect race that lives deep in the Shirwan Mountains come to the outer area? It's quite interesting that the target is so accurate. Over the past 100 years, countless animals mutated and reproduced rapidly due to the revival of spiritual energy, causing a devastating blow to humans. A race of exotic beasts. The Zerg are the most terrifying, with countless numbers and the ability to penetrate any hole. The 6th level poisonous hornbee swarm is a mutation of the ox hornbee and is very poisonous. If a 6th level warrior is stung by it, he will immediately experience symptoms such as allergies, hallucinations, and neurasthenia. The combat effectiveness instantly dropped to less than 1/10. What's wrong? Lin Ju and others who were trying to reach the 6th level were awakened. Continue to break through. Only by successfully breaking through can you survive. Shin Junwo turned back solemnly. If you can't break through successfully before my true energy is exhausted, then this cave will be your grave. As soon as the words fell, the vanguard of the 6th order poisonous horn bees arrived. The buzzing sound was like that of fighter jets. It was so dense that it gave people goosebumps. It was impossible to tell the number at all. Roar! Shin Junwo took a deep breath and immediately used the Spinosaurus roar. Normal attacks are useless against Zerg. You can kill dozens or hundreds of them, but you can't kill thousands of them. Once there is a gap in their attack, they will be instantly annihilated by the poisonous bees, leaving no trace. Only sonic attacks and group attack skills can withstand it. Lin Ju and others became anxious. The 6th level poisonous horn bee swarm is attacking. Only those who successfully break through the 6th level and obtain the ability of true chi protection can fight. Fortunately, I acted together with Shin Junwo. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. However, Shin Junwo's sonic attack has limited lethality and consumes a lot of true energy, so it cannot last long. The true energy is exhausted. Shin Junwo can use space transfer to leave, but what about them? Continuously perform Spinosaurus roar. Shin Junwa's spiritual detection was also busy, but he was unable to find any trace of the queen bee that controlled the bee colony, which showed that this attack was not a simple one. I'm afraid it's the result of careful calculation. The king of a typical 6th level beast group is huge in size and cannot escape Shin Junwa's hunting. There are only Zerg, whose numbers are endless and even psychic powers cannot fully see through them. Are you trying to consume it intentionally? Shin Junwo probably understood what was going on. If Shin Junwo wants to leave, no one can stop him. But he had to consider the life and death of Lin Ju and the other 6 people, so he could only fight fiercely with constant consumption. Chapter 79: The Magical Uses of the Mountain and River Realm. There is no doubt that someone is plotting behind the scenes. It is hard to say whether the person behind this plot is Bailey Sheiji, Shiman Tianzhua, and others, or the Beast Soul Hall. If you don't find a way to break the deadlock. Regardless of whether they were plotting behind the scenes, Shin Junwo and his group were in danger. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Dongfang Bingyun's martial arts took the lead in breaking through to the 6th level of Martial Emperor Realm. Breakthrough in martial arts. Dongfang Bingyun used the true energy of martial arts as a guide to forcibly lead the spiritual power of the Ice Spirit Pearl into his body, allowing the Ice-type supernatural power to break through to the 6th level. Frost Seal. Dongfang Bingyun successfully broke through and jumped to the cave entrance. A palm strike out. The ice ability turned into frost power, freezing a large area of the 6th level poisonous horn bees and temporarily imprisoning the vanguard's poisonous bees. Ha, good. Look at my big wind blade. Shin Junwo shouted loudly, and instantly took possession of the cloud-breaking blade. He used his true energy to draw the wind in the area, creating a strong gust of wind. The howling wind slammed fiercely into Dongfang Bingyun's frost power, causing it to shatter on the spot. Countless poisonous bees died due to the shattered frost. Dongfang Bingyun was shocked. The extremely sophisticated use of martial arts true qi can indeed mobilize the power of nature, thereby enhancing the power of martial arts. But Shin Junwo's sword is too powerful. Oriental beauty, keep going. Shin Junwo laughed loudly, pulling Dongfang Bingyun back from shock. His big wind blade move contains the power of wind-type supernatural power, so it is naturally powerful and can attack and kill on a large area. Good. Dongfang Bingyun didn't think much about it. Shin Junwo could not view it with common sense. It's not surprising that the power of martial arts and psychic abilities can challenge opponents of higher levels, and that one can use the power of nature's wind to launch attacks that are beyond ordinary people's power. The two of them worked together. One freezes a large area, the other breaks the ice to kill. Not only do they cooperate well, but they also achieve remarkable results, and batches of poisonous bees continue to die. The Zerg wins in numbers and speed. The shortcomings are also extremely obvious, and the defense is extremely low. In a one-on-one fight, the combat power of a 6th level poisonous bee is not as good as that of a 4th level mutant. Shin Junwo, I deserve half the credit for your kill. Dongfang Bingyun was becoming more and more adept at it. He smiled and said, when we return to school, you have to give me half of your points. Sure. Shin Junwo raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, but you have to let me spank you. You bastard, Su Fu was right. Dongfang Bingyun glared at him fiercely, if you don't take advantage of us, you will die. I told you everything. I can't live without women. Shin Junwo nodded seriously, your family asked you to win me over, but you didn't take any action. Can you blame me? You who? Dongfang Bingyun was very depressed, so, it's our fault? We made you lonely. Oh my, how considerate. Shin Junwo smiled complacently, you are so considerate, you must be willing to agree, right? Go to hell. Dongfang Bingyun didn't want to talk anymore. Talking to Shin Junwo will shorten your life by 10 years. Not long after. Lin Ju, Nangong Qianyu, Fong Qiong, Fong Lin, and Su Fulei all made successful breakthroughs in their martial arts and came to the cave entrance to help kill. Unfortunately, even though they obtained enough spirit beads, it was not so easy to break through their supernatural powers. True Qi protects the body. They were not afraid of the sudden attack of the 6th level poisonous horn bees. They kept bombarding them with their supernatural powers. Together, they dealt a devastating blow to the poisonous bees, causing their numbers to decrease sharply. Protect yourself. The burden became a helper. Shin Junwo laughed loudly and rushed directly into the swarm of bees. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. This battle can only end if the 6th level poison horn queen bee is captured and killed. Break into the swarm. Shin Junwo used his spiritual realm to protect himself, and used the legendary cloud-breaking sword to hack and chop at the bee swarm, quickly defeating it. A few minutes later, Shin Junwo killed the endless and boundless swarm of bees one by one and finally found the location of the 6th-level poison horn queen bee. But the poison horned queen bee is very intelligent. It is always surrounded by a large group of guards and is constantly moving. Even someone as strong as Shin Junwo cannot kill it instantly. Space confinement, go! Shin Junwo couldn't attack it, but there were plenty of ways to deal with it. Under the spatial confinement, a large number of bee colonies were captured, but the poisonous horn queen bee still managed to escape. Damn it! Shin Junwo made up his mind and directly put the large number of bee colonies in the space confinement into the mountain and river boundary. If I can't kill him, can I trap him? The mountain and river realm is a spatial treasure. The space is endless and can accommodate the entire 100,000 mountains, let alone a mere bee colony. Strategic shift. The battle situation became ridiculous. The spatial confinement continued to be exerted, batches of bee colonies continued to disappear, and their numbers continued to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let us end it. After more than 10 times in a row, the 6th-level poison horn queen bee had nowhere to escape and hide, and was suppressed by Shin Junwo with space confinement and sent into the mountain and river realm. The sky suddenly became quiet, and it felt very comfortable to my ears. But Shin Junwo felt uncomfortable. The spiritual detection scanned at full power and soon discovered traces of Earth-type mutants burrowing underground in the ground below where the swarm of bees had attacked. In other words, these bee swarms were attracted by humans. I'm going to kill someone, what about you? Shin Junwo stood in the air and turned back suddenly with murderous intent. Chapter 80 I want you to die, you must die. Shin Junwo's words made Lin Ju and others' faces change drastically. They are not fools. The 6th-order poison hornbee that lives deep in the Shirwan Mountains suddenly appeared on the periphery and locked onto them and attacked. Someone must be playing tricks. Apart from the Beast Soul Palace, the only other people who could cause trouble are Bailey Sheiji, Shiman Tianzua, and the other 4. Never mind. I won T-Force you. Shin Junwo didn't wait for their answer and immediately moved away. Next second, Shin Junwo appeared at the camp where Bailey Sheiji, Shiman Tianzua, and the other 3 were temporarily staying. The 4 of them were packing up at this time. They seemed unaware that Shin Junwo and others were being besieged, and were also surprised to see Shin Junwo appear. When Shiman Tianzua saw Shin Junwo, he thought of the Thunder Sword and became furious. Mr. Shin, what are you doing here? I'm here to show you a way out. Shin Junwo spoke with a forced smile. Joke. Shiman Tianzua sneered coldly, just you? It doesn't matter if you don't understand or you pretend not to understand, I just have one thing to say. Shin Junwo waved his hand calmly. Admit your mistake before I turn around and leave, and I will let bygones be bygones. Are you fucking crazy? Shiman Tianzua replied angrily, what qualifications do you have to ask me and the others to admit our mistakes? You think too highly of yourself. Shin Junwo didn't say anything. Just looked at the 4 people quietly. About 10 seconds later, Shin Junwo also turned around and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The 4 of them were confused and felt something was wrong. Shin Junwo behaves eccentrically and fearlessly. Now that people are here to punish him, how could he leave so easily? After a moment of silence, Feng Fantian suddenly noticed Bailey Sheiji's serious expression, and finally understood what was going on. He immediately asked, Bailey Sheiji, is that you? Me what? Bailey Sheiji retorted on the spot, I have always been with you. How could I possibly do anything to that lunatic? It's better. Otherwise, you and I will probably have a hard time getting out of the Shirwan Mountains. Feng Fantian guessed it, but it was difficult to expose it. After a while, Lin Ju and his group of 6 chased after him and asked anxiously, has Shin Junwo been here? I came and left again. Feng Fantian asked worriedly, what happened over there? We were attacked by a level 6 venomous hornet, and Shin Junwo threatened to kill. Lin Ju asked solemnly, did you do this? Lin Ju, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Shiman Tianzua had guessed it and immediately denied it. The 4 of us have always been together, and no one has ever left. That's better. Lin Ju sighed secretly and didn't want to say more. The Beast Transformation Department just wanted to disrupt Shin Junwo's hunting process, but Shin Junwo killed thousands of people. It can be seen that Shin Junwo hates people who plot against him behind the scenes. If you say you will kill someone, you will definitely kill someone. The other side. Shin Junwoo moved through space and used mental detection to track it. It didn't take much effort for him to find the traces of the Earth-type mutants' Earth escape again. After pursuing them, they found a group of people stationed 30 kilometers away from Bailey Sheiji and others. Shin Junwoo recognized the leader. It is the underworld force entrenched in the War City, the leader of the Tianhu gang, Shin Tianhu, a peak 6th level Emperor-level beast transformation ability user. The 7 6th level warriors under his command are called the 7 Tigers, and one of them is an Earth-type mutant. Who? Shen Tianhu turned around suddenly, and the moment he saw Shin Junwoo, he couldn't help but step back. The leader of the Tianhu gang, Shen Tianhu. Shin Junwoo grinned. How do you want to die? What do you mean, boy? Shen Tianhu was startled and feigned innocence, saying, My Tianhu gang is hunting here. Do we have any grudge against you? No need to quibble. Others may not know, but I, Shin Junwoo, know it perfectly well. Your Tianhu gang is a dark force supported by the Bailey family, secretly serving the Bailey family's students at the War University. Shin Junwoo is a reborn person and has a god's perspective. The moment he saw Shen Tianhu, he knew that the mastermind behind the plot was Bailey Sheiji. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Shen Tianhu was shocked again. No one knew about the Bailey family's secret support except him and Chihu. How could a freshman who just arrived at the War University know so much? No need to quibble. I, Shin Junwoo, don't need evidence to act. Shin Junwoo smiled contemptuously, because, if I want you to die, you must die. Ha 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 ha. Shen Tianhu and Chihu burst into laughter. They have been roaming the martial arts world for many years, and this is the first time they have encountered such an ignorant kid who is even more arrogant than the heir of the Bailey family? If you don't know, you would think Shin Junwoo is the best in the world? Go! Shin Junwoo raised his hand and pointed. The mountain and river realm on the index finger of his right hand suddenly vibrated, and the 6th level poison horn beast trapped in it poured out like a tide. What? How is this possible? Shen Tianhu and Chihu's faces changed drastically as they kept retreating. How did the 6th order poisonous horn bee that they had lured to attack Shin Junwoo become Shin Junwoo's tool for revenge? Chapter 81 Revenge Never Waits. Shen Tianhu, Chihu was terrified. I have been in the martial arts world for so many years, but I have never encountered such a strange thing. Ah, I get it. Tu-Hu, one of the 7 tigers, suddenly pointed at Shin Junwoo in horror. You are a follower of the Beast Soul Temple. You actually defected to the Beast Soul Temple? Beast Soul Hall believers? What a rich imagination. Shin Junwoo couldn't help but laugh. The Beast Soul Hall is not even worthy of carrying my shoes, so what qualifications do they have for me to join them? You're not a follower of the Beast Soul Hall, so how could you possibly control a 6th rank Venom Hornet? Tu-Hu just felt that he was extremely stupid. He actually led strange beasts to attack a person who had the ability to control strange beasts? Who told you that only people from the Beast Soul Hall can control exotic beasts? Shin Junwoo smiled confidently. Thanks to your master, I, Shin Junwoo, have also gained the ability to control strange beasts. Now, go to hell. As soon as the words fell, all the bee swarms he had collected into the mountain and river realm rushed out and attacked Shin Tianhu and his 8 companions in an overwhelming manner. When looking for their traces, Shin Junwoo used mind control on the 6th level Poison Horn Queen bee. Unexpectedly, the Poison Horn Queen bee with weak combat power also had weak willpower, and it took almost no effort to successfully control the Poison Horn Queen bee. Moreover, it can be easily controlled without much mental effort. After controlling the queen bee, the bee colony also fell under Shin Junwoo's control and he could drive it at his will. 7th brother, hurry up. Chen Tianhu knew very well how powerful the Zerg were, and anxiously urged Tu-Hu to use the Earth Escape technique. Yes, big brother. Tu-Hu received the order and immediately used his Earth-related abilities. But the Earth-based ability he displayed this time was unable to communicate with the Earth. Not only was he unable to lead others to burrow underground, he himself could not even burrow underground. It's the spiritual realm. Chen Tianhu sensed it. In the area where they were, a powerful spiritual force covered the earth. How naive. You actually want to escape from someone with psychic and spatial abilities? Shin Junwoo stood outside the battlefield, smiling as he lit a cigarette and puffed out a puff of smoke. Damn it, damn it. Fight hard, don't hold back. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Shin Tianhu had no choice but to fight to the death. The number of bee swarms is terrifying. But the combat effectiveness is very low. Among the 8 of them, his cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level, and the other 7 are all in the late 6th level, so it is not so easy for them to be defeated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to lead the swarm of bees to where Shin Junwo and others were. However, they forgot that Shin Junwo was the most terrifying existence, and even the 6th level Beast King could not escape his hunting. When 8 people were fighting fiercely, Shin Junwo suddenly withdrew his spiritual realm, used all his mental strength to control the Shinyen sword, and used space teleportation to assist in the attack. There was only a pop sound. Tu Hu was stabbed from behind by the Yenshin Dao during the fierce battle and died on the spot. Ah! Seventh brother! Chen Tianhu and the other 6 tigers were furious, but it was too late. Since Tu Hu was dead, they could not escape by escaping underground. Shin Junwo no longer had any concerns and used all his strength to control the Yenshin Dao to launch a sneak attack on them. With the help of space transmission, the Yenshin sword can not only hide the blade, but also appear at any space node, making it impossible to defend against. Coupled with the fierce attacks and harassment from the bee swarm, the members of the Tianhu gang were in a miserable state. A few minutes later, 3 more people were killed by Shin Junwo's Yenshin Dao, which pierced through their chests. 15 minutes later, Chen Tianhu was the only one left in the Tianhu gang, relying on the epic Black Tiger Beast Soul ability to hold on. I'll give you a chance. Shin Junwo stopped attacking and said calmly, testify against Bailey Sheiji and I will spare your life. You want me to betray you? Dream on. Chen Tianhu refused without any hesitation. Why? Shin Junwo sighed without surprise. The Bailey family is very ruthless and the forces they secretly support mostly do shameful things that are not allowed to be seen in public, so they have strong control. If they dare to betray, their families will die. On the contrary, the family will be able to receive care, support, and even training from the hundreds of noble families. No persuasion is effective. Then he can only die. Shin Junwo summoned the cloud-breaking blade and leaped into the swarm of bees, engaging Chen Tianhu head-on. One hit against the other. Shin Junwo used his mental control and spatial confinement again. Even a 6th-level martial arts master could not resist Shin Junwo's fatal combination skills and was killed after struggling for less than 10 seconds. Successfully killed. The swarm of bees instantly destroyed the bodies of the 8 people. In a short while, only skeletons were left of the 8 people. Aha! Shin Junwo's eyes moved. After the swarm of bees devoured the flesh and blood of 8 people, their strength actually increased? That is to say, can this batch of 6th-order poison horn bees be continuously cultivated? Thinking of this, Shin Junwo immediately took them back into the mountain and river realm and let them gnaw on the corpses of the 6th-level beast kings and many exotic beasts hunted in the Death Abyss. Sure enough, it's true. After the phone group devoured a large number of corpses of exotic beasts, their strength grew very rapidly, and the combat power of a single one almost reached the level of an ordinary 5th-level exotic beast. More important, they also have the flavor of mutation and evolution again. At this time, Bailey Sheiji, Lin Ju and others followed and were horrified when they saw the white bones on the ground. Bailey Sheiji's expression changed the most, and he pointed at Shin Junwo with anger. Mr. Shin, you actually killed them? Oh. Shin Junwo turned around with a playful look. Master Bailey, do you know them? Do you know who they are? Chapter 82. Why do you have to kill people yourself? Bailey Sheiji immediately realized that there was something wrong with his words. But this was just a small matter, so he immediately argued, they are from the War City Tianhu gang. We met them on the road. Is that so? It seems that Master Bailey has a close relationship with the people of the Tianhu gang. Only a skeleton is left, and there are no clothes to identify the identity. How could Master Bailey recognize it? Shin Junwo smiled playfully, then was suddenly startled. Ah! I understand. Mr. Bailey has been in contact with them and knows their exact location. That makes sense, right? Ridiculous, ridiculous. This is the Shirwan Mountains, the base camp of the strange beasts. How many people dare to enter the Shirwan Mountains? Bailey Sheiji calmly retorted, all along the way, we've only encountered 8 people from the Tianhu gang. Who else could it be besides them? Yes, we have only encountered 8 people from the Tianhu gang along the way. Shiman Tianzua immediately took over and strongly accused Shin Junwo. Mr. Shin, you were so bold that you dared to kill someone? The Tianhu gang has established itself in War City and has been supporting the war line for many years. They have killed countless alien beasts for humans. They are heroes of the Dragon Nation. How dare you kill them? You guys are right. But isn't the crime you've pinned on me too heavy? Master Bailey, Master Shiman, what makes you think I killed them? Shin Junwo smiled slightly and asked, which eye of yours saw it? Or in other words, do you have any evidence to prove that I killed someone? The air of a distinguished family, you're biting people with all your might. You? Bailey Sheiji, Shiman Tianzhuo was insulted, but he was speechless. Yes. They didn't see it with their own eyes. Only skeletons were left of Chen Tianhu and his 8 companions. Although they knew that it was Shin Junwo who was responsible, they had no evidence to accuse Shin Junwo of murder. Some people have a human appearance but a dog's mouth. Shin Junwo glared sarcastically and warned, remember this, if you dare to bite someone without any reason next time, you will die. Bailey Sheiji, Shiman Tianzhuo was so angry that his face turned blue, but he couldn't say a word. Looking at the frustration of the two of them, Shin Junwo increasingly felt that the plan to cultivate a 6th-order poison hornbee was very important. The aristocratic family is powerful. Ancient martial arts are mysterious. The Dragon Kingdom can check and balance the world and all parties, so it is naturally not weak. If you want to gain the support of Longua, you need to have evidence in everything you do, and you must not be caught with murder or evidence of a crime. If you don't want to leave any evidence, you have to use a knife to kill someone. A genius from an aristocratic family. How ridiculous. Shin Junwo made up his mind, glanced at everyone, and then moved away with a sad laugh. Lin Ju felt guilty. Shin Junwo came to save her sister, but was ambushed and he was unable to help. Dongfang Bingyun, Su Fulei and others felt bad about this. They knew what was going on but could not help, and had to pretend not to know. No wonder Shin Junwo left in anger. People like them are not worthy of Shin Junwo's support. After leaving, Shin Junwo continued to move through the void into the depths of the 10,000 mountains. The pursuit lasted for a day and a night. There was still no trace of the Beast Soul Hall, which only meant that they had already penetrated deep into the 10,000 mountains. It will take a while. Shin Junwo and Lin Ju and others opened up a distance of nearly 300 kilometers and fell into the territory of a 6th-level centipede, intending to let the poisonous bees devour the centipede group. The centipedes are already extremely poisonous, and I believe that the venomous wasps will become even stronger and more poisonous. The combination of mind control, space confinement, and the cloud-breaking sword instantly locked onto the 6th-level Centipede King. The 10 Zhanlong Centipede King was cut in half by Shin Junwo's sword before he could even struggle, and died on the spot. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing the 6th-level Centipede King and obtaining a new entry. When you are at home, disaster may come from the sky legend. Yellow Mist Poison Gas Epic. Poison Resistant Body Epic. Flying and Hiding Epic. Centipede's Claw Epic. Golden Light Shield Legend. Shin Junwo's old face twitched. A legendary person was sitting at home, and disaster came from the sky. Could he be so unlucky? Makes him look like a disaster? Bite. System detection. The 6th-level Centipede King entry, Centipede Claw Epic, can be integrated with the host's spatial ability second skill Spaceblade to evolve into Space 100 Blades. System detection. The 6th-level Centipede King entry, the Golden Bell Cover Legend, can be integrated with the host's 4th spatial ability skilled Space Confinement to evolve into the Space God Cover. The confinement range is wider and the defense is stronger. Can it be integrated? Shin Junwo was shocked. Could this 6th-rank Centipede King be the great-grandson of the 100-eyed Demon Lord in Journey to the West? Remember that the 100-eyed Demon King has eyes under his armpits that can produce the magical power of Golden Light technique, which even Monkey King's Iron Head can't break. The Golden Light Shield of the Centipede King has the same effect. Fusion. And added entries: Yellow Mist Poison Gas Epic, Poison Resistant Body Epic, Flying and Hiding Epic. Shin Junwo was overjoyed and gave the order. How could he not want the improvement in strength that was delivered to his doorstep? Rapid integration. Shin Junwo clearly felt that his spatial ability had become more powerful, so he raised his hand and used the 100 Blades of Space move. Boom! 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 With a wave of his hand, hundreds of blades condensed from the power of space shot out in an instant, continuously bombarding the centipedes that were besieging him. Hundreds of centipedes were knocked to the ground in an instant. The combat effectiveness has been improved by more than a little bit. The most useless space blade evolved into Space 100 Blades, instantly becoming a killer move, making Shin Junwoo eager to experiment with the Space God shield? Chapter 83, 18 Seats of the Beast Soul Hall. Before that, although spatial confinement is useful, however, the range of confinement is not large, about the size of a room of 70 to 80 square meters, and it can be easily broken by a 6th level Beast King. If it weren't for the blessing of mental control, the 6th level Beast King could not be killed by spatial confinement alone. Extend your palms. The Space Divine Shield immediately aimed at the large number of 6th order centipedes that pounced on it again. With a loud bang, the void continued to shake, and a golden wall appeared out of thin air, completely confining the 100 square meter space in front. Among them, the 6th order centipede immediately fell into the painful shock of lack of oxygen, and was unable to break the Space God shield, and its defense power increased by more than 10 times. Terrible Ascension. The terrifying God-level entry system. As long as he continues hunting, Shin Junwoo's 4 supernatural powers will be perfected. Next second, Shin Junwoo continued to shrink the space shield, and hundreds of centipedes trapped in it were directly crushed to death by the space. The spatial ability, whose attack power is weaker than the psychic ability, has finally recovered. Space Divine Shield. Space 100 Blades have all become group attack skills. Combined with Shin Junwoo's martial arts and spiritual abilities, he single-handedly defeated the 3006th Order centipedes. When Shin Junwoo released the poison horn wasp, the centipede situation became even worse. Half an hour. The 3000 level 6 centipedes were annihilated, with only a few escaping. There are many poisonous horn bees, but they are too small to eat the 6th level centipede cleanly in one go. Therefore, Shin Junwoo put the centipede's corpse into the mountain and river realm and continued to hunt the group of poisonous 6th level alien beasts to be devoured by the poisonous horn bees. Along the way, Shin Junwoo destroyed the territories of the 6th level sky poison scorpion, black jade spider, blue-eyed python, black fire ant, blue sky bee, and golden armor mantis. The poison horn bees in the mountain and river realm were almost bursting, and successfully entered the mutation period. 3 days later, Shin Junwoo came to the core mountain range of the 10,000 mountains, and in front of him was the living range of the 7th level monsters. Humans are divided into 9 levels. The 7th level is a big hurdle. There aren't many level 6 experts, let alone level 7 Zune level experts. Moreover, only people with epic talents can reach the 7th level of cultivation, and the same goes for exotic beasts. Therefore, even in the 100,000 mountains and the endless sea, it is difficult for a group of strange beasts to be promoted to the 7th level in a group. Therefore, for beasts above level 7, there is no distinction between ordinary, elite, and beast king. Any exotic beast that can be promoted to the 7th level is a beast king with extremely high bloodline talent. Even if there is no group of 7th level exotic beasts, humans still seem insignificant in front of strange beasts. Any 7th level Zune level beast king is enough to destroy a 3rd tier city, such as Tsungyun City. The director of the Genie Bureau only has the cultivation level of the 4th level peak. How can he stop the 7th level Zune level beast king? As strong as Shin Junwoo. When faced with the survival area of the 7th level Zune level beast king, they could only stop. What's strange is that Shin Junwoo searched the area with 6 level alien beasts within more than 2,000 miles, but found no trace of the believers of the Beast Soul Hall? I didn't see them come to look for me on their own initiative. I wonder what they are planning. These bastards, aren't they in the territory of the 7th level exotic beasts? Shin Junwoo looked ahead, undecided for a moment. It is very dangerous for people with spatial abilities to enter this kind of ghost place. Only the perverts and the waste hunter team dare to wander there. Shock. It turns out that Shin Junwoo, the dual-element prodigy who slaughters strange beasts as easily as chopping melons and vegetables and regards geniuses from aristocratic families as ants, also has places he dares not go. At this moment, a giggling girl in red walked out of a dark jungle. The girl in red is not only wearing red, but her skin is also red, as if she has a skin disease, just like the Fire Ghost King in Chinese Paladin 3. Beast Soul Hall, the 18th believer, Xuemei. Shin Junwoo's eyes flickered, and he immediately burst into laughter. It seems that you, the Beast Soul Hall, are not that great. You kidnapped me and forced me to come here, but you didn't even dare to show your true form? Oh. Xuemei was startled and said in surprise, I never thought that the peerless genius Shin Junwoo actually knew me? Shin Junwoo smiled softly and did not answer. 18 believers of the Beast Soul Hall have awakened the special ability Blood Shadow Clone. The foundation of this power is Shadow. Although she is a special type, her combat power is extremely weak. Her greatest ability is to use blood to create blood shadow clones. He sneaks around using clones and is a good messenger. In other words, what appeared in front of Shin Junwoo was just a clone of Shui Mei. Mr. Shin, if you wanna make fun of me, just laugh. This is deep in the 100,000 mountains. Even I, the Beast God Temple, have to be cautious. It's normal that I don't dare to appear before Mr. Shin. Shui Mei waved her hand and said bluntly, we invited Mr. Shin's friends to be our guests this time because we actually need Mr. Shin's help. Who told Mr. Shin to ruin our cooperation with the Dark Temple? Don't talk so pompously. If you want to kidnap and threaten me to do something for you, just tell me straight up, why are you being your guest? Shin Junwo smiled calmly, what is your purpose? Just tell me. Chapter 84 God-Level Bloodline. Mr. Shin, there's no need to get angry. The way we invited you here was not entirely fair, but this task cannot be accomplished without a space power user, but... Shui Mei smiled slightly and said earnestly, as long as Mr. Shin is willing to cooperate, we will not only release Lin Shuang and the others unconditionally, but we will also give Mr. Shin a share of the benefits. Do you think I'm stupid? Shin Junwoo replied with a sneer. The real person hid in the dark and sent a clone to negotiate with Shin Junwoo because he was afraid that Shin Junwoo would take the opportunity to save people and he would lose the bargaining chip to threaten him. Mr. Shin is certainly not stupid. Shui Mei smiled interestingly, but does Mr. Shin have the right to choose? Okay, be direct. Shin Junwoo said coldly, if I don't do something for you first, you can't bring people to me, right? Mr. Shin is straightforward. People with spatial abilities can go anywhere. Not only do we not dare to bring them to Mr. Shin, we also don't dare to let Mr. Shin get any clues. Shui Mei said bluntly, so, we can only trouble Mr. Shin to cooperate first. We can swear to the Beast God that we will release the person immediately if we succeed. Since Mr. Shin knows me, he must be very familiar with the Beast Soul Hall and knows that we would never do anything to damage the reputation of Lord Beast God. Oh, okay. Who calls me kind? Shin Junwoo sighed helplessly and obeyed helplessly, tell me, what's the matter? Actually, it's not a big deal. Shui Mei smiled slightly and said, I wonder if Mr. Shin has ever heard of a strange beast called the Thunder Dragon King in the Shirwan Mountains? What, are you crazy? Shin Junwoo's whole body trembled when he heard the name of Thunder Dragon King. He is one of the kings of the 100,000 mountains, a god-level beast king with the blood of a divine beast. Mr. Shin, calm down. The Thunder Dragon King is such a formidable being that even if our Lord Beast God were to be resurrected, he wouldn't necessarily be its match. How dare we attack it? Shui Mei smiled and said, Mr. Shin, you may not know that this Thunder Dragon King is a female. A little Dragon King was born not long ago. What? Shin Junwoo was shocked and his eyes rolled around. What a courage, what a terrifying intelligence network, they can even detect something like the Thunder Dragon King giving birth to a child. Thinking of this, Shin Junwoo was suddenly stunned. The son of the Thunder Dragon King must be of divine bloodline. The Beast Temple went to great lengths to force him to come here in order to steal the son of the Thunder Dragon King. In the entire Beast God Temple, the only person who was qualified and can bear the Thunder Attribute God-level bloodline must be the amazingly talented Saintess of the Beast Soul Temple. It seems that Mr. Shin has already guessed it. Shui Mei continued, if the plan succeeds, the little Dragon King's soul will belong to my Beast Soul Hall, and his body will belong to Mr. Shin. You have made a good calculation. Even if you find a way to lure the Thunder Dragon King away, the little Dragon King is protected by an 8th rank Saint Beast King. Shin Junwoo sneered, those with spatial abilities can go anywhere, but they're not gods. Why would I die to save others? Mr. Shin's concerns are not without reason. My Beast Soul Hall wants the little Dragon King alive, so how could we not consider Mr. Shin's life? If Mr. Shin can't survive, then this mission will be declared a failure. Shui Mei spoke confidently, as long as Mr. Shin agrees, someone from my Beast Soul Hall will take Mr. Shin safely to the Dragon's Lair, and Mr. Shin's mission is to return. Understood. Shin Junwoo nodded. They have the ability to reach the Dragon Cave, but after suppressing the little Dragon King, they cannot escape. We must rely on Shin Junwoo's power to get it back. If that's the case, it seems like we can't play. After quick thought, Shin Junwoo said solemnly, my spatial ability is only at level 5. Even if I use all my strength to perform a spatial shift, the maximum distance is no more than 100 miles, and it cannot last long. If I were to be pursued by an 8th rank Saint Beast King, I wouldn't be able to escape even with this speed of movement. I don't mind dying, but it would be disastrous if I ruined the Beast Temple's plans. Mr. Shin is really good at asking for a higher price. Shuemei smiled and said, since our beast god temple dares to do this, we are naturally fully prepared. 3 5th order Space Beast King Spirit Beads and 1 6th order Space Beast King Spirit Bead are enough to allow Mr. Shin to upgrade his space ability to the 6th order, right? Fuck. Shin Junwoo was just testing her casually, and Shuemei directly agreed to give him benefits? How long has the Beast Soul Hall been preparing its plan? He is willing to give away even the spatial ability Spirit Beads, and is determined to get the little Dragon King. Mr. Shin, please. My Beast Soul Hall's escort is 200 miles ahead. Once Mr. Shin arrives, he will naturally receive the Space Spirit Pearl that my hall has prepared for you. Shuemei bowed and made a gesture of invitation. Shin Junwoo was stunned. The Beast Soul Hall is afraid that he will turn against them after obtaining the Space Spirit Pearl and abandon the lives of Lin Shuang and others. The escort in front is confident that he can send Shin Junwoo to the Dragon Cave and must be an 8th level strongman. As long as Shin Junwoo goes there, he will fall into their control and won't be able to leave even if he wants to. Chapter 85 Seeking the Skin of a Tiger. But if Shin Junwoo didn't go, not only would he not be able to obtain the Space Spirit Pearl, he would also not be able to rescue Lin Shuang and others. This risk has to be taken. What's even more outrageous is that they even took the War University into account. The War University would never have thought that the real target of the Beast Soul Hall was the little Dragon King. They just thought that the Beast Soul Hall wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate Shin Junwoo, a potential threat. Even if the War University sent an 8th level expert to support, it would be too late to reach where Shin Junwoo was. If you refuse, the 8th level strongman from the Beast Soul Hall will arrive soon and take control of the situation at any time. Good. Shin Junwoo had no choice but to agree. Then I wish Mr. Shin success in advance. As soon as Shuemei finished speaking, her body immediately turned into a pool of blood and flowed into the earth. Very cautious. Shin Junwoo sighed helplessly. He would rather destroy his own clone than give Shin Junwoo any chance to track him. How cruel. A few moves. Shin Junwoo sensed the wild aura of an 8th level being, with a murderous intent and a wild appearance, more like a strange beast than a strange beast. Earth Liger. Shin Junwoo's expression changed. One of the 3 elders of the Beast Soul Hall, the Lion Tiger Saint, possesses the mutant beast power of the Earth 2-headed Lion Tiger Beast. Good boy. It's fine that you know Shuemei, one of the 18th followers of the Beast Soul Hall, but you even know my name so clearly? A vigorous and powerful voice sounded, and an old man holding a double-headed cane with a lion beast and a tiger head in his hands appeared in front of Shin Junwoo in a flash. It's a coincidence. My master, Yang Kongxian, once talked about our senior, saying that he was already 100 years old and didn't have many years left to live. Shin Junwoo grinned and said fearlessly, it seems that senior really doesn't have many years left to live. It wouldn't be a pity if he died in the Shirwan Mountains. Boy, you? The Lion and Tiger Saint was so angry that his face twitched and his crutches creaked. But in the end I endured it. He also waved his hand and handed the promised Space Spirit Bead to Shin Junwoo. Can you tolerate this? It seems that the Beast Soul Hall paid a huge price for this action and really lured away the god-level Thunder Dragon King. Shin Junwoo chuckled and said, thank you, senior, the Beast Soul Hall is indeed generous. Please be patient and wait for a moment. We will set off early tomorrow morning. When the time comes, I will use my spiritual power to clear a path and ensure that you and I can safely resist the Dragon Cave. Would you be so kind? The Lion and Tiger Saint looked at Shin Junwoo suspiciously. How dare you not be attentive, boy? I've already fallen into the hands of the senior. Let alone the 6th order spatial ability, even if I break through to the 7th order, I can't escape the senior's palm. Shin Junwoo answered frankly, more importantly, this is already the core mountain range of the 100,000 mountains, and you can see 7th and 8th level venerable and saint level beast kings everywhere. Without the protection of the seniors, do you have a chance to escape? You're a smart kid. The Lion and Tiger Saint waved his hand and immediately walked away, allowing Shin Junwoo to absorb the Space Spirit Bead in peace. Shin Junwoo did not delay either. It hovered on the ground and absorbed the Space Spirit Pearl, but did not use the devouring ability to help. This old fellow was one of the 3 elders of the Beast Soul Hall. Decades ago, he was an 8th rank saint level beast transformation mutant with extremely sharp eyes. Using the 3rd ability in front of such a person will easily be discovered. The spiritual power of the Space Spirit Bead enters the body. Shin Junwoo's spatial ability improved easily and quickly. The 3 Beast King Spirit Beads allowed his spatial ability to reach the peak of the 5th level. Unlike martial arts, by refining the strange power contained in the bones of the burial god stream, one can challenge opponents of higher levels. Unlike psychic powers, it is not enhanced by the spirit skull and has the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. The resources required for promotion are much less than martial arts and psychic powers. After completely absorbing the 6th level Space Beast King Spirit Bead, Shin Junwo's space ability directly broke through the 6th level. Shin Junwo sensed it secretly. The spatial ability has successfully broken through the 6th level, and the distance of a space shift can reach about 300 miles, which is qualified to give it a try. Aha! When Shin Junwo stood up, there was a vibration in the mountain and river realm. The 6th level poisonous horn bees that built the hive not only completed the mutation, but also tripled in number. Shin Junwo was shocked. After the mutation was completed, the poison hornbee created a very terrifying new poison. It seemed as if the venom of the 6th level sky poison scorpion, black jade spider, green-eyed python, black fire ant, blue sky bee, and golden armored mantis were fused together. The wings on the back turned golden yellow, like golden armor. The 6 legs evolved into the sharp claws of the golden mantis, greatly enhancing its attack power. The most terrifying thing is the stinger on the bee's butt. It is dazzling and contains extremely toxic poison. Even a 7th level Holy Beast King may not be able to withstand it? Although it is still at level 6, it has completely transcended the category of poison hornbee and should be called 6-blade sky hornbee. The bee colony completes its mutation. And with the birth of new bees, Shin Junwo is now more confident. Senior, let's go. Shin Junwo finished his training and strode forward with a sneer. Old guy, let us see who kills whom. It's not like he hasn't killed an 8th level Holy Beast transformation mutant before, right? Chapter 86 Who uses whom? One old man and one young man. They moved forward with their own ulterior motives, constantly passing through the edges of the territories of the major 7th level Beast Kings. The old man's beast soul, the 2-headed lion tiger of the earth, was indeed overbearing, worthy of being a beast soul second only to the bloodline of divine beasts. Just a slight display of his wildness was enough to shock those venerable Beast Kings. The journey was smooth all the way. Shin Junwo lay completely flat, without even having to walk. The old man used his spiritual power to support him throughout the whole process, and he moved forward like riding a plane. This is enough to show that the lion and tiger saint was very afraid of Shin Junwo's spatial ability and was always on guard against Shin Junwo's escape. But the lion and tiger saint's spiritual power is consumed very quickly. If he encounters a major battle, he will probably run out of spiritual power and be in danger. A few hours later, the two entered an area with a more complex environment, more rugged terrain, and inhabited by top-level beast kings. Shin boy, it's your turn. The lion tiger saint suddenly let go of Shin Junwo. Use your spirit to detect and hurry along. If you encounter any dangerous terrain, use space teleportation to cross it. Senior, this is not good. After all, my spatial ability is only at level 6. If I overuse it, after we successfully steal the little dragon king, we won't have enough spiritual power to escape and will have to ascend to heaven. Shin Junwo deliberately took a difficult approach. Just do it if you're told to. The lion and tiger saint gave a cold and unyielding order. Shin Junwo's spatial ability will be consumed, and his beast-like spiritual power will be consumed even more. In comparison, he would rather consume Shin Junwo's spatial ability. All right. Shin Junwo had no choice but to agree. Very obedient, very well behaved, using spiritual detection to make his way. Not long after, a strange place covered by white fog appeared in front of us, hiding countless abysses, named White Fog Abyss. Shin Junwo immediately used the space transfer to move away with the lion and tiger saint. Next second, Shin Junwo jumped out of the space node and landed on a huge rock. Standing under the huge mouth of a top-level 7th level beast king, the mighty King Kong bear. This beast has brown and yellow fur all over its body, and its claws are shining with gold. It is over 2 meters tall when sitting, and is sleeping soundly while sitting, drooling. The saliva kept dripping onto the head of the lion and tiger saint, making the lion and tiger saint's face twisted with anger, but he didn't dare to make any sound. I feel extremely depressed. Good opportunity. Yenshin sword, go. Shin Junwo smiled secretly, and immediately used his mental power to activate the Yenshin sword, shooting directly at the huge mouth of the powerful King Kong bear. Sudden appearance. Sudden attack. The lion and tiger saint's old heart almost stopped. But he didn't dare to make a sound and could only curse in his heart. You bastard, you are so brave that you dared to attack the top-level mighty King Kong bear with the 5th-level cultivation? This is not the way to commit suicide. Just when the invisible Yen Shindao was about to kill the mighty King Kong bear's face, the sleeping mighty King Kong bear suddenly woke up and bit down hard, closing the wound quickly. The extremely sharp golden teeth successfully bit the handle of the invisible Yenshin sword with a click. Asshole, asshole. The Lion Tiger Saint knew that the top-level Beast Kings were not so easy to be ambushed, so he was forced to immediately unleash the 8th-level Saint-level Beast transformation pressure to suppress the powerful King Kong bear, and punched it hard on the heart. At the same time, Shin Junwoo immediately used his 100 blades of space. Waves of spatial force continuously bombarded the hilt of the Yenshin sword. In an instant, the forceful impact of dozens of space blades finally allowed the Yenshin sword to shatter the golden tooth defense of the mighty King Kong bear. With a puff sound, the Yenshin sword pierced through the back of the mighty King Kong bear's head. Bite. Congratulations to the host for being so daring as to kill the 7th-level Beast King, the mighty King Kong bear, and obtaining a new entry. Bad Luck Epic. Nank Yiming Epic. Fate of the Tai Sui Legend. 3 consecutive entries made Shin Junwoo's face twitch. What a huge opportunity was wasted for such a high-level monster to have 3 unlucky entries. Moreover, it is the legendary fate of offending Tai Sui? However, the next entry is surprising. Vidrapam Epic. Akala Body Epic. Mighty King Kong Bear Bloodline Epic. Mighty King Kong Bear Beast Soul Epic. Friendly reminder from the system, King Kong Bear Bloodline Epic, the host can directly add fusion. Because the host obtains 3 epic bloodline entries, it can be purified once. In addition, the Mighty King Kong Bear Beast Soul Epic can activate beast transformation abilities. System, adding entries, Powerful Vidrapam Epic, Akala Body Epic, Powerful Vidra Bear Bloodline Epic. Shin Junwoo thought about it quickly, and finally endured it and put the entry of Mighty King Kong Bear Beast Soul into the entry library. Bite. The host successfully added new entries, Vidrapam Epic and Akala Body Epic. Bite. The host successfully integrated the epic King Kong Bear bloodline, and his physical fitness and martial arts talent were greatly improved, and he was given an opportunity to purify his bloodline. Purification in progress. Boy, you want to die, right? The Lion and Tiger Saint finally came to his senses and grabbed Shin Junwoo's neck with murderous intent. Chapter 87 Free Thugs. Cough, cough, cough. Shin Junwoo coughed repeatedly as he was pinched, and spoke with difficulty. Senior, the position of the spatial node after the spatial shift is not under my control. You fart. How could the Lion and Tiger Saint believe Shin Junwoo? Even if it was a coincidence, it couldn't be such a coincidence that he would appear directly under the huge mouth of the mighty King Kong bear? If it weren't for this mighty King Kong bear eating his sleep, he wouldn't have been able to kill it in such a short time, let alone Shin Junwoo, a 5th-level ant? If you don't believe me, then kill me. Shin Junwoo sneered inwardly and gave up. You? The Lion and Tiger Saint was extremely angry, but he had no choice but to let go. Why are you angry, senior? This was a close call. Shin Junwoo rubbed his neck and immediately put the corpse of the mighty King Kong bear into the mountain and river realm. The Lion and Tiger Saint's expression changed. In the end, Shin Junwoo was not forced to hand over the body. The road ahead cannot be separated from Shin Junwoo, stealing the little Dragon King cannot be separated from Shin Junwoo, and the road to escape cannot be separated from Shin Junwoo. He doesn't want to cause any trouble. This is just the first time, never again. The Lion and Tiger Saint warned fiercely. Sure. Shin Junwoo nodded repeatedly in assurance. But inwardly I was laughing, how could it be just this once? If he doesn't seize the God-given opportunity, Shin Junwoo will have lived in vain. This is the top-level noble beast king mighty King Kong bear, whose strength is extremely terrifying. The general 8th-level Saint-level early-stage mutants can only flee in front of him. It is much more powerful than the Golden Flame Eagle and the Black Ice Red Bird, which possess ultimate power. They are only at the early stage of the venerable level, while the mighty King Kong bear is at the peak of the venerable level. If the Lion and Tiger Saint was not strong enough and had not dealt a fatal blow to the mighty King Kong bear, how could Shin Junwoo have had the chance to kill him? Not only will you fail to kill him, you will also lose your life. Where can you find such a powerful free thug? Wouldn't you take the opportunity to make a lot of money? Bite. The system has completed the blood purification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary blood spirit Mad Bear bloodline, which has the ability to go berserk. The body went berserk and the blood and energy increased 3 times. Shin Junwoo has already felt the improvement in his martial arts. The integration of the mighty King Kong Bear's bloodline allowed his martial arts to reach the peak level of the 5th level in one fell swoop. The Blood Soul Mad Bear bloodline should be the 6th level Green Flame Mad Ape's entry, the evolution of the Demon Ape Madness, the Demon Ape bloodline and the mighty King Kong Bear bloodline through a perfect fusion. The Dragon bloodline had almost no effect. This shows. Shin Junwoo also wants to use the Lion and Tiger Saint to hunt top-level Beast Kings for him, continuously improve the power of his bloodline, and enrich the entry library. 3 epic entries, purified to legendary level. Can those 3 legendary ones be purified to mythical levels? Logically, this powerful King Kong Bear should have a legendary talent, but because of the explosion of bloodline attributes and beast soul attributes, its grade was lowered. I hope the next one will be a surprise. Keep going. The Lion and Tiger Saint is very wary of Junwoo. But in order to save spiritual power and physical strength, he had to rely on Shin Junwoo's ability to cross. Haha, I found it. About an hour later, when Shin Junwoo was moving in space, his spiritual detection quickly locked onto the target and he could have landed at a space node 30 miles away. The distance was immediately shortened by 20 miles, and once again fell into the lair of a top-level Supreme Beast King. Asshole, you. The Lion and Tiger Saint's eyes flashed, and anger rose from the bottom of his heart, but he had no time to blame Shin Junwoo. Because this top-level Beast King 9 Nether White Tiger was not sleeping, he discovered someone breaking into the cave and immediately launched an attack. The Lion and Tiger Saint had no time to blame Shin Junwoo and launched the Beast Soul True Body attack on the spot. Senior, what a great opportunity! Shin Junwoo hid behind the Lion and Tiger Saint, laughing as he used his mental attack to create an opportunity for the Lion and Tiger Saint to kill him. The 9 Nether White Tiger is very powerful, slightly stronger than the mighty King Kong Bear, but it is no match for the Lion and Tiger Saint. Shin Junwoo launched a sneak attack with a mental attack, and it was caught off guard. Although it did not suffer any actual damage, its mind was briefly dazed. The Lion and Tiger Saint seized the opportunity and instantly broke through the 9 Nether White Tiger's defense with several heavy blows and dealt it a heavy blow. Among the 10,000 mountains, the deeper they are, the stronger the existence is. This place is not far from the location of the 8th level Saint Beast King. The Lion and Tiger Saint did not dare to hold back at all. He had to kill the 9 Nether White Tiger instantly to not reveal his whereabouts. After a series of heavy blows, the 9 Nether White Tiger was severely injured and its life was hanging by a thread. The Lion and Tiger Saint opened fire at full power, and the shock force was too strong. Shin Junwoo couldn't even get close, and didn't even have a chance to finish him off. Seeing that Jojo White Tiger was about to die, Shin Junwoo could only shout immediately, "Senior, stop. Do you want to die?" When the Lion and Tiger Saint heard Shin Junwoo speak, he stopped the final attack and turned back to warn him with an extremely cold look. "Senior, you misunderstood." Shin Junwoo quickly stepped forward and explained, "I feel that this 9 Nether White Tiger is the reincarnation of my beloved woman. Senior, please show mercy and don't kill it." What the hell? The Lion and Tiger Saint was so surprised that he wanted to bang his head against the wall? You little bastard, are you teasing me for fun? This is obviously a male tiger, and you said it was the reincarnation of your beloved woman. Your beloved woman has grown a bird, right? Phew. Just when the Lion and Tiger Saint was extremely angry, Shin Junwoo used the Yenshin sword to instantly pierce the forehead of the 9 Nether White Tiger. Chapter 88, Big Benefits. One blow is fatal. The Lion and Tiger Saint's face fell even more. The expression of Gu Changfeng was much more interesting than that of the Genie Bureau Director outside Sangyun City. What a beast. He said it was the reincarnation of his beloved woman 1 second, and killed her with a single knife the next. That. Shin Junwoo smiled awkwardly, secretly surprised, and said excitedly, "This is a male tiger, I was mistaken." The Lion and Tiger Saint gnashed his teeth in anger. He wished he could slap Shin Junwoo to death. But for the sake of the overall situation, we can only endure it again and again. He never dreamed that Shin Junwoo wanted to finish off the enemy just to achieve the kill achievement and get the bonus entry. Bite. Congratulations to the host for his perfect plan, successfully killing the top-level Beast King 9 Nether White Tiger and obtaining a new entry. Disaster is imminent epic. Pond, fish, and forest epic. Catastrophic disaster legend. 3 more extremely unlucky entries, Shin Junwoo's heart is broken. White Tiger Shield epic. White Tiger Destruction Kill epic. 9 Nether White Tiger Soul epic. 9 Nether Dark Tiger Bloodline Legend. Shin Junwoo was overjoyed. He finally got the legendary bloodline, and also the beast soul of the 9 Nether White Tiger. Perfect. This trip is absolutely amazing. Bite. The system detects that the host is about to break through. If he integrates the 9 Nether Dark Tiger bloodline, his martial arts will immediately break through the 6th level, which is bound to be noticed by the Lion and Tiger Saint. System added to the entry database. Shin Junwoo didn't dare let the Lion and Tiger Saint know that he had become more powerful, so he could only temporarily put the entry into the entry library and wait for the critical time to merge and break through. Boy, this is one last warning for you. The Lion Tiger Saint turned around angrily and said, "Ahead is the living area of the 8th rank Saint Beast King. If you dare to do such a thing again, I will kill you first and then fight the beast." Senior, you misunderstood. After all, the kid's spatial ability has just been broken through, and the distance he moves in space is sometimes short and sometimes long, so he can't control it perfectly. As Shin Junwoo collected the corpses, he promised, "I will adapt as soon as possible and ensure that nothing goes wrong in the 8th level Saint Beast King area." That's better. The Lion and Tiger Saint warned again. "I promise." Shin Junwoo nodded repeatedly. But he sneered in his heart. He didn't dare to cause trouble in the 8th level Saint level Beast King area, but he could still do it in the 7th level Venerable level Beast King area. Keep going. Time flies, and darkness once again shrouds the Shirwan Mountains. When approaching the 8th level Holy Beast King area, Shin Junwoo finally found a space node that was more suitable for landing, and once again brought the Lion and Tiger Saint into the cave of the top level Beast King, the two-headed bloodhook snake. Maybe he's used to being scared. This time, the Lion and Tiger Saint did not fly into a rage. Instead, he attacked calmly and, with the cooperation of Shin Junwoo, quickly and seriously injured the two-headed blood python. When the two-headed bloodline was about to be killed, Shin Junwoo spoke again, "Senior, stop." He. The Lion and Tiger Saint sneered and turned around. "You are not mistaken this time, it is the reincarnation of your beloved woman, right?" Senior is really wise. Shin Junwoo's expression changed, and he stepped forward with a smile. "I'm not mistaken this time, it really is the reincarnation of my beloved woman. She was a lustful woman in her previous life, and she was reincarnated as a snake demon." As soon as the words fell, Shin Junwoo's Yen Shindao attacked again, giving the two-headed blood python a fatal blow. "You are so kind to the woman you love." The Lion and Tiger Saint teased with a forced smile. "Senior, you misunderstood. It has been seriously injured and is dying. It can no longer survive. As a former love, I should personally send it off and end the karma." Shin Junwoo answered with delight and nonsense. The Lion Tiger Saint did not care about the corpses of the 3 top-level Beast Kings, which showed that the Lion Tiger Saint was determined to kill him. If you want to collect it, just collect it. Kill him when it's time to kill him. Everything is his. There's no need to worry about it. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the top Beast King two-headed bloodhook snake and obtaining a new entry. Unexpected disaster epic. 3 calamities and 8 tribulations epic. Horrible epic. Shin Junwoo looked at these 3 entries and couldn't help but sigh. Did the growth of this two-headed bloodhook snake have many twists and turns? I was just teased a few times, but the term terrible was also mentioned. The system's judgment is a bit humane. Bloodhook Blade epic. Poison Mist Armor epic. Entanglement and Strangulation epic. Bloodhook Poisonous Soul legend. Shin Junwoo was stunned. A legendary beast soul with poisonous attribute actually exploded. This was a rare thing. Very powerful. Invincible group attack ability. The only pity is that the bloodline attribute did not appear. Rest here tonight. Tomorrow, we will cross the 8th Order Saint Beast King area, reach the Dragon Cave in one fell swoop, and abduct the little Dragon King. After inspecting the area, the Lion and Tiger Saint decided to stay in the dim cave of the two-headed bloodhook snake for the night to recover his physical and spiritual strength. Good. Shin Junwoo nodded. I've reaped enough benefits, it's time to stop. The place where snakes live is dark, damp, and shrouded in miasma. It is the perfect place to rest and will not be discovered by other strange beasts. Tomorrow's journey is like dancing on the edge of a knife, and Shin Junwoo dare not be careless at all. The slightest mistake will lead to certain death. Chapter 89, Sneaking into the Dragon's Lair. Sit cross-legged. Shin Junwoo couldn't wait to open the entry library. There were countless unlucky entries, emitting a black light all the time. Epic. Legendary. What would be the effect if all of this were added to one person? Not to mention the Lion and Tiger Saint, even if the Lord of the Beast God Temple came, I'm afraid he would be trapped to death. Also, there are also many high-level entries available. The 2 early-stage Supreme Beast Kings hunted in the periphery were the Golden Flame Divine Eagle and the mysterious Ice Red Bird, and the 3 top Supreme Beast Kings were the mighty Vajra Bear, the 9 Nether White Tiger, and the 2-headed Bloodhook Snake. Among them, the entries of Vajra Bear have been merged, and Vajra Palm Epic and Akala Body Epic can be used at any time. This is the entry for a top-level Supreme Beast King. How powerful can it be? Unimaginable. I can't imagine it. I remember that when Shinjunwa formed a temporary team with Feng Fanyu and others, he killed a 4th-level Bison King at the 3rd level and obtained the powerful Bull Demon Fist. The system reminded at that time that the powerful Bull Demon Fist could exert the impact force of a 4th-level Bison King. What are the levels of Vajra Palm Epic and Akala Body Epic? It's exciting just thinking about it. Still a little looking forward to it. Aha! When Shinjunwa was secretly excited, he suddenly sensed a swarm of bees rioting in the mountain and river realm. A sweep of the spirit. Shinjunwa's face turned green. The damned 6-blade Skyhorn bee actually ate up the corpses of the Golden Flame Divine Eagle and the mysterious Ice Red Bird? But Shinjunwa's expression quickly turned into joy. The corpses of the 2 early 7th-level venerables have increased their strength again, and it seems that they have also gained some immunity to ice and fire? It truly possesses the attack power of a 6th-level monster. Seeing their changes, Shinjunwa made up his mind and threw the top-level Beast King 2-headed Bloodhook Snake to them to eat, to see if they could mutate again. The next day, the old and the young set out again. This time, Shinjunwa instantly turned into a good boy. The Lion and Tiger Saint asked him to take 1 step and he would not move even half a step more. Even the Lion and Tiger Saint was surprised. Shinjunwa had no choice. Now that we are in the area of the 8th-level Holy Beast King, we can't get any benefits. If we alarm a Holy Beast King, it will be a fierce and protracted battle, and the mission will definitely fail. Stealth, stealth. Near dusk, the 2 finally arrived at Leze Lake, the king's territory of the Shiwandishan Mountains. A cave deep at the bottom of the lake is the dragon's lair of the god-level Beast King Thunder Dragon King. The little Dragon King, the target of the Beast Soul Hall, is in the dragon's lair. If the memory of the previous life is correct. Even if the Thunder Dragon King is not in Leze Lake, there is still a top-level Holy Beast King Silver Moon Thunder Dragon guarding Leze Lake. Boy, you only have 1 chance. The Lion and Tiger Saint said solemnly, I will use a secret method to sense the location of the little Dragon King later. You must enter the Dragon Cave accurately. If there's even the slightest mistake, the Thunder Dragon King's guard, the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon, will discover. The mission will fail, and I will kill you before I die. Don't worry, Senior. I'm not only sensible, but also know my limits. Look, I haven't caused you any trouble along the way. Shinjunwa quickly assured, only if the mission is successful can I survive and have the opportunity to save others. The Lion and Tiger Saint rolled his eyes. I thought to myself, haven't you caused me enough trouble? You used me as a free thug to hunt down the 3 top-level Beast Kings. Do you really think I can't see it? Time is running out. The mission cannot afford to fail, and the Lion and Tiger Saint can only settle the score with Shinjunwa later. Immediately use the secret method of the Beast Soul Hall to sense the breath of the strange beast and determine the target's location. 3 minutes later. The Lion Tiger Saint's face lit up with joy, and he immediately pointed to the center of the lake. The center of the lake, 3,000 meters below, is the Dragon Cave, and the little Dragon King is inside. Good. Shinjunwa nodded and immediately performed space teleportation. Just as he was about to move, the Lion and Tiger Saint suddenly placed a hand on Shinjunwa's shoulder, and the meaning was very clear. Dare to throw him away. Dare to play tricks. Or if you deliberately appear at the wrong spatial node, you will die. The gap in strength was huge, and Shinjunwa had no way to play tricks for the time being. He could only move into the lake with the Lion and Tiger Saint, and instantly appeared in a huge cave full of colorful lights and lightning. Shinjunwa took a quick look and his mood was shaken violently. The dragon's lair is at the bottom of the lake, but the lake water can't flow in? Deep in the dragon's lair, there is a huge crystal bed, on which lies a small dragon about 3 meters long, its body surrounded by lightning. Judging from its aura, this little dragon was born not long ago. But his strength is extremely powerful, having reached the level of a 6th order Imperial Beast King, worthy of being a mythical talent. The Lion and Tiger Saint was even happier. The figure flashed and appeared beside the crystal bed, and he stretched out his hand to cast a spiritual barrier on the little Dragon King. However, the suppression by the Lion Tiger Saint was not going smoothly. Suddenly, a dragon soul burst out from the little Dragon King's body, blocking the spiritual power realm of the Lion Tiger Saint. Damn it, it's the soul guarding. The Lion Tiger Saint was furious. Damn Thunder Dragon King, he actually left a soul to protect the little Dragon King? In anger, the Lion Tiger Saint moved his palm and immediately used his Lion Tiger double-headed cane. When he killed the 3 top-level Beast Kings, he did not use the Lion Tiger double-headed cane, but he used it now. Visible. The spiritual protection left by the Thunder Dragon King is so powerful that even the Lion and Tiger Saint cannot break it easily. This situation is great for Shin Junwoo. It's so fast. The Lion and Tiger Saint was unable to successfully suppress the little Dragon King, and Shin Junwoo's opportunity came. Chapter 90 Shin Junwoo's counterattack. Shin Junwoo's mind was as clear as a mirror. According to the plan of the Lion and Tiger Saint, he successfully suppressed the little Dragon King and escaped using Shin Junwoo's space displacement. When his spatial ability and spiritual power are exhausted, that will be his death. It can be said that this is Shin Junwoo's only chance of survival. He was truly grateful for the spiritual protection of the Thunder Dragon King, which had forced the Lion and Tiger Saint to use all his strength and even use one of the Beast Soul Hall's treasures. Others may not know, but Shin Junwoo knows it very well. The Lion and Tiger Saint's Lion and Tiger double-headed cane is not an ordinary cane as it appears on the surface, but a rare treasure that can store a large amount of spiritual energy. Once the stick comes out, the soul of an Earth Lion Tiger Beast suddenly appeared, and doubled the attack power of the Lion Tiger Saint, which was equivalent to the attack of 2 Lion Tiger Saints. Boom! With a violent impact, the soul protection of the Thunder Dragon King was shaken repeatedly, and the little Dragon King who had just woken up was shocked and fainted on the spot. Roar! When this attack was unleashed, the top Saint-level Beast King Silver Moon Thunder Dragon outside the Dragon Cave immediately felt it and immediately rushed forward with a roar. Break it for me! The Lion and Tiger Saint knew that this would alarm the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon, but he had no way to do anything. If he doesn't break the soul protection of the Thunder Dragon King, this trip will be in vain. He doesn't care about the arrival of the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon and launches another full-strength attack. Shin Junwoo was sweating profusely at this time. He also didn't expect that the Thunder Dragon King's soul protection was so powerful that he could withstand the full-force attack of the Lion and Tiger Saint. This is trouble. The Silver Moon Thunder Dragon arrived in an instant. The only option for him was to break through the air and leave immediately, or he would die. When the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon arrives, he will definitely be the first one to be killed. They have already reached the dragon's lair. How can Shin Junwoo be willing to give up the little Dragon King that is within his reach? Perhaps this is Shin Junwoo's only chance to obtain the mythical level talent before he successfully advances to the 9th level. How can he be willing to give it up? Calm down, calm down. Shin Junwoo thought quickly, forced himself to remain calm, and broke the deadlock in the crisis. In a flash, the terrifying aura of the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon appeared outside the dragon's lair. The line between life and death. Shin Junwoo's eyes flashed, and he finally thought of a way to break the deadlock. He immediately applied the 6th level space teleportation skill power to the entrance of the dragon's cave. Next second, a terrifying aura that made Shin Junwoo bend over and suffocate to breathe suddenly appeared, and then a silver-white lightning flashed, and his eyes lost their color. However, no attack fell on Shin Junwoo. What, damned little thief! At this moment, the Lion and Tiger Saint, who had just launched a full-strength attack and successfully broke the protection of the Thunder Dragon King's soul, sensed a fierce murderous intent. It's the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon. This terrifying top-level Holy Beast King appeared above his head in an instant and delivered a fatal blow to him. It must be Shin Junwoo. Only Shin Junwoo has this ability. On the verge of life and death, the Lion Tiger Saint did not care about anything else, and immediately activated his Beast Soul True Body, and suddenly raised the Lion Tiger double-headed crutch. Boom! 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 The 2 top Saint-level giants attacked with all their strength, colliding with each other in an instant, erupting with a devastating power that caused the dragon's lair to shake violently. The water in the entire Laze Lake was churning violently. Blood goes berserk. The body of Akola. Shin Junwoo was well prepared. Before the two top saint-level giants fought each other, he activated the power of his bloodline frenzy and used the protective attribute of Mighty King Kong Bear. Only with the help of the Mighty King Kong Bear entry could Shin Junwoo possibly withstand the aftermath of their fight. Puff. Puff. However, Shin Junwoo still underestimated the fight between the two top saint-level giants. Even though he used blood frenzy to enhance his body's defense and used the Akola body, he was still shocked to the point of vomiting blood. He also underestimated the consumption of Akola's body, and in an instant most of his physical strength and true energy were consumed. But at least I managed to hold on. System, immediately add the legendary entry 9 Nether Dark Tiger Bloodline. But Shin Junwoo immediately gave orders to the system. Bite. The system detects that the host is in distress and immediately forcibly fuses the legendary entry 9 Nether Dark Tiger Bloodline into the host for 3 seconds. Ah! When the system prompt sounded, Shin Junwoo immediately felt what forced fusion meant. His entire body was nearly torn apart, his blood vessels bulged, and his skin cracked. Turned into a bloody man in seconds. Even redder than Shui Mei. It is 100 times more painful than fusing the divine martial spirit bone in the previous life. It can really be said that life is worse than death. Fortunately, 3 seconds passed in a flash. Shin Junwoo obtained the legendary 9 Nether Dark Tiger Bloodline, and his martial arts instantly broke through to the 6th level, and his bloodline became even more powerful. The defensive power of Akola's body also increased instantly. Boy, you are so cruel and calculating. After seeing Shin Junwoo's breakthrough in martial arts, the Lion and Tiger Saint finally understood why Shin Junwoo dared to risk his life for a few space spirit beads. Turn out to be. Shin Junwoo is not that kind. He didn't obey for the sake of the lives of several classmates, but because he was sure of winning in the chaos and making huge profits. Ha 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 ha. Senior, hold this beast back, I'll complete the task. Shin Junwoo burst into laughter, and taking advantage of a gap in their fight, he immediately used space shift to instantly appear on the crystal bed deep in the dragon's lair. Boy, you dare. The Lion and Tiger Saint was furious. If Shin Junwoo took the little Dragon King away, how could he leave? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The beast god goes berserk. The Lion and Tiger Saint moved in anger. He immediately used the blood-burning technique of the Beast Temple to go berserk and forcibly increase his strength. Chapter 91, 1 Legend, 3 Myths. I have to say, the Lion and Tiger Saint is strong enough and even more ruthless. Although his lifespan is short, he is still able to fight against the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon. When he was able to protect himself, he actually chose to forcibly burn the power of his bloodline to increase his strength and break Shin Junwoo's plan. He was indeed cruel. He is cruel, but Shin Junwoo is even more cruel. System. Shin Junwoo immediately issued a command to the system, add the legendary entry Catastrophe to the Lion and Tiger Saint. This entry was revealed from the 9 Nether White Tiger. Given an entry of this level, how could the Lion and Tiger Saint survive? How to deal with Shin Junwoo? Bite. The system successfully added the entry Catastrophe for the Lion and Tiger Saint. If the Lion Tiger Saint encounters a powerful enemy, the effect of the entry will immediately become apparent. Boom! The system prompt came down, and the burning power of the Lion and Tiger Saint's bloodline was successful. His cultivation level increased instantly, but the influence of the terms also followed. Suddenly, a huge rock containing the power of thunder fell from the top of the dragon's cave above his head. Ah! It's actually a thunder crystal? The Lion Tiger Saint was extremely angry. He was about to launch a fatal attack on Shin Junwoo, but he could only attack the huge falling thunder crystal stone instead. Shin Junwoo was also shocked. Thunder crystal. A natural lightning attracting treasure that can store a large amount of thunder power. It's the size of a finger, but it's a rare treasure for practicing thunder-related abilities, and you can't get it even if you have money. No wonder there is no lake water flowing back into this dragon cave. It turns out there is a piece of thunder crystal stone weighing tons. With a loud bang, the thunder crystal was shattered into pieces, and the thunder power contained in it exploded in all directions. The Lion and Tiger Saint who was at the center of the explosion was in a miserable state. He was shaken all over by the power of countless thunders, and his white hair was smoking. All the clothes on his body turned into rags and were smoking and burning. Old dog, accept my wrath. No one has ever dared to threaten me, Shin Junwoo, never. You not only threaten me, but you also want to kill me. The ending can only be in vain. Shin Junwo stood on the crystal bed, 1 foot on the little Dragon King's head, and instantly obtained the legendary weapon Cloud-Breaking Sword. He roared and swung his knife. The soul protection was broken, and the head of the little Dragon King, who was seriously injured and unconscious due to the impact, rolled to the ground with a thud. Ah! Brute! Brute! The lion and tiger saint was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. I wonder how much the Beast Soul Hall paid for this little Dragon King, and how much effort it spent on calculations. As a result, it was completely destroyed. What they want is not only the little Dragon King's mythical bloodline, but also the little Dragon King's mythical beast soul. Shin Junwo simply raised his knife and slashed, dashing all their hopes. All in vain. The little Dragon King was killed, and the guardian Silver Moon Thunder Dragon became even more angry. The power of thunder burst out into the sky and attacked the lion and tiger saint fiercely, wanting to kill these two filthy humans together. The Beast Soul Hall's plan failed. Shin Junwo's plan was successful. Bite. Congratulations to the host for finally completing his plan and successfully killing the 6th level Beast King, Little Dragon King, and obtaining new entries. Disaster strikes from the sky, cruel and inhumane myth. Thunder Dragon Skybreaker epic. Dragon's Wrath epic. Thunder Dragon Body Legend. Thunder Dragon Soul Mythic. Blood of the Dragon Mythic. Shin Junwo was stunned. This little Dragon King had such a powerful talent that he could actually produce a legendary and 3 mythical level entries? What a pity. There is a mythical unlucky entry. You beast, you evil creature. You die, die. The Lion Tiger Saint was injured because of the Thunder Crystal Stone, and was hit by the furious Silver Moon Thunder Dragon, and his body suddenly flew backwards towards Shin Junwo. But he hated Shin Junwo even more. Anger and hatred forced him to ignore the pursuit of the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon, and brazenly used the power of the Beast Soul True Body to block the space, and slap Shin Junwo fiercely with a palm. Mission failed. There was no way he could escape from the Shirwan Mountains. This little evildoer, who has unparalleled scheming, special abilities, and talents, must be killed before he dies. Otherwise, the Beast Soul Palace will be destroyed by the little evildoer. Ha 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 ha. Shin Junwo's plan succeeded. He had already added the shocking entry revealed by the little Dragon King into the entry library. Was he still afraid of the counterattack of a dying man? Six-bladed Skyhorn Bee, come out. When Shin Junwo shouted and released the swarm of bees from the mountain and river realm, he brazenly used the mighty Vajra Palm, the entry of the mighty Vajra Bear, to fight against the Lion and Tiger Saint. Shin Junwo's martial arts has reached the 6th level. The actual attack power that can be exerted is not weaker than that of an ordinary 7th level martial master, and with the blessing of the Vajra Palm, still can't withstand the attack of the Lion and Tiger Saint, who was injured one after another? Puff! Puff! After one blow, Shin Junwo was beaten so hard that he vomited blood and flew back, but he held on. At the same time, the 6-blade Skyhorn Bee that came out of the mountain and river realm successfully tore through the blockade of the Lion and Tiger Saint's Beast Soul True Body. Old dog, take your time. Shin Junwo used all his means, not only saving his life, but also forcibly tore open the blockade and immediately used space transfer to leave. Ah! Beast, evil creature. The Lion and Tiger Saint never expected that his unwavering attack could not kill Shin Junwo, and he was even able to escape? What's hateful is, let Shin Junwo go. He also used his mental power to take away the little Dragon King's body and the scattered fragments of the Thunder Crystal Stone nearby. Even more hateful, yes. Shin Junwo also drove the strange bee swarm to block his movements, forcing him to act as a shield and fight against the Silver Moon Dragon. It is extremely insidious, shameless, and hateful. Chapter 92 Dual Abilities. The Lion and Tiger Saint was so angry. But I feel even more powerless and frustrated inside. I never thought that Shin Junwo had so many tricks up his sleeve. There is actually an extremely terrifying group of peaks hidden in the Space Ring Mountain and River Realm. Not only are their numbers endless, but they can also emit a bloodhook poison mist similar to that of the top-level Supreme Beast King, the two-headed bloodhook snake. Even he couldn't kill this group of peaks instantly, and he still had to guard against the poisonous fog of the peaks. If he inhales it, he will be poisoned. Goodbye to you. The moment Shin Junwo disappeared, he deliberately waved goodbye to the Lion and Tiger Saint with great pride. Puff! Puff! The Lion Tiger Saint was enraged and was hit by the pursuing Silver Moon Thunder Dragon, seriously injured. Evil beast, I will fight you to the death. Shin Junwo successfully escaped, but the Lion and Tiger Saint was unwilling to die like this, so he immediately turned around and fought with the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon. Shin Junwo's cultivation is too strong and his methods are too terrifying. Especially the Akala body and Vajra palm that were just performed, which seemed to be related to the aura of Vajra bear. He must keep his life. Even if he cannot kill Shin Junwo, he must pass on the latest information about Shin Junwo. Otherwise, Shin Junwo would certainly take the corpse of the little Dragon King to trade with the believers of the Beast Soul Hall, and the result would be that all the believers would be killed. Years of accumulation and development will be destroyed in an instant. Make up your mind. The Lion and Tiger Saint fought and retreated, and soon broke through the dragon's lair and came to the surface of the lake. At the same time, Shin Junwo's swarm of bees also took the opportunity to fly away. The group of peaks that devoured the top-level Beast King two-headed Bloodhook snake mutated again and could spit out Bloodhook poison mist during flight, which was even more terrifying. It can be said to be the most top-notch existence among the group of 6th-level exotic beasts. Shin Junwo was reluctant to give up. A fierce battle. The holy Beast Kings near the dragon's lair had already been alarmed, causing extremely terrifying wild vibrations, and the roars of strange beasts were everywhere. The earth shook and the void roared. The Silver Moon Thunder Dragon also roared during the battle, as if it was conveying some message. After a few breaths, the strange beasts on the earth and the birds in the sky received the order and immediately chased in the direction of the swarm of bees. Ha 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 ha. Can you escape, little bastard? All the strange beasts chased Shin Junwo and did not come to besiege the Lion and Tiger Saint. The Lion and Tiger Saint secretly breathed a sigh of relief and instantly felt that he was fine again. As long as he is not besieged, it will be difficult for the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon to kill him. What a pity! The Lion and Tiger Saint was too happy too early, because Shin Junwo had added the legendary attribute catastrophe to him. What is a catastrophe? Only a disaster that is certain to cause death can be called a catastrophic disaster. The falling of that huge thunder crystal stone does not count at all. Quack! Just when the Lion and Tiger Saint was happy, a shocking bird cry suddenly appeared in the void, and a giant bird with a fiery red body and a body big enough to cover the sky and the sun appeared in Lazy Lake. Ah! The top Saint-level Beast King, the sky-covering Fire Sparrow. The Lion and Tiger Saint looked up and was instantly filled with despair. Next second, the sky-covering fire bird opened its mouth and spit out a raging flame that fell on the head of the Lion and Tiger Saint. A blow fell. The Lion and Tiger Saint tried his best to resist, but he barely managed to block it. But he was also blasted to the point of vomiting blood and falling into the Lazy Lake, and the Lion and Tiger double-headed staff in his hand was knocked away. The Silver Moon Thunder Dragon was well prepared. It wrapped its huge dragon body around the Lion and Tiger Saint and then bit off the Lion and Tiger Saint's head. A generation of top Saint-level beast transformation mutants died. The other side. Shin Junwo's situation is not good either. All the Beast Kings under the command of the Thunder Dragon King were chasing him with all their might. Even if he gave up the peak group, he would not be able to escape the encirclement of these top beasts. System added the following attributes: Thunder Dragon's Sky-Breaking Strike Epic, True Dragon's Fury Epic, Thunder Dragon's Body Legendary, Thunder Dragon's Soul Mythic, True Dragon's Bloodline Mythic. Shin Junwo kept moving in the void and gave orders decisively. The only way now is to unlock more superpowers to have a chance to escape. Bite. The system detected the legendary Thunder Dragon body, which belongs to the Thunder ability, and is activating the Thunder ability for the host. The system detected a mythical Thunder Dragon Beast Soul, which belongs to the Beastification system and is activating the Beastification system ability for the host. Bite. The system has successfully added Thunder Dragon's Sky-Breaking Strike Epic, True Dragon's Wrath Epic, and True Dragon Bloodline Mythic, and is fusing the mythical level True Dragon Bloodline for the host. This trip, Shin Junwo took advantage of the situation and designed the Lion and Tiger Saint as a free thug. He obtained bloodline entries continuously and successfully pushed his martial arts practice to the 6th level Martial Emperor realm, with a deep foundation. You can open the 5th and 6th supernatural powers. In the end, he obtained the legendary Thunder Power, the mythical Thunder Dragon Beast Transformation Power, and the mythical True Dragon Bloodline. All the efforts are worth it. As for the crisis, at worst, I can just throw away the original attack from Sword God Lee and the two Elders of Heaven and Earth. It's important to save my life first, and then find a way to blackmail them. Chapter 93, the new panel that burns the eyes. Not long after, The mythical true dragon bloodline was the first to complete the fusion. Shin Junwo's martial arts made rapid progress again, reaching the peak of the 6th level martial emperor realm. A short time. The martial arts leaped from the 5th level to the 6th level, the peak of the martial emperor realm, all due to the gains brought by the fusion terms. Obtain the epic Mighty King Kong Bear bloodline, and purify it into the legendary Blood Soul Mad Bear bloodline to reach the peak of the 5th level. He then fused with the 9 Nether White Tiger bloodline to break through the 6th level, and then fused with the mythical True Dragon bloodline, leaping to the peak of the 6th level. 2 legends and a mythical bloodline, what kind of talent is this? At this moment, Shin Junwo not only did not feel any serious injuries, but also had all his strength used up, and truly possessed the ability to continue tirelessly. Especially the mythical True Dragon bloodline, which provided him with endless energy. It is said that dragons are lustful by nature and like to have sex. It turns out that it is due to their excessive energy. Awesome! When meeting Lin Yuetong, Shin Junwo was not just bragging, but really had the ability to cultivate the land. Keep moving to escape. The dual abilities granted by the Little Dragon King entry were also successfully activated. Shin Junwo couldn't wait to call up the system panel. Host Shin Junwo. Martial Arts, peak of level 6. Bloodline, Blood Spirit Wild Bear Bloodline Legend, 9 Nether White Tiger Bloodline Legend, True Dragon Bloodline Myth. Entries: Dragon and Snake Swimming, Bull Demon's Powerful Fist, Extraordinary Sense of Smell, Extraordinary Hearing, King's Rule, Spinosaurus Roar, Spinosaurus Claw. Hunyuan Staff Technique Epic, Demonic Ape Madness Epic, Vajrapalm Epic, Ikola Body Epic, Thunder Dragon Sky Splitting Strike Epic, True Dragon's Wrath Epic. Abilities: Psychic Power, Epic Level 5. Skills: Mental Attack, Mental Detection, Mental Field, Mental Control, and Mind Control. Wind Type Supernatural Power, Epic Level 5. Skills: Storm Tornado, Endless Wind Blade, Gale Prison, and Wind Feather Wings. Devouring Ability, Legendary Level 5. Skills: Devour Everything, Devour and Dissolve, Devour and Transform into Spirit, Devour and Transform into Barrier. Spatial Ability, Epic Level 6. Skills: Space Transfer, Space Blades, Space Divine Shield, Space Teleport. Thunder Ability, Legendary Level 1. Skill: Lightning Induction Technique. Thunder Dragon Beast Transformation Ability, Mythical Level 1. Skill: Dragon Claw. Looking at the brand new panel, Shin Junwo's eyes were almost blinded by the light, and he couldn't help laughing while running for his life. 6 levels of martial arts, 3 bloodlines, and 6 superpowers. What kind of ability is this? What kind of talent is this? The founder of the War University, Lu Sandow, a triple ability user, is only fit to carry Shin Junwo's shoes and act as a younger brother in front of his extraordinary potential. But, although this trip has great potential, it will take time to improve the combat effectiveness. Legendary Thunder abilities and Mythical Thunder Dragon Beast Souls both need to absorb spirit beads to increase their levels before they can become truly powerful. Think quickly. Shin Junwo immediately took out the Little Dragon King's Spirit Pearl and used the Devouring ability to quickly absorb spiritual power and improve the grade of his Thunder ability. Although the Thunder Dragon Beast Soul is stronger. But Shin Junwo is now running for his life and needs to fight and kill constantly. The legendary Thunder power is more suitable because he has a legendary spiritual weapon Thunder Sword. When I took this sword, Shin Junwo then came up with a plan. To hunt down a Thunder-type monster, awaken the power of Thunder-type abilities, and thereby enhance the killing power of martial arts. Practice the art of using a knife in the left hand and a sword in the right hand. While he still had some spatial ability and spiritual power, Shin Junwo tried his best to move and escape, while at the same time he tried his best to devour the Little Dragon King's spiritual pearl to improve the level of his Thunder ability. Although multitasking. But Shin Junwo's goal was clear. Without stopping, he aimed to cross the northeast direction. With full effort. The distance of one space shift can reach up to 320 miles. When his spatial spiritual power was completely exhausted, Shin Junwo appeared more than 3,000 miles away, completely leaving the territory of the Thunder Dragon King. And successfully escaped the pursuit of a group of 8th level Holy Beast Kings. However, the tracking ability of the Saint level Beast King is extremely terrifying. Even if Shin Junwo is at a distance from them, they can still lock onto his breath and chase him. What's more, it was Shin Junwo who killed the Little Dragon King himself. Even if they lost track of Shin Junwo, they could still sense the breath of death from the Little Dragon King. This was a talent that humans could not match. However, at this moment, Shin Junwo was not afraid at all, not at all, and even felt a little excited and expectant. After landing, Shin Junwo hid in a dense forest full of miasma and took the opportunity to absorb all the remaining spiritual power of the little Dragon King. Boom! 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 Soon after, the ground in the mountains shook and the mountains swayed as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Shin Junwo raised his eyes and murmured excitedly, "The Saint-level Beast King is indeed very powerful. He actually caught up with us so quickly?" A sudden change occurs. In the endless mountains in front of Shin Junwo, the roars of countless strange Beast Kings suddenly broke out, and among them there was also an extremely powerful holy-level Beast King who issued a warning roar. However, the Saint-level Beast Kings chasing Shin Junwo did not stop because of these warnings, but rushed in violently. Chapter 94, Diverting the Trouble. The place where Shin Junwo is at this time is not an ordinary mountain range, but also in the 10,000 mountains. With Shin Junwo as the center, behind him are the subordinate forces of the Thunder Dragon King, and in front are the subordinate forces of another king of the 10,000 mountains. The intrusion of the Thunder Dragon King's subordinate forces without reason is tantamount to declaring war. How could the subordinate forces of another king not respond to the challenge? If the Lion and Tiger Saint were still alive, he would definitely say to Shin Junwo, "You bastard, you are not even a human being. How dare you shift the blame to someone else? 100,000 mountains, 3 kings. The Thunder Dragon King is the king of the central area of the 10,000 mountains. Shin Junwo is located in the northeast of the 10,000 mountains, in the king area of the upper area close to the Endless Sea, and belongs to the Qilin King." At that time, when agreeing to the conditions of the Beast Soul Hall, Shin Junwo had already thought of a way to escape. The only way to survive was to flee to the upper area, bring the Thunder Dragon King's forces into the Qilin King's territory, and provoke a fight between the two kings. Divert the trouble away and survive in the cracks. One party wants to break in. One side needs to be protected. A shocking battle broke out in an instant, countless mountains were destroyed, and countless lands were turned into abysses. The fierceness, destruction, and horror of the battle. Even Shin Junwo, who had experienced god-level battles, was shocked and his hair stood on end. An impact of this magnitude. If the war line is encountered, it will be broken in 10 minutes unless the human ceiling takes action. Being afraid is being afraid. Life goes on. The crisis is far from over. Fortunately, Shin Junwo successfully absorbed the little Dragon King's Spirit Pearl, and raised his thunder ability to the early stage of the 6th level Emperor level. The mythical Beast King Spirit Pearl is indeed powerful and has great potential. If it was any other 6th order Beast King Spirit Bead, how could it be possible for Shin Junwo's ability to be directly upgraded to the early 6th order Emperor level? Of course, we also have to thank the Lion and Tiger Saint. If he had not been strong enough to knock the little Dragon King unconscious with one blow, and the origin of the Spirit Pearl was not damaged at all, Shin Junwo would not have been able to reach the 6th level in one fell swoop. With the improvement of his thunder-related abilities, Shin Junwo can finally wield the cloud-breaking knife in his left hand and the thunder sword in his right hand. Even if he was in the center of the battlefield between two powerful forces, he was confident that he could save his life. Only, he can't hide for long, and will definitely be forced to show up due to the impact of the war. Then, where should we go? What a headache! The spatial supernatural energy was completely consumed and could not be recovered in a short time. It was impossible to move through space, so a fierce battle was inevitable. Think about it. Shin Junwo frowned, not knowing what to do. If you go back, you will definitely be killed by the top Holy Beast Kings, and you may even encounter the Thunder Dragon King. Go forward. That is to continue going deeper into the territory of the Qilin King, and you may encounter the Qilin King. Go west. It is the direction of War University and belongs to the return route. But Lin Shuang and others have not been rescued yet, and it will directly trigger a mythical beast tide. I wonder how many soldiers and students will die on the war defense line. It's up to others to die, but Shin Junwo couldn't bear to cause the death of soldiers. Go ahead, damn it. After careful consideration, Shin Junwo finally decided to move forward and expand the intensity of the fight between the two king forces in order to weaken the strength of the strange beasts in the 10,000 mountains. The alien beasts are very intelligent, but they have an even stronger sense of territory. Even if we know that the war started inexplicably, we will not retreat. Killing and devouring the opponent is the fastest way for the monster to increase its strength. It is the naked rule that the strong is king. Six-blade poison hornpeak, come out. Shin Junwo shouted loudly and immediately moved all the bee colonies in the mountain and river realm out, letting them wrap themselves in all directions to cover up the human breath as much as possible. A moment. Shin Junwo became a bee man. There are dense swarms of bees guarding all around. Roar! Shin Junwo moved, and even though he was using a swarm of bees as cover, the Saint-level Beast King who was leading the team chasing Shin Junwo still discovered him. He immediately roared and gave orders to attack. A more intense battle broke out immediately. Shin Junwo was also forced into the melee. The subordinates of the Qilin King thought he was a member of the Thunder Dragon King's forces, and the Thunder Dragon King's subordinates would kill him. Both sides want to kill him, it's so difficult. Fortunately, both sides were so bloodthirsty that there was only a tiny space for Shin Junwo to maneuver and survive. Well. While dodging continuously, Shin Junwo suddenly discovered that this huge meat grinder battlefield was a blessed land. The power of the Thunder Dragon King. Although they are not the top-notch Silver Moon Thunder Dragon, they are led by the sky-covering Fire Sparrow, and are also extremely powerful Saint-level Beast Kings who are attacking and killing, with unparalleled destructive power. As for the power of the Qilin King. Although the Saint-level Beast Kings arrived quickly, there were more level 6 beasts and level 7 venerable level Beast Kings on the battlefield, making it difficult to resist and resulting in heavy casualties. With just a simple move, he could pick up the corpse of a 6th level Beast King, and some corpses would even fly directly in front of him. I really didn't expect that. Can you still make a fortune by diverting the trouble to others? Stimulate. It's so fucking exciting. While Shin Junwo was dodging repeatedly, he continued to absorb the corpses of the strange beasts with his mental power. No matter what level it is, he will not miss any opportunity to pick it up. For a while, the situation on the battlefield became very strange and funny. The angrier and more ferociously the Holy Beast Kings under the Thunder Dragon King kill, the stronger the resistance they encounter and the greater the slaughter. And Shin Junwo. He kept wandering around the Qilin King's subordinate camps to pick up bargains. With Shin Junwo's current strength, the 6th level bee cannot hurt him at all and will be killed by the bee swarm. Only a 7th order Supreme Beast King could harm him, and the main goal of this kind of existence was to defend against the holy level subordinates of the Thunder Dragon King. As long as he avoids the Holy Beast Kings under the Thunder Dragon King, he can keep picking up the spoils. It's so cool and beautiful. Chapter 95 Dark Under the Lamp, Additional Update. Shin Junwo was so powerful throughout his life that he didn't even know about it. It turns out that the battlefield can be played like this? It turns out that strange beasts are not that difficult to deal with. If provoked just right, they are more willing to kill each other than humans. Perhaps, animals and humans are the same, as long as they are alive, they cannot escape the word profit. The battle is at a stalemate. Not long after, a large number of 7th order Zune-level Beast Kings from the Thunder Dragon King's side arrived at the battlefield under the leadership of the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon and the sky-covering Firebird. The Qilin King's side is also not weak. The 2 top Holy Beast Kings, the Golden Lion King and the Evil Fireblood Phoenix, also led a large number of 7th level Zune-level Beast Kings to the battlefield. King versus King. General against General. Soldiers against soldiers. In the 10,000 Mountains, an unprecedented battle between strange beasts broke out. Although Shin Junwo was very happy to pick up the treasure, his crisis still existed. There are more and more 8th level Holy Beast Kings. No matter which Holy Beast King from either side targets Shin Junwo will not be able to survive. System, come out. Shin Junwo suddenly thought of a solution when he was anxious, and immediately asked, can the bad luck item dropped by the monster be used on the monster? Host, it's okay. The system responded immediately and thoughtfully, all living things will be affected by the unlucky entry. Fuck, you're so strong. Shin Junwo's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered, add the legendary entry Fated to the Tai Sui to the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon, and add the legendary entry Terrible to the Golden Lion King. Added the epic attribute Unforeseen Misfortune to the sky-covering Fire Sparrow and the epic attribute Imminent Disaster to the Evil Fireblood Phoenix. Bite. The system has successfully added entries for the Silver Moon Thunder Dragon, the sky-covering Fire Sparrow, the Golden Lion King, and the Evil Fireblood Phoenix. The system detects the 4 top Holy Beast Kings fighting against each other. Affected by the attributes of the entries, there is a 50% chance that both sides will suffer losses, and a 50% chance that both will perish. Please look forward to it, host. Shin Junwo smiled. The Ghost system is not only god level in ability, but also god level in cheating people. Influenced by the entries, the battle between the four top Holy Beast Kings determines not only victory but also life and death. The destructive power caused was unparalleled. Even ordinary people at the 7th level could not withstand the impact of the aftermath, making the battlefield extremely chaotic and miserable. See the battle situation at this moment. Shinjunwoo's eyes moved, and it seemed that there was a chance for him to escape from the battlefield and find a place to recover his spatial spiritual power. No spatial abilities. In the 10,000 mountains, there is always a feeling of being unable to move forward. The battle became increasingly intense. The four top Holy Beast Kings continued to fight with all their might, forcing the beasts on both sides to retreat in a fierce battle, dividing the battlefield into countless pieces. Soon after, the four top Sacred Beast Kings simultaneously unleashed their innate skills for a final fight. Boom! 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 This fight shattered the mountains and rivers, cracked the void, and countless mountains shattered, stirring up dust all over the sky and making deafening noises. Ha ha! What a great opportunity! Shinjunwoo was overjoyed. He immediately aimed at a seriously injured and dying 7th Order Zoon level late golden winged giant python, and instantly swept over it with his mental power, causing it to fly into the air. It used its huge body to conceal Shinjunwoo's figure. At the same time, Shinjunwoo took advantage of the aftermath of the impact and used his devouring ability to forcibly devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover some spatial spiritual power, and with a short and intense void teleportation he jumped out of the battlefield. Really? The god level system is too powerful. The influence of the entry caused the four top holy beasts to fight each other to a draw, and Shinjunwoo also took the opportunity to jump out of the battlefield. He was not discovered by the monsters on both sides and successfully jumped out of the battlefield. At this moment, the rear of the Qilin King side was empty, and Shinjunwoo sensed the nest of the golden-winged python and ran towards it frantically. It is said that the most dangerous place is the safest place. It is unrealistic for Shinjunwoo to cross the territory of the Qilin King. He could only look for an opportunity to jump out of the battlefield and hide with the help of the Qilin King's subordinate beasts to conceal his breath. Playing tricks in the dark. Soon after, Shinjunwoo sensed that the strange beasts on both sides were withdrawing and returning to their respective territories. In other words, his plan was successful. After arriving at the lair of the golden-winged python, Shinjunwoo immediately moved the golden-winged python out of the mountain and river realm. What a great guy! This golden-winged python is not dead yet? It even wanted to counterattack Shinjunwoo, but it could only think about it. Its injuries were so severe that it could not launch any attack at all. It was just breathing its last breath. Aha! When Shinjunwoo wanted to kill it, he suddenly had a rather terrifying idea. Do it when you think of it. Shinjunwoo immediately used mind control on the golden-winged python. Today's psychic abilities, the fifth skill mind control is a legendary existence. It can control the queen bee, so I think it can also control this golden-winged python, right? In the novel, the bigwigs in the TV series all like to keep snakes as pets, and Shinjunwoo also wants to keep a snake as a mount for fun. Even Su Xian dares to play with snakes. Is he afraid? Severe mental shocks continued to invade the mind of the golden-winged python. Although the golden-winged python was seriously injured, its mental power was still surging, and it was a late 7th level Zoon level existence, so it was not easy to be controlled. Fortunately, it wasn't injured badly enough. Shinjunwoo didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he continuously used mind control to attack. Performed several times in a row. Shinjunwoo's remaining mental energy was completely consumed, and he finally succeeded in implanting mind control into the mind of the golden-winged python. This moment, Shinjunwoo felt as if his entire spirit was being pulled back and he had no way of using it. It can be seen that although he successfully controlled the golden-winged python, his entire mental power will be used to maintain the skill of mind control. Psychic powers can no longer be used against enemies. Chapter 96 Return to War University. Think about it. A psychic ability that cannot be used is exchanged for a late 7th level Zoon level fighter. It seems to be a very worthwhile deal. Even if Shinjunwoo's spiritual ability is successfully promoted to the 7th level, it will be quite difficult to deal with the existence of the late Zoon level. The 7th level is a hurdle that is difficult to break through. For people or beasts to reach this level, they can only successfully advance through great adventures, and it is almost impossible to challenge a higher realm. Being able to cross a small realm is considered abnormal. Successfully controlled the golden-winged giant python of the late 7th level Zoon level. With its breath deterring and concealing him, Shin Junwo no longer worried about his own safety and recovered peacefully in the snake's nest. 3 days later, Shin Junwo's spatial ability was fully restored, and his overall condition returned to its peak. Just as he expected. Even after his mental powers were restored, he was unable to use them as they were completely wasted in controlling the queen bee and the golden-winged python. What's even worse is, as the golden-winged python recovered from its injuries, Shin Junwo's mental exhaustion gradually increased, and he did not dare to let the golden-winged python recover from its injuries. They can only confine him to the mountain and river realm to delay his recovery. If its injuries were to fully recover, it would likely break free from mind control and attack its master instantly. This time, Shin Junwo was still greedy. The most urgent task is to return to the battlefield university immediately, get the spiritual beads from the war hall, and upgrade the spiritual power to the 6th level to barely control the golden-winged python. Time is running out. Shin Junwo set off immediately and continuously moved in space towards the war university. Have a safe trip. Because Shin Junwo was too anxious, he landed in front of the war hall with a loud bang, and his fierce momentum caused dust to fill the air. Shin Junwo, it's you? Lu Pingyuan, a junior instructor in the Beast Transformation Department who also serves as the head of the Judgment Hall, happened to be taking a group of freshmen to the war hall to collect supplies. He was very surprised to see Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo ignored Lu Pingyuan. It has been 3 days, and it is not safe to trap the golden-winged giant python in the mountain and river realm. Who knows when it will be able to fully recover from its injuries? It is only safe if you allow your psychic abilities to break through quickly. Asshole. Lu Pingyuan was ignored, his face dimmed as he stopped Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo, you are too rude. Although you are not a student of my Beast Transformation Department, you should still respect your instructor. By the way, weren't you ordered to go to the Shirwan Mountains to rescue people? Why did you suddenly return? You're not qualified to know. After Shin Junwo went out, his cultivation level was so much higher than Lu Pingyuan's that he didn't want to explain at all. He really has no right to know. In the War University, the 6th level is a junior instructor, the 7th level is an intermediate instructor, and the 8th level is a senior instructor. Although Lu Pingyuan is at the peak of the 6th rank Emperor Beast system, he can't even withstand a single move from Shin Junwo. Why is he acting like a mentor? Outrageous. Outrageous. Lu Pingyuan was furious, and a whole new momentum burst out. Oh. Shin Junwo smiled playfully. It turned out that he had broken through to the early stage of the 7th level of Venerable and became an intermediate instructor? Now, am I entitled to know? Back then in the Death Abyss, Lu Pingyuan not only failed to save Shiji and other Beast Transformation seniors, but was also threatened by Shin Junwo, and had been holding his breath. Stimulated by the humiliation, he worked tirelessly day and night, and finally succeeded in breaking through to the early stage of the Venerable level. Ah, just you? Shin Junwo laughed disdainfully. Get out of the way, I don't have time to argue with you, don't mess with me. Shin Junwo, you are too presumptuous. Lu Pingyuan showed that his cultivation level was still not enough to suppress Shin Junwo, and he became even more angry. You have no respect for your elders, you deserve to be beaten. Deserting the battlefield and abandoning your classmates in the Shirwan Mountains is a cowardly act. You have tarnished the reputation of your teacher, Senior Yang, and are even more unworthy of your dual element abilities. You deserve to be killed. I'll kill your father. Shin Junwo's anger rose. He took a step forward, turned his right wrist lightly, and slapped Lu Pingyuan with one palm. Bold. Lu Pingyuan was furious. It's bad enough that he's rude and presumptuous, but he actually dared to attack him, a mid-level instructor. Shouldn't he be severely punished? He was now an early 7th level beast transformed mutant, and was afraid of a freshman, so he immediately counterattacked with a palm. There was a slight bang. As soon as Shin Junwo's true energy collided with Lu Pingyuan's spiritual power, Lu Pingyuan's face changed drastically. I never expected this. Shin Junwo just casually struck out with a palm, but the power was enough to crush his initial level spiritual power. He was so frightened that he immediately mobilized all his spiritual power to fight back. However, who is Shin Junwo? His martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level Martial Emperor realm, and he possesses 3 supreme bloodlines, the legendary Blood Spirit Wild Bear bloodline, the legendary 9 Nether White Tiger bloodline legend, and the mythical True Dragon bloodline. Lu Pingyuan's talent is just at the epic level. Puff. Puff. Before Lu Pingyuan could summon all his spiritual power, Shin Junwoo's palm easily broke his counterattack and hit him in the chest with a loud bang. The violent impact caused Lu Pingyuan to spit out blood and retreat continuously. A shocking scene. This terrified the beast transformation freshman present. I couldn't even believe my eyes, because he was an intermediate instructor at the early stage of the venerable level. He was actually hit by Shin Junwoo's palm and vomited blood and retreated? He Tianyi, who was in charge of the war hall, was also shocked and stood up suddenly. Then he appeared in front of Shin Junwoo in a flash, staring at Shin Junwoo in surprise. What happened? You? How did you manage to reach the peak of the martial emperor realm in one fell swoop? Chapter 97 Scared Mr. Lu. War University. Most of the teaching staff comes from the student union. If current and graduated students want to become tutors at the War University, they must first join the student union and directly participate in the management of the school. But if they want to reach the 6th level and become a junior mentor, it will take at least 10 years of training. Is this enough to show how difficult it is to break through the 6th level? But what about Shin Junwoo? He only broke through to the 5th level of Martial King Realm after arriving at the War University. After a trip to the 10,000 mountains, which took only a few days, his martial arts skills were advanced to the peak of the 6th level Martial Emperor Realm. What does this mean? Martial arts is recognized as the most difficult path among all ways of cultivation. Many giant level figures whose supernatural powers have reached the 7th or 8th level still have martial arts skills at the 6th level. It's a long story. Teacher I want spiritual beads. I want as many as you can get, and I want them now. Shin Junwoo sighed and spoke urgently. Because he controlled the golden-winged python, he knew that this evil beast was unwilling to be controlled, and that there was always a part of its original spiritual will hidden in the dark, waiting for the opportunity. The injuries it appears to have may not be real. This? Tianyi was also a little embarrassed. Shin Junwoo said nothing, and he had already received the reward for number 1 on the war list. He was also embarrassed when he suddenly returned to ask for the spiritual spirit beads. Shin Junwoo, don't be so presumptuous. Do you really think that just because you have dual abilities, you can do whatever you want in War University? Lu Pingyuan was injured by Shin Junwoo's punch, and his hatred deepened. He immediately said, "You didn't even explain why you deserted the battlefield, and you still want the spirit pearl? You fucking bastard." Shin Junwoo was so angry that his fists clenched until they made crackling sounds. He really wanted to kill this annoying old dog. For the sake of the overall situation, he could only endure it. With a wave of his hand, he moved the corpses of 106th level Beast Kings and 18 7th level Beast Kings that he had found on the battlefield out of the mountain and river realm. There are 6th rank Emperor Beast Kings and 7th rank Noble Beast Kings. How could he possibly hunt down so many high rank Beast Kings? He is still a freshman. All the students from the War University present were trembling with fear. Lu Pingyuan suffered an even greater shock. The corpses of all the Beast Kings were piled up in front of him, frightening him so much that he fell to the ground. I couldn't utter a word and was sweating profusely. Old man, do you think I, Shin Junwoo, am a villain who only knows how to take advantage of others? Shin Junwoo's eyes turned cold, and he scolded fiercely, "These Beast King corpses all have spirit beads in their bodies, are they enough to exchange?" Lu Pingyuan looked up. He felt that Shin Junwoo was full of murderous aura, which made his heart extremely cold, as if he would be torn to pieces by Shin Junwoo in the next second. Tianyi was frightened. Among the corpses of these Beast Kings, several were in the middle stage of the venerable realm when they were alive, not far from the late stage, and they were all overlords of the 10,000 mountains. How could Shin Junwoo kill so many? No, that's not right. Tianyi took a step forward and took a closer look. These Beast King corpses were not killed by human weapons, but were directly killed by extremely powerful holy-level Beast Kings. The remaining breath from his wound shocked Tianyi, and he looked at Shin Junwoo without saying a word for a while. I want the spiritual bead. Shin Junwoo looked at Tianyi solemnly. Good. Follow me. Tianyi didn't dare to imagine what terrible things Shin Junwoo had experienced on this trip, and he had no reason to refuse Shin Junwoo's request. If it wasn't extremely urgent, Shin Junwoo wouldn't go back to school. It would be more cost-effective to sell the money outside and then buy spiritual beads. Enter the war hall. Tianyi directly used his spiritual power to absorb and handed all the 6th level and 7th level spiritual beads in the hall to Shin Junwoo. Among them, there are 38 6th level ordinary spirit beads, 18 6th level elite spirit beads, 10 6th level beast king spirit beads, and 3 7th level spirit beads. Thank you. Shin Junwo got the spiritual bead and immediately teleported away into the void. The ability to devour supernatural powers is Shin Junwo's secret, and the golden winged giant python is even more of Shin Junwo's secret. He cannot let anyone know about it, not even the school's senior instructors. Hey. He Tianyi was about to ask something when the person disappeared. 3 days ago. Bailey Sheiji, Lin Ju and others had lost contact. He was anxious and went to ask the principal for instructions, but the principal said that as long as Shin Junwo was there, everything would be fine. But what about now? Shin Junwo ran back to school, still showing extreme anxiety. How could he feel at ease? But he couldn't catch up with Shin Junwo. In desperation, he had to go to the principal Li Yi's office again. Stop talking, I saw everything. Li Yi spoke first, his face solemn. The Beast King corpses that Shin brought back were all killed by Saint-level Beast Kings. Then can you still sit still, principal? He Tianyi said anxiously, this is related to the Beast Soul Hall. Principal, tell me honestly, have you sent an 8th level giant into the 100,000 mountains? No. Li Yi answered honestly. What? He Tianyi was so angry that he scolded, Principal, that's 100,000 mountains. The students are not only facing endless strange beasts, but also the perverted believers of the Beast Soul Hall. How can you let Shin Junwo, a freshman, take charge of the situation? Aren't you afraid that he will die in the Shirwan Mountains? Okay, don't get so excited. Look, didn't Shin Junwo come back safe and sound? Li Yi waved his hand and said solemnly, 3 days ago, I used my soul to sense a brief and huge vibration in the 100,000 mountains. I guess there was a earth-shattering battle between the strange beasts. Now it seems that my guess was correct. The war between the strange beasts must be related to that kid Shin. He is really capable. This little bastard scared me to death. Chapter 98, The Late Venerable Beast King as a Pet. Return to the Shirwanda Mountains again. Shin Junwo randomly found a cave and began to use the devouring power to absorb spiritual beads to increase his mental strength. Spirit beads continued to enter the body. Shin Junwo's mental strength continues to grow. The golden-winged giant python in the mountain and river realm seemed to have sensed something, and the spiritual will hidden in the deepest part of its body began to dominate it, using all its talents to recover from its injuries. You beast, let's see who's faster. Shin Junwo's guess was correct. Not everyone can control a creature of the level of the golden-winged python. Even if it encounters an unexpected situation, it still has ways to turn things around. Shin Junwo's methods are also not weak. Martial arts and physical strength far surpass supernatural powers, and their endurance is stronger, so they can absorb and refine the spiritual energy of the spirit pearl faster. Not to mention, Shin Junwo also has the legendary devouring ability to help him. With full firepower, an ordinary 6th level spiritual bead can be absorbed in just 1 minute without much waste. If the War University knew about this speed, it would have to cut his flesh and draw his blood, then send it to the laboratory to study the reason. Mid-5th stage. Late 5th stage. Peak of level 5. After absorbing 38 6th level ordinary spirit beads, 18 6th level elite spirit beads, and 1 6th level Beast King spirit bead, Shin Junwo immediately began to strive for the 6th level. At the same time, the golden-winged python was also fighting for control of the body, intending to use its body to fight back and gain more mental power. After a game of chess, Shin Junwo's mental power was the first to break through the 6th level, and once again suppressed the golden-winged python. Next, Shin Junwo did not stop at all and continued to absorb the spiritual beads. After his psychic power reached the 6th level, Shin Junwo felt that his psychic power was like a child that could never be fed, a bottomless pit. After absorbing the remaining 9 6th level spiritual Beast King spirit beads, he was unable to even reach the middle stage of the 6th level. What a terrible promotion requirement! In the end, Shin Junwo completely absorbed the 3 7th level spiritual beads, but only raised his spiritual power to the late 6th level, Imperial level. There is still a long way to go before I can break through to the 7th level. Come on, you beast! Shin Junwo's mental strength increased significantly, and he immediately immersed his mind completely in the mountain and river realm and used mind control to invade again. The final spiritual will of the golden-winged python must be completely controlled. The giant python sensed the crisis and immediately exploded. Things are different now. Shin Junwo laughed loudly. Not only did he use the mountain and river realm to confine and suppress the python, he also drove the six-blade poison hornbee to suck the python's blood and poison it. However, even though he had used every possible means and always had the upper hand, Shin Junwoo was unable to quickly control the giant python's final spiritual will? It's so fucking awesome. If the giant python's injuries had been slightly less severe when it was suppressed, it would have retained more of its mental strength and would have likely turned the tables. Mental control and mind control can only control beings with a lower level of cultivation than oneself. A beast king at the late-stage venerable level like the giant python is completely uncontrollable. Fortunately, Shin Junwoo's spiritual skull is strong enough. Every time Shin Junwoo breaks through, he will have a significant mental boost, which is how he stabilizes the giant python. After 10 consecutive mental control and 5 heart control invasions, Shin Junwoo finally succeeded in controlling the giant python's final mental will. Having a beast king in the late stage of the venerable level as a pet will no longer pose any hidden dangers. An ace is being added. Shin Junwoo took a step and immediately headed in the direction where he had parted with Lin Ju and the others. Although psychic abilities cannot defend against enemies, it is harmless to use some psychic detection to conduct small-scale detection. Not long. Shin Junwoo discovered the marks left by Lin Ju and others along the way. He was quite smart. They knew that Shin Junwoo would not really abandon them, and they also knew that Shin Junwoo was the only one who could save them in the end. But they didn't expect it. The real target of the Beast Soul Hall is the Little Dragon King, the son of the God-level Beast King. Shin Junwoo almost couldn't come back to save them. Follow the signs. Shin Junwoo soon discovered that they were heading towards the lower mountains of the Shirwan Mountains and should have found traces of Fang Xingjian, Shui Chenma and others. The Beast Soul Hall is indeed cautious. The target was the deepest part of the central mountain range of the 10,000 mountains, but the kidnapped hostages were in the lower mountain range of the 10,000 mountains, thousands of miles away. So stubborn. After another spatial shift, Shin Junwoo heard the sound of fierce fighting. Follow and take a look. Lin Ju, Dongfang Bingyun, Nangong Qianyu, Fang Qiong, Fang Lin, Su Fulei and 3 high-spirited young men were besieged by a group of 5th Order Howling Moon Wolf. On a hilltop, a girl stood quietly holding a bone flute. She is an old acquaintance of Shin Junwoo. In the wilderness outside Sangyan City, she and several members of the Beast God Temple kept chasing Feng Sanyu, who had the bloodline of the divine beast Phoenix, and brought him to the Beast Soul Temple. This time, it was indeed she who captured Lin Xuan, Wang Ling and others. The traces are revealed. There was no need for Shin Junwoo to hide anymore, and he jumped onto the battlefield. Shin Junwoo? Lin Ju, Dongfang Bingyun, Su Fulei and others were ecstatic when they saw Shin Junwoo appear. The fear and panic of the past few days disappeared at this moment. Damn it, damn it. Retreat, retreat immediately. The girl with the bone flute looked down at the battlefield from a high position. When she saw Shin Junwoo appear, she gave the order in horror. Others don't know the purpose of the Beast Soul Hall, but she does. Shin Junwoo actually came back alive, things are bad. Chapter 99, Finally Knowing Lin Xuan's Gossip, Additional Update. The wolves retreated. Soufflé finally breathed a sigh of relief. The look towards Shin Junwoo showed not only surprise at surviving the disaster, but also an inexplicable resentment, as if he wanted to rush up and bite Shin Junwoo to death. Well. Shin Junwoo glanced over and met Su Fulei's gaze, and was suddenly stunned. Isn't this look a bit strange? It's almost threaded. You son of a bitch, you still remember to come back? Su Fulei couldn't hold it in any longer, so she suddenly rushed to Shin Junwoo and scolded him. Why don't you let us all die in the Shirwan Mountains? Why are you back? Since you've abandoned us, just abandon us completely and let us die. So aggrieved. Shin Junwoo smiled in surprise and opened his arms playfully. Come, let me hug you and comfort you. As he spoke, Shin Junwoo hugged Su Fulei in his arms. Shin Junwoo was shocked. He just wanted to tease Su Fulei, but he didn't expect her to not refuse or avoid him. At this moment, Su Fulei was also shocked. She didn't know what was going on. Shin Junwoo just reached out to hug her, but she didn't dodge? That moment. Her mind seemed blank, without any thoughts. After coming to her senses, Su Fulei pushed Shin Junwoo away in panic. You bastard, get out. Just go away, why are you so fierce? Shin Junwoo chuckled and said with a lingering feeling, it's really comfortable. You still want to say? Soufflé raised her fist in anger. Shin Junwoo was stunned and grabbed her arm with some heartache. There were several deep wolf claw marks on her arm. The blood had all dried up and the area had started to scab over automatically. Never mind your business. Su Fu shook her hand away with self-reliance. Shin Junwo sighed and glanced around, and saw that all 6 of the top 10 people on the war list were injured. Judging from their aura, their superpowers have broken through to the 6th level, but they are still so badly injured. They must have encountered a lot of dangers in the past few days. The other 3 were more seriously injured. Although it was the first time they met, Shin Junwo knew them and was quite familiar with them in his previous life. Fong family in Shanjing, Fong Xingjian. Mountains and rivers of the Shui family, Shui Qianma. Tiannan Nye family, Nye Xiaojie. These 3 people are all the geniuses from aristocratic families among this year's freshmen, and all possess legendary talents. Because of Lin Xuan, Wang Ling and others, they went deep into the 10,000 mountains and gained extraordinary experience, and their supernatural powers were successfully promoted to the 5th level. This speed is many times faster than in the previous life. It is indeed a legendary talent. Let's set up camp right here. Shin Junwo immediately said, bandage it first, and then talk about other things after the wound is healed. No. Fong Xingjian suddenly became anxious and struggled to stand up. Lin Xuan has been captured for a few days. We can't let these people from the Beast Soul Hall get away. Oh? Shin Junwo looked at Fong Xingjian in surprise. Is he more worried about Lin Xuan than himself? Shin Junwo, I beg you. Fong Xingjian grabbed Shin Junwo's hand and said, save the people first. We are fine. Please save the people first. Why? Shin Junwo was a little surprised. I never heard of any emotional entanglement between Lin Xuan and Fong Xingjian in my previous life. Hearing this, Fong Qiong and Fong Lin, as the older brother and sister, sighed helplessly and looked quite speechless. Lin Ju was a little angry. This? Fong Xingjian was extremely anxious and said again, anyway, you take us to rescue people first, I personally owe you a favor. In the future. No matter what you ask, as long as you don't let me harm the Fong family, I'm willing to agree to it. That's interesting. Although the Fong and Lin families are both prominent families in the capital, and on the surface they share a common hatred for the enemy, they are actually competing fiercely behind the scenes. Your relationship may not be that good. Shin Junwo's gossip was aroused, and he deliberately pressed, if you don't tell me the reason, I won't go to save people. Think about it yourself. You. Fong Jianqing was so angry that he couldn't breathe and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Oops. It's not a big secret, nor is it something I can't tell you. It's just that Sister Lin Xuan is quite precocious and has developed very early, while this brat is young and frivolous and doesn't know much. Fong Qiong was also quite anxious, so he simply spilled the beans to satisfy Shin Junwo's curiosity. Because of a few arguments, I gave Sister Lin Xuan a nickname, Big Mimi. Sister Lin Xuan was young at the time and couldn't stand this kind of teasing, so she ran away from Shanjing in anger and went to the Lin family's branch in Sangyun City. Later, she stayed in Sangyun City to go to school. Oh, that's it. Shin Junwo slapped his head and finally understood why. Turn out to be. Lin Xuan was so self-conscious that she bound her feet like the ancients did. So cruel. Is that comfortable? Now we can go save people. Fong Xingjian spoke with his head lowered in shame. If he hadn't been ignorant, Lin Xuan wouldn't have run away and wouldn't have been kidnapped by the Beast Soul Hall. He bears the most direct responsibility. Silly boy, you still have some conscience. Shin Junwo smiled with relief and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, the people from the Beast Soul Hall can't escape now that they have appeared. Just focus on healing first. Even if I don't go looking for them, they will come looking for me, don't worry. Chapter 100. What does killing them have to do with me? Come to think of it, Lin Xuan is quite rare. Others feel inferior because they are too young, but she is too old. Perhaps, it was because of that little bastard Fong Xingjian that Lin Xuan gradually developed a cold personality in her previous life and was even given the title of Ice Beauty. In this life, after having an entanglement with Shin Junwo, she took the initiative to grow up from a child. Not only is her personality not as saintly as before, she has also become much more lively and cheerful, and has also become much braver. He also talked about giving him a surprise at the War University. The surprise hasn't been given yet, but you must have suffered a lot of shock. Rest on the spot. After bandaging the wound, Su Fulei couldn't help but look at Shin Junwo again and again, her inner emotions changing and complicated. Since Shin Junwo left. Only then did she realize how dangerous the Shirwanda Mountains were, and that without this little man, they would be like an ant in the Shirwanda Mountains. Only then did I realize how reassuring it is to have this little man. This sense of security is something that no one can give her except Shin Junwoo. After some hesitation, she took out a bottle of Su family's unique medicine from her space ring and walked to Shin Junwoo. Here. Ouch. Shin Junwoo took it in surprise. You're willing to give me the 100 herb liquid to drink? Are you attracted to me? You have a really foul mouth. Su Fulei stomped her feet in anger and wanted to walk away, but her body was very honest and she sat down next to Shin Junwoo angrily. Ah. Shin Junwoo turned his head blankly and said foolishly, when did you taste it secretly? You? Su Fulei was so angry that she gritted her teeth and really wanted to bite Shin Junwoo to death. Why can't you just talk properly? You what? Shin Junwoo smiled smugly, you have secretly tasted my lips, so shouldn't I taste yours? Eat shit. Su Fulei thought she was well-mannered, but in front of Shin Junwoo, her restraint and gentleness disappeared. 3 sentences. After just 3 sentences, she couldn't stand it anymore and walked away. Shin Junwoo smiled and tasted the herb liquid in his hand. It tasted like a drink and could also speed up the recovery of physical strength, spirit, true energy and spiritual energy. It is indeed a must-have for wilderness hunters. However, this bottle is too expensive, costing a full 100,000 yuan, which is unaffordable for most people. The next day. It was already noon when Shin Junwoo led a group of 9 people and leisurely headed in the direction where the Bone Flute girl had evacuated. Just as Shin Junwoo expected. As long as he appears, the Beast Soul Hall will not only not retreat, but will also panic. This is not. In a valley not far ahead, the Beast Soul Hall set up the dreaded 10,000 Beasts formation. In the valley, a group of 6th-level exotic beasts, the Red Snakes, formed a snake formation. On both sides of the valley, several groups of 5th-level exotic beasts overlooked the valley, ready to charge in at any time. I saw a dense array of countless snakes in front of me. Lin Ju, Su Fulei and others felt their scalps tingling, their whole bodies trembling, and they walked hesitantly, not daring to step into the valley at all. Shin Junwoo is the opposite. He laughed loudly, lit a cigarette, and walked in the snake formation, puffing out smoke, as if countless 6th-level red snakes were fire sticks. He has a very strong aura and his back is so handsome. Women like Su Fulei and Dongfang Bingyun were dazzled and admired him immensely. Faced with this kind of scene, even a 7th-level Zun-level psychic would be stage frightened. I really don't understand where Junwoo gets his confidence from. Straight into the valley. On an open space, Lin Xuan, Wang Ling, Wang Bo, and Wu Mu were tied to a pillar, and their supernatural powers were imprisoned. Each of them is guarded by a 5th-level beast transformation mutant. Before the hostages. In addition to the girl with the bone flute, there are 3 other women. One of them was the 18th believer of the Beast Soul Hall, the psychic known as the Blood Shadow Clone, Shuemei. At this moment, Shuemei no longer had the confidence and self-assurance she had when she met Shin Junwoo, and her face was extremely gloomy. Shin Junwoo is back. The Lion and Tiger Saint, one of the 3 elders of the Beast Soul Hall, did not come back and must have died. Speak. Shin Junwoo blew out a smoke ring. Isn't this the home ground of your Beast Soul Hall? You? Shuemei glared with gritted teeth, but couldn't utter a word. I can't believe it. It's been over a month since we last met, and the man I chased for his life is now free to roam freely in the 100,000 mountains. How unpredictable things really are. The girl with the bone flute waved her hand and stepped forward with a complicated expression. Back in the wilderness, I shouldn't have spared your life. Wolf girl, what are you talking about in your sleep? I spared your life for the sake of Sage Sirius. How could you have escaped the space power hunt that day? Shin Junwoo smiled proudly and boasted loudly. At that time, he had no spatial ability at all and was chased everywhere for his life. You? The girl with the bone flute was shocked. Shin Junwoo actually knew her identity? Mr. Shin, stop talking nonsense. Shuemei was eager to know the truth and immediately asked, tell me, what happened? Why are you the only one back? Are you ordering me around? Shin Junwoo's face turned cold. Shin Junwoo, please look at the situation carefully before you speak. Shuemei immediately pointed behind her. Your high school sweetheart and childhood friend are still in my hands. If you don't answer truthfully, I will kill them immediately. Kill if you want. What does it have to do with me if you kill them? Shin Junwoo waved his hand nonchalantly. Shuemei, you don't really think that I, Shin Junwoo, am so kind that I would sacrifice my life for theirs. Do you think I, Shin Junwoo, am a saint or a saintly bitch? Chapter 101 Testing People's Hearts. Shin Junwoo's words. This left Lin Ju, Su Fulei, and others at a loss. If Shin Junwo said that he didn't care about other people's lives, they could understand. Only by saying this could they avoid being coerced by the Beast Soul Hall. But what is Shu Ma's problem? Shin Junwo had already met with the people from the Beast Soul Hall, and had they reached any agreement? Shin Junwo, there's no need to act ruthless in front of smart people. Shu Mei smiled slightly. We have met before, I know what kind of person you are better than anyone else. Don't believe it, forget it. Shin Junwo waved his hand and turned around immediately. You saw it, they don't want to let them go, and I can't save them, let's go back. What? Lin Ju was dumbfounded. After finally getting here, you tell me they are unwilling to release us and we will go back if we can't save them? Lin Shuang is his sister. If you go looking for him, he will definitely be threatened by you. Shin Junwo pointed at Lin Ju and immediately strode away. This time, not only Lin Ju and others were dumbfounded, but Shu Mei and others were also dumbfounded. Did they think their kidnapping was a joke? After a while, Shin Junwo was still walking and had no intention of stopping. Shin Junwo, that's enough. Shu Mei yelled angrily, you want to stall for time and wait for the instructors from the War College to arrive? Dream on. That. I went back to the war school, but I forgot to leave my new contact information with the instructors there. The wristband at the war school had no signal, so they couldn't find my exact location. Shin Junwo turned around and smiled awkwardly. Lin Ju almost went crazy. I went back to the war university, but I didn't even get any personal contact information? What brain? Aren't you usually very smart? Shin Junwo, you don't have to act anymore. If you didn't want to save them, you wouldn't have agreed to the conditions of the Beast Soul Hall. So, it's better for you to cooperate. Shu Mei's face was gloomy. Otherwise, I don't mind using someone as a scapegoat first, so that you, Mr. Shin, can feel the pain of heartache. Shu Mei, you are wrong. It's because I've risked my life for them once that I won't be so stupid. Shin Junwo answered frankly, you still want to use them to threaten me, it's impossible. You? Shu Mei was shocked. If she were in Shin Junwo's shoes, having barely escaped death, she would never show any mercy. What does other people's death have to do with me? Why should I die for others? What's more, Shin Junwo went to the deepest part of the 10,000 mountains. Even the Beast Soul Palace didn't know how many 7th-level Supreme Beast Kings and 8th-level Holy Beast Kings there were in that area. It's a miracle that Shin Junwo came back alive. That. Lin Shuang, Wang Ling, Wang Bo, Wumu, I can tell you the truth, I have already escaped death for you once, I tried my best. Shin Junwo sighed and said ruthlessly, so, I won't be threatened by the Beast Soul Hall because of you. I'm sorry. I am a dual-system psychic, and my talent in martial arts is beyond ordinary people. I have an extremely bright future ahead of me, and I cannot let you ruin my brilliant life. Shin Junwo, stop talking. Thank you for taking a chance on my life. Lin Shuang's tears fell, and she immediately said, I'm really happy that you can take a risk for me. Jun Wu, good brother. As expected, we grew up together and played together as childhood friends. We are very happy that you can take this risk for us. Wang Bo and Wumu exchanged a glance and said, you've done a great job, really. It's just death, what's the big deal? 18 years later, we will be reborn as your sons, and you will work like a slave for us, to repay your kindness for not being able to save us this time. Shin Junwo glared. What's going on in the minds of these two bastards? Damn it, not only did you cheat me a lot when I was a child, but you want to continue cheating me in the next life. If you think about it this way, dying wouldn't be a loss. Wang Ling's eyes turned, and she said with a smile, then I will be reincarnated as your daughter. You are much better than my unreliable father. Shin Junwo, you must work hard and strive to become the best in the world as soon as possible. In my next life, I want to be the best little princess in the world. Cough. Ahem. Shin Junwo didn't catch his breath properly, and he started coughing while laughing, choking, and crying. These three guys have such a great idea. But Shin Junwo was very happy and relieved. After obtaining the God-level entry system, Shin Junwo knew that he would not be ordinary and would encounter countless calculations and covetousness. I had thought of it in Sangyun City at that time. He gradually distanced himself from his childhood friends Wang Bo and Wu Mu, so as to avoid getting implicated by him. I never thought that I would be implicated. In his previous life, Shin Junwo was trampled upon by Shin Yu and lost the opportunity to go to college. He was once depressed, and it was the two of them who motivated him to cheer up in various ways. Although he was not rich to begin with, he still paid for Shin Junwo to have a foot bath and massage, and to find young ladies to experience the joy of being a man, so that he could understand what the joy of life is. Now, not only does he not blame Shin Junwo, he also faces death calmly. Should Shin Junwo repay this favor, and how should he repay it? System. Added the epic entry Mighty Diamond Bear Beast Soul for Wang Bo, and the epic entry 9 Nether White Tiger Beast Soul for Wu Mu. After Shin Junwo pondered, he immediately issued an order to the system: add the legendary entry Golden Flame Skyfire to Lin Shuang, and add the legendary entry Ultimate Mysterious Ice to Wang Ling. Byte. The system has added the entry successfully. Wang Bo will awaken his second superpower, the Mighty Diamond Bear, and Wu Mu will awaken his second superpower, the 9 Nether White Tiger. Lin Shuang will awaken his second superpower, the Ultimate Fire, and Wang Ling will awaken his second superpower, the Ultimate Ice. Chapter 102, Those of Destiny, Wake Up. Opening up their second superpower is enough of a reward, isn't it? Shin Junwo, stop acting and stop trying to divert our attention. This space is suppressed by my Beast Soul Hall's secret treasure. Your spatial ability is useless, and you can't take advantage of the opportunity to save people. Even if you leave the valley, it will be useless. Shu Ma felt that what Shin Junwo said made sense. But I always feel that Shin Junwo is not that simple, and he is not someone who can sit idly by and watch his friend die in front of him. I've already told you, if you don't let me go, I can't save him. Shin Junwo spread his hands and walked back helplessly. If you want to threaten, you can only threaten Lin Ju and the Lin family. Well. Shui Mei laughed angrily and immediately raised her hand to give an order. The 5th level expert who held 4 people hostage immediately drew his sword. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Shin Junwo was not panicked, but laughed continuously. Shin Junwo, don't force me. Shui Mei was eager to know what had happened to the Lion and Tiger Saint and how the mission was going. He is one of the 3 elders of the Beast Soul Hall and a top-level Saint-level beast transformed mutant. I didn't force you. Anyway, you want to use them to threaten me, but that's no longer possible. If you're unwilling to release them even after I'm here, then what's the point of talking? Shin Junwo had a nonchalant expression on his face, completely taking a desperate approach. Brother Shen? Lin Ju grabbed Shin Junwo's arm in panic and begged. If Shin Junwo really let it go, how could he save his sister's life? Not to mention being surrounded by countless strange beasts. The 2 women who stood still and never spoke had a terrifying aura. They were probably 7th level Zune level beings. Look at the atmosphere and clothing. If I guessed correctly, the one in the crimson dress on the left is the 11th follower of the Beast Soul Hall, the Scarlet Poison Woman. The one on the right, wearing a black lace dress, is the 12th follower of the Beast Soul Hall, the Black Widow. Brother-in-law, bah. Brother Lin Ju, it's no use begging me. Shin Junwo slapped himself in frustration and said awkwardly, you don't have to worry too much. Look at them. He faced death calmly and had a noble character. How many people in the world could compare to him? From what I've seen, they all have talents that are no less than mine, but they lack experience in life and death, which is why they've always been mediocre. They can definitely save themselves. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Shuang's and the other 3's mouths twitched a few times, and they really wanted to curse. You're about to die, yet you're still so vicious? Can't you say a few nice words to say farewell in a warm way? Can their talents compare with that of the pervert Shin Junwo? All along the way, I have been struggling on the brink of life and death every day, and I almost died without a burial place several times. Isn't this enough experience? Why, you don't believe it? Shin Junwo glanced at them and said proudly, each of the 4 of them has a talent that is not inferior to mine, and they are also protected by great luck. No one needs to rescue them, they won't die, I said. Ridiculous. Shin Junwo, please be moderate in your jokes and stop testing my patience. Shui Mei was amused. I'd like to see how they can use their talents and luck to save themselves if you don't help them. Yeah? The system prompt rang in Shin Junwo's mind. He immediately became more powerful and shouted with his hands stretched out, Destiny 1, wake up. Boom. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful spiritual power suddenly surged into the sky from the bodies of Lin Xuan, Wang Ling, Wang Bo, and Wu Mu. The Beast Soul Hall's spiritual power confinement techniques could not suppress it. Lin Xuang's whole body was covered in flames. Wang Ling's whole body was covered with frost. Behind Wang Bo, an extremely huge phantom of the mighty King Kong ape burst out. Behind Wu Mu, an equally huge phantom of the nine-nether white tiger roared continuously. All four of them were dumbfounded. Is Shin Junwoo's mouth blessed, or does he have the ability to make his words come true? How come they really woke up as soon as I finished speaking? The scary thing is that the second superpower they awakened far surpassed the first. Even more stupid are the people in the Beast Soul Hall. What is going on? Is it really possible to have a second awakening before a life and death crisis? The peerless genius is protected by heaven. Shin Junwoo shouted loudly and rushed forward while they were distracted. In the left hand is the cloud-breaking sword. In the right hand is the thunder sword. The sword energy is fierce and the knife energy is sharp. The endless power of thunder instantly enveloped the 11th follower, the Red Poison Woman, and the 12th follower, the Black Widow. Ah, kill, kill. Lin Ju then realized that Shin Junwoo had been waiting for the opportunity, and immediately rushed forward with his sword. The mutation is too fast. This is too unbelievable. By the time the 4 5th level warriors from the Beast Soul Hall, who were controlling the hostages in a complex manner, came to their senses, it was already too late. Lin Shuang and the other three took advantage of the impact of the power of the awakening of the second superpower and broke the spiritual power confinement technique one after another. The supernatural power was restored, and the spiritual power suddenly shook and broke the ropes that bound him. When they wanted to kill, Lin Ju, Fong Qiong, Su Fulei and others had already pounced on them and suppressed them in an instant. No one had the chance to attack the hostages. Damn it, damn it. The Red Snake Poison Woman and the Black Widow were both furious when they saw the hostages taking the opportunity to save themselves. Xue Mei became even angrier. Who would have thought that a few ants would have the talent for a second awakening? What I didn't expect was, Shin Junwoo's swordsmanship was so strong that he could trap the 11th and 12th seats at the same time. When did he become so powerful? You go first. Shin Junwoo also admired himself. It was really difficult to save people this time. Not only can he not use his spatial ability, but he also has to play tricks and make it seem like Lin Shuang and the other three have awakened for the second time under the pressure of a life and death crisis. It's really difficult for him. He had to let these burdens go first so that he could use his trump card to kill these vicious women. Chapter 103, Rescue and Counterattack, Additional. Go quickly. When Shin Junwoo was dancing with his sword with great vigor, he took the opportunity to use the 100 blades of space to clear a path for Lin Ju and his group. What will you do if we leave? Lin Ju felt guilty for not helping Shin Junwoo seek revenge on Bailey Shaiji last time, and he couldn't bear to leave Shin Junwoo alone to deal with the powerful enemy. I'm going to deal with your grandma. You are burdens and encumbrances, why would I need your help? Shin Junwoo used the sword technique to trap two great masters at the same time, but it was really a bit difficult. He cursed angrily, you two must get out, so I can get away. Hearing this, Lin Ju's old face flushed, and he no longer felt any burden. He took the lead in attacking the group of 6th level snakes to clear the way. Ignore them, let them go. Xue Mei's eyes moved, and she immediately ordered, quickly withdraw the 10,000 beasts formation and keep Shin Junwoo. Leave me? Shin Junwoo smiled softly and immediately stepped back. Keep some distance from the Red Snake Poison Woman and the Black Widow to prevent them from chasing after Lin Ju and the others. What is Shin Junwoo? It's only been a short time, and you've already reached the peak of the Martial Emperor realm and are able to unleash terrifying power beyond the Martial Emperor realm. You truly are a dual system psychic. The space here was suppressed, and the Red Snake Poison Woman was not in a hurry and stopped on her own initiative. It is indeed an unwise decision to make an enemy of a person like Mr. Shin. Oh. Shin Junwoo smiled playfully, from what you said, can we talk? Of course we can talk about it. Mr. Shin knows my Beast Soul Hall so well, so he should know that we stay away from the city because we just can't stand this evil world, not because we are mentally abnormal. The Red Snake Poison Woman waved her hand lightly and said, besides, we captured the hostages just to ask Mr. Shin to do that thing. Now that Mr. Shin has returned, there is no news from our elders, which is enough to prove that we have failed. As long as Mr. Shin tells us the details, we will immediately open the 10,000 beasts formation and let Mr. Shin leave. If there is an opportunity in the future, Mr. Shin is also welcome to visit the Beast Soul Hall. Ha 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 ha. Shin Junwoo couldn't help laughing after hearing this. What do you think, Mr. Shin? The space here is suppressed, and Mr. Shin cannot move through space. How long can he hold on? The Scarlet Snake Poisonous Woman said slowly, it's just a piece of detailed information, it's not that important. No, you're wrong. This news is not only important, it is incredibly important. Shin Junwoo waved his finger. More importantly, I don't want to tell you. You? The red-skinned vicious woman's face turned cold. The fact that she got this nickname is enough to show that she doesn't have good patience. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps you don't know that the real danger is you. Shin Junwoo smiled playfully. When you came here, you were destined to die. It has always been me, Shin Junwoo, who has killed and harmed others. Just you? Shu Ma sneered. Shin Junwoo's methods are weird and his strength is abnormal. But the most difficult to guard against spatial ability was restrained, making it difficult for him to even escape, and he still wanted to kill them for revenge? Yes, it's up to me. Shin Junwoo sensed that Lin Ju and others had escaped the encirclement, so he didn't pay any attention to them. Stretch out your hand. Countless 6th order peak level 6-blade poison horn bees poured out from the mountain and river realm, instantly darkening the sky. The 6th level red snake of the red snake poison woman will kill anyone with a single sting. The situation suddenly turned upside down. The advantage lies with Shin Junwoo. How can you control the beast? The red snake poison woman, the black widow, Shui Mei, and the bone flute girl were horrified to death and could not believe what they saw. Controlling exotic beasts is the foundation of his beast soul palace, and Shin Junwoo can do it too? Ha 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 ha. Not only can I control exotic beasts, I'm also a triple strength psychic. So, it's not unfair for you to die at my hands. Shin Junwoo burst into laughter, and instantly injected the 6th order legendary thunder power into the thunder sword. In a moment, the power of the thunder sword increased greatly, and the sword energy was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the broken cloud sword lies Shin Junwoo's 6th level peak martial arts true energy. With one slash of sword, he was invincible. Beast soul true body, activate. The red poison woman and the black widow were terrified to death and immediately used their 7th supernatural power to completely release their respective beast souls. 3 series. They never dreamed that Shin Junwoo was not a dual system mutant, but a triple system mutant? He has 3 types of supernatural powers: spiritual, spatial, and thunder. What a terrifying talent, what a terrifying hidden mind. You know too little about me, Shin Junwoo. Too little. As Shin Junwoo launched a violent attack, he suddenly grinned. In my eyes, you are all ants. The lion and tiger saint was killed by me. You won't have any chance of survival, you will die immediately. As soon as the word death comes out, Shin Junwoo's mountain and river realm suddenly opened, and a golden-winged python with golden light all over its body and a pair of golden wings suddenly flew out. With its bloody mouth, it bit directly towards the head of the vicious woman. There was a click. The beast soul of the red snake poison woman shattered on the spot. She was bitten to death without any resistance and was swallowed into the snake's belly in one gulp. Chapter 104: Planting a Spy. The 11th believer of the Beast Soul Hall, the Scarlet Poison Woman, an early-stage venerable level beast transformation mutant, died in an instant, without even leaving her body. The Black Widow, one of the 12 followers, trembled all over. She had never been so scared before, and turned around and fled without any intention of fighting. But will Shin Junwoo give her a chance? He displayed his lightning ability and unleashed a violent attack of sword and saber, just to give the golden-winged python a chance to kill with one strike. Shin Junwoo's figure flashed and immediately appeared behind the Black Widow. How fast? The Black Widow was scared out of her wits. If the spatial ability cannot be used, why is there still such speed? How could she know that what Shin Junwoo showed at this moment was just the tip of the iceberg? I never dreamed that Shin Junwoo had wind-related abilities. The wind-type ability is secretly controlled under your feet, and your speed is naturally doubled. Boom! Before Black Widow could figure it out, Shin Junwoo's sword suddenly fell and forced her back. Just then, the golden-winged python swung its tail, and the tail instantly pierced Black Widow's heart, and then swallowed her in one bite. 2 great levels of respect. You will die if you can't hold on for 10 seconds. The 18th seat's blood shadow clone Shui Mei was so frightened that she was silent even though it was just a clone, with only one word in her mind: escape. She had to escape back and reveal the shocking secret that Shin Junwoo was a 3-element mutant and had a late-stage Zune pet to the public. Shui Mei, where are you going? Shin Junwoo had already seen through it, and stopped Shui Mei in a flash. No, don't kill me. Although Shui Mei was only a clone here, she felt a deep fear of death, which she had never experienced before. Do you think it's possible? Shin Junwo grinned. The clone was killed, the spiritual imprint was destroyed, and the main body would not know what happened here, right? How do you know? Shui Mei turned pale with shock. This was her biggest secret. Die. Shin Junwo didn't explain, he raised his hand and swung his sword at Shui Mei's clone. With a loud bang, Shui Mei's clone exploded directly. The blood and spirit were all turned into nothing under the impact of the thunder force of the thunder sword, without leaving any trace. The sword was put away. Shin Junwo turned around calmly. Only the girl with the bone flute was still alive, but she was surrounded by a swarm of bees and dared not move. Take out the heavenly bead. Shin Junwo slowly walked up to the girl with the bone flute. You? The girl with the bone flute looked at Shin Junwo in horror, and suddenly felt that the Beast Soul Hall had no secrets in front of Shin Junwo. It's weird, isn't it? Shin Junwo smiled proudly. In addition to the god-level entry system, his greatest advantage is that he possesses a memory from a god's perspective. He knows almost all the secrets that happened in his previous life, as long as they have been exposed. Shui Mei's shortcomings. The identity of the bone flute girl. He also knew about the past of the red snake poison woman and the Black Widow. There are so many secrets about the disputes between the various families, who is whose mistress, who is whose illegitimate child. Aha! The girl with the bone flute was horrified and nodded curiously. It's actually quite simple. I am a fortune teller who can see into other people's fates. I can see through other people's past and future at a glance, such as you. Shin Junwo grinned and sat down next to the girl with the bone flute with interest. You are not the biological daughter of the Beast Soul Hall's Vice Hallmaster, Sage Sirius, but his adopted daughter. No, it's impossible. You can't possibly know, it's impossible. The girl with the bone flute was completely panicked. She had just learned this secret not long ago and had never told anyone. I've already told you that I'm a fortune teller who can see into other people's destinies. I knew the mystery of your life the first time we met. Shin Junwo lit a cigarette and said slowly, if my calculations are correct, the Heavenly Wolf Saint must have said this. You are the child he picked up from the wilderness. No, I don't believe it. Who are you, and what is your relationship with the Beast Soul Hall? Shin Junwo said every word exactly, but she still couldn't believe it. Believe it or not. I spared your life simply because I felt sorry for you. Shin Junwo blew out a smoke ring and spoke in a deep voice. For 18 years, he has regarded a thief as his father, and regarded the enemy who killed his parents as his biological father. It's really sad. What? What did you say? The girl with the bone flute suddenly stood up, and the threat of the swarm of bees was instantly forgotten. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. It's not advisable for you to know too much right now. Whether it's your father or your enemy, as long as you investigate carefully, you'll always find clues. Shin Junwo didn't say much. After waving his hand to bring the swarm of bees and the golden-winged python into the mountain and river realm, he stretched out 2 fingers towards the chest of the bone flute girl and took away the heavenly bead that was blocking it. Letting you know the secret that I am a triple-powered person is my sincerity. If you want revenge, feel free to send someone to inform me. With your ability and power, it would be easy to ask someone to pass on the message. Shin Junwo left a message and walked away across the void. But Shin Junwo did not go after Lin Ju and the others, but headed towards the Beast Soul Hall's headquarters, Beast God Mountain. This time, the Beast Soul Hall forced Shin Junwo to enter the dragon's lair, and if he made even the slightest mistake he would die without a burial place. He just killed the Lion and Tiger Saint, 2 venerable level believers, and a few peripheral members. Does that count as revenge? No, not enough. It's far from enough. Chapter 105, Leading to Trouble. Shin Junwo doesn't consider himself a good person. With the help of the god-level entry system, I don't want to suffer the kind of humiliation I experienced in my previous life. Dare to deal with him. Anyone who plots against him will suffer his endless revenge. From his rise, the Beast Soul Hall's bullying was the greatest. If Shin Junwo didn't completely wipe out this group of cult members, he would be unworthy of his military rank and medals of honor in his previous life. Heading south, constantly moving in space. Getting closer and closer to the Beast Soul Hall headquarters. Others don't know where the headquarters of the Beast Soul Hall is, but Shin Junwo, who has a god's perspective, knows it and has cooperated with the Wasteland Hunter team to encircle and suppress this group of believers. He knew the location and layout of the Beast Soul Hall very well. The headquarters of the Beast Soul Hall, Beast God Mountain, is located in the 100,000 Mountains, on the edge of the lower mountain range, on a very high peak that is perennially covered in clouds and mist. After Shin Junwoo arrived, he did not rush to sneak in, but sensed it secretly. Just as he expected. The Beast Soul Hall paid a huge price for the little Dragon King. The Hall Master, Deputy Hall Master, and 2 elders were not at the base camp. A number of believers who sat near the front seats were also absent. There is only one late-stage venerable being guarding the base camp. A godsend. Shin Junwoo naturally would not miss it, and immediately moved away. The heavenly bead that originally sealed off the Beast God Mountain fell into Shin Junwoo's hands. Shin Junwoo successfully entered a secret room buried deep in the earth under the mountain of the Beast Soul Hall without any effort. This secret room is the place where the Beast Soul Hall is passed down, and only the Hall Masters of all generations know about it. In the previous life, when we broke through the Beast Soul Palace, Shin Junwoo had entered with the Wasteland Hunter team, but he did not obtain the Beast Soul Hall's supreme secret technique Beast God Art that time. Move in one step. Shin Junwoo's excited eyes immediately focused on the beast statue in front of the secret room. Beast Soul Hall, faith in the Beast God. The supreme secret technique Beast God Art is enshrined in the palm of the Beast God statue without any force protecting it. I think so. The Beast Soul Hall has a sky-suppressing pearl that seals off the space, preventing spatial abilities from entering or exiting at will, and the secret room is hidden deep in the ground beneath the mountain. Even if someone has spatial abilities, they cannot enter without a specific location, so why would they need to arrange for secret guards? If you deploy a force to protect it, it might be sensed by others. The Beast God technique is mine. Shin Junwoo excitedly stretched out his hand and immediately grabbed the Beast God technique in his hand. Legend. The Beast God technique is the world's #1 method of body forging. It can perfectly absorb the precious blood of exotic beasts to change the body, and gradually possess the same powerful aura and physique as the exotic beasts. Shin Junwoo resisted the urge to flip through the book, and immediately took out the dragon head of the little Dragon King and placed it in the secret room. This is Shin Junwoo's real purpose this time. Taking the Beast God technique is just a matter of convenience. Thunder Dragon King. One of the 3 kings of the 10,000 mountains, his strength is 1 level higher than the other 2 kings. How could he not take revenge when his son was killed? If it goes crazy, Lee, the human ceiling known as the Sword God, is no match for him. Will Shin Junwoo bear such a huge disaster by himself? I can't bear it even if I want to. Therefore, the Beast Soul Hall needs to bear the terrible consequences of this disaster. After everything was settled, Shin Junwoo left immediately. The Beast Soul Hall is for exotic beasts, and their breath-sensing ability is quite high, so it is easy to be exposed if you stay there for too long. Turn back quickly. Halfway through, Shin Junwoo's spatial spiritual power was exhausted, and he could only use likeness skills and the help of Wind's spiritual power to catch up with Lin Ju and others. Shingang is really not something that humans can do. Shin Junwoo had the help of Wind-related abilities, but when he caught up with Lin Ju and the others, he was still exhausted and out of breath. Shin Junwoo, how are you? Lin Shuang finally waited until Shin Junwoo caught up, turned around, and rushed over anxiously, looking worried and supporting Shin Junwoo with a stern look in her eyes. After looking around many times and seeing no signs of injury to Shin Junwoo, he couldn't help but hug Shin Junwoo. See this scene. Lin Ju's face was broken from laughing. Dongfang Bingyun and Su Fulei felt a little jealous. They were afraid that they would never be able to surpass the friendship they had built as classmates during their 3 years of high school. Ahem, ahem. That's a bit crowded. Lin Shuang was too direct. Shin Junwoo couldn't adapt to it for a while. It seemed wrong to hug her actively, but not hugging her seemed disrespectful. It was quite embarrassing. You who? When Lin Shuang heard this, she was so angry that she immediately let go. Finally realizing that her relationship with Shin Junwoo was still that of classmates, she snorted coldly and stamped her feet deliberately. Humph, can't this class monitor care about my classmates? Yes, of course. Shin Junwoo chuckled. However, next time, find a time when there is no one around to show your concern. There are too many people here now, and I can't let go. You have a foul mouth. When will you be able to speak properly? Lin Shuang glared at him fiercely and reached out to pinch the flesh at the corner of Shin Junwoo's mouth. Wrong. Shin Junwoo admitted his mistake on the spot. Although this class monitor is a bit sanctimonious, she is kind and nice to others, and she does not have the arrogance of other girls from wealthy families. In his previous life, if she hadn't helped him, Shin Junwoo would have died in the secret realm of the martial arts college entrance examination and would not even have the chance to be reborn. Since we have met in this life, I should be nicer to her. See this. Dongfang Bingyun, Su Fulei felt even more jealous, and also a bit of inexplicable jealousy and envy. Shin Junwoo was notorious now, even Bailey Shaiji and Shiman Tianzhua are afraid of him. Only Lin Shuang dares to directly arrest Shin Junwoo. More importantly, Shin Junwoo was not angry and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Brother Lin, congratulations. Fang Qiong bowed enviously. No wonder Shin Junwoo always clumsily calls you brother-in-law. Now it seems he's not clumsy anymore. This kid has good vision. Lin Ju got the advantage and showed off with a smile. Dongfang Bingyun gave Lin Ju a cold smile. He moved closer to Su Ful and whispered, "Are you tempted? If you're interested, go grab it." Rob? Su Fulei was stunned for a moment, and replied in a low voice with some frustration, "I can snatch the two people with the power of ice and fire." Chapter 106 Fateful Entanglement. Su Ful's answer. Dongfang Bingyun was stunned for a moment. She had actually forgotten that Lin Shuang had just awakened for the second time and had become a dual-element genius possessing the power of ice and fire. His talent is not much inferior to Shin Junwoo. What the two said also startled Nangong Bingyun and Fang Lin, who were standing nearby. Think carefully. The second awakening of Lin Shuang, Wang Ling, Wang Bo, and Wu Mu was too abrupt. It doesn't make sense. What's even stranger is, why did 4 people awaken for the second time at the same time? Lin Shuang would be fine. As a disciple of the Lin family in Shangjing, he has had a solid and firm foundation since childhood, and he also has epic ice-related abilities. Wang Ling, Wang Bo, and Wu Mu are all commoners, and only have rare talents. Historically, there are indeed quite a few cases of second awakenings. But none of them are rare talents that have been awakened for the second time, at least they are all top epic talents. Besides, why is Shin Junwoo so sure that they are peerless geniuses? The school's senior tutors and the principal all looked down on who was the genius. How could Shin Junwoo see that and even predict that they would awaken a second time? What Shin Junwoo said at the beginning. Those who are destined, wake up. It is still vivid in my mind. There must be a ghost, there must be some secret that they don't know about? But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out what role Shin Junwoo played in this? I'm not sure whether the second awakening of the 4 people is related to Shin Junwoo. That's right. Didn't you form a team to go into the Shirwan Mountains to rescue people? Where are the others? After playing around, Shin Junwoo suddenly thought of something and quickly looked at Fang Xingjian, Shui Qianma, and Nie Xiajie. Yes, there are 10 of us. Fang Xingjian nodded and said with some concern, "We got separated not long ago. If it weren't for Brother Lin Ju and the others finding the 3 of us, I'm afraid we would have died." You deserve to die. Shin Junwoo glared. He believes that he has extraordinary talent. Not only does he want to save people from the Beast Soul Hall, he also dares to break into the 10,000 mountains. He is extremely brave. To this, the 3 of them lowered their heads in guilt. They were indeed too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's go. Shin Junwoo waved his hand nonchalantly and left. Those who are still alive at this time will definitely not die, and those who are already dead will have become food for the strange beasts. 3 days later, the group finally returned to the war line. The moment they entered the defense line, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and fell to the road at the same time, venting their emotions. Only on this familiar land do I feel safe and warm. Shin Junwoo is an exception. And I understand very well how they feel at the moment. Providing the people with a safe and warm living environment is the duty of soldiers who sacrifice their lives in blood, and it is also a proud honor. But soldiers cannot save the world. Justice is a sharp sword, but it is also a shackle that binds your hands. In this life, Shin Junwoo will no longer carry this shackle. He wants to do the things he wanted to do but could not do in his previous life. Everyone, you're all still alive. At this moment, an unexpected sound came from behind Shin Junwoo, startling him and making him turn around suddenly. Really? It is indeed Bailey Shaiji. Not only was he not dead, but even Shiman Tianzhua was safe and sound, and was fighting with Beitang Chongdao and Feng Fantian walking towards them from afar. Behind the 4 people, there was a charming woman. The moment he saw her, Shin Junwoo was filled with murderous intent. It turned out to be Lu Feifei. She followed Shui Qianma into the Shirwan Mountains to save people and actually survived? Is he also involved with Bailey Sheiji, Shimen Tianzhua, and others? System, come out. Shin Junwo cursed the communication system gloomily. I added the epic level escape from the sky to Bailey Sheiji and Shimen Tianzhua, and what's the result? Do they all have wings stuck up their asses? Host, calm down. The system's unlucky entry isn't a guaranteed death sentence, it can be broken under certain conditions. The first force that can break the unlucky entry is called luck. The system replied in a humane way. Bailey Sheiji and Shimen Tianzhua have extraordinary family backgrounds and talents. They are both blessed with great luck, which can offset some of the unlucky attributes. The fundamental reason they are still alive is the woman next to them. What? Shin Junwo's expression changed. Lu Feifei, she. Host, don't look down on her. The concept of destiny is illusory, but it does exist. After verification by the system, what you humans call fate is very likely to exist. The system continued. Lu Feifei has harmed you for your entire life, and left you unable to extricate yourself. This is enough to prove that she and you are destined to be entangled. It was only after Bailey Sheiji and the others met her that they completely broke the epic attribute of escape as impossible, and because of your changes, they have risen and are no longer the same as before. Aha! Shin Junwo's eyes moved. Lu Feifei's supernatural power had actually reached the peak of the 5th level, and there was a sacred aura lingering around her spiritual power. Already above Fang Xingjian, Shui Qianma, and Nie Xiajie. What is even more terrifying is that his martial arts has actually reached the 5th level. Her talent? Shin Junwo was shocked. A person with a rare talent could actually be reborn? You read that right. She had a fortuitous encounter that transformed her martial arts talent and supernatural powers, making her a top-tier existence among the legendary ones. The system replied calmly. Chapter 107, Mysterious Confidence of Lu Feifei, Additional. Shin Junwo was speechless for a moment. It's bad enough that it's just a matter of fate, but it can actually cause a chain reaction? A rare ant went through the 100,000 mountains and not only survived but also reached the sky in one step? Top legendary talent. Fang Xingjian, Shui Qianma, and Nie Xiajie are all overshadowed. It's really amazing. Shin Junwo, long time no see. When Lu Feifei saw Shin Junwo, she immediately strode forward and looked at Shin Junwo with a very complacent, proud, and still condescending look. Even though Shin Junwo was very famous, her sense of superiority remains the same. Still able to look down on Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo felt disgusted when he saw her. He spat and turned away immediately. Classmate Lu Feifei, thank you for coming into the Xiwandishan Mountains to save us. Lin Shuang knew the grudge between Shin Junwo and her, and immediately stepped in front of Lu Feifei. I'm very happy that you are alive. Lin Shuang, squad leader Lin. You are still so nosy. Lu Feifei didn't appreciate it at all and warned coldly, you have no right to interfere in the affairs between Shin Junwo and me. Get out. What if I don't? Lin Shuang's anger and pride were aroused on the spot. Just you? Lu Feifei had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With a contemptuous smile, she waved her hand and a golden light rushed towards Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang was shocked. A 5th level peak gold type ability? Not only did I feel powerless, but I also felt frustrated. Fang Xingjian, Shui Qianma, and Nie Xiajie were so frightened that they were speechless. How could this be possible? Snort! Shin Junwo did not sit idly by. He shattered Lu Feifei's attack with his martial arts aura. Lu Feifei didn't care either. He smiled proudly and complacently, Shin Junwo, you saw it. This freshman class. You are the first, I am the second, and no one can compete with us. As long as you are willing to say sorry, I can forget everything that happened in the martial arts college entrance examination's secret realm and come back to your side. How about it? Ha 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 ha. Shin Junwo sneered in disgust. How can there be such disgusting people in the world, and how can there be people with such a strong sense of superiority? Does her legendary talent give her such a strong and mysterious self-confidence? If she gets the god-level entry system, she will surely collect all the handsome men in the world into her harem as her male concubines. Shin Junwo, don't push your luck. Back in Sangyun City, I was the first to wrong you, but you were also the one who was unfaithful and distrustful of me. It was you who first concealed the fact that you had automatically awakened your superpowers. Lu Feifei angrily threw her hands up. If we talk about apologies, you were the first to apologize to me. I've already let out my anger, what else do you want? Fuck you. Shin Junwoo was speechless. So, he was the one who wronged Lu Feifei first? What kind of logic is this? Shin Junwoo, I've already bowed my head and taken the initiative to agree to return to you, what else do you want from me? You are a dual-element psychic, and I escaped death, had a fortuitous encounter, and was reborn, becoming a legendary talent. Seeing that Shin Junwoo did not answer, Lu Feifei immediately ran to Shin Junwoo and said, I am the most suitable woman for you. I am the woman who can help you. So what if Lin Shuang has a family background? She is only an epic level. What qualifications does she have to compare with me? Just shut up. I'm disgusting, extremely disgusting, you know? Shin Junwoo could no longer bear it. I'm telling you, even if all the women in the world died, I would rather sleep with a sow than with you. Listen carefully. Puff. Puff. As soon as Shin Junwoo said this, Dongfang Bingyun, Su Fulei and others burst into laughter. How disgusting must it be that he would sleep with a sow instead of her? That. Shin Junwoo, there's no need for this. You won't end up in that kind of place in your lifetime. Dongfang Bingyun couldn't help but laugh loudly as she stepped forward. If you really can't find one, I'd love to marry you. I do too. I would also like to. Whether out of resentment or a desire to compete, Su Fulei, Nangong Qianyu, and Fang Lin all stepped forward at the same time. Lu Feifei's face changed drastically, and she felt a burning pain. She didn't know these four women. But from the conversation between Bailey Sheiji and Shiman Tianzua, do we know who are around Shin Junwoo? Ha 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 ha. Shin Junwoo laughed and put his hand on Dongfang Bingyun and Su Fulei's shoulders. See, the daughters of wealthy families are lining up to wait for me to choose anyone. Who do you think you are, Lu Feifei? Also, you said Lin Shuang is not qualified to be compared with you. Wrong, absolutely wrong. You are not qualified to compare with her, even with the little girl Wanling, you are not qualified to compare with her. Hey. Do you mean that I am bad? When Wang Ling heard this, he immediately stepped forward in dissatisfaction and unleashed his water and ice abilities at the same time. Double system? How is this possible? Lu Feifei trembled all over. Don't you have a rare water ability? How come you also have an ice ability? Is dual element weird? Wang Bo and Wu Mu had long been unhappy with Lu Feifei's ugly face, so they immediately strode forward and burst out with dual momentum. Lin Shuang was not willing to be outdone, and his dual water and fire auras suddenly erupted. No, impossible. Lu Feifei almost went crazy and kept denying it, unable to believe it. Bailey Sheiji, Shiman Tianzua, and the other three were also shocked beyond words. When did dual system psychics become worthless? For a period once? Nothing is impossible. We got our dual abilities because of Shin Junwoo. Who do you think you are? How dare you boss him around? Who gave you the confidence? Who gave you such a big face? Wang Bo and Wu Mu looked at each other and laughed proudly. Oh my god. I'm Nima. Shin Junwoo's heart trembled, and he wanted to beat them to death. You two bastards, what do your superpowers have to do with me? I need you to help me. Chapter 108 Shocking the School. For a moment, everyone stared at Shin Junwoo. Wang Bo and Wu Mu also realized that they had said the wrong thing. They seemed very embarrassed and didn't know how to explain it for a moment. To be honest, they were also confused at the moment, not knowing where the second supernatural power that suddenly emerged in their bodies came from. Their intuition told them that it must be related to Shin Junwoo. If they were peerless geniuses, they should have awakened long ago. Why did they wait until Shin Junwoo said they were peerless geniuses before awakening? Is there such a coincidence in the world? That's what I mean. Without Shin Junwoo saving us, we would have died long ago. Even if we awakened a second time, we would have no chance of escaping the control of the Beast Soul Hall. Wang Bo was stunned for a while before explaining. Yes, that's what I mean. Wu Mu immediately agreed. However, their words seemed pale and powerless in this atmosphere. Lin Ju and others have always suspected that their awakening is related to Shin Junwoo, but they just can't figure it out. Oh. In short, the four of us are all peerless geniuses with dual element abilities. Even if you, Lu Feifei, were to encounter a fortuitous encounter and elevate your talent to the legendary level, you wouldn't be qualified to compare with us, let alone match up with Junwoo. Go eat shit. Wang Bo was speechless and so depressed that he shook his hands and criticized Lu Feifei harshly. Before Shin Junwoo was obsessed with Lu Feifei, so they didn't know what to say. Now that Shin Junwoo had seen through Lu Feifei's ugly mouth, why should he be polite? What dual system mutant? Where are the dual ability users? At this moment, a fleeting figure appeared from the direction of the War University, flying towards them at high speed, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He is not someone else. It was the senior tutor of special categories, He Tianyi. Knowing that Shin Junwoo and others were resisting, he could no longer restrain his desire and brought several instructors from the natural and beast transformation departments to meet them. It's almost time. He vaguely heard someone talking about dual system psychics, and he became very excited, instantly leaving his natural and bestiality mentors behind. It's everywhere. Dongfang Bingyun sighed and spread his hands with a smile. What? He Tianyi was shocked and grabbed Shin Junwoo's neck. You killed the dual-powered person, didn't you? Hey. Shin Junwoo was very depressed. Teacher He, am I really that bad in your heart? What the hell, come on and tell me, right? You dared to dig up your ancestors' graves when they offended you. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do? Someone you wouldn't dare to kill? He Tianyi was extremely anxious. He dared to go deep into the 10,000 mountains and even triggered a territorial dispute between two god-level kings. Is there anything else that Shin Junwoo dared not do? Teacher, he really understands me. Shin Junwoo smiled helplessly, glared at her fiercely and said, stop showing off. Lin Shuang and the others chuckled and quickly released their auras again. Fuck. He Tianyi sensed the presence and was so frightened that his heart started pounding and he screamed, oh shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. He Tianyi counted and confirmed countless times before he was finally sure that they were 4 dual system psychics. There are 4 dual system psychics, there is no doubt about it. The instructors of the Nature Department and the Bestialization Department, who were a step slower, were frightened. When did this peerless genius with dual abilities become so worthless? 4 of them suddenly appeared? Including Shin Junwoo, there are a total of 5 dual system mutants? Oh my god. Is this true? Well, you guys stay here. I will go back to school and report it immediately. After a long time, an intermediate instructor in the Department of Natural Sciences turned around with his tongue tied and crawled towards the school in excitement. See this. Lin Ju and the others all laughed. They had already guessed the scene of the 4 dual system psychics appearing in the world. Therefore, when the bracelet received a signal, the incident was not reported to the school. Instead, it was simply stated that the mission was successful and the hostages had been rescued. It's a huge matter. It can't be explained in a few words. More importantly, they don't know how to explain it. That. Can anyone tell me what is going on? After finally confirming it, He Tianyi glanced around blankly, his heart feeling like a cat's paw. He had read the information of Lin Xuan, Wang Ling, Wang Bo, and Wu Mu. Except for Lin Xuan, who was a genius, the other 3 were mediocre in the War University. How to become a dual system genius all of a sudden? Don't even look at me. If I say I was just making this up to distract the Beast Soul Hall believers, you definitely wouldn't believe me, right? So, don't look at me, I don't know what's going on either. Shin Junwoo didn't care, he was just a little depressed, so he just acted like a rogue. Look at these people's reactions. It seems that opening up the second superpower for the 4 people is not without benefits, as all the attention has been diverted away from Lin Shuang and the other 3. Then, the attention of the world's families will not be focused on Shin Junwoo alone, and he can develop peacefully. This is a great thing. According to this logic, he can definitely create a few dual system mutants. People are like this, they only focus on one thing. You are no longer the only one, so who will care about you? A moment later. Shin Junwoo not only sensed the arrival of Sword Godly Yi, but also sensed the aura of the military leader, Mr. Menging Xion. Shin Junwoo didn't want to be bothered and didn't want to be questioned. While He Tianyi was not paying attention, he returned to the War Hotel in one step. There was still an unfinished transaction between him and Lin Yuetong, so Lin Yuetong had kept room 18001 as Shin Junwoo's exclusive room. Chapter 109, If You Can Teleport, Who Walks? This trip to the 10,000 mountains. Shin Junwoo's talent, bloodline, and strength have all grown tremendously, and he needs a very long period of seclusion to consolidate his realm. The skills of various supernatural powers also require time to be condensed. As for the secret of Lin Shuang and the other 3's second awakening, They can think whatever they want and guess whatever they want. It would be best to treat them as guinea pigs for research. Anyway, they can't guess it and can't find evidence. Even if Shin Junwo said it himself, no one would really believe it. After a long time, no one cares anymore. The War University is in turmoil. The entire Dragon Kingdom was in turmoil because of the second awakening of Lin Shuang and the other three, but Shin Junwo was in the War Hotel and turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside. Or asked the hotel to deliver food. Or you can make teppanyaki with the meat of the Supreme Beast King and live a happy life. For half a month. Shin Junwo didn't even go out. Even the charming and beautiful Lin Yuetong refused to meet him, let alone go to the War University for classes. There is always a reward for your efforts. Shin Junwo not only consolidated his realm, but also made the attribute panel more brilliant. Host Shin Junwo. Martial Arts, peak of level 6. Bloodline, Blood Spirit Wild Bear Bloodline Legend, 9 Nether White Tiger Bloodline Legend, True Dragon Bloodline Myth. Entries: Dragon and Snake Swimming, Bull Demon's Powerful Fist, Extraordinary Sense of Smell, Extraordinary Hearing, King's Rule, Spinosaurus Roar, Spinosaurus Claw. Hunyuan Staff Technique Epic, Demonic Ape Madness Epic, Vajrapalm Epic, Ikola Body Epic, Thunder Dragon Sky Splitting Strike Epic, True Dragon's Wrath Epic. Abilities: Psychic Power, Epic Level Late 6th Stage. Skills: Mental Attack, Mental Detection, Mental Field, Mental Control, Mind Control, Mental Piercing. Wind Type Supernatural Power, Epic Level 6 Early Stage. Skills: Storm Tornado, Endless Wind Blade, Gale Prison, Wind Feather Wings, Whirlwind Shield, Sky Covering Wind and Cloud Hands. Devouring Ability, Legendary Level 6 Early Stage. Skills: Devour Everything, Devour and Dissolve, Devour and Transform into Spirit, Devour Barrier, Devour Memory, Devour Life. Spatial Ability, Epic Level 6 Mid Stage. Skills: Space Shift, Space Blades, Space Shield, Space Teleportation, Space Strangulation, Vacuum Field. Thunder Ability, Legendary Level 6 Early Stage. Skills: Lightning Induction, Lightning Sword, Thunderfinger, 9 Heavens Thunder, 10,000 Destruction Lightning, and Thunder God's Body Protection. Thunder Dragon transformed into a beast, Early Mythical Level 5. Skills: Divine Dragon Claw, Divine Dragon Fist, True Dragon Domain, True Dragon Step, True Dragon Fury. The properties panel looks better. But when Shin Junwo went to the 10,000 mountains to hunt for spiritual pearls and kill the red snake poison woman, all of Black Widow's life collection was used up. Speaking of this, Shin Junwo almost died of depression. The golden winged python swallowed the red snake poison woman and the Black Widow whole into its stomach, and the space ring was almost unable to be pulled out. It's time to go find the beautiful woman. Shin Junwo ended his retreat, and his mind was full of the 7th level space spirit bead in Lin Yuetong's hand. That is the only item that can currently increase Shin Junwo's cultivation. Slightly sense the breath. Shin Junwo took a step forward. Fuck! Shin Junwo appeared in a flash, his eyes suddenly widening. The spatial movement of the sensing breath was so damn accurate that it actually appeared directly in Lin Yuetong's bathroom? Fine. Lin Yuetong's bathtub was full of bubbles, so it wasn't that embarrassing. A person suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the bathroom, startling Lin Yuetong. When he saw it was Shin Junwo, he was no longer surprised, nor nervous. He continued to tease, "You little guy, do you always go looking for people like this?" This is convenient and efficient. Shin Junwo smiled and sat by the bathtub, sending a WeChat message to ask if I'm there, then leaving, closing the door, knocking on the door when I get there, and waiting for it to open. It's too much trouble. That makes sense. Who would walk if they could teleport? Lin Yuetong rolled her eyes resentfully. Let's not talk about this anymore. Shin Junwo smiled mischievously. Good sister, let me help you rub your back. Okay. Lin Yuetong's eyes moved and she sat up immediately. The snow-smooth back immediately appeared, making Shin Junwo's nose feel hot. Fortunately, my chest is full of bubbles. Otherwise, he would have to break through the defense. What are you standing there for? Don't you want to rub my back? Start now. Lin Yuetong urged seriously, it's just right, my back has been uncomfortable these days, can you rub and massage it for me? Well, I was just kidding. Shin Junwo only dared to talk about it, and immediately said timidly, good sister, can you give me that 7th level space spirit bead first? Oh. It turns out that I only thought of looking for my sister because I knew she was useful. Lin Yuetong glared at him and then laughed. Before. She personally went to bring food and clean clothes to Shin Junwoo, but Shin Junwoo ignored her and just said that he was in a critical period of seclusion, which made her very angry. Now, it's her turn to be at home. Good sister, how could that be possible? Shin Junwoo put on a flattering smile and said, it's really a critical moment in seclusion. It's easy to go astray. All right. If you want a spirit pearl, you can come and rub my back first. Lin Yuetong raised her eyebrows coldly. It's easy to go astray, right? I just want to see if you will go crazy. Chapter 110 Yuankong Ancient Realm. Good sister, it's not okay. Although we are siblings, there are differences between men and women. Shin Junwoo really couldn't stand the wildness and boldness of this beautiful woman. How could an ordinary girl soak in a bathtub and talk to a man for so long? Ha, now you know they are siblings. Bullshit, brother and sister. Your last name is Shin, and mine is Lin. What kind of brother and sister are we? Lin Yuetong threatened with a smug smile, just tell me, do you dare to rub it? Fuck, this is a provocation, right? Rub it, there is nothing in this world that I dare not do. Shin Junwoo was instantly excited. That bastard Bailey Shaiji not only coveted his 7th level spirit pearl, but also asked someone to lead Phone Kun to harm him for a broken sword. He is so cruel, so what if he touched the widow of Bailey family? You do the first day, and I do the 15th. After saying that, Shin Junwoo reached out and rubbed Lin Yuetong's back. Skin contact. Shin Junwoo felt as if he was electrocuted. The tenderness and smoothness, the softness and taste were something Shin Junwoo had never felt before. Lin Yuetong was also stunned. She is no longer a girl. But when Shin Junwoo touched her, she was also shocked. I gripped the edge of the bathtub tightly with both hands, and an indescribable wonderful feeling emerged. As Shin Junwoo rubbed his palms, Lin Yuetong was instantly intoxicated and couldn't help but make the sounds of and ah. It's okay if she doesn't scream. That scream would cost Shin Junwoo his life. Ever since he obtained the mythical True Dragon bloodline, Shin Junwoo's self-control has deteriorated a lot. In his spare time, he often can't help but let his thoughts wander. What is the current environment? What kind of situation are you in? Shin Junwoo's throat was gurgling with saliva, and his hands couldn't stop either. My lord, she called. My lord, she called. At the critical moment, the cell phone in Shin Junwoo's trouser pocket kept ringing. The ringing of the phone instantly pulled Shin Junwoo out of the quagmire. Seeing that it was Lin Xuan calling, he hurried out of the bathroom to answer the call. Just connected. Before he could say anything, a scolding came from the phone. Shin Junwoo, are you a gangster or a student? Why haven't you come to school for half a month? I called you, but you either didn't answer or just hung up on me. You didn't reply to my WeChat messages either. Are you that busy? The waves of scolding almost broke Shin Junwoo's eardrums, so he had to put the phone far away. There was no sound. Shin Junwoo finally spoke, well, my injuries are too severe. Do I need to go into seclusion to heal? What, are you really hurt? Lin Xuan suddenly became anxious. Why didn't you tell me you were injured? You bastard, where are you now? Don't worry, I'm fine. Shin Junwoo quickly comforted her, just focus on your studies and don't worry about me. I know how to handle it myself. You guys are always like this. You never explain anything you do, and you always play the game of losing contact. I really want to smash your broken phone. It's the same as not having it at all. Lin Xuan stamped her feet angrily. Also, what do you mean by going to school peacefully? Aren't you a student at the War University? Why are you hiding outside instead of coming to school? Calm down. With my current abilities, what do you think the school instructors can teach me? Shin Junwoo smiled confidently. All the top Saint-level beast transformation mutants were killed by him. He killed 2 Beast Soul Hall believers at the early stage of the Venerable level, and countless high-level exotic beasts were also killed by him. Going to school? What's the point? All he needed was the resources and background of the War University. The instructors at the War University have strong theoretical knowledge, but do they have even 1% of Shin Junwoo's practical experience? What the hell is this? Even if it is supernatural powers, they cannot teach it. Have they ever taught students with 6 superpowers? Well. Lin Xuan was also stunned. She had heard that Lu Pingyuan, the intermediate instructor of the Beast Transformation Department, was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Shin Junwoo. He casually took out more than a dozen corpses of the 7th level Supreme Beast Kings. Does the mentor have this ability? Okay, you're awesome. No wonder even Professor He ignored your skipping classes, you're so cruel. Lin Shuang waved her hands in frustration and said, I'm calling you to let you know that the school is having a secret realm training event soon. Do you want to participate? Where is the secret place? Xin Junwo was not very interested. The resources he needs now are at least the 6th level Beast King Spirit Pearl, which is not available in ordinary secret realms. It seems to be a place called Yuankong Ancient Realm. Lin Shuang answered slowly. What? Wait for me, I'll go back to school to find you right away. Xin Junwo was shocked. Yuankong Ancient Realm is where he obtained the Divine Martial Spirit Bone. Unexpectedly, the War University is actually going to initiate an exploration of the Yuankong Ancient Realm? Hang up the phone. Lin Yuatong, wearing a lace suspender, walked out of the bathroom slowly, all wet. I can give you the 7th level Space Spirit Bead in my hand first. In addition, there is an auction at the Pearl Treasure Pavilion, and the grand prize is 3 7th level Space Spirit Beads. If you are interested, you can participate. Oh. Xin Junwo's eyes moved, and he looked at Lin Yuatong meaningfully. The largest shareholder of the Jewel Pavilion is the Bailey family. They brought 3 7th level Space Spirit Beads to the War City for auction. If it was not specifically targeting him, Xin Junwo, then who was it targeting? The 3 greatest space-based psychics in Dragon Country today. The weakest one is at the peak of the 8th level Saint level and has no need for the 7th level Spirit Bead at all. Chapter 111, is the Bailey family going to cause trouble? Additional. Don't look at me like that, that's not what I meant. Although I belong to the Bailey family, I have long since stopped participating in their affairs. I stayed in War City hoping to find an opportunity to search for medicine in the 100,000 mountains. Lin Yuatong waved her hand and said, you guessed right. The Bailey family held this auction just for you. The Bailey family is indeed powerful. 7th rank Space Spirit Pearls are so rare, how could you possibly get 3 at once? Xin Junwo chuckled softly, you're deliberately tempting me because you think I don't have the ability to eat it. The auction will be in 7 days. Lin Yuatong sighed inwardly. The Bailey family's intention is very clear. It depends on what Xin Junwo will choose in the end. Snort. Gone. Xin Junwo hummed a few times, patted Lin Yuatong on the butt, and immediately moved away in space. Little bastard. Lin Yuatong was suddenly startled. How dare you spank her? However, it seems to be a comfortable shoot. Next second. Xin Junwo sensed Lin Shuang's breath and went straight to her room. Ah. Ah. As soon as Xin Junwo walked out of the space node, he heard a shrill scream. Look up. Lin Shuang had just come out of the shower and was getting dressed. Xin Junwo suddenly appeared in front of her out of nowhere, and she screamed in fright. Fuck. I must have disturbed the bathhouse today. While Xin Junwo was feeling depressed, he also sensed someone outside the room and quickly grabbed Lin Shuang's mouth. Hey, stop yelling, do you want someone to rush in and see? Lin Shuang finally came to his senses. The dormitory conditions of the special department are very good. They are all single-family villas, but 3 people live in one room. In the living room outside the room, there is not only Wang Ling, but also a female classmate from the special department. Team leader Lin, what's wrong? Wang Ling heard Lin Shuang's cry and hurried out of the room to ask. No, nothing. Lin Shuang stared at Xin Junwo guiltily and replied, yes, there is a cockroach. Cut. Squad leader Lin, when did you become so pretentious? A woman is different when she has a man she loves. Wang Ling waved her hands in frustration. How could a tiny cockroach actually scare a girl like you, a gifted girl of both ice and fire, into screaming? Right. A big, smelly cockroach. Lin Shuang stared at Xin Junwo and gradually became shy. Xin Junwo smiled awkwardly and turned around quickly. But I still caught it out of the corner of my eye, it was really nice. With a slim waist, a perky butt, and a big body that can shake people off, he truly has an invincible sexy figure that all women envy. Put it on quickly. Lin Shuang stamped her feet angrily. You guy, your spatial ability is amazing, right? Can you blame me for this? Xin Junwo turned around and said frustratedly, who knew you liked to call men naked? You still want to say? Lin Shuang raised his fist in anger. She hadn't expected Xin Junwo to travel so directly? And come so quickly? Forget it, I'll let you go this time. Lin Shuang appeared dissatisfied on the surface, but was secretly delighted in her heart. The accident would make the relationship between the two of them closer. It's actually pretty good. Tell me about the secret realm. Shin Junwo sat down casually. Specifically, I don't know. Instructor, he said that this time, the number of places in the Yuankong ancient realm is limited, and entry is by small teams. Our school has places for 3 small teams. Lin Shuang immediately said, each team must not exceed 7 members, so I asked you to come. Understood. You can't compete with the seniors, so you want me to form a team. Shin Junwo smiled slightly. You're the only one who is smart. Although the 4 of us have dual system abilities, our foundation is shallow and we are not yet able to fight against the old man, so we can only recruit you to join us. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes and said, I heard from my brother that this Yuankong ancient realm existed before the revival of spiritual energy, and there are unimaginable ancient treasures in it. There are even natural treasures that can change one's talents, like the Xianling golden peach that Lin Feifei got. Today is the registration deadline, hurry up. Finished. Lin Shuang pushed Shin Junwo out. Ah! What a huge cockroach! What a huge cockroach! Wang Ling in the living room teased excitedly with his eyes moving. Go away! Hurry up, or you'll miss the registration. Lin Shuang's cheeks turned red and she quickly ran out of the door. Master Shin, can't you see it? Wang Ling deliberately bumped into Shin Junwo and asked, from now on, can I not sleep with squad leader Lin anymore? I don't mind 3 people sharing a bed. Shin Junwo answered with a big laugh. Greedy ghost. Wang Ling glared at him fiercely, stepped on Shin Junwo's instep, and immediately went to chase Lin Shuang. Come to the battlefield hall. The hall was surrounded by people, all in teams of 7, and they were quite powerful. Fortunately, we made it. Lin Shuang pulled Shin Junwo and said, hurry up and come up with a team name. I'll go sign up. Just call. Shin Junwo raised his eyebrows, all treasures belong to my team. What a stupid name. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes and almost died of anger. It doesn't sound good, change it. It sounds good, I think it sounds good. A peerless man should be worthy of such a synonym of invincibility. On the left, a hot, noble, and gorgeous woman strode over. A contemporary genius should be able to dominate the world and be the only one who can rule. If you didn't have the lofty ambition to reach the moon in the sky or capture a dragon in the sea when you were young, you might as well go home and hug your baby. Chapter 112 Bailey Wushuang. I saw this woman coming here at dawn. Lin Shuang's face changed, and a sense of crisis erupted like a tide. Shin Junwo looked sideways and was also surprised. It turned out to be Bailey Wushuang, the proud daughter of the Bailey family. This woman. His talent for supernatural powers was not high, it was just an epic wind-based supernatural power. But her martial arts talent is extremely terrifying, and she was born with a spiritual body. The so-called Tongxiao means that the acupoints are naturally open, which can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body. The speed of martial arts practice is hundreds of times faster than that of ordinary people. Since childhood, he has been enrolled in the world's #1 ancient martial arts sect, the Tianqiang sect, to practice martial arts. I really didn't expect that she would appear in the War University. Lin Shuang, please introduce yourself. Bailey Wushuang looked at Lin Shuang with a smile. Snort. Lin Shuang snorted softly and said, she is Bailey Wushuang, the most favored princess of the Bailey family and the saint of the Sky Dome sect. Sister Lin Shuang's hostility towards me is quite strong. Bailey Wushuang smiled slightly and leaned toward Shin Junwo frankly, you have the right to be hostile, I am here for him. Humph, so what if you come after him? Lin Shuang proudly puffed out her chest and took Shin Junwo's arm. Can you compare with the emotional foundation we built over 3 years of high school? Sister Lin Shuang, stop bullying me. She and that girl named Lu Feifei have a 3-year high school relationship foundation, I believe. As for you. Bailey Wushuang smiled knowingly and said, I think it's just an ordinary high school classmate relationship for 3 years at most. You? Lin Shuang was left speechless. She also regretted why she hadn't discovered earlier that Shin Junwo was a very interesting person. If she had taken action earlier, what would have happened to Lu Feifei? It was all because of that bastard Feng Xingjian. He made her have no good feelings towards men, and that's why she was 1 step slower than Lu Feifei. Shin Junwo, please introduce yourself again. I am Bailey Wushuang, the gold medal student of the Martial Arts Department of War University. From now on, we are alumni. Please give me your guidance. Bailey Wuxuang slowly turned sideways and extended his hand neither humbly nor arrogantly. I don't have a good impression of the Bailey family. Shin Junwo waved his hand and refused to shake hands. I really didn't expect that she would leave the Sky Dome sect early and come to the War University to enroll. I know. However, the dispute between you and Bailey Xiao and Bailey Sheiji was just a verbal dispute. You, Shin Junwo, are not such a petty person. Bailey Wuxuang said frankly, the matter of Shirwan Mountain was just Bailey Sheiji's personal opinion, and the family has already severely punished him. If you can't calm down, I will immediately ask him to come and apologize to you in front of all the students in the school. No need. Shin Junwo believed in her sincerity because she had the magnanimity to do so. Previous life. She participated in the selection of the Wasteland Hunter team after she was born in the Sky Dome sect and became the best of that session, forming a very domineering Wasteland Hunter team. 20 years later. As a daughter, she took charge of the Bailey family and joined the leadership of the Wasteland Hunters. She is a woman of both vision and strength. His style of doing things is different from that of the Bailey family. He is strong-willed and straightforward. Feng Fanyu did not marry into the Bailey family in the end. She made some efforts in secret and was a woman who was extremely disgusted with the idea of family marriage. Therefore, Shin Junwo did not believe that she came for him. All right. I'm going to be honest, I want to join your team All Treasures. Bailey Wuxuang waved his hands helplessly. Sorry, it's full. Without waiting for Shin Junwo to answer, Lin Shuang immediately refused. Lin Shuang, you're so boring. If you were already Shin Junwo's girlfriend, I would never interfere, but unfortunately, you are not yet. Bailey Wuxuang smiled and said, the important point is that I want to join you because I want to help Shin Junwo, not be a burden. You are too confident. Lin Shuang is already a dual-element prodigy, and he dares to speak tough words in front of Bailey Wuxuang. You little girls still don't quite understand a real man's ambitions and goals. Shin Junwo hasn't been to school for half a month, which is enough to prove that the Pond of War University can no longer support a real dragon. Bailey Wuxuang said calmly, he's waiting for the selection competition for the Wasteland Hunter team. Your second awakening will also take 3 years to settle down. 3 years later, what realm and strength will Shin Junwo reach? You will never be able to catch up with him. Hearing this, Wang Ling was very unconvinced, but Lin Shuang lowered her head. She knew how terrifying and perverted the Waste Hunters team was. The Dragon Kingdom still exists. It was all because of the protection and killing of the Wasteland Hunter team. They are like gorillas, going wherever they are needed, and can kill strange beasts and defeat the Beast King with overwhelming force. Shin Junwo, let me tell you a piece of news. Perhaps because of you, or perhaps because Lin Shuang and the other 3 suddenly became dual-element prodigies, the selection competition for the Wasteland Hunter team will be held earlier. Bailey Wuxuang dropped a bombshell. This time, the Yuankong Ancient Realm is being held for the selection competition. All the geniuses from all walks of life and the Dragon Nation's hidden dual system psychics will participate. The top leaders of Dragon Country have decided to build the strongest Wasteland Hunter team in history. This team will lead an elite force to counterattack the alien beasts, open up international lines, establish connections with overseas countries, and jointly destroy the alien beasts. Chapter 113. Will you call me Dad? Shin Junwo's expression immediately became excited. But amidst the excitement, there was a hint of solemnity. With a god's perspective, he knows how strong the Wasteland Hunter team is. These people. Not only does he have extraordinary talent, but he also has inexhaustible resource support. His fighting power and willpower are unmatched by ordinary people. They are powerful representatives of the Dragon Kingdom, aristocratic families, and ancient martial arts sects. In other words, they are the business cards of the Dragon Kingdom, the aristocratic families, and the ancient martial arts sects. We can see from them the heritage of a century-old family and the glorious inheritance of a 1,000-year-old ancient martial arts sect. The divine martial spirit bone that Shin Junwo had spent his entire life to obtain, like the Xianling golden peach obtained by Lu Feifei, is not uncommon among the ancient martial arts forces that have been passed down for thousands of years. Bailey Wuxuang, you are too confident. Lin Shuang was still unconvinced and asked, are you very strong now? Lin Shuang, confidence is a good thing. Being overconfident is like being mysteriously confident, just like that Lu Feifei. Bailey Wuxuang smiled slightly, and his fighting spirit immediately erupted. If you want to see it, you can let Shin Junwo and I have a try. I am looking forward to it. Okay. Shin Junwo immediately became interested. In his previous life, he specialized in martial arts and became a unique martial god, but before he had the chance to fight against geniuses from all sides, he was killed by Lu Feifei. Please. Bailey Wushwang spread her hands, and a breeze swirled around her, lifting her up into the sky. The strong men in front of the war hall were attracted and turned around. Playing cool, I can do that too. Shin Junwo smiled slightly and stepped up into the air step by step. Under his feet. It seems like there is an invisible ladder leading directly to the sky. So handsome. So beautiful. The people present couldn't help but admire the way the two took off. They are all masters. So you know how difficult their method is, and it requires perfect control of power to be able to do it. Ordinary people. It is necessary to open up many acupoints in the body and be able to control the power of heaven and earth in order to be able to walk in the air and on water. Shin Junwo. Bailey Wushwang. Obviously, he has not yet reached the realm of condensation and relies on the control of strength. After the two rose 100 feet into the air, their eyes met instantly. Only by fighting at this height can the construction of the War University be avoided from being damaged and the aftermath from shocking the enemy from injuring anyone. The Sky Dome Sect. The Sky's Dome, the Sky's extreme ground. The Sky's Dome has a method called Skycloud Hands, accept it. Bailey Wushwang clasped his fists and bowed. With a slight vibration of his wrist, a light palm wind rushed straight towards Shin Junwo. The speed of exerting force. The way of exerting force is no longer limited to palms and fists, which shows that Bailey Wushwang has reached an extremely high level in the circulation of true energy. It seems to be a calm breeze, but in fact it has the power to move mountains and seas. Even Shin Junwo was amazed. Her martial arts realm is at least at the peak of the martial emperor realm. If I remember correctly. She is not older than Shin Junwo and is also 18 years old this year. As expected of a natural spiritual body, he can cultivate martial arts as quickly as cultivating supernatural powers. But Shin Junwo didn't care. He just flicked his finger and cut off her power of throwing stones to test the waters, splitting and dissolving it. Okay. Your martial arts have indeed reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, and you possess the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. You are worthy of being my first choice in Bailey Wushwang's mind. Bailey Wushwang smiled appreciatively and immediately slapped out with his palm. A burst of palm power. The body turned into an afterimage. The afterimage left a trace in the air, and before it disappeared, the whole person appeared in front of Shin Junwo, scaring everyone below so much that they broke into a sweat for Shin Junwo. Even an intermediate instructor can't match such a speed. Can Shin Junwo react? An ordinary 7th level character would not be able to react unless his mind was focused. But Shin Junwo is not an ordinary person. His martial arts skills in his previous life reached the 9th level of the martial god realm. How could he capsize? Throw a punch. He caught Bailey Wushwang's palm steadily. When the two sides were fighting with their true energy, Bailey Wushwang suddenly smiled strangely, and a white force suddenly separated from his palm, instantly imprisoning Shin Junwo. How about this? Bailey Wushwang saw Shin Junwo successfully trapped and immediately laughed. Am I qualified to be your lifelong helper? In terms of strength and appearance, you have it all. Shin Junwo smiled slightly, and suddenly changed the subject, but will you call me Dad? You? Bailey Wushwang was furious. She had heard Shin Junwo's boast that he would conquer Feng Fanyu and call him daddy while lying in bed. Look. You don't want to. Shin Junwo grinned, so, Feng Fanyu is more suitable for me, so she is willing to call me that. I'm calling you a big-headed ghost. Bailey Wushwang calmed down instantly. She didn't believe Shin Junwo's nonsense, and she knew that Feng Fanyu would never scream. She was even more stubborn than herself. As soon as the words fell. As the palm power competition continues, the restraining force is constantly contracted. Let's see what Shin Junwo will do. If you're willing to call me, I'm quite willing to give up Feng Fanyu. Shin Junwo was not in a hurry and continued to talk and talk. He. If you don't use your spatial abilities to escape, and only use your martial arts to break my Skycloud hands, I might consider satisfying your evil craving. Bailey Wushwang snorted coldly. Okay. Then let me show you my martial arts skills. Shin Junwo has been in the world for a long time, but he has never used the martial arts skills from his previous life. Bailey Wushwang was the first person who could force him to use it, so he really had reason to be proud. Chapter 114 The treasure belongs to our team. Oh. Bailey Wuxuang was really curious. Shin Junwo has few records of fighting with others, but he is known for his sharp and domineering swordsmanship. It is also unclear who his master is, so I wonder what kind of martial arts he has practiced? Tian Yuan Qi. Shin Junwo let out a light congratulation, and the true energy in his body burst out, forming a large circle of Tian Yuan rotation in his body, and bursting out from all over his body. Then a protective shield was formed outside the body. This moment, Bailey Wuxuang only felt that Shin Junwo had become one with this world. The power of heaven and earth blesses your body, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is at your disposal. All the true energy rose from Shin Junwo as the center and exploded like a balloon. Endless life. Continuous and endless. Tian Yuan refers to the principle of operation. Transform your body into the celestial being, integrate the secrets of heaven and earth, and achieve the unity of man and nature. A moment later, Shin Junwo's Tian Yuan Qi exploded. Instantly broke the restraint of Bailey Wuxuang's Skycloud hand. Moreover, Bailey Wuxuang was shocked and retreated 3 meters. Tian Yuan Qi? Bailey Wuxuang stood up and said in surprise, "Your martial arts inheritance is actually related to the Yuankong ancient realm? Really? The Tian Yuan Jinju that I practiced was something I found at my doorstep when I was a child. I don't know which senior passed by me and, seeing my extraordinary talent, taught it to me." Shin Junwo smiled playfully and said casually, "From what you said, then the Yuankong ancient realm is related to me?" Nonsense. Bailey Wuxuang didn't believe it, and attacked again in a flash. This time, she no longer fought head-on with Shin Junwo. Instead, he used his wind speed advantage and the weirdness and ingenuity of Skycloud Hand to launch an overwhelming attack on Shin Junwo. For a while, the sky is filled with the afterimage of Bailey Wuxuang, which is magnificent. Shin Junwo is like an old tree with twisted roots, resisting all changes with the same attitude. Every collision between the two, they all burst out with a force that was no weaker than that of the early stage of the martial honor realm. The people below were so shocked that they drooled and completely lost their desire to compete. Especially the unconvinced Lin Xuan, she never thought that Bailey Wuxuang could fight with Shin Junwo to this extent. At this time, the two of them had a rough estimate of each other's strength. It was indeed a rare enemy. Good. As expected, he is the man I have my eyes on. He is indeed amazing. After Bailey Wuxuang attacked continuously, he suddenly turned around and stopped. Just relying on martial arts can make you invincible. I can't defeat you. Are you willing to call me daddy? Shin Junwo grinned smugly. Get out of here. Bailey Wuxuang glared at him fiercely. I have my eyes on you, but you are not my only choice. Then let's not talk about it. Shin Junwo turned around calmly. Wait. Bailey Wuxuang hurriedly called out to Shin Junwo, I'll give you an answer about my joining the team. Feel sorry. I will only trust my back to people I trust, even if they are weak. But even if they are weak, they will use their lives to protect my back. After Shin Junwo answered frankly, his figure flashed back to Lin Xuan, Wang Ling, Wang Bo, and Wu Mu. Trust? Bailey Wuxuan felt a little disappointed and a little envious. She also wanted to trust someone with her back, but she had no friends she could trust. That's amazing. Lin Xuan gave Shin Junwo a thumbs up with satisfaction. I'll follow your advice and call it all treasures belong to my team. I'll go sign up. A few minutes later, Lin Xuan came back skipping and jumping, and said excitedly, registration is successful. It's just that there are a lot of teams registered, so the school will hold a 7-on-7 competition to determine the 3 strongest teams to represent the school in this secret realm training. Then we are still short of people. Wang Ling immediately said, Master Shin, we are still short of 2 more people besides the 4 of us. Do you have any candidates? Have. Shin Junwo waved his hand lightly and grabbed it. A burly bald man from the martial arts department and a girl covered in green from the natural science department were grabbed by Shin Junwo from the crowd and brought in front of him. Shin. The two were suddenly attacked. When they saw that it was Shin Junwo who attacked them, they were so scared that they trembled. Is there a team? Shin Junwo smiled secretly and spoke in a serious tone. No, not joining the team. The two of them stammered a panicked answer. No good. All treasures belong to my team. Shin Junwo spoke without allowing any room for refusal. Ah. Both of them thought they had misheard, and the people nearby were also shocked. Shin Junwoo refused Bailey Wushwang to join the team, but instead wanted to let two people who had little presence in the war university, had no talent, and no background join the team? Lin Shuang and the other three were also dumbfounded. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about these two people. Especially the burly bald guy, he hasn't even awakened his superpowers. He is a pure warrior who follows the power route, and his strength is not very high. Not willing? Shin Junwoo's face turned cold instantly. No, no, no. Yes, yes. How could the two of them dare not refuse? Even though they were scared to death, they nodded in agreement. This is Shin Junwoo's bad reputation. If students are offended, they will be killed. The tutor offended him and slapped him so hard that he vomited blood. Good. 1 bottle per person, drink it immediately. Shin Junwoo waved his hand and took out 2 bottles of mineral water filled with the blood of high-level exotic beasts from the mountain and river realm. The two of them gritted their teeth. He took it and gulped it down as if he was ready to die, which made Shin Junwoo almost unable to hold back his laughter. Ah! Ah! After the two drank it completely, the high-level exotic beast blood gradually transformed into strength, which made their bodies swell as if they were about to explode. They couldn't help but wail in pain. At this moment, strange changes occurred in the bodies of the two. The blood of that high-level exotic beast seemed to have stimulated some kind of power in their bodies. Then, the stimulated power burst out powerfully, continuously absorbing the blood of high-level exotic beasts. Chapter 115 I Can Tell Fortunes, Additional Update. Sudden changes. The instructors in the war hall and the core members of the student union came out together and looked at the two of them strangely, their eyes occasionally looking at Shin Junwoo. Second awakening. It's the second awakening. After seeing Lin Shuang and the other three for the second time, they thought it was Lin Ju. Su Fulei and the others screamed in shock. Lin Shuang and the other three were also stunned. Is Shin Junwoo a god? Just picking 2 people from the crowd can achieve a second awakening? This is so amazing. He Tianyi, the 3 major judges in the judgment hall, the director of the academic affairs office, and the principal Li, these important figures were all startled by the breath of the second awakening and arrived in an instant. A few minutes. The power in the two people's bodies became more and more obvious, and the attribute power gradually emerged. Li looked at Shin Junwoo in horror and murmured in confusion, "Pure warrior, the second awakening healing system blessing of light? A natural wood-type mutant, who awakened the plant spirit gourd vine for the second time, what the hell? What kind of combination is this?" The director of the academic affairs office and senior tutor Wan Tianwan were both stunned. He is the scholar who has conducted the most in-depth research on various superpowers in the War College over the past 100 years. He once caused a natural ability user to mutate and eventually be promoted to god level. Afterwards, he successfully mutated several beast souls. At this point, he couldn't understand anything. It's so weird. A pure warrior who awakened the healer's blessing of light. A wood-type mutant who was good at controlling things has awakened the spirit of plants, the gourd vine. What's going on? What is the future direction of cultivation? Useless. It's totally useless. Shen boy, what's going on? Wan Tianwan was confused and could only grab Shin Junwoo and ask him. That. I just liked them and wanted to bring them together to make up the group, so I threw 2 bottles of high-level exotic beast blood to them as a reward. How would I know what was going on? Shin Junwoo spread his hands and answered blankly in a shameless manner. You kid, are you still pretending to be me? If you were paid, would you force them all to drink it? Liichi grabbed Shin Junwoo's ear and angrily said, Lin Shuang and the other 4 were an accident, but this is still an accident? Do you think I'm stupid? Okay. When I was a kid, I got a fortune-telling book that talked about the heavenly stems and earthly branches. I studied it when I had nothing to do, and I actually figured out something. Shin Junwoo continued to answer nonsense. Lin Shuang and Wang Ling have extraordinary talents, Wang Bo and Wu Mu have the blood of a hegemon, and the potential of these two has not yet been tapped. Speak human language. Li Yi yelled impatiently. Really? I could tell from their facial features that they had achieved extraordinary things in life, not the ordinary things they seem now, so I just randomly gave them a try and it worked. Shin Junwoo looked sincere and helpless. Did he mean that the burly bald 2 Daily Eye and the beautiful green girl Fang Qingju had mutated because of animal blood? Specifically, they are not considered second awakenings. Rather, it is the mutation of blood that stimulates new superpowers. I don't believe you. Li was so angry that he wanted to beat Shin Junwo to death. If you have the talent to create a god with just one glance, why do you pretend to be so high and mighty? A moment later, Tu Dalai and Fang Qingzhu completely mutated, and their entire aura changed. Brother, Dad. You are truly amazing. From now on, your younger brother Tu Dalai will recognize you as his elder brother. If that doesn't suit you, you can also be his father. Tu Dalai finally became a superpower, and was so excited that he threw himself in front of Shin Junwo. You fool! Even if you don't have a father, you can't just claim someone as your father. I'm not even as old as you. How could I have a son as old as you? Shin Junwo was so angry that he pulled him up and said, "Get up. From now on, you can call me big brother or boss, but you can't call me dad." Why? Tu Dalai answered seriously. What the hell are you doing? Shin Junwo was so angry that he wanted to kick him away. How could he actually agree to this? This simple and honest character is indeed the same as in the previous life, still so casual and cute. Speaking of which, Shin Junwo and he are close friends. When Shin Junwo came to the War University for exchange and study, he lived in the same dormitory with him. It was he who took Shin Junwo to exchange and study, and also helped Shin Junwo to avoid a lot of trouble. She has little connection with Fang Qingzhu, but her achievements and reputation are very good. Because of the gourd vine, he eventually joined the Wasteland Hunters team and became a very outstanding control-type psychic. Captain, Fang Qingzhu also stepped forward excitedly. Am I now considered a dual-system psychic? Forget it, of course. Don't underestimate your gourd vine. If you use it well, you will be a very troublesome opponent. If you have any questions about cultivation that you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Shin Junwo nodded. Using high-level beast blood to make them mutate prematurely, their abilities seem to be stronger than in their previous lives, and their potential is higher. Okay, then I'll listen to the captain from now on. Fang Qingzhu is a good girl, gentle and affectionate, and has no opinion of her own. She just wants someone to guide her in the direction of life. Shin Junwo is a very famous person. He saw through her potential at a glance and was absolutely trustworthy. You're welcome. Shin Junwo smiled with relief. From now on, we will be the ones who all treasures belong to my team. What team? Li Yi's face turned green. All the treasures belong to my team. What a stupid name. Hey, all the treasures belong to my team. Shin Junwo grinned and said, if the president thinks my team name is not nice and brings shame to War University, just lend me 30 billion and I will change the name immediately. It's whatever you say it's called, and I won't change a single word. What the hell did you say? I lend you 30 billion? Li Yi shuddered all over. Are you wrong, or am I just deaf and can't hear anymore? Chapter 116. I heard you want me to call you Dad? Everyone present gasped. He just asked for 30 billion, what does that mean? The market price for killing an alien beast. The 4th level beast kings are 100,000, the 5th level beast kings are 1 million, the 6th level beast kings are 10 million, the 7th level beast kings are 100 million, the 8th level beast kings are 1 billion, and the 9th level beast kings are 10 billion. There are fluctuations due to the bloodline, attributes, and small realm divisions of the exotic beasts, but not too much. 300 billion. You can only get it by killing the 3-headed beast king in the early stage of god level. Once a strange beast reaches the god level, it can escape even if it cannot be defeated. Li Yi does not have the ability to kill it at will. If you don't have money, don't complain, and don't embarrass me. Shin Junwo glared at him unhappily. The Bailey family first released the news that there would be a space spirit beat at the auction, and then asked Bailey Wushwang to contact him. The meaning was very clear. Be obedient and submit. You can take both the person and the spirit pearl away. Otherwise, not only would he become an enemy of the Bailey family, but he would also be unable to obtain the spirit pearl. Oh my god, you can do it. Li Yi was so humiliated that he lost all his face. He didn't bother to care about these trivial matters and left in a flash. The next day, a fight without suspense begins. The treasures belong to my team led by Shin Junwo, except for Tu Dalai, can be said to be composed entirely of dual-element geniuses. With Shin Junwo in charge, who can defeat him? Bailey Wushwang failed to get his wish and could only join the team formed by Bailey Shaiji. The team members included Bailey Xiao, Shimen Tianzua, Beidang Chongdao, Feng Fantian, and Lu Feifei. Lin Zhu formed a team. The members were Dongfang Bingyun, Nangong Qianyu, Feng Qiong, Feng Lin, Feng Xingzhan, and Su Fulei. The top people in the War University were divided into 3 teams. How to fight. In the end, the 3 strongest teams were decided in less than an hour. Led by He Tianyi, a senior instructor of the special department, the team set off for the Yuankong ancient realm. When passing the war line level, Xin Junwo suddenly saw a group of familiar old acquaintances, and quickly pulled Lin Shuang and Wang Ling in front of him to block them. Ha 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 ha. A hearty smirk rang out from the team ahead. Captain, the person you wanted to kill is here. Lin Shuang was also very angry and dragged Xin Junwo out. You've boasted so much, and now you don't dare to face it? That's right. Xin Junwo was really a little scared, because the group of people in front of him was Feng Fanyu's Fire Phoenix. Feng Fanyu, Zhao Tianyu, Xiaoyao, Shi Jinlei, Shuebei, Dunan, and Yin Jingjing, after completing their escort mission, they joined the Longyuan army. Except for Feng Fanyu, everyone else was very happy to meet Xin Junwo again, and even felt a little gloating. Mr. Xin, come here. Feng Fanyu was stunned and furious. Although she was carrying out missions everywhere, she was always paying attention to Xin Junwo's affairs at the War University, for fear that he would become enemies with the Bailey family because of her. What's the result? Not only did he become enemies with her, but he also vowed to conquer her and make her willingly lie on the bed and call him daddy? Feng Fanyu has the blood of a divine beast and the soul of a phoenix. His temperament and character are all influenced by the soul of the phoenix. He cannot tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes, so how could he tolerate insults? That. Brothers and sisters, it's been a long time since we last met. I miss you so much. We meet again after a long separation. I don't have much to give you as a gift, but I have a lot of blood from high-level exotic beasts. Come on. 1 bottle per person, you're welcome. Xin Junwo trembled all over and could only run over happily and took out 7 bottles of mineral water filled with the blood of 7th-level alien beasts. Xin Junwo doesn't have much of anything, but he has a lot of blood from high-level exotic beasts. Brother! There's no point trying to please us. Zhao Tianyu patted Xin Junwo's shoulder heavily, with a look of wishing him well, but he still had to accept the gift. Who is Feng Fanyu? The soul of the mythical beast Phoenix, a unique mythical beast with the gift of beast transformation. On the Burial God Gorge, he broke through to the 5th level in the desperate situation of life and death. After that, he accumulated a lot of experience and successfully broke through to the 6th level Emperor level in a short period of time. His combat power was invincible at the same level, and he killed countless 6th level monster kings. He even fought against a 7th order Zun level early stage beast king to cover the evacuation of the large group. Under her killing, there are countless resources. The cultivation of Zhao Tianyu, Shi Jinlei and others has made rapid progress, and their supernatural powers have quickly reached the 6th level Emperor level. Only then will one be qualified to represent the Longyuan army to participate in this secret realm training. However, the martial arts training is not enough. Feng Fanyu was very angry. But when he actually saw Xin Junwo, he was not so angry and could not take any action at all. He just grabbed Xin Junwo's ear angrily and said, "Good boy Xin Junwo, you are so good. After 2 months of not seeing you, you've become more capable. I heard that you want me to call you dad? I'm here, I really want to see how you can make me willingly call you daddy. Is there? How come I didn't know about this?" Xin Junwo smiled awkwardly, then immediately straightened up and said indignantly, "Which bastard spread this rumor? Get out here. I'll beat the shit out of him. Shameless, really shameless. It turns out that the meanest people can really be invincible." Bailey Wushwang, who was standing nearby, gave Xin Junwo a thumbs up and added fuel to the fire with a grin. "Sister Fanyu, I can testify to this. This little bastard not only wants you to call him dad, he also wants me to call him dad too. That's really impressive." Chapter 117. Feng Fanyu was moved. When Bailey Wushwang said this, everyone present was shocked. One is the unmarried daughter-in-law of the Bailey family, and the other is the genius princess of the Bailey family. How dare Xin Junwo provoke them? Not only is he extremely daring, but he also plays very extravagantly. He Tianyi had a terrible headache. The Bailey family has already made their move, and the other extraordinary families must have their own plans and plots, and are they all waiting to see the final success or failure of the Bailey family? If Xin Junwo doesn't obey, the Bailey family, adhering to the principle that if they can't get it, no one else can either, will definitely take action against Xin Junwo. Fortunately, the top leaders of Longwei admire Xin Junwo very much. Not only did he open the empty Yuan ancient realm, but he also brought forward the selection competition for the Wasteland Hunters team. All of these were means to protect Shin Junwoo. However, there are so many factions in the Wasteland Hunters that it is difficult to deal with. You bastard! Feng Fan was so angry that he pulled Shin Junwoo's ear hard. All the instructions she gave him were ignored. What should she do now? Okay, I'm an asshole. So what if I said that? If you really want to marry into the Bailey family, then attack me for the sake of the Bailey family, and I will never fight back. Shin Jun was hard-hardened, and he pushed Feng Fanyu's hand away. Now you have an explanation to the Bailey family. Go ahead. You're such a bastard. Feng Fanyu was extremely angry. If she really could do it, she would have done it long ago. Just know how to make things difficult for her? Don't you know that she is now facing the combined pressure from the Feng family and the Bailey family? Well said. Since I'm an asshole, I'm doing something even more asshole. Why? Shin Junwoo was in a good mood. The two bastards in Feng Sanskrit have completely different meanings. The former means anger and complaint, while the latter means worry and concern. In this case, how could Shin Junwoo let the beauty down? Shin Junwoo turned around suddenly, his eyes sweeping over Bailey Wuxuan, Bailey Sheiji, and Bailey Xiao. Listen, I will take care of Feng Fanyu's affairs. If she doesn't want to get married, no one, not even God, can make her get married. That's what I said. Hearing this, Bailey Sheiji and Bailey Xiao were both furious, but they could do nothing to Shin Junwoo, and they couldn't even take on one of Shin Junwoo's moves. Bailey Wuxuan didn't care, but admired Shin Junwoo even more. No matter what his purpose is, Shin Junwoo is a man among men, the best. Especially the last sentence, I said. Bailey Wuxuan almost drooled. This was the peerless hero she had always wanted, one who stood on colorful clouds, wore golden armor, and looked down on all the heroes in the world. The Bailey family remained silent. As a member of the Feng family, Feng Fantian couldn't speak, so he stepped forward and said, Shin Junwoo, you are not qualified to meddle in the affairs of my Feng family. Coward. Shin Junwoo sneered, I just want to take care of it, what can you do to me? You? Feng Fantian was so angry that he was speechless. If he could beat Shin Junwoo, he would have beaten this bastard to death long ago. You're a hammer. The future of the family rights, rely on a woman to maintain. What kind of rubbish men are in your Feng family? Feng Fantian, let me tell you, Feng Fanyu and I are friends of life and death. I saved her life, and she saved mine. Shin Junwoo criticized mercilessly, we set out from Tsungyun City and were hunted by the Beast Soul Hall all the way. The difficulties and dangers involved are beyond your imagination. Together we ventured into the God Burial Gorge, foiling the conspiracy of the Beast Soul Hall and the Dark Temple. We risked our lives, but we never abandoned each other even in the face of certain death. In the future time. Even though she and I each have our own loved ones, we are still comrades in arms, partners who share life and death. So, no matter what the future holds, I will take care of her affairs, and I am more qualified to do so. Hearing this, Feng Fanyu felt a pang of pain on the tip of her nose, and tears welled up in her eyes. She never dreamed that Shin Junwoo, who was always smooth-talking and unreliable, could say such touching words. Chao Tianyu, Che Jinlei, and others were so moved that their blood boiled. Yes. They are comrades in arms and partners who live and die together, and are people who will never betray you in your life. Certainly. Also feeling sad were Lin Xuan, Su Fulei, Bailey Wuxuan, and Dongfang Bingyun. Fortunately, Shin Junwoo did not confess his love to Feng Fanyu directly, so they still have a chance. Finally coaxed him. Shin Junwoo secretly stroked his forehead. He smiled and handed over a bottle of high-level exotic beast blood. Here, I mixed this specially for you. Who wants your blood? Feng Fanyu rolled her eyes and said unhappily, how can you give a bottle of blood to a friend when you meet again? Hey, woman, don't be ungrateful. Shin Junwoo immediately became dissatisfied. This contains the blood essence of 18 7th level Zoom level beasts. Do you think it's chicken blood or duck blood? What? When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Chao Tianyu, Che Jinlei, and others treasured it so much that they quickly put it into the space ring. What did you encounter during this trip to the 100,000 mountains? Feng Fanyu was very frightened. Deep worry immediately appeared in his eyes. It's just a small profit. Shin Junwoo waved his hand calmly, let's go. The Yuankong ancient realm is located at the intersection of the East China Sea and the South China Sea, and that area is called Wanxian Island. According to legend, it was the dojo of ancient immortals. Before the revival of spiritual energy, ancient martial arts were popular. Wanxian Island is home to countless ancient martial arts forces and has produced countless brilliant warriors. It was once prosperous, but was later occupied by strange beasts in the sea. So, this time we have to go out to sea by boat. Play games and fight with strange beasts in the sea. Chapter 118, The Pride Gathering. 4 teams. 4 speedboats headed towards the deep sea. Due to geographical reasons, the 3 teams of the War University and the team of the Long Yuan Army were the last teams to set off. The Rising Sun University, located to the west of Dragon Country, had already set out 15 days ago. They had to cross Dragon Country to reach the battlefield defense line. Half an hour later, elite teams coming from all directions converged on the sea. The Fengyun team of Fengyun University, the Qinghong team of Qinghong University, the Wanxiang team of Vientiane University, and the Suri team of Shuri University, as well as representative teams from the 5 major military regions. Except for the dual-system superpower team that the country has always kept hidden. All the training teams participating in the Yuan Kong Ancient Realm have arrived, and a gathering of geniuses has officially begun. Whether it was the representative teams from the 4 major universities or the representative team from the military region, their eyes immediately fell on Shin Junwu. Obviously, they all regarded Shin Junwu as their number 1 opponent. Everyone, don't look at me, look at the sea. Friendly reminder, to get to Wanxian Island, you need to pass through 3 extremely dangerous sea areas. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. Shin Junwu lay lazily and said, if you can't bear it, you can call for help. My fees are very fair, 100 million per time, isn't it cheap? Well said. If you, Shin Junwu, are in danger, you can also call for help. However, I won't charge any fees and will save you for free. Han Dali, the representative of the Jinshan Army, captain of the Divine Power Team and a beast transformation mutant with the legendary talent Hercules Bull, immediately responded with a laugh. Can Hercules swim? Shin Junwu said with a slight smile. Well. Han Dali was stunned. Shin Junwu actually knew his beast soul and also knew that he couldn't swim? Okay, stop talking nonsense. If you want to compete, you can use the number of kills to determine the winner. There is a leaderboard in your bracelet that was specially set up for this experience, called the Prodigy Ranking. It is divided into team points and individual points. The top 3 will receive generous rewards. He Tianyi waved his hand and said, Shin Junwu was right. To get from here to the island of 10,000 immortals, we need to pass through 3 extremely dangerous areas, the Thunderstorm Abyss, the Dead Abyss, and the Netherworld Sea. The Thunderstorm Abyss is inhabited by countless Thunder-type sea beasts, the Dead Abyss is inhabited by countless 7th-tier sea beasts, and the Netherworld Sea is inhabited by countless 8th-tier sea beasts. Unless a 7th-tier Supreme Sea Beast attacks, the 3 of us will not take action. When these words were spoken, many people trembled with fear. Not all of them have the abnormal cultivation level of their captain. Set off. He Tianyi and the 2 8th-level Saint-level giants of the Long Yuan Army looked at each other and immediately rose into the sky. The team set off. Not only did they reach the edge of the Thunderstorm Abyss. This place is worthy of its name, Thunderstorm. Not only is there intense thunder power, but there are also violent storms that arise out of nowhere, rolling up countless waves. Fixing wind arrow, go. The Fengyun team was well prepared. The 7 members each took out a pair of ancient bows and arrows from their space rings and shot at the storm ahead. 7 arrows were shot. The storm subsided, the waves calmed, and a sea route appeared. Each team stepped on the accelerator, wanting to quickly pass through the Thunderstorm Abyss and kill the Thunder-type sea beasts that jumped out of the water. Only Shin Junwu was still lying there lazily, not caring at all about being the last one in the class. Captain, shouldn't we hurry up? They have all started hunting. Except for you, the captain, our team has the lowest cultivation level. Today I was a little anxious, we can't even deal with a group of 5th-level alien beasts, let alone a 6th-level one. Sail your boat. Shin Junwu didn't even blink. The Thunderstorm Abyss stretches across hundreds of miles of sea. How can it be so easy to pass through? Captain, what are you? Today I was feeling depressed. Suddenly, he saw several thunderstorms sweeping in from behind, and he was so frightened that he shouted repeatedly, Captain, back, back. What a coward. Shin Junwu rolled his eyes at him in annoyance, took out a palm-sized crystal from the mountain and river realm and threw it to him. Captain, you want me to hit you with a stone? Today I was almost depressed to death. The thunderstorm was extremely fast and caught up in the blink of an eye, and would overturn the speedboat in the next second. Before he finished speaking, the crystal in Two Daily Eye's hand suddenly shook, and it actually absorbed all the power of the pursuing thunderstorm into the crystal. The seawater lost the support of the power of thunder and immediately fell into the sea. It's Thunder Crystal. Lin Shuang, who had more experience, finally recognized it, the ultimate treasure of thunder-type psychics, which can absorb and store the power of thunder. One piece for each person. Xin Junwu waved his hand and gave each person a palm-sized piece of Thunder Crystal stone. The three giants Tiani in the sky were all frightened. Not only was each of them given a piece, but it was also the size of a palm? Where did you get this treasure? One of the giants of the Longyuan army, codenamed Thunder King, an 8th Order Saint-level late-stage Thunder-type mutant, was extremely excited and suddenly landed on Xin Junwu's speedboat. Xin boy, you. Hello, Senior Thunder King. Xin Junwu stood up leisurely. Xin boy, name your price. Thunder King suppressed his excitement and said, I'll sell everything I have to buy a piece of Thunder Crystal stone. Senior Thunder King, you are too polite. It's not that I look down on Senior Lei Wang, it's just that you're so poor. Even if it's the size of a thumb, you'd have to sell everything you have to afford it. Xin Junwu smiled slightly, so, you understand. Lei Wang's face fell instantly. Extremely frustrated and disappointed. Yes. He couldn't even afford a piece the size of his thumb, let alone a piece of Thunder Crystal the size of his palm? Certainly. It's not that he really can't afford it. He is not allowed to leave the war line without orders, and he is not even allowed to hunt 8th level beast kings to make money. This is what a soldier does. But Senior Thunder King's achievements are witnessed by everyone in the world. For someone like him, how can we talk about money? Xin Junwu changed the subject. The boy should give me one for free, but... Good boy, you are teasing me, right? Thunder King was immediately overjoyed. What are the conditions? Chapter 119, Generous Gift Giving, Additional Update. Hey, how dare you kid tease your seniors? Xin Junwu smiled. It's really that the strength of these members of my team is too weak, and their physical foundation is also poor. It's embarrassing to bring them out. You? Thunder King was so shocked that he stood there in a daze. He looked at Xin Junwu in complete disbelief. A few years ago, a piece of Thunder Crystal stone the size of 3 fingers appeared in the world and was auctioned at the Zhuguang Baochi Pavilion. The final transaction price was 1.8 billion. What Xin Junwu took out was the size of a palm. How much is it worth? From what Xin Junwu said, he just wanted him to temper the bones and build the foundation for Lin Shuang and others? Senior, please help me. It won't take too long, and it will end when you enter the Yuankong Ancient Realm. Xin Junwu said solemnly, you are an 8th level Saint-level Thunder-type ability user, and you are a master of Thunder-type magic. Only you can help them consolidate their foundation. You kid, really? Thunder King didn't know whether to thank or admire him, and immediately said, okay, I'll do as you say. Thank you, Senior. Xin Junwu was overjoyed and immediately took out a larger piece of Thunder Crystal stone and handed it to Thunder King. Immediately, dozens of mineral water bottles filled with the blood of high-level exotic beasts in the mountain and river realm were moved out and placed on the speedboat. Sanskrit. Why don't you come over here? What are you standing there for? Xin Junwu smiled and greeted Feng Fanyu and others. The 7 people were shocked. Seeing Thunder King nod slightly, he immediately jumped onto Xin Junwu's speedboat and circled around Thunder King impatiently and sat down. It's a rare opportunity. I am teaching you a secret method of blood refining. What happens next depends on your luck. As soon as Xin Junwu finished speaking, he immediately used his mental power to teach them a section of the Beast God Sutra about refining blood and forging the body, absorbing the blood of exotic beasts to improve strength and change bloodline. It is their life's fortune to know you, boy. Thunder King was guarding the war line, so he naturally heard the rumors about Xin Junwu. He felt that Xin Junwu acted too casually and too cruelly, and had a very bad impression of him. I never thought that when I saw it with my own eyes, it was not as the rumors said. Generous and casual. He is ruthless and ruthless to his enemies, but sincere to his own people. Good people should be treated well. Xin Junwu smiled slightly and immediately took out a piece of Thunder Crystal stone to absorb the power of thunder in the thunderstorm abyss. Thunder King is not stingy either. He immediately activated the essence of thunder to temper the muscles and bones of the 13 people and help them refine the blood of the exotic beast given by Xin Junwu. Each team was envious, but they could only envy. They had no friendship or interest relationship with Shin Junwoo, and even had some hostility towards him. They could only try their best to kill the sea beasts and expand their harvest. Shin Junwoo absorbed the power of thunder, so they didn't have to distract themselves from resisting the thunderstorm, and their killing speed was much faster. Shin Junwoo did not take action. Instead, he used the Thunder Crystal Stone to continuously absorb thunder, and then absorbed the thunder in the Thunder Crystal Stone to temper his body, secretly enhancing the power of his thunder ability. Even the Thunder King was shocked. What a perverted body, what a perverted way of practicing. If you are not a person with thunder-type abilities, how dare you practice like this? Gradually go deeper. Because Shin Junwoo collected all the thunder along the way, all the 6th level sea beasts in the thunderstorm abyss rioted and kept pouring out of the sea to attack. The attack was fierce. But these teams are not easy to deal with. Especially the representative teams of the 5 major military regions, each captain is at the peak of level 6 and has the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. In addition, with years of mutual cooperation, their killing ability is quite high, and the group of 6th level sea beasts cannot stop their advance. As for Shin Junwoo, anyone who dared to attack would be killed instantly with a flash of lightning. Whether it is ordinary level, elite level, or beast king level, there are no surprises. With the help of the Thunder Crystal Stone, Shin Junwoo's physical strength continued to improve, and his thunder spiritual power also continued to grow stronger. Thunderstorm Abyss is simply a perfect paradise for Shin Jun at this stage. This damn Shin Junwoo. No wonder he wanted to take the Thunder Sword. He actually had a treasure like the Thunder Crystal Stone and a method to control thunder? Shiman Tianzhua looked at Shin Junwoo's training method and cursed inwardly in anger. If this person has lightning abilities, how terrifying would he be? Snort! Your talents and strengths are far inferior to Shin Junwoo's. If you don't want to die in vain, don't provoke him. Bailey Wushwang sensed their mood and immediately warned them coldly, everything will be discussed after the auction at the Jewel Pavilion is over. Seriously. Only after actually meeting Shin Junwoo did Bailey Wushwang realize how outstanding Shin Junwoo was. He is so nice to people around him that it makes people jealous. And it was so generous that it was unimaginable. Such a big piece of Thunder Crystal Stone was actually given directly to Thunder King? What is even more surprising is, I wonder what secret method Shin Junwoo passed on to Lin Shuang and others. He was able to borrow the power of the Thunder King to quickly refine the beast blood he had taken, which not only strengthened his martial arts foundation, but also improved his martial arts skills by leaps and bounds. How long has it been? Lin Shuang and the other 3 easily broke through the 4th level of martial arts and rushed towards the 5th level. Right. It's like a sprint improvement. The real challenge has begun. 3 hours later, the team left the Thunderstorm Abyss and entered the Abyss of the Dead, where 7th level monsters were lurking. Shin Junwoo finally regained his spirits. Now, only 7th level exotic beasts can arouse his interest. Chapter 120, Battle Between Captains. Long before the group from the Shirwan Mountains, Shin Junwoo was able to kill the 6th level Beast King. After turning the 100,000 mountains upside down, the only thing that could pose a threat to Shin Junwoo was a 7th order Supreme Beast. Shin Junwoo, do you dare to compete? Bailey Wushwang glanced sideways at Shin Junwoo. Does the loser call the other person dad? Shin Junwoo raised his eyebrows. Sure. Bailey Wushwang rolled his eyes and immediately said, but, you are a dual-element psychic, and I am a single-element one. Isn't that unfair? Okay, I don't need space abilities. Shin Junwoo smiled confidently, with the deadline of leaving the Dead Abyss, who can kill more 7th rank Beast Kings. The loser calls the other person dad. Anyone who changes their mind is a coward, their entire family will be wiped out, and even those who survive will be thieves and whores. Bailey Wushwang almost cursed. You really want to destroy the Shin family, so of course you are willing to curse the family as a condition of the bet? Shin Junwoo agreed not to use his spatial ability. Bailey Wushwang was full of confidence and immediately agreed, okay, it's a deal. If you lose, you have to call me ancestor. Sure. Shin Junwoo shouted softly, and in an instant he got the sword in his hand, then jumped onto the waves and left. Bailey Wushwang was not willing to be outdone. He jumped onto the waves and walked side by side with Shin Junwoo. At the same time, a colorful ribbon appeared on her body, moving with the wind, just like the Dunhuang flying goddess appearing in the world, magnificent, sacred and beautiful. See this. The captains of the 4 universities and the captains of the military district teams were not willing to be outdone. They all walked on the waves to compete with Shin Junwo and Bailey Wushwang. These kids, what a joke. Seeing this, He Tianyi quickly lowered the flight altitude. Although I know that they have the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels, and I also know that they have a trump card to protect themselves, it is too rash to act like this. Fighting with a 7th order supreme beast and successfully killing it are two different concepts. Yes, very good. If you don't have the will to conquer the world, how can you defend it? Another giant of the Longyuan army, codenamed Wind King, an 8th order saint-level wind type ability user, admired him very much. You soldiers are all crazy people who don't care about your lives. He Tianyi rolled his eyes and said, that Kidshin is not a soldier, but he has the madness of you soldiers. It's really strange. Ha 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 ha. King Feng liked the word madman very much and admired Shin Junwo more and more. Roar. The 7th order sea beast kings in the sea would not tolerate their territory being invaded, and they jumped out one after another. One male and one female. Two early stage 7th order venerable silver snapping turtles came out first. One pounced on Shin Junwo, and the other pounced on Bailey Wushwang. A massive wave of attack burst out of his mouth. Die! Shin Junwo slashed with his sword. The sword energy split the sea and broke the waves, so powerful that the whole person appeared in front of the male silver snapping turtle in an instant. How fast! The sharpness of a blade. The male silver snapping turtle was caught off guard and angrily opened its giant crocodile mouth to bite Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo was well prepared. The thunder sword thrust out, and the power of thunder completely enveloped the male silver snapping turtle like a tide, making it tremble all over. Thunder crystal stone appears. Shin Junwo's thunder spiritual power was injected into the thunder sword unscrupulously, and no one would suspect that Shin Junwo had another supernatural power? After crossing the thunderstorm abyss, Shin Junwo's thunder ability has been upgraded to the 6th level Emperor level late, and with the blessing of the thunder sword, it is very powerful. Even a beast king at the early stage of the 7th level would feel very uncomfortable if he was hit. What's more, this male silver snapping turtle has ordinary bloodline and average strength. The snapping turtle's back shell has strong defensive power. How could it withstand it? Thunder is powerful. Shin Junwo took advantage of the situation and slashed with his sword, directly chopping off the head of the male silver snapping turtle. Bite! Congratulations to the host for killing the 7th rank venerable early stage silver snapping turtle and obtaining a new entry. A bad start rare. Water walking rare. Water breathing rare. Water curtain protection epic. Armor of the crocodile epic. Water breath epic. Water essence epic. Shin Junwo knew that this silver snapping turtle was not very good and was the lowest among the 7 levels of the venerable class. But the entry for the underwater ability is good and can be used after falling into the water. Immediately add Water Walk Rare, Water Breathing Rare, Water Veil Epic, Crocodile Armor Epic, and Water Breath Epic. If the mission fails, the Water Essence will be stored in the entry library. Wow, so powerful? Bailey Wushwang exploded immediately when he saw Shin Junwo killed instantly. The thousands of silk threads on his body instantly wrapped around the female silver snapping turtle, and then he flashed and stood on the head of the snapping turtle. An extremely sharp sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he pierced the alligator snapping turtle's skull with one sword, successfully completing the first kill. The other captains were shocked. But they were not convinced and they all used their methods to complete the first kill within a minute. Not bad, not bad. Shin Junwo burst into laughter and immediately activated the entry Ride the Water to show off. Entry starts. The seawater under his feet automatically rose up like a wave, automatically supporting Shin Junwo's feet as he moved forward stealthily. Where does this bastard get so many tricks? Bailey Wushwang was so angry that he cursed loudly. This move of controlling water is completely the style of a peerless master. He doesn't even move, and the seawater carries him forward automatically. He's so handsome that it's almost too handsome. Just then, there was a roar from the sky. A fighter plane flashed over and landed steadily on the sea. You all are in good spirits. How about we join in as well? The door of the fighter plane opened, and 4 men and 3 women jumped out. The extremely powerful aura frightened the 7th level sea beasts in the sea and they dared not rush out of the sea. Chapter 121 King's Team. Shin Junwo's eyes moved. The Dragon Kingdom has been hiding for many years, and the carefully cultivated King's Team has finally appeared. It is indeed extremely powerful. There were 4 men and 3 women, each of them was a dual system psychic. Not only had their psychic abilities reached the 6th level of the Emperor Peak, but their martial arts had also reached the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. And they all have the foundation to reach the 7th level of the Venerable level. In front of them, Bailey Wuxuan pales in comparison. The other captains of the Tianjiao team couldn't help but lower their heads. Introduce yourself. My name is Chongwon, my given name is Chongwon, my code name is also Chongwon, and I'm the captain of the King's squad. The 6 people behind me are all my teammates. The young man in the lead, his body protected by golden light, spoke proudly, codenames, Samsara, Earth, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird. As soon as the words fell, the 6 people raised their hands slightly and slowly released a kind of supernatural power in their bodies. The pressure descended upon the world, sacred and powerful. The 7th level sea beast in the sea was severely suppressed and fled immediately. Except for the captains, everyone present felt oppressed by their breath and felt so nervous that they could hardly breathe. Xin Junhua knew everything about them and just sneered at them. I have 6 types of supernatural powers, but I am still not as cool as you guys? Relight. The legendary gold power, the mythical light power, also called the solar power, is a special power born from the sun. Reincarnation. Legendary soul power, mythical time power. Earth. Legendary Earth-related supernatural powers, mythical Earth-related supernatural powers. Xuanwu. Legendary water-based supernatural power, legendary Xuanwu beast transformation supernatural power. Azure Dragon. Legendary wood-type superpower, legendary blue dragon beast transformation superpower. White Tiger. Legendary gold-type superpowers, legendary white tiger beast transformation superpowers. Vermilion Bird. Legendary fire-type superpowers, legendary Suzaku beast transformation superpowers. The King's squad. The strength of the first 3 is unquestionable, and they have special abilities. It was a pity that the last 4 people's beast transformation abilities failed to reach the mythical level like Feng Sanskrit due to insufficient bloodline power. Alright. In the fighter plane, Ning Kurong, the director of the operations department of the Wasteland Hunter and a 9th level god level psychic, stepped out with a serious expression. It seemed that he was very dissatisfied with their showing off. Meet Director Ning. He Tianyi, Thunder King, and Wind King immediately saluted. No thanks. Ning Kurong waved his hand slightly, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of Xin Junwu. He kept looking at Xin Junwu as if he was looking at a treasure. Good, very good. After a while, Ning Kurong patted Xin Junwu's shoulder with a relieved smile and said, Xin boy, don't be polite in the Yuankong ancient realm. Beat him up for me. Beat these 7 guys up hard and cripple them. But don't take their lives, do you understand? Director Ning, you think too highly of me. Xin Junwu was shocked. If he really beat up these 7 people, how could he hide his weakness? More importantly, Xin Junwu's mental abilities were completely unusable. He couldn't beat anyone even if he wanted to, and it was good enough that he wasn't beaten. You kid, stop pretending. There are good lurkers investigating what's happening in the Shirwan Mountains. You did a great job, very good. Ning Kurong praised them generously. One of the reasons for this training is to let these 7 little guys know what it means that there are always people better than you. You know what it means. Xin Junwu's face suddenly fell, and the 7 people's fighting spirit instantly locked on him. I was so angry that I kept cursing inwardly. I know nothing. I understand your sister pretty well, but I really can't beat her now. But Ning Kurong's worries are necessary. In their previous life, their king's team caused a huge stir as soon as they were born. Chongwon, Luanhui, and Dadi all died inexplicably. The 4 spirits group also suffered a devastating blow. Their spiritual hearts were completely shattered, and they became useless from then on. Xin Junwu, do you dare to fight? Chongwon couldn't stand hearing others being better than him, so he immediately challenged them to a fight. Team leader. Why would you need to take action against Xin Junwu? Suzaku, a woman in bright red from the 4 spirits group, immediately stepped forward and said, I'm enough to deal with him. Suzaku, just you? Feng Fanyu immediately stood up and stood beside Xin Junwu. Only if you can defeat me will you be qualified to challenge Xin Junwu. Oh. You are Feng Sanyu, right? The mythical beast transformer with the gift of the phoenix. Shuke suddenly smiled. It is said that you took the initiative to kiss Xin Junwu. It seems to be true? I haven't done anything to Xin Junwu yet, and you're already protecting him? It seems like you're really moved. You're actually cheating on Bailey Mu. Nonsense, minority, come on. Feng Fanyu had long sensed that something was wrong with Shin Junwu. The psychic power that has always been effective has not been used since they met. Something must have gone wrong, so Shin Junwu naturally cannot be allowed to take action. Otherwise, the silver snapping turtle just now probably didn't even have the strength to resist. Sanskrit, calm down. Surrounded by powerful enemies, fighting among ourselves would only waste our spiritual and physical energy. Since the king's team is so arrogant, why not have a duel? Shin Junwu grabbed Feng Fanyu and said with a glint of his eyes, I just made an agreement with Bailey Wushuang. We have to leave the Sea of the Dead before the deadline. Who can kill more 7th level sea beasts? Why don't you 7 join in? If any of you kill more than me, I, Shin Junwu, will do whatever you want. If you lose, the sea beasts you kill will belong to me. How about that? Okay, it's a deal. Chongguang agreed without any hesitation. Come on, let's get started. Shin Junwu smiled strangely, plunged into the deep sea, and continued to dive. Play with me. You guys are still very young. Chapter 122, The First Pick King Team. Shin Junwu is poor now. Even though he extorted 4 billion from Bailey Sheiji and the other 3, he was still extremely poor. To the current level. Whether it is psychic power, wind power, devouring power, space power, thunder power, or beast power, the spirit beads are all quite expensive. Especially the space system. A 7th level spirit bead costs 10 times more than an ordinary spirit bead and is worth tens of billions. 4 billion is almost enough to buy loneliness. If there is a chance to rob, shouldn't you seize it? With the silver alligator snapping turtle's entries, Shin Junwu can control the water, breathe underwater, and be protected by a water curtain. He is like a fish in the sea, moving freely as if walking on flat ground. Keep diving. Only after keeping a certain distance did Shin Junwu begin his hunting journey. Soon, Shin Junwu found his first target, one of the 3 musketeers of the ocean, the golden swordfish at the early 7th level of the Venerable Realm. Before the revival of spiritual energy. Swordfish is the nightmare of anglers. How many anglers have had their intestines pierced and their stomachs torn apart by the sharp sword in the swordfish's mouth? The golden swordfish quickly discovered Shin Junwu. The huge fishtail swung, and the golden sword at the corner of its mouth shot out like an arrow, rushing towards Shin Junwu at a terrifying speed. Cross divine slash. Shin Junwu smiled softly, crossed his swords and made a cross, attacking through the waves. This move. Much more powerful than when he was in the Death Sky Gorge. The martial arts true energy at the peak of the 6th stage and the thunder-type supernatural power at the late 6th stage intersect to destroy gods and immortals. But the swordfish is not afraid. Control the water and rush forward, just enough to force it. It was indeed powerful. It actually broke Shin Junwu's attack and rushed in front of Shin Junwu. The force of the impact was beyond imagination, and Shin Junwu immediately swung his sword horizontally to resist. Although it broke Shin Junwu's move, its speed was slowed down a lot. When the golden sword collided with Shin Junwu's sword, the power was not very great. Ha, what a great opportunity! Shin Junwu retreated several steps and laughed excitedly as he continued to fight against it. Golden-winged python, come out! Before he finished speaking, the world of mountains and rivers opens. The 7th order, late stage, supreme-level golden-winged python, which had fully recovered from its injuries, suddenly appeared and bit directly onto the back of the golden swordfish. Shin Junwu rushed forward. The figure appeared beside the golden swordfish in an instant, and the cloud-breaking sword slashed through half of the golden swordfish's body. Bite! Congratulations to the host for being a bad boy again and successfully killing the early-stage venerable golden swordfish and obtaining a new entry. Caught off guard epic. Total defeat epic. Water speed epic. Golden sword breaks the sea epic. Golden sword instant kill epic. Golden scale bodyguard epic. Golden sword beast soul epic. Shin Junwu was in a good mood after killing it easily. The moment he put the golden swordfish's body into the mountain and river realm, he also took back the golden winged python. To win, you must use the power of the golden winged python to kill it. Next, Shin Junwu continued to advance in the deep sea, using himself as bait and the golden-winged python as his killing move. Any supreme-level sea beast that dares to appear in front of Shin Junwu will never be able to escape from such a combination of the old 6. On the sea. Although the captains can enter the sea to kill, they must go to the surface to breathe every once in a while. Just when I was wondering why Shin Junwo hadn't come to take a breath, I suddenly found that the prodigy list on the bracelet began to change dramatically. This time it is the Tianjiu list. Naturally, you need to kill a 7th level Zune level to get points, 1 point in the early stage of Zune level, 10 points in the middle stage of Zune level, and 100 points in the late stage of Zune level. Every 3 minutes, Shin Junwo's points increase by 1 point. At this time, the strongest Chongguang only had 3 points, and Shin Junwo's points reached 7 points. This made the 7 members of the king's team lose face and they could only extend their breathing time to hunt. Ning Korong on the sea was very satisfied. He was indeed a genius who had fought his way in and out of the 10,000 mountains 7 times. He was indeed very powerful. Not just land dragons. It's a real sea dragon. It's been more than 20 minutes, and he hasn't even come up to breathe. What a pervert! It made Ning Korong want to go into the sea to find out what was going on. The meticulous Shin Junwo did not forget to breathe. Every half an hour he would poke his head out of the sea to indicate that he needed to breathe. Gradually go deeper. The sea beasts in the abyss of the dead began to appear in the middle and late stages of the venerable level, and the king's team was unable to successfully hunt them. Shin Junwo did not continue. He escaped from the sea in a very embarrassed manner. He also tore his clothes into tatters. Although Shin Junwo was in a very embarrassing situation, no one dared to laugh at him because he was far ahead in points, a full 30 points. That is to say, Shin Junwo hunted down 30 sea beast kings at the early stage of the venerable level. Chongguang was very powerful, but only scored 17 points, which was a big gap. That. Shin Junwo suppressed his excitement and said slowly, "I think I won." Give. Although Chongguang was not convinced, he was willing to accept the defeat and immediately sent the 17 early stage Supreme Sea Beast Kings in the space ring to Shin Junwo. Atmosphere. Shin Junwo was extremely happy. Samsara, Earth, and the 4 spirits group were also willing to admit defeat and sent the corpses of their early stage venerable Sea Beast Kings to Shin Junwo, a total of 60. In addition to Chongguang's, this time he picked up 77 corpses of early stage venerable Sea Beast Kings for free, which was awesome. Thank you all, thank you. Shin Junwo bowed his hands in thanks, then looked at Bailey Wuxuan. "Wuxuan girl, what are you standing there for? Call someone." Chapter 123 Shameless Bailey Wuxuan. Bailey Wuxuan's face fell instantly. Her killing performance this time was not bad, but she was weaker than Suzaku from the King team. However, compared with Shin Junwo, the gap was too big. How? Shin Junwo smirked and said, "Princess of the Bailey family, whatever you say is bullshit." Are you sure? Bailey Wuxuan's eyes turned and he suddenly looked at Shin Junwo strangely. Sure. Shin Junwo nodded heavily. He didn't believe that Bailey Wuxuan could lose face. She doesn't care, and the Bailey family can't afford to lose this person. Let's see what she will do. Well. You asked for this yourself. Bailey Wuxuan smiled strangely and suddenly flashed to the side of Shin Junwo. But. Bailey Wuxuan still felt hesitant and asked again in a serious tone, "Are you sure?" Sure, and sure. Shin Junwo smiled wickedly. This was the word dad that he had to hear. Okay. Bailey Wuxuan glared helplessly, then suddenly grabbed Shin Junwo's arm, his expression softened, and his voice became coquettish as he spoke. "Oh, you bad guy, bad father. Can't you call me at night? You have to play it in broad daylight in front of so many people, you are so mean." This tone, this gentle expression. Plus this special name. Shin Junwo's whole body was numb and his bones almost felt soft. Everyone present was shocked. Especially the brothers Bailey Sheiji and Bailey Xiao, who looked at Bailey Wuxuan in disbelief. Actually screaming? However, they were not very angry. Because Bailey Wuxuan was not the type to admit defeat, but was acting like Shin Junwo's woman and acting coquettishly. Feng Fanyu, Lin Shuang, and Su Fulei couldn't stand it and were still angry. She is worthy of being the princess of the Bailey family. Not only was she extremely talented, she was also very smart, and she managed to find a way out of the predicament. After Shin Junwo shouted happily, he realized something was wrong and quickly pushed Bailey Wuxuan away. "Just yell, what's the point of pulling and tugging? Don't be angry. I was wrong, I shouldn't have been so arrogant. You said it yourself, as long as I'm willing to call you that and satisfy your bad taste, I'll dump Sister Fanyu." Bailey Wuxuan grabbed Shin Junwo and said, "I'm calling you that now, and you're willing to call me that secretly in the future. Then you're my boyfriend, Bailey Wuxuan, and you're not allowed to play dirty." What the hell am I talking about? Shin Junwo never expected that Bailey Wuxuang would be so bold? You said it anyway. It's okay if you don't agree. I will keep pestering you and bothering you until you agree. Bailey Wuxuang is both gentle and coquettish, but she acts like a scoundrel. During this trip, she saw Shin Junwo's fighting ability. No one in the king's team could compare to him, so why was he still waiting for a good price? Didn't Shin Junwo want to embarrass her? Then she would go all out, throw away all her noble attitude, and give up everything. She doesn't even care about her reputation anymore. Doesn't she believe that Shin Junwo can resist her entanglement and charm? As the saying goes, there are mountains between a man and a woman, but there is only a layer of gauze between a woman and a man. Shin Junwo's talent and scheming are worth her putting aside her dignity to pursue him and take him seriously. Wuxuang, are you serious? Feng Fanyu knew Bailey Wuxuang very well. They got along very well when they were young and could be considered good friends. Sister Fanyu, do you think he is not worthy? Bailey Wuxuang answered seriously, your affairs with my Bailey family have nothing to do with me, and I don't mind you competing with me. That's what everyone said. What else can Feng Sanyu do? She witnessed Shin Junwo's growth from weak to strong. In just 2 months, he had jumped from a 3rd-level kid to the level where he could easily slaughter a 7th-level noble early-stage monster. Such a man is worthy of any woman's pursuit and worthy of the best woman in the world. Alright. Stop fooling around, the road ahead is even harder, so be alert and protect yourselves. Ning Kurong didn't want Shin Junwo to be involved with the aristocratic family, so he immediately interrupted this farce. Heart. I must find some time to have a good talk with Shin Junwo about my personal problems. Let us go. After entering the Nether Sea area, the waves are rough and extremely cold. Thunder King was unable to help Lin Shuang and the others practice, and had to clear the way for the team. The team members also used various methods to keep the speedboat moving forward. Fortunately, with the help of Thunder King and Shin Junwo's careful preparation, Lin Shuang and his group of 6 successfully laid a solid foundation for their martial arts and reached the late stage of the 5th-level Martial King realm. The Fire Phoenix team also took the opportunity to break through to the 6th level of martial arts, the Martial Emperor realm. Alas, my good brother. Looking at the king's squad in front of him, Chao Tianyu patted Shin Junwo with envy. Tell me, do I have the talent for a second awakening? You ask me, who should I ask? Shin Junwo's eyes were fixed on the sky, trying to find an opportunity to make a fortune, and he was in no mood to pay attention to Chao Tianyu. He Tianyi, Thunder King, and Wind King are all giants in the late 8th level saint level, and Ning Kurong is even a god level existence. Those who can stop them are at least top level saint level beast kings. Shin Junwo picked up a lot of 7th level venerable ones, but he had never picked up any 8th level saint ones. As they went deeper, the sea beasts emerging from the Nether Sea became stronger and stronger, and some could even compete with Ning Kurong. Ning Kurong. This name comes from his supernatural powers. He originally had fire-type abilities, and by chance he became close friends with Wan Tianwen, the director of the teaching department of the war school. Due to an accident, Ning Kurong was on the verge of life and death. In order to save him, Wan Tianwen did a lot of random things and tried every possible means to save Ning Kurong, and finally he saved Ning Kurong. It also caused his supernatural powers to mutate, becoming the ability for destruction and vitality to coexist. He could destroy everything, and he could also be reborn from decay, which is called withering and flourishing. It was classified into a special category and named the art of withering and flourishing. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a huge wave erupted from the deep sea ahead, and Ning Kurong's expression became solemn. Such a powerful aura. Shin Junwo was suddenly startled. The opportunity had come. In the surging waves, there was actually a giant shark whose realm was only at the late saint level, but its true strength was close to that of a god-level psychic. Chapter 124 The Underworld Tiger Shark. Practice the 9 realms. The higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to break through, and the harder it is to challenge opponents of higher levels. This giant shark, which is only at the late saint level, dares to stop the god-level mutant. Even if it is only at the early god level, it is enough to show its strength and confidence. Earth Tiger Shark? After Shin Junwo saw it clearly, his face changed drastically. There is actually a sea beast king with god-level bloodline. No wonder he dares to stop the god-level superpower? Previous life. Not only did it successfully advance to the god level, it also became one of the kings of the Endless Ocean and launched a god-level tide against the warline. Li Mangingshon and Ning Ku-rong joined forces to drive it away at the cost of two of the latter being seriously injured. This beast must die. Shin Junwo secretly made up his mind to kill it. Otherwise, once it breaks through the god level, no human being will be able to kill it. Cough. My good brother, big brother. Chao Tianyu felt the pressure from the front, and he said in horror, swallowing his saliva continuously, "You are strong as iron and copper, and you are strong as gold. Tell me, do I have a chance to awaken again?" What the hell? Shin Junwo was stunned for a moment and said, "Iron teeth and copper teeth, gold broken, what does it mean?" "I'm talking about you, you're so blunt and always say what you mean." Chao Tianyu didn't dare to look ahead and murmured, "You said that Lin Shuang and the other four were peerless geniuses, and they immediately awakened. You said two Daily Ai and Fang Qingju had untapped potential, and they immediately awakened it. It's amazing. That's why they gave you the nickname Iron Teeth, Copper Teeth, and Golden Cleaver. They all want to kill you. Fuck you." Shin Junwo was speechless. However, his ability is much better than making accurate predictions. "Good brother, big brother. We have a lifelong friendship, so I'm giving you the legendary cloud-breaking blade right away. As a brother, you're still being considerate, right?" Chao Tianyu grabbed Shin Junwo and asked anxiously, "Just tell me, do I have the potential for a second awakening, or some kind of domineering body? Tell me quickly, I'm so anxious." "You fat bastard, you're so annoying." Shin Junwo rolled his eyes and said, "You do have it. You have a divine and powerful body. Sooner or later you will awaken. That's it. Finished." Shin Junwo immediately looked ahead, afraid of missing any details of the battle between the Earth Tiger Shark and Ning Ku-rong. Well. Chao Tianyu was stunned for a while, then suddenly jumped up. "Captain, Xiaoyao, Jean Lei, did you all hear that? Brother Junwo said that I have a powerful and domineering body, a powerful and domineering body. Listen, this name is much stronger than Wang Bo and Wu Mu's tyrant body. They also said that I will awaken sooner or later. I am a peerless genius, I am not a mediocre person." Ha ha. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. I really want to say, you didn't see Shin Junwo's expression, he was obviously fooling you. Divine and powerful body, do you dare to believe it? What a born silly child. Stop making noise and be quiet. Thunder King scolded repeatedly and said solemnly, "The strength of this sea beast is extraordinary. Even if Director Ning uses all his strength, he may not be able to defeat it. As soon as you get the chance, rush forward and head straight for the Yuankong ancient realm. Don't stop, remember." After saying that, Thunder King immediately landed beside Shin Junwo and said solemnly, "Young man Shin, if the three of you can't get away, their safety will be entirely in your hands. Senior Lei, high-level exotic beasts have spirits. This Earth Tiger Shark came to stop us, it must have seen through our intentions. If we don't kill it, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the Yuankong ancient realm. Shin Junwo was reluctant to give up and deliberately lied, the ancient realm was left behind by humans. Under coincidence, exotic beasts can also enter and gain opportunities. They are probably more familiar with the Yuankong ancient realm than we are. This? Thunder King immediately looked at He Tianyi, Wind King. Everyone felt that Shin Junwo's words made sense. This Earth Tiger Shark was obviously still a little weaker, so there was no need to fight to the death. However, the three of them could not do anything. This could already be considered a god-level battle, and they were still far from it. Teacher He, two seniors. Shin Junwo saw through their thoughts and immediately said, "Perhaps, I can lend a hand to Director Ning." You? The three of them looked at Shin Junwo in surprise. But He Tianyi quickly realized that Principal Li must have given Shin Junwo some tricks, and immediately asked, "How do you want us to cooperate with you?" Simple. I need the power to get close enough to withstand the aftermath of their battle and finally deliver a fatal blow to the Earth Tiger Shark. After Shin Junwo pondered secretly, he said solemnly and confidently, "Good." He Tianyi thought about it and agreed. With a movement of his palm, the special three disasters powers instantly condensed in his palm. The so-called three disasters are the Doomsday Natural Disaster, the Big Day Fire, and the Black Day Wind Disaster. They are similar to the wind and fire powers, but much more powerful than the wind and fire powers. It is a natural disaster force that transcends nature. Similar to the mythical earth power of the earth, it has the ability to directly control the power of heaven and earth. The entire War University. Apart from Li Yi, He Tianyi has the highest talent and the greatest hope of reaching the god level. A moment later. He Tiany's killer skill 3 disasters in 1 condensed into a natural disaster wind and fireball and handed it to Shin Junwoo. Seeing He Tiany like this, the Thunder King and the Wind King were not stingy. They each used up their spiritual energy to condense a skill and gave it to Shin Junwoo, namely the Thunder Shield and the Wind Wall. Chapter 125 Borrowing Thunder to Help. After receiving the attack from the 3 late-stage Saint-level psychics, King Shin became more confident. If it really doesn't work, just throw out an original attack from the 2 Elders of Heaven and Earth. Don't you believe that you can't kill this Earth Tiger Shark? The battle between Ning Kurong and the Earth Tiger Shark became more and more intense. The aftermath created terrible tsunamis that seemed to drown all the people present. The 3 giants, He Tiany, Thunder King, and Wind King, had to take action to break the tsunami caused by the aftermath. Next second, 8 holy level Sea Beast Kings followed the tsunami out and besieged He Tiany and the other 2 with incredible force, scaring the other practitioners into retreating and dodging. Shin Junwoo was shocked. In his previous life, he participated in the training in the Yuankong Ancient Realm and was also blocked by the Saint-level Sea Beast King when passing through this nether sea, but it was far from being so intense. Could it be that his bad mouth was right? These Sea Beast Kings are also coveting the Yuankong Ancient Realm, so they don't allow humans to approach the Wanxian Island at this stage? Protect yourselves. Shin Junwoo gave a warning and moved away in 1 step, standing at the highest point of the battlefield. Director Ning, these beasts are also paying attention to the Yuankong Ancient Realm. If we don't kill them, we might not be able to pass through the Netherworld Sea. Good. Ning Kurong agreed verbally but was horrified in his heart. If you have the guts, come and kill me. Although this beast is at the late Saint level realm, its bloodline and talent are extremely high, and its skin and flesh are thick. Its combat power is not much weaker than that of an early god level mutant. Is it that easy to kill? System. Shin Junwoo immediately communicated with the system and issued an order: add a mythical level entry to the Earth Tiger Shark. This disaster has come from the sky, and it is inhumane. This entry was dropped when Shin Junwoo killed the Little Dragon King. It is just right to use it on the Earth Tiger Shark, which also has a god-level bloodline. Bite. The system adds an entry for Earth Tiger Shark. The system detected that the Earth Tiger Shark is a mythical bloodline, a natural king of the sea, with great luck, and the power of the entry has been weakened by 40%. Therefore, the chance of the Earth Tiger Shark being affected by the entry is 60%. Please deal with it on your own. Shin Junwoo almost cursed. Before, we just had to wait and see, but now we have to deal with it on our own. The system is becoming less and less reliable. Bite. If the host is detected to have slandered this system, a warning will be issued. It's not that this system is becoming less and less reliable, it's that the host's ambition is growing bigger and bigger. He actually wants to kill the overlord of the sea who is comparable to the early god level at the 6th level. Shin Junwoo was stunned for a moment. After being forced by the Beast Soul Hall to enter the 10,000 mountains and taking great advantage of them, his courage is indeed growing, and it can even be said that he is greedy. Go! After thinking about it, Shin Junwoo still didn't want to miss this opportunity. In previous battles against beast tides, humans were afraid that the god-level kings would go berserk and madly sweep through human cities, so they always focused on defense and repulsion. But this time, Ning Kurong has no choice but to fight, so what else can he do but an opportunity? So, he immediately threw out the largest piece of thunder crystal stone obtained from the Dragon Cave, a piece as big as a basketball. The sky and the earth are boundless, the mysterious heart is righteous. Heaven's decree, Thunder God and Lightning Mother, send down the divine thunder. After Shin Junwoo threw out the thunder crystal stone, he acted like a Taoist priest in a TV drama, pretending to recite incantations and continuously performing thunder borrowing spells. In fact, he used the innate skill of lightning attraction given to him by the lightning ability. The lightning-inducing technique is used. The already dark sky over the sea was suddenly filled with thunder and flashes of lightning. I'll fuck your mother. Do you still have this ability? Chao Tianyu was so shocked that he started cursing. A person with psychic and spatial abilities actually has the ability to play with thunder? The people from the teams below, including the King's team, were all shocked. Could it be that there really is Taoism in this world? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Bailey Wuxuang. Because she is a disciple of the world's largest sect, the Tianqiong sect, and can be exposed to things they don't know. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Although the Tianqiong sect has some records of Taoist methods, they are only fragmentary and not very detailed, and are considered superstitious. Bailey Wushwang shrugged dejectedly and asked doubtfully, borrowing thunder Daofei, isn't it just the control of thunder by thunder-type psychics? But is he a lightning-type psychic? Dongfang Bingyun and Xu Fulei looked at each other inside. Here, here. Xiaoyao, an old member of the Fire Phoenix team, suddenly had several memories flashing in Nie Xiaoyao's mind, and she trembled with shock. The look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Junwu became one of fear, extremely fearful. Xiaoyao, what's wrong? Feng Fanyu saw Xiaoyao's expression and asked quickly. No, it's okay. Nie Xiaoyao opened her mouth, but it took her a long time to speak. If the memory fragment is correct. When Qin Junwu jumped off the cliff with her in his arms, he used his wind-related abilities, and she saw it in a trance. In other words, Qin Junwu was not a dual-system psychic at all, he may be a triple-system psychic, or even a quadruple-system psychic. Boom! 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 At this moment, Qin Junwu used the thunder attraction technique to attract countless thunder forces into the thunder crystal stone for storage, and continued to accumulate and expand its power. The sky and the earth are boundless, thunder falls. After filling the thunder crystal stone with the power of thunder, Qin Junwu used the thunder attraction technique to draw it out again and attack the earth tiger shark with great force. Chapter 126 Strong Pursuit. Qin Junwu's thunder ability is not strong enough, and the power of thunder he can attract is not very scary. But after the thunder crystal is fully charged and released at once, the power is terrifying. Ning Korong was well prepared. He immediately suppressed the earth tiger shark within the range of thunderfall, allowing the earth tiger shark to be successfully hit, and he also took the opportunity to attack fiercely. One thunder and one fire. One old and one young. With such perfect cooperation, the earth tiger shark suffered injuries one after another, and its anger could not be quenched. The power of thunder is not fatal. However, it will slow down its movements, allowing Ning Kurong to take advantage of the opportunity. It was so angry that it wanted to rush up and kill this little bastard several times, but was stopped by Ning Kurong every time. As a last resort, the earth tiger shark can only fight Ning Kurong in close combat. Pull Ning Kurong into the range of the thunder and see how the little bastard can use the thunder to affect him? In response, Qin Junwu laughed disdainfully. The underworld tiger shark has a mythical bad luck attribute, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Thunder keeps accumulating and keeps falling. He attacked the earth tiger sharks indiscriminately. As a result, the earth tiger shark was hit perfectly every time, and Ning Korong was amazed. This control was simply invincible. In fact, Qin Junwu has no control over anything. The underworld tiger shark was hit, which was entirely due to the influence of the bad luck entry. It is worthy of being a mythical bad luck entry. Boom! 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 When the battle was fierce, the sky suddenly began to rain heavily, thunder roared, and a force that could destroy the world suddenly erupted with continuous rumbling. Qin Junwu was shocked and dodged. This is not caused by the thunder-inducing technique, but the power of nature. It's possible that the 60% chance of mythical bad luck item really showed its power, or it's possible that Qin Junwu's thunder attraction technique caused the thunder accumulated in this world to erupt completely. There are more thunderstorms and the weather is the most changeable in the sea. Every time it erupts, it is countless times more powerful than the sky above the land. Next second, 9 dazzling thunders descended one after another. It was as if the entire sky was cut in half, and the dazzling light turned the entire sea into a vast expanse of white. Ning Korong was so frightened that he fled immediately. Under this kind of power from heaven and earth, he no longer had time to kill the earth tiger shark. If he was hit, he would be seriously injured. The earth tiger shark didn't care about Ning Korong. However, the 9 thunderbolts that descended one after another seemed to have eyes. Each one was aimed at the earth tiger shark, beating it to a miserable state. Even if you escape into the sea, the thunder from the sky will still strike into the sea. Did this sea beast violate the laws of heaven? Ning Korong was stunned and couldn't understand it at all. It was Qin Junwu's method before, but these 9 heavenly thunders are obviously not it. Qin Junwu was extremely happy. This was a true disaster that came from the sky and was inhumane. Soon, the 9 heavenly daos perfectly struck the earth tiger shark, leaving its skin and flesh torn apart. It was seriously injured to the point where only 1/10 of its combat effectiveness remained. It no longer had the courage to fight and immediately fled into the deep sea. Ha 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 ha. You can't escape. Shin Junwoo was well prepared and immediately teleported into the deep sea. No! Ning Kurong was shocked and stopped it. But it was too late, Shin Junwoo had already disappeared. Ning Kurong was anxious and angry, and immediately dived into the deep sea. That person is a being with strength close to that of an early god-level psychic. Even if he is seriously injured, he is not something that a 6th level guy can deal with. Ning Kurong chased after him, but found nothing. Since Shin Junwoo was not found, the traces of the Earth Tiger Shark were also discovered. What's even worse is that the deeper he dives, the greater the pressure he endures, and the time he can hold his breath becomes shorter and shorter, and eventually he has to return to the surface. Director Ning, where is Shin Junwoo? Feng Fanyu, Lin Shuang, Bailey Wuxuan and others asked at the same time. Why? Ning Kurong waved his hands angrily, looking helpless. Don't worry, Director Ning. That little bastard used an excuse to trick the three of us into attacking him. Even if we can't kill the Earth Tiger Shark, we can still protect ourselves. Let's rush out of the Nether Sea. He Tianyi fought alone against the 3 Holy Beast Kings. Only then did they realize that they had all been fooled by that little bastard Shin Junwoo. That's the only way. What else can Ning Kurong do if he can't catch up? In the deep sea, Shin Junwoo's spatial ability was also restricted, and the distance of movement was greatly shortened. For a while, he couldn't even catch up with the Earth Tiger Shark? The fact that the Earth Tiger Shark never stopped attacking was enough to show that its injuries were extremely serious, so it chased it madly without any scruples. A 6th level, mythical sea beast that is hunting down an 8th level late stage saint and has combat power comparable to that of an early stage god level psychic, is exciting just to think about. How could I dare to do such a thing in my previous life? Aha! While chasing it all the way, Shin Junwoo suddenly felt something was wrong. The direction in which this Earth Tiger Shark fled did not seem to be its nest. But it is towards Wanxian Island. Could it be that the Earth Tiger Shark had already found the Yuankong ancient realm and was able to enter? If that's the case, don't let it escape. If there is any rare treasure that can quickly heal injuries, Shin Junwoo will be the one to die. Storm Tornado. Devouring Barrier, rise. Shin Junwoo suddenly took a step to move through space to close the distance, and then he used the first skill of the wind power and the 4th skill of the devouring power together. The storm tornado rolled and pursued fiercely. The devouring barrier was hidden within it, erupting with an extremely powerful rotating suction force, sucking the seawater up into the sky along with the storm tornado. The Earth Tiger Shark was affected and its speed slowed down significantly. Shin Junwoo was overjoyed. He moved through space again and finally stood in front of the Earth Tiger Shark. The Earth Tiger Shark was furious. Charge forward without hesitation. A mere 6th level human dared to block its path and must die. See this. Shin Junwoo was not surprised but happy. He was afraid that he would not charge at him and would just run away. Chapter 127 Obtaining a God level entry, 4th update. Shin Junwoo didn't move, just watched the attack of the Earth Tiger Shark quietly. When it rushed to within 10 meters of him, Shin Junwoo suddenly raised his right hand. Next second, the tiger shark suddenly disappeared in the deep sea, as if it had never existed. In fact, when Shin Junwoo intercepted the Earth Tiger Shark and stood in front of him, he had already deployed the skilled space teleportation 10 meters in front of him. The destination of the transmission was the mountain and river realm given by Yang Kongxian. Retreat at the War Hotel. Shin Junwoo not only consolidated his martial arts, but also upgraded his uncommon wind-type abilities and devouring abilities to the 6th level. He also gained new insights into and uses of spatial abilities. There are also better insights into the coordinated use of spatial abilities in the mountain and river realms. Next second, General Shin Junwoo escaped his true body into the mountain and river realm. In the vast deep sea, only within the realm of mountains and rivers can the golden-winged giant python and the 6-bladed poisonous horned bee swarm truly exert their combat effectiveness. The tiger shark that fell into the trap was extremely angry and kept howling. With its cultivation level, its speed was greatly reduced after entering the land space from the sea. What's worse is that its entire body was cracked by the thunder, and the countless swarms of bees easily broke through its defenses, biting and tearing like crazy. The golden-winged python was also not idle, constantly attacking the underground tiger shark. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Shin Junwoo's true body entered the mountain and river world and he just had to watch the show quietly. There is absolutely no need to waste the life-saving skills given by He Tianyi and the other two. The remaining combat power of the Earth Tiger Shark was slightly stronger than that of the Golden Winged Python, but the swarm of bees made up for the difference in combat power and quickly poisoned it. This scene fully illustrates that even a large number of ants can kill an elephant. The bee colony cultivated at great cost did play a role at the critical moment. Half an hour later, Shin Junwo chose the right time and delivered a fatal blow to the Earth Tiger Shark. Bite. Congratulations to the host for defeating the strong with the weak, creating a miracle in battle, and successfully killing the 8th level Saint level late stage Earth Tiger Shark, and obtaining a new entry. There is no way to heaven, no door to the Earth myth. Tiger Shark Whale Transformation Epic. Tiger Shark Tooth Epic. Tiger Shark Tide Epic. Tiger Shark Iceland Epic. Underworld Realm Legend. Tiger Shark Nether Ice Legendary. Bloodline of the Earth Tiger Shark Mythical. The system detected that Earth and Underworld Realm is an attribute term, which is perfectly suitable for Earth-type mutants and can control the dark power of the Earth. Shin Junwo was stunned. The dark power of the Earth is similar to the Earth's Earth power. In addition, Tiger Shark Netherworld Mysterious Ice Legend also belongs to the attribute type entry, and it is the power of Netherworld ice that is more terrifying than the power of extreme cold. It happened again this time. The mythical level bad luck entry is very useful, not to mention the mythical level Earth Tiger Shark bloodline. It turns out that wealth and honor must be sought through risk. But, how to use it? The Earth and Netherworld realm is suitable for that fat guy Chao Tianyu, but who should the Tiger Shark Netherworld ice be given to? The Nether ice is very powerful, but its level is legendary. Isn't it a bit too low for Feng Fanyu? Although the combined power of ice and fire is extremely powerful, it is also easy for them to clash with each other. Forget it, I don't want to think about it for now. System added entries: Tiger Shark Whale Transformation Epic, Tiger Shark Fang Epic, Tiger Shark Tide Epic, Tiger Shark Ice Domain Epic, Underworld Tiger Shark Bloodline Mythic. Shin Junwo couldn't wait to add the entry. Bite. The system has detected the mythical Earth Tiger Shark Bloodline, which will allow the host to instantly break through the 7th level of martial arts. Do you want to add it? None. Shin Junwo was shocked and forgot that his martial arts skills were on the verge of a breakthrough. The 7th level Beast Transformation Mutant is able to cultivate a Beast Soul True Body, which greatly improves defense and attack capabilities. People with other kinds of special abilities can also develop an original skill when they reach the 7th level. When a warrior breaks through the 7th level, he can cultivate a martial arts true body, a being similar to a beast soul. In the words of fantasy novels, this kind of martial arts true body is called martial arts Dharma image, which is a domineering body condensed by true energy. It can be perfectly attached to the warrior's body surface. And there are different levels of quality. The higher the quality, the greater the power. Shin Junwo had already made a plan. He intended to obtain the Divine Martial Spirit Bone in the Yuan Kong Ancient Realm before breaking through to the 7th level, and he could not do it in advance. All entries are put into the entry library. Shin Junwo immediately walked out of the mountain and river realm and continued forward in the direction where the Earth Tiger Shark had escaped, to see if there would be any unexpected surprises. After several moves, Shin Junwo was suddenly startled. There was actually a water curtain in the deep sea ahead? After careful investigation, Shin Junwo discovered that there was a faint crack under the water curtain, as if it was caused by a forced attack. Try it. After Shin Junwo approached, he immediately used the Tianyuan divine art he obtained in the Yuankong Ancient Realm. This technique was obtained together with the Divine Martial Spirit Bone. Perhaps it can communicate with the power of the secret realm barrier of the Yuankong Ancient Realm? As the True Qi continued to evolve and completely transformed into Tianyuan True Qi, Shin Junwo immediately placed his palm close to the crack in the water curtain. Really? After the water curtain barrier sensed Shin Junwo's Tianyuan Qi, it continued to vibrate and tear, and finally turned into a portal. Fuck! Could this be the real entrance to the Yuankong Ancient Realm? Shin Junwo was shocked. Ning Kurong is accompanying us this time, not only for escort, but also because his divine power is needed to open the secret realm barrier. Chapter 128: Entering the Secret Realm. The secret realm has been opened. Shin Junwo didn't wait for anything and immediately stepped in. Wanxian Islands. On an island somewhere. The group was still anxiously waiting for Shin Junwo's return, but there was no sign of Shin Junwo, and the bracelet signal had completely disappeared. Director Ning, we can't wait any longer. We cannot miss the secret training because of Shin Junwo's recklessness. Chongguang scanned the island and suddenly felt something, as if the barrier of the Yuankong ancient realm was shaking, and he was afraid that something unexpected had happened. Hey, this? Ning Kurong also sensed the barrier shaking, and the opportunity could not be missed. If you miss it, what if you can't open the secret realm barrier? But if it is opened, with the spiritual power that Ning Kurong has left at the moment, he will not be able to open it again, and Shin Junwo will not be able to get in even if he comes. Director Ning, we can't wait any longer. Shin Junwo was so ignorant that he actually went to hunt down a terrifying being in the late 8th stage of sainthood. Whether he can come back or not is uncertain. How can we let him delay this training? Bailey Sheiji secretly rejoiced and echoed Chongguang. The joint action of the 5 universities and the 5 military regions is so important. It's Shin Junwo's own fault if he missed it. All right. Except for Feng Fanyu and Shin Junwo's team, everyone wanted to open the secret realm barrier immediately. Ning Kurong could not wait any longer and took action immediately. What shocked Ning Kurong was that opening the barrier was much easier than he had imagined, and he tore a portal apart in no time. The team entered immediately. Feng Fanyu glanced back and said solemnly, Lin Xuan, your team must follow me and not leave the team. Good. Lin Xuan and the other 6 could only nod in agreement. Since Shin Junwo couldn't catch up, they had to go in first. Their strength is too weak. If they miss this opportunity, they will not be able to catch up with Shin Junwo. After the teams entered, the barrier immediately closed again. Ning Kurong and others did not want to enter. With their cultivation level, it was difficult for any external objects to help them improve except to hone their skills over time. If they followed in, the original purpose of the training would be lost. In the secret realm, all the team members were very excited. This is one of the few secret places discovered by the Dragon Kingdom, which contains great opportunities and has never been explored by anyone. Not good. Look. Not long after walking, Feng Fanyu, who was extremely sensitive to the breath of strange beasts, suddenly looked up and pointed to the sky of the secret realm. When everyone looked up, they were all stunned. Above the sky of the secret realm, all kinds of colorful flying beasts fly freely in the sky, which looks wonderful, as if entering a fairyland. No, this is not a strange beast. Chongguang was the first to react. Look, they're not fighting, and their aura isn't fierce. They're the legendary spirit beasts. The other side. The scene in the secret jungle where Shin Junwo was located also made him dumbfounded. In the jungle, various reptiles with gentle sense, like poultry, are sleeping, wandering, and playing in the jungle. What's going on? Shin Junwo was stunned. These animals are obviously not exotic beasts, but the legendary spiritual beasts. Before the revival of spiritual energy, all creatures in the world have spirits. Those animals that are close to humans and have extremely high intelligence are called spiritual beasts. Then, the world changed drastically, and spiritual energy revived. Spiritual beasts and poultry are affected by the violent power in their spiritual energy. Not only do they reproduce and grow extremely fast, they also become extremely bloodthirsty and murderous, completely degenerating into strange beasts. There are so many spiritual beasts in the Yuankong ancient realm? When Shin Junwo entered the Yuankong ancient realm in his previous life, it was not like this at all. Instead, there were many terrifying beasts lurking there. Aha! When Shin Junwo was wondering, he suddenly found traces of human footsteps on the jungle grass in front of him, and these traces were from not long ago. I see. Shin Junwo quickly stepped forward to investigate, and found that there were indeed traces of human footsteps. When Shin Junwo came here in his previous life, it was not the first time that the Yuankong ancient realm was opened. If what he expected was correct, someone's information was more accurate than that of Longhua, and he entered the Yuankong ancient realm one step ahead of the others and was discovered by the Earth Dark Tiger Shark. When it wanted to break through the barrier, it found that humans had set foot there again, so it wanted to stop the enemy first. As a result, he was tricked to death by Shin Junwo with his god-level entries. With this explanation, the cracks in the water curtain barrier make sense. Oh no, it's the Beast Soul Hall. After Shin Junwo figured out the whole cause and effect, he immediately thought of an important thing. Previous life. The Beast Soul Palace can not only control groups of exotic beasts, but also has its own pets. They must have captured spiritual beasts as pets in the Yuankong ancient realm. Think of this. Shin Junwo had no intention of treasure hunting anymore and immediately used spaceshift to chase after him. The Beast Soul Palace is inherently terrifying. If they are allowed to capture a large number of spiritual beasts as pets, it will be even more difficult to eliminate them. How many people will die because of them? How many cities will be destroyed by them? Pursue quickly. Shin Junwoo sensed several extremely terrifying auras. Immediately activate spiritual detection to investigate the enemy's situation and identity. When the detection results were sent back, Shin Junwoo was shocked. It turned out to be one of the elders of the Beast Soul Hall, the Turtle Spirit Saint, who was good at defense. But she is not the main character. The main character is the Holy Maiden of the Beast Soul Hall, Lamy, a dual-element genius who possesses the Lightning Eagle Beast Soul and Thunder abilities. There are also talented believers of the younger generation of the Beast Soul Hall, 5 of whom are from the 13th to the 17th seats. At this time, they had already stepped into an ancient temple. In the ancient palace. On an altar for offering incense, there are 3 ancient books, an ancient whisk, an ancient sword, and an ancient spear. But their eyes were fixed on an ancient alchemy furnace in the center of the ancient temple. Chapter 129, Seizing the Treasure and Escape. Shin Junwoo knew the ancient whisk, ancient sword, and ancient spear. The most precious treasure of the Beast Soul Palace in conquering the world, a mythical spiritual weapon. They are respectively called Tianyuan Qianxi, Tianyuan Divine Sword, and Tianyuan Divine Spear. These 3 treasures were originally obtained in the Yuankong ancient realm. The people from the Beast Soul Hall left these 3 mythical spiritual weapons unclaimed. Instead, they stared at the broken alchemy furnace in the hall. It must be something more important than a mythical spiritual weapon. How could Shin Junwoo let them get what they wanted? Congratulations, Saint, congratulations, Saint. Presumably, the object within this cauldron is the Beast Divine Circle that my Beast Soul Hall has been pursuing for years. With this Divine Circle, my Beast Soul Hall can control exotic beasts as pets and command them at will. The 5 major believers stared at the alchemy furnace and immediately knelt down to congratulate. Yes, it is the Beast God Circle. Before the spiritual energy revived, a traitor appeared in my Beast Soul Hall and stole the Beast God Circle that our ancestors had researched for hundreds of years. He also took away several valuable treasures and disappeared without a trace. Saint Lamy nodded excitedly and said, after 100 years of investigation, we finally got the news that the damned traitor had actually fled to the Yuankong ancient realm and hid there? If he hadn't defected, how could our Beast Soul Hall, relying on the power of the Beast God Circle, be in the current situation? How could we have been tricked by that little thief Shin Junwoo and suffered so many casualties? Saint, take the treasure. Turtle Spirit Saint reminded with some concern, the Dragon Country has already discovered the Yuankong ancient realm, but has not been able to muster the strength to open it. Never thought. Did you come here early to open it because you wanted to train that kid Shin Junwoo? Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here in such a hurry to take the treasure. This little thief is truly despicable. Good. Lamy nodded and immediately opened the lid of the furnace. A small silver bracelet appeared, emitting a faint glow, and surrounded by an extremely mysterious power that seemed to be related to the soul. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the alchemy furnace and grabbed the Beast God Circle in the alchemy furnace before Lamy. At the same time, a force of space instantly enveloped the entire ancient palace. Shin Junwoo, it's you? Lamy missed the Beast God Circle and was furious, and immediately wanted to take it back. But the entire ancient palace had been imprisoned by Shin Junwoo's 6th spatial ability, Vacuum Field, and she was unable to break free for a while. Ha 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 ha. Isn't it me, Master Shin, the nemesis of your Beast Soul Hall? Shin Junwoo appeared on stage at the right time and won the Beast God Circle in one fell swoop, and was in a good mood. Little beast. You're looking for death. The elder of the Beast Soul Hall, Turtle Spirit Saint, was extremely angry and activated the Beast Soul True Body on the spot, forcibly breaking Shin Junwoo's vacuum field. Shin Junwoo was well prepared. He kicked the alchemy furnace towards the Holy Turtle Spirit and jumped to the incense table. The extremely angry Turtle Spirit Saint slapped out with his palm, knocking him away on the spot and smashing him hard at Shin Junwoo. Shin Junwoo was shocked. This alchemy furnace was hit by the palm of Turtle Spirit Saint, but it is still intact? After dodging, Shin Junwoo pushed out with his palm and shouted with great momentum, "Old woman, if I can kill the Lion and Tiger Saint, I can kill you too. Who do you think you are?" As soon as these words were spoken, the Holy Turtle Spirit was even more enraged. He rushed forward quickly, wanting to tear Shin Junwoo to pieces with his own hands to avenge his old friend. As she approached quickly, Shin Junwoo laughed secretly, "Old woman, you've fallen into the trap. With a flip of his wrist, he immediately condensed He Tiany's killer move into the natural disaster wind and fireball and launched it. Oh, damn it! Retreat, retreat quickly! The face of Saint Turtle Spirit changed, and he immediately shouted a warning, while at the same time resisting with all his strength without any avoidance. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. He Tiany's 3 disasters' supernatural powers completely erupted, and the power of Doomsday Disaster, Big Sun Fire, and Black Sun Wind Disaster instantly swept the entire ancient palace. Shin Junwo was prepared, but was still knocked back by the recoil, his blood boiling. Puff! Puff! The Turtle Spirit Saint, who was at the center of the attack, suffered the most powerful and destructive attack. Even though she had the Beast Soul True Body to protect her body, she was shocked and vomited blood on the spot. Because she was only at the late Saint level and was too old, even if she was good at defense, she was no match for He Tiany. Most of the attacks were blocked by the Turtle Spirit Saint. Saint Lamy and the 5 young generation believers also vomited blood and flew backwards due to the aftermath. Beast Soul Hall, nothing more than that. Taking advantage of the aftermath, Shin Junwo immediately took the 3 ancient books, 3 mythical spiritual weapons, and the alchemy furnace on the incense table of the ancient temple and moved them away into the mountain and river realm space. He did not let go of the furnace cover in Lamy's hand, and snatched it away and ran away. Ah! You little bastard! Damn you, damn you! Although the Turtle Spirit Saint was injured, it was not very serious. He immediately locked onto the aura and chased after it. A game of chase and escape begins. After moving several times in a row, Shin Junwo appeared directly in front of the many teams that were undergoing joint training. Shin Junwo, you! The 7 members of the King's team, geniuses from various families, were all shocked when they saw Shin Junwo. What about you? The Beast Soul Hall has already infiltrated this secret realm. Quickly disperse to seize resources and collect spirit beasts. Don't let the Beast Soul Hall's people take away the secret realm's resources. Shin Junwo left a word and moved again immediately. Next second, the Turtle Spirit Saint appeared in a flash, scaring the members of the King's team so much that they almost peed themselves. Fortunately, at this time, the Turtle Spirit Saint was completely enraged by Shin Junwo. He didn't want to pay any attention to these ants and kept chasing Shin Junwo. Quick, disperse! Chongguan came to his senses and spoke immediately. The Beast Soul Hall's Turtle Spirit Saint is among them. If they are tied together, they will die. They must act separately to avoid being caught in one fell swoop. Chapter 130 Obtaining the Divine Martial Spiritual Bone. Although he was chased and fled in a panic. But Shin Junwo was not running away like a headless fly, but was surveying the terrain of the secret realm. The moment he saw Tianyuan Thousand Silks, Tianyuan Divine Sword and Tianyuan Divine Spear, Shin Junwo came up with a bold guess. The mythical skill Tianyuan Shinjue that he obtained when he got the Divine Martial Spirit Bone was not the true inheritance of the Yuankong ancient realm. Rather, it was a technique taken away from the Beast Soul Hall by a defector from the hall. The Divine Martial Spirit Bone he obtained was formed after the death of a Beast Soul Hall defector. That is to say, when Shin Junwo explored in his previous life, he did not go to the real inheritance place of the Yuankong ancient realm, but to the tomb built by the defectors of the Beast Soul Hall themselves. Only beings like the Beast Soul Palace, who are extremely good at body refining, can condense torso bones like the Divine Martial Spirit Bone after death. Spirit Bones. It can be roughly divided into 6 categories, corresponding to the 6 most important parts of the human body. They are left leg bone, right leg bone, left arm bone, right arm bone, skull and torso bone. Among them, the trunk bones are the strongest. Next is the skull, then the right arm, left leg, and right leg. After repeated escapes and spiritual detection, Shin Junwo still couldn't find the true inheritance. He suspected that there was a realm within a realm in this secret realm? Not daring to waste any more spatial spiritual energy, he immediately rushed to the place where the Divine Martial Spirit Bones were obtained. Retracing the old path. He was very familiar with it and moved it in one step. Once again, he saw the familiar corpse and the Tianyuan Shinju. Reach out and grab it. On the torso on the back of the corpse, the Divine Martial Spirit Bone has already been fully formed. It did not arrive too early and the opportunity did not come. Next second, Turtle Spirit Saint followed in, his eyes trembling with shock. Divine Martial Spirit Bone, it's actually Divine Martial Spirit Bone? Could he be the traitorous ancestor who defected from the Beast Soul Hall? Maybe. Shin Junwo smiled playfully and stretched out his hand. Old woman, do you want it? Hand over the spirit bones and I'll spare your life. The eyes of Saint Turtle Spirit instantly became hot. If she obtains this divine martial spirit bone and integrates it into her torso, she will definitely be able to prolong her lifespan and perhaps even be promoted to the god level. Okay. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Shin Junwo took off the divine martial spirit bone with a flick of his finger and then threw the corpse over. Court death. The turtle spirit saint was furious and slapped the corpse hard, smashing it into pieces. Just when she was about to attack, countless swarms of bees suddenly swarmed towards her, causing even her scalp to tingle, and she stepped back repeatedly. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless groups of sixth-order beasts, but none of them was as terrifying as Shin Junwo's swarm. Golden-winged python, go! Stop this old woman! Shin Junwo not only released all the peak groups, but also released the 7th-level late-stage noble pet golden-winged python. The divine martial spirit bone has been obtained, and the next step is to complete the fusion. Then, he had to add the mythical Earth Tiger Shark bloodline to break through the 7th level and cultivate a martial arts true body to escape with his life. What? How could you possibly control a beast king of the 7th rank and late stage? The moment Turtle Spirit Saint saw the golden-winged python, he was extremely horrified. She couldn't even control such a being, so how could Shin Junwo, a 6th-level kid, be able to do so? You guess. Shin Junwo grinned and immediately escaped into the mountain and river realm to merge with the divine martial spirit bone. The beast soul of the Turtle Spirit Saint is a mutated spirit turtle. It has strong defense but low attack power. It is the weakest of the 3 elders of the Beast Soul Hall. He was also injured by Shin Junwo's scheme. With the help of a swarm of bees and a giant golden-winged python, they cannot reach the mountain and river realm in a short time. The facts turned out just as Shin Junwo had expected. The bee swarm is fearless and can never be killed. The golden-winged python was not an easy opponent to deal with, and it made Turtle Spirit Saint extremely furious, but he could do nothing about it. Shin Junwo circulated the martial arts energy through his spine and began to integrate the divine martial spirit bone. Perhaps Shin Junwo is strong enough now, so the fusion of the divine martial spirit bone was very fast this time, without too much tearing pain, and everything happened naturally. Of course. The fusion of spirit bones cannot be completed in a short period of time. As a large number of bees were killed, the golden-winged python began to be injured continuously. After all, it was a late-stage saint existence, and the level gap was too large. Even if he is injured and his fighting power is severely reduced, not everyone can stop him. But Shin Junwo didn't care. As long as the fusion of the divine martial spirit bone can be successful, it will be worth it even if the bee colony is destroyed and the golden-winged python is killed. A quarter of an hour later. The divine spirit bone was completely embedded in Shin Junwo's back. Only the last step is left for complete fusion and perfect unity. The holy turtle spirit was also anxious. No longer afraid of the depletion of spiritual power or the worsening of injuries, he attacked with all his strength, causing large-scale deaths in the swarm of bees and inflicting heavy damage to the golden-winged python. She was furious. Shin Junwo also became angry. A thunder crystal immediately appeared above his head. The thunder power stored in it instantly overflowed and rushed towards Shin Junwo's spine madly. Final. When most of the bee colony was slaughtered and the golden-winged python was dying, Shin Junwo finally completely integrated the divine martial spirit bone into his spine. The fusion was successful. Shin Junwo was immediately tempered by the power of the divine martial spirit bone, his body quickly became more than 10 times stronger, and his true energy became more vigorous. You little thief, die in this. Breaking through the obstruction, Turtle Spirit Saint arrived in one step, and the huge spiritual power immediately sealed the mountain and river realm space ring in the void. Chapter 131, The Old Woman Was Tricked Again, 4th update. At this time, Shin Junwo in the mountain and river realm had a sneer on his face that was as hard to suppress as an AK. The golden-winged python was under his control like a puppet. He can completely fuse the divine martial spirit bones in the outside world. Why did he have to escape into the mountain and river realm and expose this spatial ring to the Turtle Spirit Saint? Just because it can avoid the aftermath of the battle? Wrong. This was just the subconscious perception he created for the Holy Turtle Spirit. At the moment when the Holy Turtle Spirit took action to seal the mountain and river realm, Shin Junwo sent the skill bead Thunder Shield condensed by the Thunder King out of the mountain and river realm, and detonated it with his own thunder ability. Boom! 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 The thunder-type supernatural power of the late saint level erupted, and the turtle spirit saint was caught off guard. He had no time to dodge, and the huge thunder-type supernatural power penetrated his spiritual power and hit his body directly. Having been plotted against again, Turtle Spirit Saint was further injured and vomited blood continuously. Old woman, how does it taste? Shin Junwo stepped out of the mountain and river realm and looked at the Turtle Spirit Saint proudly. You? As soon as the Turtle Spirit Saint opened his mouth, blood gushed out immediately. Ha 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 ha. Vomit, it's healthier. The Lion and Tiger Saint vomited 3 liters of blood. Shin Junwo sneered, just like you, I've schemed against you time and time again, making you bleed to death time and time again. Do you want to experience that feeling? Saint Turtle Spirit wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth angrily. Looking at Shin Junwo's indifference at this moment, she felt a surge of fear in her heart. For many years, it has always been others who are afraid of her, but she has never been afraid of others. But today he was shocked by Shin Junwo's methods, which Turtle Spirit Saint had never expected. For a while, neither advancing nor retreating is possible. Old woman, come here. The Lion Tiger Saint was deep in the 100,000 mountains, crying and begging me to save him, even kneeling down and calling me grandpa, begging me to take him away. But I didn't save him, and I stabbed him in the back. Shin Junwo grinned and continued to attack with words. I stood in the air, watching him fight the monster, watching him bleed to death, watching him being eaten up by the monster bite by bite. That was the feeling. Enough. Saint Turtle Spirit suddenly interrupted with a wave of his hand. A picture appeared in her mind, and she could understand how helpless the Lion and Tiger Saint was at that time. No, not enough. I have 365 methods to defeat the enemy, and thousands of clever tricks. I've only used 2 of them on you, and you've already been seriously injured. You're far inferior to the Lion and Tiger Saint. Shin Junwo laughed heartily. You know, after the Lion Tiger Saint died, I also orchestrated a battle between the 2 great kings, the Thunder Dragon King and the Qilin King. The battle caused hundreds of thousands of mountains to collapse and the earth to sink. What? It's actually your method? Saint Turtle Spirit trembled all over and was completely frightened. The 2 king camps of Thunder Dragon King and Qilin King were fighting each other, and countless high-level exotic beasts died tragically. Was it actually Shin Junwo's work? He is a level 6. How to do it? Of course it's me. By the way, this late-stage venerable pet was also subdued thanks to your beast soul haul, during the battle between the 2 great king factions. Shin Junwo pointed at the golden-winged python beside him and said calmly, its strength is not bad, right? No. Are you bluffing? Are you trying to trick me? Are you trying to scare me? After all, Turtle Spirit Saint was an old senior and he quickly realized that something was wrong. Ha. You can think this way. If you think I'm lying to you, then come forward and kill me. Shin Junwo raised his hands and laughed wantonly. Although you have been seriously injured, you still have the strength to fight. Come on. Snort. The Turtle Spirit Saint snorted coldly and was about to take action immediately. However, thinking back to the 2 times Shin Junwo had plotted against her, she hesitated out of fear. Her injuries were serious and she consumed a lot of energy. If he plots against Shin Junwo again, I'm afraid he won't be a match for Shin Junwo. This hesitation lasted for several minutes. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged into the sky from Shin Junwo's body. The true energy circulated violently, condensing into a colorful martial arts true body behind him. Ah! Bastard, little bastard, you are really lying to me? You're actually stalling for time, secretly accumulating strength to break through to the 7th level of the martial Dao, the martial honor realm? The holy turtle spirit finally realized that he had been fooled again. What's even more terrifying is, Shin Junwo not only broke through the 7th level of martial honor realm, but also condensed a colorful martial arts true body. The true form of the beast soul. The true form of martial arts. And there is a rumor about the 7th original skill of the psychic. Purple rare, red epic, gold legendary, color mythical. Shin Junwo's true martial arts body appears in color. What does that mean? Only the martial arts true body of mythical quality will appear in color. In other words, Shin Junwo is not only a dual system genius with special abilities, but also an ancient warrior with mythical talent. Oh my god. Ha. What do you say now, old woman? Shin Junwo successfully broke through, and instantly felt full of confidence as he laughed arrogantly. After fusing the divine martial spirit bones, Shin Junwoo immediately gave the system an order to add the mythical earth tiger shark bloodline. He frightened her on purpose just to buy time and wait for the system to fuse the earth tiger shark bloodline for him. In order to make the martial arts true body reach the mythical level of color quality, Shin Junwoo also forcibly suppressed the martial arts realm. The amplified power brought by the fusion of the earth tiger shark bloodline was integrated into the martial arts true body, and finally successfully obtained the mythical quality. Chapter 132 The Role of Spiritual Beasts. You little thief, traitor, evil thief. Throughout his life, Saint Guiling had never been teased so miserably by anyone. He was so angry that his old face was grim and he kept cursing. It's so embarrassing. It's so infuriating. It's so scary. Good scolding, wonderful scolding. Shin Junwoo laughed heartily and teased, now, the only thing you can do is curse. You? The turtle spirit saint pointed at Shin Junwoo angrily, but did not dare to take action. The mythical martial arts true body is rarely seen in a century. Although Shin Junwoo's martial arts is only at the early stage of the martial honor realm, he can fight against those in the late stage of the martial honor realm. In terms of strength, it is no weaker than the golden-winged python that was beaten to death by her. In terms of means, Shin Junwoo is a dual-system mutant and can easily escape from her. In terms of age, she is a piece of rotten wood, while Shin Junwoo is a young man with blood and endless physical strength. How to fight? There is nothing you can do to Shin Junwoo until his injuries recover. Little thief, it's just the beginning. This ancient Yuankong realm is not something you can manipulate. Let's wait and see. In the end, the turtle spirit saint did not dare to take the risk, so he turned around and left after making some harsh words. The most urgent task is to reunite with the saint, find the rare treasures in the secret realm to heal the wounds, and then it will be easy to deal with Shin Junwoo and his group. Shin Junwoo didn't chase after her either. He obtained the divine martial spirit bone and integrated the mythical bloodline attribute, allowing his martial arts to break through to the 7th level, but he only became an indestructible cockroach. Even if the turtle spirit saint was injured, he could not kill him. Unless he uses Upli E or the original attack given by the two elders of heaven and earth. One more thing. Shin Junwoo wants to use the Beast Soul Hall to find the realm within the Yuankong ancient realm and obtain the true inheritance therein. While escaping, Shin Junwoo used spiritual detection to scan the entire ancient realm. Most of the creatures he found were level 5 or 6 spiritual beasts. There were not many natural treasures, and they were not old enough. There must be a boundary within a boundary. Since I can't find it in both lives, I can only let the Beast Soul Hall lead the way. Not long after, Shin Junwoo found Feng Fanyu and Lin Shuang's teams. Are you okay? Feng Fanyu and Lin Shuang saw Shin Junwoo and the others, and went up to them together, expressing their concern in unison. It's very bad. I'm going to die. Shin Junwoo covered his chest pretending to be in pain. That old woman was too cruel. She beat me to death. My poor mother didn't even have a grandson. Cough, cough, cough. While I still have breath, who of you will leave a grandson for my mother? You bastard. Feng Fanyu and Lin Shuang looked at each other and punched Shin Junwoo in the chest at the same time. If Shin Junwoo was really seriously injured, he would not say such words. Do they really think they are stupid? Hey. I would like to leave a grandson for my mother. Bailey Wuxuan, who had abandoned his own team, smiled and stepped forward to hold Shin Junwoo's arm. Here are beautiful mountains and clear waters. With the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, it's quite exciting. Get out of here. I said, don't you care about Bailey Xiao and Bailey Sheiji? Shin Junwoo avoided him angrily. Not only is there one of the elders of the Beast Soul Hall here, but also the Beast Soul Hall Saintess and the 5 genius believers. Each one of them is difficult to deal with. Don't die. Just die. The Bailey family simply has too many people. It's good if a few more die. If more people die, they won't be so arrogant and overbearing. Bailey Wuxuan waved his hand calmly, and suddenly stared at Shin Junwoo in shock. You are really amazing, you actually managed to escape from the pursuit of Turtle Spirit Saint and you are not injured? No, that's not right. Your breath. You actually broke through to the martial honor realm and even cultivated a martial Dao true body of extremely high quality, imbued with sacred mysteries? Hearing this, everyone was surrounding Shin Junwoo, and they were all very excited and envious. A freshman, an 18-year-old boy, a 7th level martial honor realm, my god. Senior Yang Kongshan, who was once the #1 person in the world, seemed to have only improved his martial arts and spatial abilities to the 7th level at the age of 25. In the history of Bailey after the revival of spiritual energy, the geniuses with the fastest cultivation speed are those who break through to the 7th level after they are 20 years old. In other words, Shin Junwoo was the greatest genius in 100 years, and no one can compare with him. Okay, leave me alone. How did you harvest it? Shin Junwoo waved his hand. How many spirit beasts have you killed, and how many inner elixirs have you taken? Kill the spirit beast? Lin Shuang said reluctantly, they are very intelligent. Are we going to kill them if they don't attack us? What? You brainless woman, put away your kindness. It sounds nice, but to put it bluntly, it's a heart of a saint that harms both others and oneself. Don't you know that those who are not of our species must have different hearts? Even humans can harm others behind their backs, let alone spiritual beasts. Shin Junwoo was so angry that he cursed coldly. The spirit beast is not attacking people at the moment, but once it absorbs the spiritual energy from the outside world, it will quickly turn into a bloodthirsty beast. In addition, the inner elixir of the spirit beast has not been contaminated, and the energy it contains is purer than the spirit pearl. It can better consolidate the foundation of supernatural powers and improve martial arts. As a descendant of an aristocratic family, you don't know this? Everyone was dumbfounded, they really didn't know. Because there are no spiritual beasts in the outside world, we only know that spiritual beasts can be tamed and used as mounts. A bunch of idiots. Lin Shuang, Wang Ling, Wang Bo, Wu Mu, Tu Daliai, Feng Qingzhu, you are to hunt down spirit beasts here, madly, and leave no one alive. After Shin Junwoo finished speaking, he handed them the Tianyuan Thousand Silks, Tianyuan Divine Sword, Tianyuan Divine Spear, and the Wind Wall beads given by the Wind King just in case. Then, he took Bailey Wushwang and the Fire Phoenix squad left to search for the world within the world. The cultivation of Lin Shuang and the other 6 is too low to participate in such a battle, and will even be a drag. Chapter 133 The Realm Within the Realm. After Shin Junwoo revealed the effect of the spirit beast, Bailey Wushwang killed all the members of the Fire Phoenix team along the way, not letting any of them go. For a while, the spirit beasts were frightened and fled in all directions. Shin Junwoo was not idle either. His wind ability, devouring ability, space ability, thunder ability, and beast ability were all at low levels. A 6th level spirit beast can also have an effect on his supernatural powers. Even though the properties are different, a 6th level spirit beast inner elixir is more effective than a 6th level beast king spirit bead from the outside world. Keep hunting. Shin Junwoo was shocked. The bloodlines of these spiritual beasts were so high? The items that are dropped are at least epic, and there are quite a few legendary ones. Moreover, the number of bloodline entries that were released was actually more than that of attribute entries? I really didn't expect that. These spiritual beasts are Shin Junwoo's greatest treasure. After becoming dual system psychics, people like Lin Shuang already have enough psychic talent, but they still lack bloodline talent. Thinking of this, Shin Junwoo was suddenly stunned. Sooner or later, his secret will be exposed, and the situation he will face at that time will be unimaginable. It will be common for him to become the target of public criticism. Can people like Lin Shuang help me? Lin Shuang has his own family. Feng Sanskrit also has his own family. People like Chao Tianyu and She Jinlei all have their own ties. If Shin Junwoo wants to live a good life and successfully break the constraints of the aristocratic families and gain hegemony, he must have a force that belongs to him completely, obeys him, and is loyal to him. Aren't these spiritual beasts the foundation for building power? Kill. Shin Junwoo burst into laughter. Use space teleportation to hunt and kill a large number of various flying beasts circling in the sky of the secret realm. Strange beasts occupy the wilderness. Transportation between cities is paralyzed, and subways, high-speed railways, airplanes, etc. were abandoned 100 years ago. These transformers with the ability to fly are more suitable for various actions and can more easily traverse the wilderness. This guy, really? Bailey Wushwan looked up and said enviously, the spatial ability is so mysterious and elusive that it's truly unsolvable. Even the time ability seems a bit weaker. So you've made up your mind? Feng Fanyu glanced sideways at Bailey Wushwang. Good. Before I met Shin Junwoo, I had some interest in the 4 members of the King's squad, but not anymore. Bailey Wushwang answered slowly. He deserves it. But you can't get close to him for the sake of the Bailey family. Feng Fanyu hesitated for a moment, then said, you can only do this for your own happiness, do you understand? What about you? Bailey Wushwang of course understood and asked curiously. I? Feng Fanyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Feng family has fallen into decline, and among the younger generation there is only Feng Fantian available. Unlike the Bailey family, which has so many talented people, it doesn't matter if there is one less Bailey Wushwang. She could not deny her responsibility. Roar! The killing became more and more intense, and the entire secret realm was filled with the smell of blood. Suddenly, an extremely powerful tiger roar sounded in the sky of the secret realm. Everyone was shocked. There is actually a 7th level spiritual beast above the sky of the secret realm? I see, that's how it is. Shinjunwa's spiritual detection revealed a flying spirit tiger with extraordinary bloodline. The flying spirit tiger came from above. This can only mean one thing: the world within the world is not on the ground below the secret realm, but above the sky of the secret realm. What a Yuan Kong ancient realm! Shinjunwa, it's mine. Before the flying tiger pounced, a chubby girl from the king's team, codenamed White Tiger, came flying with a pair of tiger wings spread out behind her. You are such a domineering person. Your codename is White Tiger, so you are really the White Tiger? Shinjunwa laughed teasingly. If you are really the White Tiger, I will give it to you. Shinjunwa, please show some respect. The muscular man codenamed Xuanwu rode the water upwards. Third sister, don't talk to him. The green-shirted woman, codenamed Qinglong, flew up with a Qinglong shadow circling around her and said, "This man is very evil, disgusting. Brother, sister, why are you wasting time talking to him?" The hot-tempered Suzaku, dressed in red, also flew up and said, "Just knock him down." Hey, you guys are bullying me. Shinjunwa was not afraid at all when facing the Four Spirits group. The king's team consists of 7 people, but it is now just a temporary team. Chongguan, Luanhui and Dadi are all eccentric and arrogant men who never take anyone seriously. The Four Spirits group comes from all over the country. But they practiced and trained together, and established a deep relationship. They had already become sworn brothers and sisters, and could communicate with each other through spiritual power and set up the Four Spirits formation. Mr. Shin, my 3 sisters are simple, but I am not. Xuanwu warned coldly, you can tease them, but you can't fool me. Have a look. You are a very cunning person. Shinjunwa waved his hand. Isn't your third sister's code name White Tiger? Is it wrong for me to ask her if she is White Tiger? You son of a bitch, you still say that? Xuanwu was furious, and his shadow appeared immediately. Asshole, you actually said that I. Baihu finally came to his senses. The White Tiger that Shinjunwa was talking about was not that White Tiger. Well, I didn't say that. You said it yourself. I am the purest and most upright person. I absolutely did not mean that. Shinjunwa smiled wickedly and waved his hands repeatedly. What I mean is, are you the White Tiger? Are you in charge of all the white tigers in the world? You bastard, you stinky rascal, I will remember you. Just wait, I'll kill the flying tiger and then I'll settle the score with you. Baihu had no time to argue with Shinjunwa, and immediately jumped towards the flying spirit tiger that was pouncing down. What's the score? Shinjunwa grinned and said, want to discuss what a white tiger is? Chapter 134 I don't play with fools. Feng Fanyu, Lin Xuan and Bailey Wushwan on the ground were all speechless. Shinjunwa was good in every way. This rotten mouth is so cheap. He flirts with every pretty girl he sees. He's such a hooligan. In fact, Shinjunwa was just a bad talker. When something really happens between you and someone, you instantly become timid. Bailey Wushwang tried her best to get close to Shinjunwa, but he had no intention of taking advantage of her. Sometimes she really couldn't understand what kind of person he was. The battle is about to begin. The 4 spirit groups attacked together, and Shinjunwa just watched quietly. The entrance to the world within the world has been discovered, but the people from the Beast Soul Hall have not shown up. I don't know what they are planning. Are the old woman's injuries so serious? He had to conserve his strength. I have to say that the 4 spirits group is indeed powerful. The beast soul talent of the awakened 4 spirit beasts has not reached the mythical level, nor has it awakened a god-level bloodline like Feng Sanyu, so its strength should not be underestimated. They were only at the peak of the 6th level, but their combined strength made it difficult for the 7th level early stage venerable flying spirit tiger to resist, causing it to suffer continuous damage. But they are not cruel enough, not vicious enough, and have a high opinion of themselves. He was completely unaware that there were powerful enemies all around him and that he had to kill them quickly with minimal effort and preserve as much strength as possible to prepare for any eventuality. I don't even know, compared to killing. Whether the movements and techniques are graceful or not is not worth mentioning at all. What's even more tragic is that they were all immersed in the battle and had no intention of taking any precautions. If Shin Junwoo wanted to kill them, they would not even have the chance to resist. Their biggest weakness is that they are too well protected and don't know what the evil nature of human nature is. 3 minutes later. Shin Junwoo couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he suddenly moved through the air and appeared on the back of the flying spirit tiger in an instant. While the 4 men were trapping the flying spirit tiger, he chopped off the tiger's skull with one blow. Bite. Congratulations to the host for perfectly grasping the timing and successfully killing the 7th level noble early stage spirit beast, flying spirit tiger, and obtaining a new entry. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly. Legend. A bad start epic. Roar of the tiger epic. Wings on back epic. Golden light of the spirit tiger epic. Flying tiger bloodline legendary. Flying tiger beast soul legendary. There are actually 2 legendary bloodline and attribute entries? Shin Junwoo was very satisfied, mainly because he obtained it without any effort. He immediately put the corpse into the mountain and river realm. The 4 spirits were furious. Xuanwu asked angrily, Shin Junwoo, do you want to die? It's you who want to die, a bunch of idiots with dumb brains. If I were your enemy, you would have died long ago. How could you still be angry here? Shin Junwoo sneered, I deliberately stole your spirit beasts to tell you that apart from yourselves and your companions, you should never trust anyone else at any time. Because no relationship is as real as interests. Also, you must always be on guard during battle and be careful of surprise attacks. Which one have you followed? Quibble. The 4 of them couldn't stand it anymore and took action immediately. Still not convinced? Shin Junwoo didn't want to fight with them, so it seemed that he could only fulfill Ning Korong's wish. The cloud-breaking sword was retracted. In an instant, he did a 360-degree spin and threw 4 punches in an instant. The 4 were shocked and immediately fought back. There were only 4 bangs. The attacks of the 4 members of the 4 spirits group were broken by 1 punch, and they were hit in the chest by Shin Junwoo's punch and fell from the sky on the spot. The 4 were defeated in an instant. The heavy light, reincarnation, and the earth hidden in the jungle leaped up one after another, locking onto Shin Junwoo with a burst of fighting spirit. Why, are you planning to attack in 3 ways? Shin Junwoo lit a cigarette with a contemptuous smile. You are not qualified yet. Chongwon waved his hand coldly, I am enough to deal with you alone. Ha 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 ha. Canaries in a cage are all the same. I'll give you a word, frog in a well. Shin Junwoo blew out a smoke ring and scolded him angrily, with powerful enemies surrounding us, you still have the energy to compete with me and fight for victory? Shin Junwoo, stop playing righteous. If you knew what it meant to be surrounded by powerful enemies, you wouldn't have snatched the spirit beasts from those 4 people. As the captain, how can I lead the team if I don't teach you a lesson? Chongwon confidently counterattacked, it won't take much spiritual energy to deal with you, and I won't let the people from the Beast Soul Hall take advantage of me. Awesome, awesome. Shin Junwoo was speechless and gave a thumbs up. Shigemitsu is not only confident, but also arrogant. He actually doesn't even take the Turtle Spirit Saint, who is in the late Saint stage, seriously. You don't have to be like this. The 3 of us had already encountered the Holy Turtle Spirit and injured her head-on, and that Saint Lady Lamy was also beaten and fled in panic. Chongwon saw Shin Junwoo's expression and said proudly, if you can severely injure the Turtle Spirit Saint, then so can we. In one word, do you dare to fight? Ha, I don't play with idiots. Shin Junwoo grinned and rushed straight to the realm within the realm above the sky. No matter what. At this moment, there are powerful enemies at the door. How could Shin Junwoo waste his true energy and spiritual power by fighting with them? At this time, the world within the world has been opened due to the rush of the flying spirit tiger, and Shin Junwoo entered it easily. When he opened his eyes, Shin Junwoo was completely stunned. This is not a secret place, but a heavenly palace. White clouds that seem to be real are floating freely. Rows of bluestone steps, glazed paths, and pavilions appear above the white mist, like palaces in heaven, sacred and magnificent. The 3 people who caught up were also shocked by the scene before them. Does the heavenly palace in the fairy tale TV series actually exist? When I was stunned, a group of 7th order cranes flew over the 4 people's heads. Above the clouds ahead, there are pure-colored Pegasus jumping around on the white clouds, making people unable to believe what they see. Too ethereal, too mysterious. Suddenly, 3 auras of Holy Spirit beasts suddenly burst out from the endless white fog, causing the entire heavenly palace to tremble slightly. Chapter 135, Dangerous. 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 Fourth update. The sudden emergence of the aura of a holy level spirit beast was unexpected. There is actually a saint level? This is too explosive. In the previous life, the authorities concealed a lot of important information. Or perhaps, when Shin Junwo entered the Yuankong ancient realm in his previous life, the Beast Soul Hall had already organized a large-scale operation and concealed it from the authorities. Let's go, let's go. In the cycle of reincarnation, Dottie was the first to react. One person went to pull Chongwon, and another went to pull Shin Junwo. Although they are confident, they are not stupid. A holy level spirit beast is not comparable to the seriously injured turtle spirit saint. This kind of secret realm is not something they can explore, not to mention that there is more than one holy level spirit beast. But how could Shin Junwo be willing to accept this? Just as he was hesitating, the white fog was cleared away, and the backs of 3 holy level spirit beasts appeared: the golden armored divine bull, the iron-backed rhinoceros, and the golden-nosed white elephant. Although it is strong, it is not fast. Under the impact of the 3 holy level spirit beasts, the white mist was dispersed, and the true appearance of the heavenly palace was partially revealed. There is a medicinal garden ahead. The medicine garden is filled with rare natural treasures, including precious medicines that can help people change their destiny and improve their talents. You go first. Shin Junwo's momentum was so strong that he immediately shocked Chongwon and the other 2 and forced them to retreat one after another. Then he disappeared in one step. This bastard. Dottie, who wanted to take Shin Junwo away, was so angry that he cursed loudly. He also sensed the natural treasures in the medicine garden. But, the 3 holy level spirit beasts are all rushing over. After taking a step forward, Shin Junwo was shocked. The space here was not what the naked eye saw? It looks very close. It's actually very far away. The medicine garden that was so close to him was actually at least 300 miles away, completely beyond his cognition. I can't figure out whether it is real or an illusion. But Shin Junwo still wanted to take a gamble and give it a try. It is absolutely impossible to go into a mountain of treasures and return empty-handed. There is no such thing. Using all his strength to move through space, Shin Junwo landed directly in the medicine garden, next to a plant of void grass. A magical herb that can enhance the talent of spatial ability. Throughout the life, only one has been heard of. Shin Junwo's spatial ability is only at the epic level, how can we not take it? However, when Shin Junwo stretched out his hand to pull it up, he was unable to do so. It was as if some force was protecting this void grass and he could not pull it up. Just then, the golden-armored divine bull, the iron-backed rhinoceros, and the golden-nosed white elephant seemed to sense Shin Junwo and immediately turned around. What is even more terrible is, Shin Junwo sensed that a willow tree next to the medicine garden had transformed into a spirit, and countless willow branches were madly sweeping towards him. It is a real 1,000-year-old willow tree. It is simply not comparable to the willow tree in the secret realm of Burial of God Stream. Golden-winged python, I'm sorry. Shin Junwo gritted his teeth and used his psychic powers to directly strangle the spiritual source of the golden-winged python, killing it on the spot. Before the 1,000-year-old willow tree entangled him, he simultaneously unleashed his 5 major domain skills: Spiritual Domain, Gale Prison, Devouring Barrier, Vacuum Domain, and True Dragon Domain. 5 protective forces formed around him. Next second, the branches of the 1,000-year-old willow tree instantly wrapped around him, entwined madly, and attacked him tightly. Break it for me! Shin Junwo shouted loudly. With the cloud-breaking knife in his left hand and the thunder sword in his right hand, he madly attacked the medicine garden land with all his martial arts power, breaking the power of confinement. It must be obtained before the golden-armored bull, iron-backed rhinoceros, and golden-nosed white elephant return. Otherwise, Shin Junwo will die. In the face of life and death crisis, Shin Junwo's potential seemed to be developed, and the divine martial spirit bone provided him with a constant source of power. After swinging out 99 and 81 swords and 99 and 81 knife strikes in an instant, the power protecting the medicine garden was finally cut into many cracks. The distance between the golden-armored divine bull, the iron-backed rhinoceros, and the golden-nosed white elephant was getting closer and closer, and Lu Mu's attacks were becoming more and more powerful, and time was running out. Get up for me. Shin Junwoo made up his mind and injected the power of the 5 major areas into the land of the medicine garden. Then, he used all his strength to drive the cloud-breaking blade and thunder sword to strike hard at the crack. With a loud bang, a piece of land in front of Shin Junwoo, 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, was shaken. Ah, it worked. Shin Junwoo laughed with joy, and sweating profusely, he grabbed the entire piece of land in his hands and immediately moved it away in the void. Next second, Shin Junwoo appeared at the entrance and exit of the world within the world. Unexpectedly, the branch of the 1,000-year-old willow tree followed closely and kept biting Shin Junwoo tightly. Powerful Vajra Palm. Shin Junwoo was horrified to death. This 1,000-year-old willow tree actually had spatial abilities? After storing the proceeds from the medicine garden into the mountain and river realm, he used all his strength to counterattack using the innate skill of the mighty King Kong ape. Puff! Puff! After one blow, Shin Junwoo flew backwards with blood spurting out. At this time, Xiongguang and the other two had already relayed the danger level of the world within the world. Just as they were about to escape, they saw Shin Junwoo falling from the sky of the secret realm. Bailey Wushuang and Feng Fanyu flew up at the same time to catch Shin Junwoo. Let us go! Shin Junwoo looked back and saw that the willow branch was chasing him. Without bothering to explain, he immediately swept everyone with his mental power and used space shift again to escape. Of course, Shin Junwoo also did not forget Lin Shuang and the other 6, and sensed the flash of energy coming. Unexpectedly, they were being hunted by people from the Beast Soul Hall. It seems that they want to use them to threaten Shin Junwoo and force him to hand over the lost things of the Beast Soul Hall. How fucking hateful. There is a strong enemy ahead. There are pursuers behind. The crisis is getting worse and it is extremely dangerous. Chapter 136, Time Ability Demonstrates Power. See the people from the Beast Soul Hall. Xiongguang, Reincarnation, and the Earth all look very unhappy. Only then did he realize that he had been tricked and that he had not been beaten to the point of running away in embarrassment. The reason he escaped was that he wanted to take hostages to threaten Shin Junwoo. Old woman, look behind you. Shin Junwoo shouted angrily and turned to point at Lu Tiao who was chasing him. So what? The Holy Turtle Spirit has already discovered it, and also found that Shin Junwoo was seriously injured. Now is a good opportunity to kill Shin Junwoo. If she doesn't kill Shin Junwoo, how can she vent the resentment in her heart? Therefore, she would not miss this opportunity. She activated her beast soul and attacked Shin Junwoo with all her strength regardless of the consequences. Fuck! Shin Junwoo was angry. At this moment, there is no way to not play your trump card. Just at that time, Luan Hui suddenly took a step forward and put a hand on Shin Junwoo's shoulder. Shin Junwoo was shocked. He almost forgot that reincarnation not only has legendary soul powers, but also mythical time powers. It can freeze time and reverse time and space. Okay, I'll fight you. Shin Junwoo immediately understood the meaning of reincarnation and acted as if he was ready to fight with the Holy Turtle Spirit. How could the Holy Turtle Spirit be afraid? She had already found a healing elixir and swallowed it, and her injuries had recovered a lot. Why should she be afraid of these little brats? Not only is he not afraid, he also wants to take the opportunity to kill all the rising stars of the Dragon Kingdom. Time stops. When the forces attacking from the front and back were within 3 meters of the group, Samsara suddenly shouted loudly and pushed his 6th skill, Time Stop, to its maximum. A moment. Time is frozen and the world stops. All attacks stopped in the void, everyone's breathing stopped, everything stopped. But Shin Junwoo was not affected. Because Samsara deliberately avoided Shin Junwoo. Time stops, it's really amazing. For the first time, Shin Junwoo felt the power of the strongest special ability besides the so-called space ability and was extremely envious. Quick! Samsara exclaimed. He was so weak that he collapsed to the ground. This large-scale time stop not only drained his spiritual power, but also his physical strength. Even the soul is affected and the spirit is extremely depressed. Don't worry. Shin Junwoo laughed excitedly. How could he let go of this opportunity to cheat and harm others? Smiling, he raised one of the willow branches slightly and pointed it at the forehead of the turtle spirit saint. After finishing it, he used his psychic power to pull everyone together and perform space shifting to jump away. Everyone disappeared into thin air. The power to stop time disappears. The full-strength attack of Saint Turtle Spirit instantly collided with the penetrating force of the willow branch, unleashing an earth-shattering divine power. At the same time, a piercing sound was heard. The face of Saint Guiling changed, and he looked up and touched his forehead in disbelief. Before she could touch it, after completing the killing mission, the willow branch suddenly retracted and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Holy Lord! Holy Lord! Saint Lamy and the 5 major believers rushed forward in fear and hugged the fallen turtle spirit saint. However, the head of Saint Guiling was pierced, and he had no time to say his last words. He just looked at Lamy reluctantly and then died completely. Ah! Shinjunwoo, Shinjunwoo! Lamy held the body of Turtle Spirit Saint and roared with murderous intent. What a pity! Shinjunwoo couldn't hear it at all, he had already left the Yuankong ancient realm. What's going on? Seeing that Shinjunwoo was seriously injured and Luanhui was also very weak, Ning Korong, He Tianning, Thunder King and Wind King hurried forward. It's all that bastard Shen's fault. He insisted on going to the world within the world to cause trouble, forcing us to flee early. Furthermore, the 5 major universities and the major military region representatives were trapped in the secret realm. Shigemitsu made an extremely dissatisfied accusation. What, a world within a world? Ning Korong was shocked. You actually found the entrance to the world within the world? Shinjunwoo suddenly looked up at Ning Korong. He actually knew about the world within the world? Without waiting for Ning Korong to explain, a powerful aura suddenly appeared on the left. Ning Korong took a side look and his expression instantly became solemn. Shinjunwoo was also surprised. It turned out that the deputy hall master of the Beast Soul Hall, the Heavenly Wolf Saint, and another elder, the Sea Covering Saint, had come. The bad thing is, the Sirius Saint has successfully broken through and reached the same early god level as Ning Korong, and has subdued a late saint level flying beast as his mount. Director Ning, long time no see. Sirius Saint said proudly, why are so many of you here on Myriad Immortals Island? You look so embarrassed. Damn it, damn it. Ning Korong's face changed as he suddenly realized, did someone from your Beast Soul Hall also enter the Yuankong ancient realm? Ha 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 ha. You all have the time to go fishing, so why wouldn't we join in? There aren't many of us, just 7. Sirius Saint smiled confidently and proudly, but my own Turtle Spirit Saint also went in. Ha, ha, ha. What? Ning Korong's worry suddenly rose to his throat. Relaxed. The old woman, Turtle Spirit Saint, has become a corpse and will never pose any threat to the teams again. Shinjunwoo slowly stood up and said, as long as they are united enough, Lamy and the other 6 will not be able to do anything to them. Boy, you must be Shinjunwoo. Sirius Saint waved his hand in complete disbelief. Do you think you can scare me by just telling me some bad news? Chapter 137, The Beast Soul Hall's Support. Why would I scare you? Shinjunwoo smiled faintly. If you don't believe it, we will just wait. Ning Korong became anxious. If the Holy Turtle Spirit is inside, he must go in personally. Among them are not only geniuses from the 5 major military regions, but also geniuses from various aristocratic families. Many of them are heirs to aristocratic families. If they all fail, there will be no explanation. Director Ning, why are you in such a hurry? Shinjunwoo kept giving him glances. Since the Heavenly Wolf Saint has come in person, shouldn't you entertain him? Ning Korong was stunned. Yes. Not only did the Sirius Saint come, he also made a breakthrough. He had no chance to leave, and he would not let them open the secret realm again. But he couldn't believe that the Turtle Spirit Saint would die in there. See this. The weak Samsara nodded secretly towards Ning Korong. He felt it when the time ability disappeared, and he knew that the Saint Turtle Spirit was really killed by Shinjunwoo. That's right. Ning Korong was half believing and half doubting, but there was no other way. He locked onto the Heavenly Wolf Saint with a powerful aura. Old man, you're itching to do something, aren't you? No, my hands aren't itchy today. Sirius Saint waved his hand. Since the kid surname Shin is so confident, let's just wait and see the result. Good. Ning Korong has the responsibility to protect, and does not want to fight with the Heavenly Wolf Saint. Half an hour later, the talented teams came out one after another, all looking quite embarrassed. Not long after, the Holy Maiden and her entourage from the Beast Soul Hall also came out. Not seeing Turtle Spirit Saint, Heavenly Wolf Saint flashed forward and said, Saintess, where is your Turtle Spirit grandmother? She's dead. Lainey burst into tears instantly. What? How did she die? The heavenly wolf saint was furious. Who can kill her in this secret realm? It's Shin Junwoo. Lainey pointed at Shin Junwoo viciously. It was him. He was the one who set up the scheme to kill Grandma Goiling. And him. The reincarnation of the king's squad, he possesses the time power. Seeing Lainey turning to point at himself, Luanhui said that he was innocent. Shin Junwoo. I will never forgive you. The divine aura of the heavenly wolf saint erupted. You killed the lion and tiger saint of my temple, and now you have killed the turtle spirit saint, and even killed 2 of my temple's veteran believers. You deserve to die. Hey, calm down. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you've done. They're all old enough to be buried. What difference does it make if they die early or late? You should thank me for sending them to reunite with their families. Shin Junwoo was confident that Ning Kurong was present and teased him nonchalantly. You? Saint Sirius was so angry that his lungs exploded. After all these years, I have never seen a younger generation more arrogant than Shin Junwoo. Everyone in the genius teams was frightened. God of misfortune or God of death? Or is it the evil spirit? How long has Shin Junwoo been at the War University, and he actually killed 2 saints and 2 believers of the Beast Soul Hall? Needless to say, the Saint Lord is at least a late saint-level existence, a giant-level figure who has been in power for decades. Old believer. At least he is at the early stage of the venerable level. You can take revenge if you want. Come on, let's see if you, the newly promoted God-level deputy hallmaster, can kill Director Ning first? Or will we kill the saint of your Beast Soul Hall and the 5 genius believers first? Shin Junwoo hooked his fingers provocatively without any concern. Ning Kurong's face fell instantly. You are such a bully, aren't you? But Ning Kurong soon smiled. The advantage was on their side. Okay. You wait. The heavenly wolf saint instantly understood Shin Junwoo's words and did not dare to act rashly. Ning Kurong could stop him, and He Tianyi and the other 2 could also stop his mount and the Holy Lord Fu Hai. They had no advantage at all. The group left in anger. Shin Junwoo finally couldn't hold on any longer and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. That 1,000-year-old willow tree is so scary. The injury he received from the fight with the Vajra palm was much more serious than when he fought with the lion and tiger saint in the 10,000 mountains. Let me. Yan Jingjing hurried forward. Seeing that Shin Junwoo's injuries had stabilized, everyone was relieved. Feng Fanyu immediately asked, Director Ning, what is this realm within a realm? This is a long story. Ning Kurong replied helplessly, with your current cultivation and experience, it is better for you not to know. Director Ning, this is a rare opportunity. In the world within the world, there are treasures beyond our imagination, and even a medicinal garden filled with natural treasures. Dottie immediately said, the Beast Soul Hall has retreated. With your cultivation, you will definitely be able to obtain the treasure. You are still too young. You are not as experienced as Shin Junwoo in the martial arts world and the ways of the world. Ning Kurong waved his hand in disappointment. The world within the world is a secret known to the world. No one dares to say whether it really exists. If the younger generation from various factions hadn't gathered together for this training, do you think those aristocratic families and ancient martial arts sects would not intervene? The earth was shocked. It turns out that this time is an experience and an exploration. Now that the existence of the world within a world has been discovered, it will surely be a bloody battle, and it is no longer a battle that people like them can participate in. Chapter 138, Heaven-Defying Harvest. A few days later. Shin Junwoo's injuries recovered. Standing in the room of the War Hotel, he looked at the Ziguang Bayakage building in the south with a gloomy expression. You seem to be in a good mood. In the room, Lin Yuetan was leisurely brewing tea. You guess? Shin Junwoo turned his head slightly and glanced. His injuries this time were too severe, and Yan Jingjing could only stabilize his injuries. After returning to the War Hotel, it took Lin Yuetong, the world's best 8th-level healer, several days to completely heal his injuries. Why? I really don't know if you're cunning, calculating, or just doing it unintentionally, but this auction at the Jewel Pavilion is several times more lively than ever before. Lin Yuetong poured herself a cup and said slowly, all the Thunder-type psychics above level 8 who don't have important responsibilities have gathered in the War City. Thanks to you, the War Hotel has been doing incredibly well these past few days. All the rooms are booked, and the front desk is overflowing with invitations to meet you. Ha 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 ha. Shin Junhwa knew what Lin Yuetan was referring to and laughed. If I say that I did it unintentionally, would you believe me? I believe it. Lin Yuetang rolled her eyes and then said, unless you are not a man. Shin Junhwa smiled but said nothing. It was indeed his intention to show the Thunder Crystal Stone at sea, using the mouths of geniuses from various families to spread the news that Shin Junhwa possessed a large amount of Thunder Crystal Stone. Look, the Thunder-type mutants have come to our door on their own. What do you want to do? What Lin Yuetang was most curious about was Shin Junhwa's choice. These days, Bailey Xuan comes here several times a day, and they seem to have a very close relationship. Secret. Shin Junhwa walked back with a mysterious smile. Good sister, please notify the front desk and send all the invitations to me. Kick me out? Lin Yuetan raised her brows in resentment. To contact the front desk, just press the call bell. Asking her to go in person, isn't that an order to leave? No way. I have a quirky hobby. Before doing anything, I like to run around naked in the room. Does my dear sister mind? Shin Junhwa smiled playfully. Is that so? Lin Yuetang rolled her eyes and stood up. You should add one more sentence. It would be more pleasant if someone called you daddy in a coquettish voice, right? You really understand men. Shin Junhwa immediately gave a thumbs up. Get lost. Lin Yuetang cursed and walked away. The room door is closed. Shin Junhwa immediately called up the God-level entry system panel. The attribute panel did not change much, except that his martial arts cultivation had reached the early stage of the 7th level martial honor realm. However, the vocabulary library is colorful. There are 26 epic bloodline entries and 32 legendary bloodline entries. There are 22 epic attribute entries and 28 legendary attribute entries. Almost every time you kill a spiritual beast, you will get a bloodline entry or an attribute entry. There is no shortage of entries to train subordinates. It's just that no one is available at the moment. After some consideration, Shin Junhwa's spirit sank into the realm of mountains and rivers, and he looked at the small piece of land that he had exchanged for his life with an excited look on his face. He immediately communicated with the system. System boss, I'm using void grass to improve my spatial ability talent. There shouldn't be any impact, right? Returning to the host, naturally there will be no impact. The system immediately replied, whether it's bloodline talent or supernatural talent. Apart from the system's ability to enhance it through item fusion, the only way is to rely on natural resources and treasures. Kind tips. The soil obtained by the host does not belong to this era. It has a special effect on the growth of plants and spiritual plants, and its value far exceeds those precious medicines. Shin Junhwa was shocked. He immediately slipped into the mountain and river realm in his true form, squatting beside the land to investigate carefully. Even the weeds next to the precious medicine contained extraordinary energy, so he immediately peeled off a piece and tasted it. The result made Shin Junhwa's eyes widen. Not only does it taste sweet, it can also have some beneficial effects on the body. It's amazing. Every blade of grass is a treasure. This time it was worth it. There are 7 precious medicinal plants on this piece of soil. Except for the void grass, I don't recognize the others and don't know what medicinal herbs they are. Ha 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 ha. Got it, got it. Suddenly, Shin Junhwa had a flash of inspiration and thought of another very brilliant idea. He immediately escaped from the mountain and river realm. At this time, the doorbell rang. Shin Junhwa opened the door and saw that it was the front desk who had delivered the invitation. He took it and said, "Could you please help me notify everyone on the invitation? I will meet them here tomorrow at noon." At that time, not only will there be thunder crystals for sale, but there will also be a great opportunity to change their lives. If they miss it, I guarantee they will regret it for the rest of their lives. Yes, Mr. Shin. Several receptionists were shocked, but still agreed respectfully. Tomorrow at noon is the time for the auction of the Bailey family's Zhuguang Baoga. Shin Junhwa chose this time to meet the guests, intending to challenge the Bailey family and sing a different tune. The entrance to the ladder. Bailey Wuxuan happened to arrive and heard what Shin Junhwa said. His face suddenly became very ugly. The thing she least wanted to see happened. Chapter 139, Beauty in the Present, 4th update. Overseas experience. Bailey Wuxuan saw what courage and tactics meant. With the power of the 6th level, he intercepted and seized the treasure of the Beast's Soul Hall. It took courage to dare to deal with the giant of the late 8th level saint. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth in the realm within the realm and successfully scheming a giant in the late 8th level saint level to death, this is called means. Therefore, Bailey Wuxuang is even more obsessed with Shin Junwoo. She also hoped that Shin Junwoo could see the situation clearly, but she was still disappointed. Just when Bailey Wuxuang was about to look for Shin Junwoo, the elevator door suddenly opened and a pair of slender hands pulled her into the ladder. Aunt San? Bailey Wuxuang turned around and saw that it was Bailey Yu, now known as Lin Yuetong. I don't like that name. Lin Yuetong waved her hand. I have changed my name. I am now Lin Yuetong. You can call me Aunt Yu or Sister Yu, but I prefer you to call me Sister Yu. Okay, Sister Yu. Bailey Wuxuang knew that she also hated the Bailey family. Let's go to my room and talk. Lin Yuetong smiled happily. The elevator door closed automatically and continued to go up. Come to the room. Lin Yuetong walked straight to the window and looked at the vast mountains. She was silent for a long time before she spoke. Shin Junwoo and the Bailey family are destined to be enemies. Why? Bailey Wuxuang stepped forward in shock. It's very simple. Because Shin Junwoo has already chosen his path, he has always stood on the side of justice, and all the noble families in the world will be his enemies, including Feng Fanyu and Lin Shuang. Lin Yuetong saw it clearly and said, so, he's nice to everyone, but he won't choose anyone. He doesn't dare to choose, let alone be able to choose. This is just who he is. Bailey Wuxuang's body softened and he sat down in frustration. As one of the direct descendants of the Bailey family, she has always shouldered the rise and fall, honor and disgrace of the Bailey family, and she understands the Bailey family's position better. The Dragon Kingdom must be protected and power must be seized. It is even more important to develop your own unique power. Once the balance is lost, either the Bailey family will rise suddenly or be liquidated. Schwanger, let me ask you. Lin Yuetong turned around slowly. Are you really in love with Shin Junwoo, or is it for the Bailey family? Me. Bailey Wuxuang hesitated for a moment, but still spoke firmly. I initially approached him for the Bailey family. But the more we spent time together and played around with him, the faster my heart beat. I used to have some expectations for Chongguan, Luanhui, Dati, and Xuanwu, but after this experience, that's gone. Good, very good. Lin Yuetong smiled with relief. Why? Bailey Wuxuang said in confusion. It cannot be said. It cannot be said. Lin Yuetong waved her hand and said mysteriously, follow your heart and don't care about the positions of Shin Junwoo and the Bailey family. You are you. You are just Bailey Wuxuang, and have no connection with any force. Following the war, the front desk of the hotel notified everyone one by one. The wind direction in the war city suddenly changed, and everyone understood Shin Junwoo's intention to compete with the Bailey family. Many people admired and expressed their feelings. Some people also think that Shin Junwoo is overestimating his abilities. How dare you single-handedly fight against the Bailey family, the #1 family in the world? There was a lot of discussion and debate. However, at noon the next day, many important figures stopped in the lobby of the war hotel, waiting to see what was going on. Most of the foreign guests stay in war hotels. Whether to go to the Bailey family's Ziguang Baekage auction, or go upstairs to Shin Junwoo's room 18001, is a matter worth discussing. Choose to go to Shin Junwoo's room. Not to mention offending the Bailey family, at least it has embarrassed the Bailey family. Look, the Lin family. In the hotel lobby, someone suddenly looked towards the door in shock. Head of the Lin family, Lin Zhengyang, is here with his son and daughter. There are also Su Quan, the head of the Su family, and Fang Jingshan, the head of the Fang family. They both came with their daughters. Room 18001. Shin Junwoo was sitting facing the gate, leisurely making tea for the two 8th level saint-level giants beside him. They are not others. It was Lei Wang and He Tianyi who came to support Shin Junwoo. The peerless genius finally revealed his claws. They are happy to see it and should support it. A moment later. The four major families in Xinjiang, the Lin family, the Su family, and the Fang family, came with their daughters in person. Thunder King and He Tianyi couldn't help but look at each other. Shin Junwoo was playing against the Bailey family, and has already made it clear that he wants to be an enemy of the family. Why are these three families still not giving up? Shin Junwoo looked up and saw that the tea in his mouth made the white shirt on his chest turn yellow instantly. You little pervert! Thunder King and He Tianyi were so angry that they slapped Shin Junwoo on the back of the head at the same time. Ahem, ahem. A distinguished guest has arrived, please take a seat. Shin Junwo wiped his mouth awkwardly, but his eyes could not leave Lin Xuang, Su Fulei, and Fang Lin. So beautiful. Lin Xuang wore a pair of tight jeans and a plaid shirt with the corners of the shirt tucked into her waist, looking sexy and heroic. Su Fulei wore a classic slit cheongsam, which made her look graceful, like a daughter of the Republic of China. Fang Lin is a beautiful girl from a small family, like a mermaid princess, who makes people fall in love with her at first sight. Ha 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 ha. The three of you came quite early. Just as the group was about to sit down, the heads of the Dongfang family and the Nangong family also walked out of the elevator with their daughters. Shin Junwo looked up and was shocked. Dad, how can I bear this? These noble families use the beauty trap openly. Chapter 140: Improving Talent in Public. Dongfang Bingyun is tall and has a natural queen-like aura. Now. She was wearing a short suspender skirt that perfectly revealed her long, smooth legs, making anyone who saw her dazed. Nangong Qianyu also dressed up carefully. A pure white female night costume fully displays the woman's classical beauty and chivalrous spirit. That's really interesting. What are you doing, masters? Lei Wang was a straightforward person and couldn't help but tease. Are you participating in a talent show or a blind date show? You are so lucky. He Tianyi also smiled with emotion. In the past 100 years, there has never been such a large-scale competition among the world's noble families. For a long time, aristocratic families have been high and mighty, with countless people knocking on their doors to propose marriage and arrange marriages. Only with Shin Junwo, the position has changed. The head of the family personally brought his daughter to the house, and his intention to seduce her with sex was almost written on his face. Thunder King, don't say sour grapes. The Dongfang family's patriarch, Dongfang Wei, strode over and said, if you had a daughter, she'd probably be given away to someone else. This is possible. Shin Junwo grinned and laughed honestly. There's a hammer. You want to go on a blind date? Why are we here together? Thunder King slapped Shin Junwo on the back of the head again. Be serious, you are holding an auction. Just a joke. Shin Junwo shrank his head in grievance. This is fucking. 5 rare beauties in the world are right in front of him, but he can't accept any of them. How unlucky he is. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have played such a righteous game. Let the world do whatever it wants, it's none of our business. Each family paved the way. The various giants who submitted invitations for the Thunder Crystal Stone naturally would not break their promises. They all came to Shin Junwo's room and waited for the final auction. Thunder King, He Tianyi glanced at him. There were a total of 68 people in the room, including young people. There are people watching the fun outside the door, including spies from all walks of life. It's quite a scene. Everyone, have some tea first. I'll eat some grass first and take some medicine. Shin Junwo smiled playfully and took out the void grass from the mountain and river realm. The heads of various families. All the thunder giants stood up at the same time. They had never seen the void grass, but they had seen records and pictures of it in ancient books, so they would definitely not make a mistake. Shin Junwo didn't say anything. He immediately activated the space power spiritual power to absorb the power of the void grass and improve the talent level of the space power. Everyone was shocked. But treasures like the void grass are useless to them. However, I was even more curious and looking forward to the great opportunity to change my fate that Shin Junwo mentioned. They all know. Shin Junwo broke into the realm within the Yuankong ancient realm and was hunted down by a mysterious being, and he almost died in the secret realm. It can be seen that this void grass was obtained in the world within the world. Boom! 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 After a moment, Shin Junwo's spatial ability talent was enhanced by the power of the void grass, and his spiritual power exploded. The quality of aura and the power of spiritual energy are constantly increasing. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and some were confused. When a dual system psychic awakens, their talent is at least legendary. But Shin Junwo's spatial talent is only epic? But it doesn't matter anymore. With this void grass, Shin Junwo's spatial ability talent will definitely be upgraded to the top legendary level, or even the mythical level. A quarter of an hour later. Shin Junwo's spatial ability talent has successfully reached the legendary level and is constantly improving. The quality and strength of spatial spiritual power are constantly improving. Another quarter of an hour later. The spiritual power of the void grass was completely devoured, and Shin Junwo's spatial ability successfully reached the top legendary level, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the mythical level. It's a bit regrettable, but enough is enough. The quality and strength of spatial abilities have increased by more than 10 times, and the power of various spatial skills has also been greatly increased. The ability to challenge opponents of higher levels is no less powerful than psychic powers.
Thank you for waiting for so long.
Shin Junwo slowly finished his work and glanced at everyone. As you think, this void grass was obtained in the realm within the realm. In addition, I also obtained some divine grass that can change martial arts talents, which can change the physical constitution of warriors and give them epic talents.
What? Changing a warrior's physique and possessing epic talent?
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, and the shock was even greater and more intense than that caused by the void grass. However, none of them had ever heard of the name God's Herb and they were reluctant to believe it for a while.
Schwanger, come here.
Shin Junwo smiled slightly and waved at Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang shuddered all over.
What does it mean to call her Schwanger in front of so many people? Everyone looked at Lin Shuang in shock.
Lin Shuang felt embarrassed and walked to Shin Junwo with her head down and her face flushed.
Sit down cross-legged.
Shin Junwo pushed a mat out and handed over a piece of weeds grown on the land within the world. Come on, chew it and swallow it.
Oh.
Lin Shuang took it nervously like a puppet and chewed and swallowed it obediently.
The head of the Lin family, Lin Zhangyang, didn't know whether to be happy or angry when he saw his daughter like this.
After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Lin family.
Why are you so obedient in front of Shin Junwo? What the hell, will they help the Lin family or will they help Shin Junwo in a treacherous way in the future? System.
Shin Junwo smiled secretly and communicated with the system master. Add the epic entry 7-colored spirit deer bloodline to Lin Shuang.
This entry. It was born from a spiritual deer in the Yuankong ancient realm that has extremely strong self-healing abilities.
Its level is not high, but it is very suitable for Lin Shuang. Its self-healing ability can perfectly reconcile the erosion of the body by the power of ice and fire, and also allow Lin Shuang to possess self-healing ability, thereby improving combat effectiveness.
Bite. The system has successfully added an entry for Lin Shuang and is currently fusing her bloodline. Chapter 141, No Repayment for Cheating Someone to Death. Gradually merging.
The aura in Lin Shuang's body gradually changed and became stronger, and his true energy was also increased.
Everyone was stunned. There really was a herb that could change one's martial arts talent?
The facts are right before their eyes, they have no choice but to believe it. Perhaps, the herb of God really exists in this world, but they are ignorant and don't know about it.
See everyone's anticipation and eagerness. Shin Junwo almost laughed out loud.
He just called a few weeds the grass of God, and others had to believe it.
Isn't that funny? Boom.
3 minutes later, the system completed the fusion for Lin Shuang, and a brand new martial arts aura burst out.
It's epic. It's epic. Some of the little people outside the house couldn't help but burst into envy and jealousy.
Lin Zhangyang was ecstatic. Martial arts are epic, ice powers are epic, and fire powers are legendary. His Lin family has risen. He came in person this time, firstly to test Lin Shuang's talent level, secondly to provide resources to help Lin Shuang rise quickly, and thirdly for Shin Junwo.
Unexpectedly, there is an unexpected surprise? Everyone, be quiet.
Shin Junwo gestured with his hand. Everyone has seen the effect.
Next, we'll auction off the divine grass.
There aren't many left, so first come, first served. I'm new to the martial arts world and don't know the value of the treasure.
Which senior would like to make the first bid? Hearing this,
the faces of the veterans twitched.
With your fucking cunning behavior, you're still a newcomer?
You son of a bitch.
What a sinister little thief. Since you are just starting out, why don't you tell me the specific number? If you are a newbie, how do you know how to gather people to bid in an auction?
I'll bid first. Lin Zhangyang was so happy that he had to help out. 1 billion.
Lao Lin, you old thing? Dongfang Wei glared at him immediately. Brother Dongfang. Money is something outside of our body, why should we worry about it?
Lin Zhangyang laughed and said, my precious Schwanger has a talent for martial arts, so how can my Jewer, the future head of the family, be weak? Over the past century, many scholars have conducted research on this topic. Without epic talent, it would be difficult to break through the 7th level, whether in martial arts or supernatural powers, let alone the 8th and 9th levels. Therefore, most people with special abilities are stuck at the 6th level in martial arts.
I'll give you 1.2 billion. An 8th level mid-stage saint with lightning abilities immediately placed a bid. Xian Lei, do you dare to snatch it from me? Lin Zhengyang was so angry that he turned around and glared at her. Master Lin, this is not called robbery. Also, Mr. Shen said, there aren't many of them. Xian Lei was not from an aristocratic family, but a rising independent cultivator who had a fortuitous encounter. He said with a smile, in the Dragon Kingdom, only when there is at least one late-stage saint giant in charge can it be called an extraordinary family. I, Xian Lei, have never been able to break through to the late stage. Now that the opportunity is right in front of me, I will fight for it even if I have to spend all my money. Number 1 in 100 miles, powerful in all 4 directions, famous among the 8 clans, this has been said for many years, and it's time to add another prestigious clan, huh? Xian Lei's words touched the hearts of many people. Especially those families that have always been suppressed by the extraordinary families and can only obey orders, are unwilling to be younger brothers forever, and dream of becoming a member of the decision-making group. 1.3 billion. 1.4 billion. 1.5 billion. 1.8 billion. In the end, the first section of the God's Grass was won by Lin Zhengyang at a price of 1.8 billion. Immediately following, the Fang, Su, Dongfang, and Nangong families each won a section, and the price was just slightly lower than Lin Zhengyang's, all sold for 1.7 billion. This can be seen from the bidding process. There is indeed an alliance between the extraordinary families. If one of them makes a bid, the others will never compete, let alone maliciously raise the price. The troubles of the aristocratic families are becoming more and more serious. In the next auction, the famous independent cultivators Qian Lei and Pang Lei each won one section, and the 2 heads of first-class families each won one section. Final. Shen Junwo earned 14.6 billion by selling lead. Several major families were very angry. The subsequent transaction prices were only 1.5 billion, but they spent 200 or 300 million more on the ones they bought first. Everyone. It's really the last quarter, are there any bids? Shen Junwo earned 14.6 billion, but still felt that it was not enough, so he spoke again. Hearing this, the winners were so angry that they wanted to flip the table. You mentioned the last section several times. What a sinister bastard. Mr. Shen, pause. An old saint-level thunder-type supernatural veteran couldn't stand it anymore and said, people here still prefer Thunder Crystal Stone. They've all reserved their funds for the Thunder Crystal Stone auction and don't dare use it for the God's Herb auction. Everyone, just take pictures without worry. Regarding the Thunder Crystal Stone, I don't plan to sell it through auction, but rather at a fixed price. Shen Junwo smiled slightly, the small one is 1 billion, and the big one is 2 billion. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. If I set a price to sell it, wouldn't that significantly lower the price of Thunder Crystal Stone and result in a lot less profit? Did my brain suddenly stop working? This is all very strange. Actually, I, Shen Junwo, am not someone who is greedy for money. It is just that the Bailey family has bullied me too much, so I have to find a way to make money. Shen Junwo glanced at it and said sincerely, the divine grass has been sold at a high price, so there is no need to cheat you seniors. All the Thunder-type ability users looked at each other, obviously not believing it. It seems to be saying, are you so kind? Of course. My price is far lower than the true value of the Thunder Crystal. Therefore, when you purchase, you must agree to one condition of mine. Shen Junwo waved his hand and then explained the reason. In fact, it was Shen Junwo who used the God's Herb to test their worth. Without the wealth and background of an extraordinary family, they would not make much money by bidding. It would be better to sell it with additional conditions. Chapter 142 Who can take advantage of me? All the Thunder Giants know it. How could they possibly take advantage of someone whose mind is more devious than a honeycomb? Zhang Daoqing, the late saint-level Thunder Elder who had a rather celestial aura, couldn't help but smile. Mr. Shen, you don't want us to help you deal with the Bailey family, do you? What are you talking about, senior? Shen Junwo was stunned for a moment, then asked blankly, when did I ever say I wanted to be an enemy of the Bailey family? Hearing this, Zhang Daoqing could only smile awkwardly. You didn't say that. But you have done many things and actions that are hostile to the enemy. Isn't that obvious? You guys really think too much. I'm holding a personal auction and selling off a lot of my belongings to take advantage of the fame of the Jewelry Pavilion to make some money so I can participate in the Jewelry Pavilion auction and buy Space Spirit beads. Shen Junwo glanced around depressedly. Space Spirit Pearl, I don't need to tell you how rare it is. I'm really poor and can't afford it. I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. Mr. Shen is generous. I wonder what Mr. Shen's conditions are.
Zhang Daoqing gave a thumbs up in frustration.
This brat's mouth is such a liar.
Don't worry, I will definitely not let you kill or burn anything. I am a timid kid who has always obeyed the law. I will definitely not do anything illegal, nor will I let you do it.
Shin Junhua grinned, because I am a coward and afraid of death, so the condition is that if I encounter danger in the future, you must protect me once. After hearing this, everyone was speechless. Are you still timid and afraid of things?
Dare to break into 100,000 mountains.
The Holy Lord of the Beast Soul Hall dared to kill.
The almost god-level sea beast dares to chase and kill.
Is there anyone in this world who is braver than you? Proposing such conditions is not much different from helping Shin Junhua to become enemies with the aristocratic families. Shin Junhua is a person with spatial abilities. If I can't beat him, can I still escape?
When the time comes, we ask them for protection.
Since they have made a promise in advance, how can we refuse? What's wrong with you all? Aren't you all here for the Thunder Crystal Stone? If you don't agree to this condition, how can I trust you, kid? Shin Junhua raised his eyebrows and said, if one day you use the Thunder Crystal Stones I sold cheaply to kill me, wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? Don't you think so? Mr. Shin, why don't you just bid?
After a group of Thunder-type ability users communicated with each other, Zhang Daoqing spoke first.
All right.
Shin Junhua stood up helplessly. Everyone, please.
Everyone was shocked. What does invited mean?
Mr. Shin, there's no need to do this. Zhang Daoqing was stunned for a moment and said, a 7th level space spirit bead has an auction price of around 10 billion.
Ha 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 ha.
I'm only a few years old, and I still have plenty of time.
But how many years do you have left to live?
Shin Junhua smiled playfully and waved his hand. At worst, I can marry into the Bailey family. That girl Bailey Wuxuang is quite willing to call me daddy. She's so well behaved, and she has a nice figure and a pretty face. It's so cool.
Hearing this,
Thunder King, He Tianyi wants to hit Shin Junhua again.
The faces of several family heads were all unhappy. You bastard, is that even a human being speaking? Although it's not human language.
But the effect was very good. The group of Thunder-type ability users instantly had no room for bargaining, and a few people who were determined to win began to communicate secretly again.
Okay, I agree. After secret communication, Zhang Daoqing made the commitment as a representative. Okay, that's great. Shin Junhua nodded happily.
All he needs is momentum. Therefore, no contract or anything like that was prepared, and a row of thunder crystals immediately appeared.
1 billion is big as a fist.
2 billion, the size of a palm. Zhang Daoqing took the first step and directly took a piece of thunder crystal stone worth 2 billion yuan. Qian Lei took the second step and gritted his teeth to take a piece of thunder crystal stone worth 2 billion yuan. In addition, 3 members of prominent families each received a piece of thunder crystal stone worth 2 billion. There were 10 people who could only choose the smaller thunder crystal, and they felt very painful.
To sum up,
the sales of thunder crystals brought in a total of 20 billion. Adding to that the 14.6 billion yuan raised from the auction of the God's Herb and the 4 billion yuan extorted from the 10,000 mountains, Shin Junhua's net worth skyrocketed to 40 billion yuan.
Of course, some people couldn't buy it. Either their cultivation level has not reached the 8th level or they do not have enough financial resources. Either their cultivation has not reached the 8th level, or they do not have enough financial resources, so they can only sigh in despair. Everyone, thank you for coming. When I need you, I will naturally come to you. Now please leave. I am also planning to go to the Jewel Pavilion. After receiving the money, Shin Junhua immediately ordered the guests to leave. In the end, the Lin family, the Feng family, the Su family, the Dongfeng family, and the Nangong family did not ask to recruit Shin Junhua, and just took their daughters to watch the fun. People from all sides left one after another.
However, more than 10 Thunder-type ability users located at the edge deliberately fell behind, with an expression as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. As the old saying goes, the prison is here to stay.
The rest of you can leave now.
Shin Junhua looked with interest at the 2 people in the crowd who were in their early 40s and whose thunder ability had reached the early 8th level saint level.
Chapter 143, Recruiting 2 saint level personnel. Mr. Shin, what do you mean?
Seeing this, a disciple from the Shiman family spoke up in dissatisfaction.
Snort! This is my room. Do I need your permission to let anyone stay or leave?
Shin Junwo's face turned cold, and his aura was shaking. One last time, the deal is done.
Those who are not invited, get out.
Okay. The disciples of the Shiman family's side branch did not dare to act rashly after being humiliated and could only leave in anger.
If you still have something to do, we'll leave first.
The Thunder King, who was sitting in charge, he Tiani smiled at each other and immediately stood up.
Thank you both for your help.
I'll hire 2 bath scrubbers the next day, each with 10 girls, and I'll definitely arrange everything.
Shin Junwo smiled and bowed.
Those who hadn't left yet suddenly felt weak in the knees.
Does this guy really dare to say anything? They actually want to arrange a young lady to give Lei Wang and He Tiani a bath?
Lei Wang and He Tiani were also caught off guard. One of them was so angry that he hit Shin Junwo on the back of the head, then walked away, feeling both amused and helpless.
Now that the 2 giants are gone, the others have no choice but to leave as well. In the room, soon only Shin Junwo and Gu Yan were left behind. Come, sit down and have some tea.
Shin Junwo greeted them with a smile, poured them a cup, and then said, "You guys are walking behind me.
You want to buy smaller, cheaper thunder crystals, right? I wonder if that's possible." The 2 of them were overjoyed and asked again. Ha 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 ha.
If my information is correct, you 2 are civilians like me, and you have made your names in the War University through your own abilities.
Shin Junwo did not answer, but laughed and said, in terms of talent, you are not inferior to others.
In terms of achievement, you will become a saint in your early 40s. However, you have fallen to the point where you can't even come up with a mere 1 billion yuan. I'm afraid I only have about 700 to 800 million yuan in funds, which I have to pool with friends.
Hearing this,
both of them lowered their heads in shame, but hidden within their shame was resentment.
Even if you don't say it, I understand. There are many reasons, and there is no point in talking about it now. I don't want to hear your stories of hardship. Shin Junwo suddenly said solemnly, I left you 2 here to ask you 2, are you willing to gamble your whole lives? Hearing this,
there was horror in the eyes of both of them.
There is admiration and also disbelief.
Shin Junwo's words were very clear, he wanted to recruit them.
Where does this confidence come from?
The reason they are in such a miserable state is because they did not rely on the aristocratic families.
Why is Shin Junwo more confident than the aristocratic families? Just relying on the thunder crystal? I just have one word.
Shin Junwo tapped his fingers lightly on the coffee table and said shockingly, none of the divine herbs they bought worked.
What, you?
Gu Yan and Guan Zai were so frightened that they trembled all over and slipped off the stool on the spot.
What a courage! How dare you cheat people out of money with fake goods?
The ones who were deceived were the Dongfang family, the Nangong family, and the Shangjing Lin family, Fong family, and Su family.
Don't talk about them.
Zhen Lei and Pang Lei are both very difficult to deal with, and have secretly established an extremely large underworld force.
I'll give you a chance to gamble.
I bet that I can not only overturn the family structure, but also prosper. I bet that my master Yan Kongshan will not die soon, but will be my most solid supporter.
Shin Junwo didn't care about their speculations. Mention Yang Kongshan.
The 2 suddenly thought that Yang Kongshan had not appeared for more than 2 months.
What does Shin Junwo mean by this? Could it be that Yang Kongshan has been in seclusion and has been able to recover his former number 1 cultivation level in the world? Shin Junwo was not speaking.
He just held the teacup in one hand and sipped tea, and in the other hand he held 2 pieces of thunder crystal stones that were bigger than his palm and tossed them around. Gu Yan followed the movement of the thunder crystal stone with his eyelids twitching.
Shin Junwo is such a ruthless person and he knows how to play.
He has such amazing skills that he can make things happen at the touch of a button and play with people's hearts, and he has complete control over their inner thoughts. The conditions have been set.
How do they choose?
If one person wins the bet, his family will also benefit.
Losing the bet. Will Shin Junwo lose? Okay, we agree.
After 10 breaths, Gu Yan and Guan Zai made up their minds at the same time and immediately stood up and saluted. Gu Yan, Guan Zai, greetings to Mr. Shin.
Can I call you master?
Shin Junwo said with a relieved smile. In my previous life, I dreamed of becoming Master Shin and then becoming the head of the family, but it never came true. In this life, Shin Junwo wants to be his own young master and build his own Shin family.
Yes, master.
As the old saying goes, once Guan Zai has decided to serve, he naturally doesn't care about such trivial matters as his name.
Ha, here's a reward for you. Shin Junwo laughed happily and stood up.
He gave the 2 large pieces of thunder crystal stone as soon as he said it, just like giving away 2 broken stones.
Thank you, master. Gu Yan was overjoyed and finally got it. That's all I'm happy about, I really don't have any pursuit.
As long as you are loyal and work hard, let alone epic martial arts talent, even legendary talent is not impossible. Shin Junwo strode forward and said, now, follow me to the jewelry pavilion to attend the auction.
How can they play if I, the protagonist, don't appear? Chapter 144. Get out of the way, I'm going to show off. This time, Shin Junwo did not use teleportation.
With 2 Saint-level early-stage Thunder-type ability users as bodyguards, he swaggered out of the hotel, took a quick look along the way, and whistled to the pretty girls from time to time as he headed towards the jewelry pavilion. With a warrior's speed, it would take at most 15 minutes to get there, but Shin Junwo took half an hour to get there.
The auction at the jewel pavilion has already begun.
But the gate was still very lively, and many people were waiting for Shin Junwo to arrive.
Welcome, Mr. Shin. The jewel pavilion has been waiting for Mr. Shin for a long time.
Su Miaoyin, the general manager of Zhuguang Baekage, who was waiting at the gate, twisted her graceful figure and came in front of Shin Junwo.
Ah, okay. Shin Junwo knew it.
Although the auction has started, the progress will definitely be very slow.
The final auction will not be held until Shin Junwo arrives. Wait.
Just as he was about to step into the jewelry pavilion, a fat middle-aged man with a team of 6th-level bodyguards in suits and ties blocked the door.
Shin Junwo raised his eyebrows and couldn't suppress a smile. Shin Junwo, you see your 7th uncle, why don't you come and greet me?
A fat middle-aged man, a cigar in his mouth, walked forward and said, do you know, Uncle Chi, I've been waiting for you for a long time?
Hello, Uncle 7.
Shin Junwo bowed indifferently. This person is the 7th master of the Shin family, Shin Tianqi, who is in charge of most of the Shin family's business.
He has a wide network of relationships and is a very versatile guy.
Therefore, he thinks highly of himself and the Shin family and even dares to argue with Shin Quan, the head of the family.
Ha 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 ha. Good, but not good enough.
Shin Tianqi laughed repeatedly, then suddenly changed the subject. When a younger generation greets an elder, they should kneel down and pay respects.
Presumptuous. According to ancient sayings, one was furious.
Shin Junwo immediately waved his hand to suppress it, and said with a smile, yes, you should kneel down.
Ha 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 ha.
I never thought you were such a man who knew the current situation. You know who holds the money and power of the Shin family.
That's great.
Shin Tianqi was quite surprised and said in a good mood, as long as you are willing to listen to Uncle Chi, I will help you settle the matter of you killing Lao Jiu.
The future head of the Shin family will definitely be you. Really?
Shin Junwo grinned, then his expression suddenly turned cold. So, it's your turn to kneel and pay respect to the patriarch.
As soon as the words fell, Shin Junwo's mental power slammed down on Shin Tianqi.
Shin Tianqi was proficient in business and had no talent for cultivation. He used resources to pile up and reached the late 6th level.
He was instantly suppressed by Shin Junwo and fell to his knees. Beast. Do you dare to make me kneel down to you? Shin Tianqi finally realized he had been tricked, his face burning with anger as he roared, what are you guys still standing there for? Get it. Catch that little bastard immediately. Kill them all.
Shin Junwo slowly took out a cigarette and lit it.
Yes, master.
Gu Yan was stunned in his heart, but he didn't dare to make any concessions. The Shin family bodyguards attacked angrily, and the 2 of them instantly had lightning powers all over their bodies, turning into a flash of lightning that flashed by. When the 2 stood in the hall of the jewelry pavilion, the bodyguards behind them all spat out blood and fell down with their hearts broken. The Shin family's 6th-level bodyguard team consists of 9 people. In less than 3 seconds, they were all dead.
You? Seeing the bodyguard die almost instantly, Shin Tianqi finally understood where Shin Junwo got his notoriety. Killing people at will is not just a rumor. He really dares to kill people. Do you want to die, or do you want to lose an arm?
Shin Junwo took a puff of his cigarette and slowly squatted in front of Shin Tianqi.
No.
Shin Tianqi was shaking all over and shaking his head in horror. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to lose a hand.
It's okay if you don't choose.
Since you are rich and powerful in the Shin family, I will give you a choice. Shin Junwo blew all the smoke onto Shin Tianqi's face and said with a grin, keep crawling behind me until the auction is over.
Well.
Shin Tianqi nodded repeatedly without any hesitation. Not only did he not feel humiliated, but he also felt as if he had been pardoned. His life is the most exciting among the Shin family.
Partying every night. There are more than one or two beauties in my arms?
He was reluctant to give up, and couldn't bear the pain of his broken arm.
Ha 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 ha. Shin Junwoo laughed out loud and walked into the Pearl Pavilion with an overwhelming sense of ambition.
General Manager Su Miaoin felt a chill in her heart and hurried forward to lead the way. She had a new understanding of Shin Junwoo's ruthlessness.
The onlookers were also frightened and silent. The aura just now was definitely that of the 8th level saint. Such a person actually calls Shin Junwoo young master? Jewelry Pavilion, top floor.
At the luxurious auction, all the bigwigs and giants sensed the killing downstairs and their faces changed drastically.
This is the third time Shin Junwoo has killed someone in War City.
The first time was with an old student at the War University, and the second time was with Jiang Zhong, a junior instructor at the War University and the 9th son of the Shin family.
These 3 times, 9 people were killed directly.
He also made the 7th son of the Shin family crawl behind like a dog.
The elevator goes straight to the top floor.
Bailey Chang, the person in charge of the auction of the Bailey family and the biological father of Bailey Sheiji, forced a smile and warmly greeted him with the demeanor of a host. Junwoo, you are finally here.
Well,
I think it's not rude of me to address you like that. I heard that Junwoo and the princess of my Bailey family hit it off right away, so I, as your 5th uncle, am taking advantage of my seniority and acting like an elder, huh?
Sure.
As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you, so Shin Junwoo naturally didn't mind.
This also explains it.
Even though Shin Junwoo had already expressed his refusal through his actions and even killed people on the territory of Zheguang Baekage, the Bailey family still wanted to win him over.
Chapter 145. The negotiation failed.
Haha, okay.
Without a young genius like you, my Bailey family's auction would not be lively at all.
Bailey Cheng jokingly said this, then looked at the 2 people behind Shin Junwoo. Junwoo, these 2 look familiar, I wonder who they are.
Upon hearing this, everyone present was looking forward to Shin Junwoo's answer.
Gu Yan and Guan Zai had been famous for many years, so they naturally knew each other and had many interactions.
I am very curious why they follow Shin Junwoo like followers? And killed people for Shin Junwoo? Ha 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 ha. The boy is very lucky, and maybe he is handsome too.
Shin Junwoo confidently laughed and replied, I invited you 2 brothers to have a cup of tea and chat for a while.
It turned out that we hit it off right away. It's a pity that we met too late.
The 2 elder brothers know that I am gifted and surrounded by powerful enemies, so they volunteered to protect me for a while. Gu Yan, when Guan Zai and the other 2 heard it, they both smiled with relief.
I didn't follow the wrong person.
A person who cares about their face will naturally not abandon them and not care about their lives.
I see. Congratulations.
Bailey Cheng had a fake smile on his face. I kept cursing in my heart, I don't believe you at all. All the big guys and giants cursed inwardly, how could a saint-level superpower hit it off with a little brat like you at first sight?
It must have cost a huge price to recruit you. However, he couldn't figure out how Shin Junwoo was recruited?
It's absolutely impossible to do it with just Thunder Crystal.
Junwoo, both of you, please.
Seeing that he could not find any results, Bailey Cheng had to give up.
Good.
Shin Junwoo took a quick look and saw that all the people who had just come to his room to attend the personal auction had come here, which showed the strong influence of the Bailey family. Bailey Wushwang is also here. There is a dazzling seat in the center, with seats of extraordinary families on both sides. The position that Bailey Cheng arranged for Shin Junwoo was where Bailey Wushwang was.
Bailey Shang did not leave either.
After Shin Junwoo and Bailey Wushwang had a brief conversation,
Bailey Cheng took the opportunity to pour tea for Shin Junwoo and said, Junwoo, how much do you know about my Bailey family?
Know a little bit. 100 years ago, and 100 years later, it has always been the number 1 in the 100-mile area, and its power is enough to rival the ancient martial arts sects that have been passed down for thousands of years.
It is truly extremely powerful.
Shin Junwoo replied eloquently, the current Bailey family not only has 1 ancestor at the top of the human race, but also 2 god-level ancestors.
Hearing this, in Bailey City, Bailey Wushwang was secretly shocked.
On the surface, the Bailey family has always had 2 god-level ancestors, and only the most core members of the Bailey family knew about the existence of the third one.
Shin Junwoo actually knew?
Being pointed out, Bailey Cheng admitted it generously and said with a smile, Junwoo is well informed, it is true.
My Bailey family values talents, and prefers smart talents.
But what Junwoo doesn't know is that in the history of our Bailey family, there was a precedent of a son-in-law becoming the head of the family. As long as he is willing to lead the family's development, our Bailey family does not have those sectarian prejudices. Shin Junwoo smiled but said nothing, waiting for Bailisheng to continue. All right. I think you already know how Schwanger feels about you. Schwanger's father is the eldest brother of our generation. He sacrificed himself for the family. The family owes this to the eldest brother. Therefore, if Schwanger values someone, my Bailey family will definitely support him to the end. Bailey Cheng stopped beating around the bush and said bluntly, as long as Junwoo is willing to join the Bailey family, you can enjoy everything the Bailey family has: spiritual beads, wealth, natural treasures, skills, and power. Thank you, Fifth Master, for your consideration. Shin Junwoo smiled playfully and suddenly turned to Bailey Wushwang. I wonder if the son-in-law of the Bailey family can have a mistress? You? Bailey Wushwang was so angry that he wanted to strangle the bastard to death. Just refuse. Is there any need to disgust people with such an excuse? I don't think so. I'm good in every way, except when it comes to women. I take after my beastly father, and I'm destined to be a beast. Shin Junwoo shrugged bitterly. Bailey Wushwang, Lin Shuang, Su Fule, Dongfang Bingyun, even Nangong Qianyu, Fong Lin, and Wang Ling, I'm itching to try them all. I don't really want to be like this, but I just can't control it. Therefore, my father, who is worse than an animal, deserves to die, and the Shin family bloodline should be extinct. They all deserve to die. Hearing this, Shin Tianqi trembled all over like a dog, not daring to breathe. He didn't look at Shin Junwoo, but he also felt endless oppression. Snort! Bailey Chang was speechless. He kicked Shin Tianqi away and walked away angrily. Since he refused, there was no need for him to pretend. If you are not a friend, you will be an enemy. This is the Bailey family's consistent style of doing things, and it is also a means for the Bailey family to become strong. You. Bailey Wushwang sighed helplessly. Lin Yuetong's words kept coming back to my mind. My bloodline misled me. Shin Junwoo leaned back with his hands spread out, a look of regret on his face. Guyen, Huanzai almost laughed out loud. He was really a person who did not play by the rules and did not care about his reputation at all. The auction continues. The speed has increased a lot. Everyone, I would like to thank you again for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come to Battlefield City and participate in this auction of my Bailey family. The auctioneer and Bailey Chang exchanged a glance, then he bowed and said loudly, this auction is almost over. I want to thank you all for coming to the meeting. I, the Jewelry Pavilion, have decided to temporarily add a treasure to the auction, called the Bloodstone Crystal. Shin Junwoo's face changed. What a great Bailey family. They have so many treasures. They even have the Bloodstone Crystal, which can enhance one's psychic power talent? It seems the Bailey family really doesn't want him to have an easy time. So what if we raised 40 billion in cash? If you don't want to miss the Bloodstone Crystal, you won't be able to successfully take a picture of the Space Spirit Pearl. How cruel. Chapter 146. The Sheeman family was tricked. There was constant discussion. Auction center. A beam of light slowly rose up, and the blood crystal stone, which was no less rare than the void grass, appeared before everyone's eyes as the beam of light rose. It's as big and long as a thumb. It is enough to elevate psychic abilities to the top legendary level. Everyone looked at Shin Junwoo. The Bailey family suddenly added a blood crystal stone to the bid, which must be to weaken Shin Junwoo's financial resources and force Shin Junwoo to be unable to bid for the Space Spirit bead. The means are cruel and ruthless enough. Ha 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 ha. The Bailey family is indeed wealthy and powerful. Not only did they prepare a spiritual bead for me that can enhance my spatial abilities, they also thoughtfully prepared a treasure that can enhance my spiritual abilities. Shin Junwoo glanced at the entire audience, then stood up with a proud laugh and said, since that's the case, I, Shin Junwoo, am determined to win. Please, everyone, please give me some respect and refrain from competing. Malicious competitors will bear the consequences themselves. Ridiculous. Are you, Shin Junwoo, the only one in the world who possesses psychic abilities? Shiman Lei Gang, a member of the Shiman family side branch who had been previously insulted by Shin Junwoo, immediately mocked him. Only you, Shin Junwoo, can afford the blood crystal stone? I didn't say that. Your Shiman family is a wealthy and powerful family with a wealth of talented people. Naturally, there are also extraordinary geniuses in the spiritual department. Shin Junwo smiled coldly. Since the Shiman family is unwilling to give me face, you can come and compete with me in financial strength.
Welcome. You? Shiman Legang was furious.
Although he is a disciple of the Shiman family, he is only a side branch and cannot even afford a thunder crystal stone.
How can he afford such a treasure that can enhance talent? Shiman Legang can't afford it. But someone in the Shiman family can afford it.
Shiman Jin, the Shiman family representative who came to support the event, would not allow the Shiman family's dignity to be damaged, and immediately said, "Unfortunately, my Shiman family does have a talented disciple who needs to improve his spiritual talent.
Blood crystal stone, my Shiman family is determined to obtain it. Welcome to the battle." Shin Junwo did not respond at all. You two, please don't engage in a quarrel of will.
This blood crystal stone is extremely valuable, enough to create a top-tier legendary psychic. Therefore, the auction price is 10 billion. The auctioneer smiled to himself and pretended to smooth things over. Each bid must be no less than 500 million.
Please consider it carefully. There is nothing to think about.
Hundreds of billions, in exchange for a psychic with the potential to reach God level, is 1,000 times worth it.
Shimanjin waved his hand proudly. My Shiman family is determined to win this. We're too lazy to bid step by step. Let's just go ahead and give it 20 billion.
Okay. The Shiman family is so powerful, worthy of being one of the 4 great families. The auctioneer smiled knowingly and said, the Shiman family is offering 20 billion.
Are there any bidders?
Cut. So, this is the Shiman family, one of the 4 major families. Knowing that 20 billion is not enough, they still shamelessly bid.
What a shame.
Shin Junwo immediately started to taunt. A treasure like this must be worth at least 30 billion.
I'll give you 30 billion.
As soon as these words were spoken,
the whole audience was excited and talked a lot. Does Shin Junwo no longer want to continue living? Instead of giving up the space spirit pearl, he actually directly bid 30 billion? They've all estimated it. Shin Junwo's net worth has reached 40 billion.
He sold all the high-level exotic beast corpses he obtained and then sold all the treasures, raising a maximum of 50 billion. It is only used to bid for the space spirit pearl, and there is a great chance of winning it. Although the mental power is strong, it is still weaker than the spatial power.
It's not worth it.
Mr. Shin is truly the greatest genius of the time. Not only is his talent unmatched, but his financial resources are also immense. The auctioneer flattered him a little. 300 million in one go, truly audacious.
Is there anyone else bidding? Snort. Shimanjin snorted disdainfully. 32 billion. 35 billion. Shin Junwo bid unwillingly to fall behind. 36 billion. 38 billion. 39 billion. 41 billion. 42 billion. 44 billion. 45 billion. 47 billion. 48 billion. A big show between Shin Junwo and the Shiman family continued.
Every time Shimanjin raised the price by 1 billion, Shin Junwo would raise it by 2 billion. Not only did he want to suppress Shimanjin, but he also looked like he was willing to fight the Shiman family to the death even if it meant losing everything he had.
Only. After Shimanjin bid 48 billion, the entire auction hall suddenly fell silent. Shin Junwo stopped bidding.
With one hand holding a teacup and puffing away at the smoke, he sipped the tea, completely immersed in the world of tea ceremony.
Auction houses and auctions have nothing to do with him anymore. Mr. Shun? The auctioneer was startled and asked tentatively, the Shiman family has bid up to 48 billion, do you want to bid more? If you don't bid. The blood crystal stone, a treasure that can elevate spiritual talents to the top legendary level, belongs to the Shiman family. Chapter 147 Why should I bid? 4th update. Oh. Shin Junwo slowly raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, why should I bid? When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. After all this fuss, Shin Junwo doesn't he plan to take it? Shimanjin's heart trembled. Was he being fooled by Shin Junwo? However, when he thought that he was helping the Bailey family to threaten Shin Junwo, his inner panic immediately disappeared. He laughed and said, Shin Junwo, didn't you say you were determined to win? Yes. I said, I am determined to win, but I am poor. Shin Junwo nodded and said, I'm just an 18-year-old kid. How can I compare to your Shiman family's wealth and power? I can't get it. Ha 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 ha. Shimanjin was victorious and laughed heartily. But the auctioneer, Bailey Chang, looked unhappy.
Their goal was to get Shin Junwoo to take the blood crystal stone and weaken his financial resources, rather than letting it fail to sell.
This idiot messed up everything, but he's still smiling smugly? Ha 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 ha.
Shin Junwoo stepped on the cigarette butt and laughed uncontrollably.
Boy, what are you laughing at? Shiminjin's face changed and he scolded angrily. Did I laugh?
I'm here to congratulate the Shimin family for successfully bidding for the blood crystal stone at a whopping price of 480. Congratulations to the Shimin family for soon to produce a spiritual genius with the potential to reach the god level.
Shin Junwoo couldn't hold back his smile and kept bowing. You? Shiminjin suddenly came to his senses. He messed up. My dear seniors, I am quite ignorant and don't have a clear understanding of business affairs.
I seem to have heard that there is an iron rule in the jewelry pavilion that no one can bid maliciously at the auction. Shin Junwoo glanced around, bowed, and humbly asked for advice. If anyone bids maliciously and ultimately cannot afford the price, one of their hands will be crippled, and half of the bid price will be paid as compensation for the failure to sell. After these words were spoken, Shiminjin's face turned even worse.
Everyone present couldn't help but look up to Shin Junwoo. How could they call this not knowing enough?
You are trying to force Shiminjin to death. Master Wu Chang, there is this rule.
Shin Junwoo then looked towards Bailey City, which was not far away.
Good. Bailey Chang replied with a pained expression, this is the iron rule of my Bailey family auction house.
It cannot be violated.
Okay. In this case, as the party who missed out on the treasure, you are entitled to ask the Shimin family to pay in person and complete the transaction. Shin Junwoo curled his lips and said something shocking, otherwise, I have reason to suspect that the Bailey family and the Shimin family are working together to trick an 18-year-old boy like me.
Presumptuous.
Bailey Chang was extremely furious, and the aura of a late saint level burst out on the spot.
He.
Gu Yen, Guanzai snorted coldly, and rushed forward to resist with great momentum.
What does Master Wu Chang mean? Are you angry that I questioned your Bailey family? Or was I right? Did Shiminjin get instructions from your Bailey family to maliciously compete with me and trick me?
Shin Junwoo said fearlessly, if the Bailey family doesn't give me an explanation, then they are deliberately setting a trap to deceive me. If that's the case, don't blame me for destroying the jewel pavilion until it collapses and everyone is killed.
How dare you, little boy? How can you slander the Bailey family's century-old reputation?
Bailey Chang was furious and murderous. No one dared to destroy the Bailey family's place.
Brother Chang, what are you doing? Is it difficult to lose out on such a valuable customer who wants to witness the final transaction after bidding normally?
Seeing this, the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhengyang, quickly spoke out to help.
Only then did Lin Zhengyang understand why Shin Junwoo used his precious daughter as an experimental subject in public.
It turns out that it wasn't because of their relationship at all. Instead, he wanted the Lin family to owe him, Shin Junwoo, a favor. His calculations were really far-sighted.
Such a big favor. If Lin Zhengyang doesn't offer his help, who would dare to join the Lin family in the future?
Although he is young, he is very smart.
Good. This request is not excessive.
When the heads of the Su, Fong, Dongfang, and Nangong families saw Lin Zhengyang speaking up, they all immediately agreed. Judging from the situation, not only did the Bailey family fail to win over, but even their intimidation tactics were seen through, and they were tricked by Shin Junwoo.
Then, their chance has come.
It would also be beneficial for them to make the Shimin family suffer a major setback. By offering help, he not only made friends with Shin Junwoo, but also tricked the Shimin family.
What's not to like?
Okay. Bailey Chang was extremely angry, but since the heads of the 5 major families had spoken, he could only follow the rules.
Brother Chang, this? Bailey Zhen's face changed drastically and he almost fell down.
His Shimin family doesn't have any psychic abilities to show off, and it's a waste of money after spending 48 billion to buy it. Even if you buy it with all your heart, you won't be able to sell it at such a high price and you will definitely lose money.
Shiminjin, what are you doing?
Bailey Chang immediately interrupted him. You said you were determined to win it, and you were the last one to bid.
Do you want my Bailey family's item to go unsold? No, I dare not. Shiminjin cursed inwardly but didn't dare to say it out loud.
It's all the fault of that thief Shin Junwoo. If he did not complete the transaction on the spot, it would confirm the claim that the Bailey family had set up a trap to trap Shin Junwoo. The Bailey family will definitely not let their reputation be damaged because of him. How hateful. As a last resort, he could only pay in public. But he only had 30 billion in funds, which was not enough to pay, so he had to call his family to raise funds. The result was a barrage of scolding, which made me lose all my face. Why, not enough money? Shin Junwo raised his eyebrows and sarcastically said, "Do you want me to lend you some?" Shin Junwo, don't go too far. Simon was furious and gnashed his teeth. He doesn't dare to hate the Bailey family, so is he afraid of Shin Junwo? Ha 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 ha. I'm bullying you, I'm cheating you, what can you do? I remember I said that malicious bidders will bear the consequences themselves, and this is the consequence. Shin Junwo raised his hands and said arrogantly, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. But, who can you beat against the two people behind me?" You? Shimanjin's status is not low, but his talent is not very high. He has been stuck at the early saint level for many years. What? You want to kill me? Shin Junwo's eyes turned, and he looked pitifully at Zhang Daocheng and others who had purchased the Thunder Crystal Stone and owed Shin Junwo conditions. "My fellow elders, the Shiman family wants to kill me, you have to keep an eye on them. I'm going to be killed by the Shiman family, and your reputation will be ruined." Chapter 148. The Shin family giant appears. Zhang Daocheng and other Thunder bosses and giants all looked unhappy. They agreed to Shin Junwo's conditions, and agreed in front of the 5 major families, and could only respond with awkward bows. In Bailey City, Shimanjin had already received the news. Deep down in my heart, I felt a fear of Shin Junwo. Shin Junwo seems to be making trouble, but in fact he is spreading rumors and intimidating others. Promote Shin Junwo's interpersonal relationships. Force those who owe Shin Junwo money to express their stance. It seemed that the giants such as the Lin family, the Fong family, the Su family, the Dongfang family, the Nangong family, and Zhang Daoqing were all standing behind him. Create an illusion. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Gradually, in the minds of people all over the world, General Shin Junwo was a person with great power and influence. People like Zhang Daoqing had no choice but to help Shin Junwo as agreed due to their personal reputation, and this gradually became a subtle trend. What a meticulous thought and brilliant method. Shimanjin was so angry that his teeth were itching. He didn't dare to say a word and didn't dare to take any action at all. Snort! If the Shiman family doesn't dare to take action, then let the Shin family clean up the mess. When the atmosphere was at a stalemate, an angry female voice resounded in the sky, and a figure appeared in an instant and broke directly into the jewelry pavilion auction house. He attacked boldly, and with one palm he stirred up several gusts of wind that enveloped Shin Junwo and Guyen, locking up the 3 of them. A saint-level late-stage giant? People from all major forces were shocked. Could it be that the Shin family sent out Shin Ruhua, a giant senior of the grandmother's generation? You old woman, you're so cruel. Shin Junwo grinned, suddenly grabbed Guyen who was about to fight back, and locked them both in. A figure flashed. 3 people appeared behind Bailey Chang and shouted in panic without any shame, "Master Chang Wu, help! Someone is trying to kill someone at your Bailey family auction, help!" As soon as these words were spoken, Bailey Shang, Guyen, and Guanzai's faces twitched. Especially Bailey City. "I really want to say, you bastard was just accusing my Bailey family of setting up a trap to harm you, and in the blink of an eye you ran behind me and cried for help. Where's your face? What about your temper? Are you proud of your talent? Master Wu Chang, hurry up. The damn old woman is about to attack again, stop her quickly. I am your biggest customer at the jewelry pavilion. If I get hurt, your Bailey family will be disgraced." Shin Junwo glanced proudly at Shin Ruhua, who had some blood on her body, and kept urging Bailey Chang. "Evil creature, go to hell." Shin Ruhua became even more furious and raised her hand to strike again regardless of the consequences. "Aunt Shun, that's enough." Bailey Chang was forced to be a shield by Shin Junwo, and could only speak out to stop him. "This is the auction of the Bailey family, not the place for you to settle personal grudges." Snort! "You bastard, why don't you get up?" Shin Ruhua had no choice but to give up. She turned around in extreme anger and glared at the useless Shin Tianqi. Auntie. I'd better lie down." Shin Tianqi now had a backer, but he still didn't dare to stand up. In this auction, his dignity was completely destroyed, and even the Shin family lost face, but he saw through Shin Junwo's intentions and methods. The Shin family is no match for Shin Junwo, and Shin Ruhua cannot protect him. Asshole. You are the seventh master of the Shin family, in charge of the Shin family's tens of billions of business turnover.
What kind of person are you?
Shin Ruo's face instantly twisted with anger. The Shin family is one of the 8 prestigious families, not just any cats and dogs.
Get up right now, or I will kill you right away. Shin Tianqi sighed secretly and looked at Shin Junwo timidly.
The Shin family has always been at the bottom of the 8 clans in terms of reputation. If it weren't for a few old guys still alive, they would have been squeezed out of the list of reputations long ago.
What is there to be proud of? All the outstanding young people have been crippled by Shin Junwo, so what reputation can we talk about?
He only understood it after he had lost all his dignity.
When will the Shin family wake up? Get up, you bastard! Shin Ruhua roared in frustration, waves of sorrow surging in her. The Shin family's disciples were so unbearable that she had already arrived at the scene, but she didn't even dare to stand up?
Fearing him like a tiger is not enough to describe how much Shin Tianqi fears the rebel Shin Junwo.
How hateful! Seeing that Shin Junwo had no intention of stopping it.
Only then did Shin Tianqi dare to stand up slowly and tentatively.
Waste! Waste! Waste!
Shin Ruhua was furious and kept cursing, then she grabbed Shin Tianqi and took him to the Shin family's exclusive seat. Seeing 2 people, a man and a woman in blood-stained white shirts, who were at the early stage of the 7th level venerable level, coming quickly, Shin Ruhua showed a little relief. Shin Junwo was extremely disgusted.
This is the style of the Shin family.
They are always ruthless to their own family members, but very considerate to outsiders.
In order for this adopted son and daughter to successfully enter the wilderness hunter, Shin Ruhua actually went to hunt for spirit pearls for them personally. How much does she value them? How sad it is for the disciple named Shin. By leeching, keep going.
After Shin Ruhua's adopted son and daughter sat down beside them, they immediately said, "My Shin family is also interested in the space spirit pearl."
Hearing this, everyone present looked at Shin Junwo in shock. The Bailey family and the Shiman family will not let Shin Junwo get the space spirit pearl smoothly.
It's interesting that the Shin family also wants to get involved.
Shin Junwo has limited financial resources, how can he get it? Chapter 149. If you can't take the picture, then grab it. The Shin family wants to intervene. The Bailey family and the Shiman family were happy to watch the show. Everyone, I'm sorry.
Now, let's move on to the last item, which is also the grand finale of this auction. 3 space spirit orbs, one of which is a supreme level peak spirit orb, and 2 are supreme level late level spirit orbs. The auctioneer understood the hint and immediately said, due to the special properties of these 3 space spirit orbs, they will be auctioned together. The starting price is 20 billion, and each bid must be no less than 1 billion.
The auction officially begins. Wait. Shin Junwo interrupted with a grin. Why, now that you know how insignificant you are, do you want to beg for mercy?
If you don't want to be stuck at the 6th level forever, kneel down before me and admit your mistake immediately. For Quaner's sake, I can forgive you and take a photo of the space spirit pearl for you. Shin Ruhua sneered and said, otherwise, from now on, you will never be able to obtain a space spirit bead. Old witch, you should eat shit. Only in the toilet can you maintain that pathetic and ridiculous sense of superiority.
Shin Junwo didn't want to be so rude, but he couldn't help cursing. A stupid witch like you is blocking me? Why? Are the words of your Shin family harder than the stones in the pit?
If so, then congratulations, you have succeeded.
You evil creature.
Shin Ruhua prided herself on her eloquence and her ability to curse, but she was so angry at Shin Junwo that she looked like she was about to die.
Shin Junwo, please show me some respect.
This is your 3rd grandmother, your elder.
Shin Ruhua's adopted son angrily accused, even if you have a million grievances against the Shin family, it's enough. Are you still a human being? Shut the fuck up. I hate it most when people tell me that things are over and that enough is enough.
This is the most ridiculous and irrational thing in the world.
Shin Junwo glared at him and accused him, let me ask you, do you think that this is over and enough? Have you asked me if it's over? Just because you think it's enough, does that mean I have to forgive you? Wrong, absolutely wrong.
You will never understand how much harm your cruelty and brutality have caused me. The Shin family was destroyed. Everyone with the surname Shin must die before we can get through this.
Okay.
You, Shin Junwo, are very good, very good. For the sake of Quaner, as long as you sincerely admit your mistakes, I will forgive you on behalf of the Shin family.
I never thought that you would still be so stubborn.
Shenruhua was furious and stood up angrily. In that case, you can forget about getting the space spirit pearl. The Shin family will sell everything they have and won't let a wicked person like you who doesn't recognize your ancestors get it.
You can do whatever you want.
I interrupted because the Shiman family hasn't completed the deal yet.
What does that have to do with you, an old witch?
Shin Junwo sneered. If you want to play, I, Shin Junwo, will accompany you to the end. I am afraid that your Shin family will empty their family assets and still not be able to play well.
Also, I once said something.
No matter who appears in front of me from the Shin family, no matter when and where, they must leave a hand behind. Shin Tianqi is an exception because he is willing to be a dog.
And you will be no exception. He.
Shenruhua angrily threw her hands and sat down. I'll wait.
The argument is over.
His gaze focused on Shiman Jin again. Fortunately, although the head of the family scolded him severely, he did not let him continue to embarrass himself, and a full 50 billion yuan was urgently deposited into his account.
Shin Junwo, you forced me to do this.
Now that Shiman Jin had the money, he stood up confidently and said, don't even think about it.
Just come on. Shin Junwo has made up his mind.
If you want to play, then play it to the fullest.
Do you really think that Shin Junwo is easy to bully?
After the face-to-face transaction and the return of the blood crystal stone to Shiman Jin, the finale of the auction finally proceeded normally.
Shin Junwo didn't scream once.
Shiman Jin and Shenruhua bid back and forth, and soon the price of the space spirit pearl reached 40 billion.
Little thief, don't you dare to bid?
Shiman Jin had been cheated before, so he was much more cautious this time. When it was his turn to continue bidding, he immediately put pressure on Shin Junwo.
Who said I don't dare? I just don't want to play with clowns.
Shin Junwo grinned disdainfully and immediately raised his sign to bid, 50 billion.
This price is released. Everyone present was shocked.
Although the 3 space spirit beads were precious, 50 billion was still too high. Shenruhua was also shocked. She had been hunting at sea with her adopted son and daughter, and she didn't know Shin Junwo's financial resources.
Anshin, how can a noble family be suppressed by a mere child?
Shiman Jin had the support of the head of the family, but his financial resources were far from enough, so he had already thought of a plan and immediately said, the Shiman family will always be your backer.
Thank you very much.
Anshin was delighted and immediately raised her sign again, 51 billion.
The Shin family is really powerful. Shin Junwo smiled playfully. In that case, can't I just give it up? Congratulations, Aunt Shin.
At a price of 51 billion, I successfully bought 3 space spirit orbs. The auctioneer immediately struck the hammer. The Shin family was willing to spend 51 billion to acquire 3 unusable space spirit beads. Of course, the Bailey family was willing to give it to them, especially because they saw the Shin family fighting with Shin Junwo. In this way, the Bailey family does not have to let the final bidder appear, which is very good.
Go! Shenruhua glanced at Shin Junwo triumphantly and kicked Shin Tianqi on the butt.
Shin Tianqi's face changed, but in the end he didn't dare to say anything. The Shiman family agreed to lend the money, but the money had to be repaid.
Withdrawing 50 billion yuan of funds at once, what kind of business is this? The most terrifying one is Shin Junwo. How could he be willing to give up the space spirit pearl? Even if Shin Junwo was willing to admit defeat, what will the Shin family do with the 3 space spirit beads? Are they going to use them as a sacrifice? Shin Junwo, last chance.
Shenruhua successfully took the photo and turned to look at Shin Junwo proudly. Come here and kneel down, the 3 space spirit beads will be yours.
Shin Junwo didn't say anything. Sit as steady as a rock and enjoy your tea.
At this moment, Zhang Daoqing, a late 8th order thunder giant, felt his earlobe twitch suddenly, and a voice rang in his mind, stop the old witch for me and tell you the whereabouts of your son.
Zhang Daoqing's expression changed drastically.
He looked at Shin Junwo in shock and horror.
Chapter 150, Killing and Seizing the Pearl. Zhang Daoqing is alone. However, there is one thing that is a lifelong pain. When I was young and hot-headed, I made a big enemy with someone. After many entanglements, I thought it was all over. But unexpectedly, the other party did not go over, but buried the hatred deep in his heart, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge. A few years later, he got married and had children. While he was away for training, his enemies killed his entire family and took away his newborn son, never to be heard from again. This happened 20 years ago, and Shin Junwo actually knew about it?
Regardless of whether it was true or not, Zhang Daoqing became very excited at this moment.
He has been searching everywhere for these years, But he couldn't even find any information about his enemy, and he doesn't know whether his son is alive or dead? Shin Junwoo, this is your last chance.
Come here, kneel down, and acknowledge your ancestry.
Everything will be settled.
Shin Ruhua was ignored, but she could only suppress her anger, otherwise, you will be the enemy of the Shin family and the death of Laojiu. The disability of the younger generation of the Shin family.
One by one, my Shin family will settle accounts with you. No one can stop you, and no one can save you. Shin Junwoo still didn't speak.
He just sipped his tea quietly, watching Shin Tianqi pay in great pain out of the corner of his eye.
Shi Minjin lent 20 billion to the Shin family and was in a great mood. Shin Junwoo is strong and will never give in.
The Shin family has always had a high opinion of themselves and likes to control the behavior of their descendants, forcing them to do things according to their wishes. It is even more impossible for them to take the initiative to give the Space Spirit Pearl to Shin Junwoo.
A fight is inevitable. Everyone. The Shin family won the final piece of this auction. Let us give the warmest applause to congratulate the Shin family and Aunt Shin-san.
The transaction was completed. The auctioneer personally took the item and walked towards Shin Ruhua with a sneer in his heart.
Shin Ruhua waved proudly, signaling her godson to come forward and accept it. 51 billion yuan is not a dispute of personal feelings.
She wanted to use these 3 space spirit beads to threaten Shin Junwoo and make him return to the Shin family obediently. The dual system mutant was born in the Shin family and must belong to the Shin family. If not for this, the Shin family's revenge would have come long ago.
Yes. The godson stepped forward immediately.
Just as he reached out to take it, Shin Junwoo raised his eyebrows and his figure suddenly disappeared.
Not good.
Bailey Wu's eyelids twitched violently as he kept watching and thinking about what Shin Junwoo would do.
She finally knew. But that's not what she wants.
At this moment, no matter what Shin Junwoo wanted to do, he would be cutting himself off from the Bailey family. With the grudges, her fate with Shin Junwoo was completely severed. Bailey Wuxuan wanted to stop all this, but she couldn't.
In the blink of an eye,
Shin Junwoo appeared next to Shin Ruhwa's godson, not only imprisoned him instantly, but also directly knocked the auctioneer of Zhuguang Baekage far away.
Shin Junwoo, what do you want to do?
Shin Ruhwa, a wind-type giant at the late saint level, had no time to react and could only roar helplessly with clenched fists.
What? Of course it's killing people to steal the pearl, can't you see that? The Shin family is rich and powerful.
If you guys take the photo, I'll kill people to steal the pearl.
Wouldn't that save tens of billions of dollars?
Shin Junwoo laughed heartily and replied, you suddenly jumped out to compete for it, you thought I would be very angry, right?
No, I'm happy, I'm so happy. You dare?
Shin Ruhwa was furious, but did not dare to act rashly.
I never expected that Shin Junwoo would be so brave. How dare he openly threaten to kill people and seize the pearl at the Bailey family's auction house? Ha, I don't dare, you actually think I don't dare?
Do you know that I tricked the lion and tiger saint of the beast soul hall to death in the 100,000 mountains, and the turtle spirit saint to death in the Yuankong ancient realm?
Do you actually think I wouldn't dare?
Shin Junwoo laughed wantonly, his eyes looking down on others. Who do you think you are, Shin Ruhwa?
You are not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the lion and tiger saint or the turtle spirit saint, and yet you dare to threaten me here with such brazenness? What, you?
Shin Ruhwa trembled inwardly and fear arose. She really didn't know that 2 saint lords of the beast soul hall had died at the hands of Shin Junwoo.
Shin Junwoo, you are too presumptuous. This is the Bailey family's Zhuguang Baoqi Pavilion auction house.
You are shouting in front of the heroes of the world that you will kill people and steal the pearls in my auction house.
Do you take my Bailey family seriously?
Bailey Cheng had not expected Shin Junwoo to be so bold, and had to warn him, when Third Enshin attacked you, you yourself said that if you get hurt, my Bailey family will lose face.
So what are you trying to do now? Are you going to make an enemy of my Bailey family and start a war? Ha 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 ha. Can Shin Ruhwa, this old witch, compare with me? What level of genius am I? Who is she to be compared with me, Shin Junwoo?
Also, this is my Shin family's personal vendetta.
Shin Junwoo grinned and said, the deal is done. I'm just borrowing your Bailey family's place to fight a battle.
If the Bailey family doesn't even give this little bit of face, then they are deliberately favoring the Shin family and want to kill me, a peerless genius who doesn't belong to the aristocratic family, to eliminate future troubles.
You are too presumptuous. Bailey Chang was so angry that he was fuming.
He had never seen such a cunning thief.
No matter what time, never forget to put yourself in the position of a victim? Am I being presumptuous, or are you guys going too far? The aristocratic family and the Dragon Nation once had an agreement that the Dragon Nation would not interfere in the punishment of the aristocratic family members, and personal grudges could be resolved by themselves through the Jianghu. Shin Junwo said again, "The auction is over, I will compensate for the damage. If the Bailey family or anyone else dares to intervene, they will be helping the Shin family become our enemy." Okay. You evil creature, it seems you are determined to betray your master and ancestors. Shin Ruhua was rejected repeatedly, and murderous intent was rising. "If you dare to touch a hair on my son's head, I will give up you, a rare descendant in a century, and kill you on the spot." Okay. Shin Junwo raised his eyebrows and uttered 4 words slowly: space strangulation. As soon as the words fell, countless cutting forces suddenly appeared in the space around Shin Junwo, turning Shin Ruhua's godson into a ball of blood mist. Ah! Damn you! Shin Ruhua's eyes were bloodshot and her heart was in pain. The godson she had trained for many years and who had entered the Wasteland Hunter selection competition died tragically without a trace of his body left. His original skill, destroying heavenly wind, erupted instantly.